The news report had just mentioned that current medical technology is still far from adequate. The next second, the man casually pulled out a full range of anti-cancer drugs, instantly causing a sensation in the global medical community. The article had just satirized China's technological backwardness and incompetence when a man immediately issued an order. Lithography machines, 2-nanometer chips, and super hydrogen-powered electric vehicles were all banned from export. Previously, others had held China by the throat. This time, it was his turn to hold the whole world by the throat. This man's name was Xiao Chong. He had simply boarded an ordinary flight bound for Malaysia. But no one expected that the plane would suddenly explode mid-air. When Xiao Chong opened his eyes again, he had been reborn back to his student days. Even more outrageous, he had awakened a system that allowed him to possess top talents from all walks of life, as long as he wished. At that moment, there were 2 physics and 2 chemistry classes in the afternoon. Xiao Chong secretly used the superhuman comprehension brought about by being possessed by Einstein, and the originally obscure and difficult knowledge became incredibly simple in his eyes, just like a high school student looking back at elementary school problems. Holy crap, this is so easy. Was my brain damaged by amniotic fluid in my past life? He muttered to himself. By the time the bell rang for the second period, he had already gone through all the physics material from the first semester of the first year of high school. After the second period, there was a 40-minute break time. Yang Bin and Bai Shupeng ran up to Xiao Chong's desk and called out, "Xiao Chong, let's go to the basketball court to see the pretty girls." Bai Shupeng was carrying a basketball. The 3 of them usually got along well, so they immediately set off together. The 3 of them jogged towards the basketball court. Bai Shupeng urged as he ran, "Brother Nai, hurry up, or there won't be any courts left." Yang Bin replied, panting, "I'd like to be quick, but the conditions don't allow it." By the time they arrived, only 1 court remained on the basketball court. The 3 had just started casually shooting when a group of tall students walked over. The red-haired boy in the lead said coldly, "Fatty, you think you're good enough to play basketball? Give up the court. We need to practice." The group behind him were menacing and intimidating. Yang Bin retorted defiantly, "Who are you calling fat? Brother Xiao Chong, you're called chubby." But seeing the other's fierce expression, he wisely shut his mouth. Then he turned to pull Xiao Chong away, saying, "Xiao Chong, forget it. Let's go for a run." But Xiao Chong stood still, and Bai Shupeng didn't move either. Red Hair frowned. "What do you mean?" Xiao Chong replied calmly, "We claimed the field first, so you have to follow the order of arrival for your training." If it were before, Xiao Chong might have backed down long ago, but now that he had the confidence, he naturally didn't intend to back down. Just as Red Hair was about to explode, Xiao Chong pointed to the side and said, "The camera is right there. Want to fight? Aren't you afraid of getting fired?" Red Hair was stunned for a moment, then changed his mind and said, "Then let's do 3v3, 10 balls to decide the winner. If you lose, you're out. Do you dare?" Xiao Chong immediately agreed. "Okay." Yang Bin sighed and turned to leave, saying, "I'm going to get out of here then." Xiao Chong called out to him speechlessly, "Come back. What if we win?" Bai Shupeng also pulled him back. Xiao Chong gave a simple explanation. "Pass the ball to me when you get it, and leave the rest to me." "Why get it? Can you steal it?" Yang Bin immediately shut up. The 2 sides quickly took their positions. Red Hair arrogantly declared, "In the face of absolute strength, no tactics matter." He led 2 burly men onto the field, while Xiao Chong's side was clearly at a height disadvantage. During the scramble for the ball, Red Hair stared at Xiao Chong with utter disdain. The basketball was tossed into the air, and Red Hair leaped into the air, thinking he had the ball in his grasp. But to his surprise, Xiao Chong suddenly exploded forward, jumping over a meter high and stealing the ball. After landing, Xiao Chong dribbled past his marker and then faded back before unleashing a clean 3-pointer. "Yay! Xiao Chong is awesome." Yang Bin exploded with excitement. Red Hair and his teammates were all dumbfounded. Red Hair quickly yelled, "Man-to-man defense." Yang Bin was still standing there, stunned. Is this Kobe Bryant channeling him? Xiao Chong couldn't help but yell, "Defense! Are you 2 just standing there like pillars?" Soon it was Red Hair's turn to attack. He dribbled the ball in a flashy display, drawing cheers from the students watching. Seeing that the atmosphere was right, he prepared to go one-on-one with Xiao Chong, even fantasizing about a dunk over him, a smug smile spreading across his face. However, the situation changed drastically the next second. Just as Red Hair jumped, a large hand blocked his path. Smack! A massive block stunned him instantly. Xiao Chong grabbed the ball and quickly launched a counterattack, taking a running start and jumping, switching hands between his legs in midair, followed by a powerful windmill dunk. Xiao Chong gripped the rim with both hands and swung gently before landing steadily. The entire arena erupted in cheers. Holy crap, a windmill! So cool. Cheers rose and fell. Red Hair, however, was completely stunned because all that applause should have been for him. The rest of the game was a foregone conclusion, with the Red Hair team being completely crushed. No one noticed that, at that very moment, far away in Los Angeles, Lakers star Kobe Bryant was making a series of mistakes at the playoffs, seemingly drained of all his energy. Damn it, what on earth happened today? Kobe was full of doubt. Xiao Chong was also somewhat taken aback when he learned of the news later. So possession can affect the original body. I'll find another opportunity to apologize to my idol later. After that battle, Xiao Chong became the undisputed star of Jinsha No. 2 Middle School. If it were the era of widespread smartphones, he would probably have become a top internet celebrity long ago. Even so, his fame spread wildly throughout the campus, to the point that almost everyone knew him. Have you heard of Xiao Chong from Class 242? He single-handedly took on 3 of the school basketball team's main players and slammed the ball around with all sorts of powerful dunks. Of course I've seen him. He's definitely a handsome guy. Where did you see him? The girls' restrooms are plastered with his posters. These comments spread throughout the school, leaving everyone both amused and exasperated. Xiao Chong could only manage a wry smile when he heard that his photo had been posted in both the men's and women's restrooms. However, after his rebirth, his goal was clear, and he had no time to care about such trivial matters. These past few days, he had been burying himself in reviewing his science subjects, working so hard that even he himself felt it was a bit exaggerated, all for one goal: to get into Peking University. Xiao Chong harbored a secret thought. Perhaps he could chat with the school beauty about the philosophy of 1 + 1 is equal to 3 when they arrived at Weiming Lake. Although this idea was a bit unconventional, it became his motivation to study hard. At 8:30 p.m. on April 3rd, during evening self-study, Xiao Chong was clearly getting restless. "Teacher, I feel dizzy and want to go to the infirmary." The teacher nodded in agreement. As soon as Xiao Chong stepped out of the classroom, he immediately took off running, heading straight for the west gate of the school. 10 minutes later, Xiao Chong was already sitting in Tianyu Internet Cafe, turning on a computer and accessing the live lottery draw page. Although he remembered the numbers from his previous life, he was still a little worried. Would the outcome change after his rebirth? At 9:10, the lottery draw officially began. The first red ball, number 12. The second red ball, number 18. The third red ball, number 23. With each number announced, Xiao Chong's heart jumped a little higher, filled with both tension and anticipation. Soon all 6 red balls were hit: 12, 18, 23, 25, 28, 33. Now only the blue ball remained. Xiao Chong stared intently at the screen, his heart pounding like a drum, even more nervous than when he took the college entrance exam. The lottery machine slowly stopped, and with a clatter, the blue ball landed on the plate. 04. Xiao Chong froze for a second, then jumped up. "Yay, I'm rich." The guy playing games next to him was startled and asked without turning his head, "How much is it?" "Over 200 million. "Oh, that's a lot. Which server are you on?" "QQ Landlord, Southern Region, Unicom 3. The atmosphere instantly became absurd. That night, Xiao Chong rushed into the dormitory just as the dorm supervisor was closing time, not forgetting to tease her. "Auntie, wait until I graduate and come back to marry Fatty." The dorm supervisor rolled her eyes and said, "You really should lock that mouth of yours." Back in the dorm, Xiao Chong and his roommates continued their banter, flipping through loose pages of Golden Scales as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, the internet was in an uproar, with major media outlets frantically reporting the news of a 250 million yuan jackpot in Jean City. The next day, Xiao Chong took leave and rushed to the provincial lottery center. The entrance was already packed with reporters, including those from major media outlets. Xiao Chong simply went around to the back door to complete the formalities and successfully claimed his prize. After taxes, he received nearly 200 million yuan, and he immediately decided to donate 10 million yuan to build a school. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded. Reward. A pair of golden eyes. Xiao Chong was stunned. He hadn't expected that doing good deeds would bring extra rewards. As Xiao Chong was about to leave, he was blocked by a group of bank representatives. I'm from ICBC. I'm from Bohai Bank. Xiao Chong waved his hand. I have to go back to class. If you need anything, come find me in Jean City. Just as Xiao Chong was about to hail a taxi, a clear female voice suddenly came. Xiao Chong, let me take you home. He turned around and saw a beautiful woman in an office lady outfit walking over from a red car. Isn't this the beautiful woman I rescued on the bus a few days ago? Xiao Chong, I'm Li Muyao. Remember me? I'm going back to Jean City anyway. Can I give you a ride? Xiao Chong certainly remembered this hot beauty. Upon seeing Li Muyao, the stunning scene in the valley that day immediately flashed through his mind. In the end, Xiao Chong got in her car. With a beautiful woman by his side, the journey wasn't too boring. In the car, Li Muyao said softly, Xiao Chong, thank you so much for that day. If it weren't for you, I might have been in trouble. Xiao Chong laughed and joked. Anyone who saw your looks and figure would be unable to resist playing the hero. These words made Li Muyao's cheeks burn, and the embarrassing scene from that day resurfaced in her mind. Li Muyao had been thinking about the boy who had saved her all this time. She never expected that their reunion would involve him being the recent lottery winner from the news. As she drove, she recalled Xiao Chong's teasing remark, how about you repay me with your body after I graduate? On the way back to Jean City, Xiao Chong learned about Li Muyao's situation. Li Muyao was a senior at Yinjing University of Finance and Economics and was currently interning at Guangfa Bank in Jean City. Throughout the journey, she talked about interesting things from university but never mentioned her savings, only handing Xiao Chong a business card when they parted. Xiao Chong walked into the school gate with a check for over 100 million yuan, feeling smug, when a system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Increase assets to 400 million yuan within 10 days. Completion reward. Global stock market database for the next year. He was just getting excited when he heard the penalty for failure. Mission failed, permanently shortened by 3 centimeters. This sentence sent chills down Xiao Chong's spine, and he felt completely unwell. He couldn't help but curse, damn system, that's ruthless. But after calming down, he had to face reality. Doubling his assets within 10 days was simply too difficult. Xiao Chong quickly began to consider various ways to make money. Real estate speculation had a long cycle. Stock speculation for quick profits was unrealistic, and he knew nothing about antiques. Just as he was at his wit's end, the ability rewarded by the system suddenly flashed through his mind. That's it, golden eyes. As soon as this thought popped into his head, Xiao Chong immediately had a direction. Back in his dorm, Xiao Chong immediately dialed Li Muyao's number using his phone card. Hello, this is Xiao Chong. Could you come to the school? Li Muyao replied almost without hesitation. I haven't gone far. I'll be right back. Her tone clearly carried a hint of anticipation. 15 minutes later, the two met again at the school gate. Li Muyao couldn't help but ask, why are you in such a hurry to see me? What's wrong? Xiao Chong cut to the chase. Can your bank provide one-on-one financial services? Take me to see the bank manager. Time was of the essence. He didn't want to waste a single second. Soon, the two arrived at the VIP room of Guangfa Bank. President Zhang Ziyuan warmly greeted them. Mr. Xiao, you are truly young and promising. Xiao Chong didn't waste any words, and after confirming the services, made his request. I want to open multiple investment accounts, including stocks, futures, Hong Kong stocks, US stocks, and Bitcoin. Zhang Ziyuan was taken aback, inwardly wondering, a high school student wants to make so many investments? However, he maintained a smiling facade. To him, as long as the funds went into the bank would make money, so he readily agreed and arranged for Li Muyao to handle the entire process. With Li Muyao's assistance, the domestic account was quickly set up, and Xiao Chong deposited all 190 million yuan into the bank card and completed the binding process. He knew very well that now was not the time to act. The real opportunity to strike would come when he obtained the future stock market database. After finishing her work, Li Muyao offered to treat Xiao Chong to dinner. The two went out for hot pot, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. After dinner, Xiao Chong asked Li Muyao to accompany him to buy a mobile phone, and they eventually bought a Nokia N95 for 5,999 yuan, which was definitely top of the line at the time. Looking at Xiao Chong's new phone, Li Muyao's eyes were filled with envy. After a brief farewell, Xiao Chong returned to his school dormitory. As soon as he entered, he slapped 500 yuan into Yang Bin's hand. who immediately exploded. "You've struck it rich? Buying it in 95? While teasing Xiao Chong, Yangbin started checking if any parts were missing. Xiao Chong immediately retorted, "Get lost. I'm perfectly fine." Then his expression turned serious, and he pulled Yangbin aside, saying, "Come on, let's talk about something serious." In Xiao Chong's heart, Yangbin was a brother who had accompanied him through his past life. Now that he had a second chance, he naturally didn't want his brother to continue living an ordinary life. Xiao Chong and Yangbin walked together toward the grove of trees near the second middle school. As they neared the entrance, Yangbin suddenly tensed up and whispered, "Xiao Chong, you don't have any designs on me, do you?" He then clutched his backside tightly, looking wary. Xiao Chong was immediately disgusted and retorted irritably, "I only like women. Let's go. Stop talking nonsense." Yangbin remained skeptical, clutching his chest and protecting his groin, muttering, "I should have worn more clothes." After they walked deeper into the woods, Xiao Chong stopped, but Yangbin stood 2 meters away, adopting a defensive stance and cautiously asked, "Xiao Chong, what's wrong?" Xiao Chong looked at him speechlessly. "Why are you standing so far away? Can you even hear me?" Yangbin replied seriously, "It's okay for opposite sexes to have close contact, but it's safer to keep some distance from the same sex." His words left Xiao Chong speechless. After a moment of silence, Xiao Chong spoke earnestly, "Brother Nai, I'll tell you a secret, and I swear it's true." Yangbin sighed, "All right, go ahead and tell me. As long as it's not too outrageous, I'll believe you." Xiao Chong gritted his teeth and said, "I'm a billionaire." Yangbin nodded perfunctorily at first, then suddenly realized, "What? You said you're a billionaire?" He was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. "You had a wet dream last night, didn't you? You gave birth to billions of offspring? Then I'm a billionaire too." After saying that, he laughed nonstop. Xiao Chong was speechless with anger and could only suppress his emotions and say, "Believe it or not, that's not the point. I want to advise you not to apply to Central South University of Science and Technology, but to apply to Peking University instead. I will be developing my career there in the future, and I can take you with me then." Xiao Chong said these words with great seriousness. Yangbin outwardly nodded in agreement. "Okay, I'll think about it." But inwardly, he was filled with helplessness and even wondered if Xiao Chong had suffered some kind of shock. After all, the person who was borrowing money just a few days ago was now talking about being a billionaire. It didn't seem reliable at all. At 3 p.m. that afternoon, Xiao Chong had already boarded the old-fashioned green train to Yanjing. When asking for leave, he told his homeroom teacher that his father had broken his leg and he needed to go back to take care of him, and he successfully obtained the leave slip. Meanwhile, Xiao Jiangwo was at home all afternoon, sneezing and cursing, completely unaware of the situation. At midnight, Xiao Chong arrived in Yanjing and took a taxi directly to the vicinity of Panjiayuan, where he checked into a 5-star hotel. In this life, his principle for himself was simple: never to wrong himself. The next morning, Xiao Chong walked to the Panjiayuan antique market. It was already bustling with activity, stalls lined up one after another, displaying a dazzling array of porcelain, jade, calligraphy, paintings, and antiques. But Xiao Chong knew in his heart that over 90% of the items here were fakes. Truly good pieces were extremely rare. Xiao Chong casually squatted down in front of stalls selling calligraphy and paintings, browsing through the landscape, flower, and bird paintings. He secretly activated his golden eye and saw a line of words appear above each painting. "Modern product, worthless." Seeing this result, Xiao Chong was secretly delighted. This ability was indeed very useful. He continued browsing the market for another half hour, during which he did take a fancy to a Wang Wali dowry box worth 200,000 yuan. However, this amount was far from the system's requirement to double the amount, and it was almost impossible to complete the task with such a small bargain. Just as Xiao Chong was feeling somewhat helpless, a crowd gathered in front of a shop with a sign that read Boxing Zai. He squeezed through the crowd and discovered that they were gambling on rough stones inside. 3 piles of rough stones of different sizes and prices were displayed by the window. At that moment, a well-dressed middle-aged man was intently watching the cutting machine, as a rough stone he had just bought was being cut open. The stone was about the size of 2 footballs, clearly not cheap. "Cut it from here, no problem," the man said confidently, his face full of anticipation. Xiao Chong glanced at it, but couldn't help shaking his head. Sure enough, with one cut, dust scattered, and a chorus of sighs immediately rose from all around. It's over, no green. The man was still unwilling to give up, so he asked his master to cut it again, but the result was still a pale white. It's a complete disaster. The onlookers shook their heads. Xiao Chong learned, after inquiring, that the rough stone had actually cost 100,000 yuan. He couldn't help but sigh. Rich people really dare to gamble. They can lose so much and still not change their expression. After watching the spectacle, Xiao Chong walked up to the pile of raw stones and inquired about the prices. Seeing that he looked like a student, the owner, Zhang Baoxing, jokingly said, "You skipped class, didn't you? Go back to school." A burst of laughter erupted around them, and Xiao Chong looked slightly embarrassed. However, Xiao Chong quickly composed himself and said calmly, "Boss, you're picky about customers? If you don't want to sell, I'll just go somewhere else." This put Zhang Baoxing in an awkward position, so he could only smile and change his tune. "Sell? Of course I'll sell." Zhang Baoxing then announced the prices: 100,000 for a large piece, 30,000 for a medium piece, and 800 for a small piece. Xiao Chong first looked at the large piece, then the medium piece, but wasn't very satisfied with either. The onlookers also became interested, waiting to see what this student could pick out. Just as Xiao Chong was about to give up, a vibrant green peeked out from the pile of stones. He immediately started searching and finally found a palm-sized rough stone among a pile of small stones. The veteran players around him shook their heads. This stone has no moss or python pattern. It's obviously a novice buying it blindly. Xiao Chong, however, didn't care. He simply took out 800 yuan, bought it, and casually stuffed it into his backpack. Seeing that Xiao Chong didn't intend to cut it open on the spot, Zhang Baoxing couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going to cut it open and let me see?" Xiao Chong smiled and said, "If I cut it now, what if you regret it and don't want to sell it to me?" Everyone thought he was joking, but these words provoked Zhang Baoxing. "Come on, I'll take you to the Yuxuan for a cut. I want to see what kind of taste you have." The crowd also joined in the commotion, and the man who had just lost 100,000 yuan was also curious and went along to watch the excitement. The group quickly arrived at Yuxuan. This is a nationally renowned jade chain store with considerable financial strength. They went straight to the cutting area on the 4th floor, and Zhang Baoxing even offered to pay for the cutting fee. Xiao Chong shook his head and turned to ask the staff, "How much does your best polishing master cost?" The staff quickly called Master Zhang over for him. Master Zhang glanced at the rough stone and said bluntly, "This is just an ordinary stone." Xiao Chong insisted, "I'll pay for it. You just polish it, and I'll take responsibility for the result." Master Zhang quoted 500, which was almost 2 months' worth of Xiao Chong's food expenses, but he still paid without hesitation. Master Zhang began polishing, and a crowd quickly gathered around, all eyes fixed on the stone. The abrasive drill bit of the polishing machine touched the raw stone, and a harsh, grinding sound instantly rang out, making one's teeth ache. The onlookers craned their necks, their eyes fixed on the stone, and even their breathing unconsciously became shallower. "It's green," someone suddenly exclaimed, and the crowd erupted instantly. "It's really green. It's already green after just one layer of skin has been rubbed off. If the whole piece had this." Discussions continued, and the atmosphere was instantly ignited. Master Zhang, who was in charge of polishing, was also stunned. He had been in this line of work for over 20 years, and this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Just by polishing away an extremely thin layer of jade skin, the green was revealed, and the color was clear, bright, and pleasing to the eye. He then understood why Xiao Chong insisted on polishing without cutting. Zhang Baoxing from Baoxing village poured cold water on the idea, saying it could just be a green outer layer with a hollow interior. This is quite common. The crowd calmed down slightly after hearing this, and continued to observe the changes in the raw stone. Xiao Chong simply smiled faintly and didn't refute it. As the polishing continued, more and more green was revealed, and the crowd stirred again. In just a few minutes, most of the rough stone had been polished open, revealing almost entirely a crystal-clear emerald green, without a single impurity. After a while, the entire outer layer of jade was completely removed. Master Zhang rinsed it with clean water, and the true appearance of the jade was finally revealed. It was entirely emerald green, crystal clear, and without a single impurity. He couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. He had never seen such quality before. The jade was handed to Xiao Chong. Although he wasn't an expert, its warm, translucent texture still caught his eye. The surrounding crowd unconsciously moved closer, all wanting to examine this rare piece of jade more closely. Zhang Baoxing squeezed into the crowd, still protesting. It's just ordinary black jade, worth at most tens of thousands of yuan. But as he said this, he felt a pang of sadness. After all, tens of thousands of yuan was not a small amount for him. Just then, a middle-aged man with slick-back hair squeezed into the crowd. His gaze was immediately drawn to the jade after he saw it clearly. "Young man, may I take a look?" he asked in a very gentle tone. Someone recognized him. "That's Qin Diyu, the owner of Diyuxuan, the president of the China Jade Association." The crowd stirred immediately. Master Zhang also quickly stepped forward to greet him. Clearly, the other party was someone of considerable importance. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Xiao Chong simply handed over the jade, saying, "No problem." Everyone held their breath, waiting for this big shot to give his judgment. Zhang Baoxing, in particular, stared intently at it. Qin Diyu examined it repeatedly, muttering to himself, "It's like black jade, but even greener. It's like icy jade, but without any impurities." For a moment, he was unsure. The people around him became even more curious, and the atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly, Qin Diyu seemed to remember something. He carefully put down the jade and immediately took out his phone to make a call. "Send the bracelet I bought last year to the store right away." His tone revealed undisguised excitement. Everyone was completely bewildered, not understanding what was going on that could cause someone of this stature to lose their composure. Some people even quietly retreated to a corner and took out their phones to make calls, clearly having other plans. A dozen minutes later, a woman with an elegant demeanor arrived and handed Qin Diyu an exquisite box. Qin Diyu took it and had someone bring a magnifying glass. He first carefully examined the bracelet in the box, and then meticulously compared it with Xiao Chong's jade stone. His expression gradually shifted from tension to surprise, and he even couldn't help but laugh out loud. The onlookers drew closer and closer, eager to get a better look. On the other side, Zhang Baoxing's face grew increasingly grim. Qin Diyu excitedly walked up to Xiao Chong. "Young man, you're really lucky. How much did you pay for this stone?" Xiao Chong smiled and replied, 800 yuan. As soon as he said this, a collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Qin Diyu asked again, "Then do you know what it is and how much it's worth?" Xiao Chong shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I just felt a connection with it, but I don't really know anything about it." He naturally wouldn't reveal the real secret. Qin Diyu nodded and explained, "This rough stone comes from Myanmar. It's an extremely rare type of jadeite, almost extinct now. It has a name, Dragon Stone." He paused, then continued, "Like icy jade and glassy jade, it also belongs to the top-grade jade." Everyone was stunned. They knew about icy jade, but this was the first time they had ever heard of the name Dragonstone Jade. Seeing the puzzled looks on everyone's faces, Qin Diyu explained again that this type of jadeite comes from caves in Myanmar and has extremely strict requirements for oxygen, temperature, humidity, and pH levels, making it very rare. It is also called Dragonstone because its patterns resemble a flying dragon. "So how much is this jadeite worth?" someone couldn't help but ask. Qin Diyu smiled and held up the bracelet in his hand. "This bracelet is made of Dragonstone jadeite. I bought it at an auction in Hong Kong last year. Can you guess how much it cost?" 2 million, 5 million, 8 million. The crowd speculated. Qin Diyu paused deliberately, enjoying the feeling of being in control, then cleared his throat. "The selling price is 21 million. The scene erupted in chaos. "Over 20 million for a bracelet? That's outrageous." The crowd murmured amongst themselves, their values being challenged once again. Then someone else asked, "What about the rough stone?" Qin Diyu carefully analyzed the jade and remarked that its texture was more translucent and delicate, enough to yield at least 2 bracelets and 2 pendants. Ultimately, he gave an estimate of 60 million. "Holy crap, we're rich." The crowd erupted in cheers. Just then, with a thud, Zhang Baoxing collapsed to the ground, and those around him rushed forward to revive him by pinching his philtrum. Qin Diyu returned the jade to Xiao Chong, giving him a careful look. He was surprised to find the young man calm and unmoved. Most people would have been overjoyed. "Young man, congratulations. This stone will be enough to ensure you a comfortable life for the rest of your days." "Thank you, uncle. I've really had good luck today." Xiao Chong's tone was calm and neither humble nor arrogant, which made Qin Diyu like him even more. "How about selling this jade to me?" Qin Diyu asked. Just as Xiao Chong was about to agree, A loud voice suddenly rang out. "Brother Qin, it's getting lively." Everyone turned around and saw that the person who had just arrived was none other than Lu Qingtian, one of China's top billionaires. The scene instantly stirred up. The appearance of two tycoons on the wealth list together made many people say that the trip was worthwhile. Lu Qingtian explained his purpose. He wanted to choose a gift for his daughter who was about to come of age. He took a liking to the jade in Xiao Chong's hand and said directly to him, "Young man, I'll offer you 60 million. How about you sell it to me?" With the price the same, Xiao Chong was in a dilemma. Seeing this, Qin Diyu suggested splitting it equally, with each contributing 30 million. However, Lu Qingtian refused with a smile. "This is a dowry for my daughter, and we also need to prepare one for my future son-in-law." Qin Diyu was speechless for a moment and could only give a wry smile and concede. "All right, brother Lu has said so." Before leaving, he handed his business card to Xiao Chong, clearly still somewhat unwilling. Lu Qingtian acted decisively, immediately having someone transfer 60 million to Xiao Chong. "Young brother, thank you for your kindness. If you need anything in Yinjing in the future, you can come to me." "Uncle Lu, it's fate that a precious jade is matched with a good man." Xiao Chong responded politely, then took his leave. After leaving Diyuxuan, Xiao Chong was in high spirits. He had made a fortune of 60 million with almost zero cost, and still had 130 million left in the system's mission. Such a smooth start greatly boosted his confidence. However, Xiao Chong didn't continue browsing Panjiayuan. He didn't want to be completely led by the system. What if a new task popped up right after he finished one? He didn't want to become the system's tool. After getting into the taxi heading to Yinqing University, the driver chatted on, practically a walking encyclopedia. Suddenly, the car radio blared. On April 10th, Christie's International Auction will be held in Beijing. Xiao Chong's eyes lit up immediately. Wasn't this a golden opportunity delivered right to his doorstep? With only 3 days left until the Christie's auction on the 10th, Xiao Chong decided to temporarily set aside his urgency to make money and enjoy this rare moment of leisure. In his previous life, he was busy as a dog. In this life, he was determined to truly appreciate every moment of life. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Chong came to Yinqing University in advance to scout out the campus and check out the environment. He wanted to stroll around Weiming Lake and also take a look at the grove of trees. In his opinion, romance and life discussions were both essential. The taxi stopped in front of the ancient gate of Yinqing University. Xiao Chong looked up at the four powerful characters, and his previously restless heart gradually calmed down. This university carries countless histories and glories, which truly inspires respect. Upon entering the campus, two ancient ornamental columns came into view, and further ahead lay Weiming Lake. Students were scattered around the lake, some reading, some strolling, creating a tranquil and leisurely atmosphere. Xiao Chong looked on with a touch of envy. Such an environment was not something ordinary people could easily enjoy in the past. He boarded a stone boat on the lake, gazing at the scenery before him, as if he could see the prosperity of yesteryear. Just as Xiao Chong was immersed in the view, a clear and melodious female voice suddenly came from behind him. He subconsciously turned around and immediately saw the person who had come. Two women arrived. One of them was tall and had an outstanding presence. Her short hair gave her a neat and capable look, and her black trench coat paired with a short skirt and long boots would never be out of style. She exuded a powerful aura, making it hard not to take a second look. The two chatted as they walked, and the topic quickly turned to a boy named Zokai. Her best friend teased, "He's gone to such lengths to confess his feelings with flowers. Aren't you tempted?" Qin Jiawei replied with a look of disdain, "He's just a playboy. There's no way I'd be interested in him." As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Jiawei noticed Xiao Chong's gaze and teased him with a smile. "Little brother, what are you looking at? Which college are you from?" Just as Xiao Chong was about to reply, a boy suddenly interrupted. The newcomer was Zokai. He greeted her confidently, clearly still pursuing Qin Jiawei relentlessly. But Qin Jiawei's attitude was very clear. "I have no feelings for you, and I won't be a fish in your pond." Her tone was crisp and decisive, leaving no room for sentimentality. Zokai, however, remained undeterred and continued his heartfelt confession, even uttering cheesy lines like, "I'd give up the whole forest for you." No sooner had he finished speaking than Xiao Chong, standing nearby, couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Sorry, I really couldn't help it." That smile completely ignited Zhou Kai's anger. He coldly demanded, "Who are you?" The atmosphere instantly became tense. Qin Zhaoyue, watching this scene, flashed a sly glint in her eyes. The next second, Qin Zhaoyue suddenly walked to Xiao Chong's side, took his arm, and said to Zhou Kai with a smile, "Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend. Don't bother me anymore." This tactic of using someone else to do her dirty work was used swiftly and decisively. Xiao Chong was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized that she had clearly used him as a shield. Looking at Zhou Kai's gloomy face, he felt helpless. It was truly a case of being caught in the crossfire. Zhou Kai's face turned ashen, and he said in an unfriendly tone, "Kid, which college are you from? Don't you know she's one of my people?" Qin Zhaoyue retorted on the spot, her attitude even colder than before, and the tension between the two sides grew stronger. Xiao Chong was also somewhat displeased, partly because Zhou Kai was being aggressive, and partly because he felt he was being used as a tool by Qin Zhaoyue. On a whim, he decided to go with the flow and take the initiative. He pulled his arm away from Qin Zhaoyue's grasp, instead putting his arm around her shoulder and saying calmly, "Look carefully, she's my girlfriend now." This action stunned everyone present. Before anyone could react, Xiao Chong swiftly lowered his head and gently kissed Qin Zhaoyue's lips. The action was swift and decisive, yet utterly shocking. Qin Zhaoyue was completely stunned, never expecting things to develop this way. Zhou Kai's face turned even uglier. In his eyes, this was a blatant humiliation. He sneered and turned his attack on money. "Can you afford to support her? How much pocket money can you give her a month, 500 or 1,000? Xiao Chong, however, completely deviated from the expected approach, retorting directly, "Why should I give her money? She's always been the one supporting me." As he spoke, he looked down at Qin Zhaoyue in his arms, his tone slightly teasing, "Right, darling?" Qin Zhaoyue was speechless. This guy was completely unpredictable. Usually, when a guy is told he's poor, he'll at least say something in response. But Xiao Chong was different. He just said, "Women support me." Zhou Kai was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. "You're a gigolo?" Xiao Chong calmly replied, "So what if I'm a gigolo? It's more comforting." Upon hearing this, everyone around was stunned. It was the first time they'd heard such a twisted logic. Zhou Kai turned to Qin Zhaoyue and scoffed, "This is the person you like?" Unexpectedly, Qin Zhaoyue nodded and said, "I like him just the way he is, humorous. Who says that when a man and woman are together, the man has to support the woman?" Her words left Zhou Kai speechless. After struggling for a while, Zhou Kai couldn't come up with a rebuttal. He angrily cursed "dog couple" and turned to leave. After he had gone some distance, Qin Zhaoyue frowned and reminded him, "Aren't you going to let go?" Xiao Chong then realized what was happening and said with a smile, "Sorry, I just grabbed you without thinking." He then reluctantly withdrew his hand. Xiao Chong then chimed in, "Beautiful Qin, you don't need to thank me too much for helping you out. Just treat me to a meal at the Yanda University cafeteria. I'll take this opportunity to check out the food beforehand." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhaoyue and Deng Lin were speechless. His shamelessness was outrageous. Qin Zhaoyue finally realized what was happening. "You're not a student at Peking University?" Xiao Chong answered frankly, "I'm a senior in high school. I haven't taken the college entrance exam yet." She was stunned. She had actually been taken advantage of by a high school student and even kissed by him. She felt both angry and helpless, thinking that this kid was incredibly bold. She couldn't help but ask, "What score did you get on the mock exam?" Xiao Chong calmly replied, 550. Qin Zhaoyue continued to press. "Then do you know what the cutoff score for Yanda University is?" 660. She was even more puzzled. "Then where does your confidence come from?" Xiao Chong smiled, "I can't say." Just as the atmosphere was getting a little awkward, Xiao Chong suddenly added, "Senior, don't use the term little brother carelessly. You've never met him. How do you know I'm small?" His words immediately silenced Qin Zhaoyue, who could only mentally complain that this guy was talking nonsense. Finally, Qin Zhaoyue treated Xiao Chong to a meal in the cafeteria. Before parting, she smiled and said, "Junior, study hard. I'll be waiting for you at Peking University." Xiao Chong immediately replied, "If I really get in, will you be my girlfriend?" Qin Zhaoyue simply winked and said, "We'll see." Watching Qin Zhaoyue's departing figure, Xiao Chong thought to himself, "It's not bad to marry a woman 3 years older than you." For the next 2 days, he went through the procedures for entering the auction while continuing to stroll around Panjiayuan, but he still didn't find any great bargains. On the morning of April 10th, The area outside the Yinjing State Guest Hotel was bustling with people, almost all of whom were industry insiders attending the auction. Zhou Kai, however, looked reluctant. He had originally made plans with the school beauty, but his father had forcibly dragged him to the auction. Zhou Sulong patiently explained that this auction was extremely large, attended by many big names in the antique world, and encouraged Zhou Kai to take the opportunity to build connections. Although reluctant, Zhou Kai agreed to go in. However, just as they reached the entrance, he suddenly said he had run into an acquaintance and would have to wait a while before entering. To reassure his father, Zhou Kai even threatened to freeze all of his father's bank cards if he didn't go in. Only then did Zhou Sulong enter first. Afterwards, Zhou Kai turned to the ticket gate, pointed at Xiao Chong, and said to the security guard, "This kind of gigolo, he gets in." Security personnel confirmed the tickets were in order. Xiao Chong remained calm throughout, while Zhou Kai continued his sarcastic remarks. "What's so great about spending a woman's money? With me here today, you won't get a single photo." With that, he turned and entered the lobby. The auction hadn't officially started yet, and many people took the opportunity to network. Zhou Kai was pulled around by his father to exchange pleasantries, while Xiao Chong sat alone in his seat, calm and quietly waiting for the auction to begin. "Hey, Xiao Chong." A hesitant voice suddenly came from the back of the crowd. Xiao Chong turned around and saw Qin Diyu. The man's face lit up with surprise, and he quickly walked over. "It really is you, Brother Chong." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qin Diyu said with a smile, "Jade and antiques have something in common, so I'll come and try my luck." Then he pulled Xiao Chong aside and introduced him to his connections. "Come on, let me introduce you to a few friends." Qin Diyu first pointed to a middle-aged man with a scholarly air. "This is Liang Yud, the president of the China Ancient Cultural Relics Collection Association." Xiao Chong calmly extended his hand. "Hello, President Liang." His demeanor was generous and appropriate, which made the people present nod in approval. Afterwards, Qin Diyu introduced several vice presidents and friends from the collecting circle. Just as everyone was talking, a host and a Chong Sam took the stage, and the auction officially began, quickly warming up the atmosphere. The first item up for auction was a Qin Dynasty white jade snuff bottle, with a starting price of 80,000 yuan. The price rose all the way to 160,000 yuan before it was sold. Xiao Chong glanced at it with his golden eyes and found that its actual value was only 150,000 yuan, so he didn't make a move. The second and third items were auctioned off one after another, but the prices were still not high, leaving Xiao Chong somewhat disappointed. It wasn't until the third item appeared, a yellow jade Pishio ornament from the Qianlong period, that his eyes lit up slightly, and he decided to participate in the bidding. The starting bid was 4 million, and the bidding quickly rose to 5 million. Xiao Chong knew that the item's true value was probably around 5.5 million. He remained silent until the price reached 5.8 million, at which point he suddenly raised his paddle. 6 million! This shout immediately disrupted the bidding process, causing a stir in the room. Qin Diyu was also taken aback. After all, Liang Yud had just analyzed that this Pishio wasn't worth the price. But Xiao Chong seemed not to have heard, and continued to raise the price without hesitation. The price was quickly raised to 6.3 million, and Xiao Chong raised his paddle again. 6.5 million! The three buyers who were still competing all gave up. Just when it seemed the deal was about to be closed, someone in the back row suddenly shouted, 7 million! Everyone turned around and saw that the person who made the bid was none other than Zhou Kai, the young master of the Zhou family. A buzz of discussion immediately broke out. Zhou Kai, beaming with smugness, was completely unaware that everyone was now looking at him, as if he were a sucker. Seeing this, Xiao Chong's lips curled into a slight smile, and he added fuel to the fire. 8 million. The entire room erupted instantly, everyone thinking the two had gone mad. Qin Diyu secretly shook his head, thinking that Xiao Chong had just been lucky before. Xiao Chong gave Zhou Kai a provocative look, even flipping him the middle finger. Zhou Kai was instantly enraged and raised his paddle without hesitation. 10 million. A gasp rippled through the room. At that moment, Zhou Sulong was furious and cursed Zhou Kai in his mind. But Zhou Kai was still smug, waiting for Xiao Chong to raise the price again so that he could outbid him once more. However, Xiao Chong simply flipped over the paddle and calmly chose to give up. Zhou Kai instantly realized he'd been tricked, but it was too late. In the end, Zhou Kai won the bid for the Pishio, which was worth only around 5.5 million yuan for 10 million yuan. Many people in the audience couldn't help but secretly laugh. On the other side, Zhou Sulong was so angry he almost had a heart attack and had to swallow several pills to calm down. He immediately made a phone call and roared, "If you dare to hold up a sign again, I'll suspend all your cards." Holding his phone, Zhou Kai said with a wronged expression, "They let me participate in the auction, but they won't let me bid. What am I here for?" Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but laugh. After the Qinlong-era yellow jade piece show, several porcelain pieces were put up for auction, but Xiao Chong did not raise his paddle again. The reason was simple. The starting prices were too high. A Ming Dynasty chicken cup started at 200 million yuan and eventually sold for 270 million yuan. A Qing Dynasty Double Dragon belt hook also sold for 230 million yuan. The entire auction was of extremely high caliber, with prices frequently reaching hundreds of millions, which made Xiao Chong suppress even the thought of making a bid. He knew very well that collectibles of this caliber offered too little return in the short term, and for someone with his golden eyes, the cost-effectiveness was not high. The next dozen or so items all sold for over 100 million. Xiao Chong watched these incredibly expensive antiques with amusement. Though he didn't participate, his horizons were broadened considerably, and he gained some knowledge. Just when Xiao Chong thought the auction was going to be a disappointment, the host's words rekindled his interest. Next up was a private collection session, which included woodenware, calligraphy and paintings, and some less common items. The first item to be auctioned was a Buddhist monk's robe from the Republic of China era, with a starting bid of 100,000. Bids were quickly placed, and the price rose to 200,000. Only 3 people remained to compete, and the atmosphere was not particularly intense. At this moment, Xiao Chong suddenly raised his paddle. 300,000. He immediately added 100,000. Seeing this, Qindiyu couldn't help but laugh and said, "This kid has quite a few interests. He even has his eye on a cassock." After the price was pushed up to 350,000, Liang Yud on the sidelines said calmly, 350,000 is already the limit. Any higher, and it won't have much collectible value. Qindiyu nodded in agreement. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Chong raised his paddle again. 500,000. This time, many people in the room were stunned. Qindiyu also looked a little embarrassed. He had just praised Xiao Chong for his good judgment, but now it seemed like he was making a mess of things. Zhou Kai, sitting in the back row, sneered, "Spending 500,000 on a piece of shabby clothing? Have you lost your mind?" His tone was full of sarcasm. At this point, only one Buddhist collector remained, offering 550,000. Xiao Chong raised the price again almost without hesitation, 700,000. This time, the room fell completely silent, followed by a flurry of murmurs. Some shook their heads, others laughed, clearly seeing him as a sucker. The Buddhist collector initially wanted to grit his teeth and continue, but seeing Xiao Chong's reckless attitude, he ultimately chose to give up. He knew very well that there was no point in fighting this kind of person head-on. 700,000 once, 700,000 a second time, 700,000 a third time sold. With the sound of the gavel falling, Xiao Chong finally won the cassock. He breathed a sigh of relief, ignoring the surrounding chatter. Xiao Chong did not bid on any of the remaining items. All 52 lots in the auction were eventually sold, totaling over 1.8 billion yuan. The successful bidders then proceeded to complete the formalities and collect their respective items. In the collection area, everyone gathered together again. Zhou Kai saw the cassock in Xiao Chong's hand and couldn't help but mock. "Spending 700,000 on a tattered robe? You must be out of your mind." Xiao Chong retorted calmly, "That's still better than someone spending 10 million on a 5 million piece show." This sentence hit the nail on the head, and Zhou Kai instantly bristled, making the scene awkward. Zhou Sulong quickly stopped his son and said coldly to Xiao Chong, "Young man, being too arrogant is not a good thing." Xiao Chong nodded, indeed, but his gaze was fixed on Zhou Kai, and his meaning was clear. Qindiyu then walked over, trying to ease the tension. "Young man, how much do you think this cassock is worth?" Xiao Chong thought for a moment and said, "About 300,000 or 400,000. Upon hearing this, Qindiyu and Liang Yud were both stunned. "If that's the case, why did you spend 700,000 to buy it?" People around them also gathered around, all waiting to see Xiao Chong make a fool of himself. Zhou Kai couldn't help but interject, "They're just rich and stupid." A burst of snickers immediately followed. Xiao Chong, however, remained calm and thought for a moment before speaking slowly. "This robe itself isn't worth much," Xiao Chong said calmly. but what's inside the robe is worth a fortune. There's something else inside the cassock? Xiao Chang's question instantly silenced the crowd, leaving everyone bewildered. Zhou Kai seized the opportunity to sneer. What else could be inside the cassock besides cotton? What a charade. But Qin Diyu and Liang Yud's expressions turned serious. They had a feeling that this matter was not so simple. Xiao Chang's demeanor was too composed. He clearly wasn't talking nonsense. Since he knew the robe itself wasn't valuable, yet he specifically emphasized what's inside, it meant the key wasn't in the outer layer of the robe. The two experts stared at the robe, a question simultaneously arising in their minds. What exactly was hidden inside? Xiao Chang didn't keep them in suspense any longer and directly asked a staff member for scissors. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he spread the robe on the table and began to unravel it little by little, starting from the seams. The entire process lasted a full half-hour, but no one left the scene. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the final result. As the last piece of thread was removed, Xiao Chang put down the scissors, and the atmosphere instantly tensed. Uncle Qin, Uncle Liang, please help us. The three of them each grabbed a corner and simultaneously lifted their robes. The next second, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth, causing everyone to instinctively squint. After their eyes adjusted, they saw a golden silk garment lying quietly inside. Its luster soft, yet its aura extraordinary. Liang Yud was stunned on the spot, his voice trembling slightly. There really is something. He leaned closer to examine it carefully, but couldn't determine its specific origin for the time being, so he could only look up at Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang shook his head. Please have Chairman Liang appraise it. Liang Yud took the magnifying glass and examined the silk fabric repeatedly, his expression shifting from anticipation to surprise, and finally to shock. It's it. It really is it. Everyone was anxious, but he hesitated to give the answer. This is the burial quilt of Emperor Qianlong of the Qing dynasty. Its professional name is Qianlong Keisai Verni Sutra Quilt. The moment these words were spoken, the entire audience erupted in uproar. Zhou Kai, however, scoffed. Isn't it just a quilt for the dead? Liang Yud ignored him and continued explaining. This type of sutra cover was reserved for the imperial family during the Qing dynasty, and the bright yellow color was exclusively reserved for the emperor. The size of the one before them perfectly matched historical records, so it could be basically confirmed that it was the item used at Emperor Qianlong's burial. Then, Liang Yud talked about the source of its value. The materials used are Tibetan antelope wool and deer wool, which requires tens of thousands of Tibetan antelopes. The craftsmanship is the long-lost double-sided Keisai weaving, and it takes at least several years of work to make one piece, truly deserving the name of an inch of gold for an inch of craftsmanship. Someone couldn't help but interrupt. Just tell us how much it's worth. Liang Yud then gave an example. Similar sutra blankets worn by Empress Dowager Cixi were estimated at between 80 million and 120 million yuan, while the craftsmanship of this one was clearly superior. Liang Yud solemnly concluded, this Qianlong sutra blanket is reasonably valued at between 150 million and 180 million yuan. The audience erupted in gasps of amazement once again. Xiao Chang nodded silently. This price was almost identical to the 170 million offered by Golden Eyes. Qin Diyu was utterly speechless. Xiao Chang had just earned 60 million a few days ago, and now he had found a treasure worth over 100 million. His luck is just too outrageous. Everyone around him was so envious, it was almost sour. Those who had been mocking Xiao Chang just moments before were now all silent, feeling a burning pain on their faces. After listening to Liang Yud's explanation, Xiao Chang couldn't help but admire him. Professionals were indeed different. They could point out so much detail with just a glance. He himself could only be considered half knowledgeable, knowing only that the item was valuable, but unable to explain why. Xiao Chang smiled and thanked him. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Liang. His manners were impeccable. Liang Yud, however, was even more excited. I should be thanking you. Not everyone has the chance to see a treasure of this caliber in person. Changing the subject, Liang Yud tentatively asked, so, are you planning to keep this item for yourself? Or sell it? Xiao Chang naturally understood what he meant. He was more eager to complete the system task right now, so the matter of collecting it had to wait. So Xiao Chang said directly, I'm here to find a bargain. It's inconvenient to keep this. If the price is right, I can sell it. He said it concisely and gave the other party plenty of face. Liang Yud was secretly delighted and immediately made a bid. Then I'll offer 175 million. After saying that, he stared intently at Xiao Chong's reaction. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chong simply smiled slightly and shook his head. The people around him immediately started discussing, all thinking that he was too greedy. Just when everyone thought Xiao Chong was going to raise the price again, he calmly said, 170 million will do. Everyone was stunned. No one expected someone to voluntarily lower the price and close the deal. A glint flashed in Liang Yud's eyes, and he instantly understood Xiao Chong's intention. This wasn't just about doing business. It was about building connections. His opinion of the young man rose to a new level. The deal was quickly finalized. 10 minutes later, a text message arrived confirming the receipt of 170 million yuan. After confirming receipt, Xiao Chong thanked Liang Yud again. Liang Yud was also in high spirits, repeatedly praising the deal as worthwhile. Qin Diyu, standing to the side, felt somewhat embarrassed. He had just misunderstood Xiao Chong as greedy, but now it seemed he himself lacked foresight. Afterwards, Liang Yud took the initiative to exchange contact information with Xiao Chong. He naturally didn't want to miss out on a promising talent like Xiao Chong. After the matter was over, Liang Yud originally wanted to invite Xiao Chong to visit his private museum, but Xiao Chong declined, saying, I took leave to come here. I have to go back for the college entrance examination soon. I will visit you again when I come to study in Yinjing. Upon hearing this, both of them were stunned. A high school student earning hundreds of millions in just a few days. It sounded like a fairy tale, yet they had witnessed the entire process firsthand. After leaving the auction, Xiao Chong took a taxi back to his hotel. Watching him leave, Liang Yud remarked, that kid's something else. Qin Diyu nodded in response. Ambition knows no age. The two exchanged a smile and then agreed to go out for drinks to celebrate. Xiao Chong wasn't in a hurry to go back that day. He planned to return to school the next day. He simply took a stroll around Beijing, visiting the Forbidden City and Qianmen Street, and didn't return to his hotel to rest until evening. Just as Xiao Chong finished showering and was getting ready for bed, the room phone rang. He answered, and a sweet, cloying female voice came through. Handsome, need a massage? Xiao Chong thought for a moment, deciding it was a good opportunity to relax, and ordered a Thai massage. Not long after, a well-built masseuse arrived, jokingly calling him young. Xiao Chong casually responded, and the two quickly got into the mood. But his question, which head, immediately made the atmosphere a little awkward. The other person paused for a moment, and Xiao Chong realized he had let something slip, so he could only awkwardly correct himself. Fortunately, the masseuse was experienced and quickly recovered, beginning to massage him attentively. It must be said that the masseuse's technique was indeed professional, and the close-up visual impact made Xiao Chong somewhat distracted while enjoying the massage. Seeing this, the masseuse thoughtfully suggested changing to a more comfortable position. Xiao Chong exchanged a couple of perfunctory, polite words, but ultimately lay down on the other woman's lap and completely relaxed. While enjoying the massage, Xiao Chong commented without restraint, "Beautiful lady, your legs are so white and soft." Despite having the body of an 18-year-old, he possessed the soul of a 30-something, so his words were naturally uninhibited. The young woman blushed on the spot. She had only been unguarded because of his young age, but she hadn't expected him to dare to say anything. Xiao Chong, still not backing down, added, "Whoever marries you in the future will save money." The young woman was taken aback and couldn't help but ask why. Xiao Chong replied seriously, "You'll definitely have plenty of breast milk in the future." After he finished speaking, she paused for a few seconds before realizing what he meant, her face instantly turning red, and the atmosphere became even more awkward. The massage continued, and the masseuse asked Xiao Chong to lie on his side. As Xiao Chong turned his head, he saw something he shouldn't have, and was immediately startled. He quickly closed his eyes, thinking to himself, this is too bold. He could only forcefully suppress his emotions to avoid embarrassing himself on the spot. 40 minutes later, the massage ended. Xiao Chong looked satisfied, and the young woman seemed quite pleased, even offering her contact information. After a few brief pleasantries, she left the room. That night, however, Xiao Chong had a series of vivid dreams. When Xiao Chong woke up the next day, it was already evening. Xiao Chong returned to the classroom, and Yang Bin deliberately moved to sit next to him. As soon as evening's self-study began, Yang Bin couldn't help but ask, "How much did you earn?" Xiao Chong replied casually, "Over 200 million. Yongbin rolled his eyes, clearly not believing him at all. The two studied separately. Yongbin did practice problems, while Xiao Chong quickly flipped through the book, scanning the text. Not long after, Li Shuping came to Yongbin with a physics problem for help. Facing his sweetheart, Yongbin immediately perked up, but after calculating for a long time, he couldn't get a solution, and sweat began to bead on his forehead. After waiting for 10 minutes, Li Shuping felt a little embarrassed and had to leave. Yongbin looked awkward, and Xiao Chong teased him from his side. "You failed to save the damsel in distress? Want me to help you?" Although Yongbin didn't take it seriously, he still handed over the question. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chong wrote out the complete solution process just 2 minutes later. Yongbin was shocked on the spot. "Are you trying to surpass me?" Xiao Chong replied calmly, not secretly, but openly. His words left Yongbin speechless. After evening self-study ended, Xiao Chong was about to leave when he heard Yongbin bragging that he already knew how to solve that problem. Xiao Chong laughed and thought to himself that this was what youth should be like. Late at night, Xiao Chong was having a sweet dream when a system notification suddenly popped into his mind. Reward received. Global stock market data for the next year. His dream was interrupted, and he couldn't help but mutter a few complaints. But he was quickly drawn in by the reward, becoming more and more excited as he read on. Xiao Chong didn't fall asleep until 4 a.m. The next day in class, his mind was filled with thoughts of the stock market, and he began to think about his next move. Ultimately, he decided to find someone to help him execute his plan. At noon, Xiao Chong arranged to meet Li Muyao. In a private room at the hot pot restaurant, he got straight to the point. "I want you to work for me." "Oh, you're just a high school student, and you want me to work for you?" Li Muyao didn't immediately agree, but asked with a hint of amusement. Xiao Chong didn't beat around the bush, saying directly, "My time is restricted by the school, so you'll have to handle the specifics. What I need to do now is trade stocks." Li Muyao's expression turned serious. "I'll be officially hired next month and become a full-time employee of Guangdong Development Bank. This stable job is important to many people." Xiao Chong nodded in understanding, but then changed the subject. "But is 3,000 to 5,000 yuan a month really the life you want?" These words silenced Li Muyao. She suddenly realized that all her hard work graduating from a 211 university was just for a stable but mundane life. That kind of predictable future made her waver. Seeing that the time was right, Xiao Chong said firmly, "Work with me, and I'll make you earn more in a year than most people earn in a lifetime and help you reach a higher position." These words were incredibly impactful, instantly stirring up waves in Li Muyao's previously calm heart. Two lives seemed to float through her mind. One stable but ordinary, the other unknown but full of possibilities. After a brief hesitation, her eyes gradually cleared, and she said softly, "I'll go back and hand over my work. I'll contact you this afternoon." After the matter was settled, the atmosphere relaxed considerably. Xiao Chong kept putting food on her plate, and Li Muyao laughed and complained, "Stop putting food on my plate. I really can't finish it." Xiao Chong joked, "Eat more so you'll have the strength to work hard." Li Muyao pretended to regret it. "Is it too late to get off the ship now?" Xiao Chong replied directly, "Once you're on the ship, don't even think about running away." After the meal, Xiao Chong handed Li Muyao a bank card. Li Muyao was taken aback. "What does this mean?" Xiao Chong said calmly, "There's 1 million in it. Buy an apartment across from the school to use as a temporary studio. Get a computer and internet connection too." Li Muyao was even more shocked. "You don't need this much to buy a house." Xiao Chong casually said, "Consider the extra as an early salary payment." She shook her head helplessly and could only put it away temporarily, but she was deeply touched by his decisiveness. She suddenly smiled and asked, "Aren't you afraid I'll run away with the money?" Xiao Chong answered decisively, "Trust those you employ." This unwavering trust completely put Li Muyao at ease. After arranging everything, Xiao Chong returned to school. In class, he filled his papers with numerical codes. These things were meaningless to others, but to him, they were the key to controlling wealth. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Muyao sent a message. "The house has been bought, 250,000 yuan, 125 square meters." Xiao Chong couldn't help but sigh. Such a price would be unthinkable in later generations. At the same time, he was even more impressed with Li Muyao's efficiency. In the evening, Xiao Chong arrived at the Shulin family mansion to check on the results. The living room had been set up as a simple studio, and all the equipment was in place. Li Muyao said with a hint of pride, "I finished it in 1 afternoon." Xiao Chong nodded and suggested that she simply move in and she agreed to move in a couple of days. After the two sat down, Xiao Chong began to arrange the operation. Tomorrow, during the opening auction, buy Pingcheng Coal Industry below 11.6. Pay attention to Zhengdao Real Estate at 2 p.m. and enter the market below 8.5. There is only one principle: buy as much as you can. Li Muyao was stunned after hearing this. The operation was so simple it required almost no thought. She couldn't help but ask, "How much money are you planning to invest?" Xiao Chong casually uttered a number, 400 million. This completely stunned Li Muyao. She had originally thought it was just a few million to test the waters, but she hadn't expected it to be hundreds of millions. She said somewhat uneasily, "With such a large amount of money, I'm afraid I won't do a good job." Xiao Chong, however, remained calm. "Do as I say, and I won't blame you if you lose money." Li Muyao took a deep breath and finally nodded in agreement. The thought of managing hundreds of millions the next day filled her with an unprecedented sense of pride. The two stood very close, the air filled with Li Muyao's faint fragrance. Xiao Chong couldn't help but whisper, "Muyao, you smell really good." They were just discussing a deal worth hundreds of millions, but the conversation suddenly shifted to the scent on a woman's body, making the atmosphere awkward. Li Muyao felt a little uncomfortable and explained softly, "It's probably the smell of shampoo." Xiao Chong chuckled and said, "I thought it was her natural scent." The faint fragrance reminded him of the intimate moment when he saved her. Li Muyao blushed slightly under his gaze and quickly turned her head away to avoid his stare. The two chatted casually for a few more minutes before Xiao Chong returned to school. That night, as he slept soundly, a system notification suddenly sounded. "Create 200 jobs for society within 4 months. Successfully unlocks the time travel function. Failure will shorten your body by 5 centimeters." This notification startled Xiao Chong awake. The last image in his dream was of the dog system frantically gnawing on something strange. He hurriedly touched himself, only breathing a sigh of relief after confirming he was all right, but he was still filled with displeasure. Xiao Chong couldn't help but complain. Was he going to be forced to work himself to the bone by the system for the rest of his life? However, the possession system time travel function also puzzled him, and he could only find out after completing the mission. After venting his frustrations, Xiao Chong had to seriously consider the matter of the 200 job openings. The next morning, he went to the classroom as usual, while Li Muyao, on the other side, had already begun operating the stock account he had given her. Seeing the astonishing balance in her account, Li Muyao still felt somewhat unreal. Before the market opened, she had done some research on Pingcheng Coal Industry and found that the company had a market value of over 80 billion yuan, but its stock performance was mediocre, with no particularly outstanding highlights. At 9:25, Li Muyao placed a buy order for 10,000 lots at 11.53 yuan, which was quickly executed. After the market opened at 9:30, the stock price suddenly dropped by 4%, which startled her, but she always remembered Xiao Chong's words, "Buy anything below 11.6. She quickly placed multiple buy orders within a 5% to 7% price range, totaling nearly 250 million yuan. Within minutes, the order notifications were almost constant, demonstrating extremely high trading intensity. 5 minutes later, the selling pressure gradually weakened, and the stock price fluctuated around -5.7. Around noon, Li Muyao completed another 50 million yuan in transactions. By the morning close, she had invested 300 million yuan, with a cost basis of 11.31 yuan, and had even made a small profit of 1.5%. She called Xiao Chong to report, her voice filled with excitement. "I made over 4 million. Xiao Chong was also somewhat surprised. It was truly remarkable that such a large sum of money could be controlled so steadily. After the market opened in the afternoon, the stock price continued to trade sideways, and Li Muyao added another 30 million yuan to her position. However, as it approached 2 p.m., only a portion of the orders were executed, so she decisively canceled the order, reserving 100 million yuan for her next move. Just then, Zhengdao Real Estate suddenly reversed its upward trend and plummeted. After a huge sell order was placed, the stock price instantly collapsed, quickly approaching the key price level of 8.5 yuan given by Xiao Chong. Li Muyao kept an eye on the market, not rushing to make a move. Only when the decline continued to widen and the trading volume increased significantly did she decisively place a buy order for 100 million at the limit down price. Soon, the stock was locked at the limit down price, and her order was quickly filled. A moment of hesitation flashed through Li Muyao's mind. What if it continues to hit the daily limit down tomorrow? But in the end, she chose to trust Xiao Chang's judgment, and all 410 million yuan was used to build a position. After the intense work session, Li Muyao's fingers were trembling slightly, unsure whether it was from tension or exhaustion. Meanwhile, Xiao Chang had just woken up and was leisurely walking towards the classroom with his roommate. After finishing all her tasks, Li Muyao made herself a cup of coffee and rested briefly in her new apartment. She changed into a fitted dress that accentuated her figure, giving her an air of languid allure. After a brief relaxation, she changed into her workout clothes and began exercising. Half an hour later, she was slightly sweaty, her cheeks flushed, and she looked even more beautiful. After tidying up, she subconsciously returned to her computer. The moment Li Muyao reopened her stock account and saw the balance, she was instantly stunned. 455110000. Li Muyao stared at the account balance, thinking she was seeing things. But after repeatedly checking, she realized that the funds had indeed reached 455.11 million, a profit of 45.11 million in one day, which was much more than before the market opened. After careful review, she realized that Pingqing coal industry was strongly boosted by funds at the end of the trading day, with a single stock profit of 25.11 million yuan, while Zhengdao real estate was even more ruthless, going from the limit down to the limit up, making a ground-to-sky play and directly earning 20 million yuan from that 100 million yuan position. Unable to contain her excitement, Li Muyao immediately sent a text message on her Nokia. Xiao Chang, account fully invested, profit of 45.11 million today. Xiao Chang, who was in the classroom, almost shouted out loud when he saw the message. Xiao Chang, what's wrong? The homeroom teacher immediately noticed something was wrong. My stomach hurts. I'm going to the school clinic, Xiao Chang said and ran off. As soon as he stepped out of the classroom, Xiao Chang texted back, I'm coming right away. Then he ran as fast as he could. 10 minutes later, Xiao Chang rushed into the Shulin family's house. Water was running loudly in the bathroom. He had just sat down when he saw yoga pants and underwear scattered on the sofa. Purple lace. Xiao Chang was stunned. Images instantly flooded his mind. He was about to help tidy up when the bathroom door suddenly opened. Ah, Li Muyao exclaimed in surprise, then quickly shrank back inside. Xiao Chang, what are you doing with my underwear? She peeked out from the crack in the door, her face flushed. Xiao Chang then realized he was holding the undergarment in his hand and immediately became incoherent. I'll help you tidy it up. It's too messy. Put it down. I'll do it myself. You go to the computer first. Okay. Xiao Chang sat down at the computer, but couldn't focus on the account at all. His mind was filled with the scene from earlier. Meanwhile, Li Muyao in the bathroom was even more embarrassed. She had just showered but hadn't brought any changes of clothes, leaving her in a dilemma. A few minutes later, Li Muyao whispered, Xiao Chang, bring me the clothes from the bed. Xiao Chang did as she asked and handed over the clothes. A fair arm reached out from inside the door to take them, making the atmosphere even more subtle. After a while, Li Muyao finished tidying up and came out. She first took away the clothes on the sofa before sitting down next to Xiao Chang. A faint fragrance still lingered in the air, making people feel somewhat uncomfortable. Xiao Chang quickly changed the subject. Your operation was amazing. You even managed to catch Zhengdao real estate at its lowest point. Li Muyao was a little embarrassed. If you hadn't given me confidence, I wouldn't have dared to make a move. Xiao Chang nodded. No trading for now. We'll clear out our positions next Tuesday. Consider these few days a holiday. Li Muyao deliberately chided. You're taking a holiday right after starting work? Won't you get your salary docked? We trade when the market is good, and we rest when it's not, Xiao Chang said matter-of-factly. After the atmosphere eased slightly, the two fell into an awkward silence again. Xiao Chang couldn't help but explain, I was really just helping you tidy up. I wasn't doing anything else. Anything else? Like what? Li Muyao deliberately pressed for an answer. Xiao Chang realized halfway through his sentence that she had teased him, and he was speechless. You dare to flirt with the boss? I'll dock your pay. The two exchanged a smile, and the atmosphere finally eased. Back at school, Xiao Chang had barely sat down when his homeroom teacher, Deng Xiang, called him into his office. Your stomach doesn't hurt anymore? It's better after taking medicine. Deng Xiang laughed, but I just went to the infirmary, and it wasn't even open. Xiao Chang's heart sank, knowing he had been seen through. He could only honestly confess, "Teacher, I was wrong. I just went out to take care of some business." Deng Xiang said smugly. "You confess so easily? I thought you could hold out a little longer." In Deng Xiang's eyes, Xiao Chang had always been a promising student who consistently ranked among the top 3 in the class. Seeing that he took the initiative to admit his mistake, Deng Xiang didn't say anything more. Instead, he earnestly reminded him that his current grades were only around 70 in the grade, which was still far from the first-tier university admission line. Deng Xiang bluntly stated that Yang Bin, the top student in the class, had only ever ranked 51st in the entire grade, highlighting the limitations of their overall foundation. He cautioned Xiao Chang against complacency, emphasizing the need for continued hard work, especially since the citywide mock exam was in 2 days, making the results crucial. But Xiao Chang seemed not to have listened, and instead asked with a smile, "Teacher Deng, if I get first place in the class, will there be a reward?" This question stunned Deng Xiang. It was the first time he had ever seen a student take the initiative to make a request. But Deng Xiang was straightforward. "You say it." Xiao Chang immediately said, "Then you sing Mice Love Rice in class." This song was very popular, but Deng Xiang had refused to sing for 3 years, which was obviously a deliberate attempt to stir things up. Deng Xiang gave a wry smile and agreed anyway. Just as he was about to add another condition, Xiao Chang pressed on, "What if I get into the top 30 in the grade?" The atmosphere immediately changed. Deng Xiang bluntly declared, "If you can really make it into the top 30, you can do whatever you want at school. If I back out, I'll sing Conquer during the school's flag-raising ceremony." He clearly didn't believe that the gap could be easily bridged. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chang immediately perked up and turned to shout into the office, "Teachers, please be my witnesses." This shout startled all 20-odd teachers, and the office instantly became lively. Xiao Chang recited the bet in front of everyone, and the teachers laughed and cheered him on as witnesses. Deng Xiang blushed. If he really messed up, he would become the laughingstock in the office. After Xiao Chang left, the other teachers were still joking, saying that the student was ambitious. But Deng Xiang was really worried. What if Xiao Chang really didn't pass the exam? He would be too embarrassed to hold his head up in the office in the future. Over the next few days, Xiao Chang went into full sprint mode. With the stock market stagnant, he focused all his energy on studying, even skipping lunch to make the most of every moment to cram for exams. The night before the exam, an uninvited guest arrived at the cafeteria. Meng Xiaowei walked over with an air of superiority, greeting him in a sarcastic tone. Xiao Chang didn't stand on ceremony either, replying directly, top-ranked in the grade. This hit Meng Xiaowei's sore spot perfectly. Meng Xiaowei had been dominating the rankings since the beginning of high school, but now he had fallen to 9th place. He was most afraid of people mentioning this, so he immediately got angry and took the opportunity to mock Xiao Chang for his wishful thinking of entering the top 30. He even brought up Xiao Xiaomei to show off, hoping to provoke Xiao Chang. But Xiao Chang in this life had long since let go of these things and didn't care at all, only replying indifferently, "We'll see after the exam." The next day, Xiao Chang stepped into the examination hall again. Having taken the exam again after so many years, he was actually quite excited. Chinese had always been his weak point, but his years of experience in copywriting gave him more confidence in his essay. The 2-day exams ended quickly. That evening in the cafeteria, Yang Bin couldn't help but ask about the results. Xiao Chang, while munching on a chicken leg, casually replied, "I got all the ones I knew right." Yang Bin didn't believe him and pressed, "And the ones you didn't know?" Xiao Chang calmly replied, "No ones you didn't know." This one sentence completely stunned Yang Bin. But then he thought about it again. Lately, Xiao Chang had indeed answered many difficult questions off the top of his head, and Yang Bin began to doubt his own existence. Finally, he stared thoughtfully at the chicken leg. Could it really be that eating this boosts brain power? The next second, Yang Bin shouted directly to the window, "Auntie, give me 2 chicken legs too." With the weekend off, Xiao Chang decided to go home. He already had plans in mind to start a real estate company. His father, Xiao Zhangwo, was currently unemployed and needed a trustworthy person to help him. As soon as he entered the door, Xiao Chang called out, and his mother, Zhang Guifan, came out to greet him, scolding him for not calling ahead. Upon learning that his father had gone out with the village chief to discuss matters, namely the relocation of the Martyrs' Cemetery, which would occupy the village's mountain land, Xiao Chang immediately became alert. Xiao Chong knew very well that in his previous life, his father had been misled by the village chief into signing an agreement early on, receiving only 30,000 yuan for 3 mu of land. Meanwhile, those who signed later received 50,000 yuan per mu, a huge difference. When his father tried to reason with the village chief, he was met with hostility and later faced various forms of harassment when getting things done. Thinking of this, Xiao Chong immediately decided to stop it and turned to find his father. Soon after, he called out a few times at the village chief's door, summoning his father, while he went home to wait. When Xiao Jiangwo returned home, he chuckled and scolded. "You didn't even say you were back." Xiao Chong didn't waste any words and went straight to asking if he was involved in infrastructure work in the army. After receiving an affirmative answer, he felt even more certain. So Xiao Chong started to hype him. "I have a classmate whose family owns a real estate company, and they're short of project managers. Do you want to go?" When Xiao Jiangwo heard that it was about building a house, he hesitated for a moment, but when he heard that as long as he kept an eye on it to make sure it wasn't built crookedly, he immediately gained confidence. When Xiao Jiangwo heard that the monthly salary was 5,000 plus bonuses and shares, he was stunned. "That's so high. What are shares?" Xiao Chong was too lazy to explain too much and just asked him if he was going or not. As a result, his father immediately nodded in agreement. However, Xiao Jiangwo couldn't resist asking a gossipy question. "Is it a female classmate?" Xiao Chong explained speechlessly that it was a brother. Only then was Xiao Jiangwo relieved, and he even started planning his job appointment, showing remarkable initiative. Xiao Chong then added that the company had arranged 15 days of pre-job training, with meals and accommodation provided in Yanjing, and that family members could bring their children. Xiao Jiangwo became even more excited upon hearing this, exclaiming that the company was like a welfare home, and even began to fantasize about a better future for his family. In fact, all of this was arranged in advance by Xiao Chong. He had already enrolled his father in online training, and these 15 days would be just enough time for him to set up the company's framework. For the next 2 days, my parents were incredibly busy, packing luggage, preparing clothes, and even digging out their leather shoes that they hadn't worn in years. They also made sure all the chickens, dogs, and cows were taken care of, as if they were really going to do something big. On Sunday afternoon, the family of 3 took a taxi to the station. Xiao Jiangwo was still worried about the fare, while Xiao Chong calmly said that the company would reimburse him and even reminded his father to broaden his horizons, leaving his father stunned. Upon arriving at the station, Xiao Chong handed over the ticket and repeatedly explained the procedures. Xiao Jiangwo, annoyed, shooed him away, saying, "Get out of here. I've told you 1,000,000 times." Actually, Xiao Chong had already arranged a one-stop service, so there was nothing to worry about. The train departed at 8:30 p.m., and Xiao Chong stayed with it for a while before leaving. By the time he got back to school, it was already 8 p.m., and the homeroom teacher was sitting on the podium in the classroom. Xiao Chong suddenly remembered that he had been late for evening self-study without asking for leave, and a chill ran down his spine. Xiao Chong hesitated for a moment, then braced himself and pushed open the classroom door. "Teacher Dang I." Before he could finish speaking, Deng Xiang interrupted him. "Stomach ache again?" Xiao Chong smiled awkwardly. "You're quick to answer now." The whole class instantly stifled their laughter. Deng Xiang waved his hand dismissively. "Go back to your seat." Xiao Chong cautiously walked toward his seat, afraid of being suddenly ambushed by Deng Xiang. After all, there had been times before when someone was kicked down from behind by him while returning to their seat, and that scene was still unforgettable. After Xiao Chong sat down, Deng Xiang cleared his throat. "Everyone, please stop doing your homework and have a class meeting. In this mock exam, our class performed exceptionally well." As he spoke, he gave Xiao Chong a meaningful look. Deng Xiang pulled out the report card, deliberately drawing out his words. First place, the whole class's appetite was whetted, especially the top students, who were incredibly nervous. The next second, Deng Xiang directly announced the name, Xiao Chong. The classroom erupted in laughter, all eyes turning to Xiao Chong. Yang bin loket utterly incredulos. Xiao Chong blew him a kiss, to which Yang bin rolled his eyes, creating a rather comical scene. Deng Xiang continued reading the scores. Chinese 121, Math 132, Science 261, English 145, total 659, ninth in the grade. He practically shouted the last sentence. The whole class erupted in applause. At that moment, Xiao Chong also felt a long-lost pure joy. Yang Bin muttered to himself, "Eating chicken legs really works." Then the results were announced one by one, and the atmosphere in the class continued to rise. After announcing the results, Deng Xiang was in high spirits. "I'm so happy today. I'll sing a song for everyone." This caused an immediate uproar in the class. For 3 years, he had always made excuses to decline, but today he was actually going to sing. Deng Xiang put on his headphones and began to sing with deep emotion, "I love you, like a mouse loves rice." The students in the audience were trembling with suppressed laughter, but no one dared to interrupt. Just as the song reached its climax, a student from the next class suddenly pushed open the door and shouted, "Who in your class is braying like a donkey?" He had barely finished speaking when he saw Deng Xiang and slammed the door shut and ran away in fright. This shout immediately ruined Deng Xiang's composure, and the whole class burst into laughter. Deng Xiang couldn't hold back either, and joined in the laughter, completely letting loose in the classroom. The next day, Xiao Chang became a celebrity in the entire grade. In the office, Deng Xiang couldn't stop smiling. Gao Ligua, the head teacher of the experimental class, proactively approached him. "Could we have Xiao Chang come to our class this afternoon to share his learning experiences?" Deng Xiang readily agreed, but Gao Ligua insisted on personally inviting him. Soon after, other homeroom teachers also came to snatch him away, making the office incredibly lively. During breaks, the legend of Xiao Chang's chicken legs for brain power quickly spread. 6 chicken legs a day, and he's straight into the top 10 of the grade. Many students believed it and began to imitate him. As a result, the cafeteria's chicken legs were so popular that they ran out of stock, and Xiao Chang himself couldn't buy any more, becoming the biggest victim. At this time, Xiao Chang came to the office to ask for leave. "Teacher Deng, I have some things to do during the day, and I would like to ask for a few days off." Deng Xiang frowned. "You've gotten cocky just because you did well on the exam?" Xiao Chang smiled and said, "I guarantee I'll get an even higher score on the college entrance exam." Deng Xiang stared at him for a while, then finally waved his hand. "All right, handle it yourself. Don't mess it up." As soon as he let him go, he added, "All 13 classes are waiting for you to share your experience this afternoon." Xiao Chang was taken aback. "No appearance fee?" Deng Xiang immediately scolded, "You're really getting cocky." Xiao Chang had no choice but to agree and decided to leave the next day. The entire afternoon, Xiao Chang terrorized each class, managing to get a group of senior high school students fired up, and they all vowed to study hard. Only Meng Xiaowei looked grim. He had gotten 10th place this time, while Xiao Chang had gotten 9th. After class, Xiao Chang deliberately teased him. "May I ask how you managed to get such consistently good grades?" Just as Meng Xiaowei was about to answer, Xiao Chang added insult to injury. "A steady decline?" His words left him speechless, and he could only turn and leave with a dark expression. By the time Xiao Chang emerged from the last classroom, it was already 5:30 p.m. His 3-hour impromptu speech had gone almost flawlessly, and the effect was surprisingly good. In the experimental class, Xiao Chang bluntly stated, "My goal for the college entrance exam in a month is over 700 points. You guys figure it out." Keep in mind, the current top student in the grade only scored 692 points. These words instantly put the entire experimental class on edge. Class teacher Gao Ligua was quite satisfied, as this was exactly the catfish effect he wanted. In the honors and regular classes, Xiao Chang emphasized the importance of hard work, stating frankly that the honors class was not insurmountable. This series of actions sparked another wave of enthusiasm for learning among the senior students, and even the principal was considering awarding Xiao Chang a Teaching Contribution Award. Xiao Chang himself, after finishing his presentation, went straight to the Shulin Family Academy. The room was empty. Xiao Chang muttered, "Where did that girl go?" He then casually turned on his computer to check his account. When he saw the data, he was surprised to find that his cumulative profit had reached 82%. Bored, Xiao Chang went to the balcony for some fresh air, only to find several sexy pieces of clothing hanging there, one of which had been blown to the ground by the wind. He instinctively bent down to pick it up. Just then, the door lock clicked, and Li Muyao suddenly entered, looking surprised. "Xiao Chang? You scared me. I thought a thief had broken in." Xiao Chang panicked and quickly hid his hands behind his back. "Where have you been?" Xiao Chang asked, feigning composure. Li Muyao smiled and said she had just gone to Yinjing to see her best friend, even jokingly offering to introduce her to him. But she quickly sensed something was off, staring at him and asking, "Why are you acting so strange?" Seeing Li Muyao approach step by step, Xiao Chang retreated repeatedly, but accidentally bumped into the sofa and fell backward. In the instant he instinctively reached out to steady himself, what he held in his hand was revealed. It was the black t-shirt. The air fell silent instantly. Xiao Chong explained awkwardly. I had just picked it up when you came in. I really didn't do anything else. But as soon as he said that, he felt that he was only making things worse. Li Muyao blushed furiously, her mind racing with chaotic thoughts. Finally, she whispered, if you like, I can give you one. These words immediately made the atmosphere even more awkward. No, I really didn't mean that. Xiao Chong quickly returned the items. Both of them blushed simultaneously, and Li Muyao quickly changed the subject. You came to see me because you needed something, right? Xiao Chong then became serious and explained in detail his strategy for clearing out inventory the next day and his follow-up plans, also proposing the idea of establishing a real estate company. He spoke for a full half hour. His thoughts were clear, and his arrangements were very meticulous. Li Muyao was stunned. You came up with all of this? Xiao Chong nodded in acknowledgement, and she couldn't help but exclaim, You're a genius. Xiao Chong then assigned tasks. Li Muyao would be responsible for registering the company after clearing out the inventory and serving as the legal representative. He would find an office location. The two quickly reached an agreement and began their respective actions. The next day, the liquidation went very smoothly. The major funds' high-level selling actually gave them room to maneuver. The account balance eventually reached 780 million, and Li Muyao felt dizzy looking at that number. Meanwhile, Xiao Chong also successfully found a 4-story office building with a total area of approximately 4,000 square meters. His original company was eager to sell due to poor management, and he ultimately acquired it for the low price of 4.8 million yuan. More importantly, the other party was willing to transfer the company with a Class 2 development qualification along with a 1.5 million yuan debt. For Xiao Chong, who urgently needed to save time, this was an incredible bargain. Xiao Chong immediately summoned Li Muyao, and the business registration change was completed that afternoon. The company was officially renamed Xishan Qiangxing Real Estate Development Company, Limited. Li Muyao became the legal representative, and the registered capital was increased to 10 million yuan. When the original boss saw the 500,000 yuan deposit arrive in his account, he finally believed that the young man wasn't trying to scam him. Meanwhile, the more than 30 employees who had faced unemployment were instantly resurrected and put back to work. The basic team was now in place. Xiao Chong planned to further restructure the company after his father returned. The original boss, Du Pengfei, was extremely grateful. Boss Xiao, you really saved my life. Xiao Chong smiled faintly. It's just a mutually beneficial arrangement. You wanted to sell, and I wanted to buy. When the conversation turned to the future, Du Pengfei couldn't help but lament the sluggish real estate market. Xiao Chong simply smiled, but he knew perfectly well that the downturn in 2008 was merely the prelude to an even bigger boom. So, Mr. Du, are you planning to withdraw from the real estate industry? Xiao Chong pressed. Du Pengfei nodded and sighed. More or less. I'll take a break for a while and then look for another path. With that, he left the company, turning back every few steps. After all, this was the place where he had worked for over a decade. Xiao Chong then summoned HR manager Wei Xiaowei to inquire about the company's current staff situation. After a brief overview, he specifically requested to see Yu Ming from the marketing department. Soon, a young man in his 20s walked into the office. When Yu Ming saw that his new boss was even younger than him, he was taken aback at first, but quickly regained his composure. Hello, Mr. Xiao. I am Yu Ming, the sales manager. This composure gave Xiao Chong a good first impression of him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xiao Chong got straight to the point. I heard you're the only college graduate in the company. Why did you choose to work in real estate sales? Yu Ming answered directly. I'm short of money, and a fixed salary isn't enough for me. This answer both surprised and impressed Xiao Chong. Such candor was uncommon at the time. He continued to probe. With the industry in such a slump right now, are you still planning to persevere? Yu Ming did not hesitate and analyzed the situation logically. The current downturn is mainly due to the influence of the international economic situation, but the domestic situation is only a phase of adjustment. In terms of urbanization rate, there is still a lot of room for growth in the real estate market. He further added that China's urbanization rate is only around 40%, far lower than that of developed countries, and the demographic dividend has not yet been fully realized, meaning the real estate market still has explosive growth potential. Yu Ming's tone was firm and full of confidence. Xiao Chong secretly admired her. Such insight and logic were truly remarkable for a young person who had only graduated 2 years prior. He then asked, "So why do you think Pengfei real estate collapsed?" After careful consideration, Yu Ming offered 2 reasons. First, the impact of the overall economic environment, and second, outdated products that failed to keep up with market demands. Today's homebuyers value environment and service more, while Pengfei real estate continued to use the old model, making failure almost inevitable. After hearing this analysis, Xiao Chong had already made up his mind. "Yu Ming, how about considering a different position?" Yu Ming was taken aback, thinking he was going to be demoted. Xiao Chong smiled and explained, "It's not a demotion, it's giving you more responsibility." Then, he directly announced that Yu Ming would be promoted to Deputy General Manager, fully responsible for land acquisition, product development, marketing, and property management. Yu Ming was shocked, not only by the promotion, but also by Xiao Chong's remarkably professional understanding of the entire real estate process. He hesitated. "I'm afraid I don't have enough experience." Xiao Chong interrupted him directly. "Mindset is more important than experience. Skills can be learned. I'll give you a salary of 5,000 plus commissions and bonuses. Follow me. Making big money won't be a problem." These words completely ignited Yu Ming's fighting spirit. "Don't worry, President Xiao. I will do my best." After leaving the office, he immediately threw himself into his work, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Afterwards, Xiao Chong, along with Li Muyao and Yu Ming, traveled all over the city and finally narrowed it down to 12 plots of land. Take advantage of the market downturn and acquire them all. Can you start construction on them all within 2 months? Although Yu Ming was under immense pressure, he gritted his teeth and agreed. After arranging everything, Xiao Chong quickly calculated in his mind. The 12 plots of land, totaling about 600 acres, would cost approximately 300 million yuan to acquire, while development costs would require 640 million yuan. The huge funding gap immediately gave him a strong sense of urgency. "Muyao, come back to the Shulin family with me." Xiao Chong had made up his mind that he had to continue raising money as quickly as possible. Otherwise, this grand scheme would be impossible to execute. In the afternoon, under Xiao Chong's guidance, Li Muyao invested another 200 million yuan. At this time, there was still 580 million yuan in cash quietly lying in the account. After working for more than an hour, she rubbed her sore arms, clearly somewhat tired. Seeing this, Xiao Chong smiled and said, "Shall I give you a massage?" Li Muyao was a little surprised. "You can do this too?" Xiao Chong looked proud, multi-talented. After exchanging a few simple jokes, she didn't stand on ceremony anymore and lay down on the sofa to wait for him to start. Li Muyao, dressed in a business suit and black stockings, showed off her curves. Xiao Chong put away his jokes and earnestly massaged her shoulders and neck, his techniques varying in pressure. Li Muyao quickly relaxed and became fully engaged. Half an hour later, the massage ended, and Li Muyao looked satisfied. It was really good, no worse than a professional's. She was so comfortable that she almost fell asleep and couldn't help but joke, "Whoever is your girlfriend in the future will be very lucky." Meanwhile, the company was progressing rapidly. Yu Ming quickly assembled a team and completed recruitment, finalizing the design plans for all 12 plots within 2 weeks. He also secured a general contractor for advance funding, which greatly alleviated the financial pressure. Xiao Chong was quite satisfied with this. It meant he could continue to invest more funds in the stock market and accelerate the pace of capital accumulation. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhengwo, after returning from his studies, initially thought he would become an engineering manager, but his son directly arranged for him to become the general manager. Initially, Xiao Zhengwo was worried about salary and power issues, but after receiving a positive response, he was immediately overjoyed and accepted the arrangement. A month later, Xiao Chong's stock account had grown to 2.15 billion yuan. Xiao Chong set aside 500 million yuan as reserves and used the remaining funds to continue operations. He also registered Pacific Investment Group and injected 400 million yuan into Qiangxing real estate, gaining controlling interest. After paying for the land, the company officially entered the full-scale development phase. On May 25th, Qiangxing Real Estate launched 12 projects simultaneously, a significant undertaking. Xiao Chong discreetly instructed Yu Ming to oversee the overall situation and specifically reminded him not to let his father know that he was the real investor. After making the arrangements, Xiao Chong left the trading strategy to Li Muyao and returned to school to prepare for the college entrance examination. After all, no matter how big the business is, it can't overshadow the importance of the college entrance examination. Back at school, Deng Xiang was shocked to find that Xiao Chong had been missing for over a month and almost called the police. He was worried that Xiao Chong would fall behind in his studies, but Xiao Chong simply said casually, "I can get 760 on the college entrance exam." This left the teachers completely stunned. That night, the system distributed another award, 1935 amazing time travel cards. After studying them, Xiao Chong understood that these cards could summon historical figures to briefly appear in reality, but there were many limitations, so he decided to keep them for later use in a crucial moment. June 6th arrived quickly, the day before the college entrance examination. Xiao Jiangwo called specifically to comfort his son and tell him not to be nervous, while lowering his expectations to just getting into a vocational college would be fine. Xiao Jiangwo had even started planning for the future. If I don't get into university, I can study engineering, get a job at a company after graduation, and earn several thousand a month. His tone was full of the pragmatism and anxiety of an old father. Xiao Chong made a few casual jokes, but after hanging up the phone, Xiao Jiangwo became more and more worried. He decided to pave the way for his son in advance by calling the HR manager to his office to inquire about a suitable position for him. Even after learning that the minimum requirement for the position was a college diploma, Xiao Jiangwo was still unwilling to give up and finally made the decision. Then let him be the driver. This move left the HR manager speechless. Stepping into the college entrance examination hall again, Xiao Chong felt remarkably calm. In his previous life, he was so nervous that he would run to the toilet 3 times before the exam just to drink water, but this life was completely different. After being reborn, no matter how busy he was, he insisted on studying for 4 or 5 hours every day, and with the help of his abilities, his foundation was already incredibly solid. The Chinese exam was 2.5 hours long, but Xiao Chong finished it in an hour and a half. With the remaining time, he simply started thinking about his plans for the next 2 months, from the end of the college entrance exam to the start of university. The science exam on the second day was even more outrageous. Xiao Chong didn't even use an hour and a half. In the remaining time, he even started planning how to use the stock and futures markets to fleece Western markets and then invest the funds in developing domestic industries. On the night the college entrance examination ended, all the students returned to their classrooms to estimate their scores. The classrooms were noisy. Some sighed, some were excited. After the homeroom teacher distributed the answer keys, everyone gradually quieted down and began to carefully calculate their scores. More than an hour later, Yangbin rushed over and asked, "How much do you estimate?" Xiao Chong replied casually, "You should ask me how many points I lost." Yangbin was taken aback, but could only follow up with the question. Xiao Chong casually remarked, "For Chinese, it depends on the teacher's mood. I might lose 1 or 2 points, or maybe 6 or 7. Yangbin was immediately shocked, meaning Xiao Chong's Chinese score was almost perfect. When asked about other subjects, Xiao Chong was even more direct. They're basically the same. Yangbin was completely unconvinced. You still want a perfect score? Xiao Chong didn't bother to explain. On the contrary, he guessed Yangbin's score of around 575 points with just 1 sentence, completely baffled the other party, who couldn't help but wonder if Xiao Chong could read minds. The next day, Xiao Chong woke up naturally before leisurely going to find Li Muyao. She was wearing home pajamas, and her figure was very curvaceous. Xiao Chong couldn't help but take a few more glances and even made up a story to cover it up, only to be criticized by Li Muyao on the spot. When the topic turned to college entrance exam scores, Xiao Chong remained relaxed, saying, "I can choose any school in the country." Li Muyao assumed he was just bragging and didn't ask any further questions. Soon, the two sat down at the computer and began working on their business. At this point, the stock account's market value had surged to 2.97 billion yuan, an 80% increase in just a few days. Xiao Chong decisively decided to begin liquidating his positions, while simultaneously demanding that the pace be controlled to avoid causing excessive market volatility. After resolving the funding issues, Xiao Chong rushed to Qiangxing Real Estate. Things were progressing smoothly at the company. All 12 projects had commenced construction and were expected to be topped out in October, with the sales team fully in place. After listening to the report, Xiao Chong immediately set the pace. Starting next month, we'll launch advertisements throughout the city, using multiple channels simultaneously. We must make it a resounding success. Yu Ming nodded repeatedly, as these were exactly his thoughts. The two then went into the office together. As soon as Xiao Chong entered, he started teasing his father. Xiao Jiangwo didn't back down, and the father and son bantered back and forth in a relaxed atmosphere. Towards the end of the conversation, Xiao Jiangwo casually asked, "How did the exam go?" Xiao Chong smiled and replied, "So-so." His father nodded seriously. "As long as you can get into a vocational college, that's fine. I'll give you a salary of 3,000 yuan from now on." Xiao Chong also cupped his hands in thanks. "Thank you, boss." These words made both father and son laugh. Xiao Chong casually remarked, "Dad, I've noticed Manager Yu is working at over a dozen construction sites by himself. Shouldn't we provide him with a car?" Xiao Jiangwo nodded, but hesitated due to company policy. Xiao Chong directly suggested calling the finance manager over to ask. Xiao Jiangwo opened the door and shouted down the corridor, "Manager Zhang, come here." Xiao Chong was speechless. Why not just make a phone call? But old Xiao said seriously, "Making a phone call costs money. I'm a low-key big shot." The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat comical. Zhang Zhirue walked in quickly. Upon seeing Xiao Chong, he almost blurted out a greeting, but Xiao Chong interrupted him in time. Xiao Jiangwo inquired about the vehicle allocation standards, and Manager Zhang, unsure of what to do, subconsciously glanced at Xiao Chong, creating a slightly awkward atmosphere. Xiao Chong smoothly continued, "Manager Yu is the face of the company. He should at least be entitled to a Maybach." As he spoke, he subtly gave Manager Zhang a wink. Zhang Zhirue immediately understood and nodded in agreement. According to the rules, he certainly deserves one. "How much?" Xiao Jiangwo had barely asked when Xiao Chong answered directly. "More than 3 million. Old Xiao almost spat out his tea. So expensive? Made of gold. Given his previous income level, it was indeed hard for him to understand this price. He pressed further. "Then what's the general manager's stylist?" Manager Zhang hesitated again. Xiao Chong interjected with a smile. "The general manager gets a Passat, worth 200,000. But old Xiao immediately retorted, "Were you pretending to be some big shot?" Unexpectedly, Manager Zhang nodded seriously. "That's indeed the standard." Xiao Jiangwo was stunned and speechless. The matter was settled, and the finance department quickly began implementing the procurement. Yu Ming was incredibly excited when he learned that the company had provided him with a car, and he became even more devoted to the company, feeling that even working until 9 p.m. every day wasn't enough. June 10th arrived, the day for college application submissions. The classroom was buzzing with discussion, and Deng Xiang even came over to ask Xiao Chong which school he planned to apply to. Xiao Chong filled out the application form in 3 minutes and handed it over. Deng Xiang was stunned when he saw the answer. Yenching University was the first choice, and the second choice was blank. He nervously reminded him, "The cutoff score in previous years was above 660, and your score?" Xiao Chong calmly replied, "Don't worry, it's safe." This confidence filled Deng Xiang with both excitement and trepidation. His classmates, upon hearing this, cast envious glances their way. Yenching University, for them, was practically an unattainable dream. Xiao Chong then walked over to Yang Bin and asked, "Brother Nai, which application are you applying for?" Yang Bin immediately covered his application form. Xiao Chong laughed and said, "Have you forgotten my eyes?" Yang Bin felt a chill in his heart. He had already assumed that Xiao Chong could see through things. Xiao Chong said earnestly, "Come to Beijing and work for me, or do whatever you want. I'll protect you." With that, he turned and went back to his seat. Yang Bin stared at his retreating figure, his expression complex. After a moment of silence, Yang Bin picked up an eraser, preparing to revise his college application, muttering to himself, "If you don't give me 3 chicken legs a day from now on, I'll never forgive you." After leaving school, Xiao Chong arrived at Shulin Shijia. Yu Ming had already arrived in his newly purchased Maybach and immediately declared upon meeting him, "President Xiao, I will definitely work hard to make the company bigger and stronger." Xiao Chong simply smiled and said, "Come on, Yu Ming Mu Yao, sit down. I need to get down to business." As soon as the two sat down, Xiao Chong asked directly, "Mu Yao, has the account liquidation been completed?" His tone was crisp and decisive, without a single unnecessary word of pleasantries. Li Muyao nodded and reported, "It's all been cleared out. The current account balance is 2.96 billion. There were some fluctuations during the process, resulting in a loss of about 10 million. Xiao Chong simply nodded after hearing this. This loss was within his expectations. Yu Ming, standing to the side, was completely stunned. The figure of 2.96 billion yuan left him momentarily dazed. Back in 2008, this was already a sum of money equivalent to that of a top-tier billionaire. Without pausing, Xiao Chong continued to give instructions. First, contact a margin trading institution and increase leverage by 10 times. Second, quickly go all in on the targets I gave you. Third, prepare to go to Yanjing. Look at villas to use as headquarters and, at the same time, recruit traders. The series of instructions stunned Li Muyao and Yu Ming. Such a large-scale financial operation and strategic layout was completely unlike the decisions that a high school student could make. Then, Xiao Chong turned to Yu Ming. Find someone to take over the 12 projects in Jin City within a month. Then expand into the 2 provincial capitals of Taiyin and Nanning. After establishing a foothold, expand into 5 more second-tier cities to prepare for entering first-tier cities. Yu Ming listened with great enthusiasm, nodding repeatedly. He knew very well that if this level of strategic planning succeeded, Xiangxing real estate would inevitably soar to new heights. The entire meeting lasted 2 hours, with Xiao Chong speaking almost the entire time. The two men grew increasingly excited as they listened, as if they could already see their future business empire gradually unfolding. That afternoon, Li Muyao contacted 7 financing institutions, securing a total credit line of 29 billion yuan with a monthly interest rate of 1.5%. With the funds in place, they officially began building their positions the following day. Due to the tenfold leverage, stock selection had to be even more cautious this time. Xiao Chong prioritized risk control over returns, focusing primarily on the real estate sector and related upstream and downstream industries. At the time, the market was pessimistic, and a large number of sell orders suppressed stock prices, which ironically gave them the opportunity to build positions at low prices. In 10 days, the two completed their investment in 10 stocks with a total capital of 32 billion yuan. This influx of funds even directly altered the trajectory of the real estate sector, turning a continuous decline into a sideways consolidation. Xiao Chong knew that policy stimulus would be introduced soon, and bull markets often manifest themselves in the stock market beforehand. Soon after, the two flew to Yanjing. After checking into their hotel, they immediately went their separate ways. Xiao Chong had already laid out a much larger plan in his mind. Real estate, pharmaceuticals, the internet, smartphones, new energy, and semiconductors, each requiring huge amounts of capital. Li Muyao was responsible for contacting headhunters and recruiting traders, while also connecting with local margin trading resources. Xiao Chong, on the other hand, took a taxi around Yanda University, preparing to select a suitable villa as the headquarters. The taxi driver provided detailed information along the way, analyzing the pros and cons of each project with the expertise of an industry insider. Xiao Chong couldn't help but tease him. It's a real shame you're not selling houses. Xiao Chong wasn't very satisfied with the first 2 projects. It wasn't until he arrived at Iha Courtyard Villa that he started to show some interest. The location and environment here were more in line with his expectations. Inside the sales office, a saleswoman named Su Wenli, who had initially appeared lazy, immediately became dismissive upon seeing a young student, even directly telling him to leave. Don't waste my time if you're not going to buy. Xiao Chong didn't mince words, quickly exposing her pretense and leaving her looking utterly disheveled and humiliated. Their colleagues, witnessing this, were secretly delighted. At this moment, a saleswoman with an outstanding demeanor walked over and introduced herself as Lin Donjuan. She was professional yet gentle, and her voice was very pleasant, making people feel very comfortable. Xiao Chong nodded and asked her to give a detailed introduction to the project. It turned out that the entire Iha Villa area covered about 200 acres, close to the Summer Palace, and only a 15-minute walk from Yanqing University, making it a very advantageous location. The project currently plans for 80 villas, with only 20 fully furnished, ready-to-move-in villas available in the first phase. The overall environment and amenities are significantly superior to the previous 2 projects and better meet Xiao Chong's needs. There's something else inside the robe? Xiao Chong's question plunged the room into shock and discussion once again. Zhou Kai sneered, but those in the know began to take his words seriously. Meanwhile, Xiao Chong had already begun to lay the groundwork for a new battlefield, real estate. Led by Lin Danzhuang, Xiao Chong viewed 2 villas, ranging from 400 square meters to 700 square meters. He was quite satisfied with the landscaping and water system design of the communities. During the tour, Lin Danzhuang explained things in great detail, but her posture when she bent over a few times almost distracted Xiao Chong. However, he remained calm on the surface, acting as composed as a true buyer. "How much is this villa per square meter?" Xiao Chong asked casually. 20,000 per square meter, Lin Danzhuang replied cautiously, thinking that this price would immediately deter him. Little did she know that Xiao Chong was calculating in his mind. This price would be dirt cheap in the future. 20 villas, with a total price of only around 200 million. It was practically picking up money. He then inquired about the second phase of the project and learned that the developer was facing a tight cash flow, which gave him even more confidence. Just then, a commotion broke out in the sales office. The boss, Li Yinping, appeared. Xiao Chong immediately asked Lin Danzhuang to help with the introduction, preparing to proceed directly to the negotiations. Upon entering the VIP room, Li Yinping, seeing that the visitor was just a young student, clearly looked down on him. Xiao Chong didn't beat around the bush and directly asked, "Does Mr. Li think I can't afford it?" Li Yinping gave an awkward smile and quickly denied it. Xiao Chong then began to lower the price. "I've been sitting here for 3 hours and haven't had a single customer. Is this house really that sought after?" After a few words, Li Yinping was clearly overwhelmed and could only offer his bottom line, 15,000 yuan per square meter. This price was already close to the cost line. After a quick mental calculation, Xiao Chong dropped a bombshell, 20 units in phase 1, total price 172 million, I want them all. These words were like a thunderclap, and Li Yinping immediately stood up. "You want them all?" he asked, his face filled with disbelief. Xiao Chong nodded, but added, "However, I have a condition." Li Yinping couldn't care less about anything else at this point and hurriedly replied, "Don't say 1. 10 are fine." He just wanted to weather this financial crisis first. Xiao Chong said calmly, "Sell me the rest of the land too, for 600 million. But I'll pay it in 3 installments over 3 months. After a brief moment of shock, Li Yinping immediately picked up a calculator and started calculating furiously, only stopping after a full minute. He tentatively asked, "Brother Xiao Chong, how about adding a little more? My costs aren't low either." His tone was clearly tentative. Xiao Chong simply smiled faintly, completely unmoved by the gesture, and got up to leave. "Then forget it. I'll look at other projects." This unexpected move completely baffled Li Yinping. Li Yinping quickly stopped him, his attitude softening instantly. Don't go, I agree to the conditions." He stopped pretending. This deal itself could make money, and more importantly, it could solve his immediate crisis. He dared not let Xiao Chong go. The two parties quickly finalized a plan. A deposit of 20 million yuan would be paid on the day of signing, 112 million yuan would be paid after the transfer of ownership, and the remaining 600 million yuan would be settled in 3 installments over 3 months. This schedule was reasonable for both parties. The contract was signed on the spot, and Xiao Chong arranged for the company to make the payment. With the 20 million yuan in his account, Li Yinping breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had finally been pulled out of the quagmire of debt, and felt much lighter. As he left to complete the formalities, he didn't forget to remind Lin Danzhuang, "Make sure you serve boss Xiao well." At this point, he already considered Xiao Chong a major client, and even assumed that the other party was a second-generation coal miner. Upon learning of the successful transaction, Lin Danzhuang was overjoyed. 2 hours later, Li Yinping returned and confirmed that the transfer process had begun and was expected to be completed within a week. He then immediately convened an all-staff meeting to announce the overall transfer of the project. This news shocked everyone. Even more enviable was that Lin Danzhuang received a commission of 1.5 million yuan in one go. Some were envious, some regretted it, especially those who had previously neglected their clients. They were now filled with remorse. Xiao Chong wasn't in a hurry to sell the project. The first batch of villas was planned as the headquarters of Pacific Investment. That evening, at dinner, he asked Lin Danzhuang, "Would you like to stay and work with me?" Faced with a young and capable new boss, Lin Danzhuang agreed almost without hesitation. Xiao Chong was also very direct, handing over the entire sales office to her and arranging for her to live in a villa as staff quarters. The next day, the company began expanding its team. With the funds growing larger, it was no longer realistic for Li Muyao to manage everything alone. Hiring professional traders was imperative. Early in the morning, all the equipment was in place, and 15 candidates arrived one after another for interviews. Xiao Chong didn't focus on how impressive their resumes were, but rather on their stability and reasons for leaving their previous jobs to determine their true motives. Those who frequently changed jobs or gave vague answers were basically screened out by Xiao Chong. The entire interview process was logically clear and fast-paced. Even Li Muyao was a little mesmerized. She found it hard to believe that a high school student could handle the recruitment, salary, and evaluation processes so professionally, just like a seasoned headhunter. 3 hours later, the interviews ended. Xiao Chong kept only 4 people: Li Lu, Su Bin, Zhang Kuan, and Zhao Dong. His principle had always been to have fewer but better candidates. As for the others, Li Muyao, following his instructions, gave each of them 300 yuan for travel expenses. The 4 men walked into the office excitedly, but Xiao Chong first poured cold water on their enthusiasm. Don't be too happy yet. Although you passed the interview, whether you can stay or not depends on your subsequent performance in actual trading. The 4 men exchanged glances, and their attitude immediately became serious. Don't worry, Mr. Xiao. We are ready to be tested at any time. They explained that the 4 of them had been roommates in college and had always worked well together. They wouldn't have switched jobs so easily if their former employer hadn't gone bankrupt. Xiao Chong valued this quality, which is why he decided to keep them all. Afterwards, Xiao Chong led them to the trading room and had Li Muyao log into her account. When the holdings were displayed, the 4 of them were stunned. 31.3 billion? Their eyes widened in disbelief. They couldn't believe that this was the amount of money a high school student was managing. Shocked, Li Lu couldn't help but remind him, the real estate market isn't doing well right now. Investing so heavily is too risky. Xiao Chong simply smiled and said, the wind will change soon. This statement left everyone present somewhat bewildered. For the next 2 days, the group did almost nothing, simply strolling around the neighborhood to pass the time. Then one day, Zhang Kuan suddenly exclaimed, real estate stocks are moving. Everyone instantly swarmed around the screen, discovering that the sector was collectively surging, with some stocks even hitting their daily limit. Looking at the market, Xiao Chong already knew what was going on. Large funds have entered the market ahead of time. Sure enough, the policy was announced in the afternoon. The 4 trillion yuan stimulus plan was implemented, and the entire real estate chain exploded. His account quickly turned from loss to profit, and the gains continued to expand. A few days later, Xiao Chong decided to begin liquidating his positions. He looked at the 4 men and said, starting today, gradually sell off your positions. There's only one requirement. Don't crash the market. Faced with a sum of over 40 billion yuan, the 4 men were both excited and nervous. After the market opened, real estate stocks continued their strong upward trend. The 4 individuals placed orders in batches, controlling the timing with remarkable precision, successfully unloading their shares without significantly suppressing the stock price. Xiao Chong watched from behind, quite satisfied. Their skill far exceeded his expectations. The entire liquidation process lasted 15 days and was successfully completed. The account balance returned to 40.2 billion, and after deducting financing and transaction fees, the net assets reached 11 billion. Although there were some fluctuations during the process, the overall result was very satisfactory. After the trade was completed, the group collapsed into their chairs, exhausted, their hands almost cramping. The high-intensity trading was an unprecedented experience for them, giving them a true glimpse into the rhythm of large-scale capital operations. Back in his office, Xiao Chong expressed his approval to Li Muyao and instructed her to continue recruiting more traders, as well as arrange for logistics and a cook to improve the team's living conditions. After making these arrangements, he handed her a bank card. Here's 10 million. Go buy some clothes, and you can keep the rest. Li Muyao was momentarily at a loss, but under Xiao Chong's insistence, she accepted the gift. Afterwards, the 4 traders were called into the office, and Xiao Chong said with a smile, you've worked hard these past few days. Here's a little reward for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Chong lifted the red cloth covering the table, revealing 8 bundles of cash neatly arranged on it. The 4 men's breathing quickened. They could hardly believe it was true. 2 bundles each, Xiao Chong said, his words leaving them completely stunned. Seeing that the 4 were still stunned, Xiao Chong simply threw the money over himself. Holding the heavy cash, The four of them felt a sense of unreality. They had only been working for half a month and had already received a 200,000 yuan bonus, which in the past would have been almost equivalent to their entire year's income. Chapter 32, Encountering Beauty Upon Enrollment. You're satisfied with this little bit of money? I promise you, as long as you work hard, earning more than those elites on Wall Street will be easy. Xiao Chong added again. Lila looked excited and said, Don't worry, Mr. Xiao. We will definitely roll up our sleeves and work hard. Anyone who doesn't work hard is an idiot. You should know that in 2008, the average annual salary of employees in Yanjing City was only 47,000 yuan. The four of them received 200,000 yuan in bonuses in less than half a month. All right, tomorrow and the day after is Saturday and Sunday. You guys can relax and have some fun. We'll start pulling off something big next week. Xiao Chong made the arrangements. The four were surprised. A weekend off? Mr. Xiao, don't we need to do a post-mortem analysis? Don't we need to discuss the operational strategy for next week? Research my ass. Where in our company do we have any strategy researchers? Weekends must be a 2-day weekend. Working overtime is shameful, and taking a holiday is glorious. Earn money and spend it to boost national economic development. Xiao Chong said irritably. These people only know how to work overtime. This bad habit definitely needs to be changed. The four looked at Li Muyao. After all, Li Muyao was the company's nominal general manager and their direct supervisor. Li Muyao smiled helplessly, recalling the discomfort she had experienced when she first started working with Xiao Chong. This young boss's management style is as casual as ever. You can't judge his actions by conventional standards. The boss has spoken. We're on holiday now. Just come back before 9 a.m. on Monday. After Li Muyao spoke, the four of them laughed like children. A job that doesn't require overtime. It's so great. No need. Just come back before 5 p.m. on Monday. We'll be trading M shares next week, so be sure to conserve your energy. Xiao Chong corrected that. After being taken aback, Li Lu and his three companions became even more excited. M shares were a field they had never ventured into before. After the four left, Xiao Chong called Li Muyao and Lin Donzhuang over. Muyao, I need to go back to Jin City. I don't know exactly when I'll be back. These next few days, let Donzhuang help you push forward with recruitment. You have full authority to decide who gets hired and who doesn't. After Li Lu and the others returned on Monday afternoon, we had a video conference and I arranged the operations for them on Monday evening. Also, Muyao, contact your former employer and ask them to introduce you to the person in charge at the Beijing branch of Guangfa Bank. Ask them to find a way to resolve the large-scale currency exchange issue. It would be best if all 10 billion Huaxiao RMB could be exchanged for MYuan. We need to make it clear to them that if they can't resolve the issue, we'll have to consider switching banks. Li Muyao nuda seriously. With 10 billion yuan in funds, many banks would be willing to follow up on this large-scale foreign exchange transaction, since foreign exchange fees are a considerable source of income for banks. Friday night was the day when this year's college entrance examination scores were released, and Li Muyao and Lin Donzhuang went shopping. Xiao Chong was alone in his office. He logged onto the score-checking website, entered a series of personal information, and then Xiao Chong held his breath and concentrated. Although it wasn't the first time he had checked his scores, and he knew the approximate range, Xiao Chong still couldn't help feeling a little nervous. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Chong clicked the query button. The first thing you see is the total score. 749 points. Chinese, 149 points. It seems the grader was kind enough not to give the essay a perfect score. A perfect score of 750 would be a bit too much. Xiao Chong muttered to himself. Although he had some premonition, Xiao Chong still couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement when he actually saw the number. My heart is filled with boundless pride. Ring ring. Just as Xiao Chong was getting into the mood and preparing to sing a song, a phone number displaying Jin City's name popped up on the screen. Xiao Qiang, congratulations. Have you checked your scores yet? Do you know how many points you got? What was your ranking? Deng Xiang said excitedly on the phone. Xiao Chong paused for 2 seconds, then said, No, brother Deng, you know? He thought to himself, how could I not know? Let you show off first. Of course I know. You got full marks in math, English, and combined science, and 149 in Chinese, for a total of 749. You're number one in the country. You know that. Really? I thought I'd get 750? Sigh. I didn't perform well. Deng Xiang. Xiao Chong's comment was poorly executed, leaving Deng Xiang speechless. Old dang. Are you sure you're going to lead the top class next year? It should be about right. Think a lot. When will you come to study? I'll treat you to a meal. In his excitement, Deng Xiang's teacher-student relationship instantly transformed into a buddy relationship. I'm going back tomorrow. I'm coming back to mooch a meal from you. For the next 2 months, Xiao Chong was extremely busy. The trading team has expanded to 28 people, led by Li Lu and 3 others. Under Xiao Chong's command, they took advantage of the M-share financial crisis to aggressively short U.S. technology and real estate stocks, making huge profits. M-Gold assets soared from the initial $1.25 billion US dollars to $3.8 billion US dollars. Under Xiao Chong's arrangement, 800 million M-Gold was converted into 6.4 billion Chinese yuan and remitted back to China to support the rapid expansion of Qiangxing real estate. Meanwhile, the $3 billion continues to snowball in the M-share market. Qiangxing Real Estate's initial 12 projects in Jinshe have all been topped out and are now on sale. The extremely advanced landscaping and property services have made these 12 projects an instant hit, with them basically selling out as soon as they went on sale. Under Yu Ming's impetus, Qiangxing Real Estate acquired land in Xishan and the provincial capital of southern Shaanxi, and all of its Iha courtyard villas in Yanjing have resumed construction. It presents a thriving and prosperous scene. September 5th. Every year during the freshman registration period, Yanqing University presents a lively and peaceful atmosphere. The September sun scorched the earth. Xiao Chong swaggered along, walking with an air of arrogance, his gaze sweeping unabashedly over every pair of long, white legs, earning him countless eye rolls. Suddenly, a slender and graceful figure came into Xiao Chong's view. A beautiful young woman with exquisite features was standing under the shade of a tree. She was wearing a white polo shirt and light blue denim shorts. She looked extremely pretty and delicate, like a fairy who had descended from the clouds, exuding a captivating charm. Wearing white sneakers, her jade-like legs were snow white and straight, swaying lightly with her owner's steps, her delicate skin shimmering in the sunlight. Yin University actually has such a beauty. Heaven has truly been kind to me. Xiao Chong thought to himself with secret joy. Hi, beautiful. Are you a freshman? Shall I help you with your suitcase? Xiao Chong stepped forward directly. Talking without doing was not his style. Looking at the student in front of her, Lu Qingyuan thought to herself, this is the 50th or so boy who has tried to talk to me. However, she politely declined, saying, no, thank you. Although she wasn't interested in being approached like that, she didn't want to be too rude. The faint smile that Lu Qingyuan revealed between her bright eyes and white teeth captivated Xiao Chong. It truly is a case of a single glance from her could launch 1,000 ships, leaving all the beauties of the imperial harem pale in comparison. Chapter 33, The First Class Meeting in University. Hey, beautiful. I'm from the 2008 class of Economics and Management. What's your major? Xiao Chong was not discouraged by the other party's rejection. Lu Qingyuan ignored the other party's continued attempts to strike up a conversation, but the growing weariness in her heart was clearly revealed on her face. Beautiful lady, your forehead is dark and your head is adorned with ominous signs. You will surely face danger within a month. Lu Qingyuan turned her head and stared coldly at Xiao Chong. Who are you calling an ominous sign? Anyone with a normal temper would think that Xiao Chong was cursing them if they heard him say such things, and even the best-tempered person would be unhappy. But at this moment, the furious Lu Qingyuan could not realize the other layer of meaning in Xiao Chong's words. The Chinese language has different meanings, which is why it is said that the Chinese characters are profound and extensive. Of course I'm talking about you. With 1.3 billion people in China, it's such a great coincidence that we can become alumni. How about we sit down and chat? I'll help you figure out how to take off your bra. Oh, not a bad omen, is it? Lu Qingyuan's eyes were now filled with icy coldness. She had reached the point where she could no longer tolerate Xiao Chong's repeated attempts to flirt with her and even his frivolous words. If you continue to speak rudely, believe me, I'll have someone throw you into Weiming Lake. Lu Qingyuan coldly warned him. Little did she know that her icy pretty face had a unique charm in Xiao Chong's eyes. She has personality, I like that. Xiao Chong didn't mind Lu Qingyuan's aloofness. Everyone has a love for beauty. You can reject me. I can pursue mine, and I haven't done anything excessive. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Chong felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. It turned out that Lu Qingyuan had turned around and delivered a clean knee strike to his abdomen. Then he turned around and walked toward the freshman registration area. Damn it, what a vicious woman. Xiao Chong, doubled over in pain and clutching his stomach, muttered to the departing figure, "The more beautiful a woman is, the more ruthless she is." The ancients were right. So what if you're a little prettier, have long, white legs and a big bust? What's so special about that? Just you wait. One day, I'll carry you on my shoulders and make you sing conquer. Xiao Chong squatted on the lawn, muttering to himself, looking extremely resentful. Lu Qingyuan also heard Xiao Chong's extremely unpleasant words. She paused, took a deep breath, and then continued walking forward. After resting for a while, Xiao Chong went to the freshman registration office to complete the registration procedures, picked up his bedding, and then went to dormitory building number 25 on his own. Dormitory 301, building 25. As soon as Xiao Chong entered the room, he saw that 3 people had already arrived in the 4-person dormitory, making him the last one to arrive. The 3 men were sitting together, chatting about something. When Xiao Chong entered, they stood up. "You must be brother Xiao Chong. Let me introduce myself. I'm Fuao." "Hello, Xiao Chong. My name is Dong Mingxing." "Brother Xiao Chong, my name is... Xiao Chong was stunned. What was there to be embarrassed about saying his own name? His name is Hao Nyobi. Seeing that he was hesitant, the boy named Fu Hao spoke up directly. Xiao Chong immediately laughed. "Brothers, these names aren't exactly understated at all. Sigh, there's nothing I can do about it. My parents named it that, and I can't be low-key about it." That classmate, Hao Nyobi, said in a thick northeastern accent. The classmate named Dong Mingxing took the bedding from Xiao Chong and placed it on the second-floor bed on the left side as you enter the room. "Thanks, celebrity bro." Xiao Chong was very happy. His 4 roommates all seemed to have a straightforward and generous personality, and he liked making friends with people like that. After some investigation, I learned that Fu Hao is a native of Yanjing, Dong Mingxing is from Zhejiang province, and Niu Bai is from Harbin in northeast China. The 4 of them ate lunch together in a private room in the school cafeteria. Fu Hao paid the bill. In his words, "This is Beijing, so let's treat this first meal to welcome everyone." In the afternoon, the group went together to buy some daily necessities. After just half a day of getting to know each other, the 4 of them had become close friends who could talk about anything and felt like they had known each other for a long time. At 7 p.m., the bustling campus finally quieted down a bit because the class advisors of each freshman class were going to hold their first class meeting of the semester. Upon entering the classroom, Xiao Chong immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Holy crap." In the first row of the classroom, sitting on the side, was a stunning woman wearing denim shorts and a white polo shirt. She was none other than Lu Qingyuan, who had clashed with Xiao Chong earlier that day. Xiao Chong's simple exclamation instantly attracted the attention of many students in the classroom, including Lu Qingyuan. It's like a persistent ghost. Lu Qingyuan rolled her eyes helplessly and squeezed out this complaining word. "What's wrong, Xiao Chong? Why are you so startled?" Fu Hao asked. "Nothing much, just stepped on a cockroach." Come on, Xiao Chong, hurry up and find a seat. The teacher is coming soon." Fu Hao urged, then walked into the classroom on his own. "Hey, where did Xiao Chong go?" After he sat down, he realized that Xiao Chong hadn't come with him. Dong Mingxing gestured with his chin forward. "It's over there." "Damn, Xiao Chong is awesome. He's a role model for us all." He went straight to sit next to a beautiful woman. When they entered the classroom, they immediately noticed the beautiful classmate, but her stunning beauty made them afraid to look directly at her, as if even glancing at her would be a desecration of her. Meanwhile, a boy in the second row was also looking at Xiao Chong with a sinister expression. This boy is named Fan Jingyang, and he is the 3rd generation of the Fan family, one of the 10 most prominent families in the capital. He was immediately captivated by Lu Qingyuan's stunning beauty upon first sight, but when he revealed his identity, he was met with cold shoulders and could only think of making plans for the future. Unexpectedly, some clueless boy actually sat in the seat that I didn't even have the courage to sit in. This fueled his resentment, because at that moment, Fan Jingyang already regarded Lu Qingyuan as a forbidden possession that no one else could touch. "Beautiful lady, I never expected that we would be classmates. Wasn't I right today? We really are destined to be together." As soon as Xiao Chong sat down, he began to speak, as if he had completely forgotten the unpleasantness between the 2 of them earlier that day. "Hey, beautiful lady, you're using an N95 too? Do you think these 2 phones are a male and a female?" Otherwise, how could they appreciate each other so much? Lu Qingyuan felt that she had never felt so agitated and restless in her entire life. Just as she was about to stand up and find another seat, a female teacher who looked to be about 40 years old walked in. So, she had to sit down again. The classroom fell silent the moment the teacher entered. Welcome to Class 038 of the Department of Economics and Management at Yenching University, students. I am your class advisor, Lu Xintong. After a long, inspirational speech, homeroom teacher Lu Xintong finally stopped. Our Department of Economics and Management at Yenching University is ranked first among all universities in China for economics and management majors. Moreover, 2 of the top 3 students in a national college entrance examination this year are from our class. Wow, awesome. Awesome +1. This made Xiao Chong realize that even in a prestigious university like Yanda, students could express their feelings in such simple, easy-to-understand, and down-to-earth ways. The students in the audience gasped in amazement. Being classmates with the top 3 students in the country, that's something to brag about for a lifetime. If this were ancient times, he would definitely be the top scholar in the imperial examination. Let's take this opportunity to get to know these 2 outstanding students, and then all of you can introduce yourselves to get to know each other better. Chapter 34, This Damn Fate. First of all, please welcome Lu Qingyuan, the second highest scorer in this year's college entrance examination, to come up on stage and introduce herself. Class teacher Lu Xintong set the tone. Just as everyone was wondering who the second-place scorer in the national college entrance examination was, Lu Qingyuan, who was next to Xiao Chong, stood up. Xiao Chong was stunned. It turned out that this stunningly beautiful classmate with whom he had such a connection was actually the second highest scorer in the national college entrance examination. She's really smart, beautiful, and strong. He quickly stood up to make way for Lu Qingyuan. Xiao Chong then got a good look at Lu Qingyuan's outfit, a white polo shirt, denim shorts, and blue canvas shoes. Her long, slender legs accentuated her stunning figure, and her exquisite face left everyone momentarily stunned. Wow, it's so beautiful. Xiao Chong was the same. His attire was completely different from the impression he had when they met that morning. It gave him a sudden, heart-stirring feeling. Hello, everyone. My name is Lu Qingyuan, and I'm a native of Yenjing. I'm very happy to be classmates with you all, and I hope to work hard together with you over the next 4 years to create a bright future. Thank you. Lu Qingyuan's self-introduction was brief and concise, accompanied by a gentle smile that gave off a warm and welcoming feeling. After the introduction, Lu Qingyuan went straight back to her seat. Lu Qingyuan didn't mention her college entrance examination score earlier, so I'll add it here. Lu Qingyuan's total score in this college entrance examination is 731 points. After Lu Xintong finished speaking, she took the lead in applauding. Wow, what a talented woman. Wow, that's awesome. The students below immediately applauded. It should be noted that among the students present were top scorers for various cities and even provinces, but most of their college entrance examination scores were only between 670 and 690. That score of 725 is an unattainable achievement, even among the top scorers in their respective provinces and cities. After the applause subsided slightly, the homeroom teacher, Lu Xintong, spoke again. Next, let's give a warm round of applause to the student who achieved the highest score in the country in the college entrance examination. This student's score is the highest in the history of the college entrance examination, which can be said to be unprecedented. Let's welcome Xiao Chong. Lu Xintong's passionate speech aroused the boundless curiosity of these privileged young people. In particular, Lu Qingyuan scored around 720 in each of the 3 mock exams before the official college entrance examination. According to her homeroom teacher, this score was definitely enough to make her the top scorer in the country. When she checked her score, although her score of 731 exceeded her expectations, her national ranking was second, which made her resentful for a long time. Unprecedented? Is it really that exaggerated? She couldn't help but think to herself. Just as Lu Qingyuan was looking around with great curiosity, she saw the boy next to her stand up gracefully. To her astonishment, Xiao Chong walked onto the podium with a smile on his face. Holy crap, that bastard Xiao Chong is actually the top scorer in the country. Fu Hao stared wide-eyed, letting out a surprised exclamation. I'm sharing a dorm with the top scorer in the country. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Is this the same Xiao Chong who couldn't resist walking past pretty girls on campus this afternoon? Dong Mingxing and Hao Nyobi were also sighing silently. Lu Qingyuan was also incredulous. The frivolous man, who had hit on her repeatedly today, was actually the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination. Xiao Chong stood on the podium, but did not speak immediately. Instead, he scanned all the students. Hello everyone, my name is Xiao Chong. You can call me Xiao Chong from now on. Yes, that's the cockroach Xiao Chong you're thinking of. Immediately, the audience burst into laughter. Xiao Chong, please tell us your college entrance examination scores. Lu Xintong urged. Okay, Teacher Lu, my total score in the college entrance examination is 749. Holy crap, this guy is amazing. Truly unprecedented. It's unlikely that anyone will be able to surpass this. The audience below the stage erupted in a clamor. Although Lu Qingyuan did not show much surprise on her face, she was extremely shocked inside. Is this even human? She considered herself exceptionally intelligent, with an IQ of 140, and had worked hard enough to score 731 points. It is incredibly difficult to improve, even by 1 point. What kind of amazing person scored 749 points on the exam? Instantly, Lu Qingyuan was filled with curiosity about Xiao Chong. She selectively and temporarily forgot about all the unacceptable things Xiao Chong had done before. I come from a rural area in Shanxi province. My parents are farmers, but I have a dream to contribute all my heart and soul to China's return to the top of the world through my own efforts. Xiao Chong was extremely serious at this moment, his eyes filled with determination. Looking at the seriousness and earnestness in Xiao Chong's eyes, Lu Qingyuan wondered, is this still the same boy who spoke frivolously and fawned over me today? Lu Xintong led the applause, and instantly the classroom erupted in enthusiastic applause once again. Fan Jingyang stared at Xiao Chong on the stage with disdain, muttering, what are you pretending for? A country bumpkin from the countryside, thinking he can make China stand at the top of the world? Ridiculous. So if he gets good grades, what's the use of good grades? Amidst enthusiastic applause, Xiao Chong returned to his seat. Seeing that Lu Qingyuan, who had been indifferent just moments before, was now staring intently at him, he wondered, could it be that this beauty has been intimidated by my domineering aura? Xiao Chong couldn't help but secretly fantasize in his heart. Wow, the top 2 students in the country are now desk mates. Is this some kind of telepathic connection between academic geniuses? Class teacher Lu Xintong, unusually in high spirits, also cracked a joke. The crowd burst into laughter again, but this only intensified Fan Jingyang's resentment towards Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong didn't care about this kind of romantic joke, but it made Lu Qingyuan's cheeks flush red. Next, each student in the class introduced themselves. When it was Fan Jingyang's turn to introduce himself, he emphasized that the Fan Group was one of the top 10 families in Yanjing, with assets worth tens of billions of yuan, and how impressive its business layout was, including how many listed companies it owned. This drew envious glances from some of his classmates. This made Fan Jingyang very proud, but when he looked at his goddess Lu Qingyuan, he saw that she was not moved at all, which made him feel very frustrated. The first class meeting was relatively short, lasting only an hour. All the students walked out of the classroom one after another. Xiao Chong was fiddling with his phone and showed no intention of getting up. Xiao Chong, let's go back to the dorm. Dong Mingxing urged from the side. Have some sense, will you? Can't you see? As Fu Hao spoke, he gestured towards Xiao Chong and Lu Qingyuan with his chin. Okay, Xiao Chong, we'll head back first. You go ahead with your work. As he spoke, he secretly gave Xiao Chong a thumbs up. Seeing this, Fan Jingyang was furious and stood up, shouting, get out of the way. Without any preamble, he spoke directly to Xiao Chong in a commanding tone. Chapter 35 Brothers, this is university. Fan Jingyang thought that after his self-introduction, his classmates would all be in awe of him. But to everyone's surprise, the top scorer in the country showed no sign of moving. Instead, in front of him, she turned her head to her goddess Lu Qingyuan and said, Lu Qingyuan, is it convenient for me to add you on QQ? And could you also give me your phone number? It would be easier for classmates to keep in touch. The moment Fan Jingyang dismissed Xiao Chong, Lu Qingyuan was actually a little curious about his next reaction. After all, not everyone has the courage and ability to stand up against Fan Jingyang, who has money and connections, even if you are the top scorer in the college entrance examination. To Lu Qingyuan's surprise, Xiao Chong seemed to have no intention of paying attention to Fan Jingyang at all, and instead asked for her contact information at this moment. Interesting. Lu Qingyuan glanced at Fan Jingyang, who was about to explode in anger, and smiled sweetly. All right. He then tore a piece of paper from the notebook, quickly wrote down his contact information, and handed it to Xiao Chong. Then he got up on his own, while Xiao Chong simply made way for him, leaving everyone with a charming back view before leaving the classroom. At this moment, only Xiao Chong and Fan Jingyang remained in the classroom. What, Mr. Fan? Are you inviting me to dinner or something? I can't possibly accept such high regard from a rich young master. Xiao Chong's tone was relaxed, and his teasing was obvious. Damn it, Xiao Chong, don't think you're so great just because you're the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Stay away from Lu Qingyuan, or you might get your legs broken one day. Don't blame me for not warning you. Fan Jingyang threatened with a fierce look on his face. We'll see. Xiao Chong looked disdainful, then stood up, pushed aside Fan Jingyang, who was blocking his way, and left the classroom. You won't listen to reason, so you'll have to suffer the consequences. Just you wait. Fan Jingyang stared at Xiao Chong's departing figure and said viciously. Then he took out a phone and dialed. After several months of training, Li Muyao has shed her naivety and now exudes the charm of a strong career woman. According to Xiao Chong's job description, she was to serve as the general manager of Pacific Investment Group. At present, Pacific Investment is Xiao Chong's cash cow, accumulating capital for his industrial expansion. During this period, under Xiao Chong's arrangement, she has signed in-depth cooperation agreements with various financial service institutions, including major domestic and foreign securities companies, margin trading institutions, and futures exchanges in Beijing. Yu Ming is specifically responsible for all matters from project initiation to sales of 12 real estate projects in the two provincial capitals of Shaanxi and Xishan provinces. He is also constantly recruiting real estate talents and expanding to surrounding first-tier cities. Meanwhile, Lin Danzhuang, the original top-notch real estate consultant, was arranged by Li Muyao to become Xiao Chong's secretary. The Iha Courtyard Villa is also equipped with a 5-star chef and a logistics service staff member, Lin Xuejiao, a 34-year-old single mother, but a stunningly beautiful, mature woman. Judging from her current appearance and demeanor, one can tell that she must have been a stunning beauty in her youth. The 28 traders, led by Li Lu and Zhang Kuan, have been sleeping with smiles on their faces lately. Taking Li Lu, Zhang Kuan, and 2 others as examples, in the 2 months since they joined Pacific Investment, each of them has received 2 million yuan in bonuses alone. Moreover, those staying in the upscale villas of Iha Courtyard Villas are served by 5-star chefs, with unlimited abalone, lobster, and all sorts of large crabs they can't name. In your free time, enjoy a barbecue on the villa rooftop. What good deeds must I have done in my past life to deserve meeting President Xiao in this one? This is a common lament expressed by these traders. Around 9 p.m., all the traders went into battle and, under Xiao Chong's precise guidance, began shorting the U.S. market. The M-share market closed at 4:30 a.m. Kuan, our team earned another 7 points for President Xiao tonight. It's not much, just 80 million US dollars. Zhang Kuan, what are you bragging about? Our group has 100 million US dollars. The following day, as the rising sun shone brightly on the earth, the campus of Yinqing University once again bustled with people. It presents a thriving and prosperous scene. Xiao Chong and his 3 roommates walked together toward the classroom, chatting and laughing all the way. He walked along, staring intently at pairs of beautiful legs, but alas, he didn't have enough eyes to look at them all. He could see the legs, but not the upper body. Why has the dog system been quiet lately? It hasn't assigned any tasks. This made Xiao Chong feel a little uncomfortable. It seems I'm used to being a beast of burden in my past life. I'm actually not used to being human again. Recently, the system only issued her 2,400 superhuman time travel cards based on the expansion of employees in Xiao Chong's subordinate companies. This surprised Xiao Chong. As the number of job opportunities increased, a supplementary bonus would be issued. In the first class at Yinqing University, everyone listened attentively with great enthusiasm and concentration. This made Xiao Chong very uncomfortable. In my previous life at university, some students would read novels, chat on QQ, or do whatever else in class. The classrooms at Yinqing University are just unbelievable, even more oppressive than high school. You've all been studying hard for 3 years, and you're finally in university. Shouldn't you let loose a little? Xiao Chong glanced at Dong Mingxing, who was intently listening to the lecture, and poked the guy's arm with his pen, but the guy ignored him completely. The same goes for Brother Niu Bai. Fu Hao is different. According to this guy, he didn't get into Peking University through hard work. He got in by sheer chance. For local students from Yinqing University, the entry requirements weren't that high, which everyone understood. Fu Hao, who was naturally active, felt extremely uncomfortable in such a serious classroom. He took out his textbook and wrote, "Xiaoqiang, let's go to the internet cafe after class." Then, pointing to the words in the textbook, he winked at Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong quickly replied, "No problem, CS." Fu Hao replied with a "you know what I mean" emoji. After a period of agonizing waiting, the 2-hour lecture finally came to an end. There's only one class in the morning. Most students found classrooms to study on their own. Hey celebrity, awe some. One go to the internet cafe for Counter-Strike. Fu Hao asked 2 other people to stay in the dormitory. Zhong Ming Xing, an internet cafe. That's not a good idea. How Niu Bi? Yeah, what if the teacher catches us? Xiao Chong. This is supposed to be a university? Teachers are controlling your internet use? Have they lost their minds? I have a great website where I could show you some Japanese adult films. Want to check it out? Real? Go there. The 2 said in unison. Xiao Chong. It seems the problem isn't a heavy mental burden, but rather that the temptations aren't strong enough. After saying that, the 4 of them dashed out of the classroom. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyuan stared intently at the departing figures of Xiao Chong and his companions, lost in thought. Qingyuan, there's a question I didn't quite understand in class just now. Could I ask you, a top student, for help? Fan Jingyang was thinking of ways to get closer to this goddess. Sorry, I'm Busi. How could a woman as intelligent as Lu Qingyuan not understand Fan Jingyang's thoughts? She decisively rejected Fan Jingyang. Fan Jingyang had witnessed Lu Qingyuan watching Xiao Chong's departing figure. Xiao Chong. After saying that, he took out his phone again and dialed. The 4 of them stayed at the internet cafe until 1 p.m. before leaving. Celebrity, awe some. How was it? Wasn't that website amazing? Did you learn anything? Xiao Chong asked with a lewd expression. Cough. This is so educational. You can do that too. Both Celebrity Bro and Niu Bai Bro were blushing. This was so unbelievable. They had only ever seen written descriptions before, and the visuals were never as smooth and detailed as the video. Even now, the beautiful song still echoes in the minds of these 2 academic geniuses. They felt that their sacred souls were no longer pure. Chapter 36, A Boastful Truth. The midday sun was relentlessly scorching everything in the world. The scorching air seemed to have frozen. There were only a few pedestrians on the road, far less bustling than in the early morning and evening. Your name is Xiao Chong? As the 4 passed by a small bungalow, a dozen or so young men dressed in a shady style suddenly jumped out. They had brightly colored hair and their arms were covered in tattoos. The speaker was an extremely muscular man, his muscles bulging, giving off a strong sense of intimidation. Fu Hao and his companions had never seen anything like this before, and they instantly panicked. Xiao Chong looked at his younger brothers with a relaxed expression. I'm Xiao Chong, so what? The muscular man snorted coldly. You've got guts. You guys can leave now. This is none of your business. He then spoke to Fu Hao and the other 2. Although the 3 of them were pounding with nervousness, they exchanged glances and then remained still. This deeply moved Xiao Chong, who thought to himself, these are the friends I can truly befriend. Hey, playing the brotherhood card again? The muscular man sneered. Since you don't want to leave, then you shouldn't leave either. Take them inside. The muscular man pointed to a desolate construction site next to him. Xiao Chong was about to resist when he heard that they were to be pushed to a deserted place, and thought to himself, perfect. He then followed them into the construction site. Meanwhile, the 3 brothers Fu Hao, Mingxing, and Niu Bai, who were traveling with them, were on tenterhooks the whole way. This is an abandoned construction site. Brother, I'll give you a chance. Let me find out who sent you, and I'll go easy on you later. Xiao Chong looked at the muscular man and said leisurely. The muscular man assumed that the other party was so frightened that they couldn't even tell what was going on. Fu Hao, celebrity, what happened to Xiao Chong? Is he scared out of his wits? Why is he talking incoherently? How Niu Bai, I just hope he'll go easy on me later. It's fine to tell you, just don't offend young Master Fan in the future. With a flick of his finger, young master fan, can make you die without a burial place. Brothers, give them a shot. After saying that, the muscular man pounced on Xiao Chong first. Several people also rushed towards Fu Hao and his group, and Fu Hao and his two companions gritted their teeth and started fighting with him. However, to everyone's surprise, the more powerfully the muscular man charges, the faster he flies backward. Just as the muscular man rushed in front of Xiao Chong, a pair of huge feet suddenly appeared in front of him, and then he was sent flying. Then he fainted. Nonsense. The skills of 800,000 Imperial Guard instructors over 40 years are far beyond what you, a descendant of countless generations, can withstand. He knocked the muscle man away. Xiao Chong charged into the battle like a tiger released from its cage. Then, that was the end of it. All that remained was a scene of wailing and lamentation. The three fighters, who were in the middle of a fierce battle, suddenly realized that all their opponents were lying on the ground. Holy crap, Xiao Chong, your martial arts in Kyoto is awesome. Did they start practicing this in the womb? He's accomplished in both literary and martial arts. All three of them stared at Xiao Chong as if he were a monster. How are you? Are you hurt? Xiao Chong asked with concern, since the whole thing was his fault. The three had never been in a group fight before. They were all model students and model children. But once they started fighting, it all seemed to become instinctive. The more they fought, the more excited they became, completely ignoring the pain in their bodies. Only after stopping did I realize the pain in my body. Fuao, my stomach. Dong Mingxing, my head, oh my god, which bastard hit me on the head. How Nyo Bai. Quickly check my face, is it injured? Is it disfigured? The three of them sat on the ground, panting heavily. Xiao Chong then turned around and walked up to the muscular man, took out his phone, and sure enough, Fan Jingyang had called them both last night, and just now. He dialed Fan Jingyang's number directly. The call was answered immediately. Dazhuang, how's it going? Did you teach that country bumpkin a lesson? Fan Jingyang, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Xiao Chong. Fan Jingyang was extremely surprised. Where are Dazhuang and the others? How come you have his phone? Fan Jingyang, your men are too useless. They can't take a beating at all. They're all wailing and howling on the ground. Listen to this. Listen to how desperately they screamed. Upon hearing this, Fan Jingyang exclaimed, that's right, he's crying and begging for his parents. You've got guts, we'll see. Enraged by Xiao Chong's sarcastic remarks, Fan Jingyang uttered a weak but harsh remark before hanging up the phone. Let's go, guys. I've dragged you all into this. I'll treat you to a big meal. There was only 1 hour-long class in the afternoon, so it didn't make things too difficult for Xiao Chong. As reminded by the homeroom teacher, class committee members will be elected tonight. Therefore, most students arrived at the classroom more than half an hour early. At this time, Fan Jingyang was extremely busy. At 7 o'clock, the homeroom teacher, Lu Xintong, arrived at the classroom on time. Classmates, in order to facilitate the daily management of the class and the communication of school affairs, we will elect class monitor, sports committee member, academic committee member, and youth league secretary tonight. The election of class committee members involves candidates registering, giving campaign speeches, and then a vote by all members. After Lu Xintong explained the election rules, the election for class monitor immediately began. There were many candidates for class monitor. 7 people, including Fan Jingyang and Lu Qingyuan, signed up to run. Seeing Xiao Chong sitting calmly in his seat, Lu Xintong felt extremely anxious. Any teacher will instinctively like students who do well in their studies. She gave Xiao Chong countless questioning looks, but all she received in return was a faint smile from him. What a joke, buddy. I'm going to be the richest man in the world. I don't have time to be a class monitor. In a couple of days, I might not even have time to attend classes. Ultimately, to Xiao Chong's surprise, his arch-rival Fan Jingyang was elected class monitor with a high number of votes. Lu Qingyuan was elected as the class monitor. Fu Hao was elected as the sports committee member because of his strong physique. When making his acceptance speech, Fan Jingyang said that he would cover all the class expenses for the next 4 years. This made all the students sigh and say that having a rich second-generation classmate is really awesome. During his speech, this guy kept glancing at Xiao Chong, clearly showing off. It's a miracle that Fan Jingyang, that bastard, was elected class monitor. God must be blind. As soon as he got back to his dorm, Dong Mingxing started complaining. When they saw that the mastermind behind the beating at noon had been elected class monitor, everyone was indignant. Xiao Qiang, why don't you run for class monitor? Fu Ao asked curiously. Yeah, you're number one in the country. Why didn't you apply for any positions? Han Yobi was also very puzzled. I want to be the world's richest person. I don't have time to be the class monitor. Xiao Chong spoke his mind. Holy crap, Xiao Chong's act is so cool. I'm speechless. Xiao Chong knew that no one would believe him, so he spoke this seemingly impressive truth. Chapter 37 Akin's Visit to China. The next day, Fan Jingyang, who was elected class monitor, was in high spirits and sat down next to Lu Qingyuan as soon as he entered the classroom. Lu Qingyuan, we are both class committee members. If there are any shortcomings in my work, I hope you will not hesitate to give me your guidance. If you need any help with anything, whether it's in your daily life or studies, feel free to tell me, and I'll do my best to help. Our Fan family still holds some influence in Yanjing. Fan Jingyang is always talking about the Fan family. Lu Qingyuan smiled non-committally. Okay. As always, he is extremely sparing with words. This made Fan Jingyang very embarrassed. Move aside, this is my seat. Xiao Chong arrived at the seat at some point and spoke to Fan Jingyang with a displeased expression. Xiao Chong, is your name written on this seat? I'm the class monitor. Why are you making me move? Fan Jingyang was furious. However, ever since his underling was beaten up by Xiao Chong yesterday, this guy has become a little apprehensive whenever he sees Xiao Chong. According to the descriptions of the muscular man, Xiao Chong was simply a ferocious fighting expert. He could easily take on 10 opponents at once. Lu Qingyuan turned her head and looked at Xiao Chong with great interest. She was very curious about how he, who was born in the countryside, had the courage to fight against the super-rich second generation of the 10 major families in Yanjing. My name wasn't written on it, but I was the only boy who could sit in the seat next to Lu Qingyuan. What the female classmates say is none of my business. Xiao Chong's words exuded an air of dominance, which immediately caught Lu Qingyuan's eye. Funny. Fan Jingyang chuckled and ignored Xiao Chong, then opened his textbook on his own. Then you'd better sit tight, squad leader Fan. Fan Jingyang sneered. That's it? You just said something tough, and now you're backing down? You've been proven wrong. As Fan Jingyang was inwardly complaining, he suddenly felt the chair shake, and then he felt himself floating in the air. Damn it. Fan Jingyang was startled and quickly grabbed the chair armrest. My God, Xiao Chong is absolutely amazing. That takes a lot of strength. The classroom erupted in an uproar. Xiao Chong grabbed the chair handles with both hands, lifted Fan Jingyang up along with the chair, and walked towards the back of the classroom. Looking at Xiao Chong, however, he showed no signs of strain and remained relaxed. As the saying goes, Xiang Yu once lifted a giant cauldron weighing 1,000 caddies, and now I, Xiao Chong, can take down a person and a chair in one fell swoop. After placing Fan Jingyang in the last row, Xiao Chong moved another chair and sat down next to Lu Qingyuan. At this moment, Lu Qingyuan was also filled with shock. This Xiao Chong's way of doing things is really quite unique. Fan Jingyang felt that his dignity as the class monitor had been completely lost at that moment. I'll go back sooner or later. Fan Jingyang shouted loudly in Xiao Chong's direction. This weak and feeble cry elicited a snicker from the classmates. Lu Qingyuan was also amused and laughed out loud. She was a beautiful woman, and now she had a genuine smile on her face, which left Xiao Chong speechless for a while. Lu Qingyuan, you are so beautiful. Lu Qingyuan looked at Xiao Chong, who was staring blankly at her, then suppressed her smile and returned to her previous icy beauty demeanor. Xiao Chong didn't mind. What he didn't notice was that Fan Jingyang had a gloomy face throughout the class, seemingly deep in thought. There are no classes in the afternoon. Xiao Chong took the opportunity to wander around the Yanqing University campus. Suddenly, I noticed a large group of students gathered in front of Yanqing University's Centennial Hall. Senior, what are you doing? Xiao Chong asked the student who was looking around from the outside. I heard the U.S. federal senator is giving a speech inside, and he'll be coming out soon. Oh, it's just a senator. What's so interesting about him? Xiao Chong muttered a couple of things and was about to leave. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in excitement as a group of foreigners emerged from the century-old lecture hall. Xiao Chong was instantly shocked when he saw it. Holy crap, isn't that Akin, the African-American president of the United States? He thought about it carefully. Oh right, at this time Akin was just a federal senator. He should have won the presidential election in December of this year and taken office as president. Akin emerged from the century-old auditorium with a beaming smile. He had just been nominated as the Democratic Party's presidential candidate before his visit to China. He smiled and waved to the students below. Suddenly, his face contorted in pain. Just as his entourage noticed this, Akin's vision went black, and he fell straight down the steps. This unexpected situation threw the accompanying personnel from both countries into a panic. However, the medical experts accompanying the M country immediately came to their side. First, he gestured for the surrounding students to be evacuated. Then he took out his equipment and began to examine them. Ding! A system quest for the dog has arrived. Rescue Akin. Mission completed. Reward: unlimited superhuman time travel cards. Mission failed. All assets confiscated. Xiao Chong cursed inwardly, thinking that this system was as useless as ever. However, since Xiao Chong had already intended to treat Akin, he didn't complain too much. Officials in China also urgently reported this emergency to their superiors. Shortly after, a helicopter landed on the playground of Yinqing University. A group of experts followed. These were all full-time doctors serving the most elite group of people in China. This demonstrates the importance that China's top leadership attaches to this matter. However, they did not rush forward immediately, as the people from the M country did not advocate that Chinese doctors should provide emergency treatment for Akin. 10 minutes passed, and Akin still showed no signs of waking up. Left with no other choice, the M side representative had to agree to allow Chinese doctors to enter the makeshift medical facility to rescue Akin. Their medical team serves the top few people in China year-round, and Lin Haiyuan is the team leader. Before coming to China, a bigwig who frequently appeared on television told Lin Haiyuan, "Don't underestimate this Akin just because he's only a federal senator now." Before coming to China, he was nominated by the Democratic Party as their presidential candidate. Therefore, if anything were to happen to him in China, it could trigger a political upheaval. So Lao Lin, it's all up to you. What was the diagnosis from the medical experts at M side? Lin Haiyuan asked with a solemn expression. Those selected for the Akin medical team are certainly not ordinary doctors, yet even they were helpless. This made Lin Haiyuan feel quite troubled. The accompanying translator immediately asked the expert from Side M, "Professor Lin, they said that based on the patient's symptoms and their diagnosis, it should be a cerebral infarction. They said they had given the patient analgesic drugs, but the patient still showed no signs of waking up." This greatly puzzled the medical experts on Side M. Lin Haiyuan quickly stepped forward and examined the area with his eyes, nose, and palpation. His brows furrowed even more deeply. He then had an elderly man with gray hair who was accompanying him come forward to examine him. The two men looked at each other, and both saw a solemn expression in each other's eyes. "Old Lin, my opinion leans more towards brainstem infarction than a regular stroke. What's your opinion?" The elderly man speaking was named Su Chuanxiang. He was the 8th-generation inheritor of the Su family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in Yanjing, and 3 generations of his ancestors had served as imperial physicians in the palace. Lin Haiyuan nodded. "That's exactly what I was thinking. Brainstem infarction occurs in areas close to the respiratory and circulatory centers, resulting in a low surgical success rate. The mortality rate is extremely high, and even if someone survives the surgery, they cannot recover to a normal state afterward." Chapter 38, 13 Needles of the Ghost Gate, Part 1. "Old Su, how confident are you?" Lin Haiyuan took a deep breath and then asked casually. Su Chuanxiang pondered for a moment, his expression still heavy. "Alas, it's a pity that my Su family only has a fragment of the 13 Ghost Needles manual. It only records the first 7 needles. My father only taught me these 7 needles. These 7 needles can only guarantee that he won't die." Redundant sigh. His words revealed his helplessness. Lin Haiyuan's strength lies in treating the pathological conditions of the internal organs, but he is not very adept at treating the pathological conditions of the brain. Inform the experts and leaders of the M side that, based on our diagnosis, they unanimously believe that Mr. Akin's symptoms are consistent with brainstem infarction, and that through Chinese acupuncture techniques, we can only guarantee Mr. Akin's life. He pondered for a moment, then continued speaking. "But even if he survives, he will most likely lose his language and mobility abilities." Lin Haiyuan instructed the accompanying translator to make the arrangements. The translator immediately translated Lin Haiyuan's words to the experts and person in charge from Side M. This immediately caused a huge uproar within the M delegation. Neither outcome is acceptable to Party M. Having lost his ability to speak and move, Akin will undoubtedly be treated as a political pawn. Also tell them that the best time to treat a brainstem infarction is within 1 hour, and urge them to make a decision quickly. The translator translated Lin Haiyuan's words verbatim to the M side personnel. The temporary person in charge on the M side felt that this matter was of great importance and that they had to report it to the Blue Palace. Lin Haiyuan immediately reported to his superiors. 5 more minutes passed, and 20 minutes had passed since Akin fainted. The onlookers were kept 50 meters away, and the students were all curious about what had happened. At this moment, Lin Haiyuan and Su Chunxiang had left the temporary rescue site and were under the shade of a tree, discussing what precautions they should take if they were to participate in the treatment. Xiao Chong was only 2 or 3 meters away from the shady spot, and he overheard their conversation. "Old Su, if the M side agrees to let us carry out the rescue later, then we'll have to trouble you. We'll assist you." "Why?" "Su Jun Si Ang Sai. If I'm lucky, I'll be cured. If something goes wrong, the consequences are unimaginable." Just when the two were at their wits' end, "I have a way to cure him." These words reached the ears of the two masters of traditional Chinese medicine, as if they were heavenly music. They instinctively thought they had encountered a master craftsman, because in China, many hidden talents often live in seclusion in the countryside. It's not impossible to encounter such extraordinary individuals. But when the two turned around, they saw that the speaker was a student with a young appearance. "Little one, who are you?" At this moment, the two big shots wondered, could this be the successor of a reclusive hermit? "I am a freshman at Yenching University." "So, your family is a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners?" Lin Haiyuan spoke again. "No, my family has been poor farmers for 3 generations." Xiao Chong's words shattered the hopes of the two bigwigs instantly. Seeing the disappointed expressions on the two big shots' faces, Xiao Chong was quite understanding. "After all, I'm just a student, not from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, and no one would think I have medical skills." Xiao Chong didn't understand medicine, but he clearly heard them say that the 13 ghost needles, passed down from the famous Tang dynasty physician Sun Simiao, could completely restore Akin to his original state. As for why Xiao Chong wanted to save Akin, nonsense. This guy is going to become the president of the world's #1 superpower in 3 months. Now that he's become his savior, the future return on investment will be immeasurable. "Little one, do you know who's inside? Do you know what illness he has? Do you know what serious consequences might result if the treatment goes wrong?" Su Chunxiang asked several questions in one breath, his tone slightly dissatisfied. "On such an important occasion, you, a student, are spouting such arrogant words." This wasn't because he was narrow-minded. It was entirely because he was facing immense mental pressure at the time. It prevented him from maintaining a peaceful state of mind. "I don't know who the person inside is, but I've heard from you that he has a brainstem infarction. I don't know what serious consequences would result if the treatment went wrong, but I do know that in at most 2 minutes the patient would bleed from all 7 orifices. At most 15 minutes, even a miracle won't save him." Xiao Chong spoke with an air of certainty. Arrogant. Lin Haiyuan could no longer remain calm and blurted out his criticism. Young people these days are really bold, spouting nonsense without any regard for the occasion. That is, 2 minutes later, the translator rushed over and said, "Professor Su, Professor Lin, something terrible has happened. The patient is bleeding from all 7 orifices. The M side has been instructed to allow our personnel to begin treatment immediately." Lin Haiyuan and Su Chunxiang looked shocked, their eyes turning to Xiao Chong beside them. The two then immediately returned to the temporary emergency center. After 30 seconds of efficient preparation, "Old Su, it's all up to you." Su Chunxiang nodded, took out silver needles, and looked at Akin, whose 7 orifices were still bleeding faintly. But after about 20 seconds, the hand holding the silver needle did not fall. "Old Su." Lin Haiyuan was anxious. Time was extremely tight, and he couldn't afford to waste even a fraction of a second. Su Chunxiang looked helpless. "Given his current condition, I have absolutely no idea what to expect. The meaning is clear. Before bleeding from all 7 orifices, he could save the patient's life by using the incomplete 13 ghost needles technique. But now he can't even do that." Lin Haiyuan panicked completely. "Professor Lin, the M side is questioning why treatment hasn't started yet to ensure the patient's life. They claim our actions were a deliberate delay and an attempt to kill key personnel on the M side, and they intend to file a complaint against us with their superiors. After hearing the translation, Lin Haiyuan and Su Chunxiang felt a headache coming on. What you fear most is exactly what happens. At this moment, Su Chunxiang had no choice but to close his eyes and get up. Lin Haiyuan seemed to have made a decision and ran straight to the outside of the emergency center. Little one, are you really confident you can heal the one inside? Xiao Chang glanced at his watch. There's still some left. But if it's been another 5 minutes, I'm not sure. Okay, come in with me. Led by Lin Haiyuan, Xiao Chang entered the emergency center. Shi Zhanbin, the party secretary of Yinqing University, saw Lin Haiyuan bring in a young student. Old Lin, who is he? You are a freshman at Peking University. Huh, why did you bring him in? Get treatment. Time is short. Don't ask too many questions. Shi Zhanbin was already extremely nervous at this moment. If he didn't handle this kind of thing properly, he would be punished for happening on his own turf. Now another of his students has appeared, volunteering to treat the other person. If this gets cured, the thought of those consequences left Shi Zhanbin completely bewildered. Chapter 39, 13 Needles of the Ghost Gate, Part 2. What? You let kid in therapy? How do you treat an accident? Can you take responsibility? The M-side representative was utterly enraged. The opponent's performance was within Lin Haiyuan's expectations. They wouldn't have taken this risk if they hadn't been forced to. Tell them that I will take full responsibility if anything goes wrong with the treatment. Lin Haiyuan's face was gloomy. And me? Su Chunxiang also stepped forward. With the combined assurances of the two renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, the representative from Party M finally agreed to allow Xiao Chang to undergo treatment. Little one, it's your turn now. Don't feel guilty. Lin Haiyuan prepared to give a pep talk. Xiao Chang, if he doesn't receive treatment soon, he'll die. Let's get started. May I borrow your silver needles? Su Chunxiang immediately handed the silver needles he carried with him to Xiao Chang. With the silver needles in hand, Xiao Chang's aura immediately surged, and the focus and dedication he displayed in that instant resembled that of a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner with decades of experience. Xiao Chang focused intently, aiming the needle at the philtrum. The instant the silver needle was released, he murmured to himself, 1 needle to Renzhong, 2 needles to Xiaoshang, 3 needles to Yinbai, 4 needles to Lingliang, 5 needles to Shunmai, 6 needles to Fengfu, 7 needles to Jiacha, 8 needles to Chengjiang, 9 needles at Laogong, 10 at Shangxing, 11 at Xuqi. Fire needle is strong. The 12th perineum is not a problem. The 13th is the center of the tongue. He thrust and pricked with varying depths, sometimes swiftly, sometimes deeply, 13 times in a row without pausing, leaving the surrounding bigwigs dumbfounded. With the final line, the 13 needles of Ghostgate are unleashed, snatching the living from the king of Hell's palace. Xiao Chang finally stopped. The 13 ghost needles? He actually knows the complete 13 ghost needles. Su Chunxiang exclaimed in surprise. Old Su, what's this 13 ghost needles? Lin Haiyuan asked. Judging from the child's acupuncture technique, he seemed to be quite skilled. He used the 13 ghost needles technique. Although I haven't seen the last 6 needles, I know the first 7. Although the technique is slightly different from what I know, all the acupoints are exactly the same. Su Chunxiang explained with a face full of excitement. Shi Zhanbin, the party secretary of Yanda University, was also taken aback. Although he did not understand traditional Chinese medicine, he could tell from Xiao Chang's technique and posture that this young man was definitely not simple. Little one, is that all? Seeing that Xiao Chang had stopped, Lin Haiyuan asked anxiously. It's over. He'll bleed from all 7 orifices again within 2 minutes. But don't worry. This is just the blood draining from his brain. He'll definitely wake up within 10 minutes. After hearing Xiao Chang's words, Lin Xingyuan was half convinced. However, a translator was still arranged to convey this information to the person in charge at M. 2 minutes on a normal day pass in the blink of an eye. But those 2 minutes felt incredibly long, as everyone looked at the motionless Akin with heavy hearts. A deathly silence. Everyone kept checking their watches. Suddenly, with a poof, the motionless Akin coughed up blood. Moreover, traces of blood gradually seeped from the eyes, nose, and ears. After vomiting blood, Akin remained lying there motionless, showing no signs of waking up. All right, you can clean up the blood now. Xiao Chong suddenly spoke. Only after receiving instructions from Lin Xingyuan did the nurses begin to clean Akin with towels. Another long wait. Shi Zhanbin had never felt that 10 minutes could be so long. From the moment Akin fell into a coma, his heart had been in his throat. He even felt that if he were to remain in such a tense state for another half hour, he should lie down too. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd said, "He's awake," instantly drawing everyone's attention to Akin. Akin slowly opened his dazed eyes and glanced around at the crowd surrounding him. Finally, their gaze fell on Xiao Chong. "Thank you for saving me." Of course, Akin said this in English. Although he was unconscious just now, he still had some senses. Xiao Chong naturally understood. He smiled slightly at the other person. Everyone was already surprised countless times today, and when they saw that Akin could speak as soon as he opened his eyes, their hearts were finally at ease. What surprised them even more was that after feeling himself for a while, Akin actually tried to get up, just as the medical staff from Sidem were about to step forward to stop it. Xiao Chong said directly in English, "Don't stop him. Let him get out of bed by himself." They dared not disobey Xiao Chong's words. After all, the difficult and complicated diseases that even these medical experts couldn't handle were solved by this young man in front of them. Akin, supporting himself on the bed, used his arms to exert some force, and, after feeling that he was not seriously injured, he sat up with a little support. "Then I got out of bed. Completed in one go. Come on, walk a few steps." Xiao Chong was giving instructions. After a brief moment of reflection, Akin began to move around. It's an absolutely silky, smooth experience. A chorus of gasps of amazement rose and fell from the crowd. Shi Zhanbin stared at Xiao Chong and said, "What a damn talent! My Peking University is truly a place where hidden talents abound." Akin excitedly quickened his pace, only stopping 5 minutes later. "Thank you so much for the medical help from all the elites in China. I am truly grateful." Akin bowed to the group of Chinese people to express his gratitude. Looking at the energetic Akin in front of them, Lin Haiyuan and Su Chunxiang breathed a sigh of relief and then cast admiring glances at Xiao Chong. They decided that they must learn more from this young miracle doctor. "Why don't you all go outside for a bit? I'd like to have a private chat with this miracle doctor." Akin told everyone to leave. Everyone then left the makeshift first aid room. "What is your honorable surname?" "Divine Physician." "Xiao Chong." "Dr. Xiao, please allow me to express my gratitude to you once again. If it weren't for your treatment, I believe that even if I survived today, my political career would probably have ended prematurely. From now on, you will be my savior, my second parent." Xiao Chong was speechless. "I don't have a son as old as you. Mr. Akin, you are too kind. China and the United States are close friends. It is our duty to help our friends in the United States." Akin laughed heartily. "You're absolutely right. China and the United States are close partners. However, Mr. Akin, your illness cannot be completely cured, and there are further developments." Xiao Chong's hesitant remark made Akin's heart leap into his throat once again. "Dr. Xiao, what should I do?" He asked hurriedly. "The reason your illness cannot be cured is that the lesions in the brainstem cannot be completely ablated in one go. After you return to the United States, you can have your top medical experts try to see if there is a way to completely ablate the lesions. After all, your country has more advanced medical equipment." Chapter 40, The Principle Endorses Truancy. "Oh, I see. What if it can't be dissolved in country M either?" Akin pressed on with further questions. "I can completely dissolve it through acupuncture, but it may take a while. Acupuncture is needed every 6 months. It takes about 5 to 6 years for the lesions to completely disappear." Akin was very satisfied with the answer, as long as there was a way to cure it completely. It doesn't matter if it takes a long time. After a 10-minute discussion, Xiao Chong came out of the temporary emergency center. Xiao Chong also discovered that the number of master time travel cards in the system's database had become unlimited. During the 10 or so minutes that Xiao Chong and Akin were alone together, Lin Haiyuan and Su Chunxiang stayed with Shi Zhanbin. "Su Chunxiang, old Shi, your Yanda University is full of hidden talents. A mere kid actually knows the long-lost 13 ghost needles technique. What a genius! What a genius!" Lin Haiyuan said, "Old Shi, when you come out later, talk to your student Xiao Chong. We may need to consult him on some medical issues from time to time. What do you think?" Shi Zhanbin was overjoyed and thrilled at that moment. These two medical giants, who served the leader, were actually asking their own students for advice. How could he, as the principal, not be proud? No problem. I'll talk to him later. Xiao Qiangzhong finally came out. Lin and Su quickly winked at Shi Zhanbin. Hey kid, come here. Shi Zhanbin immediately called Xiao Chong over. Student, I am Shi Zhanbin, the party secretary and president of Yinqing University. First of all, on behalf of all the faculty and students of Yinqing University, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you. It was you who helped Yinqing University successfully extricate itself from this crisis. Furthermore, well look, this is academician Lin Haiyuan, and this is academician Su Chunxiang. They are both authorities and leading figures in China's medical field. Lin and Su waved to Xiao Chong again. The two academicians have a small request. They would like to ask you some questions about medicine. What do you think? Yes, may I ask you? Lin and Su blushed as they recalled their earlier disdain for Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong, Principal Shi, first of all, let me state my position. I am very willing to exchange some medical information with you too. Which great medical scholar doesn't have some hidden skills? But the bad habit of letting the land starve the master is still prevalent today. Upon hearing that the other party had actually agreed, Lin and Su were instantly overjoyed. But as you know, the academic workload at Yinqing University is very heavy. Everyone is making the most of every minute to study. If you're not careful, you'll fail a course. Everyone noticed Xiao Chong's troubled expression. Old sure this. Lin and Su turned to look at Shi Zhanbin. Classmate, look, I promise you, no matter what your score is, I definitely won't let you fail. What do you say? After saying that, Shi Zhanbin looked at Xiao Chong with anticipation. However, if I were to have a conversation with the two academicians, I might miss many classes. I wonder how Yinqing University punishes students who skip classes? Just run away. I'll talk to the substitute teacher. After saying this, Shi Zhanbin blushed, realizing what outrageous things he had said. That's settled, no problem. Xiao Chong readily agreed. Xiao Chong then gave his phone number to the two academicians and went to Yihiyuan Villa. Muyao, how's the company doing lately? Xiao Chong immediately called Li Muyao into his office. Mr. Xiao, the trading department has been doing exceptionally well lately. The balance in Pacific Investments' M-share account has now reached $7 billion. Changxing Real Estate has already acquired land in the capital cities of 8 southeastern provinces and will soon enter the development cycle. But of the $6 billion you transferred to China last time, $4 billion has already been spent. If we continue to expand and acquire land, the funds are a bit insufficient. Xiao Chong nodded. He instinctively resisted the high-leverage model adopted by many developers in later generations when it came to real estate development. However, real estate development is a high cash flow industry, which requires a massive amount of capital. After a moment's thought, he decided to contact major banks and increase leverage. Changxing Real Estate currently has a land reserve of 20 million square meters, which is a remarkable achievement for a real estate company that has only been established for a few months. At this time, China's real estate market was still in the recovery period. Changxing Real Estate's land reserves of 20 million square meters were enough to rank it among the top 20 in the country in terms of individual indicators. However, compared to the land reserves of hundreds of millions of square meters in later generations, Changxing Real Estate still has a long way to go. Increasing leverage is a last resort. We can only wait for further leverage control measures. First, seize the territory. Li Muyao Nudda. She had suggested to Xiao Chong several times that they increase leverage, and now he finally agreed. Just then, there was a knock on Xiao Chong's office door. After receiving Xiao Chong's consent, the door opened, and a woman with a great figure and good looks entered, exuding a strong, mature woman's aura. This is Xiao Chong's favorite. Mr. Xiao, here's some freshly ground coffee for you. Please have a taste. When Lin Shuejiao saw the young boss staring straight at her with a hint of something else in his eyes, her face instantly turned red with embarrassment. Put it down. Li Muyao was speechless. Say something. Staring at someone like that on our first meeting. Yes, you can put it down now, thanks. Xiao Chong was also slightly embarrassed by his loss of composure. After Lin, Shuejiao left. This is... Li Muyao sighed helplessly. How long has it been since you last came to the company? That's our pastry chef. She's currently single, has a gentle personality, and most importantly, she's got a great figure and looks, just your type. So, cough cough. Xiao Chong was extremely embarrassed. Why did you specifically emphasize looks and physique? They're exactly my type. Don't want to eat it or what? Come with me to the trading department. The people in the trading department work at night and rest during the day because they trade M shares. Right now, they're enjoying a feast of king crab and other expensive seafood at the restaurant next to the trading room. Master Chung, could you use your 5-star culinary skills to make some instant noodles or something for the guys tomorrow? The guys have been eating so much seafood lately, they're starting to feel nauseous. Lilu, you should have said so earlier. I make you guys instant noodles with stir-fried king crab tomorrow. Oh, everyone's here. Xiao Chong followed the sound to the restaurant. Hello, Mr. Xiao. Hello, boss. Mu Yao, recruit 1 5-star chef for each of the Cantonese, Sichuan, Hunan, Shaanxi, and Beijing cuisines to give everyone a different flavor every day. Wow, Mr. Xiao is awesome. Cool. The traders cheered with joy. Those who have eaten, come to the conference room. Let's have a meeting. Everyone immediately put down the crab legs they were eating, washed their hands, and went to the meeting room. We made a lot of money recently shorting M shares. There's nothing special planned for today. Give everyone bonuses. Screams erupted from the conference room. Lilu, Zhang Kun, the 4 of you have done a good job as leaders during this period. This is your bonus for this period, 2 million each. The remaining traders each received 500,000. After the meeting, Mr. Li will arrange for the money to be deposited into your salary cards. As soon as Xiao Chong finished speaking, the conference room erupted in chaos. Boss is awesome. The boss is handsome. Dad's cow. Xiao Chong instructed everyone to continue following the trading strategy he had given them, and also said that they were going to pull off a big one next month. This makes everyone extremely excited. They already feel incredibly awesome that they are making $230 million a day. How big is the big life the boss is talking about? Chapter 41, Rewarding the Meritorious Officials. Mu Yao, everyone looks pretty tired. Let's set up a massage department, hire some pretty young ladies, and let everyone relax with a massage when they have nothing to do. Xiao Chong had barely finished speaking. The traders were practically calling Xiao Chong Dad. Even their own fathers didn't show such meticulous and thoughtful care. After the meeting, Xiao Chong called Li Mu Yao to his office. The two sat facing each other at the desk. Mu Yao, some things can be delegated to your subordinates. There's no need to do everything yourself. Feeling the other person's concern, Li Mu Yao felt a warmth in her heart and said coquettishly, Okay, I know. Mu Yao, come here, let me give you a massage. It's a reward for you, my great contributor. Huh, here. Yes, there's a bed in my suite. Oh, the two walked together into the suite. He now has special feelings for Xiao Chong. Although he looks young, his words and actions reveal a maturity beyond his years. When she was with Xiao Chong, she always felt cared for. Moreover, Xiao Chong was a savior. A mix of complex emotions made her unable to clearly explain her feelings for Xiao Chong. Li Muyao obediently laid down on Xiao Chong's bed, which gave her a strange feeling. Xiao Chong's massage skills were truly impressive. After just 10 minutes, Li Muyao exclaimed how comfortable it felt. Muyao, you really know how to gain weight. You have plenty in the right places, but not an ounce of fat in the wrong places. Xiao Chong showered Li Muyao with praise. This put Li Muyao in a great mood. No woman could resist such praise. In fact, ever since Xiao Chong first met Li Muyao, he has been unable to forget the scenes from that day. He also harbored an indescribable affection for her. The man was in love with the woman, and everything happened so naturally. Xiao Chong, I know you have grand life goals, and you often say you're against marriage, so you don't need to feel guilty. I'm willing to be the woman behind you, supporting you unconditionally. Li Muyao stared into Xiao Chong's eyes and spoke her true feelings with utmost seriousness. With a woman like this, what more could a husband ask for? After Li Muyao moved away from Xiao Chong's office with difficulty, she took small, hesitant steps. Xiao Chong called over his temporary secretary, Lin Danzhuang. Keep a light makeup look on. Please take care of Ms. Li these next few days. She hasn't been feeling well. Lin Danzhuang looked suspicious. No problem, President Xiao. I will definitely take good care of President Li. But in his mind, he was thinking, Mr. Li hasn't been feeling unwell these past couple of days, has he? Oh, right. Mr. Li seemed to be walking a little strangely earlier. Could it be? The thought that Li Muyao had stayed in Xiao Chong's office for more than an hour before coming out made Lin Danzhuang seem to understand something. On his way back to school, Xiao Chong received another mission from a dog system. The dog system allowed him to increase the existing $7 billion to $20 billion within a month. The reward is a set of marrow cleansing and aphrodisiac exercises. This made Xiao Chong extremely excited. Every man has the desire to become an invincible war god. Unfortunately, once you turn 31, soaking goji berries in a thermos becomes a regular part of your life. Now that he had the opportunity to obtain such a technique, it was exactly what he wanted. Xiao Chong automatically ignored the punishment, because he discovered from the tasks assigned by the dog system that the system was either forcing him to contribute to society or pushing him toward becoming the world's richest person. This coincides with his grand vision for life after his rebirth. This made him less resistant to the tasks and punishments of the dog system. They're just trying to motivate themselves and prevent themselves from slacking off. Chapter 42, Contact with Hungtai Real Estate. Inside the dormitory, Fu Hao is playing Counter-Strike. The thrill of gunfights that can't be experienced in the real world can always satisfy the desires of combat enthusiasts in this game. You grandson, kneel down before me. Then, a few bursts of AK-47 fire were heard. Fu Hao roared, "That was awesome." Seeing Xiao Chong return, he said, "Xiao Chong, come quick. These guys are such noobs." "Hold on. Brother Niu, Mingxing, what are you two looking at over there? Let's play a game together." Seeing the two people staring intently, Xiao Chong went closer to take a look. Holy crap, Ms. Mutaran, Hao Niu Bai and Dong Mingxing were extremely shocked, because the woman's face was not visible in the current scene. "Xiao Qiang, how did you know?" Xiao Chong stepped forward and pressed the pause button. "Don't understand? Let me explain it to you. Look at Teacher Wu's hairstyle. Isn't it neat and uniform? It's obviously been carefully trimmed. Also, is there a black mole on her lip, shaped like an inverted triangle? That's one of Teacher Wu's distinctive features." "Wow, Xiao Qiang, you're awesome. I've really learned something new today." Dong and Niu looked at each other with immense admiration. Since the last time Xiao Chong took everyone to watch a pornographic film at an internet cafe, the two of them successfully opened Pandora's box. It has to be said that top students have strong learning abilities, and they quickly learned about outstanding mentors in human behavior, such as Mudo Ran, Maria Ozawa, and Aoi Sora. He can use all sorts of technical terms with ease. In order to better understand the plot, the two even began to teach themselves Japanese. "You two better hurry up and find girlfriends. Otherwise, your hands will be worn raw from all the friction." Xiao Chong expressed his friendly concern for the two. "How Nyopi? I'm from the countryside. My hands are thick-skinned. I'm not afraid of getting chafed." Dong Mingxing, after 6 years of hard work and practice, my hands are covered in calluses. Xiao Chong and Fu Hao were both dumbfounded. After the movie ended, the two reluctantly joined the CS team. The four of them played until 9 p.m. when Xiao Chong was interrupted by a phone call. The caller was surprisingly Yuming. Xiao Chong left the dormitory and came to the end of the quiet corridor. "Yuming, it's so late. Are you having some trouble?" Xiao Chong's tone was relaxed. Yuming was shocked, even though he already held Xiao Chong in the deepest respect of his soul. But before he could even speak, the young leader already knew the purpose of his call. "He's an amazing person. Mr. Xiao, that's true." Xiangxing Real Estate's entry into Guangzhou was thwarted, facing pressure from Hungtai Real Estate Group at every turn. Yuming didn't waste time on flattery because he knew Xiao Chong didn't like that kind of thing. He went straight to the point. "Tell me more about it." Xiao Chong's words were calm and composed, showing no sign of emotional fluctuation. "The first plot of land we acquired in Guangzhou was originally agreed upon with the person in charge of Hungtai before the land auction, that neither of us would participate in the bidding for the other's plots. However, during the bidding for the land parcel we were interested in, Hungtai broke the agreement and made a bid, and although we eventually won the bid for the land parcel. However, the actual transaction price was 50% higher than the expected transaction price. That's fine. However, in their latest project plan, they designed the 4 office buildings facing the street as 150-meter tall skyscrapers. Because our residences and their project face each other across the street, their super high-rise buildings completely block the view of our project's 8 residential buildings. Moreover, Hungtai started pre-sales early, launching marketing and pre-sales training as soon as the building was above ground. This had a significant impact on us. Yuming said a lot in one breath, which also shows that this matter is indeed very troublesome. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered Xiao Chong so easily. Xiao Chong thought to himself, Hung Tai's boss, Su Taihang, started from scratch, so he must not be a kind or righteous person. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to develop Hung Tai to such a scale in such a short period of time. In 2008, Hung Tai intended to list in Hong Kong to raise funds, but the financial crisis completely disrupted Hung Tai's fundraising plan and brought the company, which was in a period of rapid expansion, to the brink of bankruptcy. At this time, Mr. Su Taihang should have just secured $600 million in funding from several bigwigs in Hong Kong to weather the crisis, and, with the support of this funding, restarted his expansion. Yuming, I'm flying to Guangzhou right away. You need to arrange a meeting with Mr. Su from Hung Tai immediately and see if we can meet tomorrow night. It's better to resolve conflicts than to let them fester. Let's try diplomacy first, then resort to force. Xiao Chong spoke calmly and composedly, without the slightest hint of panic. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chong recalled his past life, where boss Su Taihang had been using a high-leverage model to expand aggressively within China since 2008. Each project starts by building an exquisite and magnificent gatehouse, or digging an artificial lake and creating a beautiful landscape before starting to sell houses. They're using the homeowner's money to build houses. Under this model, Hung Tai has also gained a larger share of the large real estate market. In 2019, it topped the list of China's leading real estate companies. However, with the disappearance of the demographic dividend and the impact of internal and external factors such as macro control, the huge real estate companies collapsed overnight. The next day, Xiao Chong boarded a flight to Guangzhou Baiyun Airport early in the morning. At 11 a.m., on the way to the Guangzhou branch of Qiangxing Real Estate. Yuming, have you managed to get an appointment with boss Su Taihang? Yuming gave a wry smile and shook his head. President Xiao, just say what you want to say directly. Don't beat around the bush. Yuming looked embarrassed. The other party said that this kind of thing is not worth boss Su personally getting involved in. Tonight, you will be meeting Mr. Su Xiaoan, the son of Mr. Su Taihang and the general manager in charge of this project. After he finished speaking, he stared at Xiao Chong. If Su Taihang can come, that will be beyond my expectations. Xiao Chong said to himself. At the same time, he thought to himself, how could such an arrogant and domineering guy like Belt Guy be so easy to meet? Did Mr. Xiao anticipate all of this? Yuming muttered to himself. This young boss is truly mysterious in every way. All right, let's go meet this rich kid tonight. At 6:40 p.m., Xiao Chong and Yuming entered room 888 of the Marriott State Guest Hotel. Yuming and Su Xiaoan were scheduled to meet at 7 p.m. More than half an hour passed, but Su Xiaoan still hadn't shown up. This made Yuming extremely uneasy. He was the one who made the appointment and set the time. The appointed time had long passed, but the other party was nowhere to be seen. Xiao Chong, on the other hand, sat there calmly, drinking his tea. Yuming, calm down. They're just trying to intimidate us. Perhaps noticing Yuming's uneasy expression, Xiao Chong offered words of comfort. Chapter 43, The Arrogant Eldest Son of the Su Family. Yuming relaxed slightly when he saw that Xiao Chong did not seem to blame him. At 8 p.m., Su Xiaoan arrived late, accompanied by his assistant. He really does have a handsome face. Xiao Chong sighed silently. The man in front of me, Su Xiaoan, looked to be about 24-25 years old. He was dressed smartly and had a disdainful look in his eyes. Yuming, do you think it's appropriate for you to bring your brother to this kind of occasion? As soon as Su Xiaoan opened his mouth, he started nitpicking, adopting a condescending attitude. This made Yuming very embarrassed. As the CEO of one of the top 10 real estate companies in the country, he couldn't suppress his anger at being scolded in such a tone. Su Xiaoan, let me introduce you to Mr. Xiao Chong, the boss of our Qiangxing Real Estate. Xiao Chong was extremely satisfied with Yuming's composed and dignified demeanor. But this also greatly displeased Su Xiaoan. Yuming, what exactly do you want to talk to me about? Tell me now. Su Xiaoan actually knew the other party's purpose in meeting him, but he still pretended to ask. Yuming was about to reply when Xiao Chong, who was standing next to him, interrupted him. Young Master Su, then I'll get straight to the point. The Qiangxing Shangyun Mansion project is our company's first project in Guangzhou. However, your company's Yuhu Tianxiao project recently adjusted its planning and design, and 4 150-meter-tall super high-rise office buildings completely block the view of our project's 8 residential buildings. The reason we invited Mr. Su here today is to discuss whether your company can readjust the location of your skyscraper. Xiao Chong spoke very directly, without the slightest hint of embarrassment. Su Xiaoan seemed troubled, his brows furrowed. Little friend. Su Xiaoan. Yu Ming immediately erupted in anger, unable to tolerate Su Xiaoan's almost insulting tone. But Xiao immediately stopped him. Yu Ming snorted and sat back down in his chair. He didn't understand why his boss had to be so tolerant. Seeing that the person in question remained unmoved, Su Xiaoan was overjoyed. He secretly felt even more contempt for her. Then he spoke again. Little friend, real estate project planning isn't something you can just change whenever you want. Besides, it only affects the lighting of your few buildings. It doesn't affect your construction. Or, could you move your buildings to another location? At worst, you could just not build those 8 buildings, right? You're right. People thrive when they move, but trees die when they're moved. Can a living person die from holding their urine? Su Xiaoan spoke with an air of arrogance, and his language was frivolous, clearly implying criticism. Yu Ming was so angry that he was about to explode again. What do you mean by moving the houses to another place? What do you mean by not building those 8 buildings? Those are houses worth over 1 billion yuan. Is that something a human being would say? But Xiao Chong stopped Yu Ming from going berserk once again. Yu Ming angrily ripped off the buttons on his collar, panting heavily. Young Master Su, is there really no room for negotiation? Xiao Chong spoke calmly, without a trace of emotional fluctuation. This also puzzled Yu Ming a lot. This young boss was really able to keep his composure. Seeing that the other party could tolerate his provocative words, Su Xiaoan's cautious arrogance became even more undisguised. What am I supposed to discuss with you? Hengtai Yuhu Tianxia is a high-end project that our Hengtai group has invested heavily in. Once completed, it will become a benchmark residential project in Guangzhou. Who do you think you are? Xiangxing Real Estate. You want Hengtai Real Estate to change the planning? He doesn't even look in the mirror when he urinates. Furthermore, remember this. Guangzhou is Hengtai's stronghold. If you know what's good for you, get out of the Guangzhou real estate market immediately. Su Xiaoan has completely exposed his arrogant nature. In his eyes, Xiangxing Real Estate is a third-rate small developer. If he wants to develop in Guangzhou, he has to ask Hengtai for permission first. After Su Xiaoan finished speaking, he spat on the ground a few times and walked away without looking back. To put it bluntly, Su Xiaoan came here today with no intention of discussing anything with Xiangxing Real Estate. He came here solely to toy with a powerful crowd. Watching Su Xiaoan's departing figure, Xiao Chong's face gleamed. Yu Ming completely lost it, smashing the cup on the ground and cursing, insulting Su Xiaoan's entire family. Mr. Xiao, this Su Xiaoan is a real scoundrel. He's so condescending and looks down on people. Is he even speaking human language? Even after Yu Ming finished speaking, the resentment in his heart still could not be dispelled. He was panting heavily. Xiao Chong stared at the open door of the private room, deep in thought. 10 minutes later, Xiao Chong whispered some instructions in Yu Ming's ear. I don't know what was said, but Yu Ming shook off his previous low spirits and showed a hopeful smile. Xiao Chong boarded a plane back to Yanjing at 10 a.m. the next day. Outside Beijing Daxing International Airport, a zircon red Maybach GLS is quietly parked in the parking lot. A stunningly beautiful woman in a red dress, wearing sunglasses and with a hot figure, stood beside the car. Her stunning figure caused passing men to stop and stare. Half an hour later, Xiao Chong came out of the airport arrival gate. The woman in red stepped forward and embraced Xiao Chong tightly. Mu Yao, have you been waiting long? No, I just arrived a little while ago. Li Mu Yao had a big smile on her face. If those traders saw the usually serious CEO Li behaving like this, wouldn't they be shocked? Since becoming Xiao Chong's woman, Li Mu Yao has found that whenever she has free time, she unconsciously misses this young man. That feeling of longing captivated her. The two embraced tightly, their emotions running high, their lips and tongues intertwined, their affection deep and unwavering. On the way back to the city, Mu Yao, let's find a quieter place to stop. Xiao Chong said expectantly. What are you doing? Where are we going shopping? Li Muyao was curious, because the two of them had just mentioned going shopping in Wangfujing. Let me show you a game. Huh? What kind of game are you playing in the middle of nowhere? Shake it with passion. Li Muyao suddenly realized something. Her face flushed, her delicate red cheeks looking as if they were about to drip water. But deep down, there seemed to be a tiny sliver of longing. On a narrow, winding path, autumn is in full swing. It truly is a case of stopping the car to admire the maple forest at dusk, for in the future, the delicate flowers will bloom in fiery glory. In a valley, the sounds of nature are melodious and lingering. This demonstrates the singer's excellent singing skills. An hour later, the Maybach GLS started moving again. Xiao Chong became the driver, as Lin Muiao was no longer able to shoulder the responsibility. Right now, I'm lying quietly in the passenger seat, resting with my eyes closed. However, the black stockings she was wearing just moments ago had vanished without a trace. More than half an hour later, Xiao Chong drove his vehicle to Yanjing Kaiwa Plaza, a place that brings together many international brands and top domestic brands. Chapter 44, Targeting the Rich Second Generation. Have you rested enough? Xiao Chong asked gently. Li Muyao nodded, then tidied her slightly messy hair and clothes. Her unique charm made Xiao Chong restless again. Goodbye, go back tonight, do whatever you want. Li Muyao gently persuaded Xiao Chong, and her pretty face flushed again after she finished speaking. Xiao Chong was momentarily stunned by what he saw. Let me help you tidy your clothes. Where did your hand go? After tidying up for 10 minutes, the two got out of the car. At this time, Li Muyao's face was as red as a ripe peach, almost dripping with juice. The two shopped with exceptional efficiency. In less than half an hour, Xiao Chong had already filled 6 or 7 large and small bags with his hands. All of them were clothes for Li Muyao. Li Muyao's slender figure made her an excellent clothes hanger. Well, a perfect clothes hanger, and since Xiao Chong didn't want to spend too much time choosing, he simply bought them all. After all, his current financial situation doesn't allow him to compare prices from multiple vendors. If a problem can be solved with money, then don't strain your legs. Seeing Xiao Chong's extravagant spending on her, Li Muyao felt as sweet as honey. When the two arrived at the Victoria's Secret lingerie store, Xiao Chong immediately perked up. Muyao, wait for me. I'll put the clothes I'm holding in the car first. I'll be up in 5 minutes. Carrying so many clothes is really affecting my performance. After Xiao Chong left, Li Muyao went into the international luxury lingerie, brand known for its bold and fashionable designs. The store was packed with people, both men and women. It's clear that everyone values the quality of their nightlife. Li Muyao looked at these thin, see-through, and seemingly cheaply made sexy lingerie. She could imagine how hungry and thirsty Xiao Chong would appear if she wore this kind of underwear. Thinking of this, Li Muyao couldn't help but reveal a hint of anticipation and shyness in her eyes. Huang Xiaohua was accompanying a sexy and alluring woman he had just hooked up with to buy lingerie, thinking about having her wear the sexy lingerie and make love to him that night. I can't wait to think about it. But just then, he saw Li Muyao, who had an extremely S-shaped figure and equally stunning looks. Moreover, the mature and sophisticated aura she exuded immediately aroused Huang Xiaohua. If we can combine 1 and 2, wouldn't that mean we can take off from the spot? Huang Xiaohua's father, Huang Guiyu, is ranked first on the China wealth list, with a net worth of over 40 billion yuan. With the support of his wealth, Huang Xiaohua has achieved great success in love, fully demonstrating his status as a playboy. Hey beautiful, are you buying underwear all by yourself? He put on what he thought was a very charming smile, walked straight up to Li Muyao, and started chatting with her directly. Li Muyao was already used to men who approached her with lustful intentions. Li Muyao ignored the stranger's advances. But Huang, a master womanizer, would not back down because of this small setback. Many women start out with this arrogant attitude, but once they've used their money, they all go out of their way to please you. He enjoys unlocking the extreme contrasts in these women's personalities. Beautiful lady, my father is Huang Guiyu, the richest man in China. Everything you see at Victoria's Secret today will be on me. How about it? Huang Xiaohua had spoken this sentence to countless people, and it was extremely fluent. The beautiful and alluring woman accompanying him saw that young Master Huang was flirting with another woman right in front of her. Young Master Huang, who is she? Young Master Huang naturally understood what the woman meant. Yuan, you won't be shortchanged on your share. I'll find someone else to help you take some of the heat. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman named Yuan said, if your interests are not affected, then go ahead and find as many as you want. When Li Muyao saw the man in front of her, he actually said such shameless things in public. Her face immediately darkened, and she regained her usual cold and aloof demeanor as a female CO. Sorry, who your father is has nothing to do with me. and I don't need you to pay for my things. Li Muyao said coldly. Huang Xiaohua was even more fascinated now. 1 second she was gentle and lovely, the next she was domineering and cold. What a contrast. Beautiful lady, spend the night with me, and I'll give you $1 million, how about it? Li Muyao's face was ashen. 2 million. Young Master Huang firmly believes that women all have a price tag, and if she disagrees, it only means that your offer is not high enough. 3 million. Young Master Huang, why did you give her 3 million while I only got 200,000? The beautiful woman next to her, named Yuan Yuan, was displeased. Because you agreed to it for 200,000, you're worth that price. Young Master Huang said irritably. This made her very angry. It seems I agreed too quickly. 5 million. Young Master Huang enjoys using money to subdue women and revel in the thrill of it. In his eyes, money is just a number. At this moment, Li Muyao's eyes were about to spit out scorching fire. 6. Young Master Huang was just about to say 6 million. As a result, a kick came from behind, and young Master Huang fell flat on his face. Are you fucking looking for death? Huang Xiaoan quickly got up and angrily cursed at Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong quickly stepped forward and slapped Huang Xiaoan's face 15 times. You dare to flirt with my woman? You're rich, aren't you? I'll give you 10 million to build a relationship with a sow, okay? Xiao Chong was also filled with rage at this moment. In the short time he was away, his woman was so insulted. After more than a dozen slaps, blood trickled from the corner of young Master Huang's mouth. Bro, do you know who you've hit? Be careful you don't get yourself into trouble. At this moment, a well-dressed young man standing nearby spoke up to offer a reminder. Xiao Chong did not reject the well-intentioned reminder from others. Brother, I really didn't know. The man you hit is Huang Xiaohua, the son of Huang Guayu, the richest man in China. Xiao Chong was taken aback. He'd recently gotten involved with the richest man's son. First there was Su Xiaoan, the son of the future richest man. Now there is Huang Xiaohua, the son of the current richest man. But then I thought, your old man will be in jail in 2 years. What the hell are you bragging about? Huang Xiaohua was also taken aback, not expecting that someone would recognize him. Looks like I'm quite famous. You dare hit me, kid? You're asking for trouble. You just wait. I'll have my men kill you. Seeing this, Xiao Chong immediately attacked him, giving him another beating. He's just a rich kid. What's so great about him? Today I'm going to beat up those rich kids. This time, they clearly increased their strength, leaving the guy breathless and without any ability to resist. The young man beside him looked at Xiao Chong with admiration in his eyes and immediately wanted to befriend him. Xiao Chong, forget it. It's better to avoid trouble. Seeing Xiao Chong protecting her like this, Li Muyao felt a deep warmth in her heart. But she didn't want to cause trouble for Xiao Chong. The richest man in China is someone with immense influence and connections. It's best to avoid provoking him if possible. Chapter 45 Shopping. After a long and intense competition, Huang Xiaohua completely lost his previous arrogance and unruliness. It took him 3 minutes to finally come to his senses. You wait. If you dare hit me, I'll call the police right now. I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in jail, or I'm not a Huang. This time, young Master Huang didn't dare to scold Xiao Chong. They intend to retaliate against Xiao Chong through legal means. Just as Huang Xiaohua was about to dial 110, the young man who had been silent all along came up to him. Shall we talk in private? The young man spoke softly to Huang Xiaohua. Who the hell are you? Huang Xiaohua was furious. He had already been beaten dozens of times by a madman, but now some random guy just popped up and wanted to talk to him. Do you think I'm that free? But when a young man casually showed him an ID card, Huang Xiaohua was completely shocked when he saw the first few large characters on the card. Country. But Huang Xiaohua stopped when she saw the warning in the other person's eyes. He looked up at the young man, then at Xiao Chong, with an expression of utter frustration, as if he had swallowed shit but couldn't spit it out. I admit defeat today, but I hope I never run into you again. After leaving behind this lukewarm warning, Huang Xiaohua sheepishly left the scene. Xiao Chong could tell that it was this young man who had helped him out of the predicament. After Huang Xiaohua left, he stepped forward and said, Brother, thank you for getting me out of that predicament. Lin Hao turned around and said, Brother, no need to thank me. It's just that your way of doing things is very much to my liking. I just want to make friends with you. Aha. Hello, brother. My name is Xiao Chong. My name is Lin Hao. Brother Lin Hao, you're young and promising. You're already a member of the National Security Bureau at such a young age. Xiao Chong said calmly. Lin Hao was taken aback. Brother Xiao Chong has a good eye. Since you've seen it, I won't hide it from you anymore. My family runs a business, but I'm not really interested. I've always loved martial arts and fighting since I was little, and that's what I ended up doing when I grew up. Lin Hao spoke casually, but Xiao Chong could sense something was amiss. First of all, the business he mentioned is definitely not a small business. Secondly, does liking to play with weapons mean he can get into the National Security Bureau? Is it that easy to get into Beijing going? This young man and his family must be extraordinary, but since the other party didn't say, Xiao Chong didn't ask. Brother Lin Hao, you have a unique hobby. After a brief chat and exchanging contact information, Lin Hao bid farewell to Xiao Chong and left Victoria's Secret with a beautiful woman. This little incident did not dampen Xiao Chong's refined interests. The two did not return to the Summer Palace Villa until 9 p.m. Li Muyao lives alone in a 400 square meter detached villa. The villa was forcibly transferred to Li Muyao's name by Xiao Chong a month ago. Late autumn in September exudes a sense of desolation everywhere, but the Summer Palace villas are still full of springtime charm. The following day, in the Hengtai headquarters building in Guangzhou, thousands of miles away, Su Taihang's office was already in complete chaos. Senior executives from Hengtai Real Estate Group's headquarters gathered together. Xiaoan, what's the situation with Yuhu Tianxia? Su Taihang had a stern face. For the first 2 months, I spent a month playing bridge with Hong Kong bigwigs, which helped me to initially integrate into that circle. It received a joint investment of $600 million from a group of big names to invest in Hengtai real estate. This pulled Hengtai back from the brink of bankruptcy. Yuhu Tianxia is the first high-end project launched by Hengtai after its reorganization. Everything was fine for a while, and the marketing and customer acquisition work was going very smoothly. However, starting last night, many people who had connections, and even some of Su Taihang's relatives and friends who had registered at Yuhu Tianxia called to ask for a refund. Chapter 46 High Altitude Cemetery. This morning, the sales office of Yuhu Tianxia was surrounded by a large number of customers who had registered in advance, all demanding a refund of their previous deposits. Mr. Su, do you remember Qiangxing Real Estate in Xishan Province? That's the real estate company we tricked, making them pay an extra 100 million yuan in land transfer fees, and whose sunlight was blocked by our 4 super high-rise buildings. In front of senior executives, Su Xiaoan addresses Su Taihang as General Manager Su. Su Taihang note that he knew all too well those shady dealings because they were all his ideas. Go on. Su Xiaoan then continued. Qiangxing Real Estate officially announced at 7 p.m. last night that it plans to develop the entire 30,000 square meter commercial complex surrounding the Qiangxing No. 1 courtyard project into. You fucking say it already. Su Taihang, unable to contain himself any longer, finally spoke up to urge him on. They said they would turn this 30,000 square meter commercial complex into China's first funeral supermarket, and they also said they would make it an outlet mall for the funeral industry. Su Xiaoan lowered his head after speaking, knowing that his father was about to explode again. Just as expected. What? A funeral industry outlet mall? Holy crap. How could these bastards even come up with that? Su Taihang jumped up from his chair, panting heavily and swearing profusely. The other executives also kept their heads down. What about their houses? Aren't they going to sell them? He roared, almost screaming. According to the sales staff, Qiangxing Real Estate has established Qiangxing Yinjian Real Estate Development Company, Limited, and plans to build small houses with a floor area of 20 square meters on this land. When a rooftop cemetery is sold, grass. Su Taihang was completely finished at this point. The Yuhu Tianxia project was Hengtai Real Estate's flagship project after financing from Hong Kong, and it was a matter of life and death for Hengtai Real Estate. It embodies all of Mr. Su's hard work, with the apartment layouts, landscaping, and amenities all meticulously designed by top international architects, making a unique high-end project in Guangzhou. The clients who made the reservations were all wealthy and influential. Originally scheduled to open during the National Day Golden Week holiday, the project is expected to generate over 5 billion yuan in cash revenue in the month of its opening, based on current pre-orders. Furthermore, it is expected that all units will be sold out by the end of the year, generating sales revenue of 7.5 billion yuan. But now, just across the street, there's both a funeral outlet mall and a rooftop cemetery. This is definitely a ghost town. In that case, Who would be willing to pay a high price for a house in the Yuhu Tianxia project and live next to ghosts? It's terrifying to even think about. No wonder the sales office was full of people asking for their deposits back. Su Taihang considered himself a ruthless and ambitious man, but he never expected his opponent to be so vicious. He was sitting in the boss's chair, his face ashen. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Do you have any ideas on how to deal with this?" Su Shaoan looked up, trembling, and said, How about we turn it into a funeral supermarket, or a rooftop cemetery? The deposits of customers who have registered in line don't need to be refunded. I'll just consider it as setting aside some money for myself in advance. Anyway, I'll need it sooner or later in a few years. Puff. One of the executives couldn't help but sneer. Get the hell out of here. Labor and management are real estate developers, not cemetery developers. Do you have a tumor in your brain? And you even asked the customer to reserve one set in advance? Why didn't you reserve one for yourself? Su Taihang went completely berserk, and the roaring emperor style was on full display once again. After hurling insults for a full 5 minutes, the roaring emperor finally sat back down in his boss's chair, panting heavily. Everyone, including Su Shaoan, had their heads practically touching their crotches. Even their own son was being verbally abused, and the other executives dared not say a word. After 5 minutes of calm, hurry up and arrange a meeting with the boss of Qiangxing Real Estate, instead of just standing there waiting to die. A bunch of useless trash, get out. Then everyone fled Su Taihang's office as if they were running away. Su Taihang took out his phone and dialed, "Have Yuan Shanshan come to my office." 3 minutes later, a beautiful woman with a pure and innocent appearance, wearing a gauze dress and possessing an exceptional figure and looks, entered Su Taihang's office. As they entered, they also locked the office door behind them. "Mr. Su, are you angry again? Let me dance for you to relieve your stress." Yuan Shanshan's words were incredibly alluring, creating a stark contrast with her innocent appearance. "You don't need to jump today, come here." Yuan Shanshan obediently walked over and crawled directly under the desk. Yuming was in the general manager's office of the Qiangxi No. 1 Courtyard project, staring at the sales office of Yuhu Tianxia across the street with the project's general manager, Pan Wenhai. "Mr. Yu, the boss played a brilliant move. With so many homeowners demanding refunds, I reckon they'll contact you soon." Pan Wenhai said respectfully to Yuming. Yuming is currently the president of Qiangxing Real Estate, but he also serves as the so-called deputy general manager for the Jinsha project. The general manager is Xiao Jiangwo. Yuming nodded, genuinely admiring his young boss. Ring ring. Yuming's phone rang at that moment. He smiled at Pan Wenhai, who glanced at the caller ID on his phone and saw that it was indeed Su Shaoan calling. The two looked at each other and smiled. "Hello, who is this?" Su Shaoan on the other end of the phone was taken aback. "You didn't say my number?" "Mr. Yu, I am Su Shaoan from Hengtai Real Estate. We just met a couple of days ago." Young master Su was no longer as arrogant as he had been the day before. He knew that if this matter was not handled properly, his father would probably skin him alive. "Olhat, Xiao Su, what's up with the call?" Pan Wenhai was so happy to hear the emphasis in Yu Ming's words that he almost danced with joy. It was awesome. Su Shaoan said with relief. "Damn it, call me little Su? I'm older than you, okay?" However, even though Su Shaoan was furious, he could only suppress it. "Mr. Yu, it's like this. Could you please help me arrange a meeting with Mr. Xiao? We'd like to discuss the project planning from last time." Su Shaoan tried his best to keep smiling and to keep his words calm. "Oh, is that so? Then I need to report this to our general manager, Xiao." After hanging up the phone, Yuming felt incredibly satisfied. "I'm just trying to annoy you, but you can't do anything about it." Xiao Chong, who was drinking milk, reluctantly put down the breast pump when his phone rang. "Yuming, what's wrong?" "Mr. Xiao, you're absolutely right. Just now, Su Shaoan called me and said he'd like to meet with you. What do you think?" Xiao Chong thought for a moment. "Yuming, tell young master Su that this is an adult matter and the little brat shouldn't get involved. Oh, and give young master Su a message. Qiangxing Real Estate will establish a cemetery development department. The initial plan is to closely follow Hengtai's lead. Wherever Hengtai builds houses, our high-rise cemetery will follow. This also adds supporting services to Hengtai's projects, providing a one-stop service from start to finish." In addition, upon hearing this, Yuming immediately became beaming with pride. "My boss's way of doing things is just unbelievable. He could imagine Su Xiaoan's reaction when he heard those words. Sure enough, when Yu Ming relayed Xiao Chong's words to him verbatim, young Master Su was completely bewildered. If this kind of equipment were installed in all of Hung Tai's projects, the Su family would probably be the first wave of users. Chapter 47, A Big Job. Su Taiheng was not performing well at this time. 10 minutes have passed, and I still can't get into combat mode. I had no choice but to take out the small blue pill from the drawer next to me. We finally got ready to go. Just then, a phone rang urgently. Mr. Su was so frightened that he almost shrank back into his abdomen. Thinking that business was more important, I quickly turned on speakerphone and said, "Dad, I've contacted the boss of Changxing. He said that I'm too young and not qualified, and that you need to meet with me in person. In addition, anything else? Dad, why is your voice trembling? Are you not feeling well?" "Yeah, I drank too much baijiu yesterday and feel like throwing up." "Hurry up and tell me what else." Mr. Su took a deep breath and tried to remain calm as he spoke. They said they would follow in Hung Tai Real Estate's footsteps, building Changxing's rooftop cemetery wherever Hung Tai builds houses, claiming it would provide Hung Tai's residents with a convenient one-stop lifestyle. Upon hearing this, Su Taiheng instantly felt his blood pressure spike. Dad, what's wrong? Are you all right?" "It's okay, I'm all better now." Su Taiheng was panting heavily, whether from anger or something else. It was unclear. Yuan Shanshan crawled out from under the table and smiled slightly at Su Taiheng. Then she gracefully left the office. "Xiaoan, send me the phone number of the boss of Changxing." "Dad, now I'm dealing with Yu Ming, the president of Changxing Real Estate. They haven't given me their boss's phone number directly." "Useless. You can't even get a phone number. What are you good for? Send me their CEO's phone number." Then, Su Taiheng angrily hung up the phone. After making slight adjustments, Su Taiheng and Yu Minglian called each other during class. "Hello. Who is this?" "Mr. Yu, I am Su Taiheng from Hung Tai Real Estate." "Oh, it's Mr. Su. What can I do for you?" "Mr. Yu, would it be convenient for you to meet with Mr. Xiao, the boss of your powerful company?" Su Taiheng adopted a very humble attitude. "Mr. Xiao, he's playing football in Argentina. How about I book him for October 15th? Su Taiheng thought to himself, by the time your CEO, Xiao, comes back, Yuhu Qianxiao will be long gone. "No need. I'll go and pay a visit to President Xiao in aiding." After saying that, he hung up the phone. At this time, Mr. Su had not yet bought his own private jet, so he immediately asked his assistant to book a flight to Afghanistan for him. Li Muyao spent an hour preparing a sumptuous lunch for Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong was genuinely hungry. The continuous high-intensity exercise had left him ravenously hungry. It's beautiful to look at, but it's not enough to fill you up. Seeing Xiao Chong wolfing down his food, Li Muyao was overjoyed. "Why are you staring at me instead of eating?" Seeing Li Muyao staring at him, Xiao Chong asked curiously. "I'm full. What kind of food do you eat?" Li Muyao rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. "What do you think?" Xiao Chong. At 5 p.m., everyone in the trading department gathered together. Everyone is very excited and can't wait to know just how big the big job the boss was talking about really is. Starting tomorrow night, we will intensify our short-selling efforts on U.S. stocks. Everyone was curious, especially Li Lu, Zhang Kuan, and their three companions. The boss always seemed to have an unwavering confidence in his ability to win big, and the U.S. stock market was also strangely consistent, seemingly echoing the boss's predictions in many ways. Hearing that the boss was going to increase the intensity, they couldn't help but prick up their ears, eagerly anticipating what he would say next. What they didn't know was that Xiao Chong, who possessed a cheat-like ability, combined some of his memories from his previous life. Xiao Chong clearly knew that the systemic financial crisis in the United States was triggered by the subprime mortgage crisis that broke out in 2007, but before September 28, 2008, the government of the United States had been trying its best to save the country. These measures included injecting liquidity into the market, lowering interest rates, and even providing direct financial assistance to relevant companies. During this period, the U.S. stock market only experienced fluctuations from 2007 to September 2008. The declines in the three major stock indexes were all kept within 5%. Just 15 days later, on September 28th, the Raymond Brothers, a 158-year-old investment bank in the United States and the world's fourth largest investment bank, officially went bankrupt due to business failures. This seemed to be the final straw that broke the back of the country's economy, and the financial crisis officially broke out in full force. In the following month, the Nasdaq Technology Index plummeted by 50%, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average also fell by as much as 35%. Xiaochang projected the prepared PPT onto the large screen in the conference room. Starting tomorrow, using the $8.5 billion in the M-share account as principal, leveraged 10 times, we will go all in on shorting. The following 30 U.S. stocks are the targets for short selling. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their expressions filled with excitement. That was a staggering 85 billion U.S. dollars, nearly 700 billion renminbi. Li Lu, Zhang Kuan, and others were already itching to try their luck. Pacific Investment has already established close partnerships with major investment banks around the world and can borrow as much money as it can in U.S. dollars. You must short sell as much stock as possible before September 28th and use up all your resources. I promise you, if you win this battle, I'll give you a big prize. Are you looking forward to it? Everyone shouted in unison, looking forward to it. The pre-battle mobilization was brief, but highly effective. Everyone was as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood and couldn't wait for tomorrow night to arrive. After the meeting, Xiaochang went to his office alone. Thinking about the next steps, if nothing unexpected happens, my principal will triple or quadruple. At that time, I should be able to enter the top 10 of the Forbes Global Billionaires list. At that time, I will be able to start other business ventures. Xiaochang returned to Yinxing University at 6 p.m. As autumn deepens on the campus of Yinxing University, ancient trees, some over 100 years old, sway in the wind. Ripples spread across the lake's surface. On the playground, students were running in an endless stream. Xiaochang also joined the running group. The excessive exercise over the past 2 days left him feeling slightly tired. After running for a short while, Xiaochang suddenly noticed a strange phenomenon. A large number of boys followed behind a slender girl. When the girl ran fast, the boys who were running alongside her also sped up. When the girl slowed down, the group of boys also slowed down. Xiaochang decided to stop and wait for the beautiful woman to play the ring toss game. I wanted to see for myself up close what kind of beauty could be so attractive. When the beautiful woman was about 20 meters away from Xiaochang. Holy crap, isn't that Lu Qingyuan? At this moment, Lu Qingyuan was wearing a white running skirt, and her slender legs exuded a youthful and beautiful aura. She wore a white fitted short-sleeved top, looking like a fairy in white. No wonder there was such a pack of wolves following us. Student Lu Qingyuan. Lu Qingyuan naturally saw Xiaochang as well, although she was no longer as averse to him as she had been at first, and was even a little curious. She was surprised to find that the two of them had nothing to say to each other. She simply waved to Xiaochang and then walked past him without lingering. Xiaochang grinned helplessly and muttered to himself, "There's plenty of time. We can savor it slowly." Chapter 48, Lover's Quarrel. Xiaochang did not continue running. In his previous life, he neglected daily exercise and his physical fitness was average. He had only run less than 5 kilometers when he was already panting heavily. I need to finish the dog systems task quickly and see how this marrow cleansing and aphrodisiac technique will change my body. Xiaochang thought about his recent frequent battles with Li Muyao and realized that he could barely keep up with the current situation thanks to his youthful vigor. But given his physical condition, he'll probably be defeated soon. This is just about Li Muyao. What will happen next? Xiaochang became increasingly alarmed as he thought about it. When Lu Qingyuan ran back to the spot where the two had met, she deliberately slowed down and looked around, as if searching for something. I got back to the dormitory at 9 p.m. Xiaochang, what the hell have you been doing these past 2 days? You skipped class on Friday and got caught by the teacher. Fu Hao and his 2 companions were playing Do Diju, a popular Chinese card game. Upon seeing Xiaochang return, he immediately relayed the bad news. Didn't I ask you to call them for me? I did shout, but that bitch fan deliberately reported you. There's nothing I can do. Xiaochang, come and take over. Xiao Hao shouted at Xiaochang. Why did you stop playing? What are you busy with? Dude, I just downloaded an adult film starring Akaho Yoshizawa. Xiao Hao's complete depravity made Xiaochang silently repeat sin sin countless times. He has completely distorted the future of the motherland. Fu Hao, Xiaochang, what's the progress between you and the beautiful Lu? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 straight. Dong Mingxing, 7, 8, 9, 10. Jay, yes, that's exactly what I was going to ask you. No, She's like a chicken in a cage, a fish in the sea. The two were taken aback. What do you mean? She'll be mine sooner or later, Xiao Chong said with a smug look on his face. Dong Mingxing, this is truly a case of the cow returning to its pen. It's incredibly powerful. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, there's only one left. Xiao Qiang, you lost. Xiao Chong, that's quite a boast. You guys don't believe me. I've even thought of names for my kids. I'll blow it up. Celebrity, my head is buzzing. The next day, upon entering the classroom, Xiao Chong saw Fan Xingyang sitting in the seat behind Lu Qingyuan. He thought to himself, you're smart to be shrewd. At the same time, he gave the other party a disdainful look. Fan Xingyang felt a surge of anger as he looked at his mortal enemy's contemptuous smile. Fan Xingyang, stop playing these childish games. Do you think you can make me fail by tattling on the teacher? Can you be a little more mature? After Xiao Chong sat down, he spoke directly. His voice wasn't loud, but almost everyone in the classroom could hear him. Instantly, everyone's eyes turned to this side. Fan Xingyang was furious and embarrassed, his face turning bright red. Also, I don't want to see you around Lu Qingyuan in the future, interfering with our sweet talk. Do you understand? As soon as Xiao Chong finished speaking, the classroom erupted in excitement. Everyone knows that Xiao Chong likes Lu Qingyuan, but we haven't seen the two of them together. How did it turn into sweet talk? Lu Qingyuan was also a little annoyed. She glared at Xiao Chong and said angrily, Xiao Chong, explain yourself. When did I say anything sweet to you? I had just started to like him a little when he said such nonsensical things. Seeing that everyone had started pointing and gossiping, I said, Qingyuan and I just have occasional disagreements. It won't affect anyone else. Xiao Chong stood up and said loudly. Lu Qingyuan was completely speechless. In all his life, this was the first time he had ever met such a shameless boy. This left her momentarily at a loss for how to respond. She was so angry that she clenched her fists and puffed out her cheeks, which made her look extremely cute. He turned his head away, ignoring Xiao Chong. Fan Jingyang's heart skipped a beat. Could it really be a couple arguing? Ultimately, under Xiao Chong's threat of force, Fan Jingyang left the seat behind Lu Qingyuan. Throughout the entire class, Fan Jingyang seemed lost in thought, but his eyes were burning with intense desire as he looked at Xiao Chong. At this moment, it wasn't just Dao Zhengyang who was filled with anger. Mr. Su Taihang, a businessman in his 50s, finally arrived at Buenos Aires International Airport, the capital of Argentina, at 9 a.m. this morning after a 12-hour flight. Then he immediately called Yu Ming. Mr. Yu, I've arrived in Agendan. When would you like me to meet with Mr. Xiao? Oh, you've already gone to Agendan. Upon hearing Su Taihang surprised, he immediately knew something was wrong. Our boss went to Antarctica to feed penguins last night. Why don't you go to Antarctica? Yu Ming said this while holding back a laugh, and it made his stomach hurt a little. That's so mean, boss. But it's fucking awesome. At this moment, Su Taihang realized that this guy was just making a fool of him. He angrily hung up the phone. I immediately had my assistant book a flight back to China. That night, Mr. Su finally returned to Guangzhou, weary from his journey. Even though I was in first class, it was still not as comfortable as my own bed after sitting on a plane for more than 20 hours, plus jet lag. Boss Su almost lost half his life. The following afternoon, Su Taihang, who had just recovered a little, dragged his tired body to the sales office of Changxing No. 1 Courtyard under the guidance of Su Shaoan. Oh, isn't this Boss Su? Are you planning to purchase one of our rooftop cemeteries? We offer the best possible discount if needed. Yu Ming spoke with unusual seriousness. Su Taihang almost died on the spot. He took several deep breaths before his wildly beating heart calmed down a little. Mr. Yu, why don't you give Mr. Xiao a call? I'd like to have a few words with him on the phone. What do you think? Su Taihang did his best to restrain himself. Yu Ming also deeply understands the principle that too much of a good thing is bad. After a moment's hesitation, she said, Okay, no problem. Xiao Chong, who had just started class, suddenly felt his phone vibrate. He looked and saw it was Yu Ming. After thinking about it for a moment, he left the classroom, citing feeling unwell as the reason. Lu Qingyuan frowned slightly as she watched Xiao Chong leave. He was fine just now. How come he suddenly felt unwell? Xiao Chong found a quiet place. Yu Ming, what's wrong? Mr. Xiao, I'm with Mr. Su Taihang, the owner of Hung Tai. He said he wants to say a few words to you. Okay, then give him the phone. Su Taihang answered the phone, forcing a smile that looked more like a bitter smile. President Xiao, this is Su Taihang. I was thinking of visiting you in the next day or two. Is that convenient for you? Oh, how about tomorrow? I just got back from feeding the penguins, and I'm jet-lagged. Su Taihang inwardly grumbled, but still asked respectfully, Then where should I look for you tomorrow? I'll send you the address after I'm done. That would be perfect. Okay, you can continue adjusting to the time difference, and I'll get ready right away. 1 minute later, Su Taihang saw that the location was Yanjing, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that the address Mr. Xiao sent him was in the Arctic. Chapter 49, Su Taihang Gets Tricked. The next morning at 9 a.m., Xiao Chong, who was in a macroeconomics class, received a call from Su Taihang. Using the same excuse, Xiao Chong skipped class again. This made Lu Qingyuan very curious. How many times had this top scorer in the college entrance examination skipped class? Aren't you afraid of failing the course? As a class committee member, shouldn't I be concerned about my classmates' studies? Half an hour later, in Xiao Chong's office at the Summer Palace Villa, Su Taihang looked at the man in front of him, who was even younger than his son, and asked, Are you President Xiao? Xiao Chong's slightly immature face revealed a calm smile. What? Boss Su, does a boss have to be a middle-aged or elderly person with one foot in the grave? Su Taihang almost got sent away again. You're talking about me, he thought to himself. Taking a deep breath and forcing a smile, he said, Of course not. Mr. Xiao is truly a young hero. This was a heartfelt exclamation from him. Having been through the motions myself, I thought I could easily handle this out-of-province real estate company. Unexpectedly, he kicked a steel plate, and not only was his killing move easily neutralized by the opponent, but now the opponent has directly hit Hung Tai's weak point. Mr. Xiao, it's like this. I've already given my son a good scolding for arbitrarily adjusting the planning of the Yuhu Tianxia project. How could he possibly affect the lighting of your project? Don't worry, the plans have already been adjusted. Xiao Chong thought to himself, what a cunning old fox. Is he using his own son as a scapegoat? Oh, that's great. Uncle Su, come on. What do you think of the scenery in my neighborhood? As he spoke, he handed Su Taihang a cigarette. Su Taihang accepted the cigarette with trepidation, lit it, and took a deep drag. The scenery in the Iha Courtyard Villa community is truly beautiful. Is it all Mr. Zhao's property? Xiao Chong called him Uncle Su, but he dared not call Fong his nephew. Xiao Chong nodded. It's beautiful, but isn't it a bit lacking for my company headquarters? Isn't there a missing office building next door? Uncle Su, what should we do? Su Taihang. Holy crap. You need office space? Then build one yourself. Why are you asking me? Su Taihang Guse Inwali. Writing office building? Yes, a while ago, when a real estate development company boss came to visit Yehiyuan Villa, he said that next time he came, he would build me a 30-story fully intelligent office building for free. But I am young and have a bad memory, so I forgot which boss it was. Uncle Su, could you help me think of something? Su Taihang. How the hell should I know? You think you have a bad memory? I'm over 50 and I have a good memory. Anyway, that person definitely wasn't me. The construction cost of a 30-story building would easily be 200 million. It doesn't matter if you can't remember. I've calculated that if I sell all of my Sky Cemetery, I can make about 500 million. I'll make the money myself and build it myself. I can't count on my friends. After that, I switched to developing tomb raiding properties, following in Uncle Su's footsteps. I should be able to make a fortune. Don't you think, Uncle Su? Su Taihang shuddered in fright. Mr. Xiao, I remember now. The developer who said he would build you an office building for free. That's me. You really have a bad memory. Xiao Chong looked up abruptly from his lowered head. Look at my memory. I was just saying that the boss's surname was Su, but I just couldn't remember his name. Then I'll have to trouble you, Uncle Su. By the way, Uncle Su, let's sign this free donation contract today. I'm afraid I might forget something one day and build a Sky Cemetery instead. Seeing the other party magically produce a contract, Su Taihang sighed inwardly. They've got me cornered. Su Taihang picked up the pen and swiftly signed his name. Uncle Su, you're too kind. Su Taihang's heart bled, his hands trembled. It's nothing, just a small token. All right, since Uncle Su insists on giving it to me, I'll reluctantly accept. Uncle Su, however, the contract stipulates that you need to hand over the office building to me within 4 months. Otherwise, you'll have to pay me a penalty of 500 million. This staff member from our company is really outrageous. Su said, if you're in a difficult position, perhaps we could revise the terms. Su Taihang stood there dumbfounded. He had been so focused on signing the document that he hadn't read the terms carefully. Suppressing the urge to curse, he forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. No problem, no problem. I'll arrange the construction team right away, and we'll definitely deliver on time. Uncle Sue, I heard that big bosses all have a private jet parked on their office buildings. Do you consider me a big boss? Su Daihang. He instantly felt his blood pressure spike. Mr. Xiao, I remember telling you back then that I also wanted to send you a helicopter. Wow. As they say, old ginger is spicier. Uncle Sue has a great memory. This office building is perfect. Uncle Sue, what do you think of my square? Su Taihang, the monk, was completely baffled. What is going on here? It's quite big, perfect for company employees to stretch their legs. Oh, it's so empty. If only there was a Koenigsegg inside. Su Taihang, when will this ever end? You want a supercar too? Mr. Su quickly drank the blood pressure medication he carried with him, and Xiao Chong thoughtfully handed him a glass of water. Koenigsegg, those things are hard to get. I heard there are only 30 in the whole world. Xiao Chong chimed in. Yes, Uncle Su knows a lot. I just heard that a top-of-the-line model is coming to Beijing for a showroom during the National Day holiday. Isn't that a coincidence? Su Taihang. Damn it, what a joke. Su Taihang's heart was bleeding. That was indeed a coincidence. If Mr. Xiao likes it, I'll buy it for you. Since I've already been swindled out of 300 million, I don't care about this 50 million. Xiao Chong looked extremely embarrassed. Oh, Uncle Su is truly a model of respecting the elderly and caring for the young. Su Taihang. Just as Su Taihang was about to breathe a sigh of relief. Uncle Su, look at these thousands of acres of old, dilapidated houses around my project. If we demolish them, could we dig an artificial lake? My son and I go swimming in there whenever we have free time. Su Taihang, Su De. I acted impulsively. Huh, how come I suddenly went blind? I can't see anything. Xiao Lu, take me to the hospital quickly. Mr. Xiao, I'll go see a doctor first. We could talk again later. Xiao Chong. Damn it, you dare to swindle me? I'll make you pay double. After leaving the Summer Palace Villa, Mr. Su, whose eyesight had been restored, was trembling with anger. This guy finally managed to raise several billion from Hong Kong, and in just a short while this bastard swindled more than 300 million of it away. After a while, Xiao Chong called Yu Ming and briefly explained the situation, saying the funeral street and rooftop cemetery projects can be withdrawn for now. He wasn't worried that Su Taihang would dare to renege on his promise. Chapter 50 World Military Combat Competition. A moment later, Li Muyao entered Xiao Chong's office. How's the short selling of M shares going? Xiao Chong spoke softly. It's all right. Major securities companies and mutual funds believe that the White House will continue to introduce market rescue policies and believe that the downside potential of M shares is limited. Therefore, they're all willing to lend us the target stock. We should be able to spend all our funds by September 28th. Xiao Chong nodded in satisfaction. If he hadn't been reborn, he wouldn't have believed that the White House's successive bailout policies would end in failure. Muyao, let's get ready to set up a venture capital firm. We'll hire top venture capital talent from around the world with high salaries. Are you planning to move into the real economy? Li Muyao asked excitedly. Xiao Chong nodded. After the shorting of M shares, we will basically have the foundation to move into the real economy. Investing in stocks can make us rich, but the living standards of people in our country are still far behind those in developed countries. We have a responsibility and an obligation to strive to improve the income level of the Chinese people. This necessitates a large number of jobs, and a thriving industry leads to a thriving nation. The composure and seriousness Xiao Chong displayed when he said these words were extremely unusual for his age. Inspired by Xiao Chong, Li Muyao also became full of enthusiasm. She now finally understood why Xiao Chong didn't make money from the Chinese stock market. Because he didn't want the Chinese people to become the leaks victims of the stock market. Even so, Chinese stock market investors are still being exploited by different large investors. But Xiao Chong did what he did with a clear conscience. As for making money from the U.S. stock market, he felt no psychological pressure whatsoever. Li Muyao's gaze towards Xiao Chong now held even more admiration. Although he was young, he always had a deep sense of patriotism. This heartfelt admiration transformed into wholehearted dedication. Inside the office cubicles, a fierce battle raged. It even raised the temperature in the office quite a bit. After Xiao Chong left, Li Muyao immediately convened a meeting, and the entire human resources department was mobilized to work closely with various headhunting companies, carrying out instructions. Xiangxin Group spares no expense in poaching talented individuals who possess ability and creativity. Xiao Chong was aimlessly browsing the web in his office when a headline titled World Military Free Fighting Competition to be held in Yanjing on September 16th caught his attention. He immediately picked up his phone and saw that it was tomorrow. The World Military Free Fighting Championship was initially held in NATO member states led by the United States. The participants in this competition are basically elite soldiers from various countries. The top 3 finishers in the competition will not only receive a huge prize of $10 million, but will also be awarded the title of World's Best Soldiers. In literature, there's no first place. In martial arts, there is no second. The title of World's Best Soldier holds immense appeal for soldiers who value strength above all else. Although Xiao Chong was just an ordinary citizen, he was very fond of special forces movies and TV series because he had a strong military complex. How can I get admission tickets? Xiao Chong pondered to himself. I suddenly remembered Lin Hao, the national security officer I met a few days ago at the Victoria's Secret lingerie store. I found the other person's phone number and dialed it directly. Hey, Xiao Chong, I'm so happy you called. What's up? Xiao Chong said cheerfully. Brother Hao, isn't the World Military Combat Championship being held in Yanjing tomorrow? Is there any way to get admission tickets? Haha, you've come to the right person. How many do you need? I'll get them for you. Just one is fine. Thank you for your help, Brother Hao. Between brothers, there's no need to be so polite. Let's meet tomorrow at the entrance of the military club. Okay, Brother Hao. Xiao Chong was in a great mood. How exciting would it be to watch elite soldiers from different countries fight live? The next morning, Fu Hao, remember to sign in. You skipped class again? Xiao Chong, you're amazing. It's only been a few days since school started, and you've already skipped class one after another. I admire you the most. For the next 3 days, please sign in for me. What? 3 days? What are you going to do there? Fu Hao was completely speechless. Did this top student count his absences by the day? Let's go see a show. Xiao Chong, is there a performance that can broaden your horizons? Can I join you? Brother Nyo looked at Xiao Chong with longing. Hey Hao, why get back? I'll give you 2 websites where you can see beautiful Western women. That's great. It's settled then. Hao Nyobi's academic potential is evident everywhere he goes. After a few days, Brother Nyo Bai has been able to provide simultaneous translations for everyone watching Japanese adult films. He was no longer satisfied with learning Japanese and showed a strong interest in learning English vocabulary for specific contexts. After arriving in Yanjing, Xiao Chong did not buy a car because the school and the Hiyuan villa were very close. He always believed that money should be spent wisely and that every penny of profit from the U.S. should be squeezed out of the country. Oh, Xiao Chong this. Lin Hao, who was the first to see Xiao Chong, waved to him. Xiao Chong greeted him with a smile. Here you go, Xiao Chong. This is your admission ticket. A few friends are coming over later, and I'll introduce them to you while I'm at it. That's great. Xiao Chong had few friends in Yanjing, so he showed great enthusiasm for making friends. Less than 2 minutes later, 2 young men of similar age to Lin Hao walked towards him. How's he? Who is this? I've never seen him before. The speaker was a fat man. Let me introduce you all. This is Xiao Chong, my new friend. Knowing Huang Xiaohua's identity, I admire his courage in beating her up. The 2 were shocked that he dared to beat up Huang Xiaohua. It's truly extraordinary. Hello, Xiao Chong. The 2 greeted Xiao Chong separately, which was considered as their acknowledgement of him. This fat guy is called Elita. Don't let his naive and harmless appearance fool you. He's actually a cunning devil who'll eat people alive and keeps a collection of luxury cars. The fat man pouted. What the hell is this, fat man? Is that how you introduce yourself? I call this roundness. Xiao Chong, come to me if you need to buy a car next time. Xiao Chong said cheerfully, hello, brother duh. Just call him Dazi. When brothers get along, there's no need to call him brother or younger brother. This is Xiao Ji Jiming. His family is in the film and television media business. Look at his pale face. He's a typical young master with kidney deficiency. Lin Hao pointed to a fair-skinned young man and introduced him. Cough. How's he? Are you introducing me, or are you exposing my shortcomings? Hello, Jiming. The 2 shook hands. Let's go in. Just as the 4 were about to go inside, a smart and capable female soldier walked towards them. This instantly caught Xiao Chang's attention. Chapter 51: The Chinese Female Soldier Queen. The other party was dressed in military uniform. Her not-too-long hair was neatly tossed behind her ears, and she had a stunningly beautiful face with light makeup and a tall, straight figure. What an amazing military beauty! Xiao Chang sighed inwardly, never expecting to encounter such a stunning beauty while participating in a military combat competition, a scene brimming with testosterone. Heaven has been kind to me. But then look at Elita and Ji Jiming. They hide behind Xiao Chang and Lin Hao like mice seeing a cat. This left Xiao Chang completely puzzled. Which man wouldn't fawn over such a beautiful woman and display his sycophantic skills? You two, on the other hand, seem to want to disappear into the ground. Fatty, Xiao Ji, are you two so afraid of me? Her voice has a magnetic quality that draws people in effortlessly. Dazi, hello Sister Luo. Sister Luo. Xiao Ji, Sister Luo, what brings you here, sir? The two's tense demeanor made Su Xinlu burst into laughter. What a beautiful smile. Xiao Chang stood to the side, silently sighing. I'm here to participate in the competition. Have you forgotten what I do for a living? As Su Xinlu spoke, she swiftly swept her leg out, her military boots stopping just 2 inches from Xiao Ji's face. Feeling a gust of wind, Xiao Ji cautiously raised her hand, pushed up the military boots in front of her face, and said tremblingly, Sister Luo, it's so tiring to keep my legs up like this. Please put them down. Su Xinlu then quickly pulled her leg back. Looking at the scene before him, Xiao Chang remarked, great legs, long and straight. Although Su Xinlu was wearing a military uniform, her beautiful legs underneath could not be seen. But Xiao Chang is good at making things up. If I were to carry that leg on my shoulder, cough. The scene was absolutely beautiful. How's he? Who's this? He looks unfamiliar. I've never seen him before. Aren't you going to introduce him? Hee, Sister Luo, it's not my turn to speak. This guy's name is Xiao Chang, a freshman at Yanda University. He's a tough guy too, just like you. He beat up Huang Xiaohua. Lin Hao pointed to Xiao Chang and introduced him to Su Xinlu. Upon hearing Lin Hao's introduction, Su Xinlu was clearly taken aback. A student dared to beat up the son of China's richest man? That's quite audacious. He stared at Xiao Chang with great interest. Oh, handsome little brother. Since you've gained Haozi and the others' approval, I don't mind taking you on as a follower. Remember, in Yinjing, Sister Luo will protect you. For some reason, Xiao Chang asked, Sister Luo, how did you know I'm a little brother? As soon as Xiao Chang finished speaking, Lin Hao, Dazi, and Xiao Ji all looked at him as if he were a monster. Xiao Chang's got guts. He actually dared to flirt with Sister Luo to her face. A role model for us all. What a talent. The three, who had been psychologically traumatized by Su Xinluo's suppression, were suppressing their laughter and secretly observing what Su Xinluo would do next. Su Xinlu looked surprised after hearing Xiao Chang's words. It seems that Sister Luo's reputation in Yinjing isn't quite as awe-inspiring as it seems. How dare someone flirt with you to your face? Of the rich kids, officials' kids, and military kids, at least 80 to 100 have been brutally beaten by Su Xinluo. How long has it been since someone teased me again? She herself had forgotten. Su Xinluo stepped forward with a playful expression, looking at Xiao Chang as if he were a prey. Xiao Chang, however, was not afraid at all, and their gazes clashed fiercely. The trio watched Su Xinluo and Xiao Chang's stance with extreme tension, their hearts pounding in their chests. Su Xinluo saw that the other person's gaze was unwavering. Suddenly, she lost her cold aura and chuckled. Interesting. After the competition, I'll play with you some more. Seeing this, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Su Xinluo went into the military club on her own. The entire military club has 3 floors, each with a building area of nearly 4,000 square meters. Each floor has 10 training grounds. According to Lin Hao, a total of 285 soldiers of elite rank from 82 countries participated in the competition. These 285 people were further divided into 30 groups, with an average of 10 people in each group. The group adopts a round-robin point system, which means that each person in the group will play 1 game against everyone else in the group. Based on the points rule of 3 wins, 1 draw, and 0 losses, the top player in the group will be selected to enter the semifinals. The 30 people who entered the semifinals were divided into 6 groups by drawing lots, and the top player in each group was selected to enter the final. The 6 finalists were divided into 2 groups, with the top scorer from each group competing for the title of Global Super Soldier King. Interestingly, the selected Super Soldier King must accept challenges from any person, and only after passing the challenges of 3 people can he be officially crowned king. At 9 a.m., the World Military Combat Championship officially began, and surprisingly, a high-ranking official from the Chinese military was among the attendees. During the introduction, the host even mentioned that a high-ranking military figure would be attending the final 3 days later. He personally presented the King of Soldiers medal to the world's top soldier. The organizing committee then announced the official start of the competition. Staff members busily began checking in participants. Half an hour later, 30 martial arts arenas on the 3-story site started fighting simultaneously. Xiao Chong, Lin Hao, and the others arrived at the 2nd floor, where Su Xinlua was located. At this moment, Su Xinlua was wearing a camouflage vest, and her long hair was tied up in a bun at the back of her head. Compared to the dark skin of many elite soldiers, her complexion was merely a healthy wheat color. Her 8-pack abs were exposed, and her moderately sized arms bulged with muscle as she exerted force, seemingly containing astonishing energy. Xiaoqiang, what were you thinking? Daring to flirt with Sister Luo? Do you think your small frame can withstand a punch or a kick from her? Lin Hao pointed to Su Xinlua, who had just kicked a burly European man off the stage in a martial arts arena. This woman is really something. She actually managed to take down a big European Special Forces soldier. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Xiaoqiang also praised Su Xinlua's performance. Xiaoqiang, do you know who Sister Luo is? Ji Yuming asked from the side. Xiaoqiang, a female Special Forces soldier, huh? Xiao Ji nodded, then shook his head. Sister Luo is a female Special Forces soldier, but she's not just any ordinary Special Forces soldier. Otherwise, why would she be sent to participate in such a high-level competition? Xiaoqiang nodded thoughtfully. What is that? Xiao Ji cleared his throat. Sister Luo serves in the Yanjing military region and is the only female soldier among the 7 major military regions of China. In the competition for the title of King of Soldiers in the 7 military regions, he ranked among the top 3 in combat effectiveness. She climbed to the top by stepping on the faces of countless male soldiers. After saying that, she gave Xiaoqiang a smug look, as if he were the female soldier king. Xiaoqiang was stunned. Was it really that amazing? Women are at a disadvantage in this kind of free fighting, regardless of physical ability, strength, or speed. Yet Su Xinlua, a woman, is able to rank among the top 3 in the list of China's elite soldiers. That's amazing. Chapter 52, how about massage? On the first day of the preliminary rounds, 21 groups completed a round-robin tournament. The fact that some groups did not finish only indicates that the participants in the group were evenly matched, and that winning would be time-consuming and laborious. Of the 14 elite soldiers sent by the 7 military regions of China, 5 advanced, and 5 of the remaining 9 were killed by their own teammates. Xiaoqiang was thrilled by just the first day of the preliminary rounds. This kind of fight, without protective gear or restrictions, and with every punch landing, got the audience's blood pumping. The cheers and shouts from the stands grew louder and louder. The Chinese military has also equipped the competition with a large medical support team to deal with any emergencies that may occur. The competition reached its climax on the afternoon of the second day. The competition to narrow down the field from 30 to 6 has already vividly demonstrated the brutal nature of such a contest. Tony Eltai, who is in the same group as Su Xinlua, is 174 centimeters tall and weighs 75 kilograms. He has won the middleweight championship of Teddy Country for 5 consecutive times. In the same group of 5, Su Xinlua and Tony Eltai had previously defeated the other 3 players, each earning 9 points. Now the 2 have finally met on a narrow path. The winner of the 2 will advance from the group stage to the finals of the first stage. After several rounds of competition, both players had sustained injuries to varying degrees. But the spirit and energy of a strong person are still evident on their face. On the ring, the fight between Su Xinlua and Tony Eltai entered a heated phase. In the first 4 minutes, the 2 exchanged blows, with Su Xinlu even being punched hard in the abdomen. There's still a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. This made Xiaoqiang feel a pang of heartache. Damn it, this Thai idiot, doesn't he know that beautiful women are meant to be cherished? How could he hit him like that? The 2 figures moved like lightning bolts, swiftly traversing the arena, each exchange making hearts race. Toniel suddenly let out a low growl and slammed his fist into Su Xinluo's head. On the battlefield, there is no distinction between men and women. As a battle-hardened king of soldiers from the Teddy Kingdom who has experienced life and death, Tony Ertai will not show mercy just because his opponent is a woman. A glint of calm flashed in Su Xinluo's eyes. She ducked and skillfully dodged the attack. Her movements were swift and precise, as if they were all instinctive combat actions. Just as Tonal's attack missed, Su Xinluo suddenly pressed close to his body, then gathered all her strength and delivered a swift knee strike straight for his abdomen. Although Tony Eltai reacted quickly, he was ultimately unable to completely evade the attack due to exhaustion from his previous exertion. He felt a tremendous force strike his abdomen, and the pain instantly spread throughout his body. Tony Eltai bent over in pain, but he did not give up. He gritted his teeth, straightened his body, and prepared to launch a counterattack. However, Su Xinluo did not give him that chance. She quickly launched a series of attacks, her fists raining down on his ribs, abdomen, and other vulnerable areas. Each strike was accompanied by a dull thud, and Tonalt felt as if his body was being repeatedly pounded by a heavy hammer. His muscles began to ache, and his breathing became rapid, but he persevered, using all his strength to fend off Su Xinluo's attacks. However, Su Xinluo's attacks became increasingly fierce, and the killing skills she had honed in numerous life-or-death battles were put to full use at this moment. She would sometimes launch attacks with lightning speed, and at other times use softness to overcome hardness and neutralize Tanilthai's counterattacks. Tanilthai gradually felt overwhelmed, and his defense began to show weaknesses. Finally, in a fierce exchange, Su Xinlu seized upon Tony Eltai's weakness. She landed a powerful punch on his temple, and Tonalt felt dizzy. He swayed a few times, and finally collapsed on the ring due to the severity of his injury. The entire arena erupted in thunderous applause and cheers as Su Xinlu defeated the powerful Teddy Kingdom's boxing champion, Tony, with her outstanding fighting skills. She stood on the ring, sweat streaming down her face, her eyes gleaming with victory. At this moment, Su Xinluo was exhausted, both physically and mentally, and this final attack was only sustained by sheer willpower. After Su Xinlu stepped down, she immediately found Lin Hao and the others in the crowd. Sister Luo is awesome. She actually knocked out the Teddy Kingdom's boxing champion. Sister Luo, have some water. What's wrong with Sister Luo? Su Xinlu looked at everyone. Then suddenly everything went black and she fainted. Xiao Chong, who had already noticed something was wrong, immediately pulled Su Xinlu into his arms the moment she collapsed. Hey, Sister Luo, doctor, come quick. While everyone was in a panic, Xiao Chong quickly pressed several acupoints on Su Xinluo's back. Before the doctor arrived, Su Xinluo had already slowly opened her eyes. Seeing herself lying in the arms of the young man she had wanted to teach a lesson, Su Xinlu instinctively tried to get up, but all her strength seemed to have been drained, and she couldn't even complete such a simple movement. She could only obediently let the man hold her. The feeling was quite peculiar. In the past, she was single-mindedly focused on improving herself through training, and her interactions with men were simply limited to the camaraderie between comrades. But at this moment, a feeling that was hard to describe suddenly arose deep within her heart. Seeing the doctor approach, Su Xinlu said, "No need to trouble the doctor. I'm just a little weak. I'll be fine after rest." The doctor left only after she persuaded him to, because there are too many places and different venues that need doctors. In competitions of this level, which are very close to real combat, it is perfectly normal for unexpected events to occur. Given that fists and feet can be dangerous in a fight, everyone signed a waiver of liability before the match. After resting for a while, Su Xinluo finally struggled to sit up from Xiao Chong's arms, her face already flushed. "Sister Luo, are you still able to compete tomorrow?" Lin Hao asked with concern. "Yes, health is the most important thing." Dazi and Xiaoji chimed in. "This little injury is nothing. The final doesn't start until tomorrow afternoon. I'll just rest tonight and tomorrow morning." At this moment, Su Xinluo had lost her previous vigorous and imposing aura. She looks more like a woman now. "I know a massage technique that can help people recover their energy quickly. Would you like to try it?" Just then, Xiao Chong stared at Su Xinluo, who was resting in a chair, and said quietly, "Xiao Qiang, aren't you a student at Peking University?" How come you know massage techniques? I learned it by chance. Xiao Chong could not possibly say that Hua To, a famous doctor of the Three Kingdoms period, not only invented the 5 animal frolics, but also specifically developed the energy flow massage technique. Because this massage technique was a closely guarded secret of the Wei Kingdom, only a limited number of Wei generals had ever experienced it. With Hua Tuo being killed by Cao Cao, this miraculous massage technique was lost. Chapter 53, The Honor of Soldiers. Unless they have an overwhelming advantage in combat power, the physical exertion of those who have made it to the finals is roughly the same. The final will depend on who can recover their physical strength as much as possible within the limited time tonight and tomorrow morning. Whoever achieves the final victory has the greatest chance. Su Xinluo's desire for victory was naturally extremely strong. Every soldier in China values this honor more than their own name and attaches great importance to this opportunity to win glory for the country. Although massage inevitably involves physical contact with the other person, it's all worth it if it increases your chances of winning. Su Xinlu did not reply to Xiao Chong immediately. Instead, he turned to the side and said, Xiao Ji, Hao Zi, go and find out who the 6 finalists are. 5 minutes later, the two returned to the stanza's rest area. Sister Luo, besides you, the other 5 are Su Ruwei from China, Sato Masao from Japan, Ivanov from the United States, Owens from the United States, and Brady. After Lin Hao finished reciting the 5 names in one breath, Su Xinluo showed a solemn expression. Su Ruwei, with outstanding combat skills, comes from the Lanzhou military region and was the first-place winner in the Huaxia Special Forces selection competition. In fact, it didn't matter to Su Xinluo whether she or Su Ruwei won the title of World's Super Soldier King, because it was the honor of the country and the glory of the nation. Masao Sato, the newly crowned king of soldiers in Japan. Ivanov of the Great Bear Kingdom was as strong as a brown bear, yet agile, and it is said that he once killed 2 brown bears with his bare hands. Owens and Brady from the United States are respectively from the U.S. Navy SEALs and Delta Force, with Owens being last year's winner of the World's Super Soldier Award. Any one of them would be a king among the world's special forces. No one knew what she was thinking, but from her serious expression, everyone knew that the upcoming match would be fraught with difficulties. Su Xinluo raised her head to meet Xiao Chong's gaze. Then come with me. Xiao Chong was taken aback. Where to? Let's get a room. Lin Hao to Z and Xiao Ji, why are you in such a hurry? In broad daylight. Are they treating us like we don't exist? Seeing everyone's stunned gazes, Su Xinluo suddenly realized what was going on and put on a fierce expression. What are you all thinking? I'm going to book a room and have Xiao Chong give me a massage. Why don't you guys go over too? Everyone immediately shook their heads like rattles. No need. No need. What a joke. They'd be trying to avoid it. Only a fool would go for it. Needless to say, the 3 of them had a close relationship with Su Xinluo. They had all grown up together. But he was also beaten up by Su Xinluo since he was a child. In Su Xinluo's eyes, the 3 of them were just human punching bags for her to test the results of her training. Lin Hao drove Su Xinluo and Xiao Chong to the nearest 5-star hotel, checked them in, and then left. As he left, Lin Hao took advantage of Su Xinluo's inattention to give Xiao Chong a thumbs up. He shrugged and whispered, Once we get Sister Luo, the brothers will be free. This completely stumped Xiao Chong. After entering the room, the 2 were silent for a while, and Su Xinluo quickly couldn't stand the awkward silence. Are you really confident that you can help me recover my strength quickly? Without hesitation, Xiao Chong replied, I wouldn't dare say 100%, but I'd say 70 to 80%. Su Xinluo was overjoyed. If she rested naturally, she could recover 40% to 50% of her physical strength by tomorrow afternoon. If I can recover to 70 to 80%, my chances of advancing further in the remaining matches will be much greater. Then let's get started. Do you need to take off my clothes? Just wear your underwear. Of course I know I need to wear underwear. Do you expect me to take my clothes off completely? I don't mind. Su Xinlu was completely speechless. You may not mind, but I do. Thinking that the other person was going to give her a massage, she didn't go berserk. What if she accidentally broke his bones? Who would massage her then? Su Xinluo deftly took off her vest, military trousers, and military boots. As expected of a female soldier queen, she takes off her clothes so fast. Xiao Chong muttered to himself. After calming down a bit, Xiao Chong looked at Su Xinluo, who was already lying on the bed. The skin on her arms and neck was a healthy wheat color, but the rest of her skin, hidden by her clothes, was as white as snow and so delicate it seemed to break at a touch. Secondly, what shocked Xiao Chong was that Su Xinluo's fair skin was covered with more than a dozen crisscrossing scars, the longest of which was more than 20 centimeters long. Xiao Chong even noticed several circular scars on his shoulder, clearly caused by a gunshot wound. As he looked at these so-called military honors, he was already imagining what kind of brutal battle she had gone through to bear so many scars. Xiao Chong sat on the bed, his right hand unconsciously stroking one of the scars. Although she had a lot of physical contact with male enemies in her usual battles, she still trembled for no reason when Xiao Chong touched her so gently at this moment. I don't know if it's nervousness or something else. Xiao Chong's fingers simply wandered over the scars, occasionally pressing them. Isn't it terrifying? Su Xinlu asked, her tone relaxed, as if she had already let go of the scars on her body. Xiao Chong first shook his head without answering, but gently asked, "It must have hurt a lot when you were injured, right?" At the time, I was only thinking about killing the other person, and my attention was not on the pain at all. Pain is something we only realize afterward. Do you like wearing skirts? Su Xinlu instinctively said, "I like it," but immediately changed her mind and said, "I don't like it." Xiao Chong understood her thoughts very well. What woman doesn't like to dress herself up beautifully? And what girl can resist the temptation of a pretty dress? This is the first time I've worn such a pretty dress or swimsuit since I joined the army. She was afraid that her scars would frighten others. Xiao Chong pondered for a moment. "I can help you get rid of them." As soon as Xiao Chong finished speaking, Su Xinluo, who was crawling, suddenly jumped up. "Really? You can really get rid of them?" His words were full of surprise and anticipation. She desperately wanted to remove these ugly scars, but modern medicine couldn't do it yet. Chapter 54, Is This How You Treat a Goddess? Upon hearing Xiao Chong say that he could remove these scars, her heart was filled with renewed hope. She excitedly sat up, but the glimpse of her exposed skin made Xiao Chong's gaze uneasy. After a flurry of activity, Su Xinluo's cheeks were flushed, and her black hair fluttered in the wind, making Xiao Chong momentarily lose his composure. "You really can get rid of them?" "Of course, but it might take some time." Xiao Chong nodded solemnly. "Well, these scars have been with me for many years anyway. I can wait, as long as they can be removed." Su Xinluo appeared quite calm about this. "Let me give you a massage first." Su Xinluo then remembered her essential purpose, said "oh," and obediently lay down. Subsequently, with the help of Hua Tuo, Xiao Chong used special techniques to massage Su Xinluo's 37 acupoints. Su Xinluo had only intended to give it a try, but to her surprise, her body, which had been exhausted and filled with pain, gradually began to improve with Xiao Chong's strange massage techniques. The mobilization of energy within the body gradually became smoother. 1 hour later, Xiao Chong was soaked in sweat, which showed how much energy and effort he had put in. Su Xinluo, however, fell into a deep sleep. "Although my energy and spirit have been restored, I still need to rest to dispel the physical fatigue." After covering Su Xinluo with a blanket, Xiao Chong went to sleep on another bed. The next morning, in the classroom of Class 1, Economics and Management, Yinxing University, the seat next to Lu Qingyuan was empty. Although Xiao Chong himself was not present, many boys who wanted to sit next to her gave up the idea when they remembered what the top student had once said: only one girl of the opposite sex can appear next to Lu Qingyuan. Even Fan Zhengyang could only look at Lu Qingyuan's beautiful figure and curse Xiao Chong viciously. Every time she noticed a figure moving at the classroom door, she would casually look up, then lower her head again in disappointment. "Why haven't you come to class for 2 days in a row?" "I'm a class committee member. Shouldn't I be concerned about my classmates?" After some internal struggle, Lu Qingyuan took out her phone and found Xiao Chong on QQ. "Humph, he hasn't said a single word to me since he added me as a friend." Lu Qingyuan pondered to herself, recalling how all the men who had added her as a friend in the past had shamelessly tried to find topics to chat with her about. This Xiao Chong, ever since adding someone as a friend, seems to have completely forgotten about this QQ friend. Looking at the indestructible cockroach profile picture that was still lit up, I thought, could it be that they're just keeping me as a backup option? The strange feeling that arose in her heart startled Lu Qingyuan. What's wrong with me? Why am I so concerned about others? Her pretty face suddenly flushed. After thinking for a moment, she still typed in the chat box. Why have you been absent from class for several days in a row? Is something you're busy with? She typed and deleted the message several times before finally pressing the send button. Xiao Chang, however, was still fast asleep. The mattresses in five-star hotels are really comfortable. Poor Lu, during those 2 hours, would take out her phone every few minutes, browse through it, and then put it down in disappointment. That damn Xiao Chang. That deadbeat Xiao Chang dares not reply to my messages. They even call me a goddess. How can you treat a goddess like that? It's 11 a.m. Su Xinluo was the first to open her sleepy eyes. Seeing Xiao Chang still fast asleep beside her, she was shocked. Had she ended up sharing a room with a strange man? Suddenly remembering something, she put her hands under the covers, checked her surroundings briefly, and realized she hadn't been attacked, which put her at ease. Half an hour later, Xiao Chang finally woke up slowly. After spending time together yesterday, the two are no longer so unfamiliar with each other. Xiao Chang, your massage technique is amazing. I feel like I've recovered 90% of my strength. Come on, to show my gratitude, I'll treat you to a big meal. Xiao Chang naturally wouldn't refuse. He hadn't eaten last night, and now he was starving. At 2 p.m., Lin Hao drove directly to the restaurant. Su Xinluo and Xiao Chang were already waiting at the restaurant entrance. You two, have you been together since yesterday? While Su Xinluo was in the bathroom, Lin Hao asked Xiao Chang in a cheeky manner. Oh right, what's wrong? Isn't Sister Luo's figure amazing? Since you two were together last night, did something particularly exciting happen? Come on, don't hide it from me. Tell me the details, I can't wait. Lin Hao bombarded him with questions, completely unaware of Xiao Chang's constant winks at him. Before she could finish speaking, Su Xinluo, her face flushed with embarrassment, kicked Lin Hao so hard he fell flat on his face. Just as Lin Hao was about to start cursing, he saw Su Xinluo staring at him fiercely with a gloomy face. He jumped to his feet with a start. Sister Luo, I was just concerned about you. After all, you're our eternal goddess, but we can't let that bastard Xiao Chang get away with it. After saying that, he glanced at Xiao Chang with an apologetic expression. His eyes seemed to say, Brother, I'm sorry, but saving your life is the priority. Xiao Chang was amused and somewhat helpless by this guy's idiotic behavior. Real? Su Xinlu asked quietly. Of course it's true. Heaven and earth can bear witness. May anyone who lies make Xiao Ji impotent for life. Xiao Chang. What a damn oath. Oh well, I made a bad choice in friends. The final draw was about to begin, and Su Xinluo didn't take it too seriously with Lin Hao. In the afternoon finals venue, many armed guards dressed in Chinese military uniforms appeared. Then Xiao Chang saw Su Xinluo and a Chinese soldier in his early 30s saluting a middle-aged man in military uniform who was traveling with them. It was none other than General Chen Weiguo, the military bigwig who frequently appeared on television. Xiao Chang couldn't hear what General Chen said to them, but it was nothing more than encouraging words like, we must win glory for the country. Soon, the draw for the 6-3 elimination round began. Su Xinluo was unexpectedly drawn to be the previous world super soldier king, Owens, the captain of the U.S. Navy SEALs. Suri's opponent was Ivanov from the Great Bear Kingdom. Masao Sato of Japan and Brady of Delta Force of the United States became rivals. There are no weaklings among those who make it into the top 6. According to Su Xinluo's analysis yesterday, this year's Super Soldier King should be either Su Rue or Brady. There are 2 reasons. First, the 2 players entered the final round with an overwhelming advantage in the early stages of the competition. Secondly, it comes from the odds of the match. No matter where it is, wherever there is a competition, there will be underground casinos. At 3 p.m., the first round of the finals started simultaneously. The cheers and shouts from the audience rose and fell in waves. Each contestant has many loyal fans, and several foreign contestants also have fans from their home countries who have traveled a long distance to support them. On the first stage, Su Xinluo vs last year's Super Soldier King Owens. On the third stage, Masao Sato vs championship favorite Brady. On the 5th stage, championship favorite Suri vs Ivanov of the Great Bear Country. Chapter 55, The Dark Horse of the East. After 12 hours of recovery, the athletes show no signs of fatigue. Perhaps these elite soldiers possess extremely strong recovery abilities. Or perhaps, those who occupy the nation's top resources each have their own secrets to recovery. Standing on the ring, they seem to be influenced by the audience's extremely enthusiastic emotions, and each of them was extremely excited. On the ring, the lights shone brightly, and the atmosphere was tense. Su Xinluo and Owens stood facing each other, their eyes fixed on each other with unwavering determination, as if they could see right through each other. The match began, and Su Xinluo made the first move. She moved with agility, striking like a cheetah, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks that caught Owens off guard. Owens truly lives up to his reputation as the captain of the Navy SEALs and a previous winner of the Super Soldier Award. With his rich combat experience, he quickly adjusted his rhythm and began to fight steadily, gradually wearing down Su Xinluo's stamina with precise counterattacks. Owens' heavy punches were extremely lethal. After several rounds of exchanges, Su Xinlu's arm began to ache slightly and even felt a little numb. She took advantage of the moment the two separated and quickly shook her arms. Owens witnessed all of this, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Su Xinluo refused to be outdone. She gritted her teeth and launched wave after wave of fierce attacks with all her might. However, Owens was like a mountain, steadily withstanding her attacks. The match entered a heated phase, with both players drenched in sweat, each collision producing a dull thud. Suddenly, Owens seized an opening and delivered a powerful punch to Su Xinluo's abdomen. Owens' punch was much stronger than that of Teddy Kingdom's king of soldiers, Toniel, which made Su Xinlu feel as if her internal organs were being squeezed together. Although she had already engaged her abdominal muscles and tensed all 8 of them the moment Owens threw the punch, trying to cushion the impact of his powerful blow, she clearly underestimated the force of his punch. This scene was incredibly distressing for Xiao Chong. Damn it, hitting a woman, especially a beautiful one. How can you bunch of stinking men be so heartless? He secretly made a decision in his heart. Lin Hao and the other two were also on the verge of their hearts jumping out of their throats. They had no interest in watching the intense fights on the other arenas. Although the 3 of them were often tormented by Su Xinluo and they often complained, it was all superficial. The 3 of them still have a very deep relationship with Su Xinluo. They've practically cursed Owens' ancestors for 18 generations. Su Xinlu bent over in pain, but she didn't give up and struggled to her feet. Owens seized the opportunity to launch a series of attacks, each one making Su Xinlu sway unsteadily. Finally, in a fierce exchange, Su Xinluo was overwhelmed and was hit by Owens' knee strike, falling heavily onto the ring. She struggled to stand up, but her body wouldn't obey her. The referee declared the game over, and Owens won. The crowd disregarded the game and rushed to the medical room immediately. At this time, in the medical room, the medical team from the Yanjing military region was already working intensively to examine Su Xinluo's body. A man with the rank of lieutenant general was also standing nearby, his eyes filled with heartache. After a thorough examination, the military doctor, she approached the middle-aged man. Reporting to the chief of staff, Major Su is fine, just suffered a severe abdominal injury with slight organ displacement, which will recover automatically within half an hour. The external wound has been disinfected. The middle-aged man nodded. Upon seeing Xiao Chong and his group arrive, Su Xinlu sat up, supporting herself on the bed. Uncle, we've come to see Xinlu. Lin Hao greeted him naturally. The same applies to the other 2. Xiao Chong followed suit and greeted the general. Although the general didn't recognize Xiao Chong, he still politely smiled and nodded at him. At this moment, Xiao Chong was wondering what the relationship was between this general and Su Xinluo. Could it be? The crowd gathered around, offering words of comfort and consolation to Su Xinluo. This deeply moved Su Xinluo. All right, stop comforting me. It's not like I can't accept defeat. Su Xinlu said helplessly. Let's go. I'm going out to watch the game. This prompted the general standing nearby to quickly step forward and say, take a good rest. Your health is the most important thing. I know my own body. I'm fine. He was about to get up when he said that. She could only manage half of it before the intense pain caused by the traction on her wound forced her to give up. Xiao Qiang, stay here. You all go out. The 3 looked at Su Xinluo and then at Xiao Chong. Seeing Su Xinluo's menacing gaze, the 3 hesitated and had no choice but to leave obediently. The general stared at Su Xinluo. Dad, you go out too. Get out of here quickly. Su Xinlu's words, which left no room for argument, were tinged with a hint of coquetry. Why? After a helpless sigh, the general left the infirmary with a suspicious look on his face. They left the infirmary. The general stopped Lin Hao directly, smiling, and asked, "Little Lin, what's the relationship between that young man who stayed in the infirmary and Xinluo?" Lin Hao's mind was startled. "Uncle, Xiao Chong is a new friend of ours. He just met Xinlu the day before yesterday. He might know some massage techniques that could help Xinlu quickly recover her strength." Su Sengwa nodded. He had thought the girl was in love. 5 minutes later, the door to the infirmary opened. Su Xinluo was the first to push open the door and come out, followed closely by Xiao Chong. Everyone stared in astonishment at Su Xinluo, whose demeanor was completely different from before, and they were all shocked. That's amazing. In just a few short minutes, someone who can't even get out of bed can become perfectly fine. Su Xinlu was very satisfied with everyone's performance. She pouted smugly and walked ahead on her own. At this point, the round of 6-3 matches had all concluded. In the first arena, Owens successfully advanced. In the third arena, Masao Sato surprisingly defeated the favorite to win, Brady, the captain of the U.S. Delta Force. In the fifth arena, Su Rue successfully defeated Ivanov, a fierce general from the Great Bear Kingdom, as expected. The three first drew lots for the finals. Round 1, Suri versus Owens. Round 2, Owens versus Masao Sato. Round 3, Suri versus Sato Masao. Seeing the final draw results, Su Xinluo felt a slight sense of relief. Although the match consists of 3 rounds, 1 round is played every hour. This is to ensure that everyone has enough time to recover. Both Masao Sato and Owens have played 2 games in a row, giving Suri more time to adjust his form. Inside the private room, the middle-aged man wearing the rank of general fell into deep thought. One of the 2 insurance policies has been eliminated. If we can't take advantage of our home field to win this World Super Soldier Medal, it will be even more difficult to win it in the future. Chapter 56, The Final Battle. An hour later, the first final match began between Suri and former Super Soldier Owens. Although a rest of more than an hour is not a very long time, but for top-tier soldiers, it's enough to restore their stamina to about 70 to 80%. Owens is 34 years old this year, and has passed the peak of his physical fitness. Su Rue, on the other hand, was only 27 years old, the prime of his life as a top soldier. The 2 engaged in a fierce battle on the ring, exchanging blows with brutal force that thrilled the audience. Owens, at 185 centimeters, relies on his powerful punches, while Suri, at 175 centimeters, is more agile. 20 minutes later, the 2 were extremely exhausted and their speed slowed down. At the 25-minute mark, Suri seized an opening and knocked Owens off the ring with a powerful straight punch. Suri won the first round. In the second round, Owens, who had not yet recovered, encountered the dark horse Masao Sato and was kicked off the ring in less than 15 minutes. At this moment, Masao Sato looked very relaxed. Countless professionals then began to take this dark horse from the East seriously. Before the competition, the basic information of the top contenders for the championship was no secret. Basic information, such as which country and unit the individual came from, and their age, has become public information. At this point, there was absolutely no news from the outside world about Masao Sato, who had entered the finals as a dark horse. Age? Military service? Special skills? I know nothing. Inside that private room, with General Chinwagwa, was an elderly man dressed in a gray-white cloth robe, with a beard that almost reached his chest, and whose every move exuded a certain otherworldly air. "Mr. Fu, can you tell what kind of talent this Japanese player has?" Fu Qingfeng is 92 years old this year, but he exudes the energy and spirit of a man in his 60s. He was this military bigwig's close friend and bodyguard. If I'm not mistaken, the other party shouldn't be from the Japanese military. After a brief pause, Fu Qingfeng spoke again. His kung fu style has a distinctly Japanese ninja style. Among the 3 great ninja lineages of the East, both the Koga and Edo schools were utterly crippled by Chinese martial arts in the war decades ago. It's barely clinging to life now. Meanwhile, the ninja clan, a traditional ninja school that had been biding its time, seized the opportunity to grow stronger day by day. If I'm not mistaken, this Sato Masao should be from a ninja sect, judging from the strength he showed in several final matches. This Masao Sato is at least at the peak of Jonin level. And General Chunwagwa, hearing old Fu's hesitation, asked, "And what else?" Fu Qingfeng pondered for a moment. Although this Sato Masao also stumbled his way into the final, I suspect he hasn't gone all out yet. Then wouldn't that mean Shinwei gasped. That's right, the opponent is very likely at the level of a god-level ninja. Fu Qingfeng immediately replied. It's important to know that ninjas, ranked from lowest to highest strength, are Jinin, Chunin, and Jonin. Jonin represents the pinnacle of martial prowess that ordinary people can access. It is said that there are no more than 100 Jonin in the entire East. As for the legendary ninjas above the Jonin level, they are practically mythical figures, numbering less than 2 in the entire East. The Japanese military is being unreasonable. It would be one thing if they allowed disciples from ancient martial arts families to participate in the competition. They even sent someone of that caliber. After saying this, Chen Weigu's face turned even more somber. It seems like the medal for the world's top soldier is in jeopardy. China has many talented individuals and masters of ancient martial arts, but the military leadership disdains using underhanded methods such as stealing chickens and dogs or seeking outside help. Amidst the expectations of many people, each with their own hidden agendas, the final match to determine the winner is about to begin. Owens has already been eliminated, while Suri and Sato Masao have each won one game so far. Whoever wins this battle will be crowned the ultimate world's super soldier king. At this moment, Su Rue was full of fighting spirit, although some parts of her body were still aching. But to him, this kind of pain was just commonplace. After 10 years in the military, I have transformed from a naive young man into a king among soldiers. Throughout his 10 years of military service, he never slacked off for a moment. After 2 years of service, he passed the selection for the Special Forces thanks to his strong willpower. Then comes even more arduous and rigorous training, even constantly honing skills in life-or-death situations. Ultimately, it took him 10 years to reach the top and become the king of soldiers in China. Meanwhile, Masao Sato, standing opposite him, wore a strange smile. World's top soldier king? That's nothing to him. As a martial arts prodigy, a talent rarely seen in the history of the ninja sect, he had only one goal in mind. That is to become someone like Yuta Hyuga, revered by all Japanese as a guardian deity of the Orient. Yuta Hyuga is also a god-level ninja. It just has an extra prefix, protector of the nation. That's right, Yuta Hyuga is a guardian ninja of the nation. No one has ever witnessed his power. Perhaps all those who have seen him fight are dead. He was willing to take action this time because the reward offered by the military was simply too tempting. He won the title of world's super soldier king, but accidentally killed or maimed China's super soldier king. Compensation, $100 million. Such a generous reward was simply too much for Sato Masao, who is obsessed with martial arts, to refuse. After all, no matter how skilled you are in martial arts, you still need money. He stared at Su Rue with a sinister expression, his eyes filled with disdain. Perhaps in his eyes, the other person was already a dead man. The referee gave the signal to begin. The two attacked each other in an instant, like a streak of light. The two then quickly began to wrestle, their rapidly moving figures creating a blurry afterimage. Viewers could hardly even see the specific attack methods used by the two. 2 loud bangs followed. The two immediately separated. They each took 5 steps back before stopping. Both of them had traces of blood at the corners of their mouths. Sato Masao wiped the trace of blood with his thumb, then greedily sucked the blood from his finger. How can this Masao Sato be so perverted? Su Xinlu frowned in the stands. Of course those Japanese devils are perverted, otherwise where would they get all those fancy tricks from? Lin Hao chimed in from his side. Xiao Chong looked at the 2 people on the stage with a furrowed brow. Although the 2 had been evenly matched, Xiao Chong had naturally noticed something amiss. Don't ask me how the male lead knows this. I also don't know which ancient martial arts master has possessed Xiao Chong. After sucking the blood off his finger, Masao Sato said, "That's interesting. Let's try again and see if you can withstand this move." After saying that, Masao Sato's aura suddenly intensified. Surue, sensing the change in the other party's aura, also frowned. But he was fearless and charged at Sato Masao once again. Sato Masao's movements became several times faster than before, like a phantom, changing his form several times within a few meters. Even Su Rue couldn't predict the opponent's next attack method. The moment the two met, Sato Masao fainted and then thrust his right fist straight towards Su Xiong's heart. If he were to get hit by a solid punch, his heart would probably explode. Chapter 57, Sudden Change. The audience in the stands gasped in amazement. Both Su Xinluo and Chun Weigwa in the private room were extremely solemn. They were all from military backgrounds, so they naturally knew that it was incredibly difficult to escape unscathed from such a close-range punching attack. Surue was also surprised, not expecting that the opponent could change the attack route in such a rapid exchange of blows. It's unlikely that you can completely avoid this powerful blow. However, driven by instinct honed through countless battles, Surue quickly made her choice. He lowered his body slightly, choosing to take the attack with his chest. Sato Masao thought that by using his shadow prison assassination technique, his opponent would be severely injured or even killed in one blow. Unexpectedly, the other party was able to dodge in the blink of an eye. So what? If I can't kill you with one blow, I'll cripple you completely. Surue even saw a sly smile on the other person's face. A split second later, Sato Masao's fist landed squarely on Surue's shoulder. Suri had already heard a crisp sound of bone cracking. Immediately, he was sent flying backward by the violent impact. It eventually landed on the edge of the ring. The audience in the stands gasped again. Their god of war had actually been defeated by a nobody? They couldn't believe it was real. Su Xinluo closed her eyes tightly. Inside the private room, Chun Weigwa, though mentally prepared for the outcome after hearing bodyguard Fu Qingfeng's explanation, was still taken aback when the scene actually unfolded. He was still deeply troubled. On home turf, they were unable to retain the honor of this super soldier king in China. He was unwilling to accept it. They're going to kill us, Fu Qingfeng suddenly said. What? Chun Weigwa was shocked and quickly looked towards the arena. Suri was lying painfully on the edge of the ring, his shoulder bone fractured. Although his heart was not directly hit, his heart and lungs were still injured by the force of the attack. A mouthful of blood gushed out. Seeing that his attack had hit its mark, Sato Masao did not linger. He gathered his strength again, preparing to kill his opponent completely. Surue naturally realized the other party's intentions. He could have chosen to roll off the edge of the ring, but the pride inherent in a soldier would not allow him to do something so disgraceful to the nation and its prestige. He struggled to his feet, wanted to make a final stand, even though he knew the outcome was already predetermined. Meanwhile, Su Xinluo in the stand was already crying her eyes out. As a soldier, a top-tier soldier, she understood Su Rue's choice. All the Chinese people in the stands fell silent. Their national sentiment made it hard for them to accept that the Chinese king of soldiers had been defeated by Sato Masao. What's even more unacceptable is that these arrogant little guys dared to act so recklessly on China's home turf. But they were just spectators, unable to change anything, only able to remain silent at this moment. Many people have already closed their eyes. They simply cannot accept this ending. Meanwhile, Masao Sato had already gathered his strength again and leaped high into the air halfway through, raising one leg high. He intended to use his signature move, Heavy Leg Mountain Breaker, to completely crush this Chinese military king and trample the dignity of China under his feet. While suspended in midair, Masao Sato seemed to already see the $100 million and the national adoration he would receive upon returning to Japan. But at that moment, a strange change occurred on the arena. 5 cups, like cannonballs, carrying a chilling force, blocked Sato Masao's advance. Seeing the intimidating power emanating from the cup, Sato Masao dared not take it head-on, choose to avoid their sharp edge. Just then, a figure moved with lightning speed, stepping on the edge of the seats in the stands and rushing towards the arena. Then, with a beautiful somersault, she landed steadily next to Surue. Then he slapped Surue more than a dozen times. Surue, who had just felt nauseous and weak, suddenly found that her breathing was much smoother. He looked at the man beside him, his eyes filled with gratitude. Young man, thank you. Help me up. I can still fight. He then stood up. Xiao Chong was deeply moved by the military spirit of those who were willing to sacrifice themselves to defend their dignity. Leave the rest to me. He patted Surue's other shoulder to reassure her. At this point, there was already a lot of discussion in the stands. Xiao Chong, Lin Hao exclaimed loudly. They couldn't bear to see the tragic ending and instinctively closed their eyes. But when he curiously opened his eyes again, he saw that Xiao Chong had already stepped onto the stage. Dazi and Xiaoji immediately opened their eyes after Lin Hao said that. Holy crap, what the hell? Where did he go up there? What did I just miss? Hearing the 3 people's discussion, Su Xinluo also opened her eyes curiously. Equally shocked, Xiao Chong, who was sitting next to her just a few seconds ago, suddenly found himself on the stage. What was he trying to do? Chun Weiguo and Fu Qingfeng stood facing each other, recalling the strange scene that had just occurred. Elder Fu, when did Chinese martial arts produce such a young talent? Fu Qingfeng pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Could you possibly discern the opponent's martial arts level? Fu Qingfeng stared at Xiao Chong standing on the arena. Judging from the move he just showed, his strength is no less than mine. But I couldn't sense any martial arts aura from him at all. That's strange. He was well aware of Master Fu's martial arts prowess. In a war to defend the country decades ago, he single-handedly fought against a national guardian ninja and 5 top-level jonin from the East. Ultimately, this led to the downfall of 6 Japanese martial arts prodigies in China. Yet this martial arts master claimed that the other party's strength was no less than his own. Chun Weiguo fell into deep thought, his mind seemingly preoccupied with something. On the arena, Sato Masao protested to the referee. This kid is obstructing the game for no reason. Don't you Chinese people ever follow the rules? The other person was speaking Chinese, though not fluently. Although the referee is Chinese, he cannot deliberately show favoritism. Young man, what are you trying to do? Hello, referee. I'm not trying to interfere with the match. Su Rue has already lost. As an amateur contestant, I'm challenging this Japanese, contestant. This should be in accordance with the rules of the competition, right? The referee was clearly taken aback. I agree. He then picked up the microphone and announced to everyone present that Xiao Chong had challenged Sato Masao. The audience erupted in noise and discussion once again. What? Xiao Chong wants to challenge this formidable Japanese man. Damn, did Xiao Chong not wake up properly last night? Su Xinluo was also completely bewildered. This is a fighting arena, not a place for playing house. If things go wrong, someone could die. The challenge will begin in 1 hour. Inside the medical room, Chun Weiguo, Fu Qingfeng, and a group of medical staff were present, as well as Xiao Chong, who had been summoned by the leader alone. Su Xinluo and the others wanted to go in, but there was a group of heavily armed guards standing watch outside the door. They could only wait outside. Chapter 58, Undermining the State. Sir, I'm sorry, I couldn't win that honor. Inside the infirmary, Su Rue spoke to Chun Weiguo with a face full of shame and indignation. Su Rue, this is not your fault. You may not know this, but your opponent, Masao Sato, comes from an unparalleled ninja family in the East. For reasons unknown, they chose to get involved in worldly affairs this time. To put it bluntly, it was the Japanese who cheated, Chun Weiguo said with a resentful look. Hearing this, Su Rue felt a little better. How is Comrade Su's health, doctor? Chun Weiguo then asked the medical staff who were examining Su Rue. The male doctor in his 40s who was at the head of the group stood up upon hearing this. Looking at Su Rue and then at Chun Weiguo, he finally spoke. The situation is not good. There is a comminuted fracture of the left scapula. Even if he recovers, he will not be able to engage in high-intensity training. What? Suri shouted loudly. He certainly knew what the doctor's words meant to him. If he can't engage in high-intensity training, how can he lead the team in a battle and defend the country? After saying this, Su Rei, who was not one to easily shed tears, suddenly became dazed, and a tear rolled down his cheek. Looking at this once unyielding Chinese soldier in such a dejected state, Xiao Chong felt a pang of heartache. But at the same time, his ruthlessness towards that little guy intensified. Chun Weiguo was also deeply saddened. As a soldier, he naturally understood Su Rue's feelings at that moment. He couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Su, soldiers don't necessarily have to be on the front lines to serve their country. Don't worry, as long as you're willing, there will always be a place for you in the army. Chun Weiguo, a high-ranking military official, had already planned out an escape route for Su Rue. At this moment, Su Rue thanked Chun Weiguo and then remained silent. Would the proud and arrogant king of Chinese soldiers be willing to live a life of ignominy in the army? The medical staff then left. As Chun Weiguo and Fu Qingfeng left the infirmary and brushed past Xiao Chong, they said casually, "Young man, I'll be watching your upcoming matches." Xiao Chong gave Chun Weiguo a solemn salute. Although he wasn't a soldier, that didn't stop him from returning the courtesy due to this high-ranking military officer. Inside the infirmary, only Xiao Chong and Su Rue remained. Xiao Chong stepped forward and sat down next to Su Rue. Comrade Su Rue, Do you want to continue protecting our country and ensuring China's continued rise? Upon hearing this, Su Rue was taken aback but instinctively nodded. He dreamed of fighting against enemy countries and hostile forces, doing his utmost to protect China. There are many ways to defend our country, and soldiers are just one part of it. You know that the suppression of China by enemy forces is not limited to border provocations and espionage. More importantly, it is a comprehensive competition in the fields of economy and technology. NATO, led by the United States, is constantly trying to suppress China's rise. Whenever a high-tech company with significant influence emerges in China, the United States uses its long-arm jurisdiction to sanction its development. Isn't this a war without gunpowder, yet one that neither the country nor its people can afford to lose? Xiao Chang's words were a wake-up call for Su Rue. In the past, he thought that as long as the military guaranteed the country's security, that was enough. Unexpectedly, China is experiencing silent struggles in so many fields. Su Rue didn't understand why Xiao Chang was telling him all this and stared at him with a puzzled look. Xiao Chang naturally saw this confusion. Comrade Major, I have a wish, which is to build the world's greatest capital group. This group is not for making money to support my enjoyment. Instead, it is dedicated to improving the quality of life for all Chinese people. At the same time, I want to master the world's most advanced technologies and gain an overwhelming advantage over Western countries in aviation, aerospace, medicine, chips, and other high-tech fields. I will single-handedly pull the U.S. down from its position as the world's policeman, and, at the same time, propel the Chinese nation to the pinnacle of the world. Xiao Chang became more and more excited and invigorated as he spoke. The unwavering confidence in his words deeply moved Su Rue. His previously listless expression suddenly became somewhat excited. Comrade Su Rue, I would like to invite you to join my team and work with me to achieve this great and noble goal. Xiao Chang then revealed his true colors. That's right, he's trying to poach someone from another company. They dug into the very corner of the country. Su Rue, after all, was a top soldier in the country. After the initial excitement, his rational mind returned to thinking. Even the will of the nation cannot achieve these goals, yet you, a mere kid, dare to dream such things. Perhaps sensing Su Rue's thoughts, Xiao Chang spoke again. This goal may not be achieved overnight, but I am confident that we can achieve this ambitious goal in 5 to 10 years. Moreover, if you come with me, I can make you believe in my ability to achieve this goal within a month. Want to give it a try? 1 month. Su Rue fell silent again. He was thrilled at the thought of having the opportunity to participate in such a grand undertaking. Moreover, he said it would only be for 1 month. Su Rue was tempted. Let me think about it, and I'll give you an answer later. Xiao Chang wasn't in a hurry. He needed to convince a top soldier to leave the army and follow a young upstart. If the soldier agreed immediately, Xiao Chang would have to consider whether the top soldier was out of his mind. Okay, I'll wait for your answer. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Just now, Su Xinluo and the others repeatedly advised Xiao Chang not to act impulsively. Xiao Chang simply smiled faintly and said nothing. On the arena, Xiao Chang and Sato Masao stood facing each other. Are both sides ready? Masao Sato indicated that everything was ready. Wait a minute, Xiao Chang said slowly. What? They're making me wait. Although the competition rules didn't say that waiting was not allowed, this was the first time I'd ever encountered something like this. Sato Masao looked puzzled. Normally, this is just a formality, and then the two sides start fighting. You're something else, not following the usual rules. The crowd in the stands stared at the two motionless figures on the stage. Everyone started talking about it. Xiao Qiang, are you not scared anymore? Lin Hao muttered to himself. That's possible. Otherwise, why haven't they started yet? Chen Weigua, inside the private room, also looked suspicious and said to the guard next to him, Go and find out what happened. He was completely dumbfounded when he learned what had happened a moment later. Meanwhile, Xiao Chang, who was the focus of everyone's attention, was pondering which body he should choose to possess. The moment he stepped onto the stage, he used the throwing technique of Shaoli Guanghua Rong and the light-footed skill of Yanzi Li San. He's now figuring out whose force he should rely on to bring this arrogant little guy down. Moreover, it can intimidate the entire audience. Another minute passed. You little brat, if you're scared, then get out of here. You Chinese are all cowards, the new generation of sick men of East Asia. Ha ha ha. After saying that, he burst into arrogant laughter. Chapter 59 Human Sandbag Masao Sato. Below the stands, all the spectators were still talking amongst themselves, unable to hear what the two fighters on the stage were saying at all. But Xiao Chang on the stage could hear it clearly. His eyes were slightly narrowed, revealing a heart full of rage. For so many years, these people have been using outdated perspectives from decades ago to view China. Since that's the case, I'll give you a surprise. Tread your pride completely under your feet. After a moment's thought, Xiao Chang waved to the referee, indicating that he was ready. The referee had naturally heard the arrogant remarks of the young man, and now he wished he could devour him alive. Seeing Xiao Chang's signal, he called the two to the center of the stands and first explained the rules and regulations for the competition to Xiao Chang. Then he turned to Xiao Chang and said, "Brother, let's go all out and crush that idiot little guy later and win glory for the country." This statement did not shy away from addressing Masao Sato. Xiao Chang nodded to the other party. Although Sato Masao didn't quite understand some of the words, he knew that the referee was insulting him. "I protest. You're insulting me." "Protest invalid, you idiot." "Well, what kind of new term is this?" The referee ignored Xiao Rizi's protests and immediately announced the start of the match. At that moment, Masao Sato had only one thought in his mind: to cripple or kill this Chinese boy and destroy his national self-confidence to the greatest extent possible in front of the Chinese audience. So he immediately used the ninja sect's secret technique, phantom steps. Soon, Sato Masao's figure transformed into a series of afterimages on the arena, circling around Xiao Chang in the center of the arena. The audience in the stands were utterly amazed, never imagining that human speed could be so fast. Su Rue and Su Xinlu were extremely shocked. Could this be Sato Masao's true strength? It turns out he had been hiding it all along. Looking at the seemingly illusory figure, Xiao Chang sneered. "These Japanese idiots love these fancy tricks." After saying that, he actually closed his eyes. Although the audience in the stands could not see Sato Masao's true form, they could clearly see Xiao Chang's actions. Look, he's actually closed his eyes. Just then, Masao Sato kicked Xiao Chang in the center of the stands with a whoosh. That leg seemed to contain earth-shattering energy, and it even produced bursts of sonic booms. Xiao Chang still did not react and just stood there quietly. Su Rue and Su Xinlu's hearts were pounding in their throats. Su Rue kept repeating, "Brother, I've decided to stick with you, so you can't embarrass yourself." Just as Sato Masao's powerful kick was only a meter away from Xiao Chang, Xiao Chang suddenly opened his eyes, then moved his body and swung his right fist sharply to his left rear. Sato Masao, in the air, was taken aback at first, as he could actually predict the location of his true body. But so what? You think you can block my heavy leg mountain shattering with your fists? You're overestimating yourself. Meanwhile, the eliminated elite soldiers from various countries in the stand sneered, saying, "Who would break a leg with a fist?" The power of punches and kicks is not even in the same league. However, what happened next was something that surprised everyone. With a loud bang, Sato Masao, who had been flying through the air, stopped abruptly and was sent flying backward, crashing onto the edge of the ring with a thud. The audience in the stands gaped in disbelief. Even Fu Yunshan, who was in the private room, showed a solemn expression. "Old Fu, what do you think of that kid's move?" Chun Weigua asked with a look of admiration. "At my peak, perhaps I could have done it." Upon hearing what Elder Fu said, Chun Weigua actually showed a puzzled smile. At this moment, Masao Sato was horrified. He was well aware of the strength of his kick. He could easily kill a bear with a kick, but this kick was blocked by the opponent's fist and sent him flying backward so far. Moreover, my entire right leg is trembling uncontrollably, and my shin bone is in excruciating pain. It's either a fracture or a crack. Xiao Chang was also shocked. The formidable strength of the Chu overlord was truly impressive. It seems that Xiang Yu's strength to lift a tripod cauldron is definitely not a fabrication. Xiao Chang stared directly at the horse, grimacing. "Sato Masao, little brat, is this all the lousy skill you have? Are all Japanese men this trash? I think from now on you Japanese should be called the sick men of the Orient." "Ha!" Xiao Chang is polite and humble, and he generally doesn't swear. But it is impolite not to reciprocate. "You idiot! How dare you insult Japanese samurai? You're asking for death." Masao Sato is loud and boisterous. "Sato, if you're a man, stop talking nonsense and get up." Are you lying there pretending to be dead? The referee standing nearby was secretly thrilled, giving Xiao Chong a thumbs up and thinking, that was fucking satisfying, so cathartic. Walking up to Masao Sato, he said, if you're playing dead, I'll start counting down. 1, 2. Masao Sato. You idiot. You Chinese, you have a really bad conscience. He originally wanted to take the opportunity to recover from the numbness in his legs. But these two Chinese people, singing in unison, exclaimed, holy crap. After muttering a phrase about the essence of Chinese culture, he stood up despite the pain. After gathering his strength, Sato Masao once again rushed toward Xiao Chong. The two instantly engaged in a fierce battle, with sonic booms and banging sounds filling the air. Taizu long fist. Fu Qingfeng asked in confusion. You're saying that kid is using the Taizu long fist? Chen Weigua asked in confusion. Fu Qingfeng nodded. That's right, but the Taizu long fist he used is completely different for what I know. It's really strange. Taizu Changquan, Emperor Taizu's long fist, was created by Emperor Taizu of Song, Zhao Kuangyin. Later generations only know that Zhao Kuangyin became the founding emperor of the Song dynasty after he was forced to wear the yellow robe. Little did they know, he was originally a soldier. He was also the foremost martial arts master in the Song dynasty. However, after hundreds of years of inheritance, only 1/10 of the Taizu, Changquan style he created survived. At this moment, Xiao Chong was using the authentic Taizu Changquan, which had been honed through actual combat. Sato Masao grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. He had already exhausted all his trump cards, yet his opponent remained completely unfazed. Moreover, the opponent's boxing style was sometimes as powerful as 1,000 troops, and sometimes light and delicate yet extremely tricky. The most crucial and frustrating thing for him was that his opponent's punches seemed inexhaustible. Holy crap, how many sets of boxing techniques has he practiced? Did he start practicing from the womb? Nonsense. Chinese martial arts have existed for thousands of years, with tens of thousands of martial arts masters. Xiao Chong was having a blast, completely using Sato as a human punching bag. From the very beginning, Xiang Yu, Emperor Taizu of Song, Zhao Yun of the Three Kingdoms, and the 18 heroes of the Sui and Tang dynasties were all named one by one. Inside the private room, Fu Qingfeng was completely dumbfounded. He had counted no less than 50 martial arts routines, some he could name and some he couldn't. In the end, we simply stopped counting. Damn, there are too many to count. Absolutely too many to count. General Chun, this kid is a walking encyclopedia of ancient martial arts. We must find a way to keep this kid in the military. Even if we can't keep him, he can serve as an instructor for the special forces for a month or two. In the future, the combat capabilities of the entire military special forces will increase by at least half. Fu Qingfeng made the suggestion seriously. Chapter 60 is being targeted again. Real. Chen Weigua looked incredulous. Of course, once the quality of the elite special forces soldiers has been greatly improved, it will be passed on to the next level of field army, and the strength of Chinese soldiers will inevitably reach a new level. Fu Qingfeng had a confident look on his face. At this moment, Chen Weigua seemed to be thinking of something, and looked at Xiao Chong on the stage with a greedy expression. At that moment, Xiao Chong suddenly felt a chill down his back. With Xiao Chong deliberately holding back, the two fought for nearly 20 minutes. At this moment, Masao Sato appeared to be contemplating suicide, repeatedly try to roll off the ring. But Xiao Chong pulled them back each time. What the hell are you in such a hurry for? We haven't even finished testing the 36 heavenly spirits of Liangshan yet. After the 36 heavenly spirits, there are 72 earthly fiends. 10 minutes later, Masao Sato had been beaten so badly that even his own parents wouldn't recognize him. Su Xinlua's eyes were sparkling as she looked at Xiao Chong. Just as Xiao Chong finished summoning Yang Ji, the 17th-ranked blue-faced beast, Sato Koji was already daydreaming on the arena. This is boring. But you ruined my Chinese king of soldiers, and letting you leave so easily is far too lenient on you. Then, Xiao Chong's momentum returned. The god of death, Bai Qi, possessed him and grabbed at Sato Masao's wrists and ankles. After several heart-wrenching screams, Sato fainted on the field. If nothing unexpected happens, Sato's limbs have already suffered the tragic fate of comminuted fractures. For him, passing out was a kind of relief. As the referee declared Xiao Chong the winner and awarded him the World Super Soldier King medal, The Chinese audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. The Japanese military delegation carried Masao Sato off the ring, gave him some basic medical treatment, and then slunk away. Xiao Chong, who had just stepped off the stage, was surrounded by the trio, Su Xinluo and Su Rue. Xiao Qiang, you're a genius. You know massage, and your fighting skills are just too high. Exactly, they're really good at hiding their abilities. Congratulations. It seems we need to get to know each other again. Major Su Xinluo, a soldier from China. As she spoke, she extended her slender hand to Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong immediately reached out and grasped the hand of this stunningly beautiful female military officer. Xiao Chong, a freshman at Yinqing University, knows a little bit of everything. As he spoke, he gently scratched Su Xinluo's palm twice with his index finger. Sensing something amiss, Su Xinluo's face instantly flushed red. Oh, Sister Luo even blushed when we shook hands. Did the sun rise in the west? Dazi and Xiaoji muttered as if they had seen a ghost. Su Xinluo instantly glared at the two of them with murderous intent. The two of them immediately shut up when they saw that fierce gaze. Su Xinluo awkwardly withdrew her hand immediately. Su Rue, who had been dejected, was now looking at the young man with admiration and respect. Soldiers value martial prowess and admire the strong. As everyone exchanged pleasantries, a young man in military uniform approached them. Mr. Xiao, may I speak to you in private? Xiao Chong nodded, and then followed them into the private room. Looking at Xiao Chong as he entered, Chen Weigua said with a smile, Young man, congratulations on leaving this precious Super Soldier King medal in China. Xiao Chong scratched his head. Commander, defending the glory of China is the duty of every Chinese son and daughter. Good, what a duty you should do. Chen Weigua patted Xiao Chong on the shoulder happily. Young man, please sit down. Thank you, Chief. Xiao Chong was not at all reserved. On the contrary, he was very poised and confident. Young man, what's your name? Are you at school, or? Commander, my name is Xiao Chong. You can call me Xiao Chong. I am a freshman at Yanda University. Xiao Chong, still a student at Peking University? Impressive. He's good at both academics and martial arts. Very impressive. As soon as Xiao Chong entered, he was praised by the leader, which made him a little embarrassed. He chuckled in response. At this point, Chen Weigua tentatively asked, Xiao Qiang, have you ever thought about joining the army? Xiao Chong was taken aback upon hearing his superior's words. He hadn't really thought about that. How should I answer the leader's question? Should we refuse outright? Wouldn't that be too embarrassing for the leader, considering he's a high-ranking military official? Agree? That's impossible. I, Xiao Qiang, will not only drag the U.S. down from its pedestal, but also help China reach the pinnacle. Xiao Chong's dual-core brain started working rapidly. Sir, do you want me to help train the troops, or? Chen Weigua was shocked. This kid is shrewd enough to have figured out. However, he didn't intend to hide it and nodded slightly. Commander, that's easy. I can serve the country, even if I don't join the army. Chen Weigua was slightly disappointed. You don't like military life? Not as a leader, on the contrary. I really yearn for life in the military. As the saying goes, you'll regret joining the army for 2 years, but you'll regret not joining for a lifetime. Joining the army would certainly allow me to serve my country, but I have a much greater goal. Xiao Chong said seriously. Oh, a more ambitious goal? Would you mind telling me about it? Chen Weigua asked with great interest. The rise of China requires not only the rise of its military power, but also a comprehensive rise in the field of high technology. Although China's economy has developed rapidly in recent years, it is concentrated in labor-intensive industries. Those are all outdated production capacities eliminated by developed countries. Our country is still very weak in the field of truly high technology, and it is often held hostage by Western countries. Therefore, my goal is to dedicate my life to promoting the prosperity and development of China's high-tech industries and contributing my strength to the true rise of China. Xiao Chong became more and more excited as he spoke, while Chen Weigua was increasingly shocked as he listened. It may sound incredible, but it's amazing that someone so young has such lofty ambitions. That's impressive. Chen Weigua and Fu Qingfeng's eyes met unintentionally, and they both saw shock and admiration in each other's gazes. Slap, slap, slap. Chen Weigua couldn't help but applaud. Okay, as you wish. Xiao Qiang, when is it convenient for you to join the army camp? You'd have to ask our principal. Oh, and who is your principal? Sure, Zhanbin. Chen Weigua took out the specially made mobile phone, dialed a number, and after the call was connected my call to the president's office of Yinxing University through the military office phone. Shi Zhanbin has been in a good mood lately, as he received commendation from his superiors for the successful resolution of the Aachen incident. If nothing unexpected happens, I might become a high-ranking local official and take charge of a region in the future. Just as he was enjoying the bright future, the phone on his desk rang cheerfully. Seriously, my sweet dream has been disturbed. But when he looked at the landline display and saw that the call was from the Chinese military headquarters, Shi Zhanbin instantly sobered up. Why is the military calling me? I don't have any dealings with the military. Despite his suspicions, Shi Zhanbin answered the phone. Hello, who is this? Hello, Principal Shi, I am Chen Weigua. Shi Zhanbin was taken aback. Chen Weigua? The name sounded familiar. This. Then he realized the call was from the military and immediately remembered who Chen Weigua was. This gave Shi Zhanbin a real fright. Chapter 61, let's just give him a random general's rank. General Chen, is there something you need on your call? Shi Zhanbin was slightly apprehensive. Oh, it's nothing serious. I just wanted to borrow a student from you. Shi Zhanbin was completely baffled. Could he borrow someone? You said we would definitely cooperate fully with the military. Here's the thing, I'd like to invite Xiao Chong, a freshman from Peking University, to be an instructor in our army for a few months. What do you think? If you were to ask about any of the other freshmen, Shi Zhanbin would most likely not know them, but the other person mentioned Xiao Chong. Shi Zhanbin remembers it vividly. First, a prominent figure in the field of traditional Chinese medicine wanted to consult Xiao Chong on medical skills, and now the second in command of the military has directly stated that he wants to invite Xiao Chong to become an instructor in the army. Could it be that Xiao Chong also knows how to train troops? Minister Chen, Xiao Chong, what qualifications do you have to teach in the military? Shi Zhanbin asked cautiously. Principal Shi, you're unaware of this. Just half an hour ago, one of your students participated in the Global Special Forces competition and defeated the strongest soldier in this year's competition, helping the military retain the title of Global Super Soldier King in China. This. Shi Zhanbin was utterly shocked. He possessed medical skills that even the most renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners envied, and now he had become a top soldier. He's also a top student at Yinxing University. Yinxing University has struck gold this year. My student is indeed outstanding. Well, as long as he has no objections, I will make things easier for him. Serving the country is an honor for Yinxing University. After hanging up the phone, he said, Xiao Qiang, your principal has no objections. It's up to you now. Commander, those elite soldiers in the army are definitely proud to the core. Would it be improper for me, with no official title or position, to become an instructor in the army? If I go there, I won't be able to convince the people. Xiao Chong looked troubled. Chen Weigua chuckled, naturally realizing that Xiao Chong was making demands of him. Then tell me, what kind of status do you need? You name it. Me? Sir, how about you just give him some major general or lieutenant general rank? Cough, cough, cough. Chen Weigua was choked up. You're really bold and daring, aren't you? Do you think general ranks are sold by weight? Sir, isn't this a bit of a dilemma? Seeing Chen Weigua's discomfiture, Xiao Chong tentatively asked. Well, it's not that I'm making things difficult. Xiao Qiang, the rank of general is awarded to people who have made outstanding contributions to the military system. So, Xiao Chong nodded in sudden realization. He had only said it as a joke and hadn't expected to achieve instant success. However, Xiao Qiang, I can't give you the rank of general, but you can try for the rank of colonel. Chen Weigua quickly added. A senior colonel rank, that'll do. All right then, senior colonel it is. Xiao Chong looked like he was reluctantly agreeing. Fu Qingfeng, standing to the side, watched Chen Weigua's humiliation with amusement. All right, then it'll be colonel. Chen Weigua originally thought that giving him a major or lieutenant colonel would be enough, but he never expected that this kid would play a trick of preconceived notions. Having already refused once, refusing again this time would seem insincere. However, at this moment, Chen Weigua preferred the young man in front of him, who was fearless, courageous, and resourceful. Unfortunately, he had no intention of joining the army. Xiao Qiang, how about we start tomorrow? Sir, you can't exploit young people. It's almost October, and I want to go on vacation. Well, Fu Qingfeng, who was standing next to him, almost burst out laughing. How interesting. How interesting. This is the first time he has ever encountered someone who could make such a high-ranking official of the Chinese military suffer such a setback. Okay, then it'll be after the holiday. I'll use this time to get your military rank sorted out. After reaching an agreement, Xiao Chong left the private room and joined the others. Xiao Qiang, what did the commander say to you? Su Xinluo unusually took the initiative to ask. It's nothing much. They just want me to be an instructor in the army for a few months. Really? Then you can't keep anything from me. Su Xinluo is always thinking about improving herself, and she just had the idea of becoming an apprentice. Unexpectedly, the commander had even greater foresight and appointed this super soldier to teach in the army. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the group left the military club and found a restaurant nearby. At the dinner table, Su Rue, what's your decision? What do you mean? How are you talking about? Su Xinlu asked curiously. This time, Su Rue wasn't so hesitant. She put down her chopsticks and said, Xiao Chong, I've decided. I'll work with you. A true man's ambition lies in all corners of the world. I am willing to continue to uphold my belief in protecting my country in other ways. Good. What a fine young man with ambitions for the world. Come on, Su Rue, let's have a drink. Xiao Chong was very excited. With such a super soldier joining the team, many things could be carried out simultaneously. Su Rue, are you going to work for Xiao Chong? Are you leaving the army? Su Xinlu finally understood what Xiao Chong was trying to do. Su Rue felt a brief moment of dejection, but then her expression changed. Yes, my scapula is shattered and I can't carry out frontline missions, but I don't want to rest on my past laurels and live off the country. I can't do that. Rather than doing that, it's better to serve the country in another way, somewhere else. Su Xinlu originally wanted to try to persuade them, but seeing how determined they were, he then gave up on the idea and toasted Su Rue as well. When Su Rue was about to part ways, he told Xiao Chong that he would go back to the army to complete his discharge procedures, which would take about half a month. He then went to Yanjing to seek refuge with Xiao Chong. Su Xinluo watched Xiao Chong's departing figure, lost in thought. I got back to the dormitory at 8 p.m. As soon as they entered, the three of them gathered around Hao Nyobi's computer. It was unusual to see Brother Nyo with a cigarette in his mouth, but that wasn't surprising because Xiao Chong had told him before that watching movies while smoking was better than being a god. What's strange is that only one of this guy's two nostrils was smoking. Xiao Chong thought to himself, the other nostril is most likely blocked by blood. He took a step forward and exclaimed, Damn, this is so exciting. Is this a 1v5? That balloon is huge. Xiao Qiang, come on, let's watch together. Brother Nyo extended an olive branch to Xiao Chong. Forget it. I prefer real combat. Cut. The three of them let out a silent expression of contempt. 10 minutes later. Hao Nyobi. No. I need to go to the restroom. Fu Hao. Wait, I'm going to. Dong Mingxing. And me. Xiao Chong. Guys, a little masturbation is fine. Too much is harmful, and excessive masturbation will lead to your demise. A few minutes later, the three of them returned to their dormitory one after another. Xiao Chong, observing the three men's somewhat frivolous gait, said, Guys, hurry up and find a girl. This pace is getting a bit tiring for your hands. You son of a bitch. Xiao Chong, you're just gloating. Hey, by the way, where the hell have you been for the past 3 days? Me? I'm researching how to become the world's richest person. Cut. Xiao Chong was once again looked down upon. Hey guys, come on over here. Let's get down to business. What? Want to study how to become the richest person? Fu Hao said jokingly. Chapter 62, A Scam. After the three people gathered around, Xiao Chong launched into a long, rapid-fire speech. Fu Hao, you want to start a business? Then you have to include me. Fu Hao dreams of becoming a real tycoon again. But shouldn't we be focusing on our studies right now? The two model students, Xiao Hao and Xiao Dong, once again posed a thought-provoking question. Xiao Chong and Fu Hao exchanged a glance. Hey Hao, Dong, want to watch some action movies? The two exclaimed in unison, It looks beautiful. Meanwhile, these two top students were rapidly pondering the meaning of Xiao Qiang's sudden question. It looks nice, right? But isn't it too hard on your hands? Do you know what entrepreneurial success means? Xiao Chong asked questions step by step. I have tons of money. I can buy whatever I want. Xiao Hao answered without hesitation. Xiao Dong, who was standing next to him, nodded in agreement. Oh, you're so wrong. When you have a lot of money, you can have a lot of beautiful women like Aoi Sura, Hatano Yui, Ozawa, etc. As long as you have money, You can have any Japanese teacher come to you, wearing the sexiest clothes, and have a deep interaction with you. They certainly won't refuse any of your requests, anything. As Xiao Chong patiently and persuasively taught them, the confused looks in Xiao Dong and Xiao Hao's eyes gradually turned fervent and then resolute. Xiao Chong, I'm in. Damn it, I'm going to take on 10 of you. I did it too. Fu Hao cast an admiring glance at Xiao Chong, his mentor. It's not that the enemy's will is too strong. It's just that our temptations weren't strong enough. Xiao Chong, all right, now that we've reached a consensus, let's meet with the investors tomorrow. Fu Hao, so fast. Xiao Dong and Xiao Hao. Of course we need to hurry. I can't wait. Xiao Chong. After settling everything in, Xiao Chong sat down at the computer desk, ready to play a game of Counter-Strike. Suddenly, I saw my QQ account, which had been offline, flashing. When I opened it, I was surprised to see a message from Lu Qingyuan. This was the first time his dream girl had spoken to him on her own initiative. Happiness came so suddenly that he was incredibly excited. Looking at the time again, it was a message I sent to myself this morning. Oh dear, will the beautiful Lu be angry? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chong typed in the chat box. Qingyuan, I'm so sorry. I've been busy these past 2 days and haven't seen your message. At that moment, Lu Qingyuan was studying in the library of Yinqing University. While she was looking up information on her laptop, she saw the little penguin jumping happily. Open the chat window immediately. You stinky Xiao Chong. I sent you a message this morning and you're only replying now. But since he said he's been busy these past few days, I'll forgive him. No, I can't forgive him so easily. I need to let him cool off a bit more. Xiao Chong, on the other end of the computer, seemed to have anticipated this outcome. Beautiful Lu, I know you're looking at this message on your computer right now. From now on, I'll reply to any messages from you as soon as possible. Okay? Don't be angry. Lu Qingyuan looked at Xiao Chong's message, her red lips slightly upturned, and her fingers clicked rapidly. Seeing that you are quite sincere in admitting your mistake, I will forgive you for now. Seeing that Lu Qingyuan had replied to his message, Xiao Chong snapped his fingers with delight. Immediately type in the chat box. Lu Mei Nu is so elegant. Are you studying in your dorm or at the library right now? Lu Qingyuan, you think you're like me, always skipping classes? You're still in the library right now. Xiao Chong immediately replied, could you give me a chance to be your protector and take you back to your dorm? Upon seeing Xiao Chong's message, Lu Qingyuan instinctively typed no need. But I deleted it immediately. But deep down, there seems to be a sense of anticipation. Seeing that the other party hadn't replied for a while, Xiao Chong continued, give me a chance, otherwise there are a lot of perverts on the streets late at night, I'm worried. Upon seeing Xiao Chong's message, Lu Qingyuan burst out laughing. Her already exquisite and beautiful appearance was mixed with a hint of coy, feigned reluctance. She's absolutely captivating. His fingers danced across the keyboard again. Really? I have a feeling you're the biggest pervert. Lu Qingyuan was still incredibly happy. If they weren't in a public place, she probably would have burst into laughter. I would just call it lust at first sight. Lu, please give me a chance. Xiao Chong pressed for more information. Lu Qingyuan looked around at the brightly lit library and the Yinqing University students studying intently with an unusual smile on her face. Then wait for me at the bottom of the library in 10 minutes. After saying this, Lu Qingyuan suddenly realized that she was a little nervous. Yeah. Upon seeing the reply, Xiao Chong excitedly raised his arm and shouted, my God, Xiao Qiang, you're yelling so loudly in the middle of the night. You're giving me a heart attack. What's wrong with you? Why are you so agitated? Fu Hao, who was watching Uncle Zombie, clutched his wildly beating heart and asked tremblingly. His tone was somewhat weak, indicating that he was quite frightened. I'm going to pick up Lu Qingyuan and take her back to the dorm. I'm off, buddy. Everyone watched Xiao Chong's departing figure with envy. 10 minutes later, outside the Yinqing University library, Xiao Chong was already waiting here. At this time, the campus of Yinqing University was bustling with activity, as many students were returning to their dormitories from the library and classrooms. It paints a vivid picture of Yinqing University at dusk. Xiao Chong, as he gazed at the beautiful night view of Yinqing University, lost in thought, a familiar voice came from behind. Qingyuan, let me get your computer for you. Thanks. Walking back to the girls' dormitory, Lu Qingyuan felt uneasy, as this was the first time she had been alone with a boy. Something feels off. What have you been up to these past few days? Skipping too many classes, you'll get failed by the teacher. Lu Qingyuan asked. Xiao Lu is concerned. Have you forgotten that at the first class meeting of the semester, I said I wanted to become the richest person in the world? That's what I'm busy with. Xiao Chong answered with a relaxed expression. And in the future, I might skip even more classes. Lu Qingyuan was shocked by Xiao Chong's words. Most students who are admitted to Yinqing University have a clear goal, to study hard and pursue further studies abroad. Well, he's already developed the bad habit of skipping classes after only a few days of school starting. Downstairs in the goddess's dormitory building. Thank you, Xiao Chong. Don't be so polite. How about trying to be my girlfriend? Xiao Chong asked again with a grin. Lu Qingyuan was clearly taken aback, obviously shocked by the question. She didn't expect Xiao Chong to be even more direct this time. Chapter 63 Meeting with Investors. She was clearly unprepared and her mind was in complete disarray. All right, look at how easily frightened you are. You should go back to your dorm. There is ample time. Anyway, you'll be mine, Xiao Chong's, sooner or later. Xiao Chong said with an air of inexplicable confidence. Lu Qingyuan had just realized what was happening and was about to retort when Xiao Chong had already turned and left the goddess's dormitory building. You scoundrel Xiao Chong, how dare you say such a thing? You're infuriating. Lu Qingyuan pouted and said with dissatisfaction. The next morning, Xiao Chong, we're going to meet the investors. Don't we need to dress a little more formally? Yeah, is it going like this a bit too casual? That is... Xiao Chong was speechless. You guys have formal attire? All three shook their heads in unison. That settles it then. Let's go. With hearts full of trepidation, the three followed Xiao Chong toward the Summer Palace Villa. Little did they know that their fate would be completely rewritten from that day onward. Inside the Qiangxing Investment Negotiation Room. Hello, fellow elites of Yinqing University. I am Su Wan, the Venture Capital Director of Qiangxing Investment Group. Hello, Mr. Su. Looking at this stunningly beautiful woman, 165 centimeters tall, dressed in a formal office lady outfit, and sporting shoulder-length short hair, Xiao Chong couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Mu Yao's taste is just what I want. The other three were practically drooling. What kind of amazing company is this? Every single female employee they met after entering was stunningly beautiful. Even the cleaning staff, the ladies were all elegant and had a strong, mature, and sophisticated air about them. Since Xiao Chong only came up with this plan yesterday, he could only call Li Muyao to make the necessary arrangements. Su Wan looked at the four people in front of her. One seemed normal enough, but the other three looked. Why does he look like an idiot? I don't know what President Li was thinking. He kept telling me to vote for them. Su Wan looked at the four people in front of her and thought to herself, who can introduce your project? At the same time, Su Wan's bright eyes swept across the four people's faces. The trio was incredibly nervous, whether from seeing the beautiful woman or from being intimidated by Su Wan's powerful aura. It was hard to tell. All three of them turned their gazes toward Xiao Chong. They were originally deceived and seduced by Xiao Chong and had no idea what kind of project he was going to do. Xiao Chong said, Hello, President Su. We are going to make traditional Chinese medicine using ancient methods and carry forward the millennia-old tradition of Chinese medicine. So Wan Fronith, do you have ancient Chinese medicine prescriptions, or do you have renowned Chinese medicine doctors joining you? Xiao Chong said, We have the support of inheritors of traditional Chinese medicine. The trio looked at Xiao Chong with strange expressions. What kind of inheritor of traditional Chinese medicine? That's ridiculous. Do you have a pharmaceutical manufacturing base? That's why they're looking for investors. How much was your original share capital? There are four of us, 10,000 each. 4 head. So you mean you have no money, no space, and just a few people? Suan said irritably. If it weren't for Li Muyao's arrangement, she would have been cursing. What kind of company is this? Is this some makeshift troupe putting on a grand opera? How much money are you looking to raise? After some thought, Xiao Chong rented a factory in Yinjing, purchased equipment, recruited professional talent, and established marketing channels. It's at least 20 million. We want to raise 30 million yuan. The trio looked at Xiao Chong with shock in their eyes. 30 million? Do you think investment companies are all idiots, asking for 30 million with just a few words? Suwon was speechless. You bunch of greenhorns really dare to talk like that. But then I thought of Li Muyao's repeated instructions. With a cold expression, He feigned a demand. 30 million? I knew it. No way. 300,000 will be pretty good. Fu Hao muttered to himself. The other two probably think the same way. 30 million is acceptable, but Xiangxing Investment wants to own 70% of your company's shares. The three of them stared at the beautiful investor with incredulous eyes. Are we too ignorant, or is this world too crazy? That's it. You decided to invest? This money is so easy to scam. Did they just melt it down? No problem. Xiao Chong agreed immediately. Then I'll have my investment assistant contact you later. After saying that, Su Wan left the investment negotiation room directly. 5 minutes later, the investment assistant came in with the equity transfer agreement. At Xiao Chong's prompting, Fu Hao and the other two signed their names on it like puppets. Soon, the 30 million yuan capital from Xiangxing Investment was deposited into Huaxia Xiniatang Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, which Xiao Chong had already registered in advance. Hey guys, let's go. Still want to stay for dinner. Seeing the three of them sitting there, completely shocked and motionless, Xiao Chong couldn't help but chuckle. Huh? Oh, let's go. None of the three knew how they got out of the Summer Palace Villa. Xiao Dong, pinch me. Let me see if I'm dreaming. Niobai still cannot accept this fact. Xiao Chong raised his foot and kicked him directly in the buttocks. Damn it. Xiao Chong, you son of a bitch, you went for the kill. The four of them started making a ruckus. According to the investment agreement, Xiangxing Investment invested 30 million yuan to hold 70% of the shares, while Xiao Chong and the other three invested 10,000 yuan each, holding 7.5% of the shares respectively. Inside Li Muyao's office at the Summer Palace Villa. Mr. Li, I really don't understand why you would invest money in such a makeshift team. They have practically nothing but people. With this 30 million invested, let alone any investment premium, I doubt I can even recoup the investment cost. Su Wan spoke with a serious expression, while Li Muyao, who was sitting there, looked relaxed. Su Wan, you'll find out the reason soon enough. I won't explain all that to you today. Just think of it as a special investment. Meanwhile, inside the classroom of Class 1, Economics and Management, Yinxing University, Lu Qingyuan was surprised to find today that not only did Xiao Chong skip class, but the other three people in their dormitory also skipped class. Outside the Summer Palace Villa, the four of them sat side by side on the curb. Xiao Chong, tell me, what's the next step? Simple. I'll find a nationally renowned TCM doctor. The three of you can split up and find suitable factory buildings. Remember one thing. It doesn't matter if the factory buildings are a little out of the way, but they must be in a place with convenient transportation. We'll split up and meet up at the dorms tonight. With slightly bewildered looks in their eyes, the three embarked on their arduous entrepreneurial journey. After the three left, Xiao Chong returned to the Summer Palace Villa and went to his office. Li Muyao's introduction gave me a completely new understanding of the company's situation in the past few days. In addition to functional departments such as human resources, administration, legal affairs, finance, auditing, and general manager's office, Xiangxing Investment Group now has other departments under its umbrella. It has a subsidiary, Xiangxing Stock Trading Department, which currently mainly engages in investment and trading of M shares. The Venture Capital Department primarily invests in angel rounds of startups and subsequent Series A, B, and C funding rounds during the expansion phase of these companies. These two departments have now been initially established. Chapter 64 people from the mental hospital have arrived. Next, Li Muyao plans to continue to expand and improve the stock trading department and to establish a presence in the secondary markets of mature markets in Europe, America, and the Asia-Pacific region. At the same time, we should increase recruitment efforts and establish an investment department targeting emerging high-tech enterprises abroad. Furthermore, Li Muyao rearranged the use of the 20 villas in the Summer Palace. Villas numbered 1 to 5, each 400 square meters, were used as staff dormitories. Building number 6, a 1,400 square meter detached villa, was planned as Xiao Chong's living and working space. Villas 7 to 13 are currently used as offices for various departments. The remaining 7 villas will be kept as backups. Moreover, Mr. Su, the boss of Hung Tai, is very efficient. The construction team for the office building has already entered the site and started construction in full swing. After listening to Li Muyao's introduction, Xiao Chong nodded in satisfaction. So, you've requisitioned this office. Li Muyao nodded. The entire building is yours. How are Li Lu and Zhang Kun doing? The 7 top U.S. securities firms that we cooperate with seeing the Fed's continuous release of market rescue information, are generally bullish on U.S. stocks, so they are happy to lend us their stocks. We've already spent nearly $50 billion of our $85 billion, which is going much more smoothly than expected. Li Muyao spoke of this with great enthusiasm. Xiao Chong smiled with satisfaction. When the M-shares market crashes on September 28th, these top U.S. brokerage firms will probably be kicking themselves. Why? To give a simple example, if you borrow 5 million shares from a brokerage firm to short the market, each share costs $1. After the market crashes by 40%, the share price will be 60 cents. At that point, Xiao Chong will only need to spend $3 million to buy another 5 million shares from the market and return them to the brokerage firm. Xiao Chong made a profit of $2 million, while the brokerage firm earned some interest from the short selling, but the losses from the stock price were much greater. He only stopped when his stomach started protesting. Xiao Chong went to the staff canteen and casually ate some Australian lobster, Boston lobster, and a few pieces of bluefin tuna. When he felt a little choked, he poured himself a glass of 1982 Lafite and drank it all in one gulp. After eating and drinking his fill, he went directly to Villa number 6, because he was going to conduct a top-secret experiment. Although he had already obtained many powerful time travel cards, Xiao Chong had not been willing to use them. Now is the time to put the time travel card to use. Following the system's prompts, Xiao Chong silently recited a few names. He looked around the 200 square meter room with anticipation, afraid of missing any exciting moment. He wanted to see clearly how this dog system could transform people into living beings. 5 minutes passed, and the office was quiet. 10 minutes passed, and not a single hair appeared in the office. What's going on? Has the time travel system crashed? Just as Xiao Chong was filled with doubt, his phone rang urgently. Muyao. Xiao Chong, where are you? 7 strange old men came to the office. They said their names were Hua, Ta, Bien Ke, Zhang Zhongjing, Sun Simiao. They said they were looking for you. Xiao Qiang, come quick. I suspect they're all from a mental hospital. Li Muyao's words revealed a hint of tension and unease. She was sleeping soundly in Xiao Chong's office cubicle when she suddenly heard a commotion outside the door. Then she saw 7 strangely dressed old men outside the door on the video monitor. Startled, she quickly got dressed and went out to ask what was going on. After introducing themselves, those people said they were looking for Xiao Chong. The sheer variety of outfits surprised Li Muyao. Was this some kind of elderly cosplay? Of course. This group includes people from the Warring States period, the Eastern Han Dynasty, the Tang Dynasty, the Ming Dynasty. How can their clothing styles be unified? But the subsequent self-introductions convinced her that these people must have escaped from a mental hospital. Damn it, Muyao. Wait for me, I'll be right there. Startled, Xiao Chong jumped up from his chair. Young lady, judging from your appearance, you must have just finished a passionate encounter. Is that not so? The old man who called himself Hua Tuo was staring at Li Muyao with a serious expression as he spoke. You. Moreover, I'm certain that the girl must have climaxed. 3 times just now? Upon hearing such remarks, Li Muyao was on the verge of exploding. Damn it. Old man, what the hell are you talking about? Shut up. Xiao Chong, who had run all the way here, heard the old man's inappropriate words as soon as he entered the door. Without even catching his breath, he immediately spoke up to stop him. After catching his breath, he whispered to Li Muyao, Muyao, this is a famous local doctor that I asked someone to find from all over the country. The names they just mentioned, like Hua Tuo and Bien Ke, are local folk nicknames they received. After hearing Xiao Chong's explanation, Li Muyao finally felt relieved. Muyao, come, I'll take them to Villa number 6. You go ahead and get busy. Oh, and tell the HR department to send me 2 male assistants from the administration department. Li Muyao's mind was a bit confused at the moment, and she just instinctively said, oh. It seems she hasn't recovered from the shock she just experienced. Back to Villa number 6. Gentlemen, may I ask your names? Xiao Chong knew who he had summoned, but he couldn't place the name. Yema Bianca. Bien Ke, the ancestor of traditional Chinese medicine, was a general practitioner during the Warring States period. I am Zhang Zhongjing. Zhang Zhongjing was a physician of the Eastern Han Dynasty who authored the medical book Treatise on Febrile Diseases. I am Hua Ta. Hua Tuo was a famous physician in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Mafeesin anesthesia powder and Wu Qingxi, 5 animal frolics, were his masterpieces. He was skilled in surgery. I am Sun Simiao. Sun Simiao, a Tang dynasty physician, was known as the king of traditional Chinese medicine. Yam Li Shizhen. Yehoim Yehong. This old man is Emperor Pumi. These 7 individuals can be considered among the most renowned scholars of traditional Chinese medicine in China's thousands of years of history. Xiao Chong greeted each of the veteran doctors one by one. Fellow healers, do you know where this place is? As the common ancestor of all traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, Bian Ke has become the recognized leader. Xiaoqiang, before we came here, that fat kid Yama introduced us to the world. This is 2008, which is more than 2,400 years away from the era I lived in. Moreover, before we arrived, the chubby boy showed us the details of life in your era through the celestial mirror. You call this a computer, right? That little brick you're holding is called a cell phone. What you're living in is called a villa. Chapter 65, all the gold and silver mountains are mine. Hey, what's the purpose of this Lu Wei Di Huang pill on your table? Let me take a look. Xiao Chong was about to put it away when Bian Ke, with his agile movements, had already taken it directly into his hand. Lu Wei Di Huang pills are primarily used to treat symptoms such as hot flashes in the palms and soles, facial flushing, night sweats, lower back and knee weakness, and general fatigue caused by liver and kidney deficiency. Uncle Bian started reading it in a very mystical way. Xiao Chong, on the other hand, wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. It was just too damn embarrassing. Xiaoqiang, you're so young and you already have kidney deficiency? Is it caused by excessive indulgence in sexual intercourse? We'll have the doctors examine you later. Without waiting for Xiao Chong's agreement, he said this. The 7 renowned doctors immediately surrounded him, and Xiao Chong instantly became a lamb to the slaughter. The divine doctors were quick in their diagnosis. 10 minutes later, the 7 doctors had finished examining Xiao Chong. After a round of conversation, Uncle Bian said seriously, Xiao Chong, you're so young, yet your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys are all weak. That's impossible. I can last half an hour every time now, no problem. Xiao Chong was shocked. Hua Tuo stepped forward and said, you are currently only relying on your innate essence to keep going, and your acquired essence is insufficient to replenish it. If this continues for a long time, it will lead to an imbalance of yin and yang, causing your essence to overflow. Hua Tuo, like an old teacher, shook his head and spoke. Xiao Chong felt dizzy after hearing this. What do you mean? Didn't you study modern language? Hua Tuo seemed to be recalling some modern language knowledge. Simply put, it's erectile dysfunction and premature ejaculation. The rest of the group nodded in unison. This is fucking. However, Xiao Chong was not worried. He was currently focused on the marrow cleansing and aphrodisiac techniques of the dog system. With the support of this seemingly awesome technique, wouldn't he be able to take off with joy? But if it could be made into a medicine that fundamentally solves men's problems, would the blue pill from US-based Huawei still have a market? Xiao Chong became more and more excited as he thought about it. Gentlemen, could you combine the strengths of various schools of thought to develop a drug that can strengthen men's kidney yang, ideally with noticeable effects within 7 days of use, and these effects only lasting for half a month? Xiao Chong expressed his thoughts with a hopeful expression. If it's effective for life, wouldn't that become a one-time transaction? The medicine is good, but it's not a good business. Bian Ke pondered for a moment. This is not difficult. Xiao Chong was overjoyed. The doctor was indeed a miracle doctor. He was so damn confident. Dear doctors, I have a friend who has large scars on his skin from an injury. Is there any way to completely remove the scars and allow the skin to regrow? At this moment, Sun Simiao stepped forward and said, my Ice Skin J complexion cream can achieve this. However, I don't have any on me. Xiao Chong was overjoyed. Dr. Sun, what other effects does your Ice Skin J complexion cream have? It can also make your skin as soft and supple as a baby's, and make suntan skin as white and smooth as snow. That's so damn cool. Upon hearing Dr. Sun's answer, he felt as if he could already see mountains of gold beckoning to him. Esteemed physicians, have you heard of the tumors of our time? Is there a cure for them? At this moment, Gu Hong, who specializes in internal medicine, said in a deep voice, what you call tumors are actually lumps. I conducted research on them for many years in my time and have achieved some results. I think that with the combined efforts of my colleagues, we should make a breakthrough in less than a month. Xiao Chong really wanted a hug and kiss the old man right then and there. If this research were successful, how many mountains of gold would that be? Could you all first produce a batch of samples of the tonifying and yang-boosting medicine and the Ice Skin J complexion cream? After discussing it, the 7 people replied to Xiao Chong that would be ready in about 7 days. At this moment, the 2 male assistants arranged by Li Muyao also came to report for duty. The 2 of you will be dedicated to serving these 7 renowned doctors during this period. They're all doctors I've sought out from all over the country. His temperament and personality might be a bit eccentric. Your task is simply to do whatever they tell you to do, understand? Don't ask any other questions. In addition, prepare a villa for these 7 old doctors to live in. The 2 assistants nodded repeatedly. By the way, go to the finance department and collect 1 million as operating expenses for this period of time. You may need to buy a lot of medicinal herbs. Also, give the old doctors a haircut, a makeover, and maybe even let them connect with city dwellers. After making the arrangements, the 2 assistants led the 7 renowned doctors away. At this moment, Xiao Chong was invigorated. He had the miracle doctor. All that was left was the pharmaceutical factory. Just then, Xiao Chong's phone rang. Fu Hao, how are you guys doing? We were just about to tell you. We saw a pharmaceutical company in the western suburbs with a sign on the door saying it's for sale or sublet. We just contacted the company owner. Why don't you come and take a look? Everyone clearly regards Xiao Chong as the backbone of their business. When Xiao Chong went there, he was overjoyed. The factory happened to be a traditional Chinese medicine manufacturing enterprise with a ready-made pharmaceutical production line. Although the factory is not very large, it basically meets the initial needs of the company's development. Xiao Chong immediately made the decision and signed a lease agreement with an annual rent of 3 million yuan. Land in Beijing is extremely valuable, and large-scale factory construction costs are too high, making leasing a more cost-effective option. Once the first batch of traditional Chinese medicine products opens up the market, we can directly consider investing in and building a factory in Xishan province to boost the economic development of our hometown. This is Xiao Chong's initial plan. Looking at the vast factory area, Fu Hao and the others were stunned for a moment. Xiao Chong, what should we do next? Yeah, we don't know how to make medicine either. The 3 of them chattered away, completely like headless flies. Calm down. You're all shareholders and bosses now. So, let's hold the first shareholders meeting of Xiniatang Pharmaceutical Company, limited right here in this factory today, to confirm the division of labor among the 4 of us. Fu Hao, you should immediately contact a decoration company and a cleaning company to clean and decorate the entire office area of the factory. You will then be responsible for building the entire sales channel for Xiniatang. As a celebrity, you are in charge of the company's human resources and finance. Immediately contact headhunting companies online to recruit pharmacists, lab technicians, finance and human resources personnel, and other relevant staff. Brother Nyobai, you are in charge of the procurement of traditional Chinese medicine. I'll be temporarily in charge of the company's overall operations, and Fu Hao will take over that role from now on. Does anyone have any objections? We're all brothers, so if you have any opinions, just say so, and we'll discuss them together. All 3 of them were completely bewildered and had no opinions whatsoever. Xiao Chong knew that the 3 of them would find it difficult to adapt to their new roles. But everything is difficult at the beginning. The beginning was difficult because they had never been exposed to it before. I believe that with their high intelligence, this adaptation period will be very short. Chapter 66, Rejuvenation and Regaining Heroic Spirit. The trio worked nonstop all afternoon. Xiao Chong provided them with detailed guidance on finding headhunters, housekeeping services, and renovation companies. This surprised the 3 of them. This damn Xiao Chong. It's one thing to be the top scorer in a national college entrance examination, but I'm starting to feel like this kid is a genius. He's the only one who understands. Exactly, you can't help but admire the brain of a super genius. The renovation company arrived the next morning and signed a contract with Xiao Chong. With the help of his financial resources, the renovation of the entire office began in full swing that afternoon. On the 4th day, the entire hard decoration and soft furnishing purchase was completed. It has to be said that money can indeed buy time. Starting the next day, Xiao Chong sent the trio to attend a training program for pharmaceutical industry managers. Since they were all greenhorns, the only way to quickly turn them into professionals in their respective fields was through frequent cramming-style training. Xiao Chong personally interviewed many professionals for pharmaceutical, quality control, and sales positions over the past 3 days. Fortunately, Xiao Chong had some experience in the pharmaceutical industry in his previous life, so he was quite familiar with the work. He hasn't returned to school these past few days, but he's maintained close contact with Lu Qingyuan through QQ on his mobile phone. On the 5th day, Xiao Chong received a call from the personal assistant who served the several miracle doctors. Mr. Xiao, Mr. Bien said he wants to speak with you. Then came Bien K's signature voice. Xiao Chong, we brothers have successfully made the 2 medicines you requested. Would you like to come take a look? What? So fast. Wait for me, I'll be right there. Xiao Chong was so excited that he danced around. After making some simple arrangements, he took a taxi back to Yehiyuan Villa. Looking at the 2 boxes in front of me, one box contained more than 100 brown pills the size of longan fruits, which were now emitting an enticing luster. The other box contained a pure black, viscous substance that emitted an enticing fragrance. Old Bien, can you introduce yourself? Looking at the 2 appealing items, Xiao Chong asked Bien Ke a question. Dr. Bien knew that this was a term of endearment used by modern people, so he didn't mind. Clearing his throat, he said, Xiao Chong, these pills are made according to your request. They take effect in 2 days and are designed to strengthen kidney yang. The effects will last for 15 to 20 days. Old Bien, could you be more specific in the description of this effect? At this moment, Li Shizhen stepped forward, holding a small blue pill in his hand. Xiao Chong, do you recognize this? This is so familiar. I use a lot in my past life. So he nodded. Li Shizhen continued, we have also tried this little pill ourselves, but in terms of making men erect, the blue pill is not as effective as the pill we developed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chong instantly recalled the scene of Uncle Jinjiang, the king of Category 3 films, carrying water with a magical tool. Seeing Xiao Chong's lewd smile, the veteran doctors couldn't help but sneer. That little lecher, who knows what mischief he's up to now? You renowned doctors, it's human nature to crave food and sex. Please don't take offense. By the way, Dr. Sun, how effective is your ice skin jade cream? Could you explain it to me? Xiao Chong's eyes were also filled with anticipation as he looked at Sun Simiao. This ice skin jade cream was improved by several of us brothers. It is gentler on the skin. After testing it on ourselves, it can remove scars in 2 hours and regenerate skin in 12 hours. To achieve a fairer complexion, dilute the paste with warm water to form a fine paste. Apply evenly to the skin, and after 2 days, your skin will noticeably become fairer. Xiao Chong nodded in admiration, and then launched into another round of flowery praise. These old doctors were easily swayed by this, and they were all quite pleased with themselves. The drug has been produced, but to mass produce it, it still needs to be reviewed and approved by the Drug Regulatory Authority. The routine drug review process often takes at least 6 months, which is a major headache for Xiao Chong. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he remembered Su Chunxiang and Lin Haiyuan, 2 renowned traditional Chinese medicine masters he had met a few days earlier when he was treating Aachen. So he immediately called the 2 of them, and then took a taxi to the Su family traditional Chinese medicine clinic in Yanjing. Xiao Chong, you've taken the initiative to contact us 2 old men. What advice do you have for us? Su Chunxiang and Lin Haiyuan asked jokingly. Gentlemen, please stop teasing the young man. Xiao Chong has come to ask you for a favor. Su Chunxiang and Lin Haiyuan exchanged a glance, and saw a glint of shrewdness in each other's eyes. Xiao Chong, tell me, what do you need our help with, you 2 old men? Xiao Chong took out the 2 pills and the ice skin jade cream that he was carrying with him. These are 2 miraculous drugs I developed. A product called Shenyang Kangtai pills, made entirely of traditional Chinese medicine. Xiao Chong relayed Bien K's words verbatim to the 2 men, following his own account. This one is called ice skin jade cream. I am a novice, but I have just set up a traditional Chinese medicine pharmaceutical company and want to produce these 2 drugs. I'd like to see if you 2 gentlemen have any connections in the Drug Regulatory Bureau, and if you can expedite the drug review process. I want to bring these 2 drugs to market as soon as possible. After listening to Xiao Chong's introduction, the 2 masters of traditional Chinese medicine were so shocked that they could have stuffed 2 eggs into their mouths. In just a few days, this student from Yinqing University has already established a pharmaceutical company and developed 2 products. If the medicine is as miraculous as Xiao Chong described, then the commercial value of this place is immeasurable. But then I thought that this kid even knew the Lost 13 Ghost Needles technique, so the efficacy of these 2 medicines probably wouldn't be too bad either. At this moment, Lin Haiyuan spoke up. Xiao Chong, this is no problem. The director of the China Food and Drug Administration is my protege. I can make him complete the drug inspection as quickly as possible, but all procedures must be compliant. Xiao Chong nodded confidently. No problem. I have confidence in our medicine. In front of Xiao Chong, Lin Haiyuan made a phone call to Guo Jiangbo, the director of the Drug Administration Bureau. Guo Jiangbo readily agreed to his former mentor's request. Xiao Chong, is your Shenyang Kangtai pill really that effective? Can make you hard as iron? And last for half an hour, every time. Don't let the drug fail to meet the standards during the drug inspection by the Drug Regulatory Authority. You heard me too. I just gave Xiao Guozi my assurance. Don't make this old man look bad. As soon as Lin Haiyuan finished speaking, Su Chunxiang chimed in. That's right. Well, how about this? You two old gentlemen, try these 2 pills when you get back. I guarantee you'll be young again and regain your virility. Cough, 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 cough. Then we won't stand on ceremony. Chapter 67 The Carnival is about to begin. The 2 old men happily put the 2 pills away, afraid that Xiao Chong might change his mind. Seeing their reactions, Xiao Chong finally realized, damn it, I've been tricked by these 2 old men. Still acting like someone who's old at heart? The next day, accompanied by Fu Hao, Xiao Chong took the remaining Shenyang Kangtai pills and Bingji Yufu ointment to the Drug Administration Bureau and found Director Guo. With Lin Haiyuan paving the way, Xiao Chong and his companion handled their business with exceptional ease. After handing over the indications, pathologies, and expected efficacy of the 2 herbs to the monitoring personnel, they left first. According to Director Guo's feedback, under expedited circumstances, the clinical trial results should be available in about half a month. If the clinical trial results are consistent with the expected efficacy and comply with the relevant pharmacological regulations of the State Drug Administration, then the drug production licenses for these 2 drugs can be issued. This time frame is extremely short. Normally, the time it takes for a drug to be approved for market launch is measured in years. Inside Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Pharmaceutical Company, the 7-member team of legendary healers have completed their costume changes and now look almost identical to modern Chinese medicine practitioners. At least when you walk down the street, people will no longer think you came from a mental hospital. The 7-person group was driven between the pharmaceutical factory and the Summer Palace Villa by their assistants every day. Inside the pharmaceutical factory's conference room, Xiao Chong presided over the first general meeting of all employees of Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall, chaired by Fu Hao. Fu Hao, sitting in the main seat, was trembling with fear, glancing at Xiao Chong from time to time for help, but was ignored. Xiao Chong couldn't possibly drag himself into this small pharmaceutical factory. Therefore, he seized every opportunity to train Fu Hao, Dong Mingxing, and Yo Bai. I won't go into too much detail, but our Huaxia TCM clinic's first 2 products are expected to receive their drug production licenses after the National Day holiday. Whether we can successfully open up the market at that time will depend on the elites in the sales department. In addition, colleagues in the purchasing and production departments will begin formal production tomorrow, following the training they have received over the past few days, and will ensure sufficient product reserves. After the meeting, hey guys, how was our plan? As soon as the meeting ended, Fu Hao stopped Xiao Chong and the other 2 and asked them questions. Not bad. It's already showing some promise. General Manager Fu is awesome. Hey guys, the professional managers, training instructors from Xiangxi Investment are coming to our pharmaceutical factory tonight to start a month-long training program. Ugh, I still have to do training. I'm already exhausted from the day, and I still have to attend classes at night. Yeah, starting a business is so tiring. The 3 of them immediately started complaining endlessly. Imagine the luxury cars and mansions you'll have after succeeding in your business, and all sorts of glamorous women. You can do whatever you want, however you want. Xiao Chong then began to bewitch the 3 of them again. It must be said that Xiao Chong understands the 3 of them very well. The 3 of them were instantly aroused and started howling like little wolf dogs. Xiao Chong hurriedly returned to the Iha Villa, because as the first experimenter of Shenyang Kangtai pill, he couldn't wait to personally experience its effects. In Villa number 6, within a space of 800 square meters, Xiao Chong verified that the drug's efficacy was much stronger than he had expected. He could imagine how satisfied customers would be after their first use, and naturally, the repurchase rate would be very high. With nothing to do, he arrived at the villa where the trading department was located at 7 p.m. Everyone is having breakfast because M shares are traded from 9:30 p.m. to 4 a.m. China time. Therefore, the work schedule of these M share traders is completely the opposite of that of others. They are served by 5-star chefs and other support staff who follow the same work schedule. Oh, everyone's eating? Upon seeing Xiao Chong enter, Li Lu, Zhang Kuan, and the others put down their braised abalone rice. Don't get up, sit down and talk. Li Lu, Zhang Kuan, how have you been these past few days? Today is the 25th, and the 28th is just around the corner. Lila glanced at Zhang Kuan and gave him a look. Zhang Kuan then said, President Xiao, after the M-share market closed yesterday, the Federal Reserve once again released a market rescue policy, and the V-do, intensity/strength, is very large. Various securities firms and institutions are optimistic that the M-share market will usher in a big rebound. If all goes well, our short selling tonight will go exceptionally smoothly. Optimistically, we should be able to sell the final $2 billion tonight. Well done, Xiao Chong shouted excitedly. Everyone, please enjoy your meal. If there's anything you need to add or improve, Li Lu, Zhang Kuan, the four of you should let me know as soon as possible. Li Lu said helplessly, President Xiao, what other requirements do we have now? 3 meals a day, with top-quality ingredients from around the world. Italian Alba, white truffle, Elong Emis caviar, Yubari king melon and Wagyu beef steak from the Orient region. Chateau Lafite, Rothschild red wine. We eat it as a regular meal. Not to mention Boston lobster, Australian lobster, Alaskan king crab, and Australian emperor crab. We're almost sick of them. Mr. Xiao, haven't you noticed? All of us have gained weight. And after a hearty meal, everyone received massages from beautiful masseuses from all over China. They were so full they could barely move. Looking at Li Li's expression, which was a mix of enjoyment and pain, Xiao Chong said, All right, starting tomorrow, have a 5-star chef prepare wild vegetables for everyone. Upon hearing Xiao Chong's words, everyone cheered with joy. They exclaimed how brilliant the boss was. Everything is proceeding smoothly. On the trading floor, they successfully spent their last dollar on the evening of September 25th. Due to the Fed's strong stimulus, the 3 major M-share indices rose by an average of 2% between the 26th and 27th, which not only wiped out the 3% short-selling profits of the previous days, but also caused Xiangxing Investments account to lose 5%. It's important to know that Xiao Chong is currently shorting with 10x leverage. If the loss exceeds 10%, he will be forced to liquidate his position. He would then face the risk of losing all of his $8.5 billion. However, these measures by the Fed were all within Xiao Chong's expectations, and he was not surprised by such fluctuations. The 4 top traders in the trading department, despite their high regard for Xiao Chong's previous accurate predictions, were still extremely nervous upon seeing such a decline. Xiao Chong calmly told them to prepare themselves mentally and physically for the upcoming thunderous celebration. Chapter 68, The Bewildered Dean. On the evening of the 28th, after the M shares opened, they maintained the trend of the previous 2 days, fluctuating upwards. But during trading hours, Raymond Brothers, the world's 4th largest investment bank with 158 years of history, suddenly declared bankruptcy. This instantly triggered immense fear in the market, quickly creating a chain reaction in the secondary market. The Nasdaq and S&P 500 indexes fell by 7% within 15 minutes, triggering a level 1 circuit breaker. The 2 major indices closed down 8% and 11% respectively that day, demonstrating the ferocity of the capital outflow. When they saw the M shares plummet, cheers erupted for a long time in the trading department of Qiangxing Investment. Li Lu, President Xiao is simply a god in the secondary market. Zhang Kuan, Dad Xiao, you're awesome. The entire trading department was utterly impressed by Xiao Chong's precise and large-scale short selling. Li Lu, if anyone ever questions CEO Zhao's trading strategy again, I'll fight them to the death. By the close of trading, Qiangxing Investment's short-selling account had yielded an overall return of 9.5%. It reached an astonishing $8.05 billion. With this 10x leverage, Xiao Chong's principal almost doubled overnight. It reached $16.05 billion. Meanwhile, Xiao Chong himself was peacefully asleep, holding Li Muyao in his arms. The next day, after the sun was high in the sky and Xiao Chong felt refreshed, he leisurely arrived at the trading department. At this moment, The traders were enjoying steamed buns with wild vegetables and drinking fragrant millet porridge in the staff canteen. Lilu, how many percentage points did you make last night? Xiao Chong asked naturally. Everyone stared at Xiao Chong as if he were a monster. Mr. Xiao, did you foresee this calamity for the M shares? Li Li's eyes were filled with admiration at this moment. Of course, your boss knows 500 years into the past and 500 years into the future. This is nothing to him. Everyone burst into laughter again, taking it as a joke the boss was playing on them. Knowing that he could see back 500 years, Xiao Chong actually did. The claim of knowing 500 years later is an exaggeration, but Xiao Chong was aware of many events that occurred within the following 16 years. After chatting briefly with everyone, Xiao Chong returned to his villa and sat at his desk, thinking about the next steps. After this wave of shorting M shares, my principal will reach the level of hundreds of billions of RMB. It has the conditions to establish a presence in the pharmaceutical and high-end machinery manufacturing sectors. At that moment, QQ on Xiao Chong's computer started popping up happily. When he opened the dialog box, it was exactly as he had expected. It's Lu Qingyuan. In the latest ranking of Yanda University's most beautiful girls, Lu Qingyuan defeated Qin Zhaoyue, who had held the top spot for 2 years, and took the top spot. Qin Zhaoyue came in second. Xiao Chong, all 4 of you in your dorm were called out by our class teacher, Mr. Lu, today. Mr. Lu will probably contact you soon, so be careful. Thank you so much, Campus Belle Lu, for tipping me off. Words cannot express my gratitude. I can only repay you with my body. Lu Qingyuan was not angry at Xiao Chong's frivolous words. Through her time with Xiao Chong, she discovered a significant discrepancy between his character and his seemingly frivolous demeanor. Lu Qingyan, who was in class, smiled slightly, her slender fingers dancing nimbly on her phone. You're just being cheeky. But speaking of which, how's your startup going? Everything is progressing smoothly. What they talked about afterwards is unknown, but judging from Lu Qingyuan's expression of suppressing laughter, it can be concluded that she must have been infected by Xiao Chong's interesting soul. Sure enough, half an hour later, the homeroom teacher, Lu Xintong, called. Xiao Chong, I've been hearing from various substitute teachers that you often skip classes. At first, I didn't believe it. I checked on them today, and it's true. And I heard that recently all 4 of you in your dorm have started skipping classes every single day. Have you encountered any difficulties? If so, please tell your teacher immediately, understand? Lu Xintong clearly cares about this top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination, and her concern is evident in her words. Xiao Chong could naturally sense a deep concern from her. Teacher Lu, Principal sure knew about my skipping classes, and he even approved of it. What? Principal sure knows? And he even allowed you to skip class? How could Lu Xintong possibly believe such an absurd thing as the principal agreeing to let students skip class? This is absolutely ridiculous. Yes, you can call Principal Sure, and then you'll understand everything. How could Lu Xintong possibly call to verify? He was just a substitute teacher at the college. How could he possibly have the opportunity to speak directly with the head of the school? Xiao Chong, do you think I'm afraid to call the principal? So you're saying this on purpose? Lu Xintong said bluntly. Well, Ms. Lu, please wait a moment. I'll have Principal Sure call you personally. Is that all right? Upon hearing this, Lu Xintong burst out laughing. Do you think you're the principal's grandson? You think you can just do whatever you're told? That's the president of Yinxing University, who's on the same administrative level as the provincial party committee leaders. This Xiao Chong used to be a pretty honest kid, but now he's all talk and no action. Xiao Chong never expected that his few words would lead to such a negative evaluation of him by his homeroom teacher. Okay, then I'll wait for the principal to call me. Lu Xintong replied, somewhat displeased. To Lu Xintong's surprise, just 2 minutes later, the dean of the School of Economics and Management called her cell phone. Dean Wang, is there something you need? Teacher Lu, come to my office immediately. Principal Sure specifically asked you to come to his office with me. Oh, I'll be right there. On her way to Shi Zhanbin's office, Lu Xintong kept wondering, could Principal Sure really know about Xiao Chong's skipping class? The two arrived at Shi Zhanbin's office with trepidation. Hello, Principal Sure, this is Lu Xintong, an outstanding teacher in our School of Economics and Management. Oh, Dean Wang, Teacher Lu, please have a seat. The reason I called you two here is to discuss the issue of Xiao Chong, a student from class 1 of the Economics and Management Department, skipping classes. Shi Zhanbin had just finished speaking. Dean Wong became restless. Was this a sign that he was about to be held accountable? If Principal Shi is personally concerned about the issue of truancy, then it must be very serious. Dean Wong immediately spoke up. Principal Shi, rest assured, I will thoroughly investigate this student named Xiao Chong when I get back. If his truancy problem is serious, I will deal with him severely and without leniency. Upon hearing Dean Wong's impassioned speech, Shi Zhanbin was momentarily speechless. He said awkwardly, Dean Wong, please don't be so impulsive. Principal Shi, I will definitely strictly abide by your strict teaching policy and have zero tolerance for truancy. Shi Zhanbin. Old Wong, at least let me finish. Principal Wong, please let me finish. Shi Zhanbin deliberately showed a hint of displeasure, which startled Dean Wong so much that he stopped talking. Shi Zhanbin smiled again. Dean Wong and Teacher Liu, it is not wrong to be strict in teaching, nor is it wrong to have zero tolerance for truancy. But shouldn't he look at everything from a dialectical perspective? Dean Wong and Liu Xintong nodded in agreement. Chapter 69, Still Vigorous in Old Age. We should treat special students and those with special requirements under special circumstances in a special way, and we can't use a one-size-fits-all approach. Am I right or wrong? How could the principal be wrong? The two nodded in agreement. But Dean Wong was completely baffled by Shi Zhanbin's 4 unusual points. Who is the special student? Xiao Chong. Or special circumstances? Special requirements? After being enlightened by Xiao Chong, Liu Xintong easily grasped the essence of Shi Zhanbin's words. Dean Wong, you should know what to do next, right? Dean Wong was still confused. Couldn't we just say what instructions we were given? Why do we have to guess? So he looked to Liu Xintong for help. Liu Xintong cleared her throat. Principal Shi, let me share my thoughts. Xiao Chong is skipping class because he has some important matters to attend to, so we should be understanding. Dean Wong was taken aback. Is this a valid approach? This completely contradicts the school's rules and regulations. Isn't this tantamount to covering up wrongdoing? But he still nodded mechanically. Yes, our college fully respects the opinions of frontline substitute teachers. Shi Zhanbin nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. This young teacher, Liu, has a high level of awareness. Dean Wong, you must give her special attention and training. Dean Wong. So Principal Shi was just trying to exonerate this student after all that convoluted talk? Furthermore, what is the goal of students going to school? It is to better adapt to the needs of society after entering it in the future and to create value for society. Xiao Chong and his 3 roommates are currently working on a campus entrepreneurship project, which will definitely have some impact on their studies. You should give them your full understanding. If they succeed in their business, it will bring honor to your college and our school. Don't you think? Therefore, if the 4 students encounter any difficulties in the subsequent exams, your college and the instructor should offer their understanding and support. Shi Zhanbin spoke very cryptically, naturally not telling the 2 of them in plain language that if those 4 students fail the exam, they should help them cheat. The 2 of them naturally understood the implication, and in their shock, they quickly nodded in agreement. After leaving the principal's office, Dean Wong immediately called each of the substitute teachers in the Economics and Management Class 1 to give them instructions. Although the teachers were puzzled by this arrangement, they all expressed their determination to carry it out. Liu Xintong returned to her office, full of suspicion. Who exactly is this Xiao Chong that even the principal personally came out to cover for him? Most importantly, less than a month into their freshman year, the 4 of them in the dorm actually started their own business? It seems the students in my class are quite something. Meanwhile, Xiao Chong, who was the main person in question, was taken away by Lin Hao to find Elita and Ji Yumming. The last World Military Games made Lin Hao and his 2 companions hold Xiao Chong in the highest esteem. Inside an unnamed private restaurant, the 4 of them drank and chatted happily, having a great time. How's he? It's almost October 1st. Any plans? My dad gave me a 10-day holiday. Elita said excitedly. Yeah, I'm so bored in Yinjing. I'm practically rolling on the floor. Xiaoji echoed this. During the National Day Golden Week, hundreds of millions of people migrate across the country. Are you sure you want to take advantage of this excitement? What if we get stuck in traffic? Lin Hao said with concern. How about I borrow my dad's private jet? That way we won't get stuck in traffic. Elita immediately said. A big dog. So what if you have a private plane? Can you contact the scenic area and get them a temporary helipad? Xiaoji immediately retorted sarcastically. What should we do then? This won't work, that won't work. Does that mean I have to work overtime? My God, just thinking about it makes me want to scream. Xiaoqiang, do you have any good ideas? Lin Hao turned to ask Xiaoqiang. There are indeed too many people during the National Day holiday in China, so I don't recommend joining the crowds. How about we go abroad and take a 10-day trip to the Aegean Sea? Cruise on the world's top luxury cruise ship, Europa, in the Aegean Sea, and watch stunning European women in sexy bikinis. It's also said that many wealthy socialites and celebrities are on board. Hey, Dazi, what's with the drooling? Lin Hao suddenly spoke up. No, the food smells so good, I'm hungry. Everyone cast disdainful glances at Dazi. Dazi, Xiaoji, do you have any objections to going to the Aegean Sea? I don't have any objections, but the problem is my passport has expired, Dazi said with difficulty. Leave the passport problem to me. I'll take care of it now, and it'll be done in an hour. Brother, how is awesome. Xiaoqiang didn't have a passport at all, but he knew that with the power of the three of them, they couldn't possibly fail to handle such a small matter. Then we'll give a first-class ticket to Shila to that rich dog, Dazi. Lin Hao was ruthless when it came to dealing with Dazi. No problem, leave it to me. Send me your ID number. I just checked, and there's a direct flight to Athens at 7 p.m. tonight. Let's go right away and leave tonight. Is that all right? No problem. All three agreed. After lunch, the four of them went back to pack their luggage and agreed to meet at the airport at 5 p.m. Xiaoqiang originally planned to take Li Muyao with him, but Li Muyao said that during the National Day holiday, she would be inspecting Qiangxing real estate's projects in various places and meeting with bank presidents in several second-tier cities to prepare for the establishment of Qiangxing real estate. Xiaoqiang had no other choice but to deal with this. As Xiaoqiang was tidying up at the Summer Palace Villa, his phone rang urgently. Mr. Lin, is there something you need from me? Xiaoqiang, I've already used the Shenyang Kantai pills you gave me. How's the effect, Mr. Lin? Wow, that's absolutely amazing. Oh, right? Do you have any left? I'll stock up. Well, Xiaoqiang was speechless. Was this a complete resurgence of his youth? Yes. I'll have someone send some over to you. Lin Haiyuan laughed so hard he was shaking with joy. Thank you so much. Lin Haiyuan is over 60 years old and has not had marital relations for 5 or 6 years. He took this medicine with a try-it-out attitude, but he never expected that on the second day after taking the medicine, he suddenly discovered that his male instincts, which had disappeared for 30 years, had reappeared. The key point is that it is also very powerful. Then he woke up his beautiful wife, who was 10 years younger than him, who was still asleep. Then he whispered something in his wife's ear, and she blushed with embarrassment after hearing what he said. 20 minutes later, old Lin lay there contentedly, his beautiful wife in his arms, her face flushed with shyness, a look of satisfaction on his face. They even praised him for being vigorous despite his age. This gave Lao Lin a great sense of satisfaction. That's how the scene of asking Xiaoqiang for medicine came about. Chapter 70 Shenyang Kantai Pill. Not long after, Su Chunxiang, as if he had discussed it with Lin Haiyuan, also came to ask Xiaoqiang for medicine. Xiaoqiang, of course, was not stingy and readily agreed. But I also made a small request to the two of them, that they send a trial-size pill to a friend at their level. Having witnessed the incredible effects of the medicine, the two men naturally didn't mind recommending it to their colleagues, and even developed the idea of currying favor with those who had contributed. Under Xiaoqiang's arrangement, Fu Hao personally delivered 10 pills of Shenyang Kantai pills, each packaged in an exquisite wooden box, to the two men. When the two saw so many miraculous medicines, their eyes lit up. As a medical expert dedicated to serving high-ranking officials, Lin Haiyuan immediately brought 2 boxes of Shenyang Kantai pills to the health center. One of the officials would receive Lin Haiyuan's care on a checkup here every afternoon. Old Lin, you look so energetic today. Did you come up with something new and eat it yourself first? The usually stern and imposing leader was now cracking a joke, a rare occurrence for him. Commander, you're half right. I did take a miraculous medicine, and its effects were extremely unique, but I didn't develop it. The commander raised an eyebrow. Oh, a miracle drug? What are its unique effects? Lin Haiyuan did not speak, but went straight to the leader and whispered something in his ear. The leader's smile widened as he listened. Is it really as miraculous as you say? Sir, I have personally tested the medicine. The leader nodded. Which company developed this? Sir, the person who developed it is called Xiao Chong. He's the same guy who pulled Senator Akin from the brink of death a few days ago. That freshman from Peking University. The commander has a good memory. Yes, that's him. The leader nodded slightly. So, what's the current production capacity of this drug? Has it been launched yet? Sir, this drug is undergoing clinical trials at the Drug Regulatory Authority, which may take some time. I volunteer to be the first clinical trial participant precisely because of my absolute trust in Xiao Chong. Upon hearing this, the leader frowned. There haven't been any clinical trials yet. Could there be any risks? Lin Haiyuan immediately replied, Sir, I guarantee with my 40 years of medical experience that there will be absolutely no side effects. Seeing Lin Haiyuan's confident expression, the leader's furrowed brows finally relaxed. Commander, these are the two that kid gave me last time, and I still have one left. I brought it today. Would you please take a look and give it your approval? He then took out the box and opened it. The leader looked at the antique-looking wooden box, inside which lay a black pill. A thought crossed my mind. They'll take a look at it for you. If it's really as you say, I'll talk to the drug administration and get the drug on the market as soon as possible to benefit the people. Then I'll have to trouble you, sir. He then handed the box to the leader. Su Chunxiang also sent one to the leader he was in charge of. Inside the airport, for people with their luggage are preparing to board the plane. Hey guys, look over there, isn't that Sister Luo? Suddenly, Xiao Ji exclaimed as if she had seen something ominous. Everyone looked in the direction Xiao Ji was pointing. He lead wow, it really is. Could she have been on this flight too? Lin Hao, nonsense, this is the only flight taking off right now. Why would she come here if it weren't for this flight? When Xiao Chong saw the person who had arrived, his eyes lit up. During the few days we spent together last time, our relationship grew closer, and there was even a hint of romance between us. Su Xinluo obviously saw the four of them as well, and when she saw that Xiao Chong was also there, she quickened her pace. Xiao Ji, Dzi, are you afraid I'll eat you too, or what? You think I can't see you if you hide in the back? Su Xinluo approached the four people and spoke leisurely, but her eyes secretly glanced at Xiao Chong. They're a typical case of being terrified of you and developing psychological trauma. Xiao Chong spoke first, which helped the two out of the predicament. Su Xinluo was taken aback, staring at Xiao Chong. Am I that fierce? His tone was 7 parts resentment and 3 parts dissatisfaction. Xiao Chong simply smiled slightly and remained silent. Sister Luo, are you also going to Athens? Lin Hao also stepped forward and quickly changed the subject. Yeah, you guys too? Yes, we're going to the Aegean Sea for a trip. What a coincidence. Now you have company. Since boarding had already begun, the group exchanged a few brief pleasantries before boarding. The flight to Athens had a total of 6 first-class seats, and their group occupied 5 of them. Unfortunately, Xiao Chong and Su Xinluo were in a double cabin, meaning their beds were separated by a movable partition. Shortly after the plane took off, the beautiful flight attendant served a sumptuous dinner. After everyone had enjoyed the meal, they started watching television in the cabin. Xiao Chong lay on the bed and closed his eyes to rest. He was feeling a little tired from personally handling the pharmaceutical company's affairs and his several battles with Li Muyao in recent days. By 10 p.m., the first-class cabin had gradually fallen silent. The lights in each cabin were also turned off, with only a faint warm light remaining on in the corridor. This flight will take 11 hours, so it's important to rest and recharge. Just then, Xiao Chong, who was just starting to feel drowsy, suddenly heard 3 loud thuds from the partition wall. Then a very faint voice was heard. Xiao Chong, are you asleep? Xiao Chong listened carefully 2 or 3 times to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. Xinluo, he also tried to respond by pointing at the partition. Okay, look at QQ. Xiao Chong immediately took out his phone and saw the little penguin jumping around happily. What's wrong, Xinluo? Is something the matter? Su Xinluo immediately replied. How's that thing you promised me last time? Xiao Chong, it's already been developed. I've been too busy lately, and I was going to give it to you after the National Day holiday. Su Xinluo, really? Xiao Chong, of course it's true. Su Xinlu was overjoyed and eagerly anticipated seeing herself with all her scars gone after National Day. Do you think I'm fierce? Su Xinlu asked this question. Xiao Chong was at a loss for words when faced with this potentially disastrous question. After some thought, I realized, perhaps in their eyes, all you know is fighting and killing, which is completely different from the traditional image of a gentle and virtuous woman they envision. Typing is so tiring. After Xiao Chong sent this message, the other party actually stopped responding and didn't reply. "You're not angry anymore, are you?" Xiao Chong pondered to himself. Just as he was about to say something apologetic, the little penguin started jumping again. Typing and chatting is indeed tiring. So how about we tear down the wall between us? So Su Xinluo wasn't replying earlier because she was thinking about this issue. Chapter 71, Su Xinluo, physically and mentally exhausted. Xiao Chong was taken aback. This was something he had long fantasized about, but he was too embarrassed to bring it up. Unexpectedly, Su Xinluo brought it up first. "Okowo." Then, the two of them tacitly opened the partition between their two cabins, and then, like thieves caught in the act, tiptoed to place the partition on the ground. When the two saw each other, they first looked at each other and then smiled at one another. Looking at the beautiful scenery before him, Xiao Chong thought to himself, "Is this a test of my willpower?" Su Xinluo was dressed in a red nightgown as smooth as silk, like a fiery rose blooming in the night. The vibrant colors contrasted sharply with her snow-white skin, making her even more charming and graceful. The neckline of the pajamas was slightly open, revealing an alluring collarbone and a hint of cleavage, which couldn't help but arouse fantasies. The overall cut was well-fitting and flattering, perfectly outlining Su Xinluo's slender waist and long legs, showcasing the graceful beauty of a woman. Seeing Xiao Chong staring intently at her, Su Xinlu was extremely satisfied. Xiao Chong said in a low voice, "When we get back this time, I'll help you remove these scars, and you'll be even more perfect." Su Xinluo immediately smiled radiantly, her breath sweet as orchids. "Am I perfect now?" The cabin, bathed in soft, dim light, created a dreamlike and hazy atmosphere, further enhanced by the fact that nighttime is a time when emotion trumps reason. Both Su Xinluo and Xiao Chong seemed to have become much bolder. Under normal circumstances, a strong-willed woman like Su Xinlu would never ask such an ambiguous question. Xiao Chong made no attempt to hide his praise and appreciation, saying, "Yes, it's perfect." Su Xinlu covered her mouth with her hand and laughed, her ample bosom swaying gently with her laughter, making Xiao Chong feel a little dazed. "What? You have feelings for your older sister? I'm 6 years older than you." A woman 3 years older than her husband is like holding a gold brick in her hand. Holding 2 bricks wouldn't be bad either. Xiao Chong's words elicited another silent laugh from Su Xinluo. The two lay close together and chatted for over an hour. Several times during this time, Xiao Chong glanced at the other person and inadvertently caught a glimpse of fair and rosy skin through the open neckline. This made Xiao Chong's mouth dry. "Go to sleep. It's getting late. We'll be landing in 8 hours." Su Xinluo also felt a little tired. Xiao Chong sighed inwardly, wondering if he could finally fall asleep. "Should we install this wall?" "I don't sleep very soundly at night," he asked in a low voice. "No need for all that trouble, having to get up and fuss over it in the middle of the night. And if you're a restless sleeper, I'll kick you off the bed." Su Xinluo's domineering demeanor left Xiao Chong speechless for a moment, unsure how to respond. At first, they were both lying on their backs. For minutes later, the two suddenly turned around at the same time, facing each other and looking into each other's eyes. Their closed eyes opened again at the same moment. Seeing the current situation, the two smiled at each other, and then closed their eyes again in perfect unison. Perhaps they were truly exhausted, for the two of them fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Su Xinlu, who was asleep, suddenly felt a strange sensation of being ambushed. At first, she thought she was dreaming, but upon closer inspection, she realized that the strange sensation was actually real. Years of conditioned reflexes made her want to attack, but when she opened her eyes, she was stunned for a moment, and her cheeks instantly turned red. She finally understood where that strange feeling came from. Looking at Xiao Chong, who was still asleep under the soft light, it turned out to be an unintentional act by the other party. In the end, she did nothing about it and took it all on her own. Fortunately, after a series of unintentional movements, the baby finally rolled over and turned its head to face another direction. After an unknown amount of time, the flight attendant's announcement came over the loudspeaker. In half an hour, the plane would be arriving in Athens, and everyone was reminded to pack their luggage. Xiao Chong woke up first and stretched. Su Xinlua then sat up sleepily. Sister Luo, did you not sleep well last night? Seeing that Su Xinlua clearly hadn't rested well, Xiao Chong couldn't help but ask her with concern. Su Xinlu glanced at Xiao Chong with a resentful look, thinking to herself, how can I sleep well when you're bothering me like this? Most importantly, do you usually sleep while hugging a stuffed animal? Anyway, Su Xinlua woke up several times during the night, but she had no choice but to endure it each time. Su Xinlu yawned again, listlessly saying, I'm a light sleeper and can't fall asleep here. Just then, there was a knock on Xiao Chong's cabin door. Xiao Chong, are you awake? We're about to land. Xiao Chong was about to open the hatch when Su Xinlua grabbed him and pointed to the isolation wall on the ground. He suddenly realized that if they saw that the barrier between him and Su Xinlua was gone, who knew how much imagination these morally corrupt guys would unleash. How's get up now? You guys pack your things. Xiao Chong quickly tried to find a way to get Lin Hao, who was outside the door, away. After hearing Lin Hao leave, the two of them tiptoed and quickly installed the isolation wall. The group arrived in Athens at 6:30 a.m. local time. After getting off the plane, Su Xinlua told them that she was going to travel alone and would not be traveling with them. Sister Luo, please be careful while you're away from home. Before parting, Xiao Chong gave some special instructions. Having spent 2 separate nights in the same room with Su Xinlua, their relationship can be described as progressing rapidly. Su Xinlu nodded and left on her own. Watching Su Xinlu walk away, Xiao Ji said slyly, Xiao Chong, what are you planning to win over Sister Luo? That way, we brothers won't have to be bullied by her anymore. So, last time you two were alone in a hotel room, really nothing happened? Lin Hao asked his question again. Alright, stop gossiping, nothing like that. I'd love to have something happen between me and a stunning beauty like Sister Luo, but one-sided feelings won't work. Everyone burst into laughter. After disembarking, the 4 boarded a flight to Pyrgos, a port city in western Greece, where they would embark on a 10-day romantic Mediterranean cruise aboard the Mediterranean Europa. At 11 a.m., the 4 people finally landed. Looking at the beautiful, exotic women with striking features and chic outfits on the street, Dazi's heart pounded with excitement. This Western girl's long legs, huge breasts, and perky butt, I really love her. Although the other 3 didn't say anything, their expressions, as if they wished they had 5 pairs of eyes, showed that they were also restless and eager. Chapter 72, The Casanova. Hey guys, do you have any sense of aesthetics? You only look at a woman's body? Don't you even look at her face? At this moment, Xiao Ji said in a disdainful tone. Xiao Ji is an expert when it comes to aesthetics. The actresses signed by his family's film and entertainment company are all stunningly beautiful. He naturally wouldn't be interested in the kind of actresses he sees on the street. Lin Hao said with a smile. We're going aboard the Mediterranean Europa luxury cruise ship this afternoon. Don't worry, the women on board are sure to have both great figures and beautiful faces. Xiao Ji is giving everyone a serious lecture again. It seems he's had his share of experiences. Everyone gave Xiao Ji a thumbs up. It was still early before the afternoon boarding time, so the group found a very distinctive restaurant and sampled some local delicacies. Afterwards, they took a quick look at this charming Mediterranean seaside city. At 4 p.m., the group arrived at the pier and saw a huge white cruise ship quietly docked there from a distance. Although there was still more than an hour before the cruise ship was scheduled to depart, the passengers were clearly eager to get going and began boarding the world's top luxury cruise ship one after another. Although the Europa is not the world's largest cruise ship, with 22 decks, 2,600 cabins, and a maximum capacity of 5,000 passengers, it is still a behemoth. Moreover, this cruise ship has consistently ranked among the top 3 in the world's top cruise ship rankings for 6 consecutive years. Its level of luxury is evident. But Dazi and Xiaoji, who were obviously used to taking these cruises, didn't show much surprise. Xiao Chong is different. Although he is about to become a world-class billionaire, he became rich too late and too hastily, and his knowledge and experience are far behind. Damn it, after I've finished fleecing the Americans this time, I should enjoy myself. Otherwise, this will feel like Grandma Lu visiting the Grandview Garden. That's fucking shameful. Xiao Chong made a silent vow in his heart. Where there are rich people, there will never be a shortage of beautiful women. Shortly after boarding the ship, while the group was still aimlessly strolling along the central avenue on the first floor, They were approached by several beautiful models who were around 175 centimeters tall and wearing either bikinis or high-waisted swimsuits. They would come up and hand out a card similar to a life-size model card with a miniature photo of the person on it and their contact information. Although they couldn't understand what the other person was saying, any man could tell what these beautiful models did just by looking at them. Dazi, Xiaoji, and Lin Hao accepted all the offers without hesitation. In their words, this is called accepting everything and patiently selecting. Xiao Chong politely accepted the model cards, and then, after the models left, he quietly threw them into the trash can when the three of them weren't looking. Compared to the crowded passageways, Xiao Chong preferred his own private passageway. However, when interacting with others, one should not be too unconventional, as this is not conducive to fitting in with others. After careful observation, Xiao Chong noticed that most of the tourists boarding the Europa were couples. As for whether he brought his original spouse with him, that's hard to say, because he saw many men in their 40s or 50s with women in their 20s who were both beautiful and had excellent figures. There were also quite a few middle-aged women dressed in extremely rich clothes and with out-of-shape figures, accompanied by handsome young puppies. Of course, there are also a large number of single men and some beautiful women who are all alone. Hey guys, I've got some good stuff for you. As Dazi spoke, she took out several strips of small blue pills from her bag. Then each person received a board. Xiao Ji's eyes widened in surprise. Dazi is so loyal. He thinks of everyone's needs and prepares for everyone's needs. Regardless of whether they needed it or not, everyone took a board. Looking at the world's top luxury cruise ship in front of him, Xiao Chong walked along the central avenue as if he had entered a commercial pedestrian street. All kinds of luxury duty-free shops, coffee shops, jewelry stores, etc. are available. Moreover, all you can see are various trees and green plants whose names you can't recall, making it hard to tell whether you're on land or at sea. Above the central avenue is a huge glass canopy, like a vast celestial dome. Let's go back to our room and put our luggage down first. Lin Hao suggested. The 4 rooms are all on the 16th floor, accessible directly by elevator. Then a loud whistle rang out across the sky, signaling that the Europa was finally about to set sail. After resting in their room for half an hour, the 4 of them put on their swimsuits and went to the water park on the top of the cruise ship. The entire cruise ship has a huge infinity pool, water park, and bar on the top. By this time, the top deck of the cruise ship was already filled with tourists. Beautiful women from all over the world, each with their own unique style, wore colorful bikinis of all kinds, making the atmosphere on the top deck extremely lively. As the sunset paints the sky and a gentle sea breeze blows, standing on the edge of the cruise ship and gazing into the distance, the azure sea appears like a giant sapphire set in the earth. White seagulls fly freely, sometimes swooping down to catch fish, while distant islands appear and disappear, creating a very peaceful scene. The sight of 4 single men traveling together seemed extremely out of place on this enormous cruise ship. Xiao Chong lay on a deck chair near the edge of the ship, admiring the distant scenery, while the Z and the other 2 had already entered the infinity pool. He moved closer to the many single women who were all exceptionally beautiful and had great figures. Before long, when Xiao Chong looked back at the other 3, they were already chatting enthusiastically with 3 beautiful women of different kinds, even putting their arms around each other's shoulders and looking like they had known each other for a long time. They're all fucking Casanovas. Xiao Chong sighed silently. Half an hour later, the huge crowd on the top of the cruise ship suddenly began to take the elevator down. Xiao Chong was completely bewildered. What kind of special program was coming up next? At this moment, Dazi, Xiaoji, and the other 2 came to Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong, this won't do. You're still single. Xiaoji looked at him like he'd seen a ghost. We come here to relax, right? It's so boring being so tense. What's the rush? It'll take a while. Take your time. Xiao Chong smiled and said quietly. A stunningly beautiful woman in her mid-30s was holding Xiao Ji's arm, with an intimate expression on her face. Xiao Ji, your hobby is certainly unusual. Dazi had a teasing look on his face. Standing next to him was a blonde woman with an extremely hot figure. What do you know? You're too young to appreciate mature women and mistake young girls for treasures. Mature women are so great. They know everything and are good at everything. With a knowing look on his face, Xiao Ji began to impart his knowledge and answer questions for everyone. At this moment, Lin Hao, who was holding hands with a blonde woman, said, let's go down to the casino and have a look. There's a casino here. This surprised Xiao Chong, as there are very few countries in the world that are open to gambling. Chapter 73, Being Treated as a Boyfriend. Then Dazi explained, we're on the high seas now, and gambling is unrestricted on the high seas. Xiao Chong then nodded, as if he had just realized something. Lin Hao whispered from the side, many of the tourists in these casinos are high-ranking officials or business people in special industries who are using gambling as a pretext to launder money. Xiao Chong was taken aback. He hadn't realized it could be done like that. The group then entered the casino on the 21st floor, which was already packed with people, but not many were actually gambling with real money. Many people came just to watch the spectacle. The four people exchanged some of their chips, and then went off to find projects that interested them. Xiao Chong first went to a slot machine and played 20 rounds with a 10-euro coin. He lost more than he won in those 20 rounds, but through those 20 rounds, his dual-core brain quickly figured out the winning pattern of this slot machine. So in the following games, Xiao Chong would bet the smallest denomination coins in areas with low odds of winning, and then bet coins of 1,000 or even 2,000 denominations in areas with high odds of winning. Soon, Xiao Chong's initial 20,000 euros in chips doubled. Wow, handsome guy, you're so amazing. Can you let me play with you? Xiao Chong, who was focused on inserting coins, was startled by the surprise shout. The shout was in English, which he could understand. Looking back, he saw a tall, beautiful, and elegant woman from a foreign land staring intently at him. Xiao Chong sized up the other person in just a moment. An impeccable face, fair skin beneath a sheer shawl, long, shapely legs, a 36D bust, and an incredibly sexy bikini. He instantly felt increased pressure in his nasal cavity, and liquid was about to spill from the corner of his mouth. Of course, no problem. I'd be happy to bring a beautiful woman like you along. After making a subtle, swallowing motion, he immediately replied. Under Xiao Chong's guidance, Samaya, who had just lost nearly 1 million euros, won 500,000 euros in the next half hour. Throughout the entire process, Xiao Chong was shocked by the girl's extravagant spending. The smallest bet was 20,000 euros, and the largest denomination was 1 million euros. This made Xiao Chong wonder, who the hell did I run into? Some spendthrift rich kid? After leaving the slot machine, Su Maya followed Xiao Chong like a shadow. Xiao Chong simply couldn't resist such a stunning beauty. Through communication, Xiao Chong learned that the beauty's name was Su Maya, and she was from the Middle East, specifically the country of Saka, and was an international student in England. As Xiao Chong was preparing to explore other areas, he suddenly felt the urge to urinate. After briefly explaining the situation to Su Maya, he went to find the casino's restroom. But when Xiao Chong came out of the restroom, full of interest, he saw a foreign man in a suit talking to Su Maya. That's not the main issue. The real problem is that there were about a dozen burly men in matching black suits standing behind this guy. A bunch of pretentious bastards. Aren't they afraid of getting heat rash in this heat? Xiao Chong couldn't help but mutter to himself. He walked straight over, and at that moment Su Maya saw Xiao Chong returning. Her previously tense face changed, and she came to him with a cheerful expression, taking Xiao Chong's arm with one hand. Xiao Chong was also baffled by this scene. Was this guy really that charming? How could a stunningly beautiful woman be captivated by his domineering aura after only half an hour of meeting? Jeffers, do you see this? This is my boyfriend, and I've told you so many times, I don't like you. You don't need to keep bothering me. As Su Maya spoke, she hugged Xiao Chong's arm even tighter. At this moment, Xiao Chong realized that he had been mistaken for her boyfriend again. Having already experienced being Qin Zhaoyue's boyfriend by the Weiming Lake at Peking University, Xiao Chong was now quite adept at it. Her eyes were full of love as she looked at Samaya. Then she looked at the pretentious man named Jeffers in front of her with a defiant gaze. Maya, is this your boyfriend? A Chinese monkey? Look at his skinny frame. Can he withstand this punch from me? As he spoke, Jeffers brandished his fist at Xiao Chong in a show of bravado. How could Xiao Chong possibly tolerate such humiliation? No matter how many bodyguards you have, I'll beat you up first. Jeffers was about to say something when a punch landed squarely on his nose, followed by a kick to his stomach. Before he could even utter a shout, his body flew backward 5 meters, smashing into a group of black-clad bodyguards behind him. Xiao Chong's sudden move caught Jeffers off guard, and even Su Maya beside him was shocked. Didn't you see there were more than a dozen thugs on the other side? With the help of his bodyguards, Jeffers stood up with a pained expression on his face, babbling incoherently. Xiao Chong didn't quite understand this time, because the other person wasn't speaking English. But even a fool knows that when the master is beaten, it's time for the bodyguards to step in. Xiao Chong had already made preparations for this. The other party's dozen or so bodyguards in black immediately surrounded him with ferocious expressions. Xiao Chong and Su Maya were placed in a small circle with a radius of 5 meters. You little brat, you're asking for it. Do you know who I am? You dare hit me? I'll kill you. This time, he spoke in English. Damn it, foreigners like this too? Putting on airs before the fight starts. Xiao Chong thought to himself, and then he set off again. Xiao Chong took a running start, then suddenly leaped high into the air, his body becoming strangely parallel to the ground. In a flash, his feet kicked the chests of 15 bodyguards, sending them all flying backward. Jeffers hadn't even finished his pretentious speech when he witnessed this bizarre scene. The 15 bodyguards I brought were retired Special Forces soldiers from the U.S. Marine Corps. How could they be so easily defeated? You're cheating. My men haven't even made a move yet. In a panic, Jeffers managed to utter this one ridiculous sentence after a long pause. Puff. Sumaya, who was standing next to him, burst out laughing at the guy's nonsensical antics. At this moment, the surrounding people were also attracted by the commotion of the fight and gathered around. Get up right now. Kill this Chinese monkey. Jeffers screamed hysterically at the bodyguards lying on the ground. The bodyguards, enduring the excruciating pain, struggled to their feet. They had all been immersed in martial arts training for many years, but they simply couldn't understand how a person could kick out with such power when they couldn't get any leverage in midair. But it's not appropriate to pretend to be dead when you're being paid to do something wrong. The bodyguard captain gave a signal to the group, and the 15 bodyguards, their faces contorted with rage, charged towards Xiao Chong, swinging their massive fists. Seeing this scene, Su Maya felt a chill run down her spine. She hadn't expected that her unintentional action would cause this Chinese man so much trouble. Chapter 74, A Different Way to Offer Discounts. Samaya had never seen such a scene before and was already terrified. But what she saw next made her jump for joy again. With a sweeping leg kick, Xiao Chong knocked down the first 4 men who rushed at him. Then came another move, Hungry Tiger Steel's Heart, which instantly knocked both of them unconscious. These former Marines discovered that no matter what deadly moves they used, their opponents could always easily deflect them, followed by an even more ferocious counterattack. In no time, all 15 men collapsed again, and this time, no matter how much Jeffers shouted, they could not get up again. Because Xiao Chong had targeted their most vulnerable points with every move, they might not have been seriously injured, but they were sweating profusely from the pain. Compared to Jeffers' panicked and disheveled appearance, Samaya stared at Xiao Chong with starry eyes and a look of utter infatuation, exclaiming, Kung Fu. Chinese Kung Fu. So cool. The onlookers were also impressed by Xiao Chong's superb and exaggerated combat power, and they couldn't help but sigh. Meanwhile, an unremarkable-looking person in the crowd was silently observing everything that was happening. Xiao Chong looked at the people groaning on the ground with disdain. So easily defeated, they're nothing. He strolled slowly toward Jeffers, grumbling as he did so, his eyes full of mockery. You stay away. Jeffers looked at Xiao Chong with the same fear that a mouse would have when it saw a cat. Is this even human? These 15 of them were all retired Special Forces soldiers, all of whom had killed people, yet they were so easily defeated by the enemy. Do you know who I am? You can't hit me, I am. Before Jeffers could reveal his identity, Xiao Chong's hand had already slapped that fair face. Serves you right for showing off, slap. Who the hell made you so handsome, slap? Let's see if you dare threaten me again, slap. So what if there are more people? Slap. Xiao Chong swung 10 large slaps in a row, completely ruining Jeffers' previous dashing image. Samaya looked at Xiao Chong with admiration. Wow, he's so handsome. At this moment, Jeffers, his face bruised and swollen, cried and pleaded, Stop hitting me. I'll never show off again. Please spare me, hero. It seems Jeffers has watched Chinese martial arts movies and knows the respectful terms for masters. Xiao Chong chuckled upon hearing this, then gave a half-hearted smile. Fine, we won't fight, but let's talk about compensation. Sir, no need for compensation. We deserved it. Damn it. Who said I was going to compensate you? You're the one who's going to compensate me. My lost wages are compensation. If you hadn't wasted my time, I could have easily won 100 or 200 million from this casino. Jeffers. Besides, do you think a martial arts master acts casually? The instruction fee, by the standards of a martial arts master, wouldn't be 1 or 200 million. Jeffers. Are Chinese people really this shameless? While Jeffers was still in shock, Xiao Chong spoke up again. By the way, what did you say you were again? Jeffers cursed under his breath. You're only letting me speak now? Although this guy is in a sorry state right now, he can't help but want to show off a bit when he's about to reveal his identity. He took out a comb he always carried with him and, in front of so many onlookers, slowly started fixing his hair. Seeing that Xiao Chong was about to make another move, Jeffers was so frightened that he hurriedly put away the small comb. My name is Jeffers Rothschild. After saying that, he looked at Xiao Chong and the surrounding onlookers with an arrogant expression. Murmurs began to circulate among the crowd. My God, they're from the Rothschild family. That's an incredibly wealthy family, practically worth trillions of dollars worldwide. Xiao Chong leisurely observed the bruised and swollen-faced nobleman, who now exuded a certain arrogance, and thought to himself, the Rothschild family is the world's largest Jewish tailor family, not only incredibly wealthy, but more importantly, their Jewish tailor capital has profoundly influenced the political stance and direction of the United States. If one wants to dethrone the United States, then naturally one will have to contend with these powerful families. When Jeffers saw that Xiao Chong looked thoughtful after he announced his name, he instinctively assumed that Xiao Chong was intimidated by his prestigious family background. You dare hit me? Believe me, my family will make sure you die a horrible death. Jeffers, who had been trembling with fear just moments before, now stood up straight again, his words filled with arrogance. Xiao Chong, however, had figured it out. No matter if you're the Rothschilds or any other family, I'm going to take you down. Having made up his mind, Daihido roared out once again. Jeffers, who was still gloating, was completely stunned by this sudden attack. You're not following the script at all. Shouldn't you be acting all cautious like you're walking on thin ice, like a sycophant? The sound of the bell continued to whistle. Are you still so arrogant? Are you still so awesome? Xiao Chong cursed as he attacked from both sides. By this time, Jeffers was practically a pig's head. Great hero, spare my life. I'll never dare to do it again. Jeffers' pride had been completely shattered. Then can we talk about compensation? Let's talk. Please tell me, sir. Whatever you say, will do. Jeffers had completely lost his temper with Xiao Chong. Lost wages, 200 million. Assault costs, 200 million. Emotional distress damages, 400 million, totaling 800 million. Given that you're from the Rothschild family, I'll give you a discount. 1 billion, I guess. Ah? Jeffers' brain completely froze. Is this how you do discounts? Meanwhile, Sumaya looked at Xiao Chong with adoration. This Chinese man was exactly like the Prince Charming in her mind. What? You have a problem with that? Xiao Chong frowned and said to Jeffers with a displeased expression. Jeffers, fearing this guy might attack again at the slightest provocation, immediately flattered, No objection. No objection. Transfer the money quickly. My lost wages will be calculated at 10 million per minute. Jeffers was already cursing Xiao Chong to the core in his mind. Didn't he have any shame? Why don't you keep track of time by the second? However, he dared not speak out against his anger. With the use of force, things got done quickly, and before long Xiao Chong had received 1 billion euros. This pleased him greatly. He had originally thought that US dollars would suffice, but he hadn't expected this rich kid to be so honest. Chapter 75, Polygamy. For the Rothschild family, money is just a number, just a tool. Even members of their own family may not know how much wealth they have. Xiao Chong walked up to Jeffers with a cheerful expression and put his arm around the other's shoulder. Xiao Jia, we're brothers now. I'm always ready to go to great lengths for my brothers. I was in a rush today and didn't bring any gifts, so I'm giving you a traditional Chinese medicine pill that has been passed down for thousands of years. It can turn you into an invincible war god. The effects are undeniable once you try it. As he spoke, he magically produced an exquisite box from his pocket and placed it in Jeffers' hand. Jeffers was flattered, but inwardly he was cursing, Brother my ass. Who's your brother? You swindle me out of 1 billion, and all you give me is this pill. These pills are ridiculously expensive. Jeffers held the delicate little box in his hand with an awkward smile, his face showing an expression that was neither able to cry nor laugh. All right, Xiao Jia, I'm leaving first. We can't compare to your Luo family. We need to support our families. Let's go. After saying that, Xiao Chong took Su Maya and left on his own. Jefferson watched Xiao Chong's departing figure and couldn't help but mutter to himself, support my family? 1 billion is enough to support an army. How the hell are you going to support your family? And you son of a bitch, do you even know what kind of family your neighbor, Suma, comes from? Does she need you to support her? Although 1 billion euros is nothing to him, he was really unhappy about being ripped off. Escorted by bodyguards, Jeffers returned panting to the extremely rare presidential suite on the cruise ship. Just then, a voice came from inside his room. Young master, is there some problem? Suddenly, a man in his 60s appeared out of nowhere in the room. Back in his room, Jeffers was a far cry from the arrogant and timid person he had been in front of Xiao Chong. He became as calm and still as a still pond, showing no sign of any emotional fluctuation. Jeffers took a sip of water. Uncle Joseph, I met a remarkable person today. Then she recounted to the middle-aged man the scene of her encounter with Xiao Chong that day, word for word. Oh, you can easily take down 15 elite Marines with your bare hands? That's quite interesting. He actually swindled you out of 1 billion euros, even knowing your identity? Jeffers nodded. Then I'll find an opportunity to meet him tonight, teach him a lesson, and help you get that 1 billion euros back. Joseph spoke of it very casually, as if it were a trivial matter that was easily within his grasp. Jeffers first shook his head. Money is a small matter. If I can win him over and get him to work for me, then spending 1 billion is fine. Now, Garivers, am becoming increasingly popular with the old man, and my position as heir is becoming more and more secure. If I want to snatch the Rothschild family scepter from him, I need to be patient and at the same time recruit more talented people to work for me. That way, if one day Rivers and I completely fall out, at least we'll have a fighting chance. Joseph nodded with satisfaction and said with relief, Young master, you have grown up and learned to be patient and mature. Uncle Joseph, if you were to fight that old man in black next to Rivers, what are your chances of winning? Jeffers looked at Joseph with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Joseph fell into thought. I once fought him under the cover of night, and I felt that he had already entered the realm of Heavenly Way Walker. I'm afraid I'm no match for him. Different regions have different names for martial arts realms. In Western martial arts, from lowest to highest, they are Beginner Walker, Cloud Walker, Wind Breaker, Mountain Master, and Heavenly Path Walker. Joseph himself was at the peak of the Mountain Grandmaster realm. But even so, it was extremely difficult for him to cross the shackles of the Mountain Grandmaster realm and enter the ranks of the Heavenly Dao Walkers. The man in black they were talking about had already reached the level of a Heavenly Dao Walker. Although they are two adjacent realms, the difference in strength they exhibit is vast. Last time, Joseph not only failed to harm his opponent in the slightest, but almost lost his life at the hands of the enemy. Jeffers looked grim. Over the years, with the father growing old, the Rothschild family has faced a leadership election. His elder brother, Rivers, as the eldest son, had a natural advantage in the race for the head of the family. Moreover, he has been ruthlessly suppressed over the years, and the heads of many branches around the world have been replaced by Rivers' confidants. In order to prolong his life, he put on a playboy act in front of others to lull Rivers into a false sense of security and make Rivers think that he had no intention of competing with him for the position of family head. Jeffers lived such a humble life in order to secure the time and space for his own survival and growth. Even his public confession to Su Maya, his conflict with Xiao Chong, and the fact that he was almost beaten to a pulp by Xiao Chong were all deliberate actions by Jeffers, because he was certain that his elder brother's spies were on the ship, constantly monitoring his every move. Just as he suspected, Rivers had immediately learned of what he had done on the ship. In a quaint old-fashioned manner in Country M, Rivers said with disdain, My silly little brother, if you're content to be a super-rich second-generation heir, fine. But if you want to get your hands on other things, don't blame your older brother for disregarding our brotherly bond. On the Europa, Sumaya clung to Xiao Chong even tighter. Miss Sumaya, I've already helped you deal with Jeffers. Why are you still pulling on my arm? Sumaya's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she thought. So many noble young men rack their brains to get close to me. But you, when I take the initiative, you're not happy. But the more Xiao Chong acted this way, the more Sumaya liked him. Handsome Xiao Chong, can you play with me a little longer? I haven't been this happy in ages. Looking at Sumaya's big, watery eyes and expectant expression, Xiao Chong finally gave in. I can take you out to play, but you can't keep dragging my arm around. Upon hearing this, Sumaya immediately released Xiao Chang's arm, but tightly gripped one of Xiao Chang's hands with her other hand, and her 5 fingers continued to weave between Xiao Chang's fingers. Xiao Chang nodded helplessly and finally intertwined his fingers with Sumaya's. Xiao Chang was very uncomfortable with the girl's initiative and enthusiasm. Not long after, Xiao Chang and Lin Hao met. "My God, Xiao Chang, where did you pick up this amazing girl?" Dazi asked exaggeratedly, while Xiaoji and Lin Hao were also full of curiosity. "Xiao, are they all your friends?" Sumaya looked at the 3 men in front of her, then turned to ask Xiao Chang. After Xiao Chang nodded, she smiled and said, "Hello, I'm Xiao Chang's girlfriend. My name is Sumaya." Xiao Chang. The 3 of them looked at Xiao Chang in shock. It hadn't even been 2 hours since they separated, and he'd already gotten a girlfriend? Is it still this perfect? Do you have to be this efficient at picking up girls? "Maya, we've only just met," Xiao Chang kindly reminded him. "Yes, but in this past hour, I've decided that you're my man, and I'm willing to be your girlfriend. Don't you want to be?" Sumaya looked pitiful, which, combined with her impeccable beauty, made her even more striking. No man could refuse. I'd be willing, but are you sure you don't want to get to know me a little better?" Meanwhile, the Z and his 2 companions were itching to beat Xiao Chang to a pulp. "What do you mean, understand my sister? The girl doesn't mind. What are you dawdling for? Just take her down first." "No need. We could get to know each other gradually later." "Xiao Chang, I have many girlfriends." Xiao Chang used his trump card, hoping to make the other party back down. Sumaya stared at Xiao Chang with her bright eyes. "So what? In our country, polygamy is allowed." Everyone was stunned. Chapter 76, Suma's Presidential Suite. All 3 of them were thinking, are there any girls who are both beautiful and understanding like this? I'd love to have a dozen of them. Suddenly, an announcement rang out throughout the casino. "Dear guests, good evening. Welcome to the Mediterranean Europa. In 1 hour, the annual cruise ship gambling king competition will officially begin. The competition will last for 10 days, with a final match to be held on the day the cruise ship returns to port. The ultimate winner of the gambling king title will receive a prize of 50 million euros. The announcement of the gambling king competition caused an instant uproar throughout the casino. Crowds flocked to the chip exchange counter to redeem event-specific chips, eager to participate in this high-stakes gamble. Xiao Chang was inwardly impressed. This cruise ship really knew how to do business, setting up a 10-day gambling king competition on a 10-day voyage. Lured by the huge prize money, the tourists who loved to gamble still played with all their might. After all, everyone felt that they might be the one favored by Lady Luck. The steady stream of real money eventually flowed into the casino's accounts, and the price they paid was the 50 million euro reward gimmick. Ultimately, the prize money will most likely be won by the gambling experts sent by the organizers. Xiao Chang and his 3 companions also exchanged 1 million euros worth of chips with great interest. When exchanging chips, Lin Hao and Z were clearly shocked by Xiao Chang's generous spending. They originally thought Xiao Chang was just a college student with super strong fighting skills, at most from a well-off family. They never expected that he could take out 1 million euros to play so easily. This once again refreshed their understanding. All 3 of them were wondering if Xiao Chang was really just a student at Peking University. Could it be a low-profile scion of a prominent family? However, the 3 of them didn't pay too much attention to these things. The reason the trio was willing to accept Xiao Chang in the first place was because they valued his character and it had nothing to do with his status. Xiao Chang easily doubled his initial investment that night by playing blackjack. Around 10:30 p.m. that night, people began to leave the casino one after another. While this place is exciting, there are many other ways for them to experience excitement. For example, beautiful women, handsome men. After 10:30 p.m., these men and women with glazed eyes would enter the cabin in pairs to enjoy a strange kind of passion. "Maya, are you sure you want to come to my room? I'm not exactly a gentleman. I can't remain unmoved even with a woman in my lap. My actions are solely guided by my conscience." Xiao Chang couldn't help but confirm again. After leaving the casino, the girl kept holding his hand like a leech, impossible to shake off. "Xiao, you can come to my room. It's a presidential suite, very spacious." Xiao Chang was speechless. Damn it. He had been looked down upon by a beautiful woman again. "Okay, let's go to your room then. I also want to see what the presidential suite on this cruise ship is like." Seeing that Xiao Chong agreed, Su Maya beamed with joy. It must be said that the luxury of the presidential suite can always exceed your wildest imagination. On a cruise ship with limited space, the presidential suite has managed to integrate the master bedroom, conference room, gym, bar, and restaurant into one space. The most amazing thing is that open-air, hollowed-out balcony, where you can enjoy the sea breeze, go fishing, watch the sunrise and sunset, and even do other things you love. On land, a presidential suite can easily cost 100,000 yuan a night. This presidential suite at sea, you probably can't get it for less than 200,000 yuan. Maya, how much does your room cost per night? Xiao Chong asked curiously. 100,000 euro. Oh my god. Xiao Chong simply couldn't find any other words to describe the shock he felt at that moment. 100,000 euros is equivalent to 1 million Chinese yuan. This is an enormous fortune that many people could never acquire in their entire lives. Yet this girl slept with it all away in one night. That's so damn extravagant. This made Xiao Chong even more curious about Su Maya's identity. The thought that her family was from the Middle Eastern country of Saka. Could this girl's family be drilling for oil in the Sahara? Xiao Chong guessed himself. My dear Xiao, I really like you so much. I grew up watching Bruce Lee movies. His kung fu was so cool. He was my idol. But today the god in my heart has changed. From this moment on, you're the god in my heart, the true man in my heart. The two had just sat down on the large sofa when Xiao Chong was confessed his love to her. This made Xiao Chong, who was used to taking the initiative, feel extremely uncomfortable. And when you're gambling, you're incredibly cool, especially when you trick Jeffers. As Su Maya spoke, she looked at Xiao Chong with eyes full of admiration, her gaze revealing boundless infatuation. This surprised and pleased Xiao Chong. Is this guy really that good? How come I didn't realize it? As they were talking, Su Maya actually got up and sat on Xiao Chong's lap, which shocked Xiao Chong with the initiative and openness of this foreign girl. Su Maya undoubtedly fell deeply in love with Xiao Chong, while Xiao Chong, initially attracted by her beauty, gradually came to love this woman who dared to love and hate. Let everything happen naturally. Xiao Chong went to the small bar inside the room, grabbed a drink he couldn't name, and sat on the open-air balcony, quietly enjoying the sea breeze. Although it was late at night, the surrounding sea was still bright under the lights of the cruise ships. A gentle sea breeze rippled across the calm surface of the sea. You've already seen all the pornographic films. How much longer are you going to hide? Xiao Chong seemed to be talking to himself. Chapter 77, he is stronger than any heavenly Tao cultivator I have ever encountered. The next moment, an elderly man with a Western face suddenly appeared at the edge of the stage. Looks like you're not entirely incompetent. You actually managed to spot me. Xiao Chong frowned. A Westerner? Could it be related to Jeffers, whom he had abused during the day? Jeffers sent you? Xiao Chong asked uncertainly. Are you sure you don't need to wear something to cover yourself when you talk to me? Joseph frowned as he looked at Xiao Chong's extremely unseemly appearance, and then offered his advice. Xiao Chong looked down and saw that the bird was swaying in the wind, which was indeed not very elegant. He couldn't help but blush, and hurriedly went back inside to put on his underwear before returning to the balcony. You haven't answered my question yet. Did you offend someone today? The other party did not evade the question and directly admitted their origin. Xiao Chong scoffed. Then where were you hiding during the day? Why didn't you come to my rescue when I was beating up that brat Jeffers? Joseph naturally ignored Xiao Chong's questions and was too lazy to explain anything. Give the 1 billion euros back to young Master Jeffers, and I'll make your suffering less later. Joseph adopted an attitude of having Xiao Chong completely under his control. Xiao Chong raised an eyebrow. Oh, you're saying that because you're very confident in your skills and think you can easily beat me? Shall we move to the top floor? Samaya had just fallen asleep, and the surrounding area was full of guest rooms. If a fight broke out, it would inevitably cause some unnecessary trouble. Joseph nodded. That's exactly what I was thinking. After saying that, Joseph turned around and jumped off the balcony. Then, he used a light-footed skill similar to the Wudong ladder cloud, leap, to fly directly to the top deck. Xiao Chong pursed his lips. Are all the Luo family members so fond of showing off? Why not take the elevator and insist on climbing the stairs to show off? Aren't they afraid of falling into the sea and feeding the sharks? He slowly put on his clothes, leisurely finished the last sip of wine, and then swayed as he took the elevator to the rooftop. Joseph glanced at his watch, speechless. I've been waiting for you for 10 minutes already. You really do take a long time to do anything, Joseph said quietly. Just now, I was thinking that this kid would finish in 10 minutes or so, based on the principle of not delaying other people's enjoyment. But to my surprise, the wait lasted for more than an hour. Xiao Chong said with no small amount of pride. Are you envious of me? Joseph was speechless for a moment. Without further ado, he immediately mustered his strength and lunged at Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong also changed his previous relaxed demeanor, focused his mind and strength, and met the opponent's iron fist head-on. Their first encounter was a simple and brutal contest of strength. The fists, imbued with a chilling aura, collided violently amidst sonic booms, unleashing a deafening roar. Joseph had intended to defeat his opponent with a single punch, but he never expected that the force coming from his opponent's fist would be equally fierce and domineering, and would continue unabated. His body jolted, and he uncontrollably staggered back 2 steps before coming to a stop. He thought that after this punch, the opponent would surely fall down, but to his surprise, the opponent remained motionless and as steady as a mountain. Joseph's eyes were filled with seriousness. He had indeed underestimated his opponent and only used 70% of his strength. However, the fact that the young man in front of him could so easily withstand an attack with 7 levels of his own power and even push him back 2 steps proved that he must possess martial prowess comparable to his own. Kid, you better watch out now. I'm going to go all out. Xiao Chong cursed under his breath. Enough with the nonsense. Let's finish this quickly. I need to go back and sleep with my beauty. Then he immediately took the initiative and pounced on Joseph. Joseph cursed under his breath, and the two instantly started fighting. Xiao Chong had already gained some understanding of the moves of various ancient martial arts masters during the military martial arts competition. This time, he chose to use Zhao Yun style, combining powerful and domineering attack techniques with light and graceful movement skills. In actual combat, it is not only powerful, but also possesses a unique aesthetic appeal. This perfectly matches the Xiao Chong style of wanting to show off from time to time. Joseph grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. He has also sparred with many martial arts masters in China and has a certain understanding of Chinese kung fu routines. However, at this moment, he was completely baffled by the martial arts routines used by Xiao Chong and could only rely on his martial arts instincts to cope with them. 2 minutes later, Joseph's confidence had vanished, and 3 minutes later he was exhausted from defense and his attacks were full of holes. With a loud shout of "Fall!" Xiao Chong delivered a high whip kick that sent Joseph, who was dodging in midair, crashing onto the deck. Ignoring the traditional Chinese virtues of respecting elders and caring for the young, Xiao Chong stepped directly on the bleeding Joseph and demanded, "Are you still going to fight? Considering that you didn't disturb my good time earlier and didn't show any murderous intent when you first attacked, I'll spare your life this time. Go back and tell Jeffers that he committed 3 crimes tonight. First, disturbing someone's sleep is like murdering their parents. Shouldn't he pay compensation for emotional distress? Second, making me stand in the cool sea breeze for 5 minutes. Shouldn't he pay compensation for physical harm? Third, forcing me to take action. Shouldn't he pay for his services? Have him transfer these fees to my bank card tonight. As for how much, let him decide. Anyway, if I'm not satisfied, his handsome face will be in trouble tomorrow." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the elevator. 5 minutes later, in Jeffers' presidential suite. "Uncle Joseph, who beat you up like this? Did you run into that old man next to Rivers?" Jeffers looked at Joseph, who looked disheveled, with shock, and asked with concern. No, it's that young Chinese man you mentioned today. He's the one who beat me up like this." "What? It was him? He's that strong? He actually managed to beat you up like this?" Jeffers was utterly shocked. Defeating 15 retired Marines in broad daylight was already astonishing enough. Unexpectedly, even Uncle Joseph, who had been with him for 10 years and whom he considered to be an absolute powerhouse, was no match for him. He is really too strong, even stronger than any heavenly Dao walker I have ever encountered. Thankfully, he didn't intend to kill me tonight, but even so, I only lasted 3 minutes against him. Jeffers' face showed not only shock, but also a hint of inexplicable surprise. He clearly heard Joseph say that the Chinese man was stronger than all the heavenly Dao practitioners he had ever met. So wouldn't that mean he was stronger than the old man in black next to his brother Rivers? What if? The thought of that possibility made Jeffers' mind race. By the way, That young man from China asked me to pass on a message to you. Jeffers was taken aback for a moment, then immediately asked, "What did you say?" Chapter 78, Asma's chief scientist, was actually a gambler. Joseph then relayed to Jeffers exactly what Xiao Chong had said about the compensation. After hearing this, the latter was not angry at all. Instead, he had a slightly ambiguous smile on his face. "Okay, I understand, Uncle Joseph. You should rest now." Jeffers took a glass of wine and went to the viewing balcony, looking at the vast and desolate sea in the night sky. I wonder what he was thinking. A moment later, he went to his laptop, logged into online banking, and smiled as he looked at the string of zeros in his account. "You like money? Then anything is possible." After saying that, he entered 1 billion euros again on the transfer page, but the moment he pressed the transfer button, he seemed to remember something and deleted the 1 at the beginning of the amount and changed it to 3. Yes, Jeffers changed the transfer amount to 3 billion euros, worth 30 billion Chinese yuan. After the transfer, Jeffers stared blankly at the 43 billion euros remaining in his account. I was reminded of the recently released 2008 Forbes Global Billionaires list, in which Warren Buffett topped the list with a net worth of $60 billion. Moreover, over 80% of this $60 billion is the value of stocks held by Mr. Buffett. Jeffers' 43 billion euros is all in cash, and he also owns shares in many Rothschild family businesses. Thinking of this, Jeffers chuckled. One of the Rothschild family precepts is not to disclose their assets to the public, and other reclusive families also have similar rules. Therefore, the Forbes Global Billionaires list is a completely abridged version of the rich list. After Jeffers completed the transfer, he did not go to sleep immediately. Instead, he sat quietly on the scenic balcony, sipping expensive red wine and pondering something. Meanwhile, in another presidential suite, Xiao Chong had just crawled into bed when he stroked Su Maya's smooth back. Disturbed from her sleep, Su Maya rolled over, revealing her ample bosom once again. Just as Xiao Chong was about to play with it, he heard a ding sound from his phone, and he immediately picked it up and saw the message that 3 billion euros had been deposited into his account. He looked at him with amusement. Are the Luo family really that generous? Or do they have some other motive? Xiao Chong stopped thinking about it. He was happy that someone had given him so much money. Jeffers, along with Bai Tian, has already given himself 4 billion euros, equivalent to 40 billion Chinese yuan. That 40 billion could do a lot of things. He couldn't keep the joy of 40 billion to himself, so he decided to call Su Maya up to share it with him. Soon, Su Maya, who was fast asleep, was attacked in multiple places and quickly woke up from her sleep. Seeing the man she liked touching her all over, Su Maya began to respond passionately. This battle was truly fierce and chaotic. After a brief rest, Su Maya wanted to take the initiative in the battle. However, in less than 10 minutes, he could only passively take the beating. Then, and that was the end of it. Xiao Chong was woken up by a phone call at 11 a.m. the following morning. "You son of a bitch, where the hell are you? Can't you hear us knocking? Get over here and open the door." Xiao Chong was speechless for a moment, then walked to the door with his eyes half closed and opened it. The door opened, but there wasn't a ghost in sight. "Where are you all? When the hell did you open the door?" A speechless voice came from the other end. Xiao Chong looked around and slapped his forehead. He realized he was in the presidential suite at Samaya and had completely forgotten about it. Dazi, I'm on the 18th floor in room 1808. You guys come over." Xiao Chong yawned as he spoke. 5 minutes later, Lin Haoda, Zi Xiaoji, and the other two appeared at the door of the presidential suite. After confirming that the room number was correct, they went inside. At this time, Xiao Chong and Su Maya had already gotten up, and Su Maya was washing up in the bathroom. Upon entering, all three of them exclaimed in surprise. "Xiao Chong, you little rascal, you've been sneaking around in the presidential suite," Dazi said to Xiao Chong with a dissatisfied look. At that moment, the bathroom door opened, and Sumaya walked out wearing fitted yoga pants and a polo shirt. "Hello, we meet again." Sumaya greeted the three of them warmly, her face still slightly flushed. The three of them stared wide-eyed at the stunningly beautiful woman who had suddenly appeared. "Hello." All three of them greeted Sumaya. "Hurry up and sit down. What are you standing there for?" Xiao Chong addressed the three of them. All three of them secretly gave Xiao Chong a thumbs up. The three of them spent money last night to experience passion and pleasure. Xiao Chong actually ended up staying in the beautiful woman's presidential suite, and it seemed that this rich and beautiful woman was the one who paid him. We were all Chinese men who boarded the ship together. So why is there such a big difference in our character? Seeing Xiao Chong chatting with the three of them, Sumaya went back into the bathroom to tidy up. 10 minutes later, the 5 people left the presidential suite and strolled along the central avenue on the first floor of the cruise ship. At 11 a.m., the cruise ship arrived at the tourist hotspot of Santorini. The passengers on the ship began their half-day island tour under the guidance of a dedicated guide. Throughout the entire trip, Sumaya was like a little bird, closely following the Chinese man she was so fond of who had given her the ultimate first experience. The two even disregarded the disdainful looks that Lin Hao and the other two gave them, and flaunted their affection in front of them. Xiao Chong and Sumaya were photographed at various excellent viewing platforms throughout Santorini, while Lin Hao and his 2 companions kept their faces tense the whole time, miserably acting as free photographers. No matter how beautiful the scenery, it cannot heal the damage caused to the 3 of them by Xiao Chong and his partner's excessive displays of affection. The cruise ship set sail again at 7 p.m. and entered international waters. After a satisfying meal, the tourists returned to the casino to begin their nighttime revelry. "Miss, could you please speak to your manager here and ask if I could exchange my stocks for another 2 million euros in chips?" When Xiao Chong and Sumaya were walking together and passed by a chip exchange station, they saw this scene. Xiao Chong sighed inwardly. This casino is really harmful. This man has probably lost all his cash and is now thinking of mortgaging his stock for chips. "Sorry, we do not offer stock-backed exchange for chips." The man was met with a cold voice. "I'm the chief scientist and largest single shareholder of ASME. I own 35% of the company. Do you know how much those shares are worth? $3.5 billion. No matter what he said, the staff refused to exchange the chips for him. Xiao Chong, who hadn't gone far, stopped completely when the other person mentioned as my company. Chapter 78 acquires 1% stake in ASMA. In 2023, the year after the founding of the United States, the country strictly controlled China's rise in the high-tech field, most notably through a comprehensive blockade of mid to high-end chips. By then, ASML had already dominated the global lithography machine market with its EUV extreme ultraviolet lithography machines. However, China, an important member of the World Trade Organization, was unable to purchase even a single EUV lithography machine from ASML. Why? Because the U.S. doesn't agree. To revitalize China's technology, boosting the lithography machine industry, and breaking the chip monopoly are essential steps. At this time, he unexpectedly met ASMA's chief scientist, who also had a lot of company stock. Xiao Chong pulled Sumaya back directly. "Hello, sir. Are you looking to mortgage your stocks for cash?" At this moment, a frustrated Danielson was worrying about the chips. Danielson is a typical STEM guy. He's 45 years old, doesn't like to enjoy life or women, and his only hobby besides researching technology is gambling. "I basically board the Europa every month and have a great time." Before boarding the ship, he sold some stocks and cashed out 10 million euros. However, he was unlucky and lost all 10 million euros on the very first night. Danielson looked wary as the young Asian man approached him to talk. "Who are you? What do you want with me?" "My name is Xiao Chong, and I'm from China. I was just passing by when you mentioned wanting to mortgage your stocks for leverage. I happen to work in a financial mortgage business, so I was wondering if you have any needs." Danielson was delighted upon hearing this, but then he wondered if someone so young could be an international fraudster. "How much equity collateral can you provide me?" Xiao Chong did not answer, but instead opened his international card text message notification and showed the message to the other party. Danielson stepped forward with some skepticism, but what he saw made his mouth drop open in shock. Seeing the other person's surprised expression, Xiao Chong smiled and said, "So, can I meet your needs?" "That's incredible. So incredibly powerful." "Hello, sir. My name is Danielson. What is your last name?" Danielson's tone was full of awe. "Xiao Chong. Mr. Xiao, I'd like to pledge 20 million euros worth of stocks as collateral. Is that possible?" Xiao Chong nodded. "We offer 2 forms of financing, stock pledge loans and equity transfers. Stock pledging involves charging a pledging service fee of 1% per day based on the total loan amount. For equity transfers, the equity delivery is directly based on the stock price on that day. Which format would you like to use?" Danielson originally planned to use the equity pledge to borrow funds first, and then find a way to raise funds to recover the pledged shares after returning to the company. But this 1% daily service fee is way too damn high. It will likely take me almost a month to return this money. So wouldn't I have to pay a 30% service fee? What's the difference between this and robbery? This Chinese kid is absolutely wicked. After a moment's thought, Danielson made his decision. Mr. Xiao, I've decided to sell the shares directly. This was exactly the result Xiao Chong wanted, but he still showed a regretful expression. Okay, let's do it this way. Seeing Xiao Chong's helpless expression, Danielson thought to himself, try and make a high service fee from me? Dream on. Furthermore, ASML stock price has been sluggish recently due to setbacks in the development of EUV lithography machines and a resulting cash flow shortage. Now, by selling at a high price, they can kill two birds with one stone. After reaching an agreement, the three of them went to the presidential suite of Samaya. He also notified the company's legal department to send him a copy of the equity transfer agreement. The funding entity for Qiangxing Investment is a company with a deep-nested structure and registered in France. In reality, it is wholly owned by Qiangxing Investment. Since it was a negotiated transfer, no stock trading was required. Danielson simply called the M-share exchange and completed the equity transfer within half an hour. Danielson sold 0.25% of ASMA's shares for $25 million, which is equivalent to 20 million euros. Just as Danielson was excitedly preparing to leave, Xiao Chong printed out several more blank contracts. Mr. Xiao, what's going on? Danielson was puzzled, and Somaya beside him looked equally confused. Hadn't the deal already been completed? Why do we need a contract? Oh, prepare a few more copies. Maybe someone will come to me later to transfer shares. Xiao Chong replied meaningfully. After getting the money, Danielson went straight back to the casino. Give me 5 million euros in chips. Danielson stared at the beautiful waitress who had previously rejected him, adopting an arrogant and domineering attitude. This time, the staff member, with a smile and a respectful expression, presented the chips to him. This made Danielson feel particularly comfortable. After taking the chips, Danielson went straight to the table, where the minimum bet was 500,000 euros per round. He didn't believe that Lady Luck would keep avoiding him. Unfortunately, less than 10 minutes later, Danielson went to the chip exchange counter again and exchanged 15 million euros worth of chips in one go. He then returned to the gambling table he had just been at. When the other gamblers at the table saw this lucky charm return, they all applauded and welcomed him. Seeing the enthusiastic welcome from everyone, he felt a slight sense of pride. Whether at the company or the casino, Danielson, am the coolest guy. Danielson must have had this thought at that moment. If nothing unexpected happens, Lady Luck should smile upon me this time. Sitting at the gambling table, he secretly planned for a good outcome. Half an hour later, unsurprisingly, an accident occurred. Uncle Danielson's luck showed no signs of improving, and he lost all 15 million euros. As an ordinary gambler, at this point, one should accept defeat, stop gambling, and go home to reflect on one's actions. Uncle Coden is no ordinary person. He applied the same persistence and never give up spirit he had when doing scientific research to gambling. He firmly believed that as long as he persisted, he would surely move Lady Luck. 10 years ago, ASML was on the verge of bankruptcy. It was his persistence and unwillingness to admit defeat that led the team to overcome the key technologies of DUV lithography machines. This breakthrough broke through the technological blockade imposed by the United States and Japan in the field of DUV lithography machines. Therefore, this spirit of perseverance and never giving up is deeply ingrained in Uncle Dan's bones. Sure enough, Uncle Dan dialed Xiao Chong's number directly, while Xiao Chong had been waiting in the presidential suite for a long time. This time, Uncle Dan also found it too troublesome to call the exchange repeatedly. They sold 0.75% of ASME's shares in a single transaction, cashing out 60 million euros. After Uncle Dan left, Xiao Chong invited Sumaya to go out together. Suma asked in confusion, "Where are you going?" Xiao Chong said with a serious expression, "Uncle Dan is losing money a bit too slowly. I'll go and speed it up for him." Chapter 79. Danielson gets scammed. Xiao Chong, who had just stepped out the door, seemed to remember something after taking only a few steps and returned to the room with Sumaya. It was 10 minutes later when the two came out. Uncle Danielson, though persistent and unwilling to admit defeat, does have a strange habit of never winning a single game at the same gambling table. Sure enough, Uncle Dan went straight to another gambling table, where the simplest game was being played, rolling dice to determine the winner. This format does not involve a bookmaker. Instead, the casino takes a 1% service fee based on the total stake for each game. No matter which customer wins money, the casino makes money. Before each dice roll, the winner of the previous round places the first bet, starting at 1 million euros. If the winner of the previous round bets 5 million euros, all subsequent players must also bet 5 million euros. In his first hand, Danielson called a 2 million bet. When he shook the dice, he excitedly grabbed the dice cup in his right hand, then made a gesture of blessing from heaven with his left hand, and then put the 4 dice inside and closed the lid. Then came a shaking. This guy shook the dice for a whole minute, and finally, after being urged by the people next to him, he slammed the dice cup down on the gambling table. He made a prayer gesture again before carefully lifting the dice cup. Wow! A wave of envious sighs instantly erupted from the crowd. The 4 dice showed 6, 6, 5, 5, and 22. This is already a very large number of points, more than the points of the previous 8 people. After Danielson, only one person remained who didn't shake the ball. The man held the dice cup and dice in his hand, trying to imitate Danielson's movements, but unexpectedly only managed to roll a lone number of 15. Danielson's excitement was palpable. He had won 18 million in this round. He almost won back the 20 million euros he lost last time in one go. Uncle Dan, looking every bit the gambling god, smugly showed off his spoils to the onlookers. At this point, 3 gamblers left the table, but someone quickly filled in. One of them had a build very similar to Xiao Qiang, but his face looked like that of an Indian. That's right, this person is Xiao Qiang in disguise. After returning to the room, he had a master of disguise possess him and use the cosmetics that Su Maya had on hand in the bathroom to give the two of them a simple disguise. This time, as if possessed by the god of gamblers, Uncle Dan directly increased his bet to 5 million. Although the 10 people frowned, after hesitating for a moment, they all placed their bets one after another. After praying again, Uncle Dan shook the dice cup in his hand, uncovered it, and found a total of 18 points for 455. It's neither small nor large. It's impossible to guarantee a win. The gamblers who followed continued to shake the cup, and all their results were lower than 18 points, which gave Uncle Dan renewed hope of winning. Until Xiao Qiang shook his head. Danielson's 18 points had always been the highest. This has led him to fantasize about winning the game and rake in a whopping 45 million euros. An excited smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. Xiao Qiang casually picked up the dice cup, shook it a few times, and then put it face down on the table. Open, open. The surrounding audience was already getting impatient. Xiao Qiang then whispered in Su Maya's ear, who was also disguised, "Darling, you are my lucky goddess. Help me uncover the truth." Su Maya, blushing slightly after being confessed to in public, gazed deeply at her Prince Charming, then took a deep breath and swiftly lifted the dice cup. Wow, cool. On the desktop, the numbers 3.5.5.6 and 19 were clearly visible. As luck would have it, he's just a little older than Danielson. Xiao Qiang looked at Danielson, who was pounding his chest and stamping his feet with a provocative expression. Uncle Dan, a wealthy and powerful man, was also a man of great spirit. How could he tolerate such provocation? What's with the arrogance? Let's go again. Xiao Qiang, who won a whopping 45 million euros in one game, immediately raised the stakes for a single game to 10 million euros. Some people quit, while others continue to join. The betting continues. In the following rounds of gambling, if someone rolls a higher number than Danielson, Xiao Qiang will selectively let them win. After all, it would be too strange for someone to keep winning. If Danielson has the highest score, then he'll just use cheats to give his opponent a roller coaster ride. Most importantly, Xiao Qiang always scored only slightly more than Danielson. This always leaves the other party feeling extremely regretful, yet helpless. In subsequent games, the ante never fell below 10 million, and after 7 rounds, Danielson's chips were reduced to only 2 million. Uncle Dan, who was completely bloodthirsty, had bloodshot eyes and was breathing rapidly. Anyone who didn't know better would think it was a case of a person with high blood pressure having a seizure. Hey, poor old man, are you still playing or not? If you don't have money, go somewhere else to play. It's no fun trying to save face here. We're not in the same social circle. What's the point of forcing yourself to join? Danielson, who was already a bit agitated, had his blood pressure spike even higher after Xiao Qiang's words. You F asterisk 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 ing. Who's the poor old man? Who's pretending to be rich when they're not? Explain yourself. Xiao Chong also looked serious. Which of the guests who play this kind of game doesn't have a net worth of at least $1 billion? Taking out a few $100 million is a piece of cake, isn't it? Xiao Chong was right. The guests at the table now all have billions in assets. Who says I don't? I'm a billionaire too. Danielson had been so provoked that he had lost his ability to think normally and was speaking entirely according to the script set by Xiao Chong. Normally, a billionaire wouldn't announce in public that they are a billionaire. After all, not everyone has Tong Ji's goofy personality, like saying, I'm a billionaire, I'm coming clean. You're a billionaire? Then show me 100 million or two. I could say I'm a billionaire. Would you believe me? Xiao Chong spread his hands and asked the crowd. This caused everyone to burst into laughter. But to Danielson, the bursts of laughter were clearly a merciless mockery directed at him. You just wait. I'm going to get the money. We'll settle this in 20 minutes. The angrier Danielson was, the happier Xiao Chong was. Meanwhile, Sumaya, standing nearby, had no idea why her Prince Charming was deliberately targeting this poor old man. But because she loved Xiao Chong so much, she saw all of his actions as incredibly handsome. If you can come up with 100 million in chips, I'll call you Big Brother. If you can come up with 700 million, 800 million, or even 1 billion, I'll call you Grandpa. All witnesses testify that there was no deception, young or old. The wealthy people at the gambling tables and the onlookers around them were all completely ignited by Xiao Chong's actions. Everyone came here to relax, and they all joined in the commotion. Quick, make him call me Grandpa. Xiao Chong, on the other hand, had an expression that said he had his opponent completely under his control. That expression was truly, you can be as shameless as you want. I fucking want to kick him a couple of times. You just wait, get ready to call me Grandpa. After saying that, he left the gambling table. The straightforward, tech-savvy Danielson has completely lost his mind. All he wants now is for the other person to call him Grandpa and to see the other person's embarrassed expression. Chapter 80. Acquiring another 19% stake in his Mai. After Danielson left, Xiao Chong whispered a few words to Sumaya and then left as well. Taking advantage of the darkness, he jumped off the edge of the cruise ship. 5 minutes later, there was a knock on the door of Sumaya's presidential suite. Xiao Chong, still half asleep, yawned and said, My dear Danielson, don't you know it's very impolite to disturb someone's sleep at night? Despite his burning anger, Danielson dared not show the slightest bit of rage or dissatisfaction in front of this Chinese tycoon. After taking a deep breath, I forced a smile onto my face. Danielson spoke again. Mr. Xiao, I would like to transfer another portion of these my shares. I need money. Xiao Chong rubbed his sleepy eyes and yawned repeatedly. Darling Dan, how many shares are you planning to transfer this time? Besides, can't you come to me after you wake up tomorrow? I'm so sleepy. Danielson said apologetically. I'm so sorry, Mr. Xiao. Don't worry, I will never bother you late at night again after this. I'm transferring 19% of my shares this time. Xiao Chong was taken aback, but secretly he was overjoyed. People are no longer sleepy, and they no longer yawn. Darling Dan, what do you need so much money for? Is it a bit irresponsible to gamble with so much money? Upon hearing this, Danielson, who had been relatively calm just moments before, suddenly erupted in anger. Dear Mr. Xiao, I just encountered a despicable Indian guy who actually called me a poor man. He even said that if I could come up with 1 billion, he would call me Grandpa. I want him to call me Grandpa. As he spoke, Danielson grinned, clearly showing his deep hatred for that Indian. Oh, Indians are so awful. I want to beat him up. Xiao Chong said indignantly from the side. Mr. Xiao, could you do me this favor? Danielson stared at Xiao Chong with anticipation. Absolutely. We Chinese believe in standing by a friend in need. Don't worry, I will do everything I can to help you, my friend. Danielson was so moved that he was almost in tears. How could there be such a big difference in people's character when we are both Asian? The two quickly signed a share transfer agreement, and after a short wait, the exchange completed the share transfer. Looking at the 1.52 billion euros that had been deposited into the bank account, Danielson, who had been dejected, became excited. Dear Xiao, thank you for your great help. I'm determined to be your friend. I'm leaving now. We can talk again tomorrow. After saying that, he hurriedly left the room. He even declined Xiao Chong's invitation to have a glass of 1982 La Fight. As soon as Danielson left, Xiao Chong rushed into the bathroom. 10 minutes later, at the same gambling table. Going to the toilet feels so refreshing. Where's that poor bastard? Why isn't he here yet? Did he turn around and become a coward? Xiao Chong has now become that despicable Indian again. You damn Indian, you're talking nonsense. Danielson, who is always a gentleman, had just arrived at the gambling table with 100 million euros in chips when he heard this despicable guy shouting. Uncle Dan stormed up to the table, fuming. Open your dog eyes and look at this. What is this? This is 100 million in chips, and this is 1.42 billion in bank deposits. You Indian, can you even understand this? Xiao Chong feigned shock as he looked at Danielson, his mouth agape. Meanwhile, the onlookers started jeering again, shouting, "Call him Grandpa! Call him Grandpa!" Danielson, venting his anger, wore a smug expression. Meanwhile, Xiao Chong looked troubled, glancing hesitantly at Uncle Dan. What? You Indian, are you trying to renege on your promise? There are so many people watching. Xiao Chong's face showed struggle. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he said with a livid expression, Grandpa, Grandpa, you are mighty. Although Xiao Chong's face was contorted with displeasure as he called him Grandpa, looking as disgusted as if he'd eaten shit, he was secretly overjoyed. I, Xiao Chong, am flexible and adaptable. What can you do if I call you Grandpa a few times? I own 20% of Asma's shares. Although the methods were somewhat despicable, what did they matter in the face of national righteousness? The methods used by the U.S. to contain China's rise are even more shameless than this. This time, I've made this engineering student lose so much money, I'll find a chance to pay him back later. Anyway, Xiao Chong wasn't after Danielson's money in the first place. Danielson was overjoyed to hear the other party keep his promise and call him Grandpa. He was as happy as an old boy. Just as he was about to organize everyone to fight until dawn, an announcement came over the loudspeaker that the casino was about to close and that everyone should come back the next day. Helpless, Danielson could only say to Xiao Chong, who was playing the Indian, if you're so capable, don't be a coward tomorrow night. Let's continue this duel. Xiao Chong naturally wouldn't refuse and readily agreed. On their way back to their room, Xiao Chong and Lin Hao walked together. Each of the three had wins and losses, but the amounts were small, so neither win nor loss affected their mood. Seeing that the three of them were now accompanied by another beautiful woman, Xiao Chong was not surprised. Such luxurious 10-day tours are a constant backdrop for one-night stands of romance. Back in the presidential suite, Xiao Chong and Su Maya naturally had an in-depth conversation. Su Maya not only developed a taste for it, but also became incredibly curious, trying her best to satisfy Xiao Chong's various bizarre requests. When encountering problems they don't understand, they humbly seek guidance and can quickly and calmly deal with them. The music has ended, but the people haven't dispersed. Looking at the soundly sleeping Samaya, Xiao Chong poured himself a glass of Chateau Lafite Rothschild red wine and sat on the balcony to savor it. Just then, a sneaky voice came over. Mr. Xiao, is this a convenient time? I need to talk to you about something. Xiao Chong said irritably, come out. In fact, Xiao Chong had spotted the old man as soon as he reached the window, but he was so engrossed in his feelings that he had no time to look at anything else. I'll let it slide since Jeffers paid me $3 billion last night. But you old rascal, why do you always like to eavesdrop through windows? Do you have some kind of weird or unusual hobby? Joseph blushed deeply after hearing Xiao Chong's words. It's inconvenient to contact Xiao Chong during the day, as Rivers has spies everywhere. They finally waited for nightfall, but as soon as they arrived at Xiao Chong's window, they heard that familiar calling voice again. Even Joseph, who was of age and had reached a state of tranquility and detachment, felt his blood boil after listening for more than an hour. He couldn't help but marvel. How come this Chinese kid is so formidable in every way? Chapter 81, Conspiracy and Cooperation. Speak, what do you want from me? Does Jeffers have so much money he can't spend it all, and is trying every possible way to send me money? Xiao Chong said leisurely as he sipped his red wine. Joseph looked embarrassed. Mr. Xiao, it's like this, my young master would like to discuss a collaboration with you, but due to some special reasons, he cannot come to you directly, so... Xiao Chong was stunned when he heard this. If you want to talk to me about cooperation, then come here. Why the hell is it inconvenient for you to come to me? So, that means I have to go find him myself? Xiao Chong stared at Joseph with displeasure. Mr. Xiao, please don't misunderstand. Young Master Jeffers does have some unspeakable difficulties. He will explain to you personally later. He also said that once you go, you'll definitely be very interested in the collaboration. Xiao Chong swirled the red wine in his glass, and the fiery red liquid naturally clung to the glass. Fine, I can go with you. But if you don't satisfy me, you know what will happen. Meanwhile, Xiao Chong was wondering if Jeffers' $3 billion gesture yesterday was a big gift he was giving in advance to invite him over tonight. Joseph replied confidently, "You'll definitely be interested." After saying that, the two climbed up the viewing balcony to Jeffers' presidential suite. "Mr. Xiao, I'm sorry to invite you in this way." Looking at Jeffers' composed and polite demeanor, it was hard to reconcile him with the image of a spoiled brat that we had first met. "You gave me such a huge gift of $3 billion, just so you could talk to me about a collaboration late at night?" Xiao Chong cut to the chase and asked, "Speak. What do you want from me?" Jeffers nodded. "That's right. I just want Mr. Xiao to see my sincerity in seeking cooperation with you." This surprised Xiao Chong. The Luo family was really generous. They showed their sincerity with such a grand gesture. If this collaboration actually comes to fruition, how much would the reward be? This made him look forward to it. After a brief pause, Jeffers began to tell Xiao Chong about the modern-day palace drama of the Luo family struggle for inheritance and the infighting among the brothers. After listening to Jeffers' story, Xiao Chong frowned. "I'm just an ordinary Chinese person. I really can't think of any way I can help you. Compared to the profound heritage of your Luo family, spanning hundreds of years, I feel like a complete nobody." Jeffers shook his head with a smile. "Mr. Xiao, dealing with Rivers and his cronies is naturally not something you need to do. I will handle it in my own way. All I need is for you to use your unpredictable Chinese martial arts at the crucial moment to help me block an old man in black next to Rivers. I'll take care of the rest." Xiao Chong nodded as if he suddenly understood. This was indeed a real-life portrayal of Gojian's perseverance and humiliation. To deceive his elder brother, Jeffers presented himself as a typical rich playboy for the past 3 years, indulging in pleasure, indulging in wine and women, and even disregarding the family precept against interracial marriage, insisting on marrying a woman from another family. This further disillusioned the current head of the family, his own father, with Jeffers. Rivers was naturally pleased with this outcome, but he did not relax his surveillance on his brother at all. "What benefits will I get?" Now that we have a general understanding of the scope of the collaboration, let's discuss the terms of the collaboration. Seeing Xiao Chong's greedy expression, Jeffers smiled faintly. "Once I become the head of the Rothschild family, I can give you a lot of money. How about $10 billion US? Jeffers offered a temptation that he believed no one could resist. Then he stared intently at Xiao Chong, waiting to see how the other party would react. Xiao Chong, who had previously looked greedy, suddenly changed his demeanor. He looked at Jeffers with amusement, then muttered to himself. The Rothschild family is the oldest reclusive family in the Western world. Furthermore, they're the spiritual leaders of Jewish and Tiberian people in the world today. Among the leaders of the United States at the senator level and above, 60% are Jewish and Tiberian. It could even be said that the foreign policy of the United States largely represents the spirit and will of you Jewish people and stands in your interest. And you should be well aware of how many of these policies are actually the will of your Rothschild family. What do you gain by becoming the head of the Rothschild family? Endless wealth? The power to control everything? I think you know this better than I do. Hearing Xiao Chong say this, Jeffers' expression gradually darkened. This is truly a difficult Chinese person to deal with. Jeffers forced a smile. Mr. Xiao, please let me know your thoughts. As long as they're not too outrageous, I'll consider them. My conditions are actually very simple. First, I want all the shares of Cyber in the United States, and Zeiss in Germany and Italy. Secondly, once you become the head of the family, I hope that my companies will not encounter unfair treatment in Western countries, especially in the United States. Jeffers frowned. Although the U.S. company Cyber had a market value of only $3.5 billion, it possessed the world's most advanced core optical technology, providing light sources for mainstream UV lithography machine manufacturers such as Asamai, Nikon, Toshiba, and Samsung. The largest shareholder of this company is the Rothschild family, and the company is currently controlled by Jeffers' side. The German company Zeiss, with a market capitalization of only $3.9 billion, is a world-class supplier of optical lenses. This company also monopolizes the high-precision optical lenses used in lithography machines. Although Yothai Capital only holds a 20% stake in the company, in Jeffers' eyes, acquiring a company with a market value of only $3.9 billion is just a matter of a word. Jeffers had been weighing the pros and cons, and he certainly knew what it would mean to transfer all the shares of these two companies to a Chinese person. However, he then thought that Yothai Capital controls countless cutting-edge technologies around the world, and losing an advantage in a few areas would not affect Yothai Capital's huge global influence. Moreover, if sacrificing this small amount of profit could secure the support of this Chinese man, the gains from taking control of the Rothschild family would be negligible compared to this loss. Having figured all this out, Jeffers no longer hesitated. No problem. I can agree to any of your conditions. Xiao Chong burst into hearty laughter. Then we'd better sign some agreements to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings in the future. Upon hearing Xiao Chong's request, Jeffers cursed inwardly. He certainly knew what signing such a paper agreement meant. This will become irrefutable evidence of his attempt to usurp power and betray the interests of the Jewish people. If it were to leak out and be discovered by the family elders, even if he were the head of the family, he would face the risk of being deposed by the elders. Chapter 82, Princess of Sasha. But if he doesn't sign, he won't even have a chance to become the head of the family. Seeing Jeffers' somber expression, Xiao Chong spoke again. This agreement is only to ensure that our cooperation can have a complete end. Moreover, I'm a businessman, and I only care about whether my business interests can be guaranteed. Rest assured, as long as the cooperation proceeds smoothly, this agreement will forever remain a secret between you and me. No third party will ever know. Hearing Xiao Chong say this, Jeffers' doubts were largely dispelled. Ultimately, Jeffers and Xiao Chong signed a groundbreaking cooperation agreement. Jeffers agreed that he would take 2 months to privatize the two publicly traded companies and then delist them. After the delisting is completed, 100% of the shares of the two companies will be transferred to Xiao Chong. Before leaving Jeffers' room, Xiao Chong suddenly asked, "Have you taken the pills I gave you?" Jeffers looked completely bewildered. No. Jeffers must have thrown that pill somewhere out of the way. TCH, that's some good stuff. You can ask him if it works well. It only takes an hour. Jeffers looked at Joseph with suspicion, and the latter looked embarrassed. He stepped forward and whispered something in Jeffers' ear. After listening to Joseph's story, Jeffers looked at Xiao Chong with a strange expression. Really? You relied on that pill? Xiao Chong nodded. You'll know once you try. In the following days, with Xiao Chong's help, Danielson went further and further down the path of selling stocks to raise gambling funds, and there was no turning back. At the end of the final night of the Gambling King competition, Uncle Dan was left with only 8% of his My shares. In just 10 days, this brilliant STEM student lost a staggering $2.7 billion. Looking at the whole world, this would probably be considered astonishing. Danielson himself acted as if nothing had happened after losing such a large sum of money. Dear Xiao, thank you for your great help these past few days. You've really given me a great time. I'm disembarking tomorrow and going back to work. If you ever have the chance to visit Holland again, be sure to contact me. Xiao Chong looked at the man he had tricked out of most of his sale shares, and who was now sincerely thanking him, and felt incredibly ashamed. I can only convince myself that I can make it up to the other party when the opportunity arises later. Uncle Danielson, if your company ever needs financing in the future, you can contact me. My offer will definitely satisfy you. Danielson was taken aback. Dear Xiao, now that you mention it, I do remember that we are currently conducting research and development on key technologies and are desperately seeking funding. But as a friend, I must tell you that this research is far from successful. If you invest, it might be a complete waste of money. But if it succeeds, your investment will yield a huge return. Xiao Chong knew, of course, that ASML was currently working on tackling the challenges of extreme ultraviolet lithography technology, specifically the development of EUV lithography machines, and that a breakthrough was expected in 2009. He also knew that in the field of DUV lithography machines, companies such as ASML, Nikon, Toshiba, and Samsung were vying for dominance. While in the more advanced field of EUV lithography machines, ASML monopolized the market. That's wonderful. Here's what we'll do. Go back and report to the board of directors. With such an outstanding scientist as Danielson, I believe you will succeed. Okay, then wait for my call. On the last night of the luxury cruise, the ship's beautiful models were in high demand, rushing from one room to another for a gig. It's not uncommon for 2 or 3 models to come out of a single room. inside the presidential suite of Somaya. The two, who had just finished a fierce battle, embraced each other affectionately. "My dearest Xiao, we're parting ways tomorrow, and I'm so reluctant to leave you." As she spoke, Sumaya hugged Xiao Chang even tighter. "I can't bear to part with you either. Maya, I will visit you in England often." "No need. I've already told my family process my transfer. I'm going to study at Yinxing University so we can be together more often." Xiao Chang was shocked. Was it really that easy to process international transfer procedures? "Maya, what does your family do?" "As far as I know, this kind of international transfer procedure is very complicated and requires the approval of the education ministries of both countries." "My home? You want to know?" Xiao Chang's left eyelid suddenly twitched violently. "I've slept with them for several nights, and I don't even know what they do at home. My name is Somaya Abdulaziz." Xiao Chang stared blankly at Sumaya, thinking to himself, "Your family name is really long." Sumaya saw that Xiao Chang hadn't reacted yet. She continued, "There are computers over there. You can look up Abdulaziz. There's only one family in Shasha with that surname." Xiao Chang muttered to himself, "Why didn't you just sue me directly? Why did you make me investigate?" But he still went straight to the computer and started looking it up. This discovery gave Xiao Chang a big shock. Abdulaziz, the royal family name of the Sasha Kingdom? "Maya, are you a member of the Sasha Kingdom's royal family?" Sumaya smiled and nodded. "My father is the king of Shasha." "What? Your dad's a king? Then you're a princess." Seeing Xiao Chang's utterly shocked expression, Sumaya's smile grew even brighter. Sumaya nodded playfully. "Yes." "Maya, why didn't you say so sooner?" "You didn't ask." "Well." The next day, the sea was clear and the sky was high. At 11 a.m., the Europa returned to the Greek port city of Pergerdin. "Maya, I'll be waiting for you in China." Before parting, Xiao Chang and Sumaya had one last heartfelt farewell. "What's wrong with you three? Did you twist your kidneys while riding that foreign horse?" Seeing the three of them looking so dejected, Xiao Chang couldn't help but make a joke. "Xiao Chang, you're gloating." However, although this foreign horse is quite wild, it is indeed not easy to handle. Always dreaming of turning the tables and riding on their master's back, Dazi looked terrified at the mere mention of horses. "Speaking of which, Xiao Chang, you've been living with Maya for so many days. How come you still look so refreshed and like nothing's wrong?" "Hey, Xiao Chang, are you impotent? Spending the whole night in the presidential suite chatting about life with a gorgeous girl?" Lin Hao also started joking with Xiao Chang. "Get lost. Dude, you're possessed by the god of war. Taking on 10 at once wouldn't be a problem. Seriously, when we get back to China, I'll send you guys some traditional Chinese medicine. I guarantee it'll transform you into war gods." Xiao Ji immediately became interested. "Really? Does it really work?" "Nonsense. Why would I lie to you?" The three of them immediately wanted to return to their home country as soon as possible, not want to stay here for even a minute longer. Chapter 83, The Number One Con Man. At 5 p.m. that day, the four of them finally boarded an international flight from Athens to Beijing. Su Xinlu did not travel with the four of them because she had not yet finished dealing with her business. This left Xiao Chang bored throughout the journey. After reflecting on his gains from the Mediterranean trip, he fell into a deep sleep. The biggest gain from this trip to the Mediterranean was acquiring a 27% stake in Asmoy. At that time, Asmoy was still relatively unknown, and its Duvet lithography machines only held a 25% share of the global market. But within a few years, it will grow into an undisputed behemoth in the global lithography machine industry, capable of influencing the global landscape of high-tech development. Secondly, Cyberlight and Zeiss will be ASML's most important supply chain suppliers in the future. Therefore, Xiao Chang's move can be seen as a proactive measure to avoid hindering ASMA's development in the future. Although we haven't acquired these two companies yet, they're practically a done deal, just waiting to be served. Secondly, although a significant portion of the 4 billion euros swindled from Jeffers was spent on buying shares in AS, Xiao Chang won it back from the casino, along with the winnings from the casino over 10 days and the gambling king's bonus he received on the last day. Xiao Chang had a full 5 billion euros sitting in his foreign exchange account. The plane landed smoothly at Yinjing Airport at 4 p.m. the following afternoon. As soon as I got off the plane, my phone started ringing nonstop with more than 20 missed calls. Xiao Chang immediately called Lin Haiyuan back. "Xiao Chang, you little bastard, what have you been doing these past few days?" I've called you more than a dozen times and sent you 5 or 6 text messages, and you haven't replied to a single one. Are you still producing your medicine? As soon as the call connected, Lin Haiyuan roared. Ahem. Xiao Chong chuckled awkwardly twice. Old Lin, I'm really sorry. After delivering the medicine to you that day, a few of my buddies and I took a spontaneous trip. Because we were in such a hurry, we forgot to activate international service on our phones. I'm so sorry. Real. Of course it's true. Would I lie to you? That's not necessarily true. You little rascal, you're really cunning. Okay, since you sincerely admitted your mistake, I'll forgive you. Old Master Lin is magnanimous. His belly can hold a boat. All right, stop flattering me. Your 2 drugs completed pharmacological monitoring on October 3rd and are ready for mass production. So fast. We really have to thank Elder Lin. So how are you going to thank me? Xiao Chong was taken aback. Something's not right. Why is old Lin being so cooperative today? I was just being polite. However, he quickly realized something and tentatively asked, Elder Lin, how about I bring you some Shenyang Kantai pills? Well, then I'll reluctantly accept. If it's convenient, send over a few more. I have many friends here. Lin Haiyuan spoke haltingly. Oh, no problem. There's enough for everyone. Xiao Chong was secretly pleased. So they were after my Shenyang Kantai pills. Also, I've secured a deal for you. The higher-ups have ordered the purchase of 10 million Shenyang Kantai pills. You should get the pharmaceutical factory ready as soon as possible, and I'll bring people to your factory this afternoon to sign the contract. He then informed Xiao Chong of the intended use of the medicine. This unexpected and wonderful news filled Xiao Chong with immense joy. He certainly knew where Lin Haiyuan was referring to. A few days earlier, Lin Haiyuan was practicing Tai Chi early in the morning when he suddenly received a call from the leader's secretary, asking him to come to the office at 8 o'clock. This puzzled Lin Haiyuan greatly. What was the rush? Why was it so early? However, he quickly packed up and arrived at the leader's office on time. Old Lin, come and sit down. The leader had a beaming expression on his face. Hee, you're too kind, sir. You look very well today. Yes, quite a few people say that too. After a few simple polite exchanges, the two, Old Lin, about that medicine from a few days ago, I've already arranged for the drug administration to expedite the drug testing. We should have a result in a day or two. All right. This time, the unit is purchasing that medicine as a benefit for all cadres at the department level and above. Good health and family harmony enable them to better contribute to the country's development. I'll have my colleagues in the purchasing office contact you. You can take them to meet with the pharmaceutical factory. The leader is wise. After hanging up Lin Haiyuan's call, Xiao Chong called Fu Hao again. He was in a flurry of activity in his office when he saw Xiao Chong's call, and it was like seeing a savior. Oh my, Mr. Chong, you finally decided to answer the phone? Fu Hao almost cried when he said this. Xiao Chong gave a wry smile. President Fu, what's wrong? Has the sky fallen? Xiao Chong, you son of a bitch. You've only been gone for 3 days, and the production licenses for 2 drugs have already been issued. I called you, but no one answered. Old Lin brought his men over and said he wanted to directly purchase 10 million pills of Shenyang Kantai pills. I was planning to discuss it with you before starting production, but I couldn't get in touch with you. So 3 days ago, I had the production department start full-scale production of Shenyang Kantai pills. Xiao Chong was quite happy to hear this, as he felt he had gained some ability to make independent decisions. Are there enough Chinese medicinal herbs in stock? I can't help but laugh when I think about this. Niu Bai is in charge of purchasing Chinese medicinal herbs. He's been so busy with the production department these past few days that he doesn't even dare to answer the phone anymore. He's leading his team to work 18 hours a day, and thankfully he's doing a great job. The supply of raw materials is currently sufficient. Xiao Chong was even happier when he heard this. These brothers were really capable and worked really hard. There's a problem I also need to tell you. Our pharmaceutical factory only has a daily production capacity of 500,000 pills. In the past 3 days, we've only produced 1.5 million pills. And that's only if we're producing Shenyang Kantai pills. Xiao Chong nodded after hearing this. Okay, I understand. I'll be back at the pharmaceutical factory in half an hour, and we'll discuss the details when we meet. After parting ways with Lin Hao and the others, Xiao Chong took a taxi and returned to the pharmaceutical factory as soon as possible. Inside Fu Hao's office, Xiao Chong, Fu Hao, Dong Mingxing, and Hao Niobi were all present. After being criticized by the 3 men, It was Xiao Chong's turn to speak. At this moment, Xiao Chong adhered to the principle of not fighting back or arguing back. After all, he had been living a blissful life with beautiful women by his side and constant gunfire these past few days. Meanwhile, his roommates were living a miserable entrepreneurial life with endless overtime, never-ending work, and never-ending instant noodles. They all looked pale and thin with dark circles under their eyes. He felt a little guilty after seeing it himself. Hey guys, I've had a tough time lately, putting a lot of effort and energy. But everyone knows that after hardship comes happiness. The more overtime we work now, the more instant noodles we eat, the more delicious food we'll have to eat, and the more Japanese girls and Western women we'll sleep with in the future. Then think about it. The hardships we endured when we were young, were they even considered hardships? Xiao Chong truly lives up to his reputation as the #1 con artist. When he gets going, he's completely convincing, even managing to squeeze out a couple of tears every now and then. The three who were just moments ago filled with righteous indignation suddenly realized that it made sense. Xiao Qiang, that's enough. We all know. Let's just complain a little. Next, we'll continue our efforts. The same goes for the celebrities in Nyobai. They seem to have been injected with adrenaline again. Chapter 84, Grand Ambitions. By the way, Xiao Qiang, there's also the pricing issue for this Shenyang Kantai pill. Fu Hao raised another crucial question. The order was in place, but the price hadn't been set yet. Tell me your opinion. Xiao Chong was constantly training the three of them to think and make their own decisions. Fu Hao cleared his throat. Based on the current raw material costs, the raw material cost for a single pill is about 5 yuan. Add in labor costs, marketing costs, packaging costs, fixed asset depreciation. The total cost of a single pill is around 10 yuan. Taking into account factors such as the mainstream price of blue pills on the market, efficacy evaluation, and the fact that our drug is a new drug, I suggest setting the initial shipment price at 80 yuan per pill. We will raise prices again based on market sales feedback. Xiao Chong nodded. Regardless of whether the price was reasonable, at least Fu Hao had begun to consider the issue from a professional perspective, which made Xiao Chong very satisfied. It seems that everyone's training and learning during this period has been very effective, and professional factors have been considered very comprehensively. However, there's one factor that everyone has overlooked. The three were taken aback. Which factor? Xiao Qiang, tell me. Does everyone know who this first batch of medicine is for? It's a perk for all the sons of officials at the provincial level or above throughout China. If they, as the first users, approve of this drug, will this create an excellent publicity effect in all government departments and agencies? These tens of millions of target customers will immediately create a highly effective publicity effect across the entire market. Moreover, families with the means to improve their quality of life will certainly have strong purchasing power. Therefore, our subsequent advertising and channel costs will inevitably be very low, coupled with a large potential customer base. I suggest that our Shenyang Kantai pills be developed into at least 2 different versions, depending on the target customer group. The first product is positioned for mid to high-end customers. It can appropriately extend the duration of the medicine's effects, while adding appropriate health-preserving functions and making the product packaging extremely high quality. This product is priced at 499 yuan per piece. The second product is the basic version we have now, priced at 50 yuan per piece. We want to use this product to eliminate potential competitors in the market, especially foreign pharmaceutical companies who have already made too much money in China. At the same time, we will increase the ex-factory price of both export versions of these 2 drugs by 5 times. We want to make a killing off foreign customers. After Xiao Chong finished speaking, all 3 of them showed surprise and admiration. They were all roommates, so how could there be such a big difference between them? Fu Hao was also very excited and immediately went to discuss the improvement of the medicine's efficacy with the 7 veteran doctors. At the same time, he discussed packaging improvements for the mid to high-end version with the publicity department. In the afternoon, Lin Haiyuan brought a middle-aged man to the pharmaceutical factory. The contract was signed smoothly, and Xiao Chong gave a friendly price of 40 yuan per piece. Because the pharmaceutical factory's capital was being depleted quickly, the remaining 25 million in the account was only enough to produce 5 million Shenyang Kantai pills. Therefore, Xiao Chong requested that a deposit be paid in advance. The leader in charge of procurement waved his hand, saying, since the leader has taken a liking to it and Lao Lin is involved, there's no need for such trouble. We'll pay you in one lump sum. You should hurry up and procure the raw materials and speed up production. But the commander demanded that whatever stock was currently available be taken first. Xiao Chong was deeply moved. This was truly a great help to him. Less than an hour after the contract was signed, 400 million yuan was transferred to Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall's account. When Dong Mingxing, who was in charge of finance, saw the string of numbers on the books, he was stunned. After counting several times to make sure he hadn't miscounted, he ran to Fu Hao's office overjoyed. 444 million. It's into the account. This is the most exciting moment since the three of them started their business. During this period, they endured confusion and struggled to grow. They worked overtime during the day and attended training sessions at night. I don't get back to the company dormitory until the early hours of the morning, and I usually fall asleep as soon as I get there. Niobai and Mingxing haven't had time to watch Japanese martial arts films for days, and Fu Hao hasn't played games in a long time either. There's simply no time. At this moment, when the first payment arrived, the three of them seemed to have even greater expectations for the wonderful life that Xiao Chong had described to them, because it was no longer a dream, but had the infinite possibility of being realized. Seeing the three guys crying tears of joy, Xiao Chong was also moved by this atmosphere. All right, guys, there's something important to arrange. This is only 400 million now. There will be for billion, 40 billion, or even more later. The three of them were all in high spirits and were shouting excitedly. Xiao Chong, tell me what's wrong. All three of them had come to regard Xiao Chong as the true boss of the company. First, Fu Hao. As you said, the pharmaceutical factory in Yanjing is currently facing a severe shortage of production capacity. The first problem we face is expanding production capacity. My personal suggestion is to establish the North China Pharmaceutical General Factory in Xishan Province. This factory area must be large, built to the scale of a 10,000 mu industrial park. Currently, we only have 2 flagship products, but there will be more in the future, and we must be able to produce multiple products at the same time, and we must also ensure the production capacity of each product. In addition, as a celebrity, you are in charge of human resources and finance. While vigorously recruiting professional personnel, you should also establish a targeted student training program with top medical schools in China. Our goal at Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic is to become the world's most influential pharmaceutical group, and outstanding talent is the cornerstone of that ambition. Brother Niu Bai, with the advancement of large-scale production, ensuring the quality and quantity of raw materials is extremely important. We should not only expand the scale of cooperation in the production and processing of Chinese medicinal herbs, but also consider establishing targeted planting agreements with farmers. After Xiao Chong finished speaking, he stared intently at the three of them. The three of them stared at Xiao Chong in shock. They hadn't expected that Xiao Chong's ambitions were so grand. To build the world's greatest pharmaceutical group? Can we really do it? Fu Hao was the first to react, and said with a wry smile, Xiao Chong, building a 10,000 mu industrial park for 100 million yuan probably won't be enough. Xiao Chong smiled and said, of course it's not enough. I've already made an appointment with Mr. Su from Qiangxing Investment. Go see him tomorrow, and we'll raise another 2 billion. We already have solid results, and we can get this money by giving up at most 10% of our shares. Moreover, once our 10,000 mu industrial park is established, it will bring tens of thousands of jobs to the local government, an annual GDP of billions or even tens of billions of yuan, and a large amount of tax revenue. The local government will definitely offer land incentives or even tax reductions. Go and find out about the relevant policies. Xiao Chong's words instantly opened up a new way of thinking for Fu Hao and also allowed the three of them to see his erudition on a deeper level. All right, guys, well, I have some important business to take care of. Everyone go about your business. After saying that, he immediately left. Chapter 85, A Beauty's Invitation. Watching Xiao Chong's departing figure. That damn Xiao Chong. So many things are going on at the pharmaceutical factory. Isn't this the important thing? The celebrity muttered. All right, Mingxing, Niu Bai, come with me to see President Su tomorrow. Once this financing is in place, we will immediately begin to advance the construction of Xishan Pharmaceutical Plant. Guys, get a good night's sleep tonight. The next few months are probably going to be tough. Brothers united. Their strength can break metal. Let's just do it. It was already 3 p.m. when Xiao Chong left the pharmaceutical factory, and he rushed back to Yanda University without stopping. In a classroom of Class 1, Business Administration, 10 minutes before class begins. Lu Qingyuan kept staring at her phone. Today was already the second day after the National Day holiday. That unreliable Xiao Chong. I asked him on QQ yesterday how he's been lately, and he still hasn't replied. Is he still having a good time abroad? Before National Day, the two chatted frequently on QQ and got to know each other a little better. In her heart, Xiao Chong was a knowledgeable, interesting, and loving young man. His ambition was actually to become the world's richest man, wanting to increase the income of the Chinese people and help China reach the top of the world. Although such a goal seems extremely pale and powerless now, he has at least begun to work in that direction. At the same time, think back to the scene when the two of you met on the day of freshman enrollment, and think about how Xiao Chong's many rude attempts to chat with you are so consistent with his current extremely unreliable behavior and interesting soul. She couldn't help but smile. She now even somewhat admires and respects Xiao Chong's character and conduct. But this guy disappears from time to time and doesn't even reply to QQ messages. It's really annoying. Recently, Fan Jingyang, the young master, has been getting restless again, and Xiao Chong hasn't been to the classroom for nearly 20 days. He had endless thoughts about the seat next to Lu Qingyuan. When he entered the classroom today, he saw Lu Qingyuan chatting with two of her dorm classmates sitting behind her, while the seats next to her were empty, as usual. Qingyuan is Xiao, the top student, playing hide-and-seek. He hasn't come to school for 20 days. Aren't you afraid of losing our campus belle, Lu? Roommates Li Susu and Chu Xiaohong joked back and forth, saying that they naturally knew Xiao Chong liked Lu Qingyuan. What are you two talking about? Xiao Chong and I are just classmates. What's this about losing him or not? Her roommate's words gave her a strange feeling, but she still tried her best to deny that she and Xiao Chong were in a romantic relationship. And every word of these words reached young Master Fan's ears. Fan Jingyang's eyes darted around, and he made up his mind. So he went straight to Lu Qingyuan and sat down in the Xiao Chong special seat. Lu Qingyuan looked at Fan Jingyang with a puzzled expression. Why are you sitting here today? That's right, class monitor Fan. Don't you know this is Xiao Chong's reserved seat? Two of his roommates chimed in. Why can't I sit here? Go ask the teacher if anyone says that a certain seat in the class can only be occupied by a certain person. Is there a rule about this? Fan Jingyang asked arrogantly. This left Lu Qingyuan and the other two speechless. They couldn't very well say that it was Xiao Chong's rule. Seeing the three of them speechless, Fan Jingyang felt a surge of smugness. I, Fan Jingyang, can sit wherever I want in the class. Nobody can stop us. At this moment, Fan Jingyang finally let out a long-held grievance. Is that so? At that moment, a faint voice sounded beside Fan Jingyang. Xiao Chong, Li Suzu exclaimed in surprise. Everyone looked up in unison, their expressions varying, some surprised, some terrified. Squad leader Fan, what did you just say? Xiao Chong stared at Fan Jingyang, making the latter feel uneasy, as if sitting on pins and needles. Although he was afraid of Xiao Chong, if he immediately backed down after saying such tough words, he would definitely be looked down upon by the whole class. I said I can sit in any of the seats in the class. Is there a problem? Fan Jingyang is, after all, a member of the Fan family, and he still has some backbone. Xiao Chong was in a great mood today and didn't want this matter to spoil his good mood. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Then you should sit down and study hard. Lu Qingyuan, I need to talk to you about something. Why don't you sit with me in the back? Xiao Chong ignored Fan Jingyang and spoke directly to Lu Qingyuan inside. As Lu Qingyuan was wondering why Xiao Chong had suddenly appeared today, she heard him extend an invitation to her, and she instinctively replied, okay. The sound was as pleasant and melodious as ever. After saying that, the two walked together to the empty table behind them, leaving Fan Jingyang completely bewildered. At this moment, Fan Jingyang was already furious and embarrassed. He was the young master of the Fan family and the class monitor of the first class of economics and management. But in front of Xiao Chong, he had been repeatedly humiliated and ended up looking disheveled. Xiao Chong, Lu Qingyuan, you forced me to this. With a fierce expression, Fan Jingyang seemed to have made up his mind and got up to leave the classroom. Fan Jingyang went to an internet cafe outside the school, entered some website addresses, and entered a website that was entirely in English. He left the internet cafe satisfied after posting 2 bounty missions. Xiao Chong, let's see if you'll live or die this time. You've provoked me time and time again. Do you really think I, Fan Yi, and made of clay. Although no one was puzzled by Fan Jingyang's sudden departure from the classroom before class, no one paid any attention to it. You're having a great time on your Mediterranean trip, huh? You're not even replying to my QQ messages. Lu Qingyuan feigned displeasure. I left so suddenly, I didn't activate international roaming. Look, this is a gift I bought especially for you. As he spoke, Xiao Chong placed a beautifully packaged box in front of Lu Qingyuan. Seeing that Xiao Chong had even bought her a small gift, Lu Qingyuan felt a surge of warmth in her heart. What? Let's open it and take a look. Lu Qingyuan then carefully opened the box, and at first glance, it was a carving of a person. But upon closer inspection of the person's face, isn't that just myself? It turned out that what Xiao Chong gave her was a miniature portrait of Lu Qingyuan, sculpted by a master sculptor on Santorini Island using local volcanic rock and based on a photograph of Lu Qingyuan. It can be described as lifelike and extremely exquisite. Looking at Lu Qingyuan's surprised and happy face, Lu, do you like it? Lu Qingyuan suppressed most of her smile and nodded. Thank you, Xiao Chong. By the way, it's my birthday this weekend, and I invited a few classmates to my house. Do you have some free time? Of course I'm free. I'm free. Seeing Xiao Chong agree so readily, Lu Qingyuan was very happy. After class, Xiao Chong said goodbye to Lu Qingyuan, citing work as an excuse, and left. Chapter 86 gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Inside Villa number 6 of Iha Courtyard Villas, belonging to Xiao Chong, Li Muyao and Yu Ming are both there. Xiao Chong, our short position in M shares has yielded a 21% profit. Should we take profits or wait for M shares to continue falling? No rush. Wait a bit longer. M shares should still have 20% downside potential. Li Muyao nodded, indicating that she understood. Yu Ming, how's the situation with Qiangxing real estate? Currently, we have acquired land in 21 second-tier cities, for first-tier cities, and 15 new first-tier cities across the country, and all of them have entered the planning and development stage. We have also strictly followed your instructions and formulated a sales plan based on the principle of opening on the date of topping out. In today's real estate industry, aggressive players like Hung Tai and Biyuan are expanding rapidly with high leverage. Their operating models are uniformly characterized by high turnover. This model won't pose too much of a problem during a booming real estate market, but all the risks will immediately become apparent whenever macroeconomic controls are implemented. Xiao Chong, however, was determined to prevent such a risk from occurring. Firstly, it would allow them to continuously obtain funds from foreigners. In addition, most general contractors currently advance funds until the building is topped out, and the sales revenue generated from the opening of the building can fully cover the general contractor's funding needs and repay the principal and interest of bank loans. Therefore, Xiao Chong set a relatively healthy real estate development and operation model for Qiangxing Real Estate from the very beginning. Yu Ming, how's the personnel reserve at Qiangxing Real Estate going? Mr. Xiao, all positions at Qiangxing Real Estate's 76 projects in first and second-tier cities across the country are now fully staffed. Key positions such as Project General Manager, Chief Financial Officer, and Chief Human Resources Officer are all filled with full-time and deputy positions. Once new projects commence, we can, depending on the actual situation, select either the head or deputy head of the department to take up their posts immediately. Good, very good. Xiao Chong was very satisfied with the human resource reserve mechanism that Yu Ming used at Qiangxing Real Estate. This ensured a rapid and continuous supply of talent for the real estate group's rapid expansion. Yu Ming, Qiangxing Investment will inject another 20 billion renminbi into the real estate group to increase land acquisition and development efforts in first and second-tier cities. They're going all out to seize market share from companies like Hung Tai, Biyuan, and Yida. Yu Ming didn't know why Xiao Chong was targeting these companies, but he always carried out Xiao Chong's instructions unconditionally and resolutely. After hearing Xiao Chong's next plan, Yu Ming was immediately filled with enthusiasm and couldn't wait to get to work. With this 20 billion yuan investment, plus bank loans and general contractor financing, it can simultaneously leverage projects with a total output value of at least 300 billion yuan. This will increase the existing development scale of Qiangxing by 2 to 3 times. Mu Yao, next, inject 2 billion yuan into the venture capital firm to increase investment in emerging domestic industries. By the way, you should pay close attention to JD.com, Alibaba, and DJI drones in the internet industry. At that time, Jingxi's total market value was only 100 million US dollars. During the economic downturn of 2008, it almost went bankrupt because it could not raise funds, and Liu Qiangdong's hair turned white overnight. DJI drones are also in the early stages of their startup, and funding issues are a major concern for the team. Alibaba, which is in a slightly better position, has completed its delisting in Hong Kong and is currently seeking financial support to weather the internet winter. Yu Ming, you've worked hard. Keep up the good work. As the president of Qiangxing Real Estate Group, I will make sure you receive a reward commensurate with your efforts. You go ahead and get busy. Contact me anytime if you need anything. Yu Ming is now in high spirits and will immediately go back to make arrangements for expanding the development scale. Muyao, has Mr. Su Taihong's Koenigsegg sports car been delivered yet? No. How's the construction progress of that office building? It's a so-so. Anyway, it's not as fast as Qiangxing's construction progress. Xiao Chong's face instantly darkened. Damn it. You dare to fool your grandpa Xiao Chong. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Then I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. After saying that, he dialed Yu Ming's number again and gave him a detailed explanation. When the sun rises again the next day, in Su Taihong's office at the headquarters of Guangzhou Hung Tai Group. What? Qiangxing No. 1 Courtyard is once again promoting its plans for a funeral street and a high-rise cemetery. Mr. Su, it's not just about Qiangxing No. 1 Courtyard. In 18 first- and second-tier cities such as Guangzhou, Shanghai, Shenzhen, and Beijing, wherever there are Qiangxing projects around our 26 residential projects, they all advertise plans for funeral parlors and high-rise cemeteries. Moreover, their propaganda was very targeted. Su Xiaoan said tremblingly, "How do they advertise?" Su Taihang asked with a livid face. The other party advertised that this was a one-stop service specially provided for Hung Tai homeowners. After Su Xiaoan finished speaking, he immediately looked cautiously at his father, preparing to dodge. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Su Taihang immediately picked up a water glass from the table and smashed it hard on the empty space in front of the desk. Su Xiaoan sighed inwardly. Luckily, I had the foresight to avoid being hit by shards of glass. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. During the National Day holiday, Hung Tai Real Estate launched 9 projects, including Yuhu Tianxia, and its pre-sale deposits reached 1.5 billion yuan in just 7 days. This comes at a crucial time when mortgage applications are about to be processed. Advertisements for a high-altitude cemetery and funeral parlor built specifically for Hung Tai homeowners were prominently displayed on the fences of the nearby Qiangxing Real Estate project. From birth to death, a one-stop service. This infuriated the Hung Tai homeowners who had just paid their deposits. Is this supposed to be a one-stop service? It's clearly a curse wishing us an early death and a quicker rebirth. Hung Tai was hoping to get repayments from homeowners through bank mortgages, but the homeowners not only refused to cooperate. Instead, it sparked a massive wave of cancellations. This news almost sent Su Taihang to his death. President Su, we need to find a solution quickly. Otherwise, this 1.5 billion yuan will just be a mirage, something we can see but can't touch. Su Taihang was panting heavily when he suddenly roared, Assistant, assistant, arrange a plane for me to Yanjing right away. Thinking about going to Liu Qingyuan's house on Sunday, Xiao Chong decided to buy her a birthday present. Just as he was about to leave, he received a call from Su Ruwei. President Xiao, I've arrived at Iha Villa. How can I find you? Okay, then wait for me. I'll be at the door soon. When the two met, they first shared a friendly hug, a gesture of camaraderie between men. Did it go quite smoothly? Yes, the commander gave prior notice, so everything went smoothly. Let's go then. Be my part-time driver today and accompany me to run some errands. I'll talk to you about something on the way. Chapter 87, I Only Know Su the Liar. On the way to Panjiayuan. Brother Ruei, let me first introduce the businesses I currently own. Currently, the company mainly operates 3 businesses: Qiangxing Investment Group, Qiangxing Real Estate, and Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall. However, the distribution of its businesses will definitely become more and more extensive in the future. As for Qiangxing Real Estate, it currently has 84 projects under development or awaiting development across the country. Therefore, we need to establish our own property security company to provide our homeowners with 100% security and meticulous property services. The first step in inviting you to join Xiangxing is to establish Xiangxing Security Company, whose business scope ranges from private security to property security. As a former Special Forces soldier, you must have many retired comrades, giving you a natural advantage in establishing a security company. Su Rue nodded. The 2 points Xiao Chong mentioned were far too easy for him. But Brother Rue, if Xiangxing Security only does these 2 business areas, I think it's a waste of your talent to invite a top soldier like you. Whether it's Xiangxing Investment or other high-tech industries under Xiangxing Group, once they reach a certain stage of development, going overseas is an inevitable path, and clashing with multinational corporations becomes an unavoidable part of it. Therefore, the next step for Xiangxing Security is to first establish bases overseas, not only to provide security for Xiangxing's overseas subsidiaries, but more importantly, to establish information collection channels overseas. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. I'm sure you understand this principle. Su Rue was taken aback. Wasn't this equivalent to establishing a base abroad, combining security and intelligence gathering? Mr. Xiao, don't worry. Although it's difficult, I'm confident. Xiao Chong nodded in satisfaction. I admire the spirit of Chinese soldiers who are not afraid of difficulties and rise to challenges. In Panjiayuan, Xiao Chong spent 3 hours finding a white jade double crane pendant. The moment he saw the jade artifact, he had a sudden illusion. This was what he had been looking for. The jade pendant is entirely white, with exquisite openwork carvings depicting 2 cranes with outstretched wings. It's more like a couple expressing their longing for each other. According to the seller, this is an item from the early Qing dynasty, but Huang Jintong stated that the item is worth as much as 4.2 million. But from a commercial perspective, Xiao Chong knew that this could not possibly be an item from the Qing dynasty. However, he didn't care because the seller was only asking for 80,000 yuan. After symbolically haggling down to 60,000, Xiao Chong readily paid the money. Back at the Summer Palace Villa, Xiao Chong immediately introduced Su Rue to Li Muyao and explained his idea of having Su Rue establish Xiangxing Security. Su Rue, welcome to Xiangxing Group. Thank you, Mr. Li. I hope you will continue to support me in the future. Xiao Chong will not inquire into specific details, such as how to establish Xiangxing Security or the location of a security base. He only needs to put forward his ideas, while the specific implementation needs to be discussed and implemented by Su Rue, the person in charge, and Li Muyao, the group president. At almost the same time, Fu Hao, Dong Mingxing, and Nioba were also in the office of Su Wan, the director of Xiangxing Venture Capital at Yihiyuan Villa. Su Wan is considered an elite in the venture capital world, but she never expected that she would make a mistake. He had always thought that Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Pharmaceutical Company, which was founded by 4 freshmen, was a joke, and he even thought that the company should disappear after squandering the first 30 million yuan of financing. Unexpectedly, in less than a month, this makeshift startup company achieved a revenue of 400 million yuan. This almost made her jaw drop. Moreover, the other party has now proposed a financing request of another 2 billion yuan in exchange for giving up 10% of its shares. In other words, they valued Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall at 20 billion yuan. Normally, Su Wan would have called security. Do you think the investment company is an ATM? But now Su Wan hesitated. Not only because Li Muyao had approached her during the angel round of financing, asking her to invest in the company. More importantly, this company is currently demonstrating strong revenue-generating capabilities. The first batch of 400 million yuan in payments was actually purchased by the government, which is equivalent to the company having strong government backing. Once production capacity catches up, the revenue and profits will be unimaginable. After some thought, Su Wan made up her mind. Fu Hao looked at Su Wan's expressionless face, feeling uneasy and uncertain. The 3 of them looked restless. Okay, I agree to your financing offer. Let's sign the equity transfer agreement now. Upon hearing that Su Wan had actually agreed to the 2 billion yuan financing, all 3 of them looked incredulous. Mr. Su, you've agreed? Fu Hao, looking excited, stammered as he confirmed the other party's reply. Yes, I agree. Su Wan smiled. These college students were really interesting. Yeah, Brother Nioba was the first to cheer, regardless of the occasion, and then the other 2 joined in the cheering. Su Wan not only didn't mind the 3 of them cheering loudly in her office, but she was even infected by the scene and unconsciously laughed. Their youthful energy and drive are just like my own enthusiasm when I first graduated. And they are only freshmen, yet they have already achieved such results. I couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. After leaving the Summer Palace Villa, the three of them immediately set off for Jin City, Shaanxi Province. Everyone knows that Xiao Chong, the core of the team, is from Jinshi City, Xishan Province. After discussing it, the three of them decided to locate the Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall 10,000 Mu Industrial Park there. October in Yanjing is characterized by clear skies, crisp air, and pleasant weather. Xiao Chong, who comes from Xishan Province, has a unique habit of people from Xishan taking a nap at noon. At 4 p.m., Xiao Chong was still fast asleep. Just then, his phone rang urgently. He opened his sleepy eyes and saw the phone ringing. Su Daihang. Xiao Chong instantly perked up. Hey, who is this? Don't you know that disturbing someone's sleep is like killing their parents? You have absolutely no sense of propriety. His words carried a lazy tone. Standing at the entrance of the Summer Palace Villa, under the blazing sun, Su Taihang glanced at the phone number. I didn't dial the wrong number. Mr. Xiao. I'm Su Taihang. We've met before. Su Taihang? I don't know him. I only know one guy, surnamed Su. Su the swindler, the boss of Hung Tai. Well, Su Taihang, who was being exposed to the blazing sun, almost choked and couldn't catch his breath. When I arrived at the main gate, I was stopped by the security guard who said that the company does not receive anyone during lunch break. When asked what time the company was open, the security guard replied that it was from 4 to 5:30. This surprised Su Taihang, who had only worked an hour and a half in the afternoon. Being blocked at the door by a security guard was a huge embarrassment for Boss Su. After being in the sun for half an hour, he couldn't stand it anymore and called Xiao Chong directly. As a result, he almost ended up in the ICU from angering the other party right from the start. Chapter 88, I Am, that's Su the Swindler, formerly known as Su Taihang. Su Taihang took a deep breath and calmed his urge to curse. Only then did he speak again. Mr. Xiao. Mr. Xiao, have you forgotten? I am that swindler Su, formerly known as Su Taihang. Xiao Chong fell silent on the other end of the phone. If anyone were nearby, they would have seen Xiao Chong's shocked expression at that moment. This guy's got some nerve. Doesn't he have any shame at all? Xiao Chong couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Oh, I remember now. What does that big liar boss want with me? Upon hearing Xiao Chong's reply, Su Taihang, who had just recovered, suddenly found his breathing heavy. After gesturing to his assistant to bring him his nitroglycerin pills, Boss Su quickly took a few and recovered. Mr. Xiao, it's good that you remembered. If you wake up, how about I come in and pay you a visit? All right, come in then. Then, thank you very much. The security personnel, who had been instructed to do so, allowed Su Taihang and his assistant to enter. Inside Villa number 6. You big liar boss, what brings you here this time? Well, from now on, I'll completely change my name with Xiao Chong. Mr. Xiao, I heard that your Qiangxing real estate has added a batch of high-rise cemetery projects. Yes, it's beneficial to the country, the people, and oneself, so why not do it? Don't you agree? Su Taihang cursed inwardly. But this is damn insulting to him. Yes, you make a lot of sense. So, Mr. Su, hurry back and revise the plans. If the house has already been sold, inform the owner that you don't need to cancel the purchase, since you'll need it sooner or later anyway. A 3-bedroom, 2-living-room house. It's basically enough for a family of 3. Xiao Chong said it was a joyful occasion, but Boss Su's face was already so gloomy it was almost dripping with water. If that were the case, the owners of Hung Tai's properties would drown him in their spittle. Mr. Liar, does what I'm saying make sense? Well, the name has been changed again. Su Taihang with a forced smile said, that makes sense. Mr. Xiao, do you think we could slightly modify the plan? We just need to serve the living. We don't necessarily have to cross boundaries, do we? That makes some sense, but the project plan has been revised repeatedly, which is a huge waste of resources, manpower, and money, isn't it? Su Taihang immediately understood what the other party meant. Mr. Xiao, do you remember the Koenigsegg supercar worth 50 million, the fully intelligent office building worth 200 million, and the private helicopter worth 100 million that I promised to give you last time? Really? I don't remember. Sigh, my brain, it's worrying. Su Taihang cursed inwardly. What trick is this little fox playing now? Is he trying to lure me in with feigned indifference? Would you like to think about it again? Su Taihang gafao gudet xiao giang. Let me think. Koenigsegg supercars, office buildings, private helicopters. Mr. Liar, are you taking advantage of my bad memory? I seem to remember you were going to give me something. Su Tai-hong's heart skipped a beat. What he feared most had come pass. What was it again? Yes, think about it. There must be something else. Ugh, my brain's ruined. Looking at Xiao Chong's appearance, Su Tai-hong really wanted to go up and beat him up. He was just too damn despicable. Mr. Xiao, could you perhaps give me a hint? Give me a hint? Let me think. Ugh, my brain's completely useless. Xiao Chong was slapping his forehead and beating his chest in frustration. Anyone who didn't know the situation would really think that the young Xiao Chong had developed Alzheimer's disease. Su Tai-hong was almost amused by Xiao Chong's incredibly realistic acting. You kid, go into acting. You'll be a movie star sooner or later. Suddenly, Xiao Chong exclaimed in surprise. Oh my God, I finally remembered. Mr. Su, I remember now. I recall you mentioned last time that you had a 100-acre plot of land within the third ring road of Beijing that you didn't want to develop. Su Tai-hong's heart skipped a beat. I just spent 500 million yuan to buy that land before National Day. I was planning to start construction soon, and damn it, this bastard has his eye on it. But then I think about those dozens of projects and forget it. Yes, Mr. Xiao has a good memory. That piece of land, it's right next to the capital, which suits Mr. Xiao's style quite well. Last time we said we'd give it to Mr. Xiao for development. Su Tai-hong spoke the most forthright words in the most trembling voice, but his heart was bleeding uncontrollably. Oh, now that you mention it, Mr. Su, I've really realized that my aura, Xiao Chong, while perhaps not quite surpassing that of Qin Shi Huang, or Emperor Wu of Han, or even Emperor Taizong of Tang, or Emperor Taizu of Song, is certainly not inferior, is it? Since Boss Su is willing to spend so much, it's a bit inappropriate to still call him a swindler. At this moment, Xiao Chong took out a mirror from somewhere and started looking at himself. Su Tai-hong, standing next to him, looked like he was about to have a heart attack, his chest heaving violently. Seeing that he had done enough, Xiao Chong stopped performing, fearing that if he continued, this guy would really get into trouble in his office. Well then, Mr. Su, I won't stand on ceremony. Seeing that Xiao Chong was satisfied, Su Tai-hong cautiously asked again, Mr. Xiao, when would you like to revise the plans for Qiangxing's 76 rooftop cemetery projects? Xiao Chong feigned a troubled expression. President Su, my main concern is that I don't want you to change your name to Su the Great Swindler again, so a wise person speaks only half a sentence. Su Tai-hong certainly understood what Xiao Chong meant. He gave an awkward smile. Mr. Xiao, I'll arrange it right away. A fall into a pit, a gain in your wit. It has to be said that Su Tai-hong has learned his lesson this time. Last time, I used delaying tactics to get Qiangxing No. 1 courtyard to remove the advertisement for the high-altitude cemetery, thus clearing the way for Hengtai Yuhu Tianxia's grand opening in November. This made him incredibly proud, but the retribution came too quickly. Just a few days later, he was swindled out of another 500 million yuan. If only I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. After leaving the Summer Palace Villa in a disheveled state, Su Tai-hong immediately arranged for 3 groups of people. One group to purchase the Koenigsegg, one group to handle the transfer procedures for the 100 acres of land within the third ring road of Beijing, and the other group to purchase a helicopter. At the same time, Hengtai Engineering Department was notified to immediately resume construction on the office building in Yihuan Villa, with 3 shifts if necessary, and it must be handed over to Qiangxing Group within 2 months. Su Tai-hong realized that if any of these conditions were not met, the advertisements for Qiangxing High-Altitude Cemetery and Funeral Street would not be taken down. Meanwhile, in his office, Xiao Chong, who could easily acquire hundreds of millions with just a few words, was about to share his joy with Li Muyao when his phone rang. Jeffers, why did that money-bringing boy contact me so quickly? Were those 2 companies privatized so quickly? If Jeffers knew that Xiao Chong saw him as nothing more than a money-giving boy, I wonder what he would think. Xiao Chong was suspicious for a moment, but he still answered the phone directly. Dear Jeffers, what benefits are you trying to offer me by calling me this time? Chapter 89 Shadowhunter. Jeffers was speechless for a moment. At this moment, in a huge manor in France, Jeffers is lying on a spacious bed with a popular model. The 2 were embracing and snuggling together, clearly having just had a deep conversation. Jeffers was smoking a cigar after the fact, looking quite pleased with himself. My dear Xiao, You really are a prophet. I really am just here to give you money. Xiao Chong was taken aback. Oh, tell me about it. Xiao Chong was very interested in receiving money from others. It's that medicine you gave me, Shenyang Kangtai pills. I'd like to become your overseas distributor for this medicine. You name your terms. How about it? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chong burst into laughter. This is truly a business that delivers money to your doorstep. If Huaxia TCM Clinic wants to become a world-class pharmaceutical company, simply having a market share in China is far from enough. Even if you develop into a giant in China, if you don't have a market abroad, you can only be considered a regional well-known enterprise. Like Tencent's later venture, WeChat has achieved a 90% market share in China's instant messaging market, but globally, its user base is less than 1/3 of Facebook's. Therefore, venturing abroad and embracing the world is an essential path to becoming a world-class pharmaceutical company. What? You've already used it? Xiao Chong immediately joked. Yes, I've used it. That drug is truly a fighter jet for men and a booster for women's takeoff. Most importantly, after taking it, I didn't feel dizzy or have blurred vision. Jeffers spoke of this without any reservation. You want to become an agent for this drug, that's fine, but this drug is currently in short supply in China, and the production capacity cannot meet the local demand. Exporting overseas could take several months or even a year. What? Wait a year? Oh my God. Do you know how many men in Western countries need this drug, dear Xiao? Xiao Chong laughed, then said helplessly, Jeffers, our new production line is still under preparation, and current production capacity is limited. There's really nothing we can do. Xiao, how about we cooperate? One of my companies has just built a new pharmaceutical production line in Zhengzhou, Heshi Province, producing 700,000 pills of various Chinese medicines per day. How about I contribute the factory and production line as equity, and you give me priority access to the Shenyang Kangtai pills produced there? My company has the most comprehensive pharmaceutical sales channels in 25 Western countries, which will allow this miracle drug to gain the largest market share in the shortest amount of time. To be honest, Xiao Chong was tempted after hearing Jeffers' words. The Xishan Provincial 10,000 Mu Industrial Park is still in the planning stage, and it will take at least 6 months for it to be put into operation and put into production. Jeffers, to be honest, I'm tempted by your suggestion. But the issue of shares. You should know that besides Shenyang Kangtai pills, we also have another miracle drug for women's scar removal, beauty, and skincare that hasn't been launched yet. Jeffers was even happier to hear this, as there was actually a miracle drug for women's beauty and health. It's well known that women's money is easy to earn, a fact widely acknowledged worldwide. My dear Xiao, how about this? To show my sincerity, I will transfer my factory in Zhengzhou to you free of charge, but all the product from that factory can only be supplied to me. What do you think? Jeffers, being a descendant of Jewish and Tatar people, was very good at making choices. The entire factory costs only 800 million. If its production capacity is entirely for its own use, that's 250 million units a year. Even if it only makes a profit of $10 per unit, that's 2.5 billion US dollars a year. After all, besides China, there are 6 billion people in the world, so there's no worry about selling these 250 million miracle drugs. Looking at it this way, it's understandable that the pharmaceutical factory worth 800 million Chinese yuan could be given away. Xiao Chong was shocked by Jeffers' grandeur. But then I realized that the shrewd Jewish people must have seen the huge commercial potential of this drug, which is why they made such a decision. Giving away a pharmaceutical factory worth 800 million is a high-value investment, with a small investment yielding big returns. Then I won't stand on ceremony. You'd better send someone over quickly to sign the transfer agreement. No problem, Xiao. How about we sign this exclusive agency agreement while we're at it? Xiao Chong smiled. So eager. No problem. The regular version is $60 each, and the premium version is $450 each. We'll sign a 3-year exclusive agency agreement first. What do you think? What? There are regular and premium versions? Which one did you give me? The standard version. Oh my God, Xiao, you're so stingy. Jeff said this, but in his heart he was thinking, if the regular version is already this amazing, then the premium version must be taking off like a rocket. No problem, Xiao. We'll go with your price. Keep in mind that in the US, a single blue pill, a global bestseller, costs $50. So, in Jeff's opinion, the regular version at $60 is indeed a very affordable price. Jeffers agreed so readily that Xiao Chong couldn't help but wonder if he had set the price too low. The next morning, Fu Hao then led personnel from the pharmaceutical company's legal, operations, and other relevant departments directly to Jin City, Shanxi Province. Meanwhile, the representative of Jeffers' pharmaceutical company in China also signed an equity transfer agreement with Xiao Chong for Zhengzhou Pharmaceutical Factory. On the same day, a group of foreigners of different appearances and skin colors disembarked at Yinjing Airport, a group of about 15 people. After leaving the airport, we took taxis in pairs towards downtown Yinxing. We set off at different times, but our destinations were all similar, around Yinxing University. In October, the nights in Yinjing grow increasingly cool, and leaves begin to fall from the trees every now and then, adding a touch of desolation. Although most of the construction sites around Yinxing University have resumed work, some sites are still overgrown with weeds, rusty, and desolate. At this moment, figures dressed in black were moving about inside the construction site. Lucas, it's just about solving one student's problem. Why did you transfer the entire team to China? Isn't that a bit of a waste of talent? Don't you know? I'm currently in a relationship. Oh my God, I miss her so much. The speaker was a black man, tall and muscular, with bulging muscles that seemed to contain astonishing energy. Rodman, shut your stinking mouth. I have my reasons for making these arrangements. The employer paid a deposit of $1 million, and the total compensation was as high as $15 million. If he were just a simple student, would it be necessary for the other party to spend so much money to hire us shadow hunters? You idiot. And another thing, you've had 15 relationships this year already. Be careful you don't die on a woman's belly. After being mercilessly criticized by Captain Lucas, Rodman immediately became much more obedient. Seeing that the troublesome black man had calmed down, Lucas continued. When the employer placed the order, he specifically noted that the target had once single-handedly taken down 15 of the employer's men. Although these 15 men are hardly even considered ragtag soldiers, we, as professional assassins, cannot afford to be careless. This is also a key reason why our shadow hunter has consistently remained at the top of the global assassin rankings. That's right, Lucas is the captain of an assassination squad in the world's #1 ranked assassin organization, Shadow Hunters. There are 120 such teams. Chapter 90 Investment Promotion in Jin City. I'll say it again, for the next 5 days, we will only be collecting information on the target. We are not allowed to take any action without authorization. Do you understand? Everyone agreed. Then Lucas started assigning tasks to everyone, and 20 minutes later the group left the unfinished construction site in 2s and 3s. Meanwhile, inside the municipal government compound in Jinshu City, Xishan Province, all the public officials were discussing the matter animatedly. Have you heard? A pharmaceutical company wants to set up operations in our Jinshu development zone. They say it will occupy 8,000 mu, approximately 533 hectares, and the initial investment will be over 2 billion yuan. Such discussions have spread throughout the city government. Jin City in Xishan Province relies on agriculture and tourism as its pillar industries. Some of its county-level cities have abundant coal resources, but its overall economic development is relatively backward. The annual investment attraction is only around 1 billion yuan. Inside the office of Sun Maokai, director of the Investment Promotion Bureau of the municipal government. Director Sun, I believe you have already seen the detailed investment plan. Let me briefly reiterate it. Huaxia TCM Hall plans to establish a TCM industrial park in Jinshu City, with a total planned land area of 8,000 mu to be developed in 3 phases. The total investment in the first phase will be no less than 2 billion yuan. Once completed, the industrial park will provide more than 20,000 direct jobs and no less than 100,000 indirect jobs for Jinshu City. It will also generate at least 10 billion yuan in GDP and 1.3 billion yuan in tax revenue for Jin City annually. Through more than a month of intensive learning and practical experience, Fu Hao has become quite adept at business negotiations. After all, having more than 2 billion yuan in his hands gives him a lot of confidence in negotiations. It must be said that Fu Hao's concise introduction struck a chord with Sun Maokai. The initial investment of over 2 billion yuan directly completed the 2-year investment attraction task. Moreover, whether it's creating jobs, attracting investment, and generating revenue, or generating tax revenue in the future, these are all things that leaders at all levels of the Jinshu municipal government urgently need. As for Jinsher Industrial Park, since its establishment 3 years ago, only 5 companies are still barely operating, and its annual GDP is only 500 million yuan. The vision sounded good, but when Sun Maokai saw that the person in charge was a young man of only 18 or 19, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Could it be a fraudulent company using investment as a pretext to commit fraud? Well, Mr. Fu, to be honest, your investment vision really appeals to me. How can we be convinced of your company's investment capabilities? Moreover, there are countless high-quality industrial parks in various provinces and cities. Why would your company choose to invest in a park like Jinsher, which lacks various supporting facilities? Sun Maokai spoke tactfully, voicing his questions without appearing too presumptuous. Fu Hao smiled slightly and nodded to Nyobi. Hao Nyobi stepped forward with his laptop. Director Sun, may I borrow your office's internet cable? Sun Maokai didn't understand, but he nodded nonetheless. Hao Nyobi plugged the network cable into his laptop and, in front of Sun Maokai, logged into the corporate online banking of the world's largest bank. Director Sun, look, this is our Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinics Company account. Sun Maokai pulled his seat forward with great interest and silently began to count. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, brother, father, grandfather, awesome. This long string of numbers immediately dispelled his doubts. Her eyes were full of envy as she looked at Fu Hao. Director Sun, now you should believe in our company's capabilities, right? Sun Maokai nodded awkwardly. I believe. Regarding the second point, why do we choose Jinsher for investment? Most importantly, one of our key partners is from Jinsher, and like me, he is also a college student. Of course, we also value the cost-effectiveness of investing in Jinsher. Sun Maokai was completely shocked. These people were actually college students, and their company had such strength. Oh, you guys are actually college students? Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. It's a shame that someone from Jinsher is in your team today. Director Sun, there will be many more opportunities later. Mr. Fu, what are your terms? This marked the beginning of formal business negotiations. Since both parties were interested in this investment, they decided to discuss the terms. We hope that Jin City can provide us with free land. Fu Hao's words made Sun Maokai gasp in shock. 10,000 mu of land. The land transfer fee alone is 2 billion yuan. Sun Maokai doesn't have the authority to reduce or exempt those 2 billion yuan. Mr. Fu, the condition you proposed involves too much money. I need to report to the mayor before I can make a decision. Fu Hao expressed his understanding. Sun Maokai immediately reported to Mayor Gung Bobo. When Mayor Gung heard about such a large investment and the corresponding conditions, he immediately recognized the enormous boost this investment would have on Jinsher's economy. He immediately called the secretary of Jin City and convened a standing committee meeting of the municipal party committee. Finally, at the standing committee meeting, a vote was taken on the matter of Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall settling in Jinsher, and it was unanimously approved. It must be said that Jinsher has demonstrated extraordinary courage in promoting investment attraction and urban economic development. That evening, professionals from both sides jointly drafted and signed the investment agreement. All subsequent work is also underway in full swing. On Sunday morning, Xiao Chong was woken up by the urge to urinate. Looking at Li Muyao's captivating figure beside him, he decided that going to the toilet could wait. He had more important things to do now. Outside the window in the early morning, the dense foliage is covered with the overnight dew and frost, and birds chirp and sing merrily to welcome the new day. Today is Lu Qingyuan's birthday. Xiao Chong took Lu Qingyuan's birthday very seriously. He, who usually wears sneakers and sweatpants, even wore a suit that Li Muyao had tailored for him. It's true that clothes make the man and a saddle makes the horse. With his slender build, Xiao Chong looked as good as any male model on the runway in this suit. Imposing and assertive, he stood in front of the mirror, holding the hairspray, and began to style his thick hair. Looking at his handsome reflection in the mirror, and the subtle signs of vicissitudes from 2 lifetimes on his face, Xiao Chong nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 91, The Leaky Little Cotton-Padded Jacket. Xiao Chong took the white jade double-crane pendant, which he had acquired at a bargain price, and set off in a taxi. Lu Qingyuan's home is not far from the Forbidden City. One can even see the corner towers of the royal gardens. This shocked Xiao Chong with her family's wealth. To be able to settle near the Forbidden City was something only royalty would have done in ancient times. Even in 2008, when the real estate industry was sluggish and apartments within the 4th and 5th ring roads were only 10,000 yuan per square meter. Properties in this area reached 80,000 yuan per square meter. Moreover, it has a price but no market. Even if you want to buy it, it might not be available. The taxi finally stopped at the entrance of an alley, next to which was an antique-style gate with the 4 characters Fudi Dong Tian, meaning blessed land and grotto heaven, written on the plaque, and 2 stone lions standing at the entrance. Xiao Chang's first impression was that this must be some kind of private museum or exhibition hall. But as he walked further into the alley, there were many houses, and he couldn't tell which one belonged to Lu Qingyuan. Left with no other option, he dialed Lu Qingyuan's number. "Xiao Chang, you've arrived?" As soon as the call connected, Lu Qingyuan's clear and melodious voice came through. "Yes, I've arrived at the entrance of an alley, but I can't find your house." "Then wait for me, I'll go out and find you." Less than a minute after I hung up the phone, the antique-style door creaked open. Attracted by the sound, Xiao Chang turned around and saw Lu Qingyuan emerging from the door. Lu Qingyuan's eyes lit up when she saw Xiao Chang dressed in a formal suit. "Xiao Chang, why are you dressed so formally today? You've made yourself look like a male model. Isn't this about meeting my future mother-in-law? We need to make it a bit formal." Lu Qingyuan, who was already used to Xiao Chang's uninhibited way of speaking, didn't mind. This is your home?" "Yes. You wouldn't happen to be a reclusive princess of the Eisenjoro family, would you?" Xiao Chang's words instantly amused Lu Qingyuan. "Hee, you have quite the imagination. Let's go in first. Su Su and Xiao Hong have already gone in." Xiao Chang then stepped through the door with great curiosity, and once inside, he was completely unable to move. "Wow, Qingyuan, how big is your house? And you still say you're not a reclusive princess?" "Huh, it's a second courtyard." 2 courtyard houses like Lu Qingyuan's are very common in rural areas, and they were the residences of landlords and gentry during the Ming and Qing dynasties. To own such a courtyard next to the Forbidden City, where land is incredibly valuable, is truly extraordinary. This 2-courtyard complex is spacious and quiet, surrounded by high walls. Upon entering the courtyard, one is greeted by an elegant courtyard with neatly paved bricks and stones. Several pine and cypress trees are planted in the courtyard, adding a touch of vitality to the space. Passing through the courtyard, you enter the second courtyard. The main building is tall and solemn, with symmetrical side rooms on both sides. The buildings adopt a traditional architectural style, with flying eaves and brackets on the roof, and exquisite painted decorations. The corridors in the courtyard connect the various rooms, and wandering through them feels like stepping into ancient times. As Xiao Chang entered the second courtyard and was admiring the view with his mouth agape, a beautiful woman walked out from the main room. "Mom, this is my classmate, and also the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination that I have mentioned to you many times, Xiao Chang." It was only then that Xiao Chang noticed the beautiful woman in front of him. She was around 40 years old, and time seemed to have been exceptionally kind to her, leaving few traces on her face. Her skin was fair, and her eyes and brows exuded the charm of a mature woman. She wore a Chong Sam, its fitted cut perfectly outlining her graceful figure. The neckline was adorned with delicate Chinese knot buttons, which were gently fastened, resembling a blooming flower. Her hair was styled in an updo, elegantly adorned with a jade hairpin, with a few strands falling down, adding a unique beauty. "Hello, Annie. I am Qingyuan's classmate, Xiao Chang." "Xiao Chang, please come in. Qingyuan has often mentioned you to me. You are indeed a handsome and talented man." Xiao Chang was so happy to be praised by his future mother-in-law that he grinned from ear to ear. Inside the room, Lu's father was chatting with Lu Qingyuan's grandfather when he heard the voice outside the door. "Huh, why does that voice sound so familiar?" Just as he was about to get up and go out to see what was going on, the 3 men came in. When the 2 of them first saw each other, they both looked incredulous. "Uncle Lu, Xiao Qiang." The man before them was none other than Lu Qingtian, the former richest man in Yanjing who had taken over a 60 million yuan dragonstone jadeite from Xiao Chang in April of this year. Lu Qingyuan and her mother were even more puzzled. "Dad, do you know Xiao Chang?" Lu Qingyuan looked at her father and asked with a puzzled expression. "Ah, I know you, Qingyuan. Xiao Qiang is your college classmate." "Yes. Dad, how did you 2 meet?" Lu's mother also stared at her husband with great curiosity. "Qing'an, the jadeite bracelets, Mithya Buddha statue, and Guanyin statue I gave you were all made from jadeite rough stones that I bought at a high price from Xiaochong. What? You bought it from Xiaochong? How much did you pay for it? Lu Qingyuan never expected that she and Xiaochong would have such a connection, and that the bracelet she liked so much was also inextricably linked to Xiaochong. Lu Qingtian gestured towards Xiaochong with his chin, as if to say, "You answer this question." Qingyuan, I never imagined we'd have such a connection. If I'd known, I would have sold it to Uncle Lu cheaper back then. Xiaochong only admitted that he sold the jade to Lu Qingtian, but did not directly reply with the amount of money involved in the transaction. How much did my dad pay for it? 60 million. At this moment, many exclamations of rang out in the room. Lu Qingyuan always thought that Xiaochong was a student from the village who was good at studying, had an outgoing personality, and sometimes acted a bit reckless. He even started his own business in his freshman year of college because of his poor family background. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a low-key rich classmate. It seems that my classmate still has many secrets to uncover. Lu Qingyuan clearly remembered that Xiaochong had said that his family had been poor farmers for 3 generations. Since his parents were farmers, how did he obtain that jadeite rough worth 60 million? In an instant, a strong curiosity about Xiaochong arose in her heart. All right, since you already know each other, it means Xiaochong has some connection with our Lu family. Please have a seat. After taking a seat, Xiaochong greeted Grandpa Lu and his 3 classmates. It turned out that Lu Qingyuan had only invited 3 of her roommates and Xiaochong to her birthday party. Qingyuan, this is my birthday present for you. Happy birthday. Xiaochong handed the white jade double crane pendant to Lu Qingyuan. Seeing that Xiaochong had also prepared a gift for her, Lu Qingyuan felt a surge of joy. Qingyuan, quickly open it and see what gift our top student sent. Li Susu and her 2 roommates were even more curious, because they all knew that Xiaochong liked Lu Qingyuan, and they wanted to know what kind of gift Xiaochong would give Lu Qingyuan. Lu Qingyuan was also very curious, so she carefully opened the box and saw a bright jade pendant with an antique feel lying in the exquisite wooden box. Lu Qingyuan immediately took a liking to the jade artifact shaped like a white crane. Thank you, Xiaochong. At this moment, Lu Qingtian felt a sudden pang of pain in his heart as he looked at his daughter with tenderness in her eyes as she gazed at Xiaochong. This little cotton-padded jacket is about to let in the wind. Chapter 92, The Awkward Lu Qingtian. Xiaochong, the jade pendant you gave Qingyuan must be quite expensive, right? Lu Qingtian asked calmly. In his view, a birthday gift worth a few hundred or even a few thousand yuan could barely represent the friendship between classmates. If the price is even higher, then what's involved is more than just simple friendship. This jade pendant isn't expensive, only 800 yuan. Oh, 800 yuan, that's all right. Lu Qingtian muttered to himself. Lu Qingyan, however, held the jade pendant, which was worth 800, with great affection. Susu, do you think this jade pendant looks good on me? Lu Qingyuan held the jade pendant and kept gesturing to her chest. Beautiful, so beautiful. This flawless jade pendant is practically made just for you. Lu Qingyuan was overjoyed by her roommate's words. Dad, Mom, do you think it's good? Nice. Lu Qingyuan's mother echoed. Dad, I'm asking you, does it look good? Lu Qingtian forced a smile. She looks beautiful, my daughter looks good in anything. My heart is bleeding. I bought you jade worth tens of millions of yuan, and you didn't like it this much. But now he's taken a liking to a jade pendant worth 800 yuan. Do you actually like jade pendants, or something else? This made Lu Qingtian's gaze towards Xiaochong more complicated, even somewhat jealous. After chatting for a while, the Lu family's nanny had already prepared the meal. Since no outsiders were invited to Lu Qingyuan's birthday family dinner, everyone at the table behaved quite casually. Xiaochong, how's your startup going? Lu Qingyuan hadn't seen Xiaochong for several days, so she took this opportunity to get to know him. The development is all right, so, just getting started. Oh, Xiaochong has started his own business. Upon hearing about starting a business, Lu Qingtian immediately became interested. That's his area of expertise. Although he was once the richest man in China, his experience in building his business from scratch is undeniable. Lu Qingtian urgently needs to establish his towering image in the girl's mind to completely suppress this kid. Uncle Lu, this is just petty stunt, not worthy of serious consideration. That's all right. Tell me which aspect you want to start your business from, and I'll give you some guidance. I guarantee your company's turnover will increase 2 or 3 times quickly. Lu Qingtian looked completely confident, as if he possessed a magic touch that could turn anything into gold. Seeing her father smug again, Lu Qingyuan pouted, just bragging. Aunt Lu chimed in from the side. Old Lu, you don't feel at ease if you don't brag all day, do you? Having been betrayed by his own people time and again, Lu Qingtian was quite embarrassed. He gave an awkward smile and said, My decades of business experience are no joke. They're all hard-earned. Come on, Xiaoqiang, tell me, what industry are you in? Xiaoqiang and his classmates were trying not to laugh. It seemed that Uncle Lu's status in the family wasn't very high. But when asked again, he immediately replied, Uncle Lu, I started my business in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. Before Xiaoqiang could finish speaking, Lu Qingtian interrupted, Huh? Xiaoqiang, you actually work in traditional Chinese medicine? Yesterday, while I was having tea with a friend who is a leader, he told me that this year, higher-level leaders purchased 10 million pieces of traditional Chinese medicine worth 400 million yuan from a newly established traditional Chinese medicine company in Beijing as a welfare benefit for the sons of officials at the department level and above. However, the pharmaceutical factory's production capacity is insufficient, and currently only some people in Yanjing have received this medicine. According to him, this drug has caused a great sensation in various units and organizations. Everyone is looking for the drug in major pharmacies, but they find that the drug is out of stock. My friend was lucky enough to get a few and gave me one. Xiaoqiang casually chimed in. Then this startup really has a bright future. The others echoed his sentiments. Yes, it's really impressive that a startup can grow to this scale and break through from the top level. I can't even do that. What was that company called again? I think it was something like Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic. Xiaoqiang, have you ever heard of it? Xiaoqiang suppressed a laugh. I've heard of it. You're still young, so you must be down to earth and work hard to build your career. You must not be distracted. Dating and such are all distractions. As Lu Qingtian spoke, his gaze involuntarily lingered briefly on Xiaoqiang and Lu Qingyuan's faces. Xiaoqiang instantly understood. So that's what he was all saying, waiting for him to come up with this. He was afraid that he would steal away Xiaoqiang's little darling. Men should focus on their careers and not think that just because they are young and handsome, they should find a partner. I'm not bragging, but back in the day when it came to looks, I could say I was just as good looking as you, Uncle Lu. Moreover, when I was your age, I had already established 3 companies, each with an annual turnover of several million. It's not too late to talk about love when you've built your business into something like Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic. By the way, Xiaoqiang, what's the name of your company? I'll ask my friends in the government to look out for your little company in the future. Lu Qingyuan looked displeased with her father's statement about the small company. It's normal for a startup to be small in scale at the beginning. Is it necessary to emphasize this separately? Our company. What a coincidence. Our company is also called Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall. As soon as Xiaoqiang finished speaking, everyone at the table suddenly stopped eating and looked at him in shock. Because Xiaoqiang's words directly indicated that the company Lu Qingtian had previously praised was Xiaoqiang's startup. Because it is impossible for 2 companies to have the same name in China. At this moment, Lu Qingyuan and her mother were filled with more joy and admiration than shock. Lu's mother, in particular, thought to herself, this young man is handsome and capable, and he's the only boy my incredibly picky daughter invited to her birthday party. As she pondered this, a different kind of appreciation crept into Lu's eyes as she looked at Xiaoqiang, like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, growing more and more fond of him the more she looked. At this moment, Lu Qingtian felt as if he had eaten shit, extremely uncomfortable, unable to spit it out or swallow it down. He had just given a grand speech praising the founders and achievements of Huaxia TCM Clinic, intending to use the opportunity to subtly criticize Xiaoqiang and tell him not to think about finding a partner at such a young age. Unexpectedly, this company actually belonged to Xiaoqiang. I just praised that startup's achievements so highly. They even said that if the company were made like Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic, then one could pursue romance. Isn't this just digging a hole for yourself? Lu Qingtian grinned awkwardly. So that company is yours, Xiaoqiang. Not bad, not bad. However, young people cannot be complacent. They must remain focused to build a strong and successful career. Uncle Lu, what exactly constitutes growing big and strong? At least a dozen or so small annual revenue targets, right? Yes, a dozen or so small targets. Lou's mother couldn't stand it anymore. Why are you putting a young man like that, she said. Old Lou, when you were your age, you only earn 100,000 or so a year. Feeling betrayed by his own people, Lu Qingtian became embarrassed again. My 100,000 or so in my time was roughly equivalent to $1 billion or more now. Lu Qingyuan and her mother looked at Lu Qingtian with disdain. 1,000 times inflation? You're just trying to make yourself look good. Chapter 93, Discovering the Beauty Around Us. Seeing Lu Qingtian's complex expression and fluctuating mood, Xiao Chong spoke again. Uncle Lu, we just received a new round of financing of $2 billion yesterday. The new factory is under expansion, and after it's fully operational, we expect to achieve an annual output value of around $10 billion. At this moment, Lu Qingtian's two closest women, after their initial astonishment, both cast amused glances at him. It's as if they're saying, they're better than you, aren't they? You can't even make that much revenue in a year, and you're still showing off. Lu Qingtian was furious. You brat, with your knack for finishing off others, I can't let my little darling date you. That's infuriating. Eat, or it'll get cold. Lu Qingtian could only quickly change the subject. Otherwise, he would suffer from an embarrassing condition. Yes, hurry up and eat. Xiaoqiang, eat more. Starting a business is tough. Look how thin you are. As they spoke, Lu's mother also put a few pieces of meat on Xiaoqiang's plate. That's right. Try some of Wang Ma's sweet and sour meatballs. It's a specialty of Xishan. See if you like them. Lu Qingyuan also put a few sweet and sour meatballs on Xiaoqiang's plate. Lu Qingtian suddenly realized why his daughter, who had never eaten sweet and sour meatballs before, had specifically asked Wang Ma to make this dish today. So it was specially made for this kid. The three classmates, who knew everything perfectly well, kept their heads down and ate their meals. As fellow top students, they could naturally sense the intense tension at the dinner table. Everyone enjoyed the meal, except for Lu Qingtian, who found it tasteless. During the meal, a friend who was a collector came to visit him, and Lu Qingtian excused himself from the table. Inside Lu Qingtian's study. TSK. Old Lu, you have quite a collection. Hey, this gilt bronze Amitabha Buddha statue of yours is quite nice. Could you part with it for me? Old Lu, can you sell this Z bead to me? You limp Lu, did you come here to admire the scenery or to shop at the supermarket? If you're after my treasures, you'd better get out of here. As he spoke, he adopted a posture of closing the door and seeing the guest out. Huh? Lu Qingtian, you shameless old man. Ha. Lu the cripple. You can look all you want, but forget about trying to take my darling. As if suddenly remembering something, Lu Qingtian suddenly said, Lu K, wait a moment, I'm going to get something. Lu Qingtian entered the living room. Daughter, let Dad take a look at the jade pendant Xiaoqiang gave you. What's there to see? You wouldn't understand anyway. But Lu Qingyuan still took it off her snow-white neck and handed it to her father. Upon receiving the jade pendant, Lu Qingtian immediately returned to his study. Lu K, come and see if this thing is worth anything. Lu K's real name is Lu Hao. He is the vice president of the Collectors Association. Because of his leg problems, he was nicknamed Lu K by Lu Qingtian when he was young. Upon seeing that the arrogant Lu Qingtian needed their help, Lu K proudly raised his head and said, Lu K, I'll give you a chance to rephrase your words. As he spoke, he turned his head and began to drink his tea. Lu Qingtian was taken aback, but he had no choice but to bow his head when he was under someone else's roof. Brother Lu, come and let me see if this thing is worth anything. Lu Hao then took the white jade pendant with satisfaction. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that Lu K, who had been looking lazy just moments before, had adjusted his posture 3 or 4 times. Looking at Lu K's serious yet slightly shocked face, Lu Qingtian's heart skipped a beat for no reason. This thing is very valuable. Lu K didn't answer immediately, but instead asked, where did this thing come from? It's my daughter's birthday today, and this was a gift from her classmate. Oh, that must be a male classmate. Lu Qingtian was shocked. Why are you so sure? Lu K smiled mysteriously, because the professional name for this jade pendant is the Song Dynasty White Crane Double-Shaped Pendant, which symbolizes the expectation of beautiful love. Lu Qingtian's face darkened. This kid was indeed up to no good. After his initial anger subsided, he suddenly remembered. From the Song Dynasty? Is it valuable? It's all right. It's a Hatian jade pebble. The workmanship is quite exquisite, and it's from the Song dynasty. It's worth 4 or 5 million. That brat actually said 800. There must be something ulterior motive. Otherwise, why would they send such an expensive gift? It seems I'll have to be careful in the future and keep my daughter away from this boy. Otherwise, my precious little darling will be ruined by this brat sooner or later. Looks like the guy who sent the gift is really in love with your girl. Old Lou, you'd better get the dowry ready, huh? Liu Kei was joking with a straight face, unaware that Lu Qingtian was about to explode in anger. Today, everything went wrong. Everyone he encountered turned into a master of finishing blows, leaving his fragile heart riddled with wounds. In the living room, everyone was chatting happily. Xiaoqiang, have you got a girlfriend at school yet? Lu Qingyuan's mother, Feng Ruolin, seized an opportunity to ask. Xiaoqiang glanced at Lu Qingyuan sitting opposite him without making a sound, and Lu Qingyuan immediately avoided his gaze, as if to escape. Her ears perked up with a slightly flustered yet expectant look, wanting to hear how Xiaoqiang would answer. Auntie, I do have a girl I like, and I even tried to pursue her, but she's too outstanding, and she didn't agree to be with me. Xiaoqiang's regret was evident. Huh, he already has a girl he likes. Lu Qingyuan looked dejected, feeling extremely upset. Was it all just a joke when he walked me back to my dorm, chatted with me, and sat next to me? The three roommates also looked incredulous. In their eyes, Xiaoqiang was no longer the imposing figure he once was. He had become a complete villain and hypocrite. Feng Ruolin looked delighted. Xiaoqiang, someone as outstanding as you. Why hang yourself on one tree? Look more at the people around you. Discover the beauty in your surroundings. As Feng Ruolin spoke, she kept glancing at Lu Qingyuan. If Xiaoqiang didn't understand what the other party meant, then he would have lived 2 lifetimes in vain. Seeing Lu Qingyuan's sudden change in expression, he knew that she had misunderstood him, so he quickly said, Auntie, the classmate I'm pursuing is our classmate and our desk mate. Maybe my words when we first entered school caused her to misunderstand me. It's also possible that the man is interested in the woman, but she isn't. You agree, right, Qingyuan? Lu Qingyuan was still confused. Xiaoqiang had just been talking about being desk mates and the misunderstanding on the day of enrollment. Wasn't he talking about her? So, the person he was talking about was me. Once she understood this, Lu Qingyuan shed her cold exterior, smiled, and stared at Xiaoqiang. Perhaps the other party has already forgiven you. You haven't tried again. How do you know if they will agree to you next time? After saying that, Lu Qingyuan felt her face burning hot. What's wrong with me today? How could I be so bold? Chapter 94, The Storm, is brewing. Xiaoqiang immediately became as happy as a bear eating honey, and said with a grin, Qingyuan, are you saying that if I try again when I have another chance, maybe the other party will agree? Is that what you mean? Seeing Xiaoqiang's intense gaze, Lu Qingyuan immediately looked away, appearing extremely uncomfortable. Maybe, who knows? The back and forth banter between the two left Feng Ruolin speechless. He had repeatedly hinted to Xiaoqiang to pursue his daughter, but his daughter foolishly advised him to confess to the person he liked. Isn't this completely baffling? Meanwhile, the 3 classmates next to them also changed their misunderstanding of Xiaoqiang and listened to the two's cryptic conversation, trying very hard to suppress their laughter. Around 4 p.m., the 5 of them prepared to go straight back to school. Daughter, let your dad take you back to school. Mom, no need. Let's take the subway back together. Despite her privileged background, Lu Qingyuan did not develop the typical spoiled rich girl attitude. Xiaoqiang, come over often when you have time. Qingyuan gets quite bored at home alone. Okay, Annie. Cough. Ruolin, what nonsense are you talking about? Xiaoqiang is so busy with his business, he doesn't have time to come to our house all the time. Xiaoqiang, a man must prioritize his career. Yes. Xiaoqiang, come here for a second. Uncle has something to tell you. Lu Qingyuan and Feng Ruolin looked at Lu Qingtian with great bewilderment at his inexplicable actions. Xiaoqiang, I know you're very talented, but you're still young, with a bright future ahead of you. Don't let relationships interfere with your career. Lu Qingtian kept rambling on, but it all boiled down to one thing. You absolutely mustn't mess with my girl. On the subway back to Yinqing University. Xiaoqiang, what did my dad say to you? I don't want to fall in love. I don't want to ruin other people's lives. So what do you mean? My mom used to tell me not to cause trouble when I was little. Lu Qingyuan asked, puzzled, what do you mean? I've been a troublemaker since I was a kid. The two looked at each other and smiled. The clouds drifted slowly, the sun set in the west, the afterglow gradually faded, and countless stars adorned the night sky. Fu Hao, Mingxing, and Yo Bai, three miserable buddies, were still busy dealing with their current tasks. There are endless overtime hours and never-ending work. Inside the dormitory, Xiaochang quietly played a game by himself. 3 days passed like this, until the peaceful and tranquil life was completely shattered. Over the course of 3 days, under Fu Hao's organization, the professional design team worked day and night to finally complete the design plan for Jinshi Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic. The construction permit can be issued after the Jinshi municipal government conducts one round of expert review. The pharmaceutical plant in Zheng City, Shannon Province, which Jeffers transferred, is already operating at full capacity. The Koenigsegg worth 50 million yuan that Boss Su bought has been transferred to Xiaochang's name and is now quietly parked in the underground parking space of a Hiyuan villa. The 100-acre plot of land within the third ring road has been transferred to Qiangxing Real Estate. The Airbus AH-101 has landed and is temporarily parked on a spacious lawn in the Summer Palace Villa. This time, Mr. Su has very thoughtfully donated an extra helipad. Meanwhile, the intelligent office building is under construction in full swing, with 3 shifts working around the clock and the project progressing every day. Mr. Su had no choice. If the advertisement for the high-altitude cemetery wasn't taken down on that day, Hung Tai's properties wouldn't be able to sell. Meanwhile, the stock trading department had already achieved a 25% profit and was on the verge of liquidation. That day, Xiaochang once again acted as a protector of flowers, escorting Lu Qingyuan from the library back to the girls' dormitory. Watching Xiaochang's departing figure, Lu Qingyuan sighed. She had thought that Xiaochang would take advantage of the cover of night to confess his feelings to her again on the way back, which made her both expectant and nervous the whole way. But even after the two of them had reached the dormitory building, all they got from Xiaochang was, I'm so sleepy, you should go back and get some sleep. This made Lu Qingyuan both angry and annoyed, but also a little amused and exasperated. The flirting prowess you displayed on your first day of school is completely at odds with your current straight-laced, masculine demeanor. Lu Qingyuan watched the departing figure, muttered a few complaints, and then returned to her dormitory. Xiaochang exited Yanda immediately because the short-selling target had basically reached its target price, and he needed to closely monitor the exit timing in the next few days. The stars twinkled, the night breeze was slightly chilly, and occasionally a car would pass by on the roads around Yinxing University before falling silent again, with only the sparrows chirping in the treetops. In order to reach Iha Villa more quickly, Xiaochang did not take the long way around the main road, but instead chose to cut through a construction site. This has been his long-standing habit. But today, as soon as I entered that desolate construction site, I hadn't gone far when a chill ran down my spine. The deeper I went into the construction site, the stronger this feeling became. Xiaochang finally stopped. Standing in the center of the construction site, I quietly took in my surroundings. Suddenly, a loud rumble of thunder sounded, and rain began to fall from the sky. At this moment, a group of foreign men dressed in black began to appear around Xiaochang. That's right, they were the assassins from the Shadow Hunters organization who infiltrated China a few days ago. Xiaochang frowned. Foreigners? I've only been in contact with Jeffers and Danielson recently, and there's no deep-seated hatred between us. Moreover, Danielson has always regarded himself as a good friend of China, and Jeffers had just given him one of his pharmaceutical factories for free a few days ago. Could it be that Jeffers' brother discovered his ambition to seize the Rothschild family headship? Was this someone sent by Rivers? Who sent you? Xiaochang asked directly in English, although he knew that the other party was unlikely to answer his question. As expected, the response was still a deathly silence. You've offended someone you shouldn't have, don't you know that? At this moment, the other party spoke. It was Lucas, the captain of the Shadow Hunters. I've offended far too many people. How would I know which one? Why don't you tell me? Enough with the nonsense. Ask Jesus after you die. Everyone get ready, etc. Lucas frowned. What other tricks are you planning to play? Xiaochang, you've traveled thousands of miles to China to assassinate me. How about I perform a magic trick I just learned for you? You will definitely be satisfied. Unforgettable. Rodman, the rebellious black man, suddenly spoke up. Boss agreed to it. He can't escape anyway, so it'll be good for us to have some fun before he dies. Since arriving in China, this guy has shown great interest in many things in China. Last night, he even disregarded Lucas's order not to go out and went to the park near the hotel to dance with the Andes. Fine, I'll see what tricks you're up to. Chapter 95 Distant Relatives. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chong said, "Don't worry, I definitely won't let you down. Now watch closely, I'm going to perform a magic trick for you, making a person disappear in a thin air." Just then, a series of claps of thunder sounded, startling the foreigners so much that they instinctively covered their ears. Thunder roared. All right. The assassins, led by Lucas, couldn't help but laugh when they saw the empty space before them. Where did they go? You Chinese monkey, are you playing us for a fool? Rodman was furious. He promised to do a magic trick. No, look behind you. The assassins turned around and saw 2 rows of armored men standing behind them. With the help of the lightning, the assassins finally saw the people standing behind them. A group of people with serious faces, cold expressions, and even a hint of bloodthirsty glint. Lucas was startled. The aura the other party exuded was absolutely terrifying. But upon closer inspection, the average height of the group was only 1.65 meters, and they didn't look particularly strong. Most importantly, the group consisted of only 11 people, all unarmed. Everyone, listen up. Take down these charlatans. Lucas immediately issued the order. Commander you, just take them down, but don't kill anyone. Xiao Chong immediately gave instructions, saying that causing a death on Chinese territory would be a rather troublesome matter. Although he is not afraid of trouble, he does not want to cause trouble. These armored figures were none other than Yu Fei and his 10 tiger generals, including historically renowned warriors such as Yang Zixing, Zhang Xian, Niu Gao, Yu Yun, and Dong Xian. These people have killed countless people throughout their lives. Let's hope they don't cause a fatality right from the start. To be on the safe side, Xiao Chong had to make arrangements with their commander, Yu Fei, in advance. The thunder roared and illuminated half of the night sky. Under the cover of night, shadows moved about, and light and shadow intertwined. The shadow hunter might be very strong, but he was indeed no match for the 10 tiger generals under Yu Fei, whose killing intent was even stronger. In less than 3 minutes, the 15 top shadow hunter assassins, armed with sharp blades, were disarmed by the 10 unarmed tiger generals. Of the 15 men, only Lucas and Rodman remained awake. The others had all been knocked unconscious in the mud. Yu Yun and Yang Zixing escorted the 2 men to Xiao Chong and Yu Fei like prisoners. Now you can tell us who sent you, right? Xiao Chong looked at the 2 of them and asked coldly. Although Lucas was dropped, his performance demonstrated his extremely high level of professionalism. Don't waste your breath. I'm not telling you. We assassins are professionals. Xiao Chong frowned and looked at Rodman, the black man beside him. What about you? Why don't you say something? He's our team leader, and we don't have access to the employer's information. Rodman sold Lucas without hesitation. Xiao Chong stood up and looked at Yu Fei. Thank you for your trouble, General Yu. Yu Fei gave Niu Gao and Yang Zixing a wink, and the 2 of them pulled Lucas aside like a chick. Before long, heart-wrenching screams and strange shouts that sounded like they were dying came from the darkness. This piqued Xiao Chong's curiosity. Less than 2 minutes later, Niu Gao returned to Xiao Chong alone, carrying the limp Lucas. General Yu, Commander Xiao, this man's name is Lucas. He belongs to an assassin organization called Shadow Hunters. According to him, his employer is a Chinese man named Fan Jingyang. Xiao Chong's eyes instantly turned icy cold. He then squatted down on Lucas, who was slumped in the mud, and said, Are you sure the employer's name is Fan Jingyang? If I find out you're lying, I'll make you wish you were dead. Upon hearing this, Lucas shuddered. It's confirmed. The other party transferred money to our organization's account using online banking. That's why I saw the other party's name. After Lucas finished speaking, he seemed to have used up his last bit of strength and collapsed again. Fan Jingyang, you actually played this game with me. Very good. Just then, a rapid siren sounded. 10 vehicles bearing the national security logo drove into the construction site. Xiao Qiang, you said you encountered a foreign assassin? Where is he? The visitor was Lin Hao, who worked for the National Security Bureau. The case involved a foreign assassin, and if not handled properly, it could lead to a diplomatic dispute. The National Security Bureau had been dealing with foreign personnel for many years, so they were more adept at handling such situations. Xiao Chong gestured towards the group of men in black lying in the mud. Lin Hao stepped forward to observe. Wow, Xiao Chong, you're awesome. You took down 15 tall, burly assassins all by yourself. Impressive, incredible. Lin Hao knew Xiao Chong's fighting prowess. After all, he was known as a super soldier king, so he wasn't too shocked. Xiao Chong, you'll have to treat us later. It's been raining and muddy for so long. Drink. How's he? Shouldn't you thank me for this? You've done a great job catching all the foreign assassins who enter the country. Why don't you go back, and I'll call 110, the police. They'll definitely be happy to do it. Lin Hao gave an awkward smile. You little rascal, all right. Thanks to Xiao Chong for the opportunity. I will never forget such a great favor. All right. Xiao Chong waved his hand. All right, hurry up and get him away. I need to go home. Look at him, he's soaked to the bone. After Lin Hao left, Yu Fei and his 10 tiger generals reappeared from the darkness. He arrived at Building 6 of Yihiyuan Villa with 11 top killers. The 2 assistants who previously served the 7 renowned doctors were already waiting at the door in the rain. Looking at the group of 11 menacing-looking, strangely dressed people, the 2 male assistants were curious but remained relatively calm. Assistant A, Xiao Wang. Mr. Xiao, who are these people? Xiao Chong. Oh, they're all my distant relatives. They live deep in the mountains year-round. Because they admire Yu Fei's army. Their nicknames are all based on names from Yu Fei's army. Come, this is Yu Fei. This is Yang Zixing. Xiao Wang was also well-versed in history books, so he naturally knew these figures. Xiao Wang. They rarely leave the mountains and are somewhat out of touch with modern society. It seems that their image needs to be revamped. Then I thought, what if these people don't listen? So he pulled Yu Fei aside, muttered something to himself, and then Xiao Chong smiled with satisfaction. Afterwards, Xiao Chong gave his 2 assistants another set of instructions, and the 11 distant relatives headed towards another villa under the guidance of the 2 assistants. He went directly to the stock trading department. What are you doing? What are you doing? The group of traders, who were intently watching the market, were startled by Xiao Chong's sudden appearance. Li Lu shuddered and jumped up from his chair. President Xiao, we're monitoring the market. What's wrong? What are you watching the market for? Li Lu, Zhang Kuan, you 2 come here. I've said it several times already. When there's no action involved, let everyone go get a massage, go to karaoke, or play games at an esports arena. I just went to your club, and the girls there said they haven't seen a single customer in days, so their skills have become rusty. And our expensively built KTV and esports rooms are all gathering dust. Why are you 2 making everyone stare at computers all day and waste their lives? Remember, life is meant to be enjoyed, not spent staring at a computer screen. Everyone has it. Massage parlor, karaoke room, esports room, let's go. As soon as Xiao Chong finished speaking, the group of traders looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Li Lu and Zhang Kuan said irritably, Didn't you hear what President Xiao said? Stand up, get out of here and go to the massage parlor, KTV, or esports room and go wild. Then everyone ran out of the trading room in a flash, as if they were having a great time. Chapter 96, Demanding Compensation from the State. Li Lu and Zhang Kuan did not leave. Instead, they stayed. Mr. Xiao, is there something planned? Xiao Chong nodded. We'll start preparing to cash out our profits tomorrow night and return the shares we borrowed from the various securities companies. Li Lu was puzzled. The M shares had fallen sharply in the past 2 days, which was a good time to make a profit. Why would he take profits and return the shares at this time? Zhang Kuan shared the same thought. Although the 2 were puzzled, they still obeyed resolutely. Through their previous cooperation, they were completely impressed by Xiao Chong's ability to control the timing of the market operations. Having arranged everything, Xiao Chong went straight to Li Muyao's villa. Li Muyao's villa is only 400 square meters, but she lives there alone. She decorated the entire villa with great beauty, making it look like a world from a fairy tale. The 4 bedrooms each have a distinct style, decorated according to the scenery of each of the 4 seasons. Li Muyao gave the 4 rooms 4 names. Spring Boudoir, Summer Palace, Autumn Pavilion, Winter Hall. She would rest in different rooms, depending on her daily mood and preferences. Xiao Chong also experienced the joy of experiencing all 4 seasons in a single day in various rooms. The thunder continued into the night, and the autumn rain poured down harder and harder. The next morning, at 6 a.m., while Xiao Chong was still fast asleep, his phone rang urgently. Xiao Chong closed his eyes and hung up the phone. But 2 seconds later, The urgent phone rang again. Xiao Chong picked up the phone, answered it without even looking at it, and said weakly, "You'd better give me a perfect reason to disturb my sleep, or I'll beat you to a pulp." There was a moment of silence on the other end. "Why the hell aren't you going to say something?" Seeing that the other party remained silent for a long time, Xiao Chong became a little annoyed. "Xiao Chong, young people shouldn't get so angry so easily." Upon hearing the voice, Xiao Chong recognized it but couldn't place it. He immediately opened his eyes and looked at his phone screen. Chief. The caller was none other than Chen Weiguo, the leader of the Chinese military. "All right, don't be nervous, but it's not a good habit for someone so young to make people eat shit so easily." Xiao Chong said awkwardly, "This is indeed a bad habit. I will definitely change it. Come to the military headquarters right away. I have something important to discuss with you." Xiao Chong was completely bewildered. "You, a high-ranking official in the Chinese military. What do you want to discuss with me?" However, from the other party's serious and low tone, Xiao Chong knew that something urgent must have happened. Xiao Chong didn't hesitate and immediately withdrew from the gentle embrace. He contacted Su Rui, who also lived in the Summer Palace Villa, and the two of them went to the military headquarters together. Because of his status as a top soldier, Su Rui had the opportunity to enter this place before, so he was quite familiar with the place. Inside a quaint office, Chen Weiguo, dressed in military uniform, sat upright. Behind them are bright red national and military flags. Upon entering the office, Su Rui gave Chen Weiguo a military salute. Although he has taken off his military uniform, his soldierly nature has become even more evident. Chen Weiguo returned the salute with a military salute. However, they also expressed some doubt about Su Rui and Xiao Chong coming together. "What did you two get together?" Xiao Chong gave an awkward smile and explained the whole story to Chen Weiguo. Chen Weiguo chuckled leisurely. "You little rascal, trying to poach my talent." Xiao Chong chuckled. "It doesn't matter where you make a contribution. Why be so particular? Look, I'd come running over the moment you call. By the way, sir, is there something important that you summoned me here in such a hurry?" When it came to serious matters, Chen Weiguo's expression became solemn. "You all know Major Su Xinluo, right?" The two nodded. "She's missing." Chen Weiguo's words exploded in Xiao Chong's ears like a thunderclap from a clear sky. "Su Xinluo has disappeared?" Xiao Chong exclaimed in shock. He had been in contact with Su Xinluo a few days ago when he returned from abroad. How could a perfectly healthy person have disappeared in just a few days? Wasn't she going on vacation? A series of questions surfaced in Xiao Chong's mind. Seeing the deep confusion in Xiao Chong's eyes, Chen Weiguo spoke again. "On the eve of the National Day holiday, the deputy chief engineer of my country's #2 aircraft manufacturing plant was recruited by a spy from the United States and fled with the core key documents of the 4th-generation fighter jet. The plan is to travel through other countries and eventually reach Country M. The higher command decided to send a top-ranking soldier from the military to escort the traitor back to the country, and Major Su Xinluo was the one to carry out this mission. However, at 11 p.m. last night, the military command center was unable to contact Major Su Xinluo. Prior to this, the command center had been in contact with Major Su every hour. Xiao Chong suddenly realized that she had gone on a secret mission, which explained why she hadn't traveled with them. "Sir, where was Major Su last seen? And why'd he look for me? I'm just an ordinary civilian." Chen Weiguo smiled faintly. "Let me answer your first question first. The place where Major Su appeared an hour before he disappeared was the Kokong town in northern Padang." Xiao Chong frowned. "Mianbei Kokong?" This place became quite famous in later generations. It was a world-renowned hotbed of telecom fraud. Its popularity even overshadowed the warlord conflicts that occasionally broke out in the area. We judge that Major Su Xinlu must have encountered some difficulties there, and may even have been captured by pro-M armed forces there. Therefore, the first reason for asking you to come is to rescue Major Su, and the second is to assist her in bringing state secrets back to the country. Because of your civilian status, you won't attract the attention of other countries. Besides, you have high personal combat strength. Don't forget you're the world's top soldier. Now that Comrade Su Rui is with you, and he has extensive experience in carrying out missions, you're the perfect choice to perform this task." After Chen Weiguo finished speaking, he turned to Su Rui beside him and asked, "Comrade Su Rui, is there any problem? If war breaks out, I will be summoned back and obey the nation's orders." Su Rui's resounding vow served as a response to Chen Weigua's inquiry. Chen Weigua nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Chang was annoyed. Su Rui is now my subordinate. Shouldn't you ask me, the boss, about this? Su Rui, what's the point of having such a high level of understanding? Now that you mention it, it seems like I'm being a bit too unwise in setting these conditions. But Xiao Chang has never cared what others think of him. Sir, I have no problem going on the mission, but I have a question. Upon hearing this, Chen Weigua's right eyelid twitched inexplicably. What's the problem? Tell me. Sir, look, there's warlord infighting in northern Mianyang right now. It's a hail of bullets, and you might just die in that godforsaken place if you're not careful. Upon hearing this, Chen Weigua could already guess what the kid was going to say next. Her brows relaxed, and she stared at Xiao Chang with a smile in her eyes. So, you want some compensation from the government? Is that it? Chapter 97 Transmigrated Special Forces Soldier. Well, Xiao Chang felt embarrassed when his little scheme was exposed by his superior. It's not easy for ordinary people like us to make a living and earn a meager living. Chen Weigua was both amused and annoyed by Xiao Chang's appearance, which resembled a migrant worker demanding unpaid wages. You cunning little rascal. If this mission is successfully completed, it will be a great service to the country. We might consider giving you the rank of Major General. Really? That's settled then. I'll take the mission and guarantee to complete it. Xiao Chang abandoned his previous timid demeanor and appeared confident and determined. This left Chen Weigua both amused and exasperated, but he admired Xiao Chang even more. By the way, sir, there's another problem. The unit won't let us carry out this mission empty-handed. Will it? Chen Weigua. Of course not. I will arrange for someone to prepare 2 sets of Special Forces individual combat weapon sets for you. Sir, forget about 2 sets. Just give us 13 sets. I need to bring some helpers. Your helpers? I know your abilities. Wouldn't sending anyone else be a hindrance? Xiao Chang thought for a moment. Apart from not knowing how to use firearms, they should have no other problems. Once we get back, Su Rui will explain the usage precautions to us. Seeing Xiao Chang say this, Chen Weigua nodded slightly, which meant he agreed with Xiao Chang's suggestion. Okay, then we'll do it your way. I'll arrange a temporary training base for you. You'll only have 1 afternoon to familiarize yourself with it, and a helicopter will transport you to the border tonight. The rest is up to you. With time running out and the task heavy, Xiao Chang immediately arranged for his assistant, Xiao Wang, to escort Yu Fei and the 10 Tiger Generals to the entrance of the base. Looking at the flashy equipment in front of them, Yu Fei and his 10 generals showed great curiosity. Xiao Xiang, what's this round thing? Oh, it even has a pull ring. As Yu Fei was speaking, he reached out to pull the iron ring, which startled Xiao Chang. Brother Yu, put it down quickly. He quickly snatched the high-explosive grenade that Yu Fei was playing with. Hey, Xiao Xiang, what's this dark thing? It's pitch black inside. Xiao Chang turned his head and saw Yang Zixing facing the muzzle of an assault rifle, with his finger on the trigger. Thank goodness they don't know how to buy insurance. At this moment, Niu Gao shouted loudly, Zhang Xian, move aside. You're standing right in front of my nose. Get lost. I'm more than 30 feet away from you. How could I be right in front of your nose? Upon hearing this, Niu Gao took off his binoculars and looked at Zhang Xian again. Huh, it really is. These Song Dynasty Special Forces soldiers, having just received equipment from modern Special Forces, made quite a few laughable mistakes. This was also Xiao Chang's first time encountering such advanced equipment. After observing and playing with it for a while, he arranged for Su Rui, a genuine Special Forces soldier, to give everyone a brief explanation. Su Rui's explanation was very detailed, covering how to use each weapon, under what conditions to use it, and precautions. What? You're saying this thing called an assault rifle can effectively attack things within 400 meters? Niu Gao simply couldn't understand it. He was the most skilled archer under Yu Fei, yet he could only shoot an arrow 150 meters. And there's a lump of iron that can blow up a small house. Everyone nodded, clearly harboring some doubts as well. Xiao Cheng nodded to Su Rui. Su Rui said loudly, Since everyone doesn't believe me, I'll demonstrate for you. After having the 400-meter moving target set up at the training ground, Su Rui went to the weapons bag, load the assault rifle and pistol, then release the safety. Attention everyone! As soon as he finished speaking, Su Rui seemed to transform into a different person. He first fired his pistol at the close target in front of him, and the target fell down with the sound of the gunshot. After emptying his 10-round stash, Su Rui picked up his assault rifle and fired 8 bursts, bringing down the moving target 400 meters away. Then he picked up a grenade, pulled the pin, and threw it at a huge abandoned car. With a huge explosion, the old car wash was blown to pieces. Su Rui seemed still not satisfied, and amidst the astonished gazes of the group, she threw 4 high-explosive grenades into the distance in one go. The 4 explosions seemed to ring right next to his ears, and even Xiao Chong, who was well prepared, was shocked by the loud noise. That's way louder than a grenade exploding on TV. These elite soldiers of the Song dynasty were terrified, like birds startled by the mere twang of a bow. They all stood there stunned. Brother Nyo, how loud was that grenade? Xiao Chong tugged at Nyo Gao, who was tightly covering his ears and standing there motionless. Wow, that's amazing. It's almost as loud as thunder. After this live fire demonstration, these time-traveling special forces soldiers no longer doubted the power of the weapons in their hands. Xiao Chong instructed Su Rui to arrange 3 hours for these people to conduct target practice. Professional soldiers are truly professional. Regardless of which dynasty they belong to, they have developed an extremely strong, conditioned reflex to shooting. After just 3 hours, these people were able to achieve shooting accuracy at the level of contemporary elite soldiers. This shocked Su Rui immensely. Mr. Xiao, should we provide some training in cold weapons and jungle warfare? Since he was brought in by Xiao Chong to participate in the rescue, he couldn't be completely useless. His amazing shooting talent is a testament to that. Xiao Chong shook his head. These people were able to become one of Yu Fei's 10 Tiger Generals, so their ability in cold weapon combat was beyond question. After everything was arranged, at 6 p.m., Xiao Chong and his group of 13 boarded the military helicopter and arrived at the border between China and Myanmar at 9 p.m. that evening. The military officials have already completed the entry procedures for these 13 people. At 11 p.m. that night, they checked into a hotel on Kokong Old Street. Mr. Xiao, Major Su's last known location before his disappearance was the Hongyun Hotel across the street. At this moment, inside the Fuxing Hotel across the street from the Hongyun Hotel, Xiao Chong and Su Rui were looking in the direction of the Hongyun Hotel with binoculars. Hongyun Hotel is a 7-story building, and in terms of scale, it should be considered one of the largest hotels in the entire Kokong Old Street. Brother Rui, look at the security camera at the entrance of Hongyun Hotel. If that camera isn't broken, we can definitely find some clues by reviewing the surveillance video from the last 24 hours. Xiao Chong calls Su Rui, Brother Rui, and Su Rui calls Xiao Chong General Manager Xiao. But neither of them felt there was anything wrong with this form of address. Let's go. After Xiao Chong and Su Rui made arrangements for Yu Fei and his entourage, the two swaggered across the street to the Hongyun Hotel. The boss was a woman in her 30s who wore heavy makeup. Seeing a guest come in, he said, "Hey, handsome, need a place to stay? We have some pretty girls here." "Yes, of course we need it. You know our needs all too well, beautiful lady." At this moment, Xiao Chong was like a drama queen, a perfect combination of a hooligan, a lecher, and a hoodlum. Did this leave Suri standing next to him dumbfounded? I didn't react for a second. For a fleeting moment, Su Rui wondered if this could be considered using a business trip as an excuse to seek pleasure. Chapter 98, Xiao Chong's Frustration. Handsome guys, how much are you looking for? As the saying goes, you get what you pay for, including the service and other aspects. Give us your most expensive. Suri, would you say I've had bad luck with men? Su Rui couldn't help but feel a surge of suspicion. Upon hearing Xiao Chong's words, the proprietress immediately beamed with joy, as if she had seen a god of wealth. "But ma'am, my car was stolen in front of your hotel yesterday afternoon. I need to see the security camera footage at your hotel entrance. Is that all right with me?" Upon hearing about the surveillance footage, the beautiful proprietress's expression became noticeably unnatural, and she looked at Xiao Chong and Su Rui with a hint of wariness. Xiao Chong and Su Rui noticed all of the landlady's subtle expressions. Su Rui finally understood the purpose behind Xiao Chong's actions. Seeing that the proprietress was on guard, Xiao Chong had a sudden idea. He took out a stack of US dollars that he had prepared beforehand and placed them in front of her. "We are here to do business. There are important documents of ours in the car. This is just a small token of my appreciation, $10,000. Once we find the car, there will be a much greater reward." The proprietress's eyes lit up when she saw the thick wad of US dollars. Ignoring her husband's warnings, she said, "All right, you seem to be in a hurry, so I'll help you out. But let me make this clear. I'm not responsible if your car isn't visible in the video. That's natural. Then come on over," the landlady said, getting up and leading the two to the monitoring room. The server room contains more than a dozen computers connected to surveillance cameras on each floor of the hotel. The landlady pointed to one of the computers and said, "That computer is the surveillance camera at the hotel entrance." Su Rue went over to check, while the proprietress kept a close eye on her the whole time. This prevented Suri from carrying out their prearranged action plan. Upon seeing this, Xiao Chong said, "Big sister, let him search here. You take me to cool down first. Look at me." He pointed to the tent beneath him as he spoke. Since taking Shenyang Kangtai pills, Xiao Chong has been able to control his emotions at will. The proprietress glanced down, a suggestive expression instantly spreading across her face. She licked her lips and said, "Handsome, you've got some nice assets." Xiao Chong felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the sight, and goosebumps instantly covered his entire body. Was he going to have to sell his body? At this moment, Su Rue secretly gave Xiao Chong an encouraging look. Xiao Chong glanced again at the proprietress's thick foundation and felt a wave of nausea. "Ma'am, could you find me a few girls to help me relieve stress? The most expensive kind?" "Okay." The proprietress seemed unmoved, her eyes fixed on the tent. Xiao Chong hardened his heart. "Sister, how about we go to your room and chat? For a while? I see you're lonely and isolated." Upon hearing this, the proprietress replied, Okay. The two walked out of the monitoring room one after the other. Before leaving, Xiao Chong clearly saw Su Rue give him a gloating and ambiguous smile. The room next to the reception desk on the first floor is where the landlady rests temporarily. Upon entering the room, the 40-something-year-old proprietress stared at Xiao Chong with a burning gaze, which sent chills down Xiao Chong's spine. Sister, is this place unsafe? What if your husband suddenly comes back? He's probably out gallivanting somewhere. It'll be a miracle if he's back by tomorrow morning." Xiao Chong was speechless for a moment. Sis, don't you need to watch the kids tonight?" The proprietress said seductively, "I don't have any children, so how about you give me one, handsome?" Can you just give this away randomly?" "Hey, handsome, what are you standing there for? Come sit next to me." "Oh." Xiao Chong cautiously moved to the bedside and was immediately pulled to sit on the edge of the bed by the landlady. The scene at this moment is very similar to the wedding night in ancient times. It's just that the roles have been reversed. The proprietress, full of longing and expectation, and Xiao Chong, who looked like a submissive person. At this moment, Xiao Chong's mind raced as he pondered a solution. Sister, how's business at your hotel? Let's not talk about anything else. The night is too short. Let's do something else." Xiao Chong sighed inwardly. Is my lifelong reputation going to be ruined in this godforsaken place? What else can we do? What do you think? Of course, it's something that can help both of us relieve stress. The proprietress pounced on Xiao Chong like a hungry tiger, giving him a tight hug, and Xiao Chong immediately felt attacked from multiple places. Moreover, he could smell the cheap perfume on the landlady, which made him feel nauseous. Excuse me, do you have a small umbrella? Why use a small umbrella? Wouldn't it be better to just stand directly next to each other? Well, Xiao Chong was speechless for a moment. He thought to himself, Brother Rue, hurry up. If you don't show up soon, I might get HIV. After saying that, the proprietress tore open her clothes. Xiao Chong swore that he had never seen such a loose and unreliable existence in his entire life, including his previous life. Then, the fierce proprietress tried to pull down Xiao Chong's pants, which made Xiao Chong tremble with fear. Just then, Su Rue's voice rang out in the hallway. Xiangzi, where is he? Xiao Chong immediately grasped at the opportunity as if it were a lifeline. Sister, my friend called. Once I find a car, I'll definitely make sure you have a good time. Without waiting for the landlady's response, he pushed her onto the bed and ran out of the room in a flash. Just then, the proprietress, who was in the middle of a lively conversation, snorted, put on her top, and followed her out. Seeing Xiao Chong's disheveled appearance, covered in sweat, Su Rue struggled to suppress her laughter. Did you find it? As Su Rue answered, she glanced behind Xiao Chong, indicating that the landlady had followed. Sister, let's go to the police station to report the incident and find a car. We'll come back to you later. This is just a small token of my appreciation. As he spoke, he took out another wad of US dollars and slapped it into the proprietress's hand. The proprietress's wounded heart finally began to ease slightly. Watching Xiao Chang's hurried departure, she returned to her room with a resentful expression. Upon returning to the Fuxing Hotel, Xiao Chang and Su Rue immediately took out their handheld computers and plugged in a USB drive. Then find a video and drag the time progress bar to the middle. Mr. Xiao, look, at 9 p.m. last night, a group of people in green military uniforms carried away 3 large wooden crates from the Hongda Hotel. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a person inside the wooden box. As for whether Major Su is among them, it's hard to say. With his rear-view vision, Xiao Chang immediately recognized that this was probably the beginning of a human trafficking operation in Mianbei. With his rear-view vision, Xiao Chang quickly figured out the trick after a moment's thought, and the next step was to verify it. Chapter 99 Warlord Oncoming. After figuring all this out, Xiao Chang decided to go and verify it again. Although it was a dangerous place, time was of the essence, and he couldn't worry about anything else. Inside the Hongda Hotel, the landlady was lying limply on the bed. "Boss lady!" Suddenly, a shout rang out. "Isn't that the voice of that handsome young man from earlier?" The proprietress forced herself to be cheerful, got dressed, and came to the front desk. "Handsome, you're back so soon?" "Mr. Sister." Xiao Chang suppressed his discomfort and said, "Sister, call me. 3 pretty girls. I want to fight until dawn." The proprietress was taken aback, thinking, "Is it that strong?" I had originally planned to go myself, but I was almost exhausted and needed to recover. The landlady said helplessly, "Go to room 501 first. Here's the room key. It'll cost $500. Xiao Chang paid the bill with a heavy heart. Just as he was about to go upstairs, he heard the landlady's weak yet seductive voice behind him. "Handsome, come to my room when you're done. I won't charge you. And besides, I know a lot." This startled Xiao Chang so much that he almost fell down the stairs. After giving a few perfunctory replies, he hurriedly headed up to the 5th floor. 3 minutes later, 3 scantily clad girls arrived at room 501 where Xiao Chang was. One of them was a woman from Europe or America, and the other 2 were of Asian appearance. The meticulous Xiao Chang immediately noticed the difference between these 3 women and ordinary sex workers. Their eyes were vacant, their faces were expressionless, and even their exposed skin had scars that had not yet healed. Although it is not obvious, it cannot be hidden. "Sir, how would you like it?" one of the young Asian girls asked in broken English. Xiao Chang immediately noticed something from her accent. The girl was Chinese. So Xiao Chang deliberately asked in Mandarin, "Are you too Chinese?" Upon hearing Xiao Chang's question, a glimmer of light instantly appeared in the girl's previously vacant eyes. But the girl didn't answer. Instead, she opened her mouth and whispered 2 words, "Surveillance." Once he understood, Xiao Chang immediately and subtly turned his head, finally spotting a flashing red light above the television screen. "Those bastards!" Xiao Chang immediately changed his expression, staring at the 3 women with a typical lecherous look. His sleazy appearance was as lewd as could be. 3 minutes later, Xiao Chang, looking quite satisfied, took off his shirt and pants, leaving himself in only his underwear, and pulled the Chinese girl into the bathroom. Just before entering the bathroom, he said in a mock serious, seductive tone, "Come on, let's take a bath together." As soon as I entered the bathroom, I heard the sound of the shower running. "Young lady, you are Chinese. Why are you doing this in Miandian? Is there some unspeakable reason?" At this point, the girl was already in tears. "The girl and I came here for tourism, but we never expected that this hotel would be a shady place. The owner confiscated our ID cards and passports under some pretext. Then they forced us to work as prostitutes and beat us when we didn't obey, even threatening to kill us." As the girl spoke, she began to sob softly. "Big brother, can you please get us out of here?" The girl clung tightly to Xiao Chang's arm, as if grasping at a straw. "Yes, that's no problem, but I need to understand the situation here. You must tell me everything you know in detail." The girl nodded her head repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice. "Are there many other girls like you being detained here? Where are you staying? Is anyone watching you? Have you ever seen the owner of this place? When is he usually at the hotel?" Xiao Chang bombarded her with all his questions. Time was of the essence. He couldn't stay in the bathroom with the girl indefinitely, as that would arouse her suspicion. "There are still 8 girls here, 5 of whom are Chinese. We are being held on the top floor. There's an iron door between the top floor and the 6th floor, and 8 men are guarding us. I only met the boss once. He usually came back to the hotel around noon every day and asked us to serve him. As she spoke, the girl lowered her head in shame. Did you see a woman yesterday who looked like this? He said, pulling a photo of Su Xin-Lua from his underwear to show the girl. As soon as the girl saw Su Xin-Lua's photo, she immediately said, I've seen her. She was drugged and taken to the top floor. There were 2 other pretty girls locked up with her. They were taken away last night. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chong was overjoyed. Do you know what they were taken away to do? The girl first shook her head, then seemed to suddenly remember something. All right, I overheard 2 guards saying today that the 3 people yesterday were sold by the boss to a man named Ong Keeman, but I don't know who Ong Keeman is. Xiao Chong nodded excitedly. This trip was definitely worthwhile. I'll keep the name in mind. Once I get out, I should be able to find out all about it with a little inquiry. After learning all this, Xiao Chong first whispered something in the girl's ear, and then turned off the shower. Immediately afterwards, an exaggerated scream came from the bathroom. The remaining girls were also called into the bathroom by Xiao Chong for a pretense of conversation. But in a room on the top floor, a sleazy-looking man watched the footage on the security camera. Hey, why does this son of a bitch like to do it in a bathroom so much? Isn't it comfortable in bed? But he's pretty noisy, only slightly better than me. When the 3 girls came out of the bathroom, they still had that empty look in their eyes and that despair in their hearts. He looked utterly disappointed with the world. An hour later, Xiao Chong left Hongda Hotel, completely forgetting about the landlady who was waiting for him in the room. Back at the Fuxing Hotel, Xiao Chong struck up a conversation with the receptionist, who was quite happy to chat with this handsome young man. After some preamble, Xiao Chong finally got to the point. Hey girl, isn't there a warlord named Ong Keeman around here in Myeondian? The girl nodded. Yes, Ong Keeman is the 2nd largest warlord in Pamir, with an army of 10,000 men under his command. It is said that he was extremely lecherous, a man who couldn't live without women. Xiao Chong's suspicions were confirmed once again. This Ong Keeman was indeed a warlord, but he hadn't expected him to have an army of 10,000 men. Having received the answer, Xiao Chong immediately stopped flirting with the receptionist, which greatly annoyed her. I was all prepared to have a deep conversation with him, but he just left without saying goodbye. Meanwhile, Xiao Chong rushed back to the hotel room, woke everyone up, and prepared to carry out the rescue mission. Su Xin-Lua had been in Ong Keeman's hands for a day, and he dared not predict what Su Xin-Lua would go through. Chapter 100 Rescue Operation. The Kokong Red Turban Army, commanded by Ong Keeman, was stationed at Nanshimen Mountain, 15 kilometers southwest of Kokong Old Street. The terrain here is high and easy to defend, possessing a natural defensive barrier. Under the cover of night, Xiao Chong and his group of 13 slowly descended from the hotel window. He and Su Rue each drove a pickup truck, heading towards Nanshimen Mountain under the cover of night. We finally arrived at the outer perimeter of Nanshimen Mountain at 3 a.m. Led by Su Rue, the group stealthily made their way towards the garrison camp at Nanshimen Mountain. Su Rue, as expected of a top-tier soldier in China, moved swiftly through the dark jungle, while Yu Fei and his men traversed the jungle as if it were flat ground, completely unaffected by the surrounding obstacles. On the contrary, Xiao Chong became the biggest burden. Xiao Chong, this won't do. I'll have Yang Zixing give you some extra help another day. A few days of solo practice will definitely be enough. Yang Zixing, a young man in his early 20s, joined in the commotion. Xiao Chong, why don't you call me master now? You son of a bitch, get lost. I'll show you my true strength. After saying that, Xiao Chong seemed to transform into a different person and began to run quickly through the jungle. With this scene, the nighttime jungle trek wasn't so boring after all. As everyone ran quickly through the jungle, Suri suddenly stopped and made a gesture to halt. Brother Rue, what's wrong? We should be at the campsite soon. Look, there are several thermal images of people about 50 meters ahead. Sure enough, in the night vision goggles, several figures could be seen moving back and forth about 50 meters ahead. Looking at the 15 sentries hidden in the trees or in the grass, Xiao Chong suddenly thought of a plan. Get close to them, take out these sentries, change into their clothes, and then continue towards the camp. Everyone nodded in agreement with this approach. 1 minute later, 11 men dressed in Red Turban Army uniforms crept up to 50 meters in front of the camp under the cover of darkness. A towering mountain peak stood before them, and Ong Keeman's headquarters were embedded directly inside the mountain. This left everyone deeply moved. Mr. Xiao, according to my observation, There are a total of 32 sentries, both visible and hidden, at the entrance of the camp, and all of them are armed with AK assault rifles. Furthermore, there's at least a 200-meter distance between the camp gate and the Angkor Men headquarters building. Within this 200-meter range, 2 patrol teams, each consisting of 20 armed men, were conducting cross-patrols. It's safe to say that the possibility of entering Angkom's headquarters building without alerting these people is virtually zero. Xiao Chong nodded solemnly. Brother Rue, launch the drones into the Angkor headquarters building and see if you can find Angkor himself and Xinluo. Su Rue took out a drone the size of fly from his personal weapon storage box. With a few quick maneuvers, the drone disappeared into the boundless darkness and flew towards the main peak of Nanshimen Mountain. Soon, the scene inside the camp appeared on the display screen here. The office building embedded in Nanshimen Mountain has a total height of 5 floors. But the height of the first floor alone reaches 15 meters, and there are 50 tanks that look like they are from a long time ago neatly arranged inside. There is even a helicopter, which was presumably Angkor's private plane. Floors 1 to 3 served as living and office spaces for some officers within the Red Turban Army. The footage transmitted by the drone shows that the 4th floor of the office building is quite complex, with a group of 20 mercenaries moving about in the corridors. Their weapons and equipment are clearly unusual, and their faces are also quite diverse. The elevator from the 4th floor to the 5th floor is a separate one. That is, the regular elevator can only go up to the 4th floor at most. Furthermore, the elevator entrance leading from the 4th to the 5th floor is guarded by 5 mercenaries. To enter the elevator on the 5th floor, one must swipe a special card. Otherwise, the elevator will not start. With such security measures, it would be a pipe dream to try and enter the 5th floor quietly and unnoticed. At 3 a.m., the office building of Angkomen was still lit up, as if people were busy with something. This allowed the drone to successfully enter the 5th floor. When they saw the scene on the 5th floor, everyone couldn't help but gasp in amazement. That son of a bitch Angkor is living like a human being. Xiao Chong was the first to let out a sigh. However, Yu Fei and his entourage turned their heads away in unison upon seeing the scene inside. To commit such shameful acts in public is utterly immoral. Inside a room of about 300 square meters, a modern version of a decadent and debauched scene was unfolding. At that moment, the monitor picked up the sound of 3 men chatting. General Long, what do you think of this model from the Monkey Kingdom? I sent it to you as soon as I got it. One of the men was groveling and asking a man with an extremely sleazy appearance, who was probably Ankman himself. Excellent service, ha! Laika, you truly are my most loyal brother. At this moment, Ankman spoke again. Laika, Zabobi, I just spent a lot of money to buy 3 extremely beautiful women yesterday. After I've had my fill of them, I'll reward them to you. Who told you to be my right-hand men? Angkom's right-hand men. Thank you, General Long. I kneel to thank General Long. You two go and bring that Japanese woman up first. Let me taste them one by one. As soon as they finished speaking, the 2 women went into another room and brought out a stunningly beautiful Japanese woman, probably in her 30s. Soon, another live sex show was staged. Xiao Chong had no time to appreciate it. They had to rescue Su Xinluo immediately, or Su Xinluo herself might be the next one to be brought up. Brother you and your 10 brothers, stay put. When you hear my call, immediately open fire on the guards at the camp gate to create chaos. Remember, your attack is mainly a feint. If the enemy mobilizes a large force and you're unable to resist, retreat immediately. Understand? Yu Fei nodded. Brother Rue, you and I will quickly detour to the top of Tianmen Mountain, rappel down to Ong Kimen's office, use high-dose TNT to shatter his protective glass, and then take control of Ong Kimen. Su Rue greatly admired Xiao Chong's arrangement. If it were her, she would most likely have made the same arrangement. The crowd quickly dispersed. Xiao Chong and Su Rue went all out and quickly climbed the mountain from the side of Nanshimen. All the way, Xiao Chong prayed for Ong Kimen, please don't be a premature shooter, you old bastard. Time is of the essence now. We must race against the clock, or Su Xinluo risks being defiled. Chapter 101 Su Xinluo, who was drugged. Fortunately, Ong Kimen probably thought that the flank peaks of Nanshimen Mountain were too steep for anyone to enter the base from the flank, so he did not set up fire protection points on the flank peaks. But even the steepest mountain peaks could not stop Su Rue, the king of soldiers, and Xiao Chong, who had the advantage of external assistance, from advancing. The two of them climbed and traversed the steep mountain cliffs as quickly as wild raccoons. It only took the two of them 10 minutes to reach the top of the mountain. After securing the ropes, the two descended slowly under the cover of night and accurately located Ongmin's office. Xiao Chong saw through the glass window that the Japanese woman was still trying her best to please Ong Kimin, and his heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. With a glance from Xiao Chong, Su Rui attached two high-dose TNT explosive devices to the large floor-to-ceiling windows in Ong Kimin's office. The two then climbed up 10 meters. Xiao Chong issued the attack command to Yu Fei through the earpiece. In an instant, gunfire erupted around the camp, and all the sentries, both visible and hidden, that Anchorman had deployed were killed immediately. The sudden gunfire and explosions penetrated the thick bulletproof glass and reached the Anchorman palace. Like a Zabubi, go check what's happening. The two quickly got up and went to the floor-to-ceiling glass. The camp had become a sea of fire. After Yu Fei and his men took care of the sentries, they opened fire on the two patrol teams of 20 men each. The patrol team of 40 men had just found cover and were preparing to fire when several high-explosive grenades fell from behind their cover. In an instant, these 40 people were completely rendered incapable of fighting. Yu Fei then led his 10 generals to occupy the high point of the watchtower and began firing at the reinforcements. The scene was horrific. The 10,000 men of Anchorman were already lacking in necessary military training, and when they were suddenly attacked, the attackers were Song Dynasty Special Forces soldiers equipped with modern military equipment. The two-pronged firepower network kept the reinforcement troops rushing from the camp from even lifting their heads. Just as Lika and Zabubi were about to turn around and report to Anchorman, two huge explosions rang out. The two were sent flying backward by the massive blasts and died on the spot. The massive explosion completely paralyzed Ong Kimin. His soldier's instincts kicked in, and he shoved aside the Japanese woman who was serving him, then tried to flee to his safe house. Meanwhile, the women around him frantically searched for places to hide. General Anchorman, if you run again, I'm not sure if a bullet will take down your second brother. Suddenly a sound came from behind, startling Anchorman so much that he squatted down on the ground. Who are you? Who sent you? Encore feigned composure, but inside he was already panicking. Xiao Chong and Su Rui had already untied their ropes and were walking slowly toward Ong Kimin on the ground. Su Rui immediately pressed the gun against Ong Kimin's forehead, while Xiao Chong picked up his gun and walked toward another room where the three women were being held. As soon as he opened the door, Xiao Chong saw a scene that almost made his jaw drop. Inside the room, Su Xinluo and another woman had large areas of their skin exposed, and they were making obscene noises. Su Xinluo. Xiao Chong shouted loudly. Su Xinluo's attention was also drawn by the loud shouts. Xiao Chong. Su Xinluo got up from the other woman, stumbled over to Xiao Chong, and hugged him tightly. Xiao Chong, give it to me, I feel so bad. If Xiao Chong still didn't know what was happening at this point, then he was an idiot. The two people in front of him had clearly been drugged. Even a soldier king with a strong mind like Su Xinluo could not resist the most primal instincts of his body. Xiao Chong stormed up to Ong Kimin and punched him squarely in the belly, yelling, "Where's the antidote?" There is no antidote. Xiao Chong glared at Ong Kimin a few more times before returning to the room. Xiao Chong, you want me? It hurts so much. Su Xinlu kept rubbing against Xiao Chong, as if that would make her feel a little better. During this process, Su Xinlu even threw away the only clothes she was wearing. At this moment, Xiao Chong had no time to appreciate it. Of course, he also had impulses, but he did not want to possess Su Xinluo in this environment and under these circumstances. I am sorry, Xinluo. Just as Su Xinluo was comforting Xiao Chong, thinking he was about to take her, Xiao Chong suddenly chopped Su Xinluo in the neck with a chop. Su Xinluo immediately collapsed into Xiao Chong's arms. Xiao Chong picked her up and placed her on the bed in the room. Then he started rummaging through the room, looking for things. On the way, when another woman lunged at Xiao Chong, he knocked her unconscious in the same way. Finally, Xiao Chong found a lot of disposable syringes in the room's drawer. He immediately took out a needle and returned to the bedside to straighten Su Xinluo. At this moment, he had no time to appreciate even the most beautiful scenery. Points on Su Xinlu's limbs, chest, abdomen, etc. Then they began to massage various parts of her body. As the massage continued, after the initial bleeding, clear liquid began to flow from the punctured areas. Xiao Chong finally stopped after 15 minutes. As she was about to do the same to this other unconscious woman, he was stunned when he saw her face. Isn't that Miss Dora, the movie star from South Korea? Dora may not be a very famous star, but she is definitely an extremely beautiful woman. Every smile and frown of hers attracts attention, especially her enviable 36E figure. Despite his astonishment, Xiao Chong quickly used the method of pushing the uterus and circulating acupoints to remove the effects of the medicine from her body. While the two were still asleep, Xiao Chong went to the luxurious room where Ong Kimin was. Order your men to lay down their weapons. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind letting you test the sharpness of this military dagger in my hand. Xiao Chong brandished the gleaming military dagger in front of Ong Kimin and coldly gave the order. Ong Kimin is indeed a soldier, but years of extravagant and dissolute living have robbed him of the courage and pride of a soldier. Faced with a choice between life and death, Ong Kimin surrendered without hesitation. He then picked up the microphone from the base's loudspeaker on his desk. Young men of the Red Turban Army, I am your commander-in-chief, Ong Kimin. Now I order you to lay down your weapons and wait in place. And that mercenary squad on the 4th floor, send them to the 5th floor and disarm them on the spot. Ong Kimin was taken aback. He never expected that the other party would know about the existence of this mercenary squad. The reason he readily ordered the Red Turban Army to disarm on the spot was to divert Xiao Chong and his companions' attention, so that he could turn the tide with the 20-man mercenary squad. Chapter 102, Unexpected Situation. Encore is now in a terrible dilemma. Giving up means losing all chance to turn the tide. If you try to resist, you risk losing your life. After some thought, Oncommon completely abandoned his little scheme. Being alive is more important than anything else. Under Oncommon's orders, a 20-man Western mercenary squad arrived and completely disarmed Xiao Chong and his companion in front of them. After receiving orders from Onkman, the camp's combat commander led Yu Fei and his 11 men to Onkman's room. Looking at the superior equipment of these people, they were no less impressive than his own mercenary squad, which he had built at great expense. Encore is completely heartbroken. Sir, have I offended you in some way? Or are you also acting on someone else's orders? If you're doing something for someone else, and they pay you whatever amount they ask, I can give you 5 times, no, 10 times the money. Ankerman was very puzzled. These people were clearly not from other warlords in the Kokong region, so he guessed that they might be reinforcements brought in from outside by one of the other 2 warlords. Xiao Chong snorted coldly. Do you know that among the 3 people you arrested last night, one of them is Chinese? Ong Kimin's heart skipped a beat. You are Chinese soldiers? Xiao Chong smiled dismissively. With your meager strength, do you even warrant the Chinese military's intervention? All right, you don't need to guess anymore. You just need to know that you arrested the wrong person. Ong Kimin nodded nervously. My lord, I was blind to your greatness. I was blind. Ong Kimin cursed himself and slapped himself in the face. Anchorman, you have committed numerous evils and harmed others' lives. Will you take your own life, or should we help you? Xiao Chong's words, spoken softly, sounded like the chanting of a demon to Ong Kimin. Terrified, Ong Kimin instantly collapsed to the ground, pleading, My lord, spare me. I have money, lots and lots of money. Just don't kill me. I'll give all this money to you, my lord. Then a fishy, foul smell wafted out. Xiao Chong frowned slightly. Ong Kimin, you're supposed to be the 2nd largest warlord in Kokong, and you're scared out of your wits? Seeing Ong Kimin slumped on the ground, tears streaming down his face, Xiao Chong was speechless. Xiao Chong only wanted to scare him, but he never expected that the old man was such a complete coward. This made Xiao Chong very suspicious of how he could become the 2nd largest warlord in Kokong with such a character. Just then, a faint shout came from the corridor, Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong was taken aback. After recognizing Su Xinlua's voice, he immediately arranged for Su Rue, Yu Fei, and others to guard the people of the scene. He then dashed off to the next room. Xinlua, are you feeling better? Although Su Xinlua was now clear-headed, she still vividly remembered what had just happened. Thinking about how she had just clung to Xiao Chong like an octopus, Su Xinlua's pretty face flushed red again. Much better, but my body still feels a little weak. Xiao Chong, Ong Kimin cannot be killed. Although Xiao Chong had no intention of killing Ong Kimin, He still asked curiously after hearing Su Xinluo's words. Why? You came to rescue me, so you must know why I came here. Xiao Chong nodded. The aircraft engineer who was turned is currently stationed at the Ally base of Yuan Kemming, the first warlord of Kokong. If we want to bring those documents and this traitor back to China, we'll inevitably need to rely on Ankamin and his Red Turban army. Xiao Chong suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Why would the Allied forces shelter that Chinese traitor? Could it be the U.S.? Susindu nodded. That's right, this Yuan Kemming is close to the U.S. and can be considered their overseas henchman. Xiao Chong's face darkened. The influence of the United States is truly pervasive. They even have their eyes on tiny cotton fields. Since they are henchmen of the United States, let's just take them out while we're at it. Xinluo, I know what to do. You rest a little longer, I'll go arrange some things. At this moment, Xiao Chong's words were full of tenderness and concern, which moved Su Xinluo deeply. Thinking back to their long talk on the plane earlier, a strange feeling welled up in her heart. She was startled by her own feeling, and her cheeks flushed red. After returning to Ankom's room, Xiao Chong adopted an even more somber attitude than before and slowly walked towards An Keeman, which made the already extremely nervous An Keeman even more timid and cautious. My lord, spare my life. I'll agree to anything you ask for, just to save my life. An Keeman knelt on the ground, crying and begging Xiao Chong to let her go. Just as Xiao Chong was about to say something, a fierce gunfight suddenly broke out again in the camp below, interspersed with violent explosions. Su Rue immediately went to the floor-to-ceiling glass window, holding a night vision telescope and looking into the distance. There's an invasion by foreign enemies. At least 20,000 people. Su Rue reported what she had seen to Xiao Chong with a solemn expression. Just then, the phone on An Keeman's desk rang urgently. An Keeman was startled and first looked at Xiao Chong. Speechless, Xiao Chong shouted, "Answer the phone immediately and find out what's going on down there." An Keeman then picked up the phone shakily. "Hello? General Ong, the Allied forces are attacking. Our casualties are heavy." Upon hearing this, An Keeman slumped into the chair behind his desk. For An Keeman at this moment, it was truly a case of misfortunes never coming singly. He had just been ambushed by these well-equipped 13 men, and now his mortal enemy, the Allied forces, had attacked. Xiao Chong's face was gloomy. He really knew how to pick his timing. Xiao Chong wondered if it was because his surprise attack crippled the Red Turban Army's defense, an early warning system that the Allied army had the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. An Keeman, I'll give you a chance to live. Do you want it? Upon hearing this, An Keeman nodded his head vigorously, like a rattle drum. First, order these 20 mercenaries to go down and assist in the defense. Second, have your Red Turban Army fight with all its might. Otherwise, once the Allied army attacks, you know the consequences. You will die. Yuan Kemming will not let you go. Third, deploy your tank squad. This is the time to unleash your full resources. After Xiao Chong finished speaking, An Keeman did not hesitate and immediately ordered the mercenaries and the Red Turban Army generals in the camp to obey Xiao Chong and others' commands. Xiao Chong nodded to Su Rue. Su Rue was a veteran of many battles and was more suitable to be the current commander-in-chief. Su Rue didn't hold back and immediately displayed the aura of a top soldier. Mercenary squad, go and occupy high ground such as watchtowers, and then kill the Allied forces in the distance. As soon as Su Rue gave the order, the mercenary squad was the first to leave and head to the battlefield. Then he picked up the phone on his desk and issued several instructions to the frontline commander. With An Keeman's instructions, the frontline personnel carried out Su Rue's orders to the fullest extent. General Ong, have your men turn on all 10 searchlights on the summit of Tianmen Mountain. Without hesitation, An Keeman immediately carried out the order, and the forest at the foot of Nanshaman Mountain was instantly as bright as day. The Allied forces hidden among them were immediately exposed. Brother Yu, assemble the sniper rifles and use this high vantage point to engage the enemy personnel. Yu Fei and the others didn't hesitate either. They immediately took out their backpacks from behind and began assembling sniper rifles. With the mercenaries providing close-range firepower suppression, and Yu Fei and others delivering strikes at medium to long range, the situation became much more favorable. This actually slowed down the Allied forces' sharp offensive momentum. Chapter 103 Crisis Resurfaces. Meanwhile, behind the Allied forces responsible for the attack, inside a specially made, bulletproof, extended military jeep, Allied forces commander Yuan Kemming was hysterically shouting at the frontline commander-in-chief, Liu Daxuan, over the phone. What's the situation at the front? Didn't they say that the Red Turban Army's defensive positions have been destroyed by an unfamiliar special forces team? Why? After 20 minutes, are we still unable to enter the Red Turban Army camp despite having twice the troop strength? What are you all good for? Yuan Kemming's confidant, who was in charge of the frontline attack, also looked aggrieved. The attack had been going smoothly for the first 15 minutes, but suddenly a new force with extremely strong combat power appeared on the other side. Not only did they get headshots every time, but they also couldn't pinpoint the location of these snipers. The soldiers who attacked the camp were stopped by the enemy's Gatling guns and Gatling Vulcan cannons, two extremely powerful weapons. Commander Yuan, the enemy has a large number of snipers who are conducting precision strikes against our soldiers from a distance. Moreover, the enemy is equipped with Gatling guns, Vulcan cannons, and tanks for support. Once our soldiers enter the firing range, they will be riddled with bullets. The soldiers are too afraid to advance. Yuan Kemming's face was contorted with rage. He had long wanted to annex Ong Kimin's Red Turban Army, but the enemy relied on the high terrain of Nanchaman Mountain and had built a very strong outer defense system. Today, taking advantage of the opportunity presented by the external forces crippling the Red Turban Army's defense system, I originally thought I could take down the Red Turban Army without lifting a finger. But to my surprise, it was still this difficult. Liu Daxuan, tell the front line to hold on. The engineer battalion can quickly open a safe passage. I'll send out a tank company right away. Yes, Commander Yuan, I will definitely hold on. Upon hearing that Yuan Kemming was going to send out the Allied forces trump card tank company, Liu Daxuan's worried expression instantly disappeared. The Allied tank company was formed with the support of the United States. It consisted of the most advanced main battle tanks secretly procured from the West. Although there were only 20 tanks, their combat capabilities were unmatched by other warlords. Despite having 50 tanks, the Encore is entirely composed of World War II tanks that were purchased at high prices on the black market. Because they are non-governmental armed groups within Pamir, countries are unwilling to do business with them in order to avoid international criticism. 10 minutes later, 20 tanks of the Allied forces roared and began to move through the mountains and forests. From their elevated vantage point, Su Rue and his group spotted the enemy's tank formation immediately. Don't worry, they only have 20 tanks, while my Red Turban Army has 50. The Allied forces are no match for us. Seeing that the situation on the front lines had turned around, Encore became arrogant and conceited, with a contemptuous expression. The enemy's 20 tanks are fourth-generation heavy-armored main battle tanks from the Western world, with armor thickness reaching 300 millimeters. Your outdated tanks would be like tickling them if they hit them. Suri bluntly exposed Oncom's embarrassing situation. Ong Kimin gave an awkward smile, but he was also extremely shocked. How did that bastard Yuan Kemming get this batch of main battle tanks? What can we do? The enemy's tanks will reach the foot of Nanchaman Mountain in no more than 10 minutes. Ong Kimin looked panicked. Without the delaying effect of the anti-tank minefield, if the enemy's main battle tanks were to breach our camp, our side would be completely defenseless. This is also the question that Su Rue and Xiao Chong are currently pondering. Once the enemy's main battle tanks get in, it will be a one-sided massacre. Just as everyone was getting anxious, a leisurely voice rang out. No matter how thick the tank's armor is, its tracks can't withstand the bombardment of artillery shells. Xinluo, the one speaking, was Su Xinluo. After resting, she has recovered almost completely, and the embarrassing feeling inside her body has also faded away. She quickly got dressed and went to find Xiao Chong. As soon as she entered the room, she heard everyone's conversation. Are you alright? Susin no nadif. You mean specifically target the enemy tank tracks? That's right. Since the tank passage was temporarily opened up by the enemy's engineers, it probably won't be very wide, and the surrounding area is full of dense forest covered with anti-tank mines. If we disable the first few enemy tanks, the tanks behind them will be unable to pass. There's nothing they can do about being anxious. Su Xinlu had just finished speaking. Su Rue and Xiao Chong's eyes lit up immediately. Onkamin, do you have any RPG rocket launchers in your barracks? Su Rue immediately asked. Yes. Get them ready. I'm going to blow up their tracks. After saying that, Su Rue was about to leave. Wait, I'll go with you. At this moment, Su Xinlua also stepped forward. Xinlua, are you going too? Xiao Chang exclaimed in surprise. What? You look down on me? I'm a soldier first, and a woman second. As she spoke, Su Xinlua didn't forget to give Xiao Chang a look that was both domineering and charming. Xiao Chang was momentarily lost in thought, and couldn't help but recall the scene of rescuing Su Xinlua earlier. Su Rue and Su Xinlua quickly arrived at the Red Turban Army's camp, and each took 2 RPG rocket launchers. They also ordered 2 Red Turban Army soldiers to carry 2 rocket launchers each and follow them. After seeing the 2 set off, Xiao Chang instructed Ankiman to turn off all the large searchlights on the top of Nanchaman Mountain to facilitate Su Rue and the other's shallow journey. The 2 were wearing night vision goggles, so their movements in the dark were not affected at all. As the entire battlefield was plunged into darkness, the sounds of gunfire and artillery diminished considerably, which also eased the pressure on the Allied soldiers who were being relentlessly attacked. Under the cover of night, they began to advance towards the Red Turban Army's front lines in the dark. In the dense forest, several figures moved swiftly, their speed no slower than that of the advancing Allied tank battalion. Occasionally, Allied soldiers encountered by Su Rue and his companions would be swiftly killed by the 2 with melee weapons. 5 minutes later, Su Rue and the others stopped by the makeshift tank passage, not even bothering to catch their breath. He immediately took out the RPG rocket launcher from his back, because the rumbling of the enemy tanks was already very close. At the same time, the searchlights on the top of Nanchaman Mountain were turned on again. The Allied soldiers who rushed to the camp had nowhere to hide and were once again subjected to a dense barrage of fire from the Red Turban Army. Xinlu, you take the first one, I'll take the second one. Ready, fire. When a lead vehicle was still 20 meters away from where Su Rue and his men were lying in ambush, 2 streaks of flame roared toward the tank. The moment the rocket was launched, the 4 quickly moved into the nearby dense forest. Soon after, a violent explosion was heard. The second tank swayed back and forth for a while before breaking down, while the first tank seemed unaffected and continued to move forward. It turns out that Su Xinlua's rocket hit the tank's rolling shaft directly instead of the tracks. At this moment, the place where they had just taken cover was already covered by enemy tank fire. One of the Red Turban Army soldiers who was slower to run was hit by shrapnel from the explosion and died on the spot. Su Rue and the others were also thrown several meters away by the huge shockwave of the explosion. Chapter 1-0 for the tragic Yuan Kemming. The 3 of them took advantage of the shockwave to hide behind a slope and remained motionless. At this moment, the area was illuminated as if it were daytime by the searchlights of the tank formation. Except for the lead vehicle, which continued to move forward, all other vehicles stopped in place and then fired blindly into the area. Instantly, flames shot out and smoke billowed. Under the cover of the smoke, Su Rue sped toward the direction the lead vehicle was heading, and then, under the cover of darkness, fired another rocket at the tracks of the lead vehicle. Just in case, immediately after firing 1 RPG, he picked up another and decisively pressed the fire button. After 2 loud booms, the lead vehicle promptly turned off its engine and stopped. As the thick smoke dissipated, Su Rue looked at the tracks that had been blown into 3 pieces and felt a surge of joy. Then, they quickly disappeared into the back slope and ran towards the direction where Su Xinlua was. So, did you take him down? As soon as Su Rue came over, Su Xinlua couldn't wait to ask. All done. Yeah. Su Xinlu acted like a little girl. Suri, shall we go back now? Or, as she spoke, Su Xinlu glanced in the direction the tanks were coming from. You mean we should follow the direction the tanks came from and take out their command post? Su Xinlu nodded excitedly. Having not carried out this kind of mission in a long time, Su Rue was extremely excited and looking forward to it. Perhaps this is just a soldier's instinct, etc. Under Su Xinlua's questioning gaze, Su Rue picked up an RPG and fired a shot at the rear of the tank group. The shell exploded precisely on the tracks, and the tank at the rear wobbled from side to side along one track before coming to a complete stop. Then the 2 men, armed with assault rifles and their only RPG rocket launcher, sprinted toward the direction the tank was coming from. The Allied forces, who did not receive tank support, were once again suppressed by the Red Turban Army's firepower for both near and far, and were unable to raise their heads as they lay prone at the bottom of the hillside. Meanwhile, inside the armored jeep, Yuan Kemming had just received a call from Lu Daxuan, the frontline commander. Commander Yuan, why hasn't our tank company arrived yet? It's only a few kilometers long. You should be able to get there by bicycle, right? Yuan Kimming's face was ashen as he roared at the guards beside him. Get the tank company back. Ask them why they haven't arrived at the front lines yet. Just then, the landline phone next to him rang urgently. Yuan Kimming picked it up immediately and said, "Hello. Commander Yuan, the lead and rear tanks of our tank company have been destroyed by the enemy, and the middle vehicles cannot get around them. We are currently repairing the tracks, which is expected to take half an hour." Upon hearing this, Yuan Kimming became furious, yelling, "Useless," and then hung up the phone. Picking up Lu Dashun's phone again, she said, "Lu Dashun, did you hear that? You won't get artillery support from the tank company for at least half an hour. You." Just then, a loud boom was heard through the microphone. Commander Yuan, Commander Yuan. But the microphone connection has been completely lost. Upon hitting the target with a single shot, Su Rue immediately raised his gun and opened fire on the more than 20 guards who were still standing around him. Less than 2 minutes later, the specially made bulletproof military vehicle was completely empty. Su Rue and her companion went straight to the overturned military vehicle and looked inside through the window. This must be the enemy commander. Let's get him out of here first. Suri picked up the rifle and fired several shots at the already cracked bulletproof glass. The glass finally gave way and shattered. After a struggle, the two finally managed to pull the man out of the car. He's still alive. He's had a lot of luck. I did investigating. Suri spoke to Suinlua. It's good that he's not dead. Contact Xiao Chong and have On Keeman check if he knows this person. Upon hearing this, Su Rue immediately made a video call to Xiao Chong via satellite phone. Brother Rue, how's it going over there? Mr. Xiao, we have destroyed the enemy's lead and tail vehicles, and their tank squad is now stuck on the road and unable to get out. Xiao Chong excitedly pumped his fist. Beautiful. President Xiao, this is a commander that Xinluo and I captured. He should be a fairly high-ranking leader. Let On Combe take a look. Maybe he recognizes it. Upon hearing this, On Keeman stepped forward without waiting for Xiao Chong's summons. You arrested Yuan Kimming? During his speech, On Keeman displayed an expression of utter shock. Xiao Chong was overjoyed. Is that Yuan Kimming, the commander-in-chief of the Allied forces? On Keeman nodded frantically. Rue, Guixin Luo, you heard that, didn't you? You've arrested Yuan Kimming, the commander-in-chief of the Allied army. Now you need to find a way to wake him up and get him to order a complete ceasefire on the Allied front. Then Yuan Kimming himself was escorted here. After hanging up the phone, Su Ruixin and Luo were both relieved and terrified. If that shot had killed Yuan Kimming, the Allied forces are likely to fall apart, with their generals becoming independent and each fighting their own battles. It would be a very difficult task to defeat and subdue them one by one. As long as Yuan Kimming is still alive, he will have the power to intimidate his generals and achieve the remarkable effect of holding the emperor hostage to command the princes. Su Rue, a retired veteran, naturally knows many methods for waking people up. After fiddling around for a while, Yuan Kimming slowly woke up. Looking at the two unfamiliar faces in front of him and the tragic scene of his men being killed or wounded all around him, he instantly understood the situation before him. Who are you? Were you sent by On Combe? How much did On Combe pay you? I'll give you double, no? 10 times. Yuan Kimming's first thought was to use money to get himself out of his current predicament. Su Rue and his companion chuckled. Yuan Kimming, we really weren't sent by On Keeman. However, we can take you to meet this old acquaintance of yours. I think you'll have many similar feelings. Yuan Kimming was completely confused and had no idea what the other person was talking about. However, the first thing to do right now is to order your allies to cease all offensive operations. Have your tank company commander and frontline commander come here to meet you. If Su Rue wants to minimize the risk of frontline commanders acting independently, the best way is to disarm and escort all frontline commanders back. This is the safest approach. The rest are just a bunch of lowly soldiers. Nothing to worry about. Yuan Kimming's mind was racing, trying to think of any possible way to escape. He became the top warlord in Kokong by virtue of his wisdom, ruthlessness, and forbearance, and it took him 10 years to gain a foothold in this chaotic place. You arrested me. Of course you have some purpose. Why don't we sit down and talk? Everything is a transaction. It's just a matter of different prices. Okay, then have your men stop attacking and retreat 2 miles back, and let the frontline commander come here. Otherwise, you might not have any chance at all. After saying that, Su Rue picked up his assault rifle, pulled the bolt, and aimed it at Yuan Kemming. Yuan Kemming felt helpless. The more ruthless a person is, the more they cherish their life. He could only nod in agreement, retrieve the phone from the overturned jeep, and order the frontline commander Lu Daxuan and tank company commander Su Dawei to return immediately. Chapter 105: Persuading Someone to Quit. When the two rushed back to their rear base, they were met only by the cold barrels of guns. At this moment, Lu Daxuan finally understood why his previous phone call with Yuan Kemming had been abruptly cut off after an explosion. Presumably, the commander-in-chief had already been attacked by then. Lu Daxuan didn't even get out of the car before everyone else got back in, and he became the temporary driver as they headed towards the Red Turban Army's camp. 10 minutes later, in the drafty room of Anchorman, "Oncombe, quickly receive your old acquaintance." Xiao Chong joked. "Oncombe, you're also encore nodé de regret folie." There's a strong sense of camaraderie among brothers who've fallen on hard times. Yuan Kemming was shocked by what he saw. Before he arrived, he had always believed that Su Rue and the other person were sent by Ong Keeman. He never expected that Ong Keeman had already become a prisoner before him. Before attacking the Red Turban Army, he received a message from a spy station within the Red Turban Army, saying that an outside force had attacked Anchorman's base and had completely crippled the Red Turban Army's defense system. He then immediately ordered a night raid on the Red Turban Army, intending to play the role of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Little did I know that this game would get me into trouble too. He was filled with regret. Xiao Chong gave Su Xinlu a wink, and the latter immediately understood. "Commander Yuan, is Chun Zadie still at your allied army's base?" Yuan Kemming was startled. So they came for him. Chun Zadie is an important figure whom the M country repeatedly instructed to protect. Tomorrow, we will escort him safely to Teddy International Airport, and then take a flight from there directly to the M country. If it's not completed, the Americans will definitely take their anger out on me. But then I thought, damn it, I'm barely able to take care of myself right now. I'm in jail. Why should I care about you American bastards? Yes, I've assigned someone to protect you." Su Xinlu was overjoyed. She had been worried that Chun Zadie might have already arrived in the United States while she was drugged. "Then I'll trouble Commander Yuan to have someone bring Chun Zadie over." "Well," Yuan Kemming hesitated briefly again. At that moment, a gunshot rang out abruptly, startling Yuan Kemming and Ong Keeman. At this moment, Yu Fei looked apologetic. "I'm so sorry, the gun went off accidentally." "It went off." Taking advantage of the moment when no one was looking, she gave Xiao Chong a knowing look. Xiao Chong, however, wore a strange expression. "Brother you're becoming more and more in line with the times." Immediately, Yuan Kemming changed his mind. "No problem, I'll arrange it right away." The room suddenly fell into a deathly silence. "Mr. Xiao, Xinluo has been rescued, and the traitor has been brought over immediately. What should we do next?" "Return to China on the spot." Upon hearing Su Rue's words, Xiao Chong also fell into deep thought. "What suggestions do you have?" Su Rue pulled Xiao Chong outside directly. "The Mianbei area is connected to our country's border. Due to the constant warlord conflicts here, our border is often threatened. Warlord rule is still rule, so we might as well take over directly to develop it into Qiangxing Security's first overseas base." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chong nodded repeatedly. Clearly, he was also moved by Su Rue's opinion. If this no-man's land in northern Kokong continues to develop unchecked, with the support of various warlords, the Kokong region will become a breeding ground for telecom fraud, and the Chinese people will suffer the most. Having reached an agreement, the two returned to the room. "Commander Ong, Commander Yuan, shall we speak in private?" The two of them naturally dared not refuse Xiao Chong's invitation. The three of them went to a closed room next door, where it was much quieter as the mountain winds were no longer howling. "Please have a seat." At this moment, Xiao Chong acted as if he were the host, and sat down in a chair as soon as he entered the room. The two of them sat down side by side, feeling quite nervous. "What are your plans for the future?" Xiao Chong asked leisurely. Confused, the two exchanged questioning glances. Sir, stop calling me adult. You're not children anymore." "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Xiao Chong, and I'm Chinese." Mr. Xiao, regarding the trouble we've caused you, Our Red Turban Army are willing to pay you 200 million Chinese yuan. What do you think? Onkemin took the initiative to speak first. Yes, our allies are also willing to pay 200 million. Xiao Chong burst into laughter, laughing so hard he forgot himself. But such a smile, in such a quiet room, in such a quiet night, was as creepy as it could be to the two of them. Suddenly, he pulled out the pistol from his waist and slammed it onto the table in front of him. The loud bang startled the two of them, making them tremble again. Why don't you two reconsider? Xiao Chong lowered his head slightly, glancing upwards at the two of them with a strange look in his eyes. Mr. Xiao, could you perhaps give me a hint? Yes, give me a hint. The two of them were completely bewildered. You're the one who made us say it, and now you're not satisfied. Here's a hint for you. Xiao Chong's face now wore a childlike, innocent smile again. This made the two of them mutter to themselves, that's a really fast change of heart. Yes, can you give me a hint? Fine. Look at you two, you're both in your 50s or 60s. What's the point of staying in this godforsaken, barren land of Mianbei? What's the point of living? It's all about making money and having fun. Especially since you encombe like women, then go to France. The girls there are passionate, and as long as you have money, you can have as many as you want. Why bother with such despicable and fraudulent activities? Commander Yuan, am I right? Yes. Both of them were cunning old foxes. How could they not understand the meaning behind Xiao Chong's words? They're trying to force us to leave northern Cambodia. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing a look of seriousness in each other's eyes. He has spent his whole life working hard here, and all his family business is here. Within the camp, he is the only master, the only ruler. Giving up is easier said than done. The two were engaged in a fierce internal struggle, while Xiao Chong remained oblivious to their flirtatious exchanges. This time, it was Yuan Kemming who spoke first. Mr. Xiao, after thinking about it, I realize that I am indeed getting old, and it's time for me to enjoy my later years. Then I entrust my allies to Mr. Xiao. They represent the culmination of my life's work, and I hope Mr. Xiao will take good care of them. After speaking, Yuan Kemming seemed to age considerably in an instant, as if he had let go of a great deal, and he lay loosely on the chair. At this moment, Yuan Kemming was thinking that if he lost the person that the U.S. wanted, those ruthless American bastards probably wouldn't let him off easily. Rather than stubbornly resisting here, it would be better to take this opportunity to go into hiding and enjoy the leisurely life of a wealthy old man in his later years. Xiao Chong was secretly pleased. With Yuan Kemming setting an example, Ong Keeman would be even easier to control. Then, the handling of assets within the Allied forces is a problem. Xiao Chong said this casually. The shrewd Yuan Kemming immediately spoke up. Mr. Xiao, I've accumulated some savings abroad over the years. I'll leave the assets within the Allied army to you for the purpose of supporting the army. Xiao Chong thought to himself, you old codger, you've got some sense. Commander Ong, what about you? What could Ong Keeman say? Even the #1 warlord in Mianbei was considering resigning. So what could he, the second in command, possibly do? I'm the same as Commander Yuan, but I plan to go to Japan. The girls there are unforgettable. Everything within the Red Turban Army is now in Mr. Zhao's hands. Chapter 106, Integrating the Red Turban Army and Allied Forces. Seeing that both warlords had backed down, Xiao Chong didn't care about their little schemes. What does it mean to have some savings overseas? This is quite something. It's estimated to be at least several hundred million. Just now, those two casually offered me 200 million. Then let's go arrange the handover. And since it's already daylight, I'll have someone escort you two into Teddy country. The two muttered to themselves, damn it, they messed us up all night and didn't even let the two old folks get a rest before kicking us out. They're utterly inhuman. However, neither of them dared to speak out against their anger. Around 6 a.m., at the foot of Nanchaman Mountain, the Red Turban Army and the Allied Army stood together in a rare occurrence, receiving parting words from their spiritual leader. The message was incredibly touching. Ong Keeman, brothers, I'm getting old and can no longer lead you to new heights. This is Xiao Chong, the son of my great-aunt's sister's niece, Yuan Kemming. He is also the nephew of my distant maternal uncle's brother. Xiao Chong was so embarrassed he almost had a stroke. Was it really that bad? Ong Keeman and Yuan Kemming said. Therefore, Xiao Chong is our common relative, and we should turn hostility into friendship. We're getting old, and we're going to spend our retirement years overseas. Next, our common distant relative, Xiao Chong, will lead the Red Turban Army and the Allied Army. I hope that under his wise leadership, everyone will continue to grow stronger. After a brief farewell, the two were seen off by Xiao Chong. To prevent unnecessary trouble, Xiao Chong immediately adopted the approach of the great man and used the method of swapping generals to divide and disintegrate the established forces. The commander of the Allied tank company immediately stood up to object, but was shot dead by Su Rue. No other general dared to raise objections after that. Brother Rue, you may need to stay for a while to organize these two scattered groups, weeding out those that need to be eliminated and training those that need to be trained. Furthermore, although the generals have been reassigned, it's hard to say whether other problems might arise. Furthermore, thoroughly investigate the resources of the Red Turban Army and the Allied Army, and see what those two old men are really made of. Su Rue nodded. This was much simpler for him, a national-level elite soldier. You are currently short of manpower. I will have Brother Yu and the others stay and help you for a while. Once you have sorted things out, I will send them back to China. Mr. Xiao, just let them stay for a day or two. I've already gathered some of the retired brothers back in China, and I've told them to come over immediately. That would be best. After you've settled things here, you should go back to China immediately. Yes, Mr. Xiao. Only after arranging all of this did Xiao Chong feel sleepy. Although Su Rue was also a bit sleepy, he still had to manage the remaining 25,000 plus people. Su Xinlu led Xiao Chong to the room where the two were being held, where there were two large beds. At this moment, on a large bed, Korean celebrity Dora is still fast asleep. Xiao Chong, why don't you and I rest on this bed for a while? Xiao Chong nodded and buried his face in the soft mattress. Xiao Chong, thank you for rescuing me. When I was drugged, I thought I would never be able to leave this place again in my life. After they forcibly drugged me, I thought I would never be able to retain my virginity again, but unexpectedly, you appeared like a prince on a white horse at the crucial moment. Xiao Chong, since we parted on the plane last time, I've dreamed about you almost every night. Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong? At this moment, Su Xinlua had her back to Xiao Chong and tried to appear calm. But when she suddenly turned around, she was surprised to see that the other person was already snoring softly. Su Xinlu was utterly exasperated. You fall asleep way too fast. I finally mustered up the courage to say these words, but you responded to my heartfelt confession with snoring? Su Xinlua's face, already flushed with nervousness and shyness, combined with her slightly frantic expression, gave her a unique mature woman's charm. After calming down by sitting on the edge of the bed, Su Xinlu came to Xiao Chong's side, took off his shoes and coat, and covered him with a blanket before quietly lying down next to him. Looking at Xiao Chong's handsome face, Su Xinlu couldn't help but give him a light kiss on the cheek. Then he nervously closed his eyes. The night passed peacefully. Perhaps Xiao Chong was truly exhausted, and he didn't display the same level of aggression as he had on the plane that time. Around 3 p.m., a scream suddenly rang out, waking people from their sleep. Xiao Chong suddenly sat up. Miss Dora, what's wrong? How do you know my name is Delilah? And who are you? You forgot? Last night you were drugged and kept throwing yourself at me. I knocked you out and rescued you. Dora looked puzzled. Then, after a moment's reflection and confirming that she had not been violated, she carefully recalled some of the scenes from yesterday. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. At this time, Dora was still relatively green and did not have the mature and charming aura she would have 10 years later. However, her physical development had already been completed ahead of schedule, and she was curvaceous, which made Xiao Chong momentarily lose his composure. No, it's nothing, just something I did. I'm your fan. Dora was completely bewildered. She had only just started out and hadn't acted in any movies yet. At 5 p.m., Su Rue sent military vehicles to take Xiao Chong, Su Xinlua, and Chun Zaidi to the China-Myanmar border, where military aircraft were already waiting. Dora was later sent to Teddy Country and boarded a flight back to Korea. At 7 p.m., Xiao Chong and his entourage were personally received by Chan Weigua, the military leader. Xiao Chong, I really didn't misjudge you. I never expected you to complete this task in just one night. You are truly my lucky star. You not only rescued Major Su, but also arrested the traitor and brought him back to the country, preventing a major loss for the nation. Chen Weigua genuinely admired Xiao Chong. Sir, what about the Major General rank? Xiao Chong was indifferent to these empty praises, but he never forgot about the rank of Major General. Chen Weiguo was taken aback. Haha, Xiaoqiang, you little rascal, you've been thinking about this all along. Okay, I'll report to my superiors right away. Once the higher-ups approve it, I'll immediately award you the rank of Major General in your uniform. Is that all right? Xiaoqiang grinned. That's perfect. I'll wait for you here. Su Xinlu, who was standing next to him, was speechless. Only Xiaoqiang would dare to speak to the leader like that. Chen Weiguo laughed again. All right, I'll give you this special treatment. After saying this, Chen Weiguo reported this special situation to his superiors via a dedicated telephone line. The superiors had heard of Xiaoqiang's name because of the Aachen incident, and upon hearing that Xiaoqiang had once again rendered meritorious service to the country, they readily agreed to award him the rank first and complete the formalities later. Chapter 107 Major, General Rank. After obtaining approval from his superiors, Chen Weiguo immediately arranged for relevant military personnel to bring the equipment to his office. Xiaoqiang looked at the military uniforms and boots in the staff's hands, his heart filled with excitement, his eyes filled with longing. Xiaoqiang, from the moment you receive this sacred military uniform, you have a greater responsibility and burden on your shoulders. Although you are only an unofficial member of the military, you still have the responsibilities and obligations of a soldier. Chen Weiguo said with a solemn and serious expression. Xiaoqiang also put away his previous unruly expression and looked serious. Please rest assured, sir, I will definitely be strict with myself and make sure that my actions are worthy of this uniform. Chen Weiguo nodded in satisfaction. Xiaoqiang, listen to my command. Accept your uniform. Xiaoqiang immediately stood up straight, gave Chen Weiguo a solemn military salute, and then took the uniform from him. Su Xinluo, standing beside him, looked at the young general's uniform in Xiaoqiang's hand and felt a surge of emotion and excitement. Xiaoqiang, go to my lounge and change into this. See if it fits. With his military uniform in hand, Xiaoqiang was even more excited. Hearing his superior say this, he didn't stand on ceremony and went straight into the superior's restroom. 3 minutes later, the door to Chen Weiguo's restroom opened. Su Xinluo immediately looked up, exclaiming, wow. The already tall and handsome Xiaoqiang looked even more upright and sturdy in his military uniform. His face full of determination and his handsome appearance was striking. Su Xinlu was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at the other person. Not bad, not bad. Very much like the spirit of a Chinese soldier. Even Chen Weiguo himself praised it repeatedly. Xiaoqiang kept turning his head to look at the military ranks on his shoulders. Then the staff immediately took Xiaoqiang's photo on the spot and made an officer's ID card. Seeing Xiaoqiang's overjoyed expression, Chen Weiguo took a sip of tea and said, Xiaoqiang, we've given you the uniform and rank insignia. When can you join the army and train the special forces teams in various military regions? Xiaoqiang was taken aback. Commander, it's possible anytime. Even if I'm not here, I can arrange for people to enter the army to temporarily replace me. Chen Weiguo was taken aback. Huh? You brat, what do you take my special forces for? You think you could just pull out anyone and make them an instructor? And what's this? You took the reward early and you're trying to run away? Let me tell you, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Xiaoqiang sighed helplessly. Commander, please let me explain. First, the people I found are absolutely qualified to be instructors for the special forces. You can rest assured about that. At worst, you can observe the training first day in person. Secondly, since I have agreed to be your instructor, I will certainly not desert my post. However, if I encounter an emergency, I will temporarily assign these people to conduct training. See, is this all right? Upon hearing this, Chen Weiguo's expression softened. Okay, then I'll start issuing mobilization orders to the entire army. Once the scale and personnel for the training are determined, I'll notify you as soon as possible. No problem, sir. After finalizing these arrangements, Xiaoqiang changed back into casual clothes and left Chen Weiguo's office with Su Xinlu. Xiaoqiang, when will you remove the scars on my body? As soon as she left the military headquarters, Su Xinlu couldn't wait to ask Xiaoqiang. Seeing the hopeful and adorable look in the other person's eyes, Xiaoqiang chuckled. How about now? Su Xinlu nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Xiaoqiang took Su Xinlu directly to Huaxia traditional Chinese medicine pharmaceutical factory. Fu Hao, Mingxing, and Niu Bai, the three brothers, were all in Fu Hao's operations director's office, taking a break to rest with their eyes closed. In the past few days, the three of them have been working nonstop, first signing an investment promotion agreement with the Xinjiang municipal government of Shaanxi province, and then immediately handling preliminary procedures, such as company registration. At Xiao Chang's recommendation, the construction of the Xishan Province Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall Industrial Park was undertaken by Qiangxing Real Estate. As this project is a key investment attraction project for Jin City this year, the Jin City government has provided tremendous support in handling the relevant procedures, and it is expected to officially commence construction in 2 days. As soon as the three returned from Jin City, Xiao Chang arranged for them to connect with Jeffers Zhang's pharmaceutical factory in Shannon Province to complete the equity transfer and start the production of Shenyang Kangtai pills as soon as possible. This week, the three of them could only sleep 2 or 3 hours a day. That son of a bitch Xiao Chang. I wonder where he's been having a good time these past few days. I'm exhausted every day. Dong Mingxing looked indignant. I don't even have the time to pick up girls. Stop talking nonsense. Can you attract $2 billion in investment? Can you take over that factory in Zhengzhou without spending a penny? If you can do that, then you can go and have a good time, and I'll do your work. Fu Hao retorted without holding back. I don't have that ability. I'm just saying a few words, Niobai said in a tone of disappointment. With that kind of energy, wouldn't it be better to just close your eyes and rest? Just then, the door to Fu Hao's office creaked open. Fu Hao's eyes remained closed. Assistant Zhang, what is it? Xiao Chang looked at the three people in front of him with their eyes closed and heads drooping. Fu Hao's words also revealed a hint of weakness. Hey guys, what's up? Didn't you sleep last night? Xiao Chang? You son of a bitch. You little brat, you're not human. The moment the three men saw Xiao Chang, they all pointed their guns at him without hesitation. As Xiao Chang entered, Su Xinluo's figure was also revealed. Hey Xiao Chang, who's this beautiful lady? Celebrity, is my hair a mess? Where's my comb? The three brothers' demeanor changed instantly upon seeing the beautiful woman. Hello, I'm Su Xinluo, Xiao Chang's friend. Hello, we are Xiao Chang, and my name is Fu Hao. My name is Dong Mingxing. My name is Hao Nyobi. After hearing Hao Nyobi's introduction, Su Xinluo chuckled. Hello, your names are so high profile. The three of them stared in disbelief at Su Xinlu's radiant smile. Perhaps the parents were feeling quite proud when they named him. Fu Hao said awkwardly, Beautiful lady, do you have a boyfriend? The celebrity and Nyo Bai also pricked up their ears, waiting for the beauty's reply. Me? Not yet, but I do have someone I like. As Su Xinlu spoke, her eyes involuntarily glanced at Xiao Chang beside her. The three were instantly heartbroken, and their eyes filled with resentment and jealousy as they looked at Xiao Chang. Fu Hao, who was about to ask Su Xinluo for her phone number, wisely kept quiet. Hey guys, I'm gonna go talk to those old doctors about something. I'll chat with you guys later. Amidst the disapproving looks of the three, Xiao Chang led Su Xinlu directly to the laboratory. Good evening, esteemed healers. To Xiao Chang's embarrassment, the 7 old doctors seemed not to have heard him at all and were still very focused on what they were doing around the experimental table. Nobody wanted to pay him any attention. Hua Tuo. Add 2 chien of longevity grass. Bien que c'est excitively. As Hua Tuo added an unremarkable-looking medicinal herb, a faint fragrance soon filled the laboratory. It's done. At this moment, the divine physician Gu Hong's joy was palpable. It should be successful. Hey, what are you guys talking about? What's done? Chapter 108 The Explosion of Anti-Cancer Drugs. Hey, Xiao Chang, when did you get here? Xiao Chang was speechless for a moment. Oh bien, so you've been treating me like I don't exist all this time? Bien que wasn't en bahast. We were so focused on our battle against cancer that we didn't notice you. Oh bien, you mean you've developed a drug to treat cancer? Xiao Chang spoke with extreme excitement, his expression one of longing and anticipation. The research on drugs for treating cancer was based on Gu Hong's early research findings. At this moment, Gu Hong also said excitedly, the medicine was developed based on our pathological analysis and reasoning about cancer. The specific efficacy needs to be verified by a group of cancer patients. The theoretical premise of this drug is that within 12 hours of administration, cancer cells will be halved, and within 24 hours, the tumor lesions will be controlled within a benign range, achieving coexistence between the tumor and the body, making cancer a chronic disease that is not fatal. If the drug's efficacy is verified, it proves that the drug has achieved success on both theoretical and practical levels. Although it cannot completely eliminate cancer, As long as it is not fatal, it is definitely a great invention that can cause a sensation in the world. Three-legged toads are hard to find, but cancer patients are very easy to find. Xiao Chong immediately called Fu Hao over, and the latter was equally excited when he heard that a breakthrough had been achieved in developing a cancer-specific drug. As everyone knows, if this drug can be successfully proven effective from a pathological perspective, its commercial value will be immeasurable. Fu Hao, go to the oncology intensive care unit of a 5A hospital and find 100 volunteers to participate in the drug trial. Once the drug passes our internal inspection, immediately register the invention patent and simultaneously send it to the Drug Regulatory Authority for clinical trials. Fu Hao was no longer the weak and listless man he had been. He now appeared energetic and vigorous. No problem. I will personally lead the team to the hospital to handle this matter. After saying that, Fu Hao personally led the people from the pharmacology and laboratory department to the nearest 5A hospital. Xiao Chong saw that everyone had already put away the first batch of more than 100 pills. Dr. Sun, I need your help. Upon hearing this, Sun Si Miao put down the medicinal herbs in his hand. Xiao Chong, is this the friend you mentioned wanting to get rid of his scars? Your medical skills are superb, and you can even predict the future. Xiao Chong's flattery was perfectly timed, and Sun Si Miao burst into laughter upon hearing it. Then he opened a combination lockbox, took out an exquisitely packaged medicine box, inside which was the eye skin jade cream. Because both of Huaxia TCM Hospital's pharmaceutical factories are currently operating at full capacity to produce Shenyang Kangtai pills, Bingji Yin cream has not been commercialized after passing clinical trials by the State Food and Drug Administration. Xiao Chong, apply this ointment evenly to the girl's scar, then wrap it with gauze. After 1 hour, you will feel a slight burning sensation on the scar. After 2 hours, the scar will fall off, and after 12 hours, you can remove the gauze. If you want to whiten your skin, dilute it with water at a ratio of 1:10 and apply it evenly to your skin. In less than 5 days, your skin will be as soft and white as a baby's. Meanwhile, Su Xinlua couldn't wait any longer. As soon as Sun Si Miao finished speaking, she pulled Xiao Chong away from the laboratory. Xinlua, where are you taking me? Let's go get a hotel room. Hurry up and apply the medicine. I can't wait any longer. Could you use a different word? Otherwise, it might give me other ideas. Su Xinlu rolled her eyes at Xiao Chong and continued walking forward, but she kept thinking about Xiao Chong's words, or maybe I have other ideas about you. The two found the nearest 5-star hotel. As soon as she entered the room, Su Xinluo went into the bathroom. Listening to the sound of the shower running in the bathroom, Xiao Chong unconsciously thought of the scene when he rescued Su Xinluo in Mianbei. This made him lose his senses. Then Su Xinluo came out wrapped in a bath towel. Perhaps because of the steam, her pretty face was flushed and she looked extremely beautiful. What are you looking at? It's not like we've never seen this before. Seeing Xiao Chong staring blankly at her, Su Xinluo couldn't help but feign reproach. But deep down, he was incredibly proud. I've seen it, but I can't get enough. Snort. Su Xinluo, the fierce and powerful woman in the military, surprisingly revealed a shy and girlish demeanor. Su Xinluo didn't continue on this topic because she was now eager to apply the medicine and see the scars on her body miraculously disappear. Su Xinluo lay directly on the bed and naturally removed the bath towel she was wrapped in. Xiao Chong felt another surge of excitement. Although it's not the first time we've met, it always feels like the first time. Xiao Chong looked at the dozen or so scars of varying sizes on Su Xinluo's back, some deep and some shallow, and felt a pang of heartache. He applied the ice skin jade cream evenly to the scars and then covered them with gauze to secure them. He then did the same thing, applying ointment to the scars on her legs, arms, and chest. Although the process was somewhat erotic, both of them were extremely restrained. Finally, Su Xinluo was covered in bandages all over her body. If you didn't look closely, you'd think she was a mummy. After all that work, Xiao Chong had a light sheen of sweat on his forehead. Seeing Xiao Chong's expression, Su Xinluo was deeply moved. Thank you, Xiao Chong. Here we go again. If I have to thank you, I might as well repay you with my body. Su Xinlu was about to say something. Xiao Chong suddenly spoke again. Just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Seeing Xiao Chong's sudden change to a carefree and playful demeanor, Su Xinluo's heart, which had been pounding with anxiety, suddenly relaxed. His relaxed expression, however, also carried a hint of regret. Perhaps, if Xiao Chong hadn't interrupted, she would have given a different answer. Xinlu, it's getting late. You should get some rest. Xiao Chong, why don't you not go back? This bed is big enough for 2 people. After Su Xinlu finished speaking, she felt that her words might cause some misunderstandings. At the same time, she suddenly remembered the scenes that happened on the plane last time, and her cheeks turned red. Is this convenient? What's with the dawdling? It's not like we haven't slept together before. But as soon as she finished speaking, Su Xinlu realized the ambiguity in her words and quickly explained, what I meant was, during the last military competition, we also rested in a room together. She felt a burning sensation on her cheeks. Okay, if I feel unwell during the process, I can handle it immediately. And so, the 2 of them, each with their own thoughts, slept on a large bed. Xiao Chong, this straight-laced man, quickly fell asleep again. Su Xinlu, however, was unable to fall asleep for a long time, feeling a mix of unease and anticipation. Midway through, she clearly felt a burning sensation at the location of the scar. It was precisely because she remained conscious that she avoided several unconscious attacks from Xiao Chong. That Xiao Chong guy, his sleep, is so restless. The next day, the sun slowly rose, illuminating the vast land. Xiao Chong rolled over and placed one hand directly on Su Xinlu, who was still fast asleep beside him. Su Xinlu was instantly awakened, feeling an arm pressing down on her and a warm breath on her cheek, warm and ticklish. She opened her eyes and looked at Xiao Chong, who was standing close to her, and a strange feeling welled up in her heart. She didn't push Xiao Chong away directly, but instead let him press down on her like that, while she turned her head to stare at him, feeling his breathing. Suddenly, Xiao Chong moved his mouth forward and lightly touched Su Xinlu's red lips, leaving Su Xinlu stunned. Xiao Chong, as if he had tasted something delicious, began to push his luck. Su Xinlu, who was attacked, was immediately thrown into a panic and, without thinking, pushed Xiao Chong away. Xiao Chong was jolted awake by the shoving. What's wrong, Xinlu? Hey, why is your face so red? Do you have a fever? Confused, Xiao Chong opened his sleepy eyes and immediately asked Su Xinlu, then touched her forehead. There's no fever, what happened? Su Xinlu was speechless, thinking to herself, it's all because of you. I don't have a fever. Time to get up. Oh. Xiao Chong stretched and sat up, looking at Su Xinlu, who was almost wrapped up like a dumpling. How are you feeling? Any discomfort? I had a burning sensation for a while last night, but it was okay, and the feeling disappeared later. I felt a little itchy in the middle of the night. Xiao Chong nodded. That's all right. Dr. Sun also warned that such a reaction might occur. He then glanced at his watch. There are still 40 minutes until the 12 hours are up. Are you looking forward to your rebirth? Su Xinlu was overjoyed. This could be considered a kind of rebirth, she thought, and nodded. Of course I'm looking forward to it. These 40 minutes would normally pass in the blink of an eye, but now they felt exceptionally long to Su Xinlu. It's only been 12 hours. Xiao Chong, hurry up and help me remove the gauze. His words were filled with urgency and an undisguised anticipation. Then close your eyes and wait for me to remove the gauze. You will witness your own transformation. Su Xinlu remained silent, simply closing her eyes obediently, but the violent heaving of her chest revealed the turmoil within her. Xiao Chong carefully and slowly peeled off a piece of gauze on her back shoulder, where there was a scar left by gunshots. Wow! Although he was mentally prepared, Xiao Chong still couldn't help but exclaim in amazement when he saw that the scar had disappeared without a trace, replaced by smooth skin. What's wrong, Xiao Chong? Has the scar been removed? Su Xinlu asked anxiously. It's all right. You'll witness the miracle for yourself later. This statement filled Su Xinlu with even greater anticipation. 10 minutes later, all the gauze on Su Xinlu's body was removed, and after scraping off the black ointment, her snow-white and smooth new skin shone with a captivating radiance. Xiao Chong, can you open your eyes now? Hold on. Xiao Chong first pulled Su Xinlu to the full-length mirror in the room, and then went to the bathroom to wet a disposable towel with warm water and carefully wiped off the ointment on her body. Although Su Xinlu was almost naked at this moment, Xiao Chong remained in a sage-like state throughout the entire process. Xinlu, that's enough. Su Xinlu took a deep breath and then suddenly opened her eyes. She twisted and turned in front of the mirror, carefully observing herself, and then suddenly burst into tears of joy. Then she hugged Xiao Chong tightly, saying, thank you, Xiao Chong." Feeling the real pressure on his chest, Xiao Chong felt embarrassed. "Ahem, Xinluo, get dressed first. Get dressed first." Su Xinluo then realized she was a little embarrassed, and her pretty face turned red. "Hurry up and put on your coat. Are you satisfied?" "Satisfied, extremely satisfied. You can't see any scars at all. It's simply amazing. By the way, what was that pharmaceutical company you took me to yesterday?" Xiao Chong nodded. "It's a startup company that my classmates and I run." "Wow, Xiao Chong, you're amazing." Soldiers admire the strong, and Su Xinluo is no exception. Xiao Chong is not only a top student at Yanda University, but also a reclusive master who won the title of Global Super Soldier King, and now he's the co-founder of a pharmaceutical company. Suddenly, Su Xinluo was filled with immense curiosity about Xiao Chong, and her eyes were full of admiration as she looked at him. "Xinluo, this is the remaining ice skin jade cream. After you return to the military camp, dilute it with water and apply it to your skin. It will make your tan skin become snow white and smooth." "Okay, thank you again, Xiao Chong. By the way, has your company's ice skin jade cream been released yet? I'd like to recommend it to my comrades. They definitely need it too. It's not in mass production yet. I'll let you know once we start mass production of this drug." After exchanging pleasantries, Su Xinluo took Xiao Chong back to a 5A hospital. "Xiao Chong, I'm heading back now. See you at the barracks next time." Xiao Chong nodded. "Drive carefully. By the way, I look forward to seeing you in a dress." Su Xinluo didn't say anything, but just smiled at Xiao Chong. After Su Xinluo left, Xiao Chong ran quickly into the hospital. He is now eager to know the experimental effects of the anti-cancer drug on volunteers. It turns out that last night, Fu Hao personally led a group of colleagues from the drug testing department to the oncology ward in a nearby 5A hospital with a newly developed anti-cancer drug. They encountered numerous obstacles right from the start. The normal drug testing process requires recruiting volunteers from the market to participate in drug trials. But this process can take several months, which is too time-consuming. That's why Xiao Chong proposed this time-saving and labor-saving method. But here's the problem. If you promote products that haven't passed the Drug Administration's inspection in a hospital and someone dies, who will be held responsible? With the doctor-patient relationship so strained right now, no hospital would tolerate such a high-risk incident. Standing in the corridor of the oncology ward, Fu Hao and his colleagues felt quite helpless about the situation. "Dear uncles and aunts, our medicine has indeed just been successfully developed, but who says that traditional Chinese medicine cannot treat cancer? These are all fallacies of Western medicine and shocking lies that maliciously suppress traditional Chinese medicine." At this moment, the head of the 5A hospital immediately stood up and said, "Talk is cheap. Anyone can brag. No matter how advanced Western technology is, it can only prolong patients' lives to a certain extent. I checked the company you just mentioned. They were only registered last month. How dare you boast that you've developed a miracle cure for cancer? Isn't that utterly ridiculous?" Upon hearing what the hospital leaders said, the patients and their families who had been watching the commotion began to discuss it amongst themselves. "You're right, we're a startup, but who says startups can't make groundbreaking inventions? I'm putting this out there today. Taking our medicine will reduce cancer cells by half within 12 hours and control lesions within a benign range within 24 hours. Anyone willing to volunteer, please find my staff to fill out a form and collect your medication." Chapter 1:10 Validation of the Effectiveness of Anti-Cancer Drugs. The huge corridor fell silent instantly. Cancer cells halved in 12 hours. Lesions turned benign in 24 hours? Haha, that's no way to brag. Why don't you just say your medicine is a divine gift that can cure all diseases? The hospital staff once again dismissed Fu Hao's outrageous remarks with disdain. "Young man, I'd like to volunteer." At this moment, an elderly man whose age was difficult to discern stepped forward with the help of his family. "Young man, the doctor diagnosed me with late-stage lung cancer with metastasis to multiple organs. I didn't have many days left to live anyway. Consider this support for the development of traditional Chinese medicine in China." After saying this, the old man seemed to have exhausted his last bit of strength. If his family hadn't been supporting him, he probably would have collapsed to the ground. Then the same voice rang out again, "Count me in." With these two individuals taking the lead, many late-stage cancer patients have also chosen to make a final stand for their chance at life. "I'll join too. Come on, let me fill out the college application form. The hospital representative panicked and immediately issued a warning. If you volunteer, you must complete the discharge procedures. If anything happens to you after taking their medication, our hospital will not be held responsible. Okay, let's complete the discharge procedures. Let's go, let's get discharged. And so, at 9 p.m. last night, 112 cancer patients completed their discharge procedures and signed a clinical trial volunteer drug trial agreement with Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall. They took the anti-cancer medicine from Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall at 9:30 p.m. that night and agreed to go to the 5A hospital they had visited before for cancer cell testing at 10 a.m. the next morning. Xiao Chong finally met Fu Hao and others, as well as the 112 late-stage cancer patients and their families outside the oncology laboratory of the 5A hospital. How's it going? He didn't even have time to catch his breath before hurriedly asking Fu Hao about his current condition. These 112 patients have completed cancer cell testing, and as per your request, we will cover the testing costs for the patients. The test results for these 112 patients should be available in about half an hour. Xiao Chong nodded, his heart filled with anticipation for the outcome of something more than ever before. Knowing whether this anti-cancer drug is effective is extremely important to Xiao Chong. From a public perspective, this is the most crucial step for Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall to become a world-class pharmaceutical company, and it contains enormous commercial benefits. On a personal level, his father, Xiao Jiangwo, is also a potential cancer patient, and he must take precautions to prevent it from happening. After a long wait, the door to the laboratory creaked open. The 112 patients, who had previously looked tense and expectant, immediately perked up. The laboratory staff then distributed 112 test reports to each patient. Dad, the shadow of cancer cells in your lungs is gone. Suddenly, a voice filled with surprise and joy rang out. Quick, let me see. Mom, less than a third of the lesions in your stomach are left. One after another, patients reported good news, such as a reduction in cancer cells, their complete disappearance, or a reduction in lesions. Cheers and tears of joy erupted from the crowd, because most of the 112 patients who signed up for the volunteer drug trial yesterday were late-stage patients who had given up all hope of survival. The current test results have undoubtedly given them an infinite desire to grow towards the sun. Please be quiet, everyone. I'm a staff member from Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic. Although everyone has received their test reports, and the results are positive, I suggest that you all go to the oncology department to see your previous attending physician and have them provide a professional interpretation of the test reports. Okay. Upon hearing that they were from Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic, everyone was willing to listen to Xiao Chong's advice, and they all rushed to the offices of the attending physicians with their test reports in hand. At this moment, in the office of Tang Guotao, the chief physician in charge of lung cancer treatment, he held the latest test results of 8 patients. He had become quite familiar with these 8 late-stage lung cancer patients after spending several days with them. Dr. Tang, how are our test results? Yes. The 8 patients were filled with anxiety, eager to confirm whether the number of cancer cells in their bodies had decreased and whether their condition had improved. How was this possible? How could this be? At this moment, Tang Guotao was shocked. He was an authoritative expert in lung cancer treatment, and these 8 people had greatly extended their lives under his treatment, but he was ultimately unable to completely cure them. According to their previous diagnosis, the cancer cells in these 8 people had spread to all their organs, and they were all on the verge of death. It should happen in the next few days. But now, more than half of the cancer cells in these 8 people have disappeared, and one person's initial lesions have even shrunk. This is simply unbelievable. It completely exceeded Tang Guotao's understanding. What's wrong, Dr. Tang? What's going on? The patient started asking questions again. Your cancer cells have been significantly reduced. Compared with the recent pathology report, the number of cancer cells in your body has been reduced by at least half. You are no longer in any immediate danger. In an instant, deafening cheers erupted in Tang Guotao's office. The same scene was observed in the offices of other oncology departments. This information quickly spread throughout the entire oncology ward, causing a huge uproar. Son, I regret it so much. I didn't go to the drug trial yesterday. You should go and inquire about that. What company was it again? By the way, when will Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic's drug be available? Such sighs of regret filled every oncology ward. But stimulated by this news, these cancer patients seemed to be reborn. They were no longer pessimistic and instead showed great improvement in their spirit and energy. Son, go buy mom some food. I'm determined to hold on until this medicine is available. Daughter, come with dad to exercise downstairs tomorrow. The miracle drug is about to hit the market. I can't afford to collapse prematurely. Honey, let's reschedule our son's wedding. There's no need to rush things because of me. I don't think I can get married anytime soon. Xiao Chong and Fu Hao also learned of this information immediately and were well aware of the true efficacy of the drug. Fu Hao, expedite the construction of the first phase of the Xishan Province Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall Industrial Park. At the same time, send this drug to the Drug Administration for larger-scale clinical trials and strive to start production as soon as the drug production license is issued. The most urgent tasks are to recruit management personnel, train staff, and stockpile large quantities of relevant Chinese medicinal herbs. Upon returning to Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic, Xiaochong immediately made work arrangements. Fu Hao nodded solemnly, his blood boiling and his fighting spirit soaring. Chapter 111 CCVV TV Interview. Among the volunteers who voluntarily participated in the drug trial, 2 patients' children worked at Yinjing TV and CCV TV, respectively. Therefore, out of their media sensitivity and also to express their gratitude to the pharmaceutical company for saving their lives, they immediately reported the matter to their superiors. The 2 top television stations in China immediately dispatched interview teams to Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Pharmaceutical Factory. When Fu Hao and Xiao Chong heard that the media wanted to interview them, they looked at each other and their faces lit up with joy. This is a golden opportunity. With the promotion from these 2 top media outlets, the name Huaxia TCM Hall will soon enter thousands of households and become a highly sought-after star pharmaceutical company. Inside the meeting room, Xiao Chong, Fu Hao, Dong Mingxing, and Hao Nyobi were all dressed in suits and sat upright together. Meanwhile, on the other side of the desk, the interview teams from Yinjing TV and CCVV TV had already set up their cameras. Reporters from both television stations indicated that they were ready to record the interview. Mr. Xiao, hello. First of all, could you please introduce your team? Xiao Chong cleared his throat. Thank you to CCTV and Beijing TV for their attention and for taking the time to come to our Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Pharmaceutical Company. The 4 of us are the co-founders of the company, and we are also freshmen at Yinqing University. My name is Xiao Chong, and I'm temporarily serving as the company's general manager. This is Fu Hao, the operations director. This is Dong Mingxing, the human resources and finance director. And this is Hao Nyobi, the purchasing director. CCVV TV. We heard that your company was established less than a month ago. Is that true? Xiao Chong nodded. You're right. Today also happens to be our company's 1-month anniversary. CCVV TV. Congratulations to the 4 of you. We've heard that your company has just successfully developed a new, universally applicable anti-cancer drug and has shown very significant efficacy in a small-scale clinical trial. Would you be willing to share some details? Xiao Chong gave a subtle hint to Fu Hao, who was standing next to him, and Fu Hao was taken aback. He naturally understood Xiao Chong's meaning. This was an opportunity for him to gain experience. However, he was indeed a little nervous about being interviewed for the first time in front of such a prestigious media platform. But he was a man of some knowledge, and he straightened his posture slightly. Next, I will introduce the efficacy of our drug in a small-scale clinical trial. We have a total of 112 volunteers with advanced cancer this time. 12 hours after medication, when patients underwent cancer cell count testing, 100% of patients had their cancer cell count halved, 30% had a sharp decrease of 70%, and 5% had virtually no cancer cells with benign lesions. Beijing TV. Let me interject here. My mother has pancreatic cancer, the king of cancers. The doctor had already issued a critical condition notice, but after taking your company's anti-cancer drug yesterday, today's test showed that the cancer cells have been reduced by half, and the lesions have shrunk. The doctor said that there will be no danger to her life within a year. Mr. Xiao, Mr. Fu, thank you so much. CCVV TV. My father has late-stage liver cancer and was one of your 112 volunteers last night. Now, the number of cancer cells detected has decreased by 50%. It is your company that has given him a second life. Mr. Xiao, Mr. Fu, thank you both. At this moment, Xiao Chong, Fu Hao, and the other 3 were extremely relieved. They all knew the enormous damage that cancer, a terminal illness, could cause to the lives of patients and their families. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a tragedy of family destruction and death. Many families that were once happy and harmonious have lost their happiness and harmony, and their lives have been shrouded in shadow after a member of the family is diagnosed with cancer. Selling houses and cars and borrowing money for treatment can only prolong a patient's life to a certain extent. These patients often live in pain from then on. The endless chemotherapy and radiotherapy are like a double-edged sword that kills 800 enemies, but also hurts 1,000 of their own, making the patients weaker and weaker. Many patients who weighed 130 or 140 pounds were reduced to only 70 or 80 pounds in less than half a year, becoming skin and bones. The successful development of their drug will save countless lives and rescue countless families from the brink of collapse. What a great deed that is. Just then, the long-lost system reward sound rang in Xiao Chong's mind once again. Ding! The dog system has detected that the anti-cancer drug developed under the leadership of host Xiao Chong will save millions of lives in the future. The system will reward you with a global database of stock markets, foreign exchange markets, futures markets, and commodities for the next 5 years. We hope that after you use this information to make money, you can benefit the world and bring prosperity to the community. Xiao Chong was so excited he almost jumped up on the spot, but he managed to suppress his surging emotions. With a 1-year stock market database, and after only 6 months of use, he's already close to becoming the world's richest person. With so many databases piled up at once, and 5-year ones at that, is he trying to make himself the richest man in the galaxy? The entire interview went extremely smoothly. Fu Hao, as the operations director, also revealed to 2 mainstream television stations that the anti-cancer drug is expected to be launched within the next month. That noon, Beijing TV was the first to broadcast the interview with Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic in its midday news. That evening, CCTV's news broadcast also reported on the interview. And most importantly, CCTV's news broadcast was simultaneously rebroadcast by various local TV stations across China. A concise 15-minute video instantly made the entire nation aware of this startup company that invented an effective anti-cancer drug. They were in a quaint, old-fashioned room. Lin Haiyuan is conducting a professional physical examination on the leader. CCTV's news broadcast is playing on TV. Huh, Xiao Chong. When Lin Haiyuan confirmed that the young man on TV was indeed Xiao Chong, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Old Lin, do you know this young man? Listen to what the news is about. The commander is Xiao Chong. He treated Aachen, and he also invented that Shenyang Kantai pill. Lin Haiyuan's words were full of admiration. Upon hearing this, the leader smiled and nodded. Excellent, fine sons of China. As the news broadcast continued, Lin Haiyuan looked on incredulously. This kid had actually developed a miracle drug for cancer? The leader next to him also looked very serious. The Chinese have invented an anti-cancer drug. Now, won't China become a global leader in this field? News broadcast has ended. The leader directly instructed his assistant to contact the State Drug Administration and gave important instructions. The anti-cancer drug from Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine, Hull, must undergo large-scale clinical drug testing in the shortest possible time, and if the efficacy meets expectations, a drug production license must be issued immediately. Guo Jianghua, director of the China Food and Drug Administration, dared not neglect the 2 requirements set by the leader and personally took charge of supervising and promoting the clinical drug testing of this drug. Chapter 112, Practicing with a Smuff Account. Almost at the same moment, Shi Zhanbin, the president and party secretary of Yenching University, also watched today's news broadcast with a look of shock on his face. Damn, what a genius. He's only been in business for less than a month, and he's already developed a highly effective anti-cancer drug. This is absolutely unbelievable. Yenching University has really struck gold this year. He may have forgotten that a few days ago, when the military leaders asked him to temporarily transfer Xiao Chong, he had also expressed the same sentiment. Meanwhile, inside the conference room of Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall, Xiao Chong is organizing an emergency meeting. As you all saw, in today's CCTV news broadcast, our Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall's medicine has completely entered the ears of thousands of households in China. Following closely behind, hospitals and pharmaceutical distributors will inevitably arrive one after another. Moreover, I have received information that the higher-ups have ordered the State Drug Administration to complete large-scale clinical drug testing as quickly as possible. I believe that with the intervention of the top leader, the issuance of drug production licenses will be significantly accelerated. Therefore, whether we can start production on the same day the permit is issued will be a significant test of the construction progress of our Xishan Provincial Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall Industrial Park. As he said this, Xiao Chang's gaze swept across the three men's faces one by one. Fu Hao, I will immediately set off to the construction site of the Xishan Provincial Industrial Park to urge the construction team to work in 3 shifts to complete the first phase of construction as quickly as possible while ensuring the quality of the project. Dong Mingxing, I also immediately contacted Jinshe City, Shaanxi Province, and made advanced contact with departments such as quality inspection and taxation. At the same time, I completed the recruitment and pre-job training of all 5,600 employees in various positions. Hao Nyobi, I have contacted major Chinese medicinal herb producers to prepare goods in advance. Once the warehouse in Jinshe Industrial Park is completed, the Chinese medicinal herbs involved can be stored in advance. Xiao Chang nodded in satisfaction. Brothers, once our company's Shenyang Kangtai pills, Bingjiyin cream, and anti-cancer drugs are fully launched on a market, have you ever thought about how much profit Huaxia TCM Clinic will make in a year? The three shook their heads. They had been eating instant noodles and staying up late these past few days. They hadn't had time to dream. In the coming year, even if production capacity cannot be fully utilized, Huaxia TCM Hall's annual profit is conservatively estimated at 50 to 80 billion yuan. Based on each of you holding 5% of the shares, calculate how much dividend you can receive. After saying that, Xiao Chang looked at the three of them with a smile. Niobai swallowed hard. 2.5 billion? Cough, cough. Sorry, this melon is too big, I choked. Everyone burst into laughter. That's right, it's 2.5 billion, and as our production capacity expands, the annual dividend amount will only increase. The three of them stared blankly at Xiao Chang, each with a silly grin on their face. When the time comes, we'll go to Japan together and we can ruin any kind of girl we want. Isn't this much better than practicing 5-on-1 fighting by watching Japanese martial arts movies? Xiao Chang understood deeply that money and women were the keys to maximizing a man's potential. The words had barely left his mouth. Han Nyobi had already gotten up and was walking outside. Where are you going, Nyobai? I'll go and urge the Chinese medicinal herb suppliers to see how their stock is going. Everyone smiled knowingly, and Fu Hao and the celebrity immediately went to get back to their work. In their eyes, there is no day or night, only work. Night fell, and a gentle breeze blew. Lu Qingtian and Feng Ruolin had just finished watching the evening news. No, I have to call my daughter right away. Xiao Chang is so outstanding. I can't let Qing Yuan miss out on him. Wait a minute, this is the age when children should be studying. You're telling your daughter to date? That's ridiculous. Studying is one thing, but why can't I date? Besides, it was about this size when you took me to a hotel back then. Ahem, why? Why are you bringing this up? Lu Qingyan, who was studying in the library, suddenly received a phone call from her mother, Feng Ruolin. Hello, Mom. Is there something you need on the phone? It's nothing important. I just wanted to ask how things are going between you and Xiao Chang lately. Upon hearing her mother mention Xiao Chang, Lu Qingyuan immediately pictured Xiao Chang's serious yet carefree demeanor. We're just classmates. What could possibly happen between us? My dear daughter, as the saying goes, no one knows a son better than his father, and no one knows a daughter better than her mother. On your birthday that day, Mom could tell that you like Xiao Chang, right? If you like a great boy, you should go for it. If all else fails, a shotgun wedding is the ultimate solution. Lu Qingtian, standing nearby, was startled and tried to snatch the phone, saying, How can you be such a mother? What kind of child are you teaching? Lu Qingyuan was stunned by her mother's outrageous words and immediately retorted coquettishly, Mom, what are you saying? What do you mean by shotgun wedding? Okay, I'm not talking to you anymore. I still need to study. Hello. That brat. It's all your fault for spoiling her. She even dared to hang up on me. All right, honey, it's all my fault. Come on, let's go inside and take care of something else. What's up? While the effects of the Kidney Yang health pills are still wearing off, why don't we work hard and create a new account? After hanging up the phone, Lu Qingyuan could no longer concentrate on her studies. Last time, I hinted to Xiao Chang to confess to the girl he liked again, But several days have passed, and that wretched guy hasn't made a move at all. Open QQ and open the chat window with Xiao Chong. What are you doing? Have you been busy lately? After sending the message, Lu Qingyuan pouted. That wretched cockroach. That stinky cockroach. Meanwhile, Xiao Chong, in the general manager's office of Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic, was browsing the news. Upon seeing the little penguin suddenly start jumping, Xiao Chong immediately clicked on it. He looked at Lu Qingyuan's profile picture, a smile playing on his lips. Qingyuan, you've been really busy lately. What's wrong? Missing me? Lu Qingyuan was the quintessential other people's child from elementary school through middle and high school, focusing solely on her studies and ignoring the constant stream of suitors around her. At this moment, Lu Qingyuan's emotional world was as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Every time she encountered Xiao Chong's extremely ambiguous conversations, she would feel shy and unsure of how to respond. At this moment, Lu Qingyuan's hands hovered over the keyboard for a long time, without uttering a single word. Are you shy and don't know how to answer? Xiao Chong was very familiar with Lu Qingyuan's habits and knew that she was probably blushing and at a loss for what to do. Lu Qingyuan curled her lips into a smile. Do you think you can read my mind? Xiao Chong immediately started typing furiously on the keyboard. Then would you be willing to let me be the mind reader in your heart? There was another moment of silence on the other end. Lu Qingyuan was extremely frustrated. You always flirt with me on QQ. I even hinted at it that day, but you didn't do anything about it. After spending so many days together, Lu Qingyuan felt a mixture of anticipation and fear regarding the ambiguous relationship between her and Xiao Chong. Chapter 113 Global Health Expo. Xiao Chong certainly remembered the hints Lu Qingyuan gave him at her house that day. The reason he remained inactive and always pretended to be stupid at crucial moments was because he already had a grand and important plan in mind. Seeing that the other party had not replied for a long time, Xiao Chong continued to browse the web while waiting. Soon a news item caught his attention. The first global Big Health Expo will be held in Los Angeles, USA on November 15th. Major innovative drug R&D companies from around the world will participate, and 45 newly developed drugs will be showcased for the first time. Xiao Chong frowned slightly. Less than a month? Time is indeed tight. After saying that, he took out his phone and dialed a number. A moment later, a voice came from the other end of the phone. My dear Xiao, it's rare that you still remember me. Xiao Chong shuddered. Jeffers, watch your wording. It's too ambiguous. Jeffers burst into laughter instantly. You Chinese people have absolutely no sense of humor. By the way, tell the factory in Zhengzhou to speed up production. The first batch of 2 million Shenyang Kangtai pills has already sold out. If you can't produce them, I'll lose more than $50 million a day. Xiao Chong was stunned. The wholesale price of ordinary Shenyang Kangtai pills had reached $60 per pill. With a daily production of 700,000 pills, the profit from selling this stuff overseas was actually more than his own. This made Xiao Chong feel annoyed. He had sold it too cheaply. The next step is to raise prices. Yes, we absolutely must raise prices. Jeffers, you know about the first ever Global Health Expo being held in Los Angeles on the 15th of next month, right? Jeffers was taken aback. I know. Our family is one of the organizers. While Xiao Chong was stunned, he also gained a deeper understanding of the Luo family's strength. They were truly ubiquitous. Isn't your Luo family involved in finance? How come you have such a big influence in the medical field? Jeffers laughed smugly. Haha, Xiao. Medicine is just the least important part of our Rothschild family business. However, this whole area is controlled by my older brother. At this point, Jeffers' expression turned somber. Xiao Chong, however, keenly picked up on this from Jeffers' voice. Hey, Jeffers, what's the name of the medical company your brother controls, and what does it do? The major shareholder of both Merton and Libra is Rivers. What? Mercanza and Librium? They're among the top 10 global innovative pharmaceutical companies making anti-cancer drugs. Yeah, why are you so surprised? Xiao Chong was truly speechless at the Rothschild family's arrogance. The seemingly insignificant healthcare sector actually controls one of the world's top 10 innovative drug companies. Jeffers, how about I take care of your brother for you? Consider it a rehearsal? Jeffers was taken aback. What are you doing? My pharmaceutical company has developed a cancer-specific drug that can turn cancer, an incurable disease, into a chronic illness that accompanies people throughout their lives, just like high blood sugar and high blood pressure, and will not threaten the patient's life. I intend to use this global health expo to completely shatter the Western world's dominance in the field of innovative drugs. Jeffers was startled. Although he didn't follow the pharmaceutical industry closely, he knew that the world's top 10 innovative pharmaceutical companies mainly focused on cancer treatment. The family-owned Mercanza and Library Pharmaceuticals derive 85% of their revenue from anti-cancer drugs. The competitive advantage of these leading international innovative pharmaceutical companies is simply that their products can extend patients' lifespan to a greater extent, while a complete cure is an extremely low probability event. Xiao Chong said that the drug developed by their company could actually turn this terminal illness into a chronic disease that does not threaten the patient's life. Wow. Dear Xiao, if what you said is true, then you will be the coolest guy in the world. Xiao, that suggestion you just made is so appealing. I really want to see River's disgusted reaction. Besides, I'm her best partner now. You absolutely must give me the overseas distribution rights for this drug. As for the price, you name your price, how about it? Xiao Chong smiled with satisfaction. Of course, he couldn't possibly go through all the trouble of personally establishing channels overseas. With Jeffers as a ready-made channel provider, he could save a lot of time and costs. Haha, Jeffers, it seems you've tasted the sweetness of working with me. No problem. I will contact you to discuss cooperation once the production capacity of this drug is up and running. However, there's something I need your help with. Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic hasn't yet obtained the qualification to participate in this year's Big Health Expo. Xiao, you've come to the right person. Don't worry, I'll get you the qualification to participate in the exhibition within 3 days. Thank you so much, Jeffers. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chong saw the little penguin on his computer desktop start jumping again. He was about to click on it when the phone rang again. Upon seeing the caller ID, he immediately pressed the answer button. Sir, good evening. Is there any instruction you need calling so late? The caller was none other than Chun Weigua, a high-ranking military official. Xiao Xiang, looks like I didn't disturb your sleep this time. I was prepared to be scolded by you. Well, Xiao Chong felt awkward. You're such a big shot. Do you really hold grudges? All right, don't be nervous. I was just teasing you. Getting down to business. All the training personnel from the military headquarters have been stationed at the Yinjing military region. You can bring your men to the military region tomorrow to begin intensive training. No problem, sir. Then I'll send someone to pick you up tomorrow. I'll leave your phone number with them after I'm done. The day after Xiao Chong returned to Yinjing from Yinbei, 58 retired Special Forces members who had served under Su Ruei set off from Yinbei from various cities across China. After they arrived at the Red Turban Army's camp, Su Ruei arranged for people to escort Yu Fei and the others to the border before returning to Yinjing. After receiving Chun Weigua's call, Xiao Chong contacted Yu Fei and the others to prepare for their outing the next day. After being busy for so long, I completely forgot to reply to Lu Qingyuan. In the chat box between the two, Ido. These 3 words stood there all alone until Lu Qingyuan's portrait turned gray. Since Yu Fei and his entourage stayed at the Summer Palace Villa, Xiao Chong also returned there that evening. On the stock trading side, Li Lu and Zhang Kuan were leading more than 20 traders in a frenzy of buying stocks to repay the stocks they had borrowed from the brokerage firm for short selling. The high-frequency trading has been going on for 5 nights, but only 20% of the stock quota has been returned. Seeing everyone so focused on their work, Xiao Chong only glanced at them from the doorway before leaving. In Li Muyao's Four Seasons boudoir, the two had a very deep conversation that lasted all night. Chapter 114, Intentionally Provoking Hatred. On the same night, Fan Jingyang, in his dormitory at Yinqing University, was restless. Why? The top assassin team that I invited at great expense, sent by the world's #1 assassin group, has gone missing? They call themselves #1 in the world, yet they're so untrustworthy? Are they trying to rip me off? Fan Jingyang was furious. He made up his mind to file a complaint. Under the cover of night, he went to a deserted corner of the campus, took out a new SIM card, and dialed the Shadow Hunter customer service number. This customer service number cannot be found online. It will only be provided to the task assigner after an order is placed through the dark web. Hello, I am the agent who assigned the mission number 164345189. I am currently unable to contact your squad leader, Lucas. I suspect he embezzled the mission bounty, and I expect a satisfactory answer from you. Sir, please wait a moment while I look into it and see what happened. I apologize for keeping you waiting, sir. I've spoken with the task force. Lucas's team encountered an unexpected situation and was captured by your Chinese national security team. What? Arrested by the National Security Bureau? Fan Jingyang is a rich third-generation heir with little cunning. When he heard that the National Security Bureau was involved, he immediately became terrified. I hung up the phone immediately and threw the SIM card into the trash can. Then, looking uneasy, he walked towards the dormitory. Early the next morning, 3 military vehicles of Huaxia's self-developed brand quietly parked outside the solemn and majestic gate of the Summer Palace Villa. 5 minutes later, Xiao Chong and Yu Fei, along with 11 others, boarded the 3 military vehicles and headed towards a military base on the outskirts of Yanjing. Military vehicles slowly drove into the barracks, and the resounding military songs echoed throughout the camp with an irresistible momentum. Deep within the military camp, in a vast field training area, the first batch of 500 elite special operations soldiers participating in the special operations training stood there solemnly and motionless. They're the elite of the elite, handpicked from the special forces units of the Chinese Army, Navy, and Air Force. It can be said that they're the 500 strongest individual combatants in China, representing the pinnacle of China's combat power. These 500 people from various units were reorganized and formed into a temporary special training force codenamed Huaxia Security Guard Regiment. At this moment, 3 military vehicles slowly drove into the training ground and stopped in front of the guidance platform. The commander in charge of this special training for the Huaxia Garrison Regiment was a colonel named Wu Bin, 35 years old, who was transferred from the special operations room of the military headquarters. Upon seeing the military vehicle enter, Wu Bin quickly jogged forward. Looking at the 12 people dressed in plain clothes in front of him, he felt a little embarrassed. The military only informed him that the chief instructor for this special training was a man named Xiao Chong, but then 12 people got out of the car. Perhaps it was a soldier's instinct, but he walked up to Yu Fei, whose military bearing was exceptionally evident, and saluted. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Xiao Chong?" Yu Fei shook his head and looked at Xiao Chong beside him. "He is Xiao Chong." Wu Bin was immediately embarrassed. This young man, whom he had completely ignored, was actually the military supervisor for this training. Wu Bin was surprised and thought to himself, so young? He looks like a student. Could he be the son of some high-ranking official who's here to get some experience? Although he thought this way, he dared not say it aloud. These were all arrangements made by the military leaders, and he only needed to carry them out. Not knowing the other party's rank, Wu Bin first gave a military salute and addressed him in general terms. "Hello, Commander Xiao. I am Wu Bin, the commander of the Huaxia Garrison Regiment in charge of this special training. There are 500 people from the Huaxia Garrison Regiment participating in this special training, and all 500 are present. Please advise on how to conduct the special training." Xiao Chong first returned a military salute. "Greetings, Commander Wu. Let me chat with you all for a bit." Wu Bin was taken aback. "Let's chat. What kind of tactic is this? However, you are a special training officer, so you have the final say." Then he smiled slightly at Xiao Chong, and a gesture for him to come in. Xiao Chong walked straight to the 500-person formation and glanced at the faces of the first 50 people. He saw that familiar face. It was none other than Su Xinluo. As he glanced at her face, Xiao Chong playfully raised his eyes, and Su Xinluo's pretty face instantly flushed as she watched him exchanging glances with her in such a serious setting. After scanning the room, Xiao Chong stood in front of the microphone. "Hello, Special Operations Elites of the 3 services. I am Xiao Chong, who is in charge of this Special Operations training." He deliberately paused for 10 seconds before speaking again. "I know what you're thinking right now. Are you thinking, you're just a young kid? Why are you our training supervisor? Is that what you all think?" The 500-strong Special Forces contingent remained silent. No one responded. "Can't everyone be a little less serious? Lighten up. Let me chat with you all. I'm a freshman in college, 18 years old this year, and I've never been in the military." The 500 people were even more curious now. Apart from Su Xinluo, the other Special Forces members were probably thinking, "You've never been to a military camp before. What are you going to train us for? You are the elite of the Chinese Army, Navy, and Air Force, but there's nothing I can do. The fact that I'm standing here means I'm stronger than you. You may be very strong, but in my eyes, you are nothing." After speaking, Xiao Chong paused again, watching the changes in the expressions on the faces of these elite soldiers. The group of elite soldiers were now looking at him with a fierce and menacing gaze. Su Xinlu seemed to understand Xiao Chong's reason for doing this. Calm and admiring, she stared at him, thinking to herself, small in stature, but incredibly clever. All that 130 pounds of his body is cunning. At this moment, Xiao Chong spoke again. To say that you're nothing is perhaps giving you too much credit. Let me think about how to say it. In my eyes, you're just scum. At this moment, the expressions of these elite soldiers have become extremely ugly, and they all wish they could devour Xiao Chong alive. What are you, a college student, acting so arrogantly about? Aren't you just here to get your resume polished? If it weren't for the military supervisor watching over us, I would have beaten you to a pulp so badly that even your own father wouldn't recognize you. How about that? Aren't you happy? Don't you want to punch me? Xiao Chong continued to draw aggro. Seeing the angry but silent expressions of the crowd, he said, "You call yourselves the kings of Chinese soldiers? Aren't you ashamed? Is this what the kings of Chinese soldiers are like? Meek and subservient? Acting like grandsons? Letting people beat and scold you? I urge you all to take off these uniforms and go home to grow sweet potatoes. You don't deserve these uniforms. I'll give you one more chance. Let's see if I'm happy." Accurate. A unified response erupted from the Special Forces team. "Doy deserve a beating." I need a beating. Xiao Chong nodded in satisfaction. His actions stunned the colonel next to him. Is there anyone who's going to provoke you like this? Aren't you afraid of getting ganged up on? Why do you look so annoying? Chapter 115, The Explosive Popularity of Contouring. I'm giving you a chance. You'll be in groups of 20. Compete with me. If you lose, lower your proud heads and train seriously and diligently in the training sessions to come. What if we win? Yang Ji, the captain of the Guangzhou Military Region Marine Corps, who was standing in the first row, asked indignantly. Xiao Chong smiled knowingly. If you win, I'll be your human punching bag. You can hit me as much as you want and let you vent your anger. How about that? The elite soldier nodded. Soon, the queue began to stir, with everyone making arrangements to participate in the challenge of the 20 selected individuals. Major Su, would you be interested in forming a team with us to challenge this arrogant brat? Su Xinlu smiled at Yang Zhuaner and politely declined, saying, I won't participate. You men go first. I'll cheer you on. Yang Ji gave an awkward smile and then began to organize the others. A moment later, a challenge team of 20 people was formed. At Xiao Chong's suggestion, the remaining 480 Special Forces members sat in a circle on the ground, while Xiao Chong and the 20 challengers stood in the center of the circle. Xiao Chong stood in the center of the arena, like a dormant volcano, ready to erupt with astonishing power at any moment. When the temporary referee Wu Bin gave the order, he charged towards the Special Forces soldiers like a wild horse. His movements were as fast as lightning. His punches were fierce, and each punch carried the sound of air being cut. Sometimes he would use the powerful moves of Bajiquan, throwing a punch that seemed to have the force of 1,000 pounds, knocking the Special Forces soldier back several steps. Other times he would use the moves of Taijiquan to gently receive the opponent's attack, and then cleverly reflect the force back, catching the opponent off guard. His figure moved through the crowd, each movement as elusive as a ghost. Sometimes he leaps up, pouncing on his opponent like an eagle hunting a rabbit. Other times he stays close to the ground, bursting out from under the enemy's feet like a dragon emerging from the sea. His movements were fluid and continuous, combining both fierce and powerful exchanges with delicate and effortless techniques. Although the Special Forces soldiers were well-trained and battle-hardened, they were like leaves swept by a storm in front of Xiao Chong, unable to withstand his offensive. These elite Special Forces soldiers, proud to the core, were sent flying one after another like kites with broken strings. In just 3 minutes, Xiao Chong, as if possessed by a god of war, used his unstoppable and astonishing strength to knock down all 20 Special Forces soldiers. Everyone present was petrified. The 480 Special Forces soldiers stared in disbelief at Xiao Chong, who stood tall and proud in the center of the field. Are these guys even human? Those 20 were handpicked from among 500 elite Special Forces soldiers, yet they were utterly powerless against Xiao Chong. Wu Bin, who was temporarily appointed as the commander of the Huaxia Garrison Regiment, and Yu Fei and others were equally shocked. Yu Fei and his 10 generals were top-notch fighters, but they believed that they could not defeat these 20 Special Forces soldiers by themselves. I didn't realize Xiao Chong was so strong. Yang Zixing stared blankly at Xiao Chong in the center of the field and exclaimed in amazement. Xiao Chong stood in the center of the field, striking what he thought was a cool pose. Am I right? Aren't you guys really noobs? You couldn't even last 3 minutes. This time, no one objected to Xiao Chang's words, which were not very hurtful but extremely insulting, because in front of Xiao Chang, they were indeed utterly incompetent. It seems you've all admitted it. It's good that you admit it. I hope that in the upcoming training, you will adopt the attitude of elementary school students and participate in the training with a humble heart. I can't guarantee what level you'll reach, but I can guarantee that after the training you'll be stronger than you are now, perhaps even much stronger. As soon as Xiao Chang finished speaking, the Special Forces soldiers around him immediately burst into thunderous applause and deafening cheers. After that show of force, these once unruly elite soldiers became as docile as lambs. He obeyed Xiao Chang's orders without question. Under Xiao Chang's instructions, the 500-strong Special Operations Team was divided into 10 groups, with Yu Fei's 10 Tiger Generals serving as the group leaders. Yu Fei became the second instructor for this special training, and he was in full charge when Xiao Chang was not around. Xiao Chang only gave everyone a 1.5-hour training session each morning and afternoon, and the rest of the time Yu Fei and the squad leaders helped them digest and absorb the kung fu they had learned. The first day of training began with the instruction of Taizu Changquan, a style of Chinese martial arts. The military boxing of China today evolved from a castrated version of Taizu Changquan combined with other boxing styles. These elite soldiers are all learning every move with utmost seriousness. The same was true for Yu Fei and others. They lived in the Song dynasty, and Emperor Taizu of Song, Zhao Kuangyin, taught Taizu Changquan, Emperor Taizu's long fist, which was almost a required combat skill. However, what they learned was an emasculated version. Now, seeing the authentic Taizu Changquan, a style of martial arts, I learned it even more diligently than those modern-day elite soldiers. From a day after CCTV broadcast the miraculous effects of Huaxia TCM Hospital's anti-cancer drugs, Huaxia TCM Hospital's 8 customer service hotlines were constantly busy, and Fuhao urgently added 50 more hotlines. Even so, all 58 hotlines continued to operate at full capacity around the clock. Most of the calls came from tens of thousands of branded pharmacies across the country, which have drug chain operation qualifications in their respective cities. Huaxia TCM Hospital's official statement is that the current production capacity of this anti-cancer drug is insufficient, and the supply order will be determined according to the order of contract signing, and payment is required in advance before delivery. According to Xiao Chang's suggestion, Kong Tai Rue is divided into emergency and routine maintenance versions. The emergency treatment is similar to clinical drug testing. A box contains 5 tablets. After a single dose, it can reduce cancer cells by half within 12 hours and control tumor lesions within a benign range within 24 hours, enabling the tumor to coexist with the body and making cancer a chronic disease that is not fatal. After the emergency treatment helps the patient escape danger, the daily maintenance treatment will be needed for a long period of time. The wholesale price of King Terui for emergency use is 20,000 yuan per box, and the suggested retail price is 28,000 yuan per box. The daily maintenance version comes in a box of 30 tablets, with a wholesale price of 100 yuan per box, 1 tablet per day, and a suggested retail price of 200 yuan per box. A 5-pack costs 28,000 yuan, which seems expensive. But compared to the current situation in Western medicine where surgery, radiotherapy, and chemotherapy cost tens or hundreds of thousands of yuan, only to extend life by a few years, 20,000 yuan can completely save a life. It's incredibly cheap. Furthermore, Huaxia TCM Hall has mandated that its sales terminals must sell according to the guidance price. If arbitrary price adjustments are discovered, not only will they face huge compensation payments due to breach of contract, but their cooperation qualifications will also be revoked. Subsequently, the procurement efforts of tens of thousands of pharmaceutical retail outlets across the country all headed towards the Beijing branch of Huaxia TCM Clinic. Fuhao also made ample preparations, converting the first and second floors of Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall into a sales and reception center. Chapter 116, Initial Victory. 2 days later, Jeffers called to inform Xiao Chang that he had helped arrange for Huaxia TCM Clinic to have a presentation at the Global Health Expo. This reassured Xiao Chang once again. 7 days later, the anti-cancer drug King Terui passed the clinical trials conducted by the State Drug Administration and obtained a drug production license. 12 days later, the first phase of the Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall Industrial Park in Jinshe City, Xishan Province, was finally delivered ahead of schedule 2.5 months ahead of the original delivery time, with workers working in 3 shifts. Representatives from the Shaanxi Provincial Investment Promotion Bureau, the Jin City Party Committee, and the 4 co-founders of Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall all attended the opening ceremony of the industrial park. On the same day, all 12 production lines were put into operation. For production lines produce Shenyang Kangtai pills, with a daily output of 1 million. 6 production lines are used to produce the emergency version of Kantari, with a daily output of 2 million tablets. 2 production lines are used for the production of the routine maintenance version of Kantair, with a daily output of 1 million tablets. Meanwhile, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th phases of the Jinshi Traditional Chinese Medicine Industrial Park also commenced construction. With the experience gained from the first phase of construction, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th phases of the project proceeded much more smoothly. 9 construction teams worked around the clock. Within 10 days before the first phase of the project officially went into operation, Huaxia TCM Hall signed 2,754 orders, with a total contract value of 27.54 billion yuan. This made Fu Hao, Mingxing, and Niobai laugh for a while. 200 billion yuan, if converted into 100 yuan bills, how high a mountain could be piled up? To ensure that the first batch of medicines could reach a wider range of end users, Fu Hao adopted a planned quota system for the first batch of supplies, limiting each brand of medicines to 10 million units. What puzzled Fu Hao was that no 5 A-level hospitals were involved in this procurement of Kangtaili. When he told Xiao Chong about this, Xiao Chong just chuckled and tossed Fu Hao a sentence. The world is bustling with people coming and going for profit. Xiao Chong had actually anticipated this outcome. A cancer patient who used to have to spend 200,000 yuan at a 5A hospital could now only spend 20,000 to 30,000 yuan with his Kangtai Rue. That's a tenfold difference. You've threatened the interests of these top-tier hospitals. Do you think they won't unite to boycott you? 4 chain pharmacies in cities across the country. Before this, they could say that there was almost no profit to be made in the field of cancer treatment, as nearly 99% of the profits in this field were taken up by top-tier hospitals. The emergence of Kantari as a single drug has broken this monopoly. Therefore, these pharmacies have shown great enthusiasm for selling Kangtaili, a highly effective anti-cancer drug. Just as Xiao Chong had predicted, all 1,015 Class A hospitals across China have formed a medical alliance. They certainly knew that the drug's approval for market launch in just a few days must have been due to high-level approval. At the same time, they also clearly recognized that Kangrutai, replacing the current expensive and inefficient Western medical treatments, is an inevitable trend that cannot be reversed. When they saw that Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic did not humbly pay homage, but instead treated their 5A hospital the same as those chain pharmacies in terms of wholesale prices, without any special preferential treatment, they felt resentful. They decided to stick together and let Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic know that their 5A hospital is the main force on the front line of the fight against cancer. If you want your medicine to be supplied to hospitals affiliated with our 5A Hospital Alliance, you must give us special treatment in terms of wholesale drug prices, priority in drug supply, and payment terms of advance payment. Xiao Chong was unaware of the intricacies involved, but he didn't intend to pay any attention to these top-tier hospitals. They are still far from meeting the medication needs of the more than 10,000 chain pharmaceutical sales brands across the country. To put it in perspective, if each chain brand orders 10 million units of Kangrutai, a type of emergency medicine, that's only 500 bottles, enough for 500 people. Each chain brand has an average of 15 pharmacies, and each pharmacy has less than 40 bottles. It's estimated that it will be snapped up as soon as it arrives. Meanwhile, after the first batch of Kantari rolled off the production line, at Xiao Chong's instruction, Fu Hao had the Foreign Trade Department send 500 bottles of emergency version Kantari to the West to be handed over to Jeffers Pharmaceutical Company, which would then complete the relevant procedures for the drug to be approved for listing in the Western 25-Nation Alliance and the United States. With the Luo family's resources, it's believed that the process of listing Kangtai Rue overseas will be much easier. The favorable situation put Xiao Chong in a very good mood. On this day, Xiao Chong compressed the entire training time for the Huaxia Garrison Regiment into just one morning. After completing the morning training session, Xiao Chong immediately returned to Yenching University. I haven't been back to school for many days. The autumn wind, carrying fallen leaves, makes the whole campus feel desolate. There are fewer girls showing off their long, white legs on campus these days. This deprived Xiao Chong of some of the pleasure of appreciating beauty. It's currently the break time for the fourth period in the morning, and the school roads are filled with students heading to various cafeterias. He had already found out that Lu Qingyuan was currently preparing to eat at the number 2 canteen. Therefore, Xiao Chong also rushed toward the second canteen, hoping to have an unexpected encounter with Lu Qingyuan. Xiao Chong! Xiao Chong! Just then, a shout came from the noisy crowd. Xiao Chong immediately stopped and looked back. Upon seeing who it was, Xiao Chong was taken aback. Old Shi. The visitor was Shi Zhanbin, the president and party secretary of Yenching University. He stopped in his tracks. Principal Shi, is there something you need? Shi Zhanbin took a couple of quick breaths before his heartbeat calmed down. You're a really busy guy these days. Getting to see you is harder than seeing a higher-up. A few days ago, when Shi Zhanbin was having dinner with a fellow official's advisor, the advisor suddenly asked, Old Shi, could you help me get a few Shenyang Kangtai pills? This puzzled Shi Zhanbin greatly. What on earth was Shenyang Kangtai pill? And why did you make me do it? Shi Zhanbin also raised his questions directly. The aide looked surprised and somewhat incredulous. You haven't heard of Huaxia, traditional Chinese medicine hall? Shi Zhanbin pondered for a moment, and then shook his head. Old Shi, you're way out of touch. Huaxia TCM Clinic is a startup run by just a few college students from Peking University. You didn't know? Shi Zhanbin's eyelids twitched, and he immediately thought of Xiao Chong. That startup is quite famous now. The aide chuckled, as if looking at a fool. A while ago, the company's perk for all the young masters was a medicine purchased from this Huaxia traditional Chinese medicine clinic called Shenyang Kangtai. The total purchase amount was 400 million, and this medicine is really effective, truly miraculous. Its effects are amazing. Then he whispered something in Shi Zhanbin's ear. Upon hearing his colleague's words, Shi Zhanbin showed an expression of great surprise. Really? Government procurement? And a medicine is so effective. The colleague looked at Shi Zhanbin and then nodded solemnly again. Chapter 117, An Encounter with Shi Zhanbin. Shi Zhanbin immediately took out his mobile phone, logged into the search website, entered Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall, Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, and saw that Xiao Chong was prominently listed among the shareholders. Worried about the possibility of duplicate names, Shi Zhanbin immediately called Dean Wang of the School of Economics and Management to confirm whether Xiao Chong, Fu Hao, Dong Mingxing, and Hao Nyobi were students in class 1 of the School of Economics and Management. After receiving a positive response, Shi Zhanbin finally confirmed that Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic was the startup company that Xiao Chong and his 3 roommates had created. To his surprise, the Shenyang Kangtai pill developed by this startup company won the favor of government procurement, and now, due to insufficient production capacity, you can't buy this male enhancement drug at all in pharmacies. Immediately afterwards, Shi Zhanbin saw his 4 students on CCTV who had miraculously developed an anti-cancer drug that even international pharmaceutical giants had failed to develop. A few days later, when he was watching the news, he saw footage of the handover of the first phase of the Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall project in Jinshu City, Xishan Province. The 4 outstanding students from Yin University attended as co-founders, and Xiao Chong, the company's general manager, delivered an important speech. Only then did he learn that Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall, a company that had been in business for just over a month, had actually invested more than 2 billion yuan to build an industrial park with an annual output value of tens of billions of yuan. Yenching University has never lacked outstanding alumni who have achieved great success in the business field. But the success of Xiao Chong and his 3 classmates during their freshman year is unprecedented. This made Shi Zhanbin exclaim, national top scorer in the college entrance examination, world's top soldier, favored by military leaders, business tycoon, did you save the earth in your past life? Why do all these good things keep falling on your head? But Shi Zhanbin never imagined that Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall, which he considered extremely impressive, was just a small part of Xiao Chong's business empire. But no matter how much he feels, it doesn't change the fact that Xiao Chong is a student at Yenching University. If it weren't for my brilliant leadership, Shi Zhanbin, covering for your skipping classes, would you be where you are today? Thinking of this, Shi Zhanbin felt he had to have a good talk with this kid to see if he could get some benefit from Xiao Chong. So Shi Zhanbin called Xiao Chong to come to his office, but Xiao Chong had been so busy these past 2 days that he had no time to go to Yanda University and chat with some old man. Xiao Chong finally had some free time today, and he was going to find Lu Qingyuan to apologize for leaving without saying goodbye during their last QQ chat. Unexpectedly, they ran into Principal Shi Zhanbin on the way. In response to Shi Zhanbin's teasing, Xiao Chong grinned and said, "Principal Shi, we've been really busy lately. We only get 3 hours of sleep a day." Shi Zhanbin knew they were busy, of course. If a startup that had only been established for a month had grown to such a scale, it would be abnormal if the management were idle every day. "Xiao Qiang, I come to see you today with 4 things. First, the Ministry of Education is now requiring the reporting of outstanding individuals and units in campus entrepreneurship. I plan to report your group of 4 dormitory entrepreneurs in the Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall you founded as outstanding examples. Second, in early November, the whole school will hold a campus entrepreneurship mobilization meeting, and I would like you to be the entrepreneurship representative to give a mobilization speech. Thirdly, look at your Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic. It's already so large, and its future growth will only surpass that. Yinxing University does offer medical programs, so I think we can establish a university enterprise partnership to create a mechanism for targeted talent training and placement." Xiao Chong listened attentively, his dual-core brain working rapidly as he listened to the other person's explanation. "Didn't you say there were 4 points? What about the 4th point? You already said it once." Shi Zhanbin chuckled awkwardly. "Well, the 4th point is a personal matter. Your company produces that Xinyang Kantai pill, right? It's not yet available in pharmacies. A few friends know that your company produces this medicine, and they also know that the company's founder is a student from Yanda University. So they asked me." At this point, Shi Zhanbin gave another awkward smile. Xiao Chong suddenly realized and said, "Oh, that's what it is. No problem. I'll have someone bring it to you right away." Shi Zhanbin's face was flushed with excitement, and he looked eager to try. As he said, "The first 3 points are all fine. As for the specific details, I will resolutely carry them out no matter how you want them to be implemented. No matter what I do, my primary identity is still that of a student of Yinxing University, and I must obey your management, Principal Shi, right?" Seeing that the other party wasn't putting on airs just because their business had grown, Shi Zhanbin was very pleased. "Okay, it's settled then. I'll contact you after the school releases the detail plan, but next time you're not allowed to ignore my calls, okay?" This time, it was Xiao Chong's turn to feel embarrassed. After Shi Zhanbin reminded him, Xiao Chong did some quick calculations and realized that almost 20 days had passed since the superior unit ordered 10 million Shenyang Kantai pills. Based on Yinjing Pharmaceutical Factory's daily production capacity of 500,000 pills, the first batch of 400 million yuan in orders should have been fully delivered. The next step should be to distribute the product across the market. "Principal Shi, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. All right, you go ahead and get busy." After saying goodbye to Shi Zhanbin, Xiao Chong immediately jogged toward cafeteria number 2. Meanwhile, inside cafeteria number 2, Li Susu looked around anxiously, muttering to herself, "That Xiao Chong is so unreliable. We already reported him for working in cafeteria number 2, and he still hasn't come. If he doesn't come soon, Qing Yuan will have already finished eating." Lu Qingyuan also noticed her roommate's unusual behavior. "Why aren't you eating? What are you looking around for?" Li Susu was quite quick-witted, saying, "I'm looking at a handsome guy." Lu Qingyuan and Chu Xiaohong exchanged a smile. As Xiao Chong entered the number 2 canteen, he quickly spotted Lu Qingyuan and Li Susu, who was looking around among the many diners. After ordering a simple rice bowl, he headed towards where Lu Qingyuan was. "Qingyuan, Xiao Chong is here." Chu Xiaohong noticed Xiao Chong approaching slowly when she glanced up casually, and immediately reminded him. As Lu Qingyuan looked up, her eyes met Xiao Chong's. Whether out of shyness or nervousness, she immediately lowered her head again. Ever since Xiao Chong accidentally forgot to reply to Lu Qingyuan's chat message and didn't contact her for several days afterward, Lu Qingyuan ignored Xiao Chong's subsequent attempts to get close to her. "I don't reply to messages, and I don't answer phone calls." Seeing that Xiao Chong was about to arrive, Li Susu immediately stood up and gave up the seat next to Lu Qingyuan. Despite Lu Qingyuan's murderous glare, Li Susu stubbornly ignored it. Meanwhile, Li Susu kept telling herself, "I'd rather destroy 10 temples than break up 1 marriage. Do good deeds and don't worry about the future." Under these circumstances, Xiao Chong calmly sat down next to Lu Qingyuan. "Hey, 3 beautiful girls, you're eating here too. No wonder the old monk I met today said I would encounter good fortune when I went out today. It seems he's got some skills, don't you think? Puff. Chu Xiaohong, sitting next to her, was instantly embarrassed and blurted out, "Sorry, I'm going to go laugh for a bit." After saying this, Chu Xiaohong left first. Seeing Chu Xiaohong leave, Li Susu immediately got up and made up an excuse to escape. Chapter 118 Fan Group. Lu Qingyuan was both annoyed and amused. He could only keep his head down and continue eating. Eat slowly. This way of eating is completely out of character for you, Ms. Lu. Lu Qingyuan paused, her chopstick still in her hand. Then she laughed in exasperation. Then how am I supposed to eat? You teach me. Seeing Lu Qingyuan's weather clear up after the storm, she smiled radiantly and spoke in a melodious voice. Xiaochang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Your smile is so beautiful, like a lovely flower. He directly sang a line from a song that would later become widely known and sung. Lu Qingyuan was also captivated by the highly rhythmic lyrics, a smile playing on her lips. Not bad, quite talented. Then he ate the rice on his plate by himself. I've been so busy lately, I've been completely out of it. I really didn't mean to not reply to your messages. Lu Qingyuan simply kept her head down and ate her meal without replying. Beautiful Lu? Beautiful Qingyuan? How about I treat you to a movie tonight? I heard it's a blockbuster that the famous director Zhang Yimou spent 2 years polishing. How about it? Give me a chance? Lu Qingyuan had actually calmed down earlier, and she knew that starting a business was not easy for them, and she wasn't the kind of person who held grudges. So he went along with it and got off the donkey. Give you a chance? Xiaochang nodded with an expectant look on his face. Okay then, it's been a long time since I've watched a movie. Upon hearing this, Xiaochang was overjoyed. That's fantastic, he exclaimed, picking up a large chicken leg from the plate and gnawing on it with relish. Ah, this chicken leg is so delicious. Her exaggerated eating manners made Lu Qingyuan giggle. There is a macroeconomics class from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m., and since Xiaochang rarely returns to school, he will definitely attend the class. At the same time, we should also check if any clueless people have been eyeing our seats lately. Xiaochang and Lu Qingyuan entered the classroom together. Everyone had already assumed that Xiaochang and Lu Qingyuan were a couple, so it wasn't surprising. However, when squad leader Fan saw Xiaochang's sharp, hawk-like gaze, he instinctively lowered his head, his heart pounding with panic. After gesturing for Lu Qingyuan to take a seat, Xiaochang walked towards Fan Jingyang, who was sitting in the back row. Perhaps sensing the slowly approaching pressure, Fan Jingyang stood up and prepared to leave the classroom. Fan Jingyang, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Are you that afraid of me? Who said I'm afraid of you? I just need to go to the bathroom. Let's go, let's catch up. I also need a pee. Once outside the classroom, Fan Jingyang was cornered by Xiaochang. Fan Jingyang, I'm giving you a chance. Confess and you'll be treated leniently. Fan Jingyang, as expected of scion of a prominent family, perhaps due to his upbringing, appeared fearless despite his nervousness. I don't know what you're talking about. This is a school. I advise you not to do anything reckless. Xiaochang's eyes darted around. Haha, you know this is a school? Then why would you resort to such a vicious method as hiring someone to kill? Fan Jingyang, I gave you a chance, and you didn't cherish it? Then you'd better be careful when you go out in the future, lest you get stabbed by some unknown assassin one day. I heard those people will do anything for money. After Xiaochang finished speaking, he went back to the classroom on his own. Fan Jingyang stood blankly at the toilet door, his mind replaying Xiaochang's words, lost in thought. What did you and Fan Jingyang do when you went out just now? As soon as she returned to her seat, Lu Qingyuan began to interrogate her. It's nothing, just telling young Master Fan not to have any ulterior motives toward my Qingyuan. These words made Lu Qingyuan blush instantly. You stinky Xiaochang, stop being so narcissistic. Who's your family anyway? You don't even... Anyway, it's only a matter of time. I'm ignoring you. The two flirted and teased each other during the break when the class bell rang. Although she was being taken advantage of, anyone could tell that the beautiful Lu was secretly delighted. However, Xiaochang also noticed that Fan Jingyang had not returned to the classroom since he left. At this moment, Fan Jingyang was rushing to the fan group. As soon as he left the teaching building, he jumped into his Mercedes-Benz G-Class and sped off towards the fan group. Greetings, young Master Fan. Greetings, young Master Fan. Upon entering the group's building, everyone greeted Fan Jingyang in a fawning manner. Secretary Liu, is my father here? Young Master Fan, President Fan, is in a meeting. Fan Jingyang didn't care about any of that and rushed towards the floor where the conference room was located. The Fan Group is a well-known large conglomerate in Yanjing, but the Fan family has an advantage that other conglomerates cannot match. They have considerable political connections. The patriarch of the Fan family started from scratch and, through decades of hard work, built a vast family business, with industries covering real estate development, furniture manufacturing, mining, retail, financial services, and many other sectors. The patriarch of the Fan family had 3 sons. The eldest son, Fan Jiming, excelled in his studies and entered politics, where he is now a high-ranking official. The second son, Fan Jingming, is Fan Jingyang's father. He serves as the chairman of the board of directors of the Fan Group and has full control over the future of this commercial behemoth. The third son, Fan Yunming, entered the military system and is now the division commander of a division in the Yanjing military region, holding the rank of major general. It can be said that the 3 sons of the Fan family have all achieved remarkable results in their respective fields. At this moment, Fan Jingming was in the conference room outlining the development plan for his real estate company over the next 3 years. Meanwhile, the real estate industry in China, which had been dragged down by the global financial crisis, was showing unprecedented momentum under the bailout policies of the top leadership. Fan's real estate originally focused on development in 4 first-tier cities, Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, and did not expand nationwide. According to the latest ranking of China's top 10 real estate developers, Fan's real estate is not among them, based on multiple dimensions such as land reserves, construction area, and contract sales amount. Fan Jingming could no longer sit still. What the hell are you all doing? I'd never heard of this Qiangxing real estate before, but in 2008, its new construction area ranked first in the country. This Hengtai real estate company almost went bankrupt last year. Their boss, Mr. Su, repeatedly tried to invite me to dinner, but I ignored him completely. And yet, this year they're #1 in contracted sales nationwide. What are you real estate groups doing? Why don't you expand nationwide? Are you just coasting along and waiting to die? The real estate group CEO was practically shoving his head into his pants. Being scolded like that by the chairman in front of so many subsidiary company CEOs, who could stand that? Moreover, focusing on first-tier cities for in-depth development was your decision, Fan Jingming. How could I dare to compete with you? Now that development has fallen behind, you're starting to shift the blame? However, he also dared not tell Fan Jingming face-to-face that this was the general direction he had set himself. Fan Jingming sat angrily in his boss's chair, panting heavily. Chapter 119, Holding Little Hands. Just then, there was a loud banging on the conference room door. Fan Jingming was already furious, and the ongoing meeting was interrupted, causing his volcano of anger to erupt instantly. Which bastard is this? Let him get in here, and I'll break his legs. But when the door opened and his precious son walked in, Fan Jingming instantly had the illusion that he was about to choke to death by his own saliva. Perhaps due to his recklessness in his youth, Fan Jingming faced numerous difficulties when he was ready to have a child. He was diagnosed with asthenospermia and had to go through a lot of trouble to have such a precious son. He cherished him dearly, afraid of dropping him or letting him melt in his mouth. Over time, Fan Jingming doted on this son to an extreme degree, to the point that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he spoiled him. When he saw his beloved son looking for him, Fan Jingyang disregarded the meeting, leaving his group of trusted executives in the conference room, and then pulled Fan Jingyang to his office. He was unusually kind and gentle, saying, "Jingyang, what made you decide to come at Dad's company? Is your allowance running low? Dad will transfer you another 10 million. Fan Jingyang wasn't really here to ask for money this time. It was the first time he had his gang of thugs deal with Xiao Chong, but the other party easily thwarted their plan. Xiao Chong saw that he was a student, so he ignored him. The second time, Fan Jingyang actually spent a lot of money to hire an international assassin. If Xiao Chong hadn't possessed a special rebirth skill, an ordinary person would probably be dead by now. This time, Xiao Chong was truly enraged, which is why he said those harsh words to Fan Jingyang. This terrified Fan Jingyang, putting his life in danger. However, he was unwilling to submit to Xiao Chong, a peasant boy he looked down upon, so he could only seek reassurance from his father. In his eyes, there was nothing his dad couldn't handle. Fan Jingyang, "Dad, I have money now. That's a different matter." Then he told his father in detail about the origins of his feud with Xiao Chong. Upon hearing this, Fan Jingming immediately flew into a rage again. Damn it! A country bumpkin from the village dares to touch my son? Does he really think the Fan family is made of clay? Fan Jingming doesn't care who's right or wrong in the matter. If you want to harm my son, then you're in the wrong. Your name is Xiao Chong, right? Dad will remember that. If you're scared, don't go back to school yet. Dad will arrange for someone to teach that brat a lesson today. Fan Jingyang was overjoyed. With his father's help, the matter was settled. After Fan Jingyang left, Fan Jingming made a phone call to his subordinate. Mountain Cat, there's a kid who's been disobedient. Give him a talking to. A little bloodshed is fine. I will then send you the other party's information. In Fan Jingming's mind, problems that can be solved with fists should not be wasted on words. Therefore, after taking over the fan group, he recruited a group of ruthless individuals with a criminal record to help him deal with some of the difficulties he encountered in business. Many business competitors are friendly, discouraged by these people. The leader of these people was Lynx, who was originally the king of the Southeast Asian underground boxing market. He was later recruited by Fan Jingming for a large sum of money and became Fan Jingming's henchman. After hearing this, Lynx simply hummed in response and hung up the phone. He then opened the email, looked at Xiao Chong's message, a cruel smile appeared on his lips, and he grabbed 2 handy tools from home before setting off. After the bell rang to signal the end of get out of class, Xiao Chong and Lu Qingyuan went together and took a taxi to a nearby bustling commercial street. The movie we're going to see today is The Great Wall. Before going in, Xiao Chong thoughtfully bought Lu Qingyuan's favorite popcorn and drinks. At this moment, Lu Qingyuan felt the same nervousness and anticipation she had felt a few days ago. Watching a movie alone with a boy was a first for her in more than 10 years. This meant that Lu Qingyuan's mind wasn't on the movie at all. She always felt that Xiao Chong was watching her from the darkness beside her. She would occasionally turn her head to peek and see what was going on, and the two seemed to be of one mind, their fiery gazes colliding and sparking intensely in the darkness several times. After a heated collision, Xiao Chong took the opportunity to hold Lu Qingyuan's slender hands. Lu Qingyuan's delicate body trembled, and she instinctively tried to withdraw her tender hand from the armrest of the seat. But how could Xiao Chong let her have her way? A pair of large hands gripped her wrists tightly. Seeing that she couldn't break free, Lu Qingyuan simply gave up struggling. Xiao Chong took the opportunity to open his fingers and interlock them with Lu Qingyuan's. Lu Qingyuan's heart was pounding. With no experience, she had no idea how to deal with the situation. Her cheeks were burning, and she could only let Xiao Chong do as he pleased. Fortunately, Xiao Chong did not make any further advances. He simply held her hand and watched the entire movie. When the movie ended, Xiao Chong remained motionless, and Lu Qingyuan had no choice but to leave. You don't want to live here, do you? Seeing that everyone else in the theater had left, Lu Qingyuan said reproachfully. Xiao Chong looked like he hadn't had enough. With you by my side, I don't want to leave. Lu Qingyuan chuckled upon hearing this, but felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Let's go. I'll treat you to dinner. Xiao Chong finally stood up, but he did not let go of Lu Qingyuan's hand. Lu Qingyuan did not struggle anymore and let Xiao Chong hold her hand like that. The two finished their meal around 9 p.m. As soon as I stepped outside, a taxi was parked right in front of the restaurant. The two got into the car immediately, and after a night of getting to know each other, they were so engrossed in the sweetness of the moment that they didn't notice that the driver was a man with a sinister face and a scar on his right cheek. This person was none other than Shan Mao, one of Fan Jingming's subordinates. Every girl hopes that her Prince Charming will one day confess his love to her in public, and Lu Qingyuan is no exception. Although he had hinted at it to the other party in public, for some reason, Xiao Chong, that blockhead, just wouldn't take that step. Tonight, she grabbed my hand again. This is something only couples do. This conflicted feeling had been troubling Lu Qingyuan all night, so she remained inattentive after getting on the bus. Xiao Chong, on the other hand, was completely absorbed in feeling Lu Qingyuan's soft, boneless, delicate hands. He only noticed something amiss when he looked out at the scenery. Master, isn't this the way back to Peking University? Lynx gave a cold laugh, and a hoarse voice came from his throat. Of course it's not the way to Yanda University. The Lynx's hoarse voice made the absent-minded Lu Qingyuan feel very uncomfortable, so she said unhappily, "We are going back to Yanda University. Where did you take us? This is not the way to rip off tourists." Xiao Chong smiled. This naive and silly girl actually mistook the other party for a driver who was overcharging her. Chapter 120, A Fight to the Death. As soon as Lu Qingyuan finished speaking, the car made a beautiful dragon-like tail swing and stopped on a quiet road. Lynx got out of the car and, seeing that the two people inside hadn't moved, frowned. "I don't need to personally invite you out, Mr. Xiao Chong." Xiao Chong narrowed his eyes, a glint of shrewdness in them. "Qingyuan, wait here for me. I'll be right back." At this moment, Lu Qingyuan also realized that this was not a simple case of overcharging customers. It was clearly a premeditated and intentional kidnapping. Lu Qingyuan, a young woman who had never seen the harsh realities of society, was so frightened that she tightly gripped Xiao Chong's hands. Xiao Chong placed his other hand on the back of the other person's hand, gently reassuring them, "It's okay, I'll be back in 3 minutes at most." Then he withdrew his hands and got out of the car. Watching Xiao Chong's departing figure, Lu Qingyuan felt a little calmer as she recalled his comforting words. As if remembering something, she immediately took out her phone to dial the police, but to her surprise, she couldn't make the call. She tried several more times, but the result was the same. 10 meters away from the taxi, Lynx smoked a cigarette and quietly watched Xiao Chong walk towards him. "You've got some guts." Xiao Chong chuckled. "Fan Jingyang sent you. He's just a third-generation rich kid. He doesn't have the right to order me around." The Lynx's tone subtly revealed a hint of arrogance and contempt for the rich third generation. Xiao Chong's lips curled into a playful smile. "Oh, so that's Fan Jingyang's father." The Lynx didn't answer, but instead offered a well-intentioned warning. "The Fan family is not someone you can afford to offend." There was no answer, yet it seemed as if something had been answered. "All right, enough talk. Let's get this over with. I need to take the beauty home." The Lynx was taken aback for a moment, then quickly processed Xiao Chong's words before saying with a grim expression, "Fine, since you're in such a hurry to reincarnate, then." Enough with the nonsense. Xiao Chong interrupted the Lynx's ramblings and then took a running start and sprinted towards him. When he was about 2 meters away from the Lynx, Xiao Chong leaped into the air, his right leg accumulating astonishing energy as he spun around. The moment Xiao Chong leaped into the air, Shan Mao felt an overwhelming killing intent, and his eyes revealed an extremely solemn expression. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chong's powerful whirlwind kick, carrying the force of a thunderbolt, slammed down on the mountain cat's head. The Lynx's words were interrupted, and he couldn't bother to make any other dodging movements. He could only twist his body and choose to use his shoulder to take the opponent's charged attack. Lynx channeled all his strength into his shoulders and tensed his leg muscles. But even so, he seemed to underestimate the power of Xiao Chong's attack. When the other person's leg slammed into his shoulder, Lynx felt as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him, and his leg seemed unable to withstand the immense force, causing his knees to involuntarily kneel down toward Xiao Chong. The Lynx's left arm was dislocated on the spot by this blow. The Lynx first coughed up a mouthful of blood, indicating that it had suffered serious internal injuries. Then he braced his left arm against the ground and, with a slight effort, put the dislocated arm back in place, all while letting out a cold snort. Xiao Chong did not take advantage of his illness to kill him, but instead watched everything unfold with a cold eye. The Lynx, now standing up again, looked at Xiao Chong with fear in his eyes. He couldn't understand how a college student could possess such terrifying strength. This time, Lynx decided to strike first. After a short rest, Lynx pounced on Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong remained motionless. After closing in on Xiao Chong, Lynx immediately launched a fierce attack, unleashing a barrage of highly lethal Muay Thai moves such as elbow strikes and knee strikes. The attack was fierce, but to Lynx's utter dismay, this move, which had previously been invincible, was completely ineffective against the opponent, who easily parried and neutralized it one by one. Moreover, there was even a hint of mockery in the other person's eyes. The Lynx was so angry it almost vomited blood and immediately increased the speed of its attack. But it was all for naught. That's it. Taking advantage of the brief moment when the two were about to separate, Xiao Chong posed a soul-searching question that almost broke Lynx's defenses. Immediately, Xiao Chong's aura surged. As if possessed by Xiang Yu, the cold aura made the Lynx tremble. Xiao Chong delivered a powerful, unforced punch to the Lynx's chest. The Lynx could only block with its hands in haste. With 2 cracking sounds, the Lynx was sent flying backward, where it lay on the ground, howling in agony. This punch shattered the bones in his left and right arms and also severely impacted his internal organs. Xiao Chang stepped forward. Tell your master that he either needs to apologize to me or to fight to the death. Then, Xiao Chang turned around and walked towards the taxi. Inside the car, Lu Qingyuan looked helplessly out the window, trying to get a clear picture of Xiao Chang's condition. Unfortunately, the place where the two were fighting was right in Lu Qingyuan's blind spot, and she could only watch anxiously from inside the car. Just then, she saw a figure walking towards the vehicle. When the person got closer, she realized it was Xiao Chang, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Chang, are you all right? Let me see. As soon as Xiao Chang got into the car, Lu Qingyuan asked him with concern. This warmed Xiao Chang's heart. It's all right. Your man is very strong. Even 10 more of those foreigners wouldn't be enough for me to beat. Lu Qingyuan was amused by Xiao Chang's teasing words. Who said you were my man? You're just bragging. Anyway, it's good that you're all right. Taking advantage of the situation, Xiao Chang once again held Lu Qingyuan's jade-like hand and caressed it. This time, Lu Qingyuan did not resist at all, seemingly tacitly agreeing to this level of physical contact. After experiencing the situation, Xiao Chang did not overstep his bounds. Let's go back to school first. After the vehicle left, Lynx struggled painfully to his feet, took out his phone, and dialed Fan Jingming's number. Knowing the outcome, Fan Jingming instantly lost his sleepiness. The strongest fighter in the Fan family, Lynx, was powerless against the opponent. Moreover, given Lynx's arrogant personality, his claim that he has no fighting power suggests the reality might be even worse than Lynx himself describes. This infuriated Fan Jingming, who immediately called his precious son. Fan Jingyang, who was having an intimate conversation with a young model, answered the phone and heard his father's roar. Who the hell did you mess with? How could a student beat your Uncle Shan Mao to a pulp? Ignoring his disrupted mood, Fan Jingyang said, feeling wronged, he's just a student in our class. Fan Jingming said in a tone of exasperation, you better behave yourself from now on and stop causing me trouble. After saying that, he angrily hung up the phone. Fan Jingyang, who was unjustly insulted, was now seething with anger. He vented his resentment on the young model. Chapter 121, heading to Los Angeles. After dropping Lu Qingyuan off at the girls' dormitory, Xiao Chang didn't linger and returned to his dormitory, which had been empty for several days. Now, the four of them in the dormitory basically live and eat at the company and have no time to go back to the dormitory. After washing up, Xiao Chang made a phone call to Li Muyao. At this moment, Li Muyao was still in her office handling the affairs of Qiangxing Group. With Qiangxing real estate expanding in multiple locations, many things required her as the president to make the final decisions. Qiangxing Investment's venture capital business is expanding rapidly, and negotiations with JD.com, Alibaba, and DJI have entered the final decision-making stage. Upon seeing that it was Xiao Chang's call, Li Muyao was overjoyed. She knew that this entrepreneurial partner of the subsidiary company had been incredibly busy lately, with the industrial park going into production and his appearance on CCTV. Xiao Chang, how come you have time to contact me? Xiao Chang gave a wry smile. He had indeed been too busy lately to visit this woman, his entrepreneurial heroine and confidant, who had followed him from his hometown all the way to Iha Courtyard Villa. I've been incredibly busy lately. Oh, by the way, Muyao, there's something important. We need to get the marketing department to thoroughly understand the fan group's industrial structure, especially the situation of its listed subsidiaries. Li Muyao never questioned the reasons behind Xiao Chang's arrangements, simply saying, okay, give me 2 days. This isn't urgent. We could take our time. Aren't you coming tonight? Xiao Chang naturally understood what Li Muyao meant. Sexual relations between men and women, once tasted, become more satisfying, serving as both a physiological need and a bridge for emotional communication. Muyao, turn on the video later. Let's do something different today. Li Muyao didn't know where Xiao Chang learned those tricks from, but they always made her feel incredibly ashamed. The next day, Xiao Chang felt refreshed and slept until 9 o'clock. Currently, both the various business segments of Qiangxing Group and Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall have dedicated personnel in charge, and progress is going smoothly. Next, I need to prepare to attend the Global Health Expo to be held in Country M in 3 days. This is a crucial step in determining whether Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic can go international, so Xiao Chang attaches great importance to it. That afternoon, Xiao Chong, Fu Hao, and 10 quick-witted assistants boarded an international flight to Los Angeles, USA. After a long 13-hour flight, Xiao Chong and his group finally landed in this international metropolis where land is incredibly valuable. Jeffers had arranged a thoughtful airport pickup service, making Xiao Chong and his group feel right at home. Since the booth designs for each participating pharmaceutical company at the Global Health Expo are almost fixed, only a few booths under the organizers receive special treatment. When Jeffers helped Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall obtain the qualification to participate in the exhibition, he did not use family connections to obtain special treatment for the booth in order to avoid attracting River's attention as much as possible. Therefore, Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall's booth was also a standardized booth. The hotel where Xiao Chong and his group stayed happened to be a 5-star hotel under the Jeffers Group, and all the staff treated these guests from China like royalty. On the first day, everyone was jet-lagged and basically didn't go out of the hotel. While staying in the presidential suite, Xiao Chong couldn't help but think of the innocent girl named Su Maya. I wonder how Maya's transfer procedures are going. Having already woken up, Xiao Chong lay on a huge bed, took the phone provided by the hotel, and dialed Su Maya's number directly. The call was quickly connected, and a familiar, pleasant voice came through, inexplicably reminding Xiao Chong of those days and Su Maya's moving singing voice. "Maya, what are you doing?" "Xiao Chong, you are Xiao Chong." Su Maya immediately recognized the owner of the phone by the voice. "This is Xiao Chong. Did you miss me? Didn't you say you were going to transfer to a school in China? What happened?" At the mention of this, Su Maya's expression turned sorrowful. "I'm so sorry, Xiao Chong. I probably won't be able to go to China anytime soon." Xiao Chong was stunned. "Why? Your father, the king of Sasa Kingdom, can't handle this little thing? That's impossible." Su Maya sighed again. "My dad found out about you and me. He doesn't approve of our relationship and wants me to marry the Prince of Djibouti after I graduate." "What? Isn't this selling a daughter? What era are we living in? Still using that old-fashioned aristocratic marriage system?" "My father wants to use this opportunity to form an alliance with Diplomat and strengthen his voice in OPEC." Xiao Chong nodded as if suddenly understanding. "Maya, don't worry. After I'm done with this trip, I'll go to your Sasha country and have a talk with your stubborn old father. I believe I can make him change his mind." "Really? That's wonderful, but I miss you so much right now." Xiao Chong could understand the pain of one person missing the other in a passionate relationship, so he began to comfort him. Suddenly, Su Maya's surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. "Xiao Chong, why does your phone number show up as belonging to the United States? Are you in the United States?" Xiao Chong was also taken aback. "Yeah, I'm in Los Angeles." "What's wrong? You're not in the U.S. too, are you?" Upon hearing this, Su Maya immediately burst into cheers. "My friend and I are in Las Vegas. Send me the address, and I'll book a flight to Los Angeles right away. We could be together tonight." This result was indeed a pleasant surprise for Xiao Chong. After everyone woke up, Xiao Chong led them to the expo site to familiarize themselves with the venue in advance. All the exhibition materials were designed domestically and printed locally. With Jeffers as free labor, Xiao Chong and his team were saved a lot of trouble. In their spare time, Xiao Chong led everyone on a leisurely stroll around, allowing them to appreciate the beauty of this unfamiliar country. In the evening, everyone finally experienced the unique prosperity of this international metropolis. The night sky was ablaze with lights, a scene of extravagance and decadence, where the air was thick with the scent of money. Inside this 5-star luxury restaurant, "My dear Xiao, I'm so sorry I can only meet you under the cover of darkness." Xiao Chong fully understands Jeffers' current state, which can be simply summarized as playing it safe and trying to develop his strength. If Jeffers were to show any signs of trouble by his own brother, it would likely be nipped in the bud. "You're too kind, Jeffers. I sympathize with your situation, but I believe your days will be over." "Xiao, this is the sales permit for Contari in the U.S. and the member countries of the 25-nation Western Alliance. I've got it sorted out for you. However, you should know that almost all pharmaceutical distributors and retailers in the West are held hostage by the interests of those few innovative drug giants. It's still uncertain whether Contari can successfully enter the market." Chapter 122 Innovative Drug Alliance. Xiao Chong was well aware of this, but Jeffers said this simply because he hoped to establish a deep financial bond with him in the sales of Contari. Xiao Chong did not point this out. "Ha ha, Jeffers. Isn't that what you're here for? I believe you have a way to break this monopoly. Jeffers showed no embarrassment at having his little scheme exposed. Of course, we are the closest partners. By the way, Xiao, has there been any increase in production capacity for those Shenyang Kangtai pills? A daily production capacity of 600,000 pills is simply not enough to meet demand. That's no problem. I can allocate an extra 300,000 per day for you. That's great. Cheers. It's a pleasure doing business with you. It was already 10:30 p.m. when Xiao Chong finished eating, and he rushed back to his room. Because Samaya had been waiting in her room for a long time. Sigh. What a terrible sin it is to leave such a stunning exotic beauty alone in an empty room. Back in his room, Xiao Chong saw Su Maya, who had already washed herself clean, lying on the bed with a shy, half-revealed expression. Her tender and expectant look made him lose control instantly. The longing for each other after not seeing each other for many days has turned into deep yearning. 2 hours later, after receiving this deep longing, Sumaya fell into a deep sleep. The following morning, after the sun was high in the sky, Xiao Chong finally got out of bed with a satisfied look on his face. The venue for the Global Health Expo was just across the street from Xiao Chong's hotel, and he could see the situation inside the exhibition hall from the large floor-to-ceiling windows. It was only 9 a.m., but the huge expo site was already packed with people. Fu Hao, his 4 assistants, and the 10 translators sent by Jeffers had already arrived at the Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall booth early in the morning. The expo officially opened at 10 a.m. and lasted for 5 days. At 9:55 a.m., the main stage area of the convention center was bustling with people. After careful observation and interviews, Xiao Chong discovered that among the people attending the expo, in addition to the staff of various pharmaceutical companies, 60% or even more of them were pharmaceutical distributors and agents from all over the world. 10 to 20% of the group consists of media reporters from around the world, while only a small percentage are simply tourists. After thinking about it carefully, Xiao Chong quickly came to his senses. After all, most people wouldn't understand such a highly specialized expo, and it wouldn't satisfy their curiosity. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the beautiful Los Angeles for the first Global Health Expo. The 48 pharmaceutical companies participating in this exhibition come from 15 countries and regions around the world, basically representing the world's top medical science and innovative drug level. The host gave a lengthy introduction to the current state of innovative drug development in the world and the basic information of the 48 pharmaceutical companies participating in the exhibition. Xiao Chong was astonished to discover that Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall was the only Chinese pharmaceutical company exhibiting. Moreover, of the remaining 47 innovative drug companies, 24 were from the United States, 18 were from 11 Western countries, and the remaining 5 were from Japan and South Korea, respectively. This aptly illustrates the current global landscape of cutting-edge innovative drug development. Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall was listed at the very end of the introductions of the 48 participating companies. Xiao Chong was already mentally prepared for this and expected to be treated differently in many ways. After all, the Western world has always looked down on Chinese companies in the high-tech field, and this is not limited to the field of innovative drugs. The phenomenon of worshiping the strong and despising the weak is all too common. Xiao Chong didn't mind at all. There's a saying in China that goes, "Good wine needs no bush." Moreover, my purpose in coming here is to break down this chain of discrimination. After the host finished the introduction, he immediately announced that the next segment would be for each participating company to have 2 minutes to come on stage and introduce their latest research and development achievements and expected efficacy of the drugs. The order in which the companies were introduced was undoubtedly based on their overall strength. Some innovative drug giants seized this opportunity to launch multiple innovative drugs at once, while others launched improved versions of existing drugs. Moreover, 75% of these drugs are concentrated in the field of cancer treatment, while the remaining 25% cover diseases such as AIDS, ALS, and rare diseases that are rarely heard of, but which are all extremely deadly. Soon it was the 47th person's turn to go on stage to give a presentation, while Xiao Chong and Fu Hao came to the front of the stage to prepare. Fu Hao had already carefully prepared his recommendation speech and knew it by heart. After the 47th speaker, the head of an innovative pharmaceutical company from South Korea, finished his introduction, Fu Hao was preparing to go on stage. However, The host had already taken a microphone from the Korean and started introducing the follow-up matters. This left Fu Hao, who was already standing on the edge of the stage, extremely embarrassed, caught in a dilemma, and he could only look helplessly at Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong was instantly enraged. He knew that they had a prejudice against Chinese companies, but they were being far too blatant. It was simply outrageous. Indeed, at this moment, inside the conference room of the Global Innovative Drug Alliance, the organizer of the Big Health Expo, a group of foreigners are watching the event live via video stream. How dare an unknown Chinese medicine clinic like Huaxia TCM Hall attempt to participate in such an international pharmaceutical expo? Don't they know that this expo is specifically for our Innovative Drug Alliance? How naive. The speaker was Edwards, chairman of the Council of the International Alliance for Innovative Medicines and CEO of Pharology, the world's #1 innovative drug giant. The globally popular blue pill is a product of their company. That's right. Chinese medicine has been declining under our years of propaganda and suppression of pseudoscience. Before long, there will be no room for Chinese medicine to survive in the world's medical field. Haha, China has a huge population, and our medicine is in high demand and short supply, allowing us to earn hundreds of times the profit. These Western medical giants present are, in fact, the biggest instigators of the denigration and suppression of traditional Chinese medicine. In their eyes, Chinese people are blindly worshipping foreign things and flocking to their exorbitantly priced anti-cancer drugs. It's too easy to make money from Chinese people. It would be an injustice not to. At the expo, in a moment of quick thinking, Xiao Chong leaped up from the stage and landed steadily next to the host like a rock spreading its wings. Wow, is he Spider-Man? No, he's clearly Superman. The audience was instantly stunned by Xiao Chong's illogical and astonishing move, staring at him as if he were a monster. Fu Hao was also completely dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Holy crap, even Bruce Lee didn't have this ability." The host was stunned as the black-eyed, yellow-skinned Asian man suddenly appeared. Taking advantage of the moment when the host was caught off guard, Xiao Chong snatched the microphone from her hand. Xiao Chong, who could communicate with foreigners without any problems, looked at the crowd below the stage, who were discussing animatedly. "Hello, everyone. I am the person in charge of Huaxia TCM Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, which is participating in this exhibition. The beautiful host may have forgotten that our company exists. There is no other way but for me to step forward." He even put on an extremely apologetic expression as he spoke. Chapter 123, There's Always a Demon Trying to Do Something Wrong. China is an ancient country, and traditional Chinese medicine has been passed down for thousands of years. Our Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall is the purest inheritor and promoter of ancient Chinese medicine. Recently, our company successfully developed a universally applicable and highly effective anti-cancer drug called Kangtailui. Xiao Chong's brief introduction instantly piqued the interest of countless pharmaceutical agents and distributors present. This drug has passed the clinical drug test organized by the China Drug Administration. All patients with severe cancer who took Kangtailui experienced a 100% reduction in cancer cells within 12 hours and a reduction in tumor lesions to a benign range within 24 hours. For patients who have taken our medication, cancer is no longer a terminal illness, but rather a chronic disease like high blood pressure and diabetes that does not threaten their lives. The crowd erupted in uproar again, with many expressing doubt. Is it really that amazing? Inside the Innovative Drug Alliance Council office, an uproar ensued. Edwards, phone in hand, roared, "Stop that Chinese monkey immediately." "Mr. Edwards, there's no need to be so nervous. I think he's just trying to attract attention. Our Innovative Drug Alliance has spent countless sums of money over the decades, but we still haven't been able to completely conquer cancer. A company like Huaxia, established less than 2 months ago, dares to shamelessly claim to have conquered cancer and even to offer a universal anti-cancer drug effective against various types of cancer. Do you think this aligns with the laws of scientific development?" Rivers calmly shared his insights. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought and then nodded in agreement with Rivers' analysis. Edwards shared this view, but he remained uneasy, saying, "That being said, we must be vigilant and nip any unforeseen risks in the bud." Everyone nodded this time. After saying this, Edwards called the organizers of the expo, made some arrangements, and then hung up the phone with satisfaction. That concludes my presentation. If you're interested, please move to Hall 48, where we have professional guides who will provide detailed explanations. After saying that, Xiao Chong handed the microphone back to the host and then walked off the stage on his own. After Xiao Chong's unique entrance and groundbreaking introduction of the medicine's effects, pharmaceutical agents and distributors from various countries began to flock to the exhibition hall of Huaxia, traditional Chinese medicine hall. This kept the 10 assistants extremely busy, and even Fu Hao personally took on the role of receptionist. Xiao Chong, on the other hand, visited the booths of the top 10 innovative drug companies at the expo to see what innovative research these leading pharmaceutical companies were currently conducting. But after touring around, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, as the mainstream research directions of these top pharmaceutical companies were still in areas with large enough patient populations. While it's understandable for capital to pursue profits, disregarding the lives and deaths of patients with niche diseases is not the attitude a top international pharmaceutical company should have. Shouldn't the right to life of those suffering from rare diseases be respected? Xiao Chong vowed to go back and continue to gather a group of renowned Chinese medicine doctors to conduct special research on rare diseases in the world, because Xiao Chong firmly believed that when you care about the world will never abandon you. When Xiao Chong returned to Exhibition Hall number 48 of Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall, he immediately witnessed something that infuriated him. A group of people from Country M, dressed in uniforms, were seen grabbing promotional materials from the table in front of the booth. Fu Hao struggled to stay afloat with the help of 10 assistants. Xiao Chong leaped up and, using both hands, instantly pulled the group of American men to their knees. "What are you doing? Why are you stealing our promotional materials?" Xiao Chong looked at these people with a cold expression. He had already been very restrained. If he hadn't wanted to avoid trouble, he would have already gotten into a fight with them. At this moment, a strong white man stood menacingly in front of Xiao Chong. Standing at over 1.9 meters tall, he made Xiao Chong appear extremely weak. "We are from the Federal Quality Inspection Bureau. Someone reported that your company exaggerated the effects of drugs and made false claims with the sinister intention of illegally amassing wealth." Xiao Chong chuckled. "Do you have any evidence to prove that we are exaggerating or making false claims? If so, please provide your evidence. If not, please step aside and issue a public apology. Otherwise, I will file a lawsuit against your Federal Quality Inspection Bureau in the M Federal Court for intentional framing. At the same time, we will report this case to the Chinese Embassy in Country M and seek legal protection." As soon as Xiao Chong finished speaking, the white team leader's face turned ashen. He has no evidence whatsoever. It's a complete fabrication based on bribes and a lack of any regard for the facts. In their eyes, the Chinese people would kneel down and submit long ago if they were intimidated even slightly, and they wouldn't have the courage to argue with them. So this white team leader intended to take the initiative from the start, but today he was facing Xiao Chong, and psychologically he was not afraid of the existence of the M country's power. At this moment, the white tour leader began to have doubts. In the United States, federal courts can even accept cases against the president, let alone the Federal Quality Inspection Bureau. Moreover, if this were to escalate to the Chinese embassy in the United States, it could potentially trigger a diplomatic incident. "I only received tens of thousands of dollars. Is it necessary to take such a big risk?" Obviously, there's no need for that. The white captain, who had just been glaring angrily, immediately broke into a wide smile. Combined with his tall and muscular physique, the scene instantly became comical. "Sir, your reminder made me realize I'd completely forgotten about it. I'll immediately go back and verify the evidence with the whistleblower. I apologize for the impact this has had on you and your company. I'm so sorry." This burly man was surprisingly flexible and showed no embarrassment at having backed down so quickly. Xiao Chong watched the group leave in a disheveled state and sneered inwardly. What a bunch of bullies who prey on the weak. Despite this incident, it did not affect the bustling consultation scene in front of Huaxia TCM Hall's exhibition hall. All of this was observed by members of the Innovative Drug Alliance, including Edwards. After a lively discussion, half an hour later, all the Alliance members were laughing again. The first day of the expo was spent in a flurry of activity, with hundreds of pharmaceutical distributors from around the world busy learning about the products and treatment prospects of each innovative drug company, rather than rushing to place orders. For a 5-day expo like this, the first 3 days are usually spent researching and comparing products, and the last 2 days are usually for placing a formal order. Inside Xiao Chong's presidential suite, Fu Hao and 10 assistants were also present. We had a very fruitful day today, with 312 potential agents leaving their phone numbers. This is only the first day. Judging by this momentum, our Huaxia traditional Chinese medicine clinic's King Tailui is about to take off. Chapter 124 Plot Twist. Seeing Fu Hao's excited and confident expression, Xiao Chong couldn't bear to discourage him too much. But in order to prepare him psychologically for the unpredictable difficulties of the future, Xiao Chong couldn't help but speak up. Fu Hao, you're too optimistic. This drug has, after all, affected the interests of too many people around the world. In the field of anti-cancer drugs, more than 20 innovative drugs worldwide are currently sharing this huge pie, and this pattern has been in place for quite some time. Moreover, they have most likely formed an alliance to defend their interests. Our drug has now achieved a leapfrog development, which has affected the interests of many people. Do you think they will sit idly by and wait to die? Today, having the Federal Quality Inspection Bureau make things difficult for us is just the appetizer. In the coming days, they will surely unleash even bigger killer moves. Xiao Chong's words were like a bucket of cold water, chilling everyone to the bone. After this advice, Fu Hao realized he had been too optimistic and looked embarrassed and a little uneasy. So what should we do next? Just sit here and wait to die. Sitting idly by and waiting to die? That's not in my nature. I'll deal with whatever comes my way and adapt to the situation. On the morning of the second day, Xiao Chong and his group arrived at the expo early, tidied up their booth, and began playing foreign language promotional videos for Huaxia TCM Hall and King Tailui on a large screen outside the booth. Once 9 o'clock had passed, the entire expo park returned to its bustling and lively state as it had been the day before. In stark contrast to yesterday, the exhibition hall of Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall was deserted. This greatly worried Fu Hao and the others. Xiao Chong, yesterday there were crowds of people showing great interest in our Kong Tai Rui. What happened today? Why have all the agents who contacted me suddenly disappeared? It's like everyone had planned it beforehand. Although Xiao Chong had some premonition about this unpredictable situation, he did not expect the opponent's second move to come so quickly. He pondered for a moment, instantly combining the current situation with Jeffers' advice. Could it be that the global distributors of major anti-cancer drugs have been held hostage by these innovative drug giants for their own interests? Are we forcing them to choose between two options? Upon realizing this possibility, Xiao Chong's lips curled into a look of sudden understanding. Xiao Chong, you're really thick-skinned. You can still laugh now? You're really something. Seeing Fu Hao's anxious and agitated state, Xiao Chong laughed even harder. Then I'll cry. I wouldn't say I'm crying, but at least try to match my emotions. All right, stop with the nonsense. Have someone call back those potential agents who registered yesterday and see what their attitude is now. Fu Hao didn't waste any time and immediately went into the exhibition hall to make follow-up calls with 10 assistants. 20 minutes later, Fu Hao hurriedly approached Xiao Chong again. Just as Fu Hao was about to say something, Xiao Chong spoke first. Don't tell me yet. Let me guess. Do those potential distributors mean they're just looking into King Tailui and don't actually intend to become distributors? Fu Hao was astonished. Xiao Chong, you really are like Zhuge Liang waving his feather fan. You can predict everything with uncanny accuracy. You guessed it right, we revisited 154 of them, but they all said they had no intention of becoming agents for our King Tailui. This is a stark contrast to the intense interest they showed during their consultation yesterday. Xiao Chong nodded quietly. This must be something these Western innovative drug giants did. It's all right, stay calm. Even Sheng Yaojin had his three-pronged attack. This is only their second. They definitely have more tricks up their sleeve. We'll remain unchanged and wait for an opportunity to counter them. Fu Hao shook his head as if he understood, but didn't quite. However, Fu Hao felt much more at ease because of his absolute trust in Xiao Chong. The opportunity Xiao Chong mentioned soon appeared, and he keenly seized it, turning it into an absolute opportunity for Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall to make a name for itself. Just after 11 a.m., Fu Hao and the others were so bored that they were drowsy. Just a minute ago, the exhibition hall was deserted, but suddenly 100 or so people appeared. These people are not drug agents or distributors around the world. A quick glance at their condition reveals that they are a group of terminally ill patients on the verge of death. Beside these people were more than 20 media outlets, all armed with various cameras and microphones, taking pictures of the entrance to the Huaxia TCM Hall exhibition hall. Looking at this scene, Fu Hao suddenly felt a headache coming on. What the hell is going on now? Hello. We are reporters from the Los Angeles Times. Hello, this is the broadcasting station of Country M. We are reporters from the Washington Post. We are M Union. Fu Hao was even more confused when he heard this. These were all the most influential media outlets and TV stations in the United States. Why were they all here? It didn't make sense. We didn't pay you to do this special report. At this moment, Steve, a reporter from the M Country's broadcasting station, stepped forward and asked, "Hello, are you the person in charge of the company? Can your company grant us 25 media outlets a live interview?" Of course, it would be my honor. Just as Fu Hao was wondering how to respond, Xiao Chong quietly appeared in front of the media and readily agreed to their interview request. "Sir, what is your surname?" "Xiao Chong is Chinese." "Mr. Xiao, I've heard that your company has developed a universally effective anti-cancer drug. Is that true?" "Of course it's true. Our Huaxia traditional Chinese medicine clinic's new product, Kang Tailui, can reduce cancer cells by half after 12 hours of medication and shrink tumor lesions to a benign state after 24 hours, turning cancer into a chronic disease that no longer threatens people's lives and health." Xiao Chong spoke with great confidence, showing no fear in the face of so many top media outlets. This calm and composed demeanor made Fu Hao, who was behind him, feel inferior once again. Steve wore an incredulous expression, a hint of cunning in his deep eyes. "Mr. Xiao, there's an old Chinese saying, like a peddler praising his own wares. I wonder if the true efficacy of your company's King Tailui is also like that." Fu Hao was very unhappy with the Westerner's directness, and his eyes were full of resentment when he looked at Steve and the others. "Did I hit a nerve? Look, your company staff are already furious." Xiao Chong turned around, reassuring Fu Hao and the others with his eyes, then turned back to look at Steve. China has not only ancient sayings like Wang pa selling melons and self-praised. There's also the classic saying, good wine needs no bush. I think Mr. Steve has probably heard of it too. Xiao Chong remained composed and defiant, using the same tactic against Steve to easily deflect his verbal trap. Chapter 125, Mutual Schemes. Steve wasn't annoyed that his difficult question had been easily resolved. "Mr. Xiao is certainly quick-witted." "Haha, thank you for the compliment. We're the same." Seeing that he hadn't gained any advantage in his area of expertise, Steve changed his mind and asked, "Mr. Xiao, you said that your company's medicine can bring cancer patients back from the brink of death and turn this terminal illness into a chronic disease. Is that right?" Xiao Chong nodded. "That's right. Mr. Xiao, you see, these 90 people in front of you are all terminal cancer patients. If what your company says is true, are you willing to help save their lives? If they can turn the tide, it will indirectly prove that your company's King Tailui truly lives up to its advertised miraculous reputation." Xiao Chong looked troubled at this moment. But in Steve's eyes, this was a sign of guilt. If the effects of the medicine you mentioned were real, then what was so difficult about it? At this moment, a group of media reporters cleverly captured the scene of Xiao Chong looking embarrassed. "What's wrong, Mr. Xiao? Is this putting you in a difficult position? If it is, then forget it." After saying that, he looked at Xiao Chong's gloomy face and felt extremely smug. The Chinese tactic of feigning indifference to lure the enemy into a trap is really effective. Just as Steve was feeling smug, Xiao Chong seemed to have made up his mind. "All right, we can give it a try, but I have a few conditions." Upon hearing try, Steve realized it was a completely unconvincing statement, especially considering Xiao Chong's hesitant demeanor earlier. This convinced Steve that Huaxia TCM Clinic had indeed exaggerated the claims about King Tailui, or at least it wasn't as miraculous as they had advertised. The other party's reluctant agreement is entirely a helpless move made after being driven into a dead end by my sharp words. Steve sneered inwardly. "Mr. Xiao, please name your terms." Xiao Chong was secretly delighted to see that the fish had taken the bait, but that troubled expression remained on his face. "Mr. Steve, first, I need the medical records of these 90 patients. Our drug is only effective against cancer." Steve nodded immediately. "No problem. I can give you all the medical records right now." After saying that, he nodded to a man next to him, who then handed Xiao Chong a thick stack of medical records. After Xiao Chong took it, he handed it to Fu Hao and asked them to verify it. 5 minutes later, Fu Hao nodded to Xiao Chong, indicating that the medical records were fine and that all the patients were cancer patients. "Mr. Xiao, is there anything else you require?" Steve immediately pressed for an answer. Xiao Chong pretended to be deep in thought. This made Steve even more convinced that Xiao Chong was deliberately creating obstacles to prevent him from making the suggestion he had just made. Mr. Xiao, please feel free to name your conditions. Well, how about this? I request that all media present provide live coverage of this drug trial and the announcement of its results. This is the only way to ensure that no one tampers with the medication or maliciously alters the results. After saying that, Xiao Chong gave Steve a deliberately provocative look. That look clearly said, can you control all 25 media outlets present? Can you get them to broadcast the entire event live? If not, even if the drug's effectiveness is less than expected or something unexpected happens, I will say that you've sabotaged it. Steve, a man of exceptional intelligence, under Xiao Chong's guidance, thought along the path set by Xiao Chong. You're trying to make things difficult for me, aren't you? It's not that easy. Mr. Xiao, please wait a moment while I go and make a call. Xiao Chong nodded. Steve went to a quiet place, dialed Edwards' number, and vividly described Xiao Chong's reactions to him. So, according to your analysis, the other party is deliberately making excuses to prevent you from conducting clinical trials? Yes, Mr. Edwards, you are so clever. Okay, agree to his request. 25 media outlets will broadcast the entire event live. I want to make Chinese pharmaceutical companies a laughingstock in the world. Dear Edwards, convincing so many top media outlets and TV stations to broadcast live for 24 hours a day is going to be quite a challenge. $20 million. Dear Edwards, these are 25 of the top media and television stations across the entire United States. It's worth at least $80 million. Good job. No problem. I'll have someone transfer the money to you right away. You're so generous. Don't worry, I'll definitely handle this perfectly for you. After hanging up the phone, Edwards roared in his office for 5 minutes. After receiving notification of the $80 million payment, Steve took out his phone and dialed out the numbers one by one. Besides the M-Country broadcasting station represented by Steve, there were 24 other media outlets. Each media outlet received an average of $1.5 million, totaling $36 million. The remaining $44 million went into Steve's personal pocket. Making money is just that easy for Steve. After finishing all that, Steve returned to the Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall exhibition hall. So, is it difficult to get all media outlets to broadcast the entire event live? If it's really not possible, then forget it. After all, I don't want to force people to do things they don't want to do. As soon as Steve appeared, Xiao Chong acted smug and arrogant. Steve sneered. No need, I agree to your conditions. 25 of the largest media outlets and TV stations in the world will broadcast it live simultaneously. If you have a computer, you can open any website and you'll see that you've become the star of the live stream. How is this possible? Xiao Chong wore an expression of shock and disbelief. Seeing Xiao Chong's humiliated expression, Steve felt incredibly pleased. Fu Hao, bring me our laptop. Oh, okay. Fu Hao immediately grabbed the laptop, and Xiao Chong opened more than 20 web pages in a row. M-Country Broadcasting Station. Chinese pharmaceutical companies claim to have developed a highly effective anti-cancer drug that has cancer cells in 12 hours. Is this a Chinese-style lie or genuinely effective? M-News Agency. Witness the birth of the ninth wonder of the world. A Chinese pharmaceutical company claims to have successfully developed an anti-cancer drug, turning cancer into a chronic disease. 25 of the most influential media platforms in the United States broadcasted the scene at Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall with highly sensational headlines. While it may seem like a huge boost to the reputation of this Chinese pharmaceutical company, the real intention behind it is extremely sinister. As the saying goes, the higher you're lifted, the harder you fall. Currently, Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall is being elevated to a very high position from multiple perspectives and angles. However, if the efficacy verification of King Teli does not meet the advertised results, Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall will face the risk of declining directly from its high position. At that time, they will be pulverized to pieces. Chapter 126, Pretending to be Rich. Seeing 25 mainstream American media outlets and radio stations promoting Huaxia TCM Clinic with such dedication, Xiao Chong felt even more cautious. Every time Xiao Chong showed this guilty expression, Steve became more certain of his suspicions. Although the actual efficacy of Huaxia TCM Clinic's Kongtai Rue was of no concern to him whatsoever, he had already pocketed every penny of the money he was entitled to. But this does not diminish the fact that he is a person with a strong sense of national pride. In his subconscious, the United States is the world's only superpower and a leading country in technological innovation. Something that even the U.S. couldn't produce, you think a lousy Chinese company could? Mr. Xiao, can we start administering the medication to the patient now? Of course, no problem. But even if they take the medication now, the 12-hour verification period will end at 10 p.m. tonight. Are you sure you want to leave these patients in this big square? The nights in Los Angeles are really chilly. Then there's no need for Mr. Xiao to worry. We've prepared protective tents and temporary beds for resting. We've even brought a complete set of cancer cell detection equipment and renowned doctors in the field of cancer from the hospital. Now you shouldn't have any concerns, right? Steve was annoyed. At a time like this, he was still making excuses to avoid the drug test? No way. Seeing that the other party was so well prepared, Xiao Chong was overjoyed. No problem. Then start taking the medication immediately. These patients began to systematically collect the emergency version of Contao, containing 5 tablets per bottle, in the exhibition hall by presenting their identification and medical records. Meanwhile, the group of staff accompanying Steve began to quickly set up temporary tents and beds. After receiving their medication, patients entered the tents in an orderly fashion to rest. Meanwhile, 25 media outlets and radio stations are broadcasting every scene from the scene without any blind spots. Soon, in addition to patients and staff from 25 media outlets, a large number of pharmaceutical distributors from around the world gathered at the scene. Although they were ordered not to contact the staff of Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall, otherwise they would no longer be able to obtain a single medicine from pharmaceutical companies within the Global Alliance for Innovative Drugs. Now, thanks to the Innovative Drug Alliance, Huaxia TCM Hall's actions have led these drug distributors to have some doubts about the authenticity of King Tailui. Although they claim to have obtained drug production and sales licenses from the Western 25 Nation Alliance and the United States, they have yet to make the relevant paper documents public. Is something fishy going on? Or what is the reason? These pharmaceutical distributors wouldn't dare gamble with the future of their companies. But let's just watch the show. Your Innovative Drug Alliance should have nothing to say, right? The area outside the Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall exhibition hall quickly became packed with people, as if everyone at the entire expo had come here to join the fun. Many Los Angeles locals saw the news report through various media outlets and television stations and began to set off to the scene. Most of these people were cancer patients or their family members. Even some patients and their families from cities around Los Angeles are eager to try and are preparing to head to the big health expo. Patients across the entire M region were almost all sitting in front of their televisions, watching the live broadcast. They wanted to witness firsthand whether the medicine produced by this Chinese pharmaceutical company was truly as miraculous as advertised, capable of bringing terminally ill patients back to life. Every cancer patient will never give up any hope of survival. Soon, all 90 patients had finished taking their medication and entered the temporary rest area. The 25 media outlets kept switching back and forth, constantly showing images of these patients' faces. Time passed second by second. In front of the Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall exhibition hall, crowds thronged, some leaving briefly, only to be constantly surrounded by others. The Global Health Expo should have ended at 6:30 p.m., and pharmaceutical representatives, distributors, and passers-by would have left the expo one after another. But today is quite different. The expo site is still packed with people, but a closer look reveals that they are all gathered around the Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall exhibition hall. Throughout the expo, although the other pharmaceutical companies' booths were also exceptionally well lit, they were all completely empty and deserted. 9:40. Reporters from various media outlets and television stations began their live broadcasts almost simultaneously. Good evening, everyone watching on TV. It is 9:40 p.m. Eastern Time in the United States. In 10 minutes, the on-site trial of Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall's anti-cancer drug will reach its 12-hour mark. Within half an hour at most, the first cancer cell monitoring results for these terminally ill patients after taking the medication will be available. At 9:50 a.m., the 90 patients arrived one by one in front of a large medical monitoring device and lay down in an orderly manner inside the device for testing. This device is professionally known as a rapid cancer cell detection instrument. It is a highly efficient detection device newly developed in the United States. It can detect a patient's cancer cell data almost immediately after the patient is placed under the device. Compared with the results of traditional testing methods, its accuracy is as high as 99%, but the detection speed has been improved to an astonishing level. 1025. In front of the Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall exhibition hall, Xiaochang immediately set up a press conference. Professor Hans, Director of Surgical Oncology at the MUS Australia Clinic, and Professor Caitlin, Director of Surgical Oncology at the Cleveland Clinic, were seated on the stage at the press conference. Although the names of the American and Australian clinics and the Cleveland Clinic contain the word clinic, they are completely different from clinics in China. Both clinics are the strongest comprehensive medical institutions in the United States, representing the most advanced medical technology in the country. Professor Hans and Professor Caitlin are hailed as the top cancer doctors in the United States. Edwards went to great lengths to expose the hypocrisy and despicable nature of Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall and to suppress traditional Chinese medicine. The investment of money and manpower is enormous. Standing on the stage with the two top medical professionals were Xiaochang and Fu Hao from Huaxia TCM Clinic and Steve, representing the media. Mr. Xiao, the mystery is about to be revealed. How are you feeling now? Steve now enjoys seeing Xiaochang's nervous and worried expression. Every time the other party shows that uneasy, evasive manner, he feels a strange sense of pleasure. Me? I'm in good mood. Look how enthusiastic the people of the U.S. are. After saying that, Xiaochang gave Steve a meaningful smile. Try to appear more important than you are. Let's see how long you can keep up the act. Steve felt inexplicably annoyed when he saw Xiaochang's smiling face. Chapter 127. Unexpected Changes? 10:30. At this point, two medical workers brought over 2 stacks of test reports, one containing test data before the patient took the medication and the other containing test data after taking the medication. Knowing that the answer was about to be revealed, thousands of people at the scene cooperated by lowering their voices, while countless cancer patients watching the live broadcast on television and computers also waited expectantly for the final revelation of the answer. Professors Hans and Caitlin, looking on with anticipation, began to examine the test reports. As two highly respected and compassionate physicians, they have witnessed too many life and death situations, and they are extremely eager for the emergence of new technologies and new inventions that can save the lives of these patients. Meanwhile, the 25 media outlets in front of the press conference stage focused all their cameras on the faces of these two medical experts. After the two finished reading the first patient's test report, an expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. This expression was captured by the camera and transmitted to everyone watching on television. This also includes many people in the office of Edwards, the chairman of the Alliance for Innovative Medicines Council. Two top cancer doctors from Country M looked at the test reports in their hands, becoming increasingly shocked. It was simply unbelievable. This is not an isolated case of cancer cell reduction in a few patients taking the medication, but rather a result observed in all patients. Among all patients, the number of cancer cells decreased by a minimum of 50% and a maximum of 80%. This was only 12 hours after taking the medication. This directly challenged the understanding of two of the world's top authorities in the field of cancer treatment. They simply cannot use their knowledge and experience to provide a scientific explanation for such a shocking phenomenon. Standing in front of the television station, Edwards and the others, seeing the increasingly serious and shocked expressions on the faces of the two authorities, instinctively had a bad feeling. Call Steve and find out what's going on. Edwards immediately arranged for an assistant. The assistant immediately tried to contact Steve, but by then, Steve's phone was already switched off because he had greeted too many people that day. Fuck, this idiot turning off the phone at this hour. What the hell is that? Edwards was immediately enraged. After Professor Hans and Professor Caitlin finished reviewing all the patient's test reports, they exchanged a glance, both seeing extreme shock in each other's eyes. Professor Hans, Professor Caitlin, may we now begin the professional interpretation of the test results? This time, it was Xiaochang who brought it up, which surprised Steve a bit. At this point, shouldn't you be making excuses and trying every possible way to prevent professional interpretations? Hans and Caitlin looked at Xiaochang with serious expressions, just about to speak. Their phones rang almost simultaneously, and then they looked at the caller ID. Mr. Xiao, excuse me, we need to take this call. Xiao Chang nodded. Of course, no problem. Hans and his companion stood up almost simultaneously and left their seats at the press conference. Mr. Edwards, is there anything I can help you with? Mr. Hans, I need to know the actual test results for those 90 patients. Hans frowned slightly, wondering why the other party had called so urgently to inquire about the test results at this time. Because if it weren't for his phone call, within 2 minutes at most, he and Caitlin would have announced the test results through 25 media outlets and radio stations. What exactly do you want to achieve in these 2 minutes? Mr. Edwards, we are about to announce the results of this clinical trial. You should be in front of the TV right now, right? Why don't you wait another 3 minutes? You'll know the answer then. Edwards frowned. He hadn't expected Hans to answer him like that, which greatly displeased him. Dr. Hans, do you know who the second largest shareholder of your American and Australian clinic is? It's our Hui Ruier company. I can easily get the board of directors of the American and Australian clinics to fire any doctor, no matter how skilled they are. I think you should be aware of that fact. I want to ask you about the specific clinical test results of those 90 patients. All I want to hear is that King Terui, produced by Huasha TCM Clinic, did not achieve the expected efficacy and could not bring cancer patients back to life. If things go smoothly, I will transfer 0.1% of shares in the U.S.-Australia clinic to your name. You should know its value. Without waiting for Hans's response, Edwards hung up the phone. He had already used both threats and inducements, and he believed that any normal person would make the right choice. After hanging up the phone, Hans walked toward the press conference venue with a gloomy expression. Midway there, he encountered Caitlin, who had the same expression. The two did not exchange any words and went straight back to their seats at the press conference. Seeing the dramatic change in their expressions and recalling that they had both received a phone call at almost the same time, Xiao Chang felt a sudden chill. Could something have happened? But now the die was cast and the decision had to be made. He didn't know if the two people would agree if he directly announced the cancellation of today's press conference. But at the very least, the tens of thousands of people present would not agree. Professor Hans, Professor Caitlin, may we begin? The two hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Xiao Chang immediately took on the role of the impromptu press conference host. First of all, I would like to thank all the audience members here and all the viewers in front of the TV for their research on the fight against cancer. After a long 12-hour wait, the moment of truth has finally arrived. All right, now Dr. Hans and Dr. Caitlin, who are widely respected and loved by their patients, will reveal tonight's test results. They are the greatest doctors, saving countless lives with their superb medical skills. Let's give them a warm round of applause. After hearing Xiao Chang's words, Steve was even more confused. This isn't right. Why are you so eager to reveal the answer, kid? But at this moment, even though he had many doubts, he could only wait until after the press conference to verify them. Hans hesitated before picking up the microphone beside him, glancing at Xiao Chang and Professor Caitlin beside him, and then at the cancer patients on stage who looked on with anticipation. The hesitation in his heart became more obvious, as if he were having some kind of intense internal struggle. And so does Caitlin. The expressions of the two doctors were displayed to tens of thousands of people through the live broadcast, but none of them knew what had happened to these two renowned doctors at that moment, or why they looked so conflicted. Edwards, however, was fully aware of this. Looking at their expressions, he sneered inwardly. Chapter 128, A Dramatic Plot Twist. Amidst the intense anticipation of everyone present, Professor Hans was the first to turn on the microphone in front of him. Good evening to everyone here and those watching on TV. Thank you for waiting through these long 12 hours. The clinical test results of these 90 patients after taking Kantari have now been released. I was responsible for reviewing the before and after case comparisons of 50 patients. Next, I will explain the medication results of these 50 patients. As soon as Professor Hans finished speaking, the room fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared intently at Hans's face. Especially for cancer patients, they have pinned their hopes for life on this miracle drug. Edwards held a wine glass in his hand, the 1982 Lafite red wine inside, slowly swirling as he gently swirled the glass, the wine clinging softly to the glass like a red ribbon. His expression was relaxed. He firmly believed that no one could refuse a 0.1% stake in the American Australian clinic, which was worth $5 million. Even if you were a highly skilled doctor, it It would take you many years to earn $5 million. At the press conference, Professor Hans paused for a few seconds, then cleared his throat. The test reports of the 50 patients I was responsible for verifying this time, after comparing the cancer cell data before and after medication, revealed that the number of cancer cells in all 50 patients decreased sharply by 50%. Upon hearing the news, Edwards instantly flew into a rage, smashing his wine glass against the television, which went completely black after a shower of sparks. Edwards wasn't the only one bewildered. The other members of the Alliance for Innovative Drugs, as well as Steve and Caitlin sitting on the stage at the press conference, were also stunned. Especially Caitlin, who clearly knew that Hans had also received that threatening and tempting phone call. While she was still hesitating, she didn't expect that Hans had already made the right choice. They are doctors whose duty is to save lives and heal the wounded. And yet she herself had just experienced a wavering of her convictions, which made her feel extremely ashamed. Hans continued his explanation. In 15% of the patients, the cancer cells decreased by 70%, and in 7 patients, the tumor lesions shrank to almost half of their original size. Based on my 20 years of medical experience, these 50 patients are completely out of danger. Now, Professor Caitlin will interpret the test results of the 40 patients she is responsible for. Caitlin's expression had changed from one of confusion to one of ease. She turned on the microphone and began her interpretation. Undoubtedly, the 40 patients under Caitlin's care experienced significant relief after taking the medication, and their lives were no longer in danger in the short term. The interpretations by the 2 leading experts in the field of cancer treatment instantly ignited a frenzy among millions of patients, both at the scene and watching on television. Inside a high-end villa in Washington, D.C., the capital of the United States, an 80-year-old white man excitedly began to wiggle, which startled his Filipino maid. I tried to stop him immediately, but the old man wouldn't listen and continued to happily wiggle. The Filipino maid had no choice but to run upstairs and call the old man's son, Little Buffon, down. That's right, this man is the current president of the United States, von der Leyen, and the 80-year-old man who is gesturing wildly at this moment is von der Leyen, the former president of the United States, who was diagnosed with liver cancer a month ago. The fact that one family produced 2 presidents has given the Buffon family an extremely strong influence in the United States. Oh, Dad, what's wrong with you? Why are you in such a high spirits today? Can your body handle it? Son, come quick. Look at this news broadcast from the M country's radio and television station. After watching for only a short while, Little Buffon became incredibly excited, exclaiming, "Dad, you're saved." That's wonderful. Due to his advanced age, after being diagnosed with cancer, Buffon opted for conservative treatment instead of surgery. Having weathered many storms in his life, the elderly Buffon has long since taken a detached view of life and death at this age. He happily takes his medicine and watches TV every day, living a carefree life. However, after seeing the press conference for Kongtaro tonight, my usually calm mind was slightly disturbed. Dad, wait for me. I'll fly there tonight to personally get you the medicine. The Global Health Expo and the press conference for Huasha TCM Hall. After hearing Hans and Professor Caitlin's interpretation of the test report, Xiao Chong finally felt relieved. At the same time, I have great admiration for the medical ethics and conduct of the 2 doctors. They were able to remain true to their original aspirations despite the power and temptations they faced. It takes a lot of firm belief to do that. Dear Professor Hans and Professor Caitlin, does this test prove that our previous claims were not exaggerated, and also prove that Kongtai Rue, produced by Huasha TCM Clinic, has a universal therapeutic effect on cancer, regardless of region or population? Hans and Caitlin responded in unison, yes. Now everyone cheered and rallied once again. Sitting next to Xiao Chong, Steve looked at the huge difference in Xiao Chong's behavior before and after, and finally realized that he had been completely played and ruthlessly used by the other party. The other party essentially took advantage of my eagerness to expose Huasha TCM Hall's false advertising, constantly manipulating me until I happily fell into their trap. The end result was that these 25 media outlets spent 12 hours of their time and effort promoting Huasha Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic for free. Most importantly, they arranged for the patients, they contacted the medical equipment, and they coordinated everything using various resources. The more Steve thought about it, the more he felt like he was the biggest idiot in the world. And Edwards, well, he was the granddaddy of idiots. They're providing both money and resources. However, Steve thought that he had at least made tens of millions of dollars in profit, and he instantly felt much better. But poor Edwards, all his efforts were in vain. Xiao Chong spoke again. Let me take this opportunity to introduce myself to everyone for a few more minutes. The scene, which had been incredibly noisy just moments before, fell silent once more. Our Contair product comes in two models, an emergency rescue version and a routine maintenance version. The 90 late-stage cancer patients just now took the emergency version, which can save their lives. This transforms cancer from a terminal illness into a chronic disease, meaning that as long as the patient continues to take the maintenance medication regularly, the cancer will never recur. Hopefully, pharmaceutical distributors from all over the world will seize this opportunity to bring good news to patients in their respective countries. Please note that the King Tree agency qualification is only open to the public at this expo, and no more slots will be added afterward, so please seize this opportunity. That means everyone has only 3 days left to try. Chapter 129, The President Seeks Medicine. As soon as Xiao Chong finished speaking, the more than 1,000 pharmaceutical distributors below the stage immediately became alert, choosing to stay within the current group of over 20 innovative drug oligopolies. But after such a large-scale live broadcast tonight, will cancer patients still choose chemotherapy plus radiotherapy or other treatments that only treat the symptoms and not the root cause? Obviously not. But if they directly leave the Innovative Drug Alliance, will there be other unforeseen risks? After all, this is a relatively unknown pharmaceutical company in China. What is your company's bulk agency price for King Tailui? We need to consider this carefully. At this point, a pharmaceutical distributor from North America, Canada, raised a question, which was actually a concern for all the distributors present. Since he was attending the Global Health Expo, Xiao Chong had naturally already thought about this issue. The emergency supply of Conterra is priced at $30,000 in wholesale and retail overseas, with a suggested retail price of $50,000. For the daily maintenance version of Conterra, 1 tablet per day, 30 tablets per box, the wholesale and retail price is $300 per box, and the suggested retail price is $500 per box. Wow, that's so cheap. One of the patients in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, which caused the surrounding people to burst into laughter. This was indeed the common cry in everyone's hearts at that moment. It's important to know that treating cancer in the U.S. can easily cost $250,000, and most importantly, it's not a cure. At most, it only extends survival by a few years. This product, Conterra, can achieve a basic cure for $50,000, with subsequent maintenance costs of only $3,600 per year. This is such a great deal. If you have any further questions, please come into our exhibition hall. We have professional staff to answer your questions. That evening, some pharmaceutical distributors from Asian, African, and Latin American countries went directly into the exhibition hall to inquire about the details of becoming distributors again. After the press conference, Xiao Chong returned to the presidential suite, but the good night was too short and the beautiful woman was hard to find. Most importantly, I won't be able to stay in the U.S. for more than a few days. It was nearly 11:30 p.m. when they returned to the room. Xiao Chong gently woke Su Maya from her sleep using both his hands and his mouth. After gently feeding her, the two fell asleep in each other's arms. The next morning, before Xiao Chong's sun was high in the sky, his phone rang urgently. He forced back the urge to curse and answered the phone. Xiao Chong, come to the showroom right now. Something terrible has happened. Fu Hao's words, something terrible has happened, startled Xiao Chong so much that he instantly lost his sleepiness. Fu Hao, don't rush. Tell me slowly what's wrong. Xiao Chong, a group of heavily armed personnel, just arrived in front of the exhibition hall. They said a very important person is coming later, so we need to establish a small-scale security perimeter. Xiao Chong was suspicious. Armed. A big shot? He was completely bewildered. Had he offended some important figure with the trouble he caused today, and that person was coming to settle scores? Unable to figure it out, he decided to stop thinking about it and immediately started getting dressed. Meanwhile, Su Maya, who was still in bed, was puzzled by Xiao Chong's actions. Wasn't she supposed to be doing morning exercises? Should we switch to morning runs? So she prepared to get dressed, but Xiao Chong immediately stopped her, saying, Maya, sleep a little longer. There's an urgent matter at the company that I need to handle. So Maya nodded obediently. When Xiao Chong arrived at the scene, He was completely bewildered to see about 20 bodyguards dressed in black ties and armed with guns surrounding the exhibition hall. At that moment, a burly white man walked over with a smile. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Xiao Chong, the person in charge of Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic?" Xiao Chong nodded. "Mr. Xiao, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am James from the U.S. Federal Secret Service." This left Xiao Chong even more bewildered. The Federal Special Service Agency. Although he didn't know exactly what this department did, the name sounded incredibly powerful. "Nice to meet you. People may be confused, but they must not neglect basic manners. Mr. Xiao, it's like this. President Buffon Jr. of the federal government will be visiting you soon, and we're just making some security arrangements in advance." "What? Is John Luigi Buffon coming to our company showroom?" Xiao Chong was truly shocked this time. "I have no connection with Buffon, so what's he doing here?" Before he could think further, two extended Lincoln limousines stopped 10 meters in front of the showroom. James rushed out to greet them, while Xiao Chong stood quietly watching the group of people bustling about. Soon, a smart and energetic middle-aged man wearing jeans and a plaid long-sleeve shirt walked toward Xiao Chong, surrounded by a group of people. Among the onlookers 10 meters away, some sharp-eyed individuals quickly noticed something amiss. "Oh my God, it's Buffon. Yes, it really is Buffon. Could it be that Buffon also has cancer?" The crowd erupted in excitement, and then all sorts of rumors began to circulate. And among the 25 media reporters from yesterday, some soon received the news again. I hurriedly rushed to the exhibition hall of Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall. At the expo, visitors and pharmaceutical distributors scattered in front of various exhibition halls once again gathered in front of the Huaxia TCM Hall exhibition hall. Inside the VIP exhibition hall of Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall. "Mr. Xiao, hello, I'm Little Buffon. Please forgive my unauthorized visit. I'm visiting today only as a son. Yesterday, I learned from the TV that your company's new anti-cancer drug has remarkable curative effects. So I rushed from Washington, D.C. to Los Angeles overnight. I simply want to buy from you the miracle medicine to save my elderly father." Now Xiao Chong finally understood the whole story. It turns out his father had cancer, and after seeing yesterday's live stream, he came here asking for medicine. Xiao Chong's anxiety finally subsided. "Oh, I see. I thought I had committed a crime in the U.S. Xiao Chong glanced at the group of armed plainclothes bodyguards outside the door and said half-jokingly, "Huh? How could that be? James, tell everyone outside to come back inside. Don't disrupt their business. Mr. President, your safety. It's all right in this room." James couldn't persuade John Luigi Buffon otherwise, so he had to move the 20 plainclothes bodyguards outside the VIP area to the room. "Mr. Xiao, I wonder if your company has any surplus medicines available to sell me during your trip to the United States." Seeing the president of Country M, who usually appeared arrogant and unruly on television, now humbly asking him for medicine, Xiao Chong couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. "Please wait a moment." After saying that, Xiao Chong left the VIP room and took out a box of emergency version Contera and 30 boxes of daily maintenance version from the warehouse. Then returned to the VIP room. "Mr. Buffon, this is medicine for your father. I believe your father will live to be 100 years old." Little Buffon looked flattered and ordered his men to quickly put it away. "Thank you so much." With that, he placed several stacks of US dollars on the table in front of Xiao Chong. Chapter 130, 564 Agency Contracts, 900 billion US dollars. Xiao Chong glanced at the stacks of US dollars, smiled slightly, and placed them back in front of Little Buffon. "Mr. Buffon, I'm not giving you these medicines for the money. The promotional value that your visit to our company showroom brings to our product far exceeds the value of these medicines." Xiao Chong spoke subtly, but the astute Buffon immediately understood what he meant. Then he laughed heartily. "Mr. Xiao, you are a very interesting young man. I like your directness. Then I won't stand on ceremony with you. Thank you so much." After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Buffon prepared to leave, as the president of a major country is extremely busy and doesn't have much personal time. When Xiao Chong escorted Buffon to the outside of the exhibition hall, and Buffon saw many media outlets recording and taking photos of the exhibition hall, he directly reached out his hand to Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong instinctively reached out and shook hands with the other person. At this moment, Little Buffon spoke up in a low voice, "Xiao, look ahead. Let them take a free photo of us." Xiao Chong was taken aback. Of course, he knew that this was a gesture of goodwill from Little Buffon. He was taking the initiative to promote Huaxia Chinese Medicine Hall. Little Buffon himself might not have much goodwill towards Huaxia, but he still showed considerable magnanimity towards the pharmaceutical company that saved his father's life. Xiao Chong immediately reached out and shook hands with Buffon, then smiled at the media cameras. The media captured this classic moment. According to sources, the current president of the United States came to Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall to seek medicine for his elderly father who is suffering from cancer, because the anti-cancer drug King Terry is expected to be available in the United States for some time. For cancer patients, time is life. After yesterday's live broadcast incident, the group of agents had begun to soften their stance, and when they got home that night, they even took out their computers and did a lot of calculations. They discovered that if they could secure the exclusive distribution rights for this drug in their country, the huge increase in the patient base and the stable demand for maintenance medication during the subsequent survival period would mean they would earn more money each year than they had previously distributed for several other anti-cancer drugs. Because in the current market, there are many drugs from different manufacturers for each type of cancer, and the distribution rights for each drug are held by different distributors. Therefore, in the entire terminal sales market for anti-cancer drugs, there are actually thousands of distributors sharing this piece of the pie. In some countries, there is even competition among several agents. Now, when they learned that even the president of Country M had personally come to ask for the medicine, and that the president had even privately communicated with the person in charge for half an hour, the two acted like close friends who had made a New Year's Eve date, chatting and laughing as they left. This has led many people to start speculating. In this way, even the last shred of concern in the minds of these distributors disappeared. Screw the Innovative Drug Alliance, screw Edwards. Dozens of pharmaceutical distributors from Country M were the first to rush into the exhibition hall of Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall. Country M has a total of 50 autonomous states, which are divided into 50 independent markets. The agency rights for each independent market are auctioned off. In other words, for a given market, the distributor who can secure the highest order value will be granted the drug distribution rights for that market. Moreover, before the bidding, Xiao Chong stipulated that an agency agreement should be signed immediately after the bidding, and 20% of the payment should be deposited into Huaxia TCM Hall's foreign exchange account. Subsequently, once the supply of medicines is sufficient, medicines will be supplied on a prepayment basis. Otherwise, the exclusive agency agreement will not be effective. Seeing that the distributors in Country M were the first to abandon the International Alliance for Innovative Drugs, drug distributors from North and South America, the Western Alliance, and other countries rushed in as well, afraid that if they were too slow, they wouldn't even get a taste of the hot drink. Upon hearing the report from his subordinates, Jeffers, disregarding his shock, immediately instructed his numerous pharmaceutical distributors to do everything possible to secure distribution rights in more provinces or even countries within the Western Alliance. Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic was busy until 2 a.m. Fu Hao looked at the agents still queuing outside, waiting to participate in the regional drug bidding, and shook his head helplessly. They forcibly terminated their work for the day and told them to come back the next day. What happened in front of Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall today has left more than 20 members of the Innovative Drug Alliance extremely frustrated. Because today, they have made no progress in the field of anti-cancer drugs and haven't even secured a single contract. They had no choice but to humble themselves and disregard their earlier firm statements, telling these international pharmaceutical distributors, even if you buy Huaxia TCM Hall's anti-cancer drugs, we will still sell you innovative drugs from other fields. This approach of being tough at the beginning and soft at the end was met with disdain by these international pharmaceutical distributors. They secretly sighed that the era of the oligopoly in innovative drugs having the final say might be over. For the next 2 days, Fu Hao and his team were extremely busy. On the last night of the expo, they worked through the night and didn't finish until 5 a.m. the next morning before returning to the hotel. After 3 busy days, Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic achieved great success. They have secured 564 agency contracts in 194 of 233 countries and regions worldwide, with a total value of approximately $900 billion. If we extrapolate this $900 billion based on the emergency version of Contari, it would amount to 30 million doses. With approximately 30 million existing cancer patients globally and 15 to 18 million new cancer patients each year, The initial demand for medication should be between 45 to 48 million cases. Therefore, 30 million orders are far from meeting the actual market demand. Of the 233 regions worldwide, Xiao Chong specifically emphasized that Kantari will not enter India because there is no patent protection in India and generic drug companies can freely imitate any drug sold on the market. If patients in their country want to buy this drug, then they should make the trip to Huaxia Hospital to buy it. State Administration of Foreign Exchange of China. Inside the office of Director Tian Jihong. What? You're saying you detected that a foreign trade account called Huaxia TCM Hall received 180 billion US dollars in just 3 days. Get this straight right now. Or is the staff seeing things? Director Tian, there's no mistake. I've personally checked it several times. There's no problem. It's definitely 180 billion. What does this company do? How could there be such a huge trading volume? Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic? Isn't that the company that produces Shenyang Kangtai pills? But how could a pharmaceutical company possibly obtain such an enormous amount of foreign exchange? No, I have to report this to my superiors immediately. Soon the superior received the news and was initially stunned. In all the years of development in China, no company has ever been able to earn such a massive amount of foreign exchange in a single instance. It should be noted that even the Chinese government at that time only had $3 trillion in foreign exchange reserves. Chapter 131, The Chief Summoning. Upon hearing that it was Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall, the leader immediately recognized it. Rescuing Congressman Akin, developing Shenyang Kangtai pills, and now another $180 billion. What kind of genius could accomplish such extraordinary feats one after another? After pondering for a moment, the leader became increasingly interested in this freshman at Yenching University. So he took out his phone and made a call. Joy makes the night seem too short. Loneliness makes it seem too long. The days spent with Samaya were always filled with joy and passion. The two explored and practiced, creating many new moves that were unheard of and never seen in movies. Sumaya stood almost naked in front of the large floor-to-ceiling mirror in the room, looking at her radiant reflection and muttered to herself, "My skin seems even smoother and more delicate." As soon as Xiao Chong entered the room after taking a shower, he saw Sumaya's beautiful reflection in the mirror, her figure full and graceful. With their separation imminent, despite having already enjoyed themselves twice, Xiao Chong briefly assessed his physical condition and felt that he could handle 3 more times without much trouble. Therefore, spring has come again. That bath was a complete waste of time. The night after the big health expo ended, Xiao Chong and his group finally boarded the flight back to China, albeit reluctantly. Xiao Chong finally understood the Li Longji described by Bai Juyi. The spring night is short and the sun rises high. From then on, the emperor no longer holds morning court. If I hadn't lived my life again and had higher aspirations in life, if it were anyone else with such a huge amount of wealth, they would probably live a more carefree life than Li Longji. At 3 a.m. the following day, Beijing time, Xiao Chong and his group's plane finally landed at Beijing Airport. Fu Hao and his group were picked up by their colleagues from Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic, while Xiao Chong was taken to Iha Villa by Li Muyao. Inside Li Muyao's cozy villa, the two fell asleep in each other's arms, and Xiao Chong once again felt the softness and smoothness of 36E. Xiao Chong slept until 4 p.m. before finally waking up. When he picked up his phone, he saw more than 10 missed calls, while Li Muyao had already gone to attend to company matters. Lin Haiyuan? What's the old man in such a hurry? He immediately called Lin Haiyuan back. It seemed that the other end of the line was waiting for the call to come back, and the call was answered as soon as the phone rang. Xiao Qian, you brat. What have you been up to these past few days? Your phone is either switched off, or you can call 10 or more times and no one answers. Lin Haiyuan started by complaining, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Haha, Grandpa Lin, I was in the U.S. these past couple of days, so my phone was off. I only arrived in Yinjing early last night, and I just woke up, so I called you back right away. Oh, you just got back from the U.S.? Then you'd better come here right away. The commander summoned you and specifically asked to see you. Huh, the commander wants to see me? Okay, no problem. I'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chong quickly got dressed, tidied his hair, and after confirming that there were no major problems, he drove Li Muyao's car to pick up Lin Haiyuan. In the car, Old Lin, why did the commander summon me? I've always been law-abiding and haven't done anything wrong. Lin Haiyuan was both annoyed and amused. Who told you that the commander summoned you because you committed a crime? If you really do something wrong, there are police and national security officers around. Don't be nervous, it should be a good thing. I heard the leader speak of you with ease and full of appreciation. Have you done something earth-shattering lately? No, I just went to the US to promote cancer drugs, nothing else. I don't know. We'll see what the commander tells you later. Guided by Lin Haiyuan, Xiao Chong drove to a place that looked very similar to a retirement center, except that this retirement center exuded an antique charm and an air of elegance and luxury. The car eventually stopped in front of a small courtyard. The courtyard is a typical Sihiyuan, traditional courtyard house, layout, simple yet elegant. After Xiao Chong followed Lin Haiyuan into a room, the two sat down. A moment later, a leader who frequently appeared on CCTV walked in with a smile. He was dressed relatively casually and did not exude the imposing aura he usually does in public. The two got up immediately. Old Lin, please sit down, don't be shy. This was the first time Xiao Chong had seen his superior so closely, and he was extremely excited. Hello, Commander. Young friend Xiao Chong. Compared to your business-like demeanor when you boarded CCTV, you now look more like a college student. Xiao Chong was immediately startled. From the leader's first words, he immediately gleaned 2 key points. First, the leader was aware of his dual identity as a student and an entrepreneur. Second, the leader saw that I appeared on CCTV news. This made Xiao Chong feel flattered and surprised. Haha, you flatter me, sir. I'm dressed rather casually today. It's all right. This isn't a formal or public occasion anyway. Look at me, I'm quite relaxed. As he spoke, the leader graciously showed Xiao Chong his old Beijing cloth shoes. Xiao Chong felt a warmth in his heart. This was truly a kind and approachable leader. Xiao Chong, do you know why I called you here this time? Xiao Chong shook his head in confusion. The leader smiled and said, I always thought you were just a college student who had at most started a small pharmaceutical company with the help of venture capital. I never expected that your small pharmaceutical company would achieve such remarkable results in just over a month. First, they produced Shenyang Kantai pills, and well, the effects were quite good. Xiao Chong gave an awkward laugh. Unexpectedly, in the past week, your small company has received hundreds of foreign exchange transactions, totaling $180 billion. Xiao Chong was surprised by the leader's words, but he never expected that they would actually attract the leader's attention. Meanwhile, Lin Haiyuan, standing nearby, was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. 180 billion? In US dollars? What are you doing? You're not selling arms, are you? This made Lin Haiyuan immediately feel uneasy. Xiao Chong, I'm curious, what kind of business are you in? Throughout his speech, the leader subtly conveyed a sense of authority. This caused Lin Haiyuan, who was standing next to him, to break out in a cold sweat instantly. Xiao Chong, however, seemed unconcerned, looking quite relaxed. So that's what it was all about. Commander, thank you for your attention despite your busy schedule. Since you know that these $180 billion were transferred to our company account in hundreds of transactions, I believe you also know that these hundreds of remittance entities are hundreds of pharmaceutical companies. The leader nodded noncommittally. That's right, my $180 billion came from the sale of Kantari, the anti-cancer drug we finally developed. Chapter 132, Let's Sell the Earth. Huh, so many. Lin Haiyuan, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Indeed, 180 billion in US dollars, that's enough to buy so many medicines. The leader frowned, clearly puzzled. Then Xiao Chong spent another 10 minutes recounting in detail how he used his wits to get the 25 largest media outlets in the world to give him free publicity at the Global Health Expo, and how he ultimately got global pharmaceutical distributors to rush to sign agency agreements with Huasha TCM Hall. After listening, Lin Haiyuan's face was filled with undisguised excitement and admiration. Even the usually composed leader nodded repeatedly in approval with an excited expression. Not bad, not bad. Courageous and resourceful. Excellent. You actually broke the monopoly of Western pharmaceutical giants in the field of anti-cancer drugs, representing China, leaving those arrogant foreigners anxious but speechless. That's so satisfying. So satisfying. As he spoke, the leader stood up, took out a bottle of wine and a wine glass from the side, and was about to pour a glass of wine. Cough, sir, take care of yourself. The leader paused, then said, "It's all right, Lao Lin, just one drink. I'm happy today." After drinking the strong liquor, the leader appeared even more spirited and high-spirited. Xiaoqiang, being able to sign a 900 billion yuan foreign trade order, is an unprecedented success for any company in China. Moreover, these agents were willing to pay a deposit of $180 billion upfront, with subsequent payments made before goods were delivered. This shows that your company has taken a dominant position at the top of the industry chain, which is great news. This truly makes China proud. The leader became more and more excited as he spoke, which forced Lin Haiyuan to once again advise him not to get too excited. After calming his excited emotions, the leader spoke again. "Xiaoqiang, now that such a huge number of orders have been signed, can your company's production capacity keep up? Are you having any difficulties? I'll definitely help you solve them if I can." Xiaoqiang thought about it and realized there really was one. "Sir, our company's production capacity is indeed severely insufficient right now. We initially established the Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Industrial Park, covering 2,000 mu, approximately 333 hectares, in Xishan Province, but in retrospect, our planning was overly cautious." The leader understood immediately. "You mean you want to expand? How much money and land do you need? I'll arrange it. The more the better. How about we give you several million acres first?" As soon as Xiaoqiang finished speaking, Lin Haiyuan, who was standing next to him, coughed violently again. The leader was also shocked. "How much?" "Several million mu." "You brat. How about I just rip half the earth off for you? You don't need to sell medicine anymore. That's too slow a way to make money. Just sell the earth directly." Lin Haiyuan, standing nearby, wiped the sweat from his brow and muttered to himself, "That damn Xiaoqiang. He really dares to make demands in front of the commander." Xiaoqiang blushed slightly. "Sir, I was just joking to lighten the mood. You were getting too excited just now." "Xiaoqiang, which area do you need to acquire land in? I'll have my secretary talk to the people there and try to make things easier for you as much as possible within the bounds of the law. What do you think?" "Thank you so much for your kindness, Commander. I'm only making things easy for you because you've brought honor to the country. Keep up the good work, young man. I'll have my secretary contact you later. Please feel free to let me know if there are any difficulties that need to be resolved." This deeply moved Xiaoqiang. How could one not be delighted and touched that the leader would so personally pay attention to the development of a private enterprise? After leaving the leader's place, Xiaoqiang first sent Lin Haiyuan back, and then went straight to Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall. There was nothing we could do. We received a massive number of orders. However, there is currently no new production capacity to meet export needs. Based on the current global population of 30 million cancer patients and the annual increase of 15 to 20 million new patients, the demand for the first-year emergency version of Contera is approximately 220 million tablets. The stable demand for the drug is expected to be around 100 million tablets. Currently, with only the first phase of production operational, the Xishan Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Industrial Park has a daily production capacity of only 2 million tablets. The emergency version of Contera, which meets the current demand of 30 million doses, 150 million tablets, overseas, has a production cycle of up to 75 days. This cycle is too long, as it concerns the time it will take to recover the remaining $820 billion. Therefore, Xiaoqiang instructed Fu how to speed up the construction of a Xishan Industrial Park, since money is the last thing they need right now. Have the construction team add more people and try to complete the remaining 3 phases of construction within 15 days. Poor Fu Hao had just returned from Los Angeles when he led Mingxing and Niu Bai to the Jinshi Industrial Park in Xishan Province overnight to coordinate matters such as project construction, personnel reserves, and Chinese medicinal material reserves. It was already 8 p.m. when I finished all this. Xiaoqiang arrived at Yinqing University immediately. According to the information provided by Li Su, Lu Qingyuan was studying on the second floor of the library. Lu Qingyuan knew that Xiaoqiang had gone to Los Angeles to attend the expo, but at that time Xiaoqiang had not confirmed when he would return to Yinqing. Therefore, Lu Qingyuan was unaware that Xiaoqiang had already returned to Yinqing. After entering the library, Xiaoqiang wandered around for a full 10 minutes before finally spotting that familiar figure in a corner. He tiptoed up behind Lu Qingyuan, not disturbing her immediately, but quietly observing her serious and focused expression. She wore a simple white dress, the hem of which swayed gently as she turned the pages of her book like a blooming lily. Her hands were slender and long, lightly caressing the pages, as if conversing with the wisdom within. Her face was sharply defined, and the words on the book's pages were reflected in her dark brown pupils, her expression focused and earnest. Her lips were slightly pursed, as if she were pondering a question from the book. Her high-nose bridge added a touch of three-dimensionality to her features. Xiao Chang watched quietly for 3 minutes, then reached out and covered Lu Qingyuan's eyes from behind. Ah? Lu Qingyuan was attacked and screamed in fright. But then she remembered that this was a library and quickly covered her mouth. Xiao Chang. After calming down, Lu Qingyuan immediately thought of the other person. How did you know it was me? Xiao Chang released his hands and whispered in Lu Qingyuan's ear. Lu Qingyuan's face was flushed with embarrassment. Although Xiao Chang had held her hand before, his breath on her earlobe was hot and ticklish, giving her a strange feeling. She turned her head, only to find Xiao Chang's lips pressed directly against her face. This sudden turn of events left her somewhat flustered, and she quickly turned her head back. Who else but you would dare to be so bold? Lu Qingyuan said coquettishly, her words full of shyness, and there was not a trace of reproach in her voice. Chapter 133, Inviting a Beautiful Woman for a Late-Night Snack. Xiao Chang simply turned sideways and sat down in the seat next to Lu Qingyuan. Ah, Qingyuan understands me best. Come on, I'll give you a chance. I'll treat you to a late-night snack. Lu Qingyuan propped her head up with her right hand, then turned to Xiao Chang with a smile. Giving you a chance? Xiao Chang stared at the beauty and nodded expectantly. Okay, I'm a little hungry too. What should we eat? How about we catch the last days of autumn and go get some skewers? Lu Qingyuan was born into a wealthy family and had never eaten at a roadside stall before. In her mind, roadside stalls were synonymous with dirt and disorder. But seeing the expectant look on Xiao Chang's face, she nodded directly. Okay. Xiao Chang naturally saw the reluctance in Lu Qingyuan's eyes. He knew it was indeed difficult to get a pampered princess to accept street food, but he believed it was due to subjective prejudice, which was easy to change and had to be changed. The two walked to a northeastern-style barbecue stall about 1 kilometer from the school. The weather was already a bit chilly, but the barbecue stall was still packed with diners. It's clear this northeastern barbecue place has a lot of repeat customers. The two sat facing each other at a long table. Xiao Chang watched the customers next to him enjoying their skewers and swallowed hard. Qingyuan, what do you want to eat? Lu Qingyuan frowned as she looked at the oily lamb skewers and various items covered in barbecue sauce on the table next to her, but she found it amusing to see Xiao Chang constantly swallowing his saliva. You order? I've never eaten here before. I'm not very good at it. Xiao Chang didn't stand on ceremony. He took the menu and started ordering like crazy. He swallowed hard after each dish he named, leaving Lu Qingyuan speechless. Was it really that delicious? However, the occasional wafts of fragrance from the side were constantly tantalizing her taste buds. It does smell quite nice. Seeing that Xiao Chang had finally finished ordering, Lu Qingyuan chuckled. Is it really that delicious? You're so hungry. Your mouth is practically watering. Wait a minute, try it, and you'll understand why I'm acting like this. Besides, I'm really starving right now. This is my first meal of the day. Didn't you eat breakfast or lunch? Why are you only eating your first meal at night? I got off the plane at dawn, went straight to sleep when I got back, and then had a ton of things to deal with when I woke up. Sigh. Making money isn't easy. Otherwise, what will I do if I can't support my wife in the future? As Xiao Chang finished speaking, his gaze was fixed intently on Lu Qingyuan. The intense gaze made Lu Qingyuan feel extremely uncomfortable, and she could only look away by smoothing the hair on her forehead. Then you'd better work hard to make money. She could only turn her head and say this perfunctory sentence. It wasn't that she was deliberately being perfunctory, but rather that Lu Qingyuan's heart had been thrown into turmoil by Xiao Chang, and she had completely lost her sharp wit as a top student. Before long, the dishes Xiao Chang ordered were served one after another. Lamb skewers, grilled fish slices, grilled chicken wings, cartilage, tendon, grilled gluten. The table was covered with food. Lu Qingyuan stared in shock at the huge table in front of her. You ordered so much? Can you even finish it all? Remove the me. When you're eating barbecue, you have to have the spirit to do it. Come on, try these lamb skewers. They're incredibly delicious. As he spoke, he picked up a lamb skewer and handed it to Lu Qingyuan. Lu Qingyuan instinctively took the meat skewer from Xiao Chang's hand. Looking at the golden yellow meat skewer, still glistening with oil, she couldn't help but swallow. Eat it quickly. It won't taste good when it gets cold. Lu Qingyuan couldn't resist, so she closed her eyes and put the 2 pieces of meat in her mouth. The taste was unfamiliar, yet extremely appetizing. Lu Qingyuan couldn't help but start chewing, and the more she chewed, the more fragrant it became. How was it? It wasn't as hard to accept as you imagined, right? The taste is indeed very good. Lu Qingyuan has gotten over the adjustment period and is slowly accepting and even starting to like the bursting flavor in her mouth. Here, try this grilled fish fillet. These grilled gluten pieces are also good, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. You should try them. And these chicken wings. After falling in love with this feeling, Lu Qingyuan accepted everything offered and became increasingly addicted to the food. She never expected that such an inconspicuous roadside stall could produce such delicious food. However, while Lu Qingyuan was masturbating wildly, she was also very careful to maintain her ladle-like image, with her cherry-like mouth and slow, deliberate eating, which gave her a unique beauty. Qingyuan, your posture is wrong. You should eat barbecue like this. An hour and a half later, the entire table full of barbecue was completely devoured, and Lu Qingyuan let out a satisfying burp. Today's scene was too unimaginable for Lu Qingyuan, and it refreshed many of her first experiences. The first time I sat in front of a barbecue stall, for the first time, I abandoned all ladle-like behavior, tearing into the barbecue with gusto, my mouth slick with oil. My first time taking a sip of fruit beer and a bite of meat. Most importantly, she seemed to enjoy this feeling, which allowed her to relax completely and not care about other people's opinions. And all these wonderful experiences were gained through the guidance of the boy beside her. How's it going? Are you full? Another burp served as a silent answer to his question. Seeing Xiao Chong staring at her, Lu Qingyuan felt her cheeks burning. It's all your fault for making me eat so much. Xiao Chong grinned. Okay, it's all my fault. Let's go back to school. Lu Qingyuan nodded. Taking a walk after a full meal can help with digestion. The two had only taken 2 steps when they heard the loud roar of a sports car. Then a supercar pulled up right next to them, and a young man in his early 20s with bright red hair poked his head out. Hey, beautiful, want to ride in my sports car tonight? I'll take you flying. A young man in the passenger seat, dressed in a similarly unconventional style, also whistled in a jeering manner, and the two of them looked at Lu Qingyuan with lustful eyes. Lu Qingyuan and her companion ignored them and continued walking forward. The 2 non-mainstream individuals were unhappy and got out of the car cursing. At the same time, the 3 luxury supercars behind them also stopped one after another, and 6 more young people got out of them. At this moment, the 2 non-mainstream individuals had directly blocked Xiao Chong and Lu Qingyuan's path. He grinned at Xiao Chong and said, "Damn it, you're asking for it, aren't you? Didn't you hear your grandpa calling you?" Lu Qingyuan frowned as she smelled the strong smell of alcohol in the 2 of them. "Who called me?" Xiao Chong spoke up. "Grandfather. I don't have a grandson like you." "Young Masterwa. He's fucking making a fool of you." At this moment, Fan Jingyang, who had come along behind, was also quite drunk and immediately rushed up to avenge his good friend. "You son of a bitch, daring to mess with us. You're asking for it." Fan Jingyang, cursing and swearing, rushed straight up to Xiao Chong. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Xiao Chong's smiling face. Xiao Chong. "Young Master Fan, I've been looking for you everywhere lately, and I never expected you to show up like this. In that case, let's settle all the scores, past and future." Chapter 134 Clash Under the Cover of Night. Fan Jingyang was sobered up instantly after being frightened by Xiao Chong. Even his father's top henchman, Lynx, was subdued by Xiao Chong. Now, Fan Jingyang was like a mouse seeing a cat whenever he saw Xiao Chong, trying to avoid him at all costs. Xiao Chong, it's a misunderstanding. I'll leave right away. Guys, let's get going." Lu Qingyuan was also stunned by Fan Jingyang's actions. When did Xiao Chong become so terrifying? How could he have frightened the young master of the Yinjing fan group so much? But when I turned my head, Xiao Chong still had that harmless smile on his face. "Young Master Fan, why are you such a coward tonight? You're scared of even a young man strolling around. You're really getting worse as you get older, young Master Fan. Watch me." Fan Jingyang was furious with these scoundrels. "If you miss, don't drag me down with you." Guo Xiao, the young man in the lead car, who called Xiao Chong grandpa, was looking at Lu Qingyuan with lustful eyes. He reached out to touch her pretty face, which startled Lu Qingyuan, who immediately hid behind Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong's eyes flashed with cold light as he looked at the man whose body had been ravaged by wine and women. He kicked the man, and with a scream, the so-called young master flew 10 meters away, crashing into his own supercar and passing out. These second-generation rich kids were always bullies who preyed on the weak and feared the strong. Seeing Xiao Chong's ferocity, they were so frightened that they completely lost their previous arrogance. At this moment, Fan Jingyang stepped forward shakily. Xiao Chong, my dad's on the phone. Xiao Chong was taken aback, then took the phone directly from the other party, but he didn't speak immediately, and the other party didn't speak either. 30 seconds later, a middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the microphone. You're Xiao Chong? Very well, you wanted a result, didn't you? Well, you wait. I'm coming to find you. It's time for our feud to end. Xiao Chong almost laughed out of anger. You have 10 minutes. If you don't have 10 minutes, I can't guarantee Fan Jingyang won't lose anything. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Before Fan Jingming could even utter a curse, he heard a busy signal. You little bitch, you dare hang up on me. You son of bitch. Assistant, prepare the car. Get to the northeast barbecue area on Jinwu Road near Yanda University in 10 minutes. Although he spoke tough words, Fan Jingming dared not gamble with his precious son's safety. As soon as Fan Jingming got into the car, he took out his phone. After 2 beeps, the call connected. Hey, third brother, I've run into a bit of trouble. I need you to step in and keep things under control. After the two talked in a rambling manner for 2 minutes, Fan Jingming finally hung up the phone. After repeated urging from Fan Jingming, the car finally arrived at the scene in 9 minutes. After getting off the bus, Fan Jingming saw that his precious son was all right, and he was relieved. He stared intently at his son's classmate, who was also the same powerful figure who had left his trusted subordinate, Lynx, lying in a hospital bed. Judging from his appearance alone, it's hard to believe that this young-looking boy possesses such strength. How do you plan to resolve this? Fan Jingming finally spoke. Xiao Chong smiled coldly. Your son hired an international assassin to kill me, and you sent your men to break my arms and legs? Do you really think I'm made of clay? Now, you, as my father, are actually questioning me about how I want to resolve this? Shouldn't it be the Fan family who first shows remorse before discussing solutions? Xiao Chong's voice grew deeper and louder with each word, filled with anger. Lu Qingyuan, who was standing next to Xiao Chong, was filled with disbelief after hearing his words. She was there when the Lynx kidnapped the two of them, but she never expected that Fan Jingyang would send assassins. Her gaze toward Fan Jingyang was instantly filled with hostility and hatred. Could a classmate really do such a thing? Fan Jingming also felt Xiao Chong's overwhelming anger, but as a member of the Fan family, his inherent pride and his consistently assertive style did not allow him to bow down to a man who had just come of age. Admit your mistake? I don't think that's necessary. Just name your price. Everything has a price. In Fan Jingming's eyes, money can solve anything. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chong suddenly burst into laughter, and the laughter grew louder and louder. Just as Xiao Chong was about to say something, a luxury car suddenly stopped beside them, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Lu Qingtian. Upon seeing who it was, Fan Jingming looked puzzled. The two had been business rivals for many years, especially in the real estate sector. In first-tier cities, they had a history of back and forth and undermining each other. It turned out that when Fan Jingyang and his group appeared, Lu Qingyuan was worried that Xiao Chong would be at a disadvantage, so she took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and asked her father, Lu Qingtian, for help. Lu Qingtian was deeply concerned for his daughter, and he and his wife Feng Rulin sped off in this direction, escorted by 2 bodyguards. But the plot took a turn so quickly that Lu Qingyuan didn't have time to tell her father. As soon as Lu Qingtian got out of the car, he saw Fan Jingming and instinctively assumed that Fan Jingming was the culprit who bullied his daughter and her brother. Upon seeing Lu Qingyuan hiding behind Xiao Chong, Feng Rulin immediately rushed over and hugged her daughter. Are you alright, Qingyuan? It's alright, Mom. Xiao Chong is here. Feng Rulin now likes Xiao Chong more and more. He is successful in his career and responsible, making him a perfect son-in-law. Lu Qingtian, on the other hand, didn't tolerate Fan Jingming's behavior and immediately launched into a fierce attack. Fan Jingming, you've really grown up, haven't you? You've learned to bully young people now. You're really getting more and more regressive as you get older. This infuriated Fan Zhengming, who said fiercely, Lu Qingtian, which I of you saw me bullying a young person? I saw both of them. You? The old fox was spicier than the new one, leaving Fan Zhengming speechless from the start. Xiaoqiang, are you alright? Taking advantage of Fan Zhengming's moment of silence, Lu Qingtian finally asked about this junior. Although this kid was the culprit who caused his little darling to have a leak, both of his women sided with this rascal. Especially his own wife. If he says a bad word about that kid, he will definitely have to sleep on the sofa that night, and he won't even have a chance to practice his trumpet. This made Lu Qingtian extremely annoyed. However, when Lu Qingtian thought about the pharmaceutical company that kid was running, he sincerely admired it. Not to mention that anti-cancer drug. Although he didn't have the chance to use it himself, it was listed on CCVV, so its effectiveness must be real. That Shenyang Kantai pill, its effect is absolutely amazing. It works incredibly well. Therefore, Lu Qingtian's view of Xiaoqiang was more one of admiration, but the deep hatred of Xiaoqiang taking Xiaoqiang away from him was something he could not let go of. Dad, it's alright. You don't need to lift a finger to deal with those scumbags from the Fan family. Chapter 135, The Unreliable Mom. Xiaoqiang's cry of dad was like a thunderclap, stunning everyone present. Lu Qingtian looked at his daughter beside him with great heartache, hoping she would give him an explanation, but Lu Qingyuan's mind was blank at this moment, and she had no idea what to do. Seeing that his daughter offered no explanation, Lu Qingtian felt a pain in his heart, as if it were being torn apart. My precious little girl, whom I raised with such care and love, has been ruthlessly ruined by this bastard. In stark contrast to Lu Qingtian's reaction, his mother, Feng Rulin, appeared extremely surprised and asked her daughter in a soft voice. Daughter, did you and Xiaoqiang do that? Her mother's probing question dealt another blow to Lu Qingyuan's brain. Who am I? Where am I? What on earth happened? Seeing her daughter's blushing face, Feng Rulin seemed to know the answer. Good job, girl. When you meet a good man, you should seize the opportunity and take him on first, then pay the price later. Lu Qingyuan's face was so red, it was almost dripping with water. Lu Qingtian was stunned by his wife's outrageous words. Was this something a mother should say? Is there any mother in the world more unreliable than this? The Fan father and son were completely bewildered after hearing Xiaoqiang call him dad. Fan Jingyang cursed inwardly, thinking, another beautiful flower has been stolen by a pig. Fan Zhengming, however, thought even more deeply. Could this Xiaoqiang be Liu Kantian's illegitimation? If that's the case, then it's a bit troublesome. Xiaoqiang, the protagonist, never expected that his joking remark would cause so many misunderstandings. Just as Xiaoqiang was about to offer an explanation, Fan Zhengming angrily interrupted him. You bastard! How dare you call our Fan family trash? Even Lu Qingtian wouldn't dare to curse like that. You bastard who has no wife for sons and daughters for thousands to ride. Being called trash by name in the street by a junior, Fan Zhengming was instantly filled with boundless rage. Without thinking twice, he hurled out the most vicious insults. By this time, he was already blinded by rage and had forgotten that the young junior in front of him was responsible for crippling lynx and wiping out more than a dozen assassins. Feng Rulin was about to start cursing. Aren't you cursing my grandson and granddaughter? But before she could open her mouth, Xiaoqiang raised his foot and kicked Fan Zhengming more than 10 meters away with a powerful kick. Fan Zhengming, who had been pampered for many years, had never experienced such a blow. The intense pain in his abdomen caused his entire body to curl up like a human shrimp. Fan Jingyang rushed over to check on his father. Son, quick, call your third uncle. Ask him where he is. Fan Zhengming paused several times while saying this, which shows how weak he was. Fan Jingyang nodded and began fiddling with the phone. The three members of the Lu family, standing nearby, all showed expressions of shock at Xiaoqiang's clean and swift kick. My son-in-law is so handsome. This is Feng Rulin's heartfelt sentiment. When Lu Qingtian heard Fan Zhengming utter such a vicious curse, he was filled with boundless rage, but just as he was pondering how to respond, this junior, whom he envied, resented, and hated, took direct action, and in such a violent and direct way. You see, this was something Lu Qingtian had always dared to think about but never dared to do. Although he felt a slight admiration and goodwill toward Xiaoqiang, he also sighed inwardly. Young man, you're a real tiger. You'll kill without a second thought. However, This would make things difficult to handle. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with it, he saw a military jeep and 5 military trucks pull up on the road next to him. A man who bore a resemblance to Fan Jingming got out of the jeep, while about 100 soldiers in military uniforms, carrying rifles, got out of the truck behind. After Lu Qingtian saw who it was, he felt a sense of helplessness. It was exactly what he feared had come to pass. As the saying goes, when a scholar meets a soldier, reason is useless. No matter how many reasons you have or how wronged you feel, it won't work against the machine of violence. At this moment, Fan Zhengming, who was lying on the ground groaning in pain, saw that his third brother, Fan Yunming, had brought helpers. He endured the excruciating pain and stood up hunched over. Third brother, shoot that bastard dead. Fan Yunming frowned and cursed under his breath. Are you talking without thinking? I'll stand up for you, but to shoot someone? Do you think your brother has many heads? He took a small step forward, pointed at Xiao Chong, and asked, Did you beat them up? You want an explanation from a Fan family? Fan Yunming, without distinguishing right from wrong, tried to seize the initiative and pinned all the blame on you. Xiao Chong was about to speak. Lu Qingtian, standing nearby, spoke first. Fan Yunming, it was your brother who started spewing nonsense. It was my idea to beat up Fan Jingming, so what are you going to do about it? Xiao Chong felt a surge of warmth in his heart when he saw Lu Qingtian standing up for him. Fan Yunming naturally recognized Lu Qingtian. Upon hearing what the other party said, he first frowned, then relaxed, and waved to the guards behind him, surround them. These 100 or so guards were his guard company, so they naturally obeyed his orders as their division commander. In an instant, the 3 members of the Lu family, plus Xiao Chong, were surrounded by these guards. Lu Qingtian's face was extremely ugly. He did not expect Fan Yunming to be so arrogant and not give him any face at all, but there was nothing he could do about it. Fan Yunming, do you think these soldiers are your Fan family's private army? Aren't you afraid someone will report you to the military? Upon hearing Lu Qingtian's words, Fan Yunming burst into laughter. Foreign spies intend to kidnap and attack military personnel. As a soldier, wouldn't it be a great achievement to personally lead troops to capture the spies? This infuriated Lu Qing. Fan Yunming was ruthless enough to label everyone as spies right off the bat. At this moment, Fan Zhengming, enduring the excruciating pain, groaned as he walked up to Xiao Chong. This time, he was smarter and kept a distance of more than 2 meters from Xiao Chong. You think you're so great? Show me what you're all about. You're just an idiot. You had a son without a mother. You gave birth to. His words were extremely arrogant, and coupled with his gesticulating manner, he was utterly despicable. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Chong, who was just 2 meters away, instantly teleported to Fan Jingming's side. Fan Jingming reacted as if he'd seen a ghost, and was about to dodge when Fan Yunming, who was beside him, reacted and was about to stop him. You dare. 5 crisp, loud slaps left Fan Jingming dazed and disoriented, and his already fat face swelled up into a pig's head at a visible speed. At this moment, Fan Yunming was even more furious than Fan Jingming. In his opinion, he had already said so much, yet the other party still beat his second brother so ruthlessly. This is clearly a sign of disrespect towards Fan Yunming. Chapter 136, Drifting in a Hearse, Dancing in a Tattoo. This time, Lu Qingtian was dumbfounded again. This time, things had really gotten out of hand. Didn't you see that the other side had brought 100 or so heavily armed guards? How dare you make a move at this time? You're not a tiger at all. That's like drifting in a hearse or dancing on a grave. You're asking for it. Fan Yunming's face was ashen, and his fiery eyes were fixed on Xiao Chong, clearly on the verge of exploding with rage. What are you looking at? You think you're so handsome? None of the fans are any good. Xiao Chong said dismissively. Lu Qingtian, oh my God, you're not just courting death, you're dying too slowly. Fan Yunming finally snapped. Guards company, listen to my orders. Take this spy back to the barracks and interrogate him to find out what his purpose is in infiltrating China. If he's stubborn, do everything you can to pry his mouth open. If he were to die accidentally, it would be because he attempted to assassinate soldiers and was killed on the spot. Now, Lu Qingtian was completely panicked. The situation had far exceeded his expectations. Meanwhile, the Lu family, mother and daughter beside him, kept giving him meaningful glances, urging him to come up with a solution quickly. However, he had no connections in the military and could only think of the political figures he had known before, trying to determine which one had the ability to intervene in this matter. At this moment, Xiao Chong said leisurely, "Fan Yunming, who gave you the audacity to slap the label of spy on a member of the Chinese military?" Military personnel? Xiao Chong's words surprised everyone present. The Liu couple stared at their daughter with questioning looks, while Liu Qingyuan could only shake her head in bewilderment. "Third uncle, don't listen to his bragging. He's just a student at Peking University, my classmate, and he doesn't have any military experience from university. He's just a bully borrowing power, spouting complete nonsense." Fan Jingyang's words instantly dispelled Fan Yuming's concerns. "Still trying to impersonate a Chinese soldier? Guard company, take action immediately. If there is any resistance, shoot them on the spot." Just as several guards were about to step forward to detain Xiao Chong, 2 gunshots rang out from the perimeter of the guard company, causing everyone to stop and turn a look at the outside. Fan Yunming saw a scene that astonished him from the passage cleared by his subordinates. He saw that his guard company of about 100 men had been surrounded, while his side was surrounded by at least several hundred soldiers wearing jungle camouflage uniforms and berets. Fan Yunming could tell at a glance from their imposing presence and equipment that this unit was a special forces unit armed to the teeth. Moreover, this unit exudes a chilling and terrifying aura, demonstrating that it is definitely not an ordinary special forces unit. Fan Yunming had no choice but to quickly order his men to stop immediately and walk toward the officer in military uniform at the front. This man was Yu Fei, dressed in camouflage and wearing the rank of lieutenant colonel on his shoulder. "Which unit are you from? Why are you obstructing us from performing our duties?" Fan Yunming asked Yu Fei in a low voice. Although he was a major general and the other party was only a lieutenant colonel, he dared not show any contempt. In the military, strength is king. Our side is just a guard company of about 100 men, which is considered elite in the military. But the enemy not only has more men, but more importantly, they're all special forces soldiers. We can't use force. Feng Ruolin, standing nearby, whispered to Liu Qingtian, "Is this the helper you found?" Liu Qingtian shook his head helplessly. "How could I possibly have that ability?" Yu Fei ignored Fan Yunming and went straight to Xiao Chong, giving him a standard military salute. Reporting to the commander, the Huaxia Garrison Regiment is 500 men, and 500 men are present. Please give instructions on what actions to take. Fan Yunming's heart skipped a beat. He knew the name Huaxia Garrison Regiment. It was a special force directly under the command of the military, composed of elite special operations soldiers drawn directly from various special forces units across the army a few days ago. There are many garrison regiments, but this is the first and only one to bear the name of China. I never expected to be surrounded by them today. Seeing that the other party, a mere colonel, was ignoring him, Fan Yunming was furious but helpless. Xiao Chong scanned the faces of the Fan family members one by one. "Take their guns away." The Special Forces elites of the Garrison Regiment immediately took action, while a group of guards all looked at their division commander, intending to resist if given the order. But Fan Yunming dared not let his soldiers resist. Not only were his own numbers only 1/5 of the enemy's, but more importantly, the enemy was the Huaxia Garrison Regiment, directly under the command of the military. If he took action, it would be considered an act of insubordination. This is a major taboo in China. Helpless, Fan Yunming could only shake his head to signal his men not to act rashly. In this way, a group of guards were disarmed in an instant and then taken to a small patch of grass by the roadside to face the wall and reflect on their actions. Liu Qingyuan and her daughter looked at Xiao Chong with adoration. Liu Qingtian's expression was complicated. "Oh no, this is terrible. My little darling is probably completely out of the cold now. I admit defeat. I'm sorry, I've offended you greatly. Do with me as you please, but I just want to know who you really are." Fan Yunming was willing to accept defeat, but at this moment, he just wanted to know what kind of person he had offended that day. Fan Yunming's words surprised Xiao Chong greatly. "You're not so bad after all. Since you're so curious, I'll satisfy your curiosity." Xiao Chong, special training instructor of the Huaxia Garrison Regiment. At the same time, Xiao Chong threw the 2 notebooks at the other party, who caught them with one hand. Fan Yunming first opened the first small blue booklet, which was Xiao Changyan University student ID. He would never believe that the other party could mobilize the Huaxia Garrison Regiment just because of this identity. After removing the slightly larger student ID, a very familiar document came into his view, a military officer's ID card with a unified standard of the Chinese military. He didn't open it immediately. Instead, he looked at the other person with a serious expression and considered many possible identities of Xiao Chong before slowly turning over the cover of the dark green military officer's ID. But when he saw the prominent words Major General in the rank column, Fan Yunming felt his breathing quicken instantly. He worked hard for more than 10 years to reach the rank of Major General, and that was only achieved with the help of his family. This college student, who was only 18 years old, was also a Major General. He seriously doubted whether there was a younger Major General in the entire country than the young man in front of him. Crucially, the officer's certificate clearly states that the other party's military status is actually filed with the military headquarters. Moreover, the other party was actually a special training instructor from the Huaxia garrison. This also made Fan Yunming feel relieved at that moment. It was not shameful to be defeated by such a great person. At that moment, a slight smile appeared on his face. Fan Yunming then respectfully returned the 2 certificates to Xiao Chong. Thank you for clearing up my doubts. Now, if you want to kill me or torture me, go ahead. If I utter a single word, I'm not a Chinese soldier. Chapter 137, Bowing Down and Admitting Mistakes. Xiao Chong nodded, then kicked Fan Yunming more than 10 meters away. Remember, you are a soldier of China. These soldiers are here to protect our country, not your Fan family's private army. Since you're being sincere in admitting your mistake, you can get out of here. Soldiers should look like soldiers. Xiao Chong's words were deafening, like thunder from the heavens, and like a great bell, they shook his soul. At Xiao Chong's signal, the Special Forces members of the Huaxia garrison returned the captured weapons to the soldiers squatting by the roadside, and Fan Yunming led his guard company to scramble away from the scene. Third brother, what's going on? You can't just abandon your second brother. Fan Zhengming panicked. He had been able to remain somewhat calm earlier because of the soldiers his third brother had brought, but he never expected the situation to change so quickly, leaving him completely unable to adapt. Fan Yunming, who had already taken a few steps, stopped after hearing his second brother's shout. He simply turned his head and said, "Humble yourself and admit your mistake," before leaving the scene with the team without looking back. Yu Fei and others then led all the members of the Huaxia garrison to leave. However, Su Xinluo, who was in the group, looked at Xiao Chong and Lu Qingyuan beside him, feeling a mix of emotions. The scene quickly quieted down, and the group of spirited teenagers who had appeared with Fan Jingyang had already slipped away in the chaos. Only the Fan family father and son, the Lu family members, and Xiao Chong remained at the scene. Xiao Chong stared at the Fan family father and son with a playful expression. Fan Jingming, calling you a bunch of scum is really giving you too much credit. Tell me, how should we resolve this feud between us? Xiao Chong, I was wrong. I'll never bother you and Lu Qingyuan again. Just ignore me and let me go. Fan Zhengming stared at his son in astonishment. What a spineless son. He's already backed down. Is he even my son? Fan Zhengming's son? Dad, can't you see the current situation? Bow your head. Even someone as resolute as uncle has bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Fan Zhengming wanted to scold his son a few more times, but before he could speak, Fan Jingyang said with a hint of anger, Dad, can you please stop ruining your son's life? Fan Zhengming, hearing the conversation between the father and son, Lu Qintian chuckled. I've only ever seen sons who cause trouble for their fathers. This is the first time I've seen a father who causes trouble for his son. Fan Zhengming, you're quite something. Fan Zhengming blushed deeply at Lu Qingtian's sarcastic words. He cursed inwardly. How could I have given birth to such an unfilial son? How can you curse your father in the street like this? With this kind of groveling and admitting fault, your father will never be able to hold his head up in front of that bastard, Lu Qingtian again. That's enough. That's enough. So what if I'm embarrassed? Fan Jingming took a deep breath. Mr. Xiao, I admit my mistake. I shouldn't have bothered you time and time again. Given the trouble I've caused you, I'm willing to offer you compensation. Name your price. After Fan Zhengming stopped, everyone's eyes were focused on Xiao Chong's face. Xiao Chong stared at Fan Zhengming and his son without making a sound, seemingly lost in thought. 10 seconds later. All right, stop putting on airs. That's enough. It was Lu Qingtian who spoke. Xiao Chong was immediately at a loss for words, thinking, what kind of father-in-law would do this to undermine me? All right, since my father-in-law has said so, I'll take the opportunity to say yes. Fan Jingming, We happen to be here today. What do you think of these 3 plots of land across the street? Fan Jingming was suspicious. What did this kid mean? You're a student, and even if you have a military background, why are you suddenly bringing up land? Isn't that a bit of a tangent? After pondering for a moment, I still couldn't figure out what Xiaochang meant by saying that. Although it's in a first-tier city like Beijing, this place is located on the edge of the 4th Ring Road, close to the 5th Ring Road. Given that Beijing's real estate development is currently concentrated within the 4th Ring Road, it will take at least another 10 years for this area to be developed. When it comes to real estate, Fan Jingming speaks eloquently, putting on the airs of an industry expert. Lu Qingtian, who was standing next to him, nodded in agreement after hearing this. Xiaochang was unsure whether to agree with their assessment, but said, "Indeed, look at these 3 construction sites. They cover about 500 or 600 acres, and the weeds inside are almost as tall as a person. It's such a waste to leave them empty like this." Fan Jingming nodded thoughtfully. He recalled that he and Lu Qingtian had engaged in multiple rounds of bidding for the ownership of these 3 plots of land. Originally, the land price was only 2 million yuan per mu, but due to Lu Qingtian's interference, the price was artificially inflated to 4.5 million yuan per mu. Fan Jingming was not only a wealthy and powerful man, but also a man who cared a lot about his reputation, so he happily became a sucker. However, immediately after acquiring the land, the global financial crisis hit, and the land, which cost 2.2 billion yuan, has been idle for nearly 2 years. Fan Jingming was so miserable. At this moment, Xiaochang brought up the old matter again, as if he had ripped open his old wounds and added salt to them. Fan Jingming glared fiercely at Lu Qingtian beside him. Lu Qingtian chuckled to himself, then turned his head to the other side. This infuriated Fan Jingming. "Lu Qingtian, what are you laughing at?" I can't help but laugh when I think about how my aunt is giving birth today." After saying that, he burst into laughter. Fan Jingming knew, of course, that Lu Qingtian was talking nonsense. Lu Qingtian was almost 50 years old. What kind of child would his aunt have? "Lu Qingtian, you've gone too far." Okay, I won't laugh. I'll hold it in." Xiaochang, standing to the side, was speechless. This future father-in-law really had the heart of a child. It is indeed a waste to leave this land so vacant. "Mr. Xiao, why are you asking these questions?" Fan Jingming finally couldn't resist his curiosity and asked. Xiaochang revealed a sly look, since President Fan also thinks it's not appropriate to leave this land vacant like this. "Well, Mr. Fan, how about you give me these 3 plots of land?" Xiaochang's words were like a thunderclap from a clear sky, causing everyone to turn their attention to him. Fan Jingming was incredibly surprised, and a series of questions immediately flooded his mind. How did he know the ownership of these 3 plots of land? Did Lu Qingtian tell him? What is he planning to do with this land? Could it be that Lu Qingtian and his son are going to trick me again? He instantly looked at Xiaochang and Lu Qingtian with great vigilance. Lu Qingtian looked at Xiaochang with an equally incredulous expression. What does this kid want to do with the land? Build a pharmaceutical factory. Wait a minute, this is residential land. Isn't it a waste of resources to use residential land as industrial land? Lu Qingyuan and her daughter also looked at Xiaochang with puzzled expressions, trying to find the answer on his face. Chapter 138, Qiangxing Real Estate. Fan Jingming decided to first probe the other party's true intentions and see if Xiaochang was acting as a pawn for that old bastard Lu Qingtian, and if Lu Qingtian was actually after these 3 plots of land. "Mr. Xiao, these 3 plots of land are indeed assets of the Fan family. However, what does Mr. Xiao want these 3 plots of land for?" Upon hearing this, Xiaochang adopted a mysterious expression. "Of course it's building houses. What? Are you going to open an amusement park?" "Of course it's about building a house, but it's probably Lu Qingtian who will build it." This answer was within Fan Jingming's expectations, but it was beyond Lu Qingtian's expectations. He asked in surprise, "Xiaochang, you're building a house? Do you own a real estate company? Even if it exists, why would you build it here? Everyone's buying within the 3rd or 4th Ring Road now. Houses here simply aren't selling." Fan Jingming initially showed suspicion upon hearing Lu Qingtian's words. Could I have guessed wrong? Is this really unrelated to Lu Qingtian? But then he felt relieved and thought to himself, "Lu Qingtian, just keep acting. You and your son are putting on a show. Do you think I'm an idiot?" But Xiaochang's next words completely stunned Fan Jingming, and Lu Qingtian. A real estate development company? I do. Xishan Province Qiangxing Real Estate Group. You two should have heard of it, right? Fan Jingming and Lu Qingtian's right eyelids twitched simultaneously, and then they nodded instinctively. Xishan Province Strong Real Estate has now made a name for itself in the Chinese real estate industry. It has only been established for half a year, but it has directly achieved the first place in the country in terms of land acquisition and construction volume, and a third place in the country in terms of contracted sales. However, the company's decision to launch sales only after the building was topped out is out of step with the current market practice in the real estate industry of launching sales in the same month or the following month after land acquisition. Most importantly, the residential communities built by Qiangxing have an overwhelming advantage over other real estate developers in many aspects, including community environment, unit layout, property services, and commercial facilities. It makes sense, considering that Xiao Chang's suggestions to real estate president Yu Ming were based on what he had seen and heard 15 years later. Such experience is unmatched by other developers. This has led to Qiangxing Real Estate becoming a model that various city media outlets are vying to report on, which in turn has greatly enhanced Qiangxing Real Estate's market recognition. Many homeowners started waiting specifically for Qiangxing Real Estate's projects to launch, and as soon as a Qiangxing project launched, it would basically sell out immediately. Low-priced clearance sales of undesirable remaining units on lower floors? That's not happening. Even apartments on less desirable floors are still in high demand. Xiaoqiang, what is your relationship with the boss of Qiangxing Real Estate Company in Xishan Province? Lu Qingtian couldn't help but ask immediately. Fan Jingming also strained his ears, eager to hear what the other party had to say. Xiaoqiang then said with a relaxed expression, Uncle Lu, Qiangxing Real Estate is my company, and I'm the boss of Qiangxing Real Estate. What? Huh? Fan and Lu were so shocked that their brains went blank. Especially Lu Qingtian, whose daughter had told him some time ago that Xiaoqiang was a child from a village in Xishan Province, and that his family had been poor farmers for 3 generations. You started your business in your freshman year just to escape your poor peasant background, right? If you succeed in your business, if you're awesome, if you're incredibly talented, I'll accept it. How did he become the boss of a real estate company that rose to the top of the comprehensive strength list of real estate development companies with a dark horse momentum? Moreover, this achievement was made in the last 6 months. No, this kid is definitely trying to trick me. Xiaoqiang, I've met President Yu of Qiangxing. He's a young man with a strong presence and a very assertive personality. I think he's more like the boss of a powerful company. Fan Jingming nodded very seriously. About a week ago, at the bidding site for a 300 mu and a 500 mu plot of land in the center of the 4th ring road of Yanjing, he and Lu Qingtian were completely outmatched by Qiangxing Real Estate, led by Yu Ming, and both plots were ultimately acquired by Qiangxing Real Estate. At the time, Qiangxing's display of wealth and power at the bidding site made the 2 veteran real estate professionals hesitate. The 2 local strongmen from Yanjing ultimately returned empty-handed and defeated. You mean Yu Ming? He happens to be at Yihiyuan Villa today, only a 2-minute drive from here. I'll have him come and pay a visit to the 2 big shots. As he spoke, Xiaoqiang picked up his phone, dialed Yu Ming's number, and made some arrangements. Lu and Fan stared at Xiaoqiang with suspicion. During the 2 minutes of their suspicion, Yu Ming arrived in his Mercedes. After searching the scene, he went straight to Xiaoqiang and asked, Mr. Xiao, what are your plans? Xiaoqiang touched his nose. There's nothing specific to it. I have 2 big shots in the real estate industry who can introduce you to them. Then he pointed to Lu Qingtian and Fan Jingming beside him. President Lu of Qingtian Real Estate, President Fan of Fan's Real Estate. You should have met them before. Yu Ming was naturally aware of this. He had conducted research and investigation on every player in the Beijing real estate industry. Facing these 2 bigwigs, Yu Ming adopted an extremely humble attitude, taking the initiative to greet them. Hello, President Lu. Hello, President Fan. Lu and Fan immediately greeted him with smiles. Hello, President Yu. After some pleasantries, Xiaoqiang finally addressed Lu and Fan again. Do you 2 believe me now? This time, neither of them raised any further questions, clearly accepting the current outcome. Mr. Fan, what about these 3 plots of land? Xiaoqiang asked again leisurely. Fan Jingming had forgotten his shock. Here you go, but the price. Xiaoqiang then said directly, considering that you and your son have been taking turns trying to cause me trouble, Mr. Fan, why don't you name a fair price? Lu Qingtian, barely suppressing a laugh, gave Xiao Chong a thumbs up. Fan Zhengming looked at his son and tentatively asked, 1 billion. Xiao Chong grinned. President Fan, how about I also hire an assassin? If you can escape, it proves you're incredibly lucky, and our feud will be wiped clean. What do you say? Dad, can't you be a little more generous? What time is it? Why are you still being so stingy? Fan Jingyang's words instantly broke his father's composure. He thought to himself, if it weren't for you, my unfilial son, why would I be in this miserable state, having to be so humble, and now you're complaining that I'm stingy? However, he was helpless and shook his head dejectedly, saying in a low voice, fine, I'll take the 500 million. Xiao Chong nodded in satisfaction this time. Yu Ming, go to Fan's real estate tomorrow and find President Fan. Take over those 3 plots of land across the street from President Fan for 500 million. Is everything all right, Mr. Fan? Fan Jingming was completely fed up with Xiao Chong's smug, self-serving attitude and replied as he left, no problem. Yu Ming was delighted to hear this. It was such a bargain, practically free. The Fan family father and son, along with Yu Ming, left one after another, leaving only the Lu family members and Xiao Chong at the scene. Only then did Xiao Chong notice that 3 pairs of eyes, each with a different expression, were fixed on him. Chapter 139, The Powerful Feng Ruolin. Although Feng Ruolin and Lu Qingyan barely spoke throughout, the mother and daughter had been watching their conversation with surprise and keen interest the whole time. Seeing that all the outsiders had left, Feng Ruolin went straight forward. Old Lu, judging from your conversation just now, Xiao Chong's Changxing real estate seems to be quite impressive. Lu Qingtian thought to himself, this isn't just impressive, it's absolutely awesome. However, Lu Qingtian would never do something that boosts others' morale while diminishing his own. It's so, only slightly better than my Qingtian real estate. Feng Ruolin didn't point out. She had just searched for the company on her phone and found that it had been rated as the #1 real estate company in China by a professional organization, while Qingtian Real Estate was ranked outside the top 30. Old Lu, didn't you say before that you would agree to your daughter dating Xiao Qiang when he became successful in his career? Lu Qingtian was taken aback, not expecting his wife to bring this up at this time. He stammered, I did say that, but... Lu Qingtian wanted to say something else, to create some obstacles, but Feng Ruolin interrupted him directly. All right, admitting that I'm better than you is enough. Xiao Qiang, you don't need to pay attention to your uncle's opinion. His opinion and views don't dominate in our family, so I just agree to your relationship with Qingyuan. Lu Qingtian sighed helplessly. He would endure it so that he wouldn't have to sleep on the sofa again, and so that he would have a chance to practice his alt-account in the future. Lu Qingyuan glanced at her father with sympathy, then secretly glanced at Xiao Chong with embarrassment. Xiao Chong was overjoyed. Thank you, Auntie. By the way, Xiao Chong, now that you and Qingyuan have already, you should hurry up and get your marriage certificate. Lu Qingtian couldn't stand it anymore. What nonsense are you spouting? How old are you to be getting a marriage certificate? Oh, by the way, Xiao Chong, what were those 2 little booklets you showed Fan Yiming earlier? Why did the arrogant third son of the Fan family slink away after seeing them? Feng Ruolin and Lu Qingyuan were also very curious and cast longing glances at Xiao Qiang. Seeing this, Xiao Chong chuckled, took out the notebook again, and handed it to Lu Qingtian. The other party couldn't wait to open it, and the mother and daughter immediately gathered around. Lu Qingtian, holy crap, a major general? Feng Ruolin, wow, so handsome, such a soldier. Lu Qingyuan didn't say anything, but in her heart she was amazed. He really looks handsome in military uniform. Then she couldn't help but steal a glance at Xiao Chong next to her. Lu Qingtian was speechless. Was this some kind of nested identity game, with layer upon layer of identities? I'm exhausted and speechless. Feng Ruolin's intelligent eyes darted around. Qing'en, Xiao Qiang, I think some things should be done while you're young, like having a child soon, while your dad and I are still young and can help you take care of it. The 3 were petrified. Is this something you can do on a whim? Lu Qingyuan felt her face burning hot. Mom, shut up. What nonsense are you spouting? You silly child, getting pregnant out of wedlock is one thing, but that's how you conceived back then. Lu Qingtian felt that he had never been so embarrassed in his life. What kind of woman was this? Why couldn't she keep her mouth shut? Mom and Dad, we need to go back to school. You 2 should come home quickly and get on with your business. As she spoke, she pulled Xiao Chong toward the school. Feng Rulin behind him looked at him with a disappointed expression, saying, "Can't you learn from your mother's shrewdness?" Watching Xiao Chong and his companion walk away, Feng Rulin seemed to remember something and shouted, "Xiao Chong, you too. You should make sure to elevate Qingyuan's hips a bit. It'll make it easier for her to conceive." Xiao Chong and Lu Qingyuan stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Lu Qingtian, standing to the side, covered his face with both hands, looking utterly helpless. Xiao Chong and Lu Qingyuan walked hand in hand back to the girls' dormitory. Lu Qingyuan didn't say a word the whole time, her mind replaying the scenes from the night like a movie. "Xiao Chong, my mom wasn't like this before. I don't know what's wrong with her lately. She's become rambling and outspoken. Maybe she's going through menopause. Please don't mind her." "No way. But Qingyuan, when should we try it out?" Lu Qingyuan looked up at Xiao Chong in confusion. "Test what?" Xiao Chong leaned close to Lu Qingyuan's ear and whispered, "About having children." Xiao Chong's hot breath brushed against Lu Qingyuan's fair and smooth earlobe, making Lu Qingyuan's heart flutter. When she heard that it was about something as embarrassing as childbirth, the blush on her cheeks instantly spread to her neck. "What nonsense are you thinking about? I'm going back to my dorm first. You should get some rest too." After saying that, Lu Qingyuan left as if she were fleeing. Xiao Chong laughed and said, "Just kidding. Good night." For the next 5 days, Xiao Chong had a rare break, spending his time accompanying Lu, the school beauty, to classes, meals, and self-study, and their relationship grew even closer. However, Lu Qingyuan never received the romantic confession she had been hoping for, which left her slightly disappointed. Which girl doesn't yearn for romance and long for a unique and heartfelt confession? However, Lu, the campus belle, also thoroughly enjoyed this hazy version of first love. She even kept asking her roommates, "Does this count as a relationship?" But her dorm friends ruthlessly interpreted it as, "You're publicly displaying your affection." That evening, Xiao Chong finally received good news. After more than 20 days, the stock trading department had finally cleared the outstanding short positions in M shares. The initial total short position amounted to $85 billion. $55.3 billion was spent on repaying the shorted shares and related short selling fees, leaving $29.7 billion. Excluding the initial $8.5 billion principal, this shorting of M shares has yielded a profit of $21.2 billion. Currently, the stock trading department's accounts hold a staggering $29.7 billion. Xiao Chong casually obtained €5 billion from the Europa cruise ship and immediately converted it into 50 billion Chinese yuan after returning to China. After investing 20 billion yuan in a real estate company, 5 billion yuan in Xiangxing Fengtu, and subsequently allocating 1 billion yuan for the launch of Xiangxing Security, he still has 24 billion yuan in his personal account. Xiao Chong instructed Li Muyao to give all colleagues in the trading department a 3-day holiday, including the 5-star chefs, pastry chefs, and cleaning staff who serve the traders. The reason they were given a break was twofold. Firstly, everyone was indeed tired during this period, and secondly, Xiao Chong wanted to get a batch of rewards for everyone. Xiao Chong dialed He-Lita's number. "Xiao Chong, you're a rare guest. What made you think of calling me? I'm buying a car, so I'll do you a favor and support your business." Upon hearing this, Fatty He-Lita said, "Come to my shop. Haozi, Xiao Ji, and the others are all here. There's a car race later. I'll show you." "Okay, I'll be right there." Chapter 140, A Bloodbath. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chong pondered for a moment before going to the underground garage of Iha Villa and looking at the dark ghost lying there quietly, Koenigsegg. Since Su Taihang delivered the car, Xiao Chong only familiarized himself with its operation with the help of professionals before parking it in the underground parking lot. However, professionals regularly clean the car to ensure it remains clean and tidy. Koenigsegg sports cars exude a powerful presence, with streamlined bodies that pierce the air like swords and exposed carbon fiber body panels that showcase both lightness and strength. The sharp front design, paired with a massive air intake, exudes power and speed. The unique scissor doors and metal exhaust outlets add a touch of untamed wildness, making it unforgettable at first glance. Xiao Chong sat in the car and started the engine. The huge roar was like the roar of a giant beast, showing its power and domineering presence. Xiao Chong, who has a strong learning ability, quickly adapted and skillfully drove the luxury supercar toward the address given by Dazi. Half an hour later, a luxury car dealership located at the foot of Wangmangling Mountain in the suburbs of Yanjing. Lin Hao, He Lida, and Ji Jiming were already sunbathing by the door while waiting for Xiao Chong. A moment later, an all-black Koenigsegg approached from a distance. My God, this is the Koenigsegg HV8 that was just showcased in Beijing during the National Day holiday, with 2,300 horsepower. Who was the amazing person who managed to snag this car? Just as the three were marveling at the scene, the Koenigsegg came to a smooth stop in front of the dealership, and the revolving door opened gracefully. Upon seeing that it was Xiao Chong who got off the bus, the trio exclaimed, "Holy crap!" in unison and ran towards him. "Xiao Chong, you're amazing. You actually bought this car?" Dazi asked in surprise, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Xiao Chong. This car wasn't something you could buy just by having money. Xiao Chong was unwilling to explain further, so he nodded. "Quick, Xiao Chong, pull me onto the track. Let me take a lap. Let me feel it." Dazi, who loves cars like his own life, is clearly impatient. Xiao Ji said with a disdainful look, "Xiao Chong, you'd better watch out. Fatty has kidney deficiency. Once when he rode in my car, he peed right in it because we were going too fast." "Get lost, Xiao Ji. That was a special case. I just finished drinking and forgot to go to the bathroom." "Xiao Qiang, don't listen to his nonsense. He definitely won't be able to pee this time." Xiao Chong also wanted to experience the wildness of this top-of-the-line supercar on a professional track. "Let's go, get in." Dazi immediately sat down in the passenger's seat, his slightly overweight figure practically wedged into the seat, making even wearing a seatbelt seem unnecessary. Everyone immediately jogged after the car to the track entrance next to the 4S store. At that moment, a race had just ended, and everyone was leaving the track one after another. Dazi arranged for the staff to clear the track immediately. 5 minutes later, the track was cleared. Xiao Chong put on the racing helmet that came with the car. "Dazi, there's only one helmet in this car. Are you sure you don't need to find another one?" Dazi said, "It's okay. It makes no difference whether you carry it or not when you drive at 200 miles per hour or higher." Xiao Chong. Many racing enthusiasts nearby took out their phones and started taking pictures and videos of the Koenigsegg. Xiao Chong applied a little force to the accelerator pedal, and the Koenigsegg immediately roared twice. Then the tires began to spin rapidly in the air. The next second, the car shot off like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, the car's speed soared to over 150 kilometers per hour. The intense pushback sensation sent Xiao Chong's adrenaline soaring, and he shouted, "That's fucking awesome!" At that moment, he finally realized that the addiction to racing was real. Xiao Chong was thrilled, but the Zine next to him was suffering. Holy crap! Dazi was pressed firmly into the seat by the enormous inertia, unable to even breathe. The entire field of vision was rapidly receding. It felt as if all the blood in my body rushed to my brain in an instant, and my palms were sweating profusely. The roar of the engine, in particular, made one's internal organs tremble in sync. At this moment, Xiao Chong was channeling Schumacher, his expression focused, gripping the steering wheel tightly. 280, 320, 378, 402. This speed far exceeds at a high-speed rail of the same era. Holy crap. Mr. Xiao slowed down. If Xiao Chong had a third eye, he would have seen the expression on Zi's face, which showed he was so frightened he was about to lose his mind. However, Dazi's shouts were completely drowned out by the roar of the engine. When the car reached a speed of 420 kilometers per hour, Xiao Chong felt as if his soul had left his body. The mind and the body are now in two different worlds. That was fucking awesome. Koenigsegg's incredible performance left the audience speechless. This isn't just going too fast, it's flying way too low. At this extreme speed, a straight road disappears in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chong then eased off the accelerator, but only slightly reduced the speed. The speedometer needle remained above 200. Next, Xiao Chong started drifting on various S-shaped, U-shaped, and V-shaped tracks. Finally, they returned to the straight track and went back to the starting point. As he approached the starting line, Xiao Chong executed a beautiful dragon tail swing, bringing the car to a stop on the starting line. Xiao Chong got out of the car, took off his hat, and took a deep breath of the fresh air. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dazi struggled to get up from the passenger seat and scrambled out of the car. "Vomit! Dazi, this won't do." Almost everyone present recognized Dazi, and they all mocked him. After vomiting for a few seconds, Dazi, pale-faced, said, "Why don't you guys try it? Damn it, you can't even catch up with their souls." Lin Hao and Xiao Ji helped Dazi back to his office, where he rested for a while before recovering. "Brother Chong, your driving skills are amazing. I've been driving on this wang-mangling track for 3 years, and I've never seen a driver with your skills. I even think that if racing legend Schumacher came, he'd be at this level." Xiao Chong nodded in agreement. Indeed, that was his level. Xiao Qiang, next October, the Wang-mangling Car God competition will be held here. Supercar enthusiasts from all over China will come to participate. Most importantly, Lin Yuma, the folk car god of China, will also participate. A woman. Xiao Chong was quite surprised. Aren't most racers men? How could the legendary Chinese race car driver be a woman? Dazi nodded. But she was also an extremely beautiful woman, with that figure, those breasts, those legs, wow. As they discussed and commented, Dazi's mouth was practically watering. Is it really that exaggerated? Lin Hao and Xiao Ji, who were standing next to him, immediately nodded. What Dazi said this time is not an exaggeration at all. That Lin Yuma, men drool over her, and women feel inferior. A cool and aloof older sister type. Chapter 141, spending 180 million on a car. Hearing the three of them give such an evaluation, Xiao Chong suddenly felt a little hopeful. No problem. I'll definitely come. Let's go, visit your 4S store, and maybe buy a few cars while we're at it. Dazi was immediately amused. He had noticed that Xiao Chong had mentioned a batch of cars, not just one car. He immediately perked up and led everyone into the 4S store. After much deliberation, Xiao Chong finally settled on a Mercedes-Benz DQS class, with the top-of-the-line model costing 2 million yuan. Mercedes-Benz truly lives up to its reputation as a perennial favorite among luxury cars. The top-grade leather seats are incredibly soft to the touch. The interior trim uses high-grade wood grain materials, which complement the metallic trim strips perfectly, creating a noble and elegant atmosphere. Advanced infotainment systems, automatic air conditioning, and premium sound systems make every journey an enjoyable experience. Moreover, the space is spacious enough to allow for some exercise. Xiao Qiang, how many are you planning to buy? I guarantee you the lowest price on the market. Xiao Chong quickly calculated in his mind. Let's get 95 of these. How many? Dazi didn't react for a moment. 95 vehículos. Xiao Qiang, why are you buying so many cars all at once? Are you going to become a middleman? Lin Hao, standing next to him, was also incredibly amazed. It was the first time he had ever seen someone buy a car like this. Xiao Chong smiled and said, "It's nothing, just giving the employees some year-end bonuses in advance." Holy crap, that's generous. They're starting to give out year-end bonuses in November. Money talks. Is your company still hiring? Save a spot for me. I like to work there too. Xiao Chong seemed to have thought of something else. Oh right, while you're at it, bring me 20 of those 500,000 yuan Mercedes-Benz E-Class cars. Dazi, what's this for? Xiao Chong. The company's chefs, cleaners, and pastry chefs work very hard. Let's treat them. The rest can be used as buses. Everyone was speechless with despair. You're awesome. You even give Mercedes-Benzes to toilet cleaners. Little did they know, the cleaning staff at the Summer Palace villas were all stunningly beautiful mature women. Oh, and give me one of those Volkswagen Phaetons, but make sure you peel off those letters and replace them with the Santana letters. Xiao Chong's actions completely baffled Dazi. What kind of move is this? I drive it to school, or for other errands, keeping a low profile. The three of them stared at Xiao Chong, as if he were an idiot. Driving a luxury car to college and having a female student in the passenger seat. This was the dream of so many people. You've gone too far. You've turned a luxury car into a mass-market product. However, Dazi still arranged for staff to make simple modifications to a Phaeton worth over 2 million yuan according to Xiao Chong's requirements. Half an hour later, Xiao Chong looked at the incredibly luxurious Santana and nodded with satisfaction. Dazi, calculate the bill for me, but you also need to arrange for someone to drive all of these 100 or so cars to the Yehiyuan villa. Dazi, no problem. I guarantee you'll drive them all back within 2 days. 95 Mercedes-Benz DQS cars, 20 Mercedes-Benz E-Class cars, and 1 Volkswagen Phaeton, totaling 197 million. We're buddies. Just give me 180 million. Xiao Chong nodded. Then I won't stand on ceremony with you. Hurry up and swipe your card. After completing the formalities, the four arrived at the 4S store. Dazi said, Xiao Chong, Why don't you park your Koenigsegg at my racetrack? I have a professional parking garage and professional maintenance staff. Otherwise, you can drive it back. I guess it'll just be eating dust in the underground garage. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chong nodded. That's great. Then I'll leave it to you to manage. He then tossed the Koenigsegg car keys to Dazi. After saying goodbye to the three, Xiao Chong drove his luxury Santana to Yinxing University, where a very special friend was waiting for him. When Xiao Chong drove to the gate of Yanda University, he saw the fat man from afar. That's right, this friend is Xiao Chong's high school roommate, Yang Bin. Sometime before the college entrance examination, due to the catfish effect brought about by Xiao Chong, Yang Bin achieved a high score of 615 points in the college entrance examination and entered Yinxing University of Science and Technology to conduct research on computer communication technology. When Xiao Chong was setting up Huasha TCM Hall, he did consider having Yang Bin take the lead, but then he thought that he had more important entrepreneurial ventures that Yang Bin needed to steer, so he directly pulled his college roommate into the pharmaceutical business. Now, the pharmaceutical sector has achieved unexpected and huge success after developing anti-cancer drugs, generating massive cash flow. Xianxin Capital, the controlling shareholder, owns 80% of Huasha TCM Hall, and Xiao Chong also holds 5%, meaning that Xiao Chong directly and indirectly owns 85% of the equity of Huasha TCM Hall, this super cash cow. Currently, there is still $29.7 billion in the trading department account directly under Xianxin Investment and 24 billion Chinese yuan in bank cards. Xiao Chong is confident that he can further expand the scope of his career. So this time, I invited my two lifetime friends over. After driving the car next to Yang Bin, Xiao Chong rolled down the passenger window and shouted at him, "Brother Milk, get in the car." When Yang Bin saw that it was Xiao Chong sitting in the driver's seat, he exclaimed, "Wow, it's only been 2 months, and you're driving a private car? That's impressive. Wow, you just bought this? It's so new. I just picked it up today. I drove it here especially to welcome you." "Really? You've gotten even more eloquent in just 2 months." While chatting with Xiao Chong, Yang Bin glanced around at the luxurious accessories in the car. "Xiao Chong, your Santana? Why does it look different from the one I've ridden in? It's so luxurious." Xiao Chong naturally didn't hide anything from Yang Bin and told him everything about the car. This left Yang Bin speechless with astonishment. You see, Yang Bin's family were vegetable farmers, and on a good year, they could earn 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. That's great. You have one car, and my parents would have to work for at least 40 years without eating, drinking, or spending any money. Xiao Chong, you son of a bitch, how much money have you made in the last 2 months? What kind of money are you making? Xiao Chong did a quick calculation. Several trillions, I guess. Tise, I don't believe you for a second. Xiao Chong knew this was an exaggeration, so he didn't explain anything and started the car to drive towards Iha Villa. Wow, what a place. This house is so luxurious. My goodness, so many villas, this garden, wow. Xiao Chong, you bought a house here? Yang Bin tried to imagine as boldly as possible that if he could afford a luxury car worth 2 million yuan, he should also be able to afford a villa. I guess so. What do you mean by consider? Your explanation is easily misunderstood. Buying means buying, not buying means not buying. We should be down to earth. He can't make you out of bragging, right? Then they entered the largest villa in the headquarters of the Xianxin Group. Hello, Mr. Xiao. Oh, hello. Mr. Xiao has become even more handsome. Really? I think so too. When the headquarters staff saw Xiao Chong, they all rushed to greet him. As always, he was approachable and unpretentious. Chapter 142, Early Payment of Year-End Bonuses. Yang Bin, who was following behind, seemed to have noticed something from the words and actions of the crowd. Are you a senior executive at this company? To correct you, it's the highest pipe. Yang Bin muttered to himself in confusion. The highest pipe? That means... Seeing Yang Bin's thoughtful gaze, Xiao Chong nodded. Brother Nai, you guessed right. I'm the owner here. What about the villas here? They're all mine. Yang Bin was now completely bewildered. Led by Xiao Chong, the two went straight to Li Muyao's office door. The door was open, and Li Muyao seemed to be handling something with a pile of documents. After giving Yang Bin a shu signal, Xiao Chong stood at the door and quietly watched the busy beauty. As if sensing something, Li Muyao looked up and saw the man who haunted her dreams. The beautiful woman, who had just been working seriously, immediately put on a joyful expression and stood up to greet him, saying, "Come in quickly. What are you standing there for?" Xiao Chong then entered, and Yang Bin followed him into the office. Only then did Yang Bin get a clear look at the beautiful woman's figure and appearance. Li Muyao also noticed the unfamiliar man behind Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong, who is this? Let me introduce you to Yang Bin, my high school classmate. My good buddy, Li Muyao, president of Qiangxin Group. This was the first time Li Muyao had ever heard Xiao Chong call her a good buddy, so she took it very seriously. Hello, Yang Bin. Yang Bin, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the beautiful CEO in front of him, said, Hello, Ms. Li. As if suddenly remembering something, Xiao Chong added, The three of us are all from Jinshi. We're not only fellow townsmen, but also comrades in arms from now on. Muyao, I plan to establish the Qiangxin Industrial Manufacturing Bureau in early 2009, focusing on high-end industrial manufacturing, covering research and development in new energy vehicles, aero engines, high-power industrial engines, and other high-precision industrial manufacturing fields. I called Yang Bin here today because I plan to have him take charge of the management of Qiangxin Industrial Manufacturing Bureau in the future. So there are a few things that I need your cooperation to implement. First, contact top international training programs for professional managers in the industrial manufacturing sector and send Yang Bin there to learn. Second, contact headhunting firms to poach talent from major industrial and manufacturing companies, sparing no expense as long as they are top-notch talent. Third, after Yang Bin returns from his training, organize key personnel to visit Fortune 500 industrial manufacturing companies for study tours to learn about their cutting-edge technological achievements. Xiao Chong spoke at length, while Li Muyao carefully recorded every key point he made. Yang Bin, standing next to him, was completely confused. I don't know anything about those guys you're talking about. What are new energy vehicles and aero engines? What are all these things? Dude, I studied mechanical engineering and manufacturing, but all I really do is research things like excavators. What you're talking about is a bit too high-end. Yang Bin nudged Xiao Chong, signaling him to come out with him. In his subconscious, Li Muyao, sitting upright in the boss's chair, seemed more like the boss, while his good buddy, Xiao Chong, dressed casually, didn't look like a big boss at all. As soon as he stepped out of Li Muyao's office, he yelled, You son of a bitch, Xiao Chong. Did you even ask for my opinion? Besides, I'm just a freshman. I've never even heard of any of what you're talking about. How am I supposed to do this? And I'm still in school. How am I supposed to work for you? Yang Bin threw out 3 probing questions in a row, but Xiao Chong just smiled calmly. He had anticipated his good friend's reaction, because the 3 brothers, Fu Hao, Mingxing, and Yo Bai, also had the same questions back then. But after 1 or 2 months of cramming training and learning, aren't they now managing Huasha TCM Hall in a proper and orderly manner? Brother Milk, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Yang Bin nodded seriously. We go to school just so that we can have a job to support our families in the future. Starting a business and entering the workforce early, learning by doing, can make our learning more efficient. Most importantly, once you succeed in starting a business, you will have more money than you can spend in several lifetimes. Luxury cars and beautiful women. Take your pick. You're a big fan of Akaho Yoshizawa, right? Once you've achieved initial success, I'll invite her to interact with you. How about it? Or should we invite Ms. Song, a famous Taiwanese singer, too? Together? Yang Bin may not have paid much attention to what Xiao Chong said earlier, but he heard the last few sentences very clearly, and some beautiful images even appeared in his mind. And towards the end, an expression of extreme longing appeared on Yang Bin's face. Can we really be together? That's not entirely impossible. Okay, I admit I've been defeated by your capitalist sugar-coated bullets. Xiao Chong chuckled, and the two returned to Li Muyao's office. Muyao arranged for the group's human resources department to contact the top professional manager training institutions in China and even internationally, and send Yang Bin out in a couple of days. As for Yinqing University of Science and Technology, have someone contact their president to smooth things over and ensure Yang Bin can graduate smoothly in 4 years. Li Muyao made a complete record of everything. 3 days later, also at the Summer Palace Villa, inside the main conference room of Qiangxin Investment Department, all the traders in the stock trading department, as well as the 5-star chefs, cleaners, and team masters who serve the trading department, are present. On the conference stage, Xiao Chong, Li Muyao, and the CFO were all present. Even Yang Bin, who had just joined the company, was brought in by Xiao Chong as a special guest. After everyone was seated, Xiao Chong shouted in a loud voice, "Hey guys in the stock trading department, are you all rested?" Everyone shouted in unison, their spirits high. all done. My brothers have worked hard over the past 2 months, and I would like to bow to you all to express my gratitude." As he spoke, Xiao Chong stood up and bowed deeply to everyone present. "Through 2 months of hard work, we have achieved a total profit of 21.2 billion US dollars, totaling 169.6 billion Chinese yuan." At this point, someone in the audience started clapping, and the meeting room was instantly filled with thunderous, prolonged applause. Yang Bin, standing to the side, looked at Xiao Chong as if he were a monster. He had previously made a bold guess about Xiao Chong's net worth, saying that with so many villas, it must be worth at least several hundred million. Even today, he still feels that his imagination is too limited. 169.6 billion. Holy crap, how much is that? For him, 1,696 yuan is still a huge sum of money. At this moment, Xiao Chong's voice rang out again. "I was planning to give everyone a year-end bonus, but I'm sorry." Xiao Chong suddenly paused, making everyone in the audience hold their breath. What does this mean? No year-end bonus. Just as everyone was lost in thought, Xiao Chong continued, "Sorry, I just can't wait until the end of the year. So let's give out the year-end bonuses early today." Xiao Chong's second half of the sentence immediately caused everyone to burst into laughter. Chapter 143, continuing to fleece M shares. Yang Bin, a college student, had no idea what a year-end bonus was, so he was quite calm at this moment. "Come on, brothers, open the curtains on the left side of the conference room and see the gifts I prepared for you." As soon as Xiao Chong finished speaking, several traders near the window successively drew back the curtains. "Wow, a Mercedes-Benz DQS, a luxury car worth 2 million. That's so cool." With a knowing trader's exclamation, the traders inside excitedly moved towards the window. Holy crap, so much. The meeting room was once again filled with cheers, one wave after another. Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Bin's emotions broke down once again. "You filthy, rich bastard." At this moment, he was finally filled with boundless anticipation for his future. "Ms. Aoi, Ms. Yoshizawa, wait for me." 2 minutes later, the cheers finally subsided. Xiao Chong seized the opportunity to raise his hand, and the conference room did not fall silent again, but the joy that was overflowing could not be concealed no matter what. Besides the traders, the 5-star chefs, cleaners, and team masters present will each receive a Mercedes-Benz E-Class worth 500,000 yuan later. Chef Wang Shudou. Normally, a chef earns 80,000 yuan a month, which is already top tier in the culinary world. And now, they're also giving him a car. What should I do? This car is getting too hot to handle. How about we research the Manchu Han Imperial Feast? Let's do that. The same goes for tea and pastry chef Lin Xuejiao, who has a very leisurely job but earns a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan, more than 90% of white-collar workers in the market. Now she's inexplicably giving away rides. How about I wear a bikini when I serve tea and water to President Xiao in the future? Thinking about it this way, Lin Xuejiao, a beautiful 34-year-old divorced single woman, blushed with embarrassment, which was quite rare. Meanwhile, the cleaning lady, who is also a beautiful mature woman, was thinking, "I've already cleaned the toilet until it's sparkling clean, so how can I improve my service level now? Do we need to make the water in the toilet meet drinking water standards?" Meanwhile, Xiao Chong, the person in charge, looked at the surprised yet fearful expressions on everyone's faces with a smug expression. Yang Bin exclaimed again, "What a spendthrift. Even the cleaning staff are giving cars worth 500,000 yuan. Quiet down. In addition to these rewards, Li Lu, Zhang Kuan, and the other 3 will each receive an extra 400 square meter villa." Then everyone cast envious glances at the 4 big shots in the trading department. 400 square meters. Now the market price has reached 13 million. Li Lu, Zhang Kuan, and the other 3 were all moved to tears. They had left their former employers because they couldn't pay their wages, and by chance, they joined Xiangxing Group. They are now very grateful that they came to Xiangxing and met Xiao Chong. It can be said that Xiangxing and Xiao Chong made them who they are today. In addition to a fixed monthly salary of 200,000 yuan, the boss gives out bonuses every now and then, and now they've been given a luxury car and villa worth 15 million yuan in one go. Their current income is enough to completely surpass that of all stock traders in the world. All 4 were visibly excited and looked at Xiao Chong with great respect. "Thank you, President Xiao. We will work even harder in the future." At this moment, the 4 of them had only one thought in their minds: A scholar would die for one who understands him. After announcing all the awards, Xiao Chong raised his arms and gave a shout. Come on, collect your car keys and property deeds. Take another day off today. Everyone return to work tomorrow. The meeting room erupted into chaos once again, with everyone cheering and jumping for joy as they grabbed their keys and rushed downstairs. Immediately afterwards, the roar of luxury cars echoed across the plaza outside. 2 days later, a post suddenly went viral on Chinese social media. An unknown investment company distributed 120 luxury cars as year-end bonuses. The video also included footage of luxury cars on the street, showing 120 Mercedes-Benz vehicles collectively causing a disturbance. The most interesting part is the comments on the post. What kind of amazing company is this? They're giving out year-end bonuses in November already. Our company still hasn't paid out last year's year-end bonuses. Going insane. Have you heard? They say that company even provides Mercedes-Benzes for their cleaning staff. What the heck, a cleaning service? I'm a general manager, and I'm still only allowed to drive a Passat? This is outrageous. On the same day, Xiao Chong visited Li Muyao, the unsung hero, at her Four Seasons villa. Finally, Li Muyao fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Xiao Chong, feeling refreshed, picked up his laptop and started checking global stock market quotes. Now that my stock market capital is growing larger, I have fewer and fewer opportunities to engage in short-term trading and can only look for profit opportunities in the medium to long term. With access to a 5-year database of global stock and futures investment information, Xiao Chong has essentially secured an invincible position. After watching the stock market for half an hour, Xiao Chong decided to continue profiting from EM shares. He had no choice. After the sharp declines of the previous 2 months, with the 3 major indices falling by an average of 30%, the M-shares market had entered a cyclical bottom, and what followed was a bull market that would last for 10 years. Xiao Chong's decision to go long on the U.S. Nasdaq internet sector is for no other reason than that the 2008 global financial crisis was also a crisis for the U.S. internet industry. Against the backdrop of a general economic downturn, the U.S. internet bubble burst, and the sector had already experienced a sharp drop in the previous 20 days. It is expected to continue its downward trend for the next 2 months, with the entire internet index still down by 12%. 2 months later, at the beginning of 2009, the U.S. Federal Reserve cut interest rates sharply and launched an economic stimulus plan, which stabilized the U.S. stock market and began to rise. As the internet industry, which experienced the largest decline in the early stages, it is also at the forefront of this stock price rebound. From a moment the decline stopped and stabilized, the internet industry saw a comprehensive increase of 54% over 15 trading days, and a peak increase of 65% over 30 trading days. Having figured everything out, Xiao Chong finally fell asleep contentedly, holding Li Muyao in his arms. Early the next morning, Xiao Chong arrived at Lu Qingyuan's dormitory building early. 10 minutes later, Lu Qingyuan and her roommates Li Susu and Chu Xiaohong went downstairs to go to the cafeteria for breakfast. As soon as they stepped out of the dormitory, they were surprised to see Xiao Chong standing in front of the door. Xiao Chong spotted Lu Qingyuan immediately and rushed over in one stride. Lu Qingyuan was overjoyed, her cherry lips pouting. Why is the sun rising from the west today? Xiao Chong grinned. Hee. You idiot. Li Susu. You too? Stop showing off your love in public. I'm already so jealous. Chu Xiaohong. Susu, let's go first, otherwise Xiao Chong might complain that we're interfering with their public display of affection. Lu Qingyuan's cheeks flushed red from her 2 roommates' comments. I hate you two so much. Chapter 144, Rescuing the Foreigner. When Lu Qingyuan acted coquettishly, she exuded a unique charm that captivated Xiao Chong. Seeing Xiao Chong staring at her with a lecherous look, Lu Qingyuan said coquettishly, Are we still going to eat? It looks tempting, but I don't have to eat it. Keep being sarcastic. The two went to the cafeteria together, and each bought a serving of fried dough sticks and tofu. Xiao Chong devoured his rice in the blink of an eye, leaving Lu Qingyuan speechless with astonishment. Are you that hungry? No. Then why are you eating so fast? You look like a starving ghost. After I finish eating, I can focus on looking at you. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyuan's lips curled into a smile, and she smiled happily. Then you see. At this moment, even a usually fragrant fried dough sticks and tofu tasted bland, because Lu Qingyuan's heart was now filled with sweetness. It seemed like the meal took a very long time. Qingyuan, shall we go climb the Great Wall together later? Oh, I have class later. Then just skip class. A life without skipping class is an incomplete life. Skipping class? That's not a good idea. And what kind of fallacies are you spouting? The word skipping class seemed to have never appeared in Lu Qingyuan's mind. It felt utterly foreign. It's nothing to do with whether it's good or bad. One class won't make a difference, and I'll probably be leaving Yinjing for a while in a couple of days, so I won't be able to see you then. Xiao Chong spoke with immense emotion. Seeing Xiao Chong's words, Lu Qingyuan softened. All right, I'll go with you. Xiao Chong immediately started dancing with joy, which amused Lu Qingyuan. The two arrived at the Santana restaurant not far from the cafeteria. You bought a car? Yes, otherwise it's not very convenient to go out and run errands. That's true. Princess Lu Qingyuan, who comes from a wealthy family, never focuses on the luxury of a vehicle, nor does she ever deliberately compare Xiao Chong's car with the car she has ridden in before. End of November. The mountains where the Great Wall is located have lost their greenery. As far as the eye can see, there are only desolate, withered yellow patches. Similarly, the Great Wall scenic area is no longer crowded and noisy like during the National Day holiday. At this time, tourists can more easily appreciate this great miracle that stretches across the land of China. At this moment, at a beacon tower on the Great Wall, 3 burly foreign men were trying to subdue another young foreign man. However, it is clear from their facial features that the 3 men have European or American appearances, while the lone man has obvious features of the Great Bear country. The young man with the bear-like appearance looked to be only about 24 or 25 years old. Initially, Xiao Chong was unwilling to meddle in other people's business. He had finally managed to go out and have some fun with his beloved, and it would be a loss if these foreigners ruined his enjoyment. Passing tourists acted as if they didn't see them, quickly walking past them as if trying to avoid them at all costs. At this moment, Lu Qingyuan looked at the young Xiong kingdom man who had been tackled to the ground, a look of sympathy on her face, and couldn't help but stop beside him. At this moment, the 3 people obviously noticed that someone had stopped to watch. One of them winked at the other, and then at Lu Qingyuan. The person immediately got up and walked towards the direction where Lu Qingyuan and Xiao Chong were standing. After seeing Lu Qingyuan's appearance clearly, a lewd glint appeared on his face. As he approached, the man spoke in typical M-style English. Beautiful lady, are you attracted by my strong physique? No sooner had he finished speaking than the muscular man who had just given him a wink immediately snapped. Mike, put away your overflowing hormones and get down to business. Oh, shit. Hey, beautiful, get out of here with your skinny boyfriend. Otherwise, if I punch you with this fist the size of clay pot, your boyfriend will go to see Jesus. This infuriated Xiao Chong. How dare you mock me so ruthlessly in front of my beloved? Do you really think your grandfather, Xiao Chong, has lived for nothing all these decades? Enraged, Xiao Chong was about to step forward and teach this arrogant foreigner a lesson about why the flowers were so red. But Lu Qingyuan stopped him and advised him not to act impulsively. The man from the Great Bear Kingdom, who was pinned down and intimately in contact with the paving stones of the Great Wall, seemed to see a glimmer of hope. He immediately mustered the last bit of strength in his body and struggled desperately, shouting loudly, "Help me, please." At the same time, his eyes were filled with hope as he looked at Lu Qingyuan and Xiao Chong, as if the 2 of them were his saviors at this moment. Lu Qingyuan's kind eyes met the man's, causing her to struggle internally. At this moment, the burly man saw that the 2 still had no intention of leaving, and his eyes immediately turned menacing. Damn it, beautiful lady, did you stay here to witness my might? Don't worry, I'm 100 times stronger than this Chinese monkey next to you. It will absolutely get you addicted. Being insulted so openly by a member of the opposite sex. Lu Qingyuan's face turned ashen. Needless to say, Xiao Chong would have been beaten up by Lu Qingyuan just now if she hadn't stopped him. And now he's still spewing profanities and using foul language. This angered Lu Qingyuan, and Xiao Chong immediately delivered a flying kick, sending the man named Mike crashing into the city wall. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. By the time Mike's accomplices reacted, Mike was already curled up on the ground, groaning. Fuck, those damn Chinese, how dare they attack us? The remaining 2 of the 3 stood up and approached Xiao Chong with fierce expressions. These 2 foreign burly men surprised Xiao Chong by displaying impressive fighting skills right from the start. This made him very curious about the identities of the two people. In his mind, ordinary foreign men were strong, but more often than not, they were clumsy. It was extremely rare to see two men who were both muscular and exceptionally agile in their martial arts skills. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck. It reminded him of the foreigners at the World Military Skills Competition a few days ago. Are these two also former Special Forces soldiers? Although his mind was wandering, Xiao Chang's powerful punches and kicks became increasingly fierce. The two American men were increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. Is this guy even Chinese? How can he be so good at fighting? How can his punches and kicks be so powerful? Finally, after 2 minutes of fighting, the two were sent flying backwards, crashing into Mike, who had been kicked away earlier. The two men were not seriously injured and quickly stood up, intending to attack Xiao Chang again. At this moment, one of the men called out to his companion, "Jones, we are no match for him. We need to rethink this." The man then glanced at the bound man from the Great Bear Kingdom and Xiao Chang, gave them a warning look, and slunk away. Chapter 145, Genius Scientist. Watching the three figures leave, Xiao Chang looked thoughtful. He then went to the bound man and untied the ropes. The man thanked Xiao Chang with immense gratitude. "You're from the Great Bear Kingdom? And who are they? Why did they kidnap you?" Xiao Chang revealed his doubts and confusion to the other party. At first, the man was unwilling to say much and always dodged Xiao Chang's questions. This infuriated Xiao Chang. "I can save you once, but I will never save you a second time. As soon as I leave, they will definitely bring you back. You'd better figure it out yourself." After saying that, Xiao Chang made a move to leave. At this moment, the man hurriedly spoke up. "My name is Kulachenko. I am not from the United States. I am from Ukraine. They are from the U.S. Federal Secret Service. They're here to take me to the U.S. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chang frowned slightly. This was already the second time he had dealt with people from the M Federation Special Service. The last time was at the Global Health Expo, and not long after, he had encountered these people again on Chinese soil. What a damn coincidence. Why did they arrest you? Upon hearing the question, Kulachenko hesitated, seemingly struggling with his own thoughts. "My name is Duravet Kulachenko. You can search my name online, and you may learn more about me." Xiao Chang was taken aback. He hadn't expected the other party to reply like that, and he wondered suspiciously, "Are you very famous? A celebrity from Ukraine?" Despite his suspicions, he immediately took out his phone, typed the person's name into a web page, and soon a long list of reports about the person appeared. Ukrainian military scientist Duravet Kulachenko led the development of the D-18T heavy turboshaft engine, enabling the N-222 heavy transport aircraft to return to the skies. Kulachenko, chief scientist of Madagascar's top-tier aircraft engine manufacturer, beat out Boeing, Airbus, and other top Western manufacturers to win the International Aircraft Engine Design Gold Medal. The report on Kulachenko is a whopping 425 pages long. In his previous life, Xiao Chang was a die-hard military enthusiast. Of course, he knew about Madagascar's SICH, the most powerful aircraft engine manufacturer during the Soviet era. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, Ukraine inherited this incredibly powerful company. This aircraft engine manufacturer can produce a full range of engines, from civilian to military, and the D-18T heavy turboshaft engine mentioned in the report is an essential engine for military heavy transport aircraft. The N-222 heavy transport aircraft, designed and produced during the Soviet era, had a maximum takeoff weight of 400 tons and a maximum payload of 160 tons. Even in later years, this was still the world's #1 heavy transport aircraft. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, Ukraine inherited this only in N-222, but later, due to the engine's age and lack of repair, this aerial Hercules was forced to break down. Unexpectedly, the D-18T heavy-duty turboshaft engine designed by this genius man has enabled this transport aircraft to return to the skies. Xiao Chang was completely shocked after just reading 2 reports. What kind of genius was this? He was only in his early 20s and had already achieved such great success. At the same time, countless thoughts surged through his mind, and the more he thought about them, the happier he became. He looked at Kulachenko as if he were looking at a naked beauty. This made Kulachenko very uneasy. This young Chinese man probably doesn't have any unusual hobbies. At this moment, Lu Qingyuan also noticed Xiao Chang's expression. She coughed, but Xiao Chong seemed not to notice, which made Lu Qingyuan reach out and poke him. "You're drooling." Xiao Chong then snapped out of his reverie, wiped his mouth, and said somewhat awkwardly, "I was just spacing out, craving Peking duck. Saw the—" "By the way, Mr. Kulachenko, I've read your reports, and you are indeed a very outstanding person. But why are you in China? Why were we tracked here by the Federal Secret Service?" Knowing he couldn't hide it any longer, Kulachenko told the truth. Although Madagascar Sich is an internationally renowned aircraft engine manufacturer, its main customers are the United States and China, which has caused great dissatisfaction in the United States. They use their long-arm jurisdiction to launch sanctions against Madagascar Sich from multiple angles. Now, although the company has a good reputation, it is in chaos internally. With unpaid engineer salaries and a shortage of many key raw materials, the company's operations have been almost paralyzed. Prior to this, Lockheed Martin, a well-known arms manufacturer in the United States, had secretly invited me to join their company on several occasions, but I declined. After being repeatedly rejected by me, they became enraged and, taking advantage of my trip to China, directly used the Federation's violent apparatus to falsely accuse me of threatening the national security of the country, attempting to detain me and return me to the country. Xiao Chong already roughly understood the reason for the matter. This was a classic case of the tallest tree attracting the most attention. "Then why don't you go to the United States? They must be paid very well." Kulachenko scoffed. "You're right, the offer is indeed very tempting. You're offering me an annual salary of $8 million. You know, I only earn $80,000 a year at Madagascar Sich. Actually, I've already considered it. I was planning to relax this year and then find an opportunity to move my whole family to the United States next year." Unexpectedly, they lost patience first and bared their sharp fangs. Snort. "They're dreaming if they think they can subdue me by force. I would rather die than serve the United States." At this point, Kulachenko looked indignant, clearly disgusted by Lockheed Martin's approach of resorting to force when persuasion failed. Xiao Chong sighed. He really is someone who responds better to gentleness than force. Xiao Chong has already come up with a solution to this. Those despicable American bastards, they've really gone too far. China and Ukraine are friendly neighbors. Them are good buddies, good brothers. Don't worry, we Chinese believe in standing by our friends in times of trouble. Seeing that the other person didn't quite understand the meaning of this ancient Chinese saying, Xiao Chong continued. It means that when good friends or brothers encounter difficulties, we must do everything we can to help them overcome the difficulties. Upon hearing this, Kulachenko was moved to tears, saying, "Thank you, my good friend from China." What Lukashenko didn't know was that Xiao Chong had once said something similar with another good friend and brother, ASMA's chief scientist, Danielson. "It's all right, let's go, my good friend. Let's enjoy the beautiful scenery of the Great Wall together." Chapter 146, Kulachenko being hunted. For the next 2 hours, Xiao Chong acted like a professional tour guide, leading Kulachenko on a tour. This made Lu Qingyuan a little jealous. He even began to suspect that Xiao Chong might have some special hobby. Otherwise, why would he be so attentive to a foreign man he had only met for less than half a day? Seeing Lu Qingyuan's resentful look, Xiao Chong quickly said to her in Chinese, "Qingyuan, we must entertain this Kulachenko well today. He is the key to my future career development." As expected of Lu Qingyuan, who ranked second in the National College entrance examination, her intelligence was beyond doubt. Through their conversation, she immediately deduced that Xiao Chong had taken a liking to the other party's talent. After that, she stopped complaining and even took on the role of second tour guide. Kulachenko was flattered to have such a generous and beautiful woman as his guide. After finishing his tour of the Great Wall, Kulachenko said goodbye to Xiao Chong. "Dear Xiao, beautiful Ms. Lu, thank you both very much for your rescue and kind explanation, but I need to go to the next scenic spot." How could Xiao Chong let him leave so easily? He quickly said, "My good brother, those 3M Federation special agents are very likely nearby. You were lucky to run into me this time. I don't think you'll be so lucky next time they capture you." Sure enough, as soon as Xiao Chong finished speaking, Kulachenko, who was about to leave, paused, as if he had foreseen something bad. He grinned at Xiao Chong and said, "Mr. Xiao is absolutely right, but I can't follow you around forever." Xiao Chong's intelligent eyes seemed to be straining to find a solution. But in the end, he showed a disappointed expression. I couldn't think of any good solutions either. Anyway, you can stay at my house for now. I have plenty of rooms. At this moment, Kiroshenko seemed unaware of the concept of many houses that Xiaochang was referring to. After visiting the Great Wall, Xiaochang first drove Lu Qingyuan back to Yanda University. Qingyuan, I'll go settle this Kiroshenko first. I must do everything I can to make this genius work for me. Seeing Xiaochang's eager expression, Lu Qingyuan nodded slightly. Go ahead and do your thing. I'll head back now. Then Xiaochang led Kiroshenko to the Summer Palace Villa. Wow, my dear Xiao, you actually have a villa in Yinjing? That's so cool. Brother Shinka, come on, why don't you pick one? Which one do you like? Xiaochang pointed to the dozen or so villas that were still vacant and said. Kiroshenko was bewildered. Just pick whichever you like. Xiaochang nodded. Yes, all the villas here are mine. Oh my god. Kiroshenko didn't stand on ceremony. Since he was only staying temporarily for a few days, he chose a smaller house to move into. Xiaochang asked Li Muyao to arrange for a beautiful assistant who was fluent in foreign languages to take care of Kiroshenko's daily life. In the following days, Xiaochang spent his free time training the garrison regiment and chatting with Kiroshenko at the Iha Villa. These past few days, Kiroshenko has been having a great time and doesn't want to leave. His beautiful Chinese assistant took care of him like a nanny, so he never had to worry about being lonely or cold. A 5-star chef prepares 3 meals a day, each consisting of 5 dishes and a soup, with no repetition. This made Kiroshenko, who used to only know how to eat fried steak, grilled steak, and sashimi, feel like he had wasted his life. After dinner, there was a massage parlor in the neighborhood with young ladies in Chinese, Thai, and Japanese styles, which he found very enjoyable. It even has a gym, swimming pool, and esports room, so you don't have to worry about being bored all day. A few days later, Brother Shinka, what was your next travel destination? The weather in China is getting colder and colder. Why don't you take advantage of the time to travel and experience the beautiful landscapes of China? Upon hearing Xiaochang's words, Kiroshenko felt a pang of disappointment. Oh, going on vacation? Actually, it's not that urgent. Kiroshenko's mind was racing, trying to come up with a solution. But what if the U.S. Federal Secret Service arrests me again as soon as I step outside this neighborhood? Chinese friends are loyal and righteous. You can't just abandon your friend to their fate. Xiaochang looked troubled. Of course I won't abandon you, but several days have passed. Those people from the Special Operations Bureau might have already left. Why don't you go on your trip? China is still very safe. If all else fails, contact me immediately if you encounter Secret Service agents. I guarantee your safety. But at this moment, Kiroshenko was thinking, no matter how safe it is outside, it's not as safe as here. In the past few days, he has discovered that everyone in the community is a subordinate of Xiaochang's company, and the security guards at the community gate are not ordinary security guards, but armed security personnel. In such an environment, no matter how capable the Secret Service agents are, they can't get in. Xiaochang had completely cornered Kiroshenko, and Kiroshenko was too embarrassed to continue making excuses to stay there. Therefore, he said with extreme frustration, Okay, dear Xiao, then you'd better keep an eye on my phone. Don't worry, there's no problem. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Kiroshenko was extremely reluctant to be seen off by Xiaochang to the entrance of the Summer Palace Villa. Brother Kiroshenko, I won't see you off any further. If you encounter any difficulties in China, just come to me. At this moment, Kiroshenko looked as aggrieved as a child abandoned by his parents, glancing at Xiaochang and then at the beautiful assistant who had been with him for several days. Then, looking dejected, he turned around and walked outside. After taking only 10 steps, he reluctantly turned back, but there was no one left at the door. Just 500 meters after Kiroshenko walked out, 2 cars suddenly stopped by the roadside, and 7 or 8 fierce-looking foreigners jumped out of them. Most importantly, each of them was holding a gleaming dagger. Upon seeing this situation, Kiroshenko immediately thought of the Federal Secret Service a few days ago. His hair instantly stood on end, and he yelled, Holy crap, Xiao, you still say China is safe. Despite shouting, he threw down his luggage and sprinted towards the Summer Palace Villa. 7 or 8 fierce-looking foreigners chased after them, shouting as they went. Kiroshenko, since you're unwilling to serve the United States, then you should just die. Our special operations team has already entered Ukraine. I don't believe you won't return to Ukraine. As soon as you land, we will arrest you immediately, and the Ukrainian government won't be able to save you. If you're so capable, then stay in China for the rest of your life and never go anywhere else. Grab him and stab him to death. As Kirichenko ran, he listened, and the more he listened, the more alarmed he became. I am doomed. I went on a trip and ended up homeless. His strong will to survive unleashed astonishing energy, and the pursuers behind him could not catch up with Kirichenko no matter what. Chapter 147 Yuan Kemming's Secret Room. When Kirichenko reached the entrance of Yuan Villa, he didn't bother to ask the security guard to open the gate. He spotted the gap under the card reader, fell to the ground, and used the momentum to squeeze into the community through the gap. At that moment, he felt completely safe and didn't care about the scrapes on his palms. At that moment, he turned his head and saw that 5 guards had already drawn their guns and were pointing them at the people chasing after them not far away. Enraged that Kirichenko had escaped once again, the group shouted, "Kirichenko, if you're so capable, stay inside forever and never come back to Uzbekistan." After saying that, he turned and left angrily. After catching his breath, Kirichenko started running into the neighborhood. 1 minute later, "Xiao, my dear Xiao, wait for me." Xiao Chong and his beautiful assistant turned around simultaneously. Xiao Chong asked, puzzled, "Brother Shun Ku, why are you back again?" Kirichenko took a couple of deep breaths and said with lingering fear, "It's all your fault. I hadn't gone far when I ran into the M Federation Special Service. They were all carrying knives. They were trying to kill me. Dear Xiao, they have even planted people in Ukraine. As soon as I return, they will arrest me. They also said that even the Ukrainian government would not dare to interfere with their special operations. What should I do?" Xiao Chong looked thoughtful. If that's really what they said, then it's very dangerous. It seems the M Federation Special Operations Bureau is determined to bring you to the M country. Brother Shinka, it's fine for you to stay here, but your passport is a tourist passport, and it will expire soon, at which point you'll be deported from mainland China, and long-term passports are very difficult to obtain. Upon hearing this, Kirichenko immediately frowned, his expression one of extreme frustration. At this moment, Chun Zian, the beautiful assistant next to him, suddenly interjected, "President Xiao, if Kirichenko joins our company and signs a long-term labor contract, our company can apply to the State Administration of Foreign Exchange for a labor immigration visa." "Oh, there's such a rule." "No problem, Mr. Xiao. This policy was just released in the first half of the year." Xiao Chong looked troubled. "Brother Shinku, are you willing to stay in China and work for a company long-term?" Without the slightest hesitation, Kirichenko nodded repeatedly. "Xiao, I'm willing. I can do other things. How about I work for you?" After thinking for a moment, as if he had made up his mind, Xiao Chong said, "All right, let's do it this way. Brother Shinka, then you can stay here with me without worry. Hey Zian, from now on, you'll continue to take care of the Khrushchenko brothers' daily lives. Make sure they feel a home, since they're far away in a foreign country and might not be used to it." Chun Zian suppressed a smile and nodded solemnly. After the two had walked away, Xiao Chong's phone rang. It was Su Rue calling. "Mr. Xiao, that guy Kirichenko must have been terrified just now. He left his luggage on the road." Xiao Chong said with a smile, "That's the effect I want. If I don't scare him enough, how can he be willing to stay in China for a long time? Brother Rue, come back. I need to talk to you about something." Su Rue had actually returned to Yinjing from Yinbei 3 days earlier. Since his subordinates had recruited a group of foreign security personnel, Xiao Chong devised this deceptive plan against Kirichenko. Back in Yinbei, with the assistance of dozens of Special Forces comrades, Su Rue had trained the Integrated Allied Army and Red Turban Army into an undisciplined force, and he suppressed any dissent with an iron fist. The original army of 25,000 people was reduced to about 20,000 after the old, weak, and disabled were eliminated. Now, Su Rue's 65 Special Forces comrades lead the training of the troops. Inside Villa Number 6, where Xiao Chong is. "Brother Rue, I haven't had a chance to have a proper chat with you since you came back. By the way, how's things going in Mianbei?" So Rui looked excited. At first, there were some small leaders with ulterior motives who wanted to cause trouble, but it doesn't matter. I have already eliminated them in their infancy. After the reorganization and elimination process, the remaining 20,000 men are all young and strong. I'm now having my 65 Special Forces comrades train them in special operations. I believe it won't be long before they're combat ready." Xiao Chong nodded in satisfaction. "We can purchase some weapons and equipment through special channels. After all, In modern warfare, hardware equipment plays a decisive role in the outcome of the war. If you don't have enough money, just tell me, and I'll have the group allocate some for you. Surui immediately shook his head. Since we took over the Allied Army and the Red Turban Army, we have conducted multiple searches of the two warlords' garrisons, and we have found a total of $3.5 billion worth of gold, $200 million in cash. A total of 125 tons of various jadeite rough stones were found, along with 5 high-quality jadeite mines. Currently, there are still 3,500 tons of jadeite to be developed, and it is estimated that mining can continue for another 30 years. The estimated total value is between $5 billion and $8 billion. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chong was overjoyed. This was an unexpected windfall. With this money, he could more than realize his dream of building a strong army of 20,000 men. At this moment, Surui said mysteriously, "President Xiao, I received information last night that a secret room was discovered while we were renovating Yuan Kemming's office at the Allied Forces base. Guess what was found inside?" Xiao Chong's left eyelid twitched suddenly. What is that? He knew that since Surui was deliberately making it sound so mysterious, the thing must be something extraordinary. "Mr. Xiao, you must have heard of the 12 bronze animal heads from the old summer palace, right?" Xiao Chong nodded. "Do you know which animal heads are still missing as of now?" Xiao Chong was very clear about this news. In later generations, the 7 animal heads returned to the motherland either through auction or donation, while the dragon head was in a museum across the strait, and the whereabouts of the remaining snake, rooster, rabbit, and sheep heads remained unknown. Xiao Chong nodded and said, "Snake, sheep, chicken, rabbit." Surui was very impressed. He had just looked up all this information, but he didn't expect Xiao Chong to be able to do it so easily. Mr. Xiao is right. The whereabouts of these 4 beast heads are unknown. Xiao Chong seemed to have realized something and exclaimed, "Could there be something hidden in the secret room?" Surui nodded excitedly. "That's right. It's these 4 beast heads." Xiao Chong was completely excited and immediately started dancing around like a child. 10 minutes later, Xiao Chong sat down and drank several glasses of wine to calm his nerves. "Make arrangements over there. Have them send it back immediately." "I've already made arrangements. The vehicles responsible for escorting the goods will arrive in Yinjing tomorrow afternoon." "Brother Rui, you're reliable." After the initial excitement, Xiao Chong wondered how the 4 beast heads had ended up in Mianbei and in Yuan Kemming's hands. The 12 bronze animal heads were looted by a multinational coalition and taken to the West. Most of the returned animal heads came from Western collectors. But those 4 statues appeared in Cotton Field. How strange. If I can't figure it out, I'll just stop thinking about it. Let's leave this mystery to the experts in cultural relics to solve. Chapter 148, The Beast Heads of the Yuan Minjuan. The following afternoon, the professional escort vehicle carrying the 4 bronze animal heads finally stopped at the entrance of the Summer Palace Villa. Inside Villa number 6, Xiao Chong and Surui looked at the 4 antique wooden boxes with excitement. They carefully opened the 4 wooden boxes, revealing the animal heads that exuded a sense of age and historical weight. Xiao Chong seemed to feel a heavy aura rushing towards him, and the scene of the 12 beast heads spouting water more than 100 years ago and the scene of the multinational coalition invading China seemed to be really happening before his eyes. This left Xiao Chong stunned, speechless for a long time. "Hey, Mr. Xiao, do you see a wooden plank under this snake's head?" Xiao Chong snapped out of his daze and looked closely. Sure enough, the wooden board was about the same size as the base of the wooden box. If you didn't look closely, you would think that the wooden board was the base of the box. "Brother Rui, come here and help me get the snake head out." Surui immediately stepped forward and carefully held the snake's head in her arms, as if she were holding and protecting her own child. Xiao Chong took out the wooden board from the bottom of the box, which was the same color as the wooden base. There are words. The back of the wooden board was originally the color of the wood, and it was covered with dense English writing. Xiao Chong immediately began to concentrate on studying. 5 minutes later, a broad smile appeared on Xiao Chong's face. "Haha, I understand." Suri was so anxious he was scratching his head. He didn't understand English and couldn't read what was written on it. He asked urgently, "Mr. Xiao, what does it say on it?" Xiao Chong stopped laughing, but he couldn't hide the excitement on his face. This wooden board was written more than 100 years ago by an English colonel named Maxwell, who participated in the War of Aggression, and this snake head was a trophy he seized. However, after the War of Aggression, he and 3 other officers were sent to the British South Asia Konbon dynasty, which is now the border between China and Papua New Guinea, as well as parts of Papua New Guinea's territory. These 4 treasures ended up in Myanmar at that time. As for whether it was ultimately acquired by Yuan Kemming, that remains unclear. However, it is highly likely that Yuan Kemming looted it from the common people. Su Rui nodded, agreeing with the analysis. Mr. Xiao, what are your plans for dealing with these 4 national treasures? Xiao Chong chuckled. If we look at it from an economic value perspective alone, these 4 treasures should be worth 1 or 200 million. But it is a national treasure of our Chinese nation, belonging to all the Chinese people, and I intend to donate it to the country. Su Rui nodded emphatically, and at the same time, he gained a deeper understanding of Xiao Chong's character. He immediately dialed the phone number of Lu Wei, the chief's secretary. At this moment, Lu Wei was busy as usual when he heard his phone ring. When he saw it was Xiao Chong, he immediately put down his work. As the chief's chief secretary, the chief had praised Xiao Chong to him more than once and repeatedly instructed him to provide as much support as possible for Xiao Chong's career, provided it did not violate any regulations. Not only that, he is now a loyal supporter of Huaxia traditional Chinese medicine hall. He himself loves Shenyang Kantai pills. Moreover, his father originally had late-stage lung cancer, but he was able to survive thanks to Kantai Rui launched by Huaxia traditional Chinese medicine hall. Therefore, he was extremely grateful to Xiao Chong from the inside out. Hey, brother Xiao Chong, what's up with calling me? Xiao Chong was speechless. You're the same age as my dad, and you call me brother? How does that relate to seniority? But he didn't dwell on it. Brother Lu, there really is something. Do you know the phone number of the director of the National Museum? Lu Wei was taken aback. He thought Xiao Chong was going to tell him something related to Huaxia traditional Chinese medicine hall, but he didn't expect him to ask for a phone number. Xiao Chong, are you planning to expand in archaeology? Haha, brother Lu, you flatter me. I don't have that kind of ability. Recently, I found the Yuan Minjuan animal heads that have been lost for many years by chance. I was thinking of donating them to the National Museum. The leader is such a high-ranking official, with countless affairs to attend to every day. I thought it best not to bother him with such a small matter. Isn't this why I've come to bother Brother Lu? What? You found the bronze animal heads from the old summer palace. Lu Wei shouted excitedly. Who said finding the animal heads is a trivial matter? The leader is always concerned about those Chinese treasures lost overseas, and is doing his best to use all means, including national diplomacy and economic auctions, to recover these cultural relics that were lost overseas due to historical reasons. Xiao Chong never expected that finding national cultural relics lost to the country could move this chief secretary so deeply. Then hurry up and bring the animal heads to the commander. I'll immediately notify the National Museum and have them send experts over. If they are genuine, then you've done another great service. Lu Wei immediately reported the information to his superior after hanging up the phone. Sure enough, the superior was also very happy and full of anticipation for Xiao Chong's arrival. An hour later, Xiao Chong drove Su Rui to the antique-style courtyard where the leader was. Lu Wei also helped carry the 4 wooden boxes onto the leader's desk. Xiao Chong, I heard you say you got a beast head, but how come you brought 4 boxes? Are the other 3 boxes also national treasures? Xiao Chong glanced at Lu Wei and laughed heartily. Ha! Secretary Lu, I didn't say it was an animal head on the phone. Instead, there are 4 animal heads. The leader and his secretary were both taken aback, and the leader clapped and cheered with delight. Lu Wei, why haven't the expert from the National Museum arrived yet? Sir, let me urge them again. 5 minutes later, 5 middle-aged men entered the leader's office. One of them, Xiao Chong recognized, was Liang Yud, the president of the China Ancient Cultural Relics Collection Association, whom he had met when he auctioned the Dharni Sutra. Both recognized each other, but since they were in the leader's office, it wasn't convenient for them to chat casually or ask each other questions. After the 5 men greeted the leader one by one, Lu Wei led them to the animal heads. Director Chun, these are the animal heads, but not 1, but 4. Please examine them to see if they are part of the 12 animal heads that were placed in the Yuan Minjuan 100 years ago. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline also changed his expression. There were actually 4 of them. If they were all genuine. Okay, Secretary Lu, give us some time. Let's take a look together. The curator, surnamed Chun, immediately called to the other 4 people, and they carefully began to place the 4 animal heads out. The leader was also staring intently at these treasures. 5 professional appraisal experts first put on gloves, held the animal head in their hands to feel its weight, and nodded, "The weight is fine." Then, armed with professional tools, they fiddled around and examined the items, then fiddled around and examined them again, occasionally gathering together to discuss them in hushed tones. Half an hour later, the 5 carefully placed the 4 beast heads back into the wooden box. Chapter 149, Entering the Aero Engine Industry. The curator of the Huaxia Museum, surnamed Chun, stepped forward, his excitement evident. "Sir, no problem. These 4 animal heads are the 12 animal heads from the Yuan Mingyuan that were lost more than 100 years ago. It is the most precious treasure of our Chinese nation." The leader was very relieved and also a little excited. "Xiaoqiang, you always bring me surprises every time you show up here. You really are my lucky charm." "Xiaoqiang, I heard from Secretary Liu that you wanted to donate these animal heads to the National Museum." After hearing this, Xiaoqiang smiled faintly. A few days ago, the military leader had said something similar to him. "Yes, sir. It was originally a treasure left to all Chinese people by our ancestors, but it was robbed by those bandits along the way. Now it has been returned to its rightful owner. Moreover, placing it in the National Museum allows more Chinese people to see it, which helps to enhance national cohesion and cultural confidence. In contrast, in my case, only a few people would see it, and the only value they could realize would be commercial." Whether it was the leader or anyone else, they were all shocked by Xiaoqiang's words. It was astonishing that a young man who had just come of age possessed such profound thoughts. Liang Yud was even more surprised. Just a few months ago, Xiaoqiang was a high school student who had not yet enrolled in school. The next time they met was in the leader's office. This was his first time visiting this place. However, judging from the leader's previous words, the leader seemed to be quite familiar with Xiaoqiang, obviously having known each other for a long time. And now, Xiaoqiang actually obtained 4 beast heads and wanted to donate them all to the country. All these surprises and unexpected events made Liang Yud determined to improve his relationship with Xiaoqiang. "Director Chun, you heard it too? This is the awareness of a fine son of China. These 4 animal heads will be entrusted to your museum for preservation and maintenance, so that every Chinese person will have the opportunity to see these treasures left by our ancestors." Director Chin nodded in agreement. "All right, you guys take the animal heads back to the museum first. Xiaoqiang and I have some things to discuss." The leader gave them a direct order to leave, and they couldn't refuse. After packing up the treasures, they left the leader's office. "Xiaoqiang, I heard from Xiao Lu that you haven't been looking for him lately?" Xiaoqiang nodded. "Chief, the Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall isn't very large, and the problems it's encountered aren't serious enough to require Secretary Liu's intervention. They're all within our own capabilities. However, sir, I have another matter that I need your advice on. After all, you're more knowledgeable and have a broader perspective." The leader laughed and said, "All right, stop flattering me. I'm just an ordinary person. I might live a few more decades. I didn't have your skills when I was 18. Speak up, what's wrong? Little Lou's here too. Let's hear it together." Xiaoqiang put away his previous unruly demeanor and said seriously, "Chief, I plan to invest the money I earned from foreigners in research on high-tech fields where our country is currently being held back." Xiaoqiang's words immediately piqued the leader's interest. "Oh, tell me more." Seeing the commander's keen interest, Xiaoqiang continued, "Commander, the biggest challenge facing China in the development of both domestically produced large aircraft and military aircraft is the engine." The commander nodded in agreement. "Yes, you're right. The engine is the heart of an aircraft. And for so many years we've been held back by foreign countries. It's really frustrating." When he got emotional, the leader even slammed his fist on the table several times in frustration. "Sir, China's economy is in a stage of rapid development, but money is needed everywhere for national construction. The investment in research and development might be insufficient if allocated to a particular area. Therefore, I also want to contribute to the progress of our country." The commander asked in confusion, "Do you intend to develop aircraft engines?" Xiaoqiang nodded seriously. "Huaxia TCM Clinic can continuously earn a lot of foreign exchange from abroad, and we don't have that many expenses. We can use this money for special research and development." Upon hearing this, the leader frowned slightly. "Xiaoqiang, the development of aero engines is a massive project, and the investment is astronomical. Even with the combined strength of the entire nation, China has made very limited progress. For a single company like yours, it must be extremely difficult. A single misstep could bankrupt your Huaxia traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Xiao Chong was deeply moved. He could tell that his superior was putting himself in his shoes and thinking of him. But Xiao Chong is now extremely confident. With the genius scientist Kulishenko around, his career could be said to be half successful. However, this powerful weapon, Kulishenko, must not be revealed to anyone, not even the leaders. What if the chief gets the wrong idea and starts robbing people? Sir, you are right, there is such a risk. But isn't that what starting a business is all about? Risks? Rewards? Once I achieve some success, I believe the country will not let me down, nor will the market. Moreover, from a purely commercial investment perspective, once the research and development is successful, the return on investment will also be astronomical. The leader was once again impressed by Xiao Chong's optimistic attitude, thinking to himself, no wonder he has achieved such great success in his career at such a young age. It truly proves the saying, man proposes, God disposes. With strong determination, you've already won half the battle. Okay, I'm growing to like you more and more, young man. You're bold and decisive. Since you're determined to do it, I won't say anything that might discourage you. Xiao Chong, tell me, how can we help you? After a moment's thought, Xiao Chong said, Sir, I know that the aero engines in China are currently being developed by state-owned enterprises and central enterprises. I'd like to ask if there are any related companies that are struggling to survive and whose operations are not sustainable, and I'd like to acquire them. In this way, I have ready-made factory buildings and equipment. As for the personnel, those who can be used will continue to be used, and those who are not qualified will be laid off with a one-time buyout of their years of service. We will invest heavily in upgrading equipment and attracting talent. All we need to do is make things easier for us in terms of talent immigration. After Xiao Chong finished speaking, the leader did not say anything immediately, but seemed to be thinking about something, with hesitation and struggle on his face. Xiao Chong also knew that transferring state-owned assets was not as easy as just saying a few words. It would face a lot of resistance. A moment later, the leader looked up and said, the talent immigration is no problem. I can agree to it. But regarding your acquisition of the company, I'll handle the communication and finalization. Wait for my news. Xiao Chong readily agreed. If he hadn't wanted to save time, he could have built a brand new factory, purchased the latest R&D equipment, and rehired R&D personnel. But this trip will probably take at least half a year. After discussing these matters with the leader, Xiao Chong hurriedly returned to Iha Villa, because he has something very important to do. That's Pua Kulishenko. Chapter 150, you still don't understand me. Kulishenko is living a very comfortable life now. Before, when he was at Madagascar Sich, although he had the title of a top scientist, the company's overall performance was really poor. To put it bluntly, it means having a good product but being unable to generate good returns. Furthermore, the current management of Madagascar Sich does not value engineering culture at all, and top engineers are only paid relatively low salaries. Despite Kulishenko's annual salary of $80,000, equivalent to 640,000 renminbi, given the high cost of living in Uzbekistan, such an income barely allows him to live a comfortable life. But in Kulishenko's view, the life he's been living these days is simply too extravagant and corrupt, yet he loves it. Just then, the doorbell rang. Kulishenko put down the king crab on his plate, put on a silk robe, and came to open the door with a glass of red wine. After Xiao Chong entered and sat down, he looked at the corrupted Kulishenko, crossed his legs, and said with a grin, Brother Shenko, how's this place? Is it all right? Kulishenko didn't hide anything, saying, It's amazing. It's like paradise on earth. Xiao Chong laughed even harder. Brother Shinku, I remember you once said that the current manager of your Madagascar Sich company is a big embezzler. Did you pocket all the benefits originally intended for engineers? This led to many engineers leaving the company out of dissatisfaction. Kulishenko took a sip of Lafite red wine. You're right. That guy's a complete parasite. He not only embezzled engineers' salaries and benefits, but also forced a group of engineers to leave the company. They even secretly sold the company's newly purchased manufacturing equipment on the black market, and if investigated, claimed it was due to improper use or that the equipment was to be scrapped. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chong cursed inwardly. With such scum in management, even if you produce the most amazing products, you still can't escape bankruptcy. Then why are you still staying at the company and haven't resigned? You even turned down an offer from Lockheed Martin with an annual salary of $8 million. Upon hearing this, Kulachenko's expression darkened. My mother told me that the United States is a country full of evil, and she strongly disagreed with my going to the United States. Moreover, my mother has a terminal illness and treatment requires a lot of money, so I can't be without income. So they just messed around at Madagascar Sich. What terminal illness does your mother have? Lung cancer? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chong burst out laughing. It was truly a stroke of luck. When Kuroshenko saw Xiao Chong laughing at this moment, his expression immediately turned displeased. Xiao Chong naturally realized his rudeness and immediately explained. Brother Shinka, I have some fantastic news for you. Kuroshenko frowned slightly, looking puzzled. Brother Shinka, I own a pharmaceutical company that has successfully developed a universal anti-cancer drug. Your mother can be saved. Upon hearing this, Kulachenko was initially startled, but then showed great skepticism. That's normal. Cancer has been a problem that has plagued the world's medical history for many years. If you suddenly say that your company has developed an anti-cancer drug, any normal person would question its authenticity. Seeing this, Xiao Chong stopped explaining. Talking about it is never enough. You must put it into practice to truly understand it. Xiao Chong went straight to the study in the villa, where all the studies were equipped with laptops. Xiao Chong logged onto the official website of the M Country television station, typed a few words rapidly, and then pressed the enter key. See for yourself. Kulachenko was puzzled, wondering why he was watching U.S. television, but he patiently watched the host commentary anyway. A short while later, Xiao Chong appeared in the video. The more I watched, the more interested I became in Kuroshenko. Kulachenko was shocked when he saw two medical doctors announce the clinical efficacy of Contera. When he saw President Buffon Jr. of Country M come to him seeking medicine, Kuroshenko completely broke down. He finally understood why Xiao Chong had been able to laugh out loud earlier. He finally realized just how amazing the Chinese man who had been by his side these past few days truly was. He began to feel guilty for having given Xiao Chong a hard time earlier. Dear Xiao, I apologize for my rude behavior just now. Please, you must save my mother. As he was speaking, Kulachenko was about to kneel down to Xiao Chong, but Xiao Chong pulled him up. I've said it before, we're good brothers. We go to great lengths for each other if a friend is in trouble. Don't worry, I will definitely save your mother. But now, there's a problem. Your mother is in Ukraine, and in our supply chain, Ukraine supplies are given a low priority. Kulachenko panicked. What should we do? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chong said, Brother Shinka, have you ever thought about bringing your parents to China? First, you're being watched by the M Federation's secret service, and in Ukraine, your parents are probably under constant surveillance. Most importantly, the Ukrainian government can't even protect its own citizens. This is a betrayal of its people. Secondly, if your parents come to China, your family will be reunited. What a wonderful thing that would be. Kulachenko was instantly moved, his eyes shining and his mind filled with fantasies. How wonderful it would be if that were the case. But my own passport is about to expire. My parents only have tourist visas at most. If this is the only thing you're worried about, I can help you get a Chinese household registration and immigrate directly to China. But you'll have to give up your Ukrainian citizenship. Xiao Chong's words left Kulachenko stunned. Was he really that crazy? Giving up his Ukrainian citizenship? Immigrating directly to China? But we have nothing here. Everything we own is in Ukraine. We should just immigrate. Since things had come to this point, Xiao Chong stopped hiding his intentions. What do you have in Ukraine? Nothing more than a house, a car, and money. Is your house in Ukraine as spacious as this villa? Kulachenko shook his head. Is your car more luxurious than a Mercedes downstairs? Kulachenko shook his head again. Do you have tens of millions or hundreds of millions in Ukraine? Kulachenko shook his head again. We basically have no savings left. Then what are you worried about? Arrived in China? This villa is for you to live in, and the property certificate will be in your name. That Mercedes downstairs is for you to use for grocery shopping. Work for our company, and we'll give you a $10 million annual salary. Is it enough for your whole family to spend? Xiao Chong's machine gun-like words struck Kuroshenko like a hammer blow. Kuroshenko's IQ of 210 seemed to be completely dumbfounded by Xiao Chong's words. You're saying, my whole family immigrates to China, and this house is mine, the car downstairs is mine, and I'll also get an annual salary of 10 million US dollars. What? Not enough? Or do you still not believe in my abilities? No, that's enough. Enough is enough. But what can I do to help you? I don't know how to research drugs. Kulishenko looked troubled. Xiao Chong was speechless. I didn't ask you to research medicine. Why don't you just continue doing what you're used to? Researching engines? You have this company? That's incredibly expensive. Most wealthy people simply can't afford it. Xiao Chong put his hands on his hips and said, "Looks like you still don't understand me." Chapter 151, even the richest people on earth aren't as rich as me. Brother Shinka, tell me, how much does your company spend on research and development each month? Kulichenko looked up at the sky, as if deep in thought. According to the transport aircraft production line I'm on, a single production line burns through $20 million a month. Madagascar, Sich has 20 such production lines, burning through $400 million a month and nearly $5 billion a year. And if you add the production lines, it wouldn't be possible to operate without at least $10 billion a year. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chong exclaimed, "Oh, 10 billion US dollars a year. That's certainly no small sum." So, Brother Xiao Chong, aircraft engines aren't something that just any rich person can handle. Brother Shinka, I have something to show you. After saying that, Xiao Chong started logging into the website. After a series of operations, he presented a web page that was entirely in English to Kulishenko. Why do you want to see your bank account? Despite saying that Kulishenko's actions betrayed his true feelings, he was also curious about how much money this young Chinese tycoon had. Xiao Chong showed him not his personal account, but the foreign exchange account of Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic. 1 10,000, 10,000, father, grandfather, holy crap, awesome. 176.8 billion US dollars? Kulishenko was completely bewildered. This was probably the longest number he had ever seen in his life. Your $176.8 billion is only 20% of the deposit for the first batch of this medicine from Huaxia TCM Hall. The remaining $720 billion is expected to be recovered in the next 3 to 5 months. Xiao Chong was very satisfied with Kulishenko's expression at that moment. Meanwhile, Kulichenko was thinking, Ukraine's annual GDP is only 260 billion US dollars. Brother Shinka, do you think I'm capable of handling the research and development and manufacturing of aero engines? That's incredible. So incredibly powerful. Remember, I'm not your average rich guy. No one on earth is as rich as me. Dear Xiao, what are you planning to do next? We will build an aero engine research and development base for you, appoint you as the chief engineer, and offer you an annual salary of 10 million US dollars. Since Madagascar, Sich doesn't value its engineers, I won't hold back. I'll poach as many talented people as I can. Leave the matter of your Chinese household registration to me. But I can't go back to Uzbekistan. Wouldn't going back be like walking into a trap? Xiao Chong smiled leisurely. Going back alone would be like walking into a trap. I'll have a security company protect you on your way back, and then everything will be fine. My security company's security personnel are all former Special Forces soldiers. They are in no way inferior to the Secret Service agents. Tell me, do you have the ability to persuade those outstanding engineers to immigrate to China? Kulishenko patted his chest confidently and said, "Leave this to me. I'll call my former colleagues first and discuss it beforehand." Xiao Chong nodded. "Then I'll wait for your good news. If you need any help, just tell Zian." Kulishenko nodded excitedly. If he could bring so many of his good friends to China, he wouldn't be alone anymore. Moreover, this young Chinese boss clearly valued engineering culture. So even in a foreign land, they would be highly regarded. This can be seen from the other party's extravagant spending habits. After Xiao Chong left, Chun Zian immediately brought him a mobile phone with international long-distance calling enabled. Kulishenko then began his intense work, playing from noon until night, and then continuing the next morning until night again. This was just enough to finish calling all 425 engineer friends. Of these 425 engineers, 198 had already left Madagascar Sich, while the rest were still employed. Unsurprisingly, almost no one could refuse Xiao Chong's generous offer of a $3 million annual salary, plus a 300 square meter apartment for senior engineers, and a $1 million annual salary, plus a 170 square meter apartment for intermediate engineers. After one phone call, almost all of Madagascar Sich's 45 senior engineers, excluding Kulishenko, agreed to come to China. These 45 senior engineers are the backbone of research and development in all areas of aviation engines, including fighter jets, anti-tank aircraft, bombers, carrier-based aircraft, and transport aircraft. Of the remaining 380 intermediate engineers, 12 had already been lobbied by other countries, while the rest had all agreed to Kulishenko's suggestion to work in China. Brother Shinka, you're absolutely awesome. I never imagined you had such a strong influence on the engineering team in Madagascar. Xiao Chong was very excited after hearing the results of Kulishenko's lobbying efforts. Dear Xiao, when do you plan to help them with their immigration procedures to China and bring them to China? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chong said, I will send someone to accompany you to Ukraine to help your colleagues with their immigration procedures. In a maximum of 10 days, they will be able to set foot on Chinese soil. Xiao Chong then called Su Ruwei and Li Muyao to his office and gave them detailed instructions and arrangements. That evening, Su Ruwei, Li Muyao, Kulishenko, and their group of 125 people boarded a flight to the capital of Uzbekistan. At the same time, Xiao Chong also received a call that evening from Lu Wei, the chief's secretary. Brother Xiao Chong, great news. Xiao Chong's heart skipped a beat. Brother Lu, is there any news about that aircraft engine manufacturing plant? Good. There are two candidate companies. One is Huaxia 513 Aerospace Institute, located in Longsheng, the capital of Xishan province. It mainly conducts research and development of aero engines and produces some parts of launch vehicles. The other one is the Huaxia Aero Engine Research Institute, located in Nanning City, Shanxi province. Both companies are currently struggling due to poor management. I spoke with the heads of both companies, and they both agreed to sell their existing assets. However, the administrative level of these two companies is under the jurisdiction of Yanjing, and many people are watching them. The leaders overcame numerous difficulties to secure the positions for you, allowing you to choose them first. I'll send you the relevant information for both companies first, then you can see which one you prefer. Okay, Brother Lu, I'll take a look and get back to you right away. 2 minutes later, detailed information about the two companies was sent to Xiao Chong's email address. According to available information, the 513 Aerospace Institute, located in Xishan province, has 2 production lines for civilian small passenger aircraft engines, while the Huaxia Aerospace Power Research Institute in Nanning City has 5 production lines for military aircraft engines. So, few production lines? But Xishan province is my hometown, and it has a complete special steel industry chain. Nanning City, on the other hand, boasts 2 aerospace science and industry universities, making it easier to cultivate talent. Xiao Chong made up his mind instantly. Since it was so difficult to choose, he decided not to make a choice at all. I'll take them all. Chapter 152, Marrow Cleansing and Yang Strengthening Technique. Having made up his mind, Xiao Chong immediately dialed Secretary Lu's number. Brother Lu, I'd like to ask if I can own both factories. A single factory is too small, and I can't operate it properly. What? You want both of them? You're too greedy. I can't make that decision myself. I need to report to the superior. All right. Then I'll trouble Brother Lu to speak with the commander and see what his opinion is. What? This kid actually wants both factories? Does he have such a big appetite? Call that kid for me. I'd like to hear what he has to say. Lu Wei quickly dialed Xiao Chong's number. Xiao Qiang, the commander has something to tell you. Xiao Qiang, you've got quite an appetite, wanting both factories. Do you know how many people are eyeing these 2 factories? I went through so much trouble to get you one of those factories. Do you know how many people I offended? Xiao Chong smiled sheepishly. Commander, if you give me both factories, I can develop the 5th-generation high-thrust vector engine for the Army in as little as 6 months or as long as a year. What do you think? It is important to know that currently only the United States has successfully developed a 5th-generation fighter jet. The most critical component of a 5th-generation fighter jet is the 5th-generation high-thrust vector engine, which enables the fighter jet to perform vector propulsion, making the fighter jet more agile in flight. While the Great Bear Nation also claims to have developed its own 5th-generation fighter jet, the engine they actually use is a 4th-generation vector engine purchased from Madagascar Sich. Its fighter jets have a significant gap in speed and vectoring capability compared to those of the United States. Upon hearing Xiao Chong's words, the commander was shocked. Is this really true? A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. Besides, how could I dare to deceive my superior? I value my life greatly. Okay, that's enough. I'll go and do some ideological work with those old fogies. Xiao Chong was deeply moved upon hearing this. Don't worry, Chief, I will definitely not let you down. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chong lay alone on the big bed in the villa, feeling like something was missing. In the past, when Li Muyao was around, Xiao Chong could experience the joy of climbing mountains and wading through rivers. Tonight, I am destined to be alone in my empty room. At midnight, the long-awaited system notification woke Xiao Chong from his sleep. Before shorting him shares, the system's task was to achieve a growth of $7 billion to $20 billion. 2 days ago, this task was successfully completed, and only then did the system distribute the reward. The reward, however, was the marrow cleansing and aphrodisiac skill that Xiao Chong had been longing for. Xiao Chong, naturally, lost all sleepiness and began to cultivate this technique throughout the night. With systematic guidance, the practice of the technique went smoothly, and by around midnight, the entire technique had been completed. Throughout the process, Xiao Chong experienced several surprising physical changes. First, he sensed that his second brother seemed to have undergone a second growth spurt during his cultivation and appeared to have become much more robust. Second, the second brother's hardness is even greater than before. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it is as hard as steel. Third, after staying up all night, he did not feel tired at all. On the contrary, he was still full of energy. To test his physical condition, he arrived at the Yanda University playground at 6 a.m. and ran 20 kilometers in one go before stopping. It wasn't because he was tired, but because he found that after walking 20 kilometers, apart from being covered in sweat, he wasn't too exhausted. Fourth, his voice seemed to be under his control. When he was pleasantly surprised to discover the changes in the first and second points, he instinctively sang the climax of Feng Ji's Blooming Life. Unexpectedly, the situation where he would always fall silent when encountering high notes did not occur. Instead, he sang the high notes very smoothly. This unexpected discovery shocked Xiao Chong. He loved to sing, but unfortunately, he was tone deaf. However, this time he discovered that all 5 notes were in tune, and he could even imitate the original singer's pitch and timbre, even surpassing the original singer. The changes in points 3 and 4 have been verified by his practical experience. As for points 1 and 2, there is no suitable candidate to help him verify them at the moment, so we can only wait and see. When good things happen, people are in high spirits, and good things come one after another. He had just finished showering and was naked, ready to play a game on his computer. As soon as I stepped out of the bathroom, I heard a scream of ah. Turning my head, I saw that the one who let out the scream was none other than the tea and pastry chef, Lin Xuejiao. It turns out that since receiving the 500,000 yuan Mercedes-Benz E-Class a few days ago, Lin Xuejiao felt that simply preparing juice and desserts for the traders every day was a bit too easy. I really feel bad for the salary and bonuses my boss gave me. As a single mother, my daughter is taken care of by her mother, and there's not much to do at home on weekdays. Therefore, she thought of taking on more responsibility, otherwise it would be too hot to handle the boss's money. These past 2 days, she has taken the initiative to deliver meals to Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong, however, had not yet fully adapted to this situation and forgot that it was probably Lin Xuejiao's delivery time. He still ran out without a trace, just as he always had. Just as Lin Xuejiao put down her breakfast and was about to leave, she was shocked to see Xiao Chong standing naked in front of her, and the sight of him casually swaying around was truly an eyesore. Lin Xuejiao froze on the spot, staring blankly at Xiao Chong's lower body. Xiao Chong sighed helplessly. Why don't you move? What's the meaning of you looking down like that? Should I go back to the bathroom? Thus, in that instant, an extremely bizarre scene was created. Xiao Chong remained motionless, letting the birds drift in the wind. Lin Xuejiao's reaction time seemed extremely slow, her eyes fixed downwards, lost in thought. 10 seconds later, Lin Xuejiao's brain seemed to only just receive the reflex signal. She immediately turned around. Mr. Xiao, I didn't expect you were taking a shower. Breakfast is on the table. Please enjoy. Then they fled as if they were running away. Xiao Chong didn't think it was a big deal to be seen naked by a woman. After Lin Xuejiao left, he began to feast. Although his physical condition had greatly improved and he didn't feel tired after a lot of exercise really consumed energy, so he was already starving. Back in a restroom, Lin Xuejiao couldn't calm down no matter what. At 35, she's at an age where she should be craving love, yet she's single. With her stunning looks and figure, she always gets a lot of attention when she goes out. But she never considered any of the men who pursued her. She would endure the growing demand as much as possible, but if she could no longer bear it, she would use her treasured toys. But one day, she overheard Li Muyao and Xiao Chong making love for over an hour. From that moment on, her once calm and composed mind was no longer at peace. Even as she tried to comfort herself, Xiao Chong's image kept appearing in her mind. How could it be so loud? No wonder Mr. Li's voice is always so. If only I could. Hey, Mr. Li, what are you thinking about Lin Xuejiao? Lin Xuejiao forced herself not to overthink, but little did she know that such things and such scenes could not be easily erased from memory. After finishing a bowl of tofu, for fried dough sticks, a plate of fried fish fillet, and a plate of Wagyu beef, Xiao Chong let out a satisfied burp. Just as he was about to play a game of Audition Online, his phone rang urgently again. Upon seeing that it was Lu Wei calling, Xiao Chong immediately answered. Brother Lu, is there some good news to tell me? Haha, Xiao Chong, you guessed right. Good news. The commander has convinced those people to give you both factories. But the leader said that the pricing must be handled officially and that no loss of state-owned assets should be caused. Furthermore, the issue of subsidies for laid-off workers must be properly addressed to avoid causing public resentment. No problem. Please rest assured, sir, we will definitely resolve these two issues properly. All right. I'll notify the heads of those two factories to come to Yinjing in the next couple of days to handle the relevant transfer procedures. Xiao Chong felt even happier after hanging up the phone. He couldn't help but burst into song again, and what he sang were all classics from later generations, songs that had never been heard of before. Chapter 153, I'm a Little Free Tonight. Upon arriving in the Ukrainian capital, Surue, Li Muyao, and Kulishenko immediately booked a 5-star hotel. Their division of labor was extremely clear. Accompanied by 5 assistants and 20 security personnel, Li Muyao arrived first at the Chinese embassy in Uzbekistan. Chen Yuemin, the Chinese ambassador to Uzbekistan, had previously received a call from his superior, who explicitly instructed him to provide strong support for Xiao Chong's talent recruitment plan. With the leader's instructions, Li Muyao and Chen Yuemin's negotiations went smoothly. Chen Yuemin also stated that the embassy would definitely assign elite personnel to conduct same-day reviews and medical examinations for the immigrants reported by Li Muyao and others, and issue immigration visas to those who pass the review on the same day. Before coming to Ukraine, Xiao Chong repeatedly urged him to hurry up and send all the talents to China first. He was most worried that if the trip dragged on, some unpredictable changes would occur. On the first day, Kiroshenko himself, along with 45 senior engineers from Madagascar Sich and their families, totaling 142 people, all received permanent residency permits in China. From this moment forward, these people will have the legal status of citizens of China, and all their rights will be protected by China. That same evening, all 141 people, except for Kulishenko, boarded a flight to Yinjing, China. Aka Konlov, the general manager of Madagascar Sich, was furious. It turns out that half an hour earlier, a man from the U.S. named Raymond had given him a long, scathing lecture over the phone. Aka Konlov, are you an idiot? I only asked you to worsen Madagascar's business situation. Who told you to drive away all those engineers? You're incredibly stupid. You better hurry up and figure out a way to bring those excellent engineers back. Otherwise, you won't get a single penny of the remaining $3 million. He was a native of Uzbekistan who, after 20 years of hard work, finally climbed to the position of general manager of Madagascar Sich. He worked diligently, but as the head of a state-owned enterprise in Uzbekistan, he could only make ends meet with a fixed salary and meager bonuses. My income is only slightly more than that of a senior engineer at the company, equivalent to $100,000 a year. This greatly displeased Aka Konrov, who had a lot of ulterior motives, so he took advantage of his position to do some things that were detrimental to the public good and for personal gain. 6 months ago, a man from the United States named LeBron Raymond approached him and offered him $5 million, asking him to do everything he could to worsen the company's current situation, but $3 million of it would only be paid out after the deed was done. Suppressing the company's engineers and withholding their wages and bonuses was one of his schemes. Thanks to Akakinov's efforts, the Madagascar Sich company was filled with complaint from top to bottom, and its annual turnover plummeted by 70%, leaving it with less than $50 million. In his view, if these engineers were driven away, the company would be unable to develop products that were competitive enough in the market, and the company's revenue would naturally decrease. Now it seems that the effect is very obvious. He simply couldn't understand where he had gone wrong. What should we do now? I went to great lengths, using the excuse of cost reduction and efficiency improvement, to finally lower the engineers' salaries and bonuses. With the company's performance so poor right now, proposing a salary increase at this critical juncture is just making things difficult for those people in the state-owned asset system. What to do? What to do? This made Akakonlov extremely anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. Huh? Right, Kirichenko. That guy's the most prestigious in the engineering team. Let him go and coax those guys back first. But when I think about how I used to target Kirichenko and how he was insulted and suppressed by me regardless of the occasion or time, do I think he would help me? At worst, we can just offer him a pie in the sky. After figuring all this out, he immediately dialed Kulishchenko's number. Kirichenko was utterly bewildered by Akakonov's call. The memory of Akakonov's utterly detestable face filled him with resentment and boundless rage. But after thinking about it for a moment, he answered the phone anyway. Akakonlov was overjoyed to hear the call connect. He had been afraid that Kulishchenko wouldn't even answer the phone. Hey, dear Kirichenko, your vacation is almost over, isn't it? When are you planning to go back to work? Kulishchenko said coldly. There's still 4 or 5 days left. What's wrong? Akakonlov was quite annoyed by the other party's extremely cold words, thinking to himself, if you weren't still of any use, I would have fired you long ago. Dear Kulishchenko, it's like this. The company's deputy general manager has reached retirement age, and now the position is vacant. I feel you are quite outstanding and intend to promote you to the position of deputy general manager. I was wondering if you have any ideas? In Akakonlov's view, no one could refuse such a windfall. Kulishchenko chuckled. Is there really such a good thing? This isn't like you at all. Are there any other conditions? Kulishchenko did not immediately refuse, but instead began to ask probing questions with great interest. Upon hearing that the other party had shown interest, Akakonlov immediately revealed a sly smile of triumph and said without any attempt to hide it, it's hardly a condition. But when you take office, if you want to achieve results, won't you need connections? You know that many engineers have recently resigned, and you have a high reputation among them. If you can persuade them to come back to the company, wouldn't that be a huge benefit for your future work? Kulishchenko immediately picked up on the implication in the other person's words, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. He desperately wanted to give this shameless guy a good thrashing, but realizing the time wasn't right, he said respectfully, no problem, I can help you with that. But I need to see the deputy general manager's appointment notice first. It should take a few days to prepare this appointment notice. What Kulishchenko and his team lack most right now is time. There were several hundred people, including families, and they had to do everything they could to remain as unnoticed as possible. After finishing his call, Akakonov immediately called Raymond from the U.S. Mr. Raymond, give me 3 days, and I'll make sure those engineers obediently return to their posts. In China, Xiaochang was quite content with his leisure time. In a warm and cozy villa, wearing shorts and a vest, he sat on the computer he bought for over 100,000 yuan, happily playing Red Alert. An hour later, Xiaochang started playing the music app again. An hour later, he really didn't know what to do. But the night is long. Isn't it a waste of life to go to sleep so early? At this moment, Xiaochang deeply missed Li Muyao's delicate figure and her sweet, melodious voice. I also miss Princess Samaya of the Middle Eastern Sasha Kingdom, with her undisguised boldness, her extreme S-shaped figure, and her ability to switch flexibly between innocence and allure. Alas, this kind of trouble is something that Liu Qingyuan, his white moonlight, cannot solve for him for the time being. Chapter 154 Ambiguity Under the Night. Left with no other choice, Xiaochang dug out the website address he had treasured for a long time. This is a website with an Eastern theme. The author has a special fondness for Japanese actresses. Their performances are not as explicit or exaggerated as those in Europe and America. In addition to the visual impact, they also have a beauty that is appreciated by both the refined and the common. Xiaochang quickly scrolled through the video introductions with his mouse, when suddenly a video titled Anecdotes About Me and a Sexy Mature Housekeeper caught his attention. Moreover, the lead actress is none other than Hojo Maki, Xiaochang's favorite mature actress. Without thinking, he clicked on it, then put on his headphones and turned the volume up to the maximum. As Xiao Chong once told Han Nyobi, watching a movie without listening to the audio reduces the enjoyment by half. Although Xiao Chong also felt that as a reborn person and a top-tier tycoon, it was really hard to justify that he had ended up in this situation. I'll reflect on my failures after tonight. After a day of unbearable shyness, Lin Xuejiao forced herself to stop thinking about the embarrassing scene from that morning. At 10 p.m., after preparing fruit and desserts for the traders, she also took a plate and filled it with some to send to Xiao Chong. When she arrived at the villa, she could have gone straight in, as Xiao Chong had arranged beforehand, and the keypad lock at the entrance was also registered with her fingerprint. But she still rang the doorbell symbolically, as a reminder to avoid a repeat of the unexpected situation that happened this morning. After the doorbell rang 5 or 6 times, Lin Xuejiao opened the door and went inside. After hanging the thin coat she was wearing on the coat rack in front of the door, her shapely figure was on full display. Today she was wearing a slightly tight-fitting knit dress. Since she worked indoors most of the day, she didn't wear fleece-lined stockings, but instead wore a pair of sheer black stockings, which made her look even more stunning. She carried the plate into the living room, but Xiao Chong was nowhere to be seen. Could it be in the study? Lin Xuejiao continued toward the study. The door was ajar, and she could see the light on inside. Looks like he's playing video games again. She had just stepped forward to knock on the door when she faintly heard Xiao Chong's voice. Sister Xuejiao, Sister Xuejiao. She thought Xiao Chong was calling her, so she didn't knock and pushed the door open. What she saw made her body tremble. On the huge screen, beautiful images that even monks couldn't find peace of mind were playing, images that she and her ex-husband had watched many times during their honeymoon. Xiao Chong didn't seem to notice Lin Xuejiao beside him immediately, still staring intently at the screen. The scene before her eyes made Lin Xuejiao feel as if her mind had left her body, as if she had been electrocuted. Sister Xuejiao, Sister Xuejiao. Xiao Chong suddenly mumbled twice more, but these two murmurs were much louder than the ones Lin Xuejiao had just heard. At that moment, Xiao Chong inadvertently turned his head to the side and saw Lin Xuejiao standing there, stunned and at a loss. This unusual stimulation made it impossible for Xiao Chong to endure any longer. Lin Xuejiao then witnessed once again a scene that made her soul float away. Lin Xuejiao's unusually long reaction time finally came to an end at this moment. Her face flushed red and her body felt strangely weak, so she hurriedly left the study and stood in the living room, taking a deep breath. My mind was filled with the image of his powerful strength just now. He just called my name. Could it be? Thinking of this, Lin Xuejiao felt her legs go weak and even began to tremble uncontrollably. Mr. Xiao, I prepared some fruit and desserts for you and left them in the living room. I'll head back now. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chong replied, Okay, thank you. Xuejiao, sister. Upon hearing her name called, Lin Xuejiao recalled the scene of Xiao Chong calling her name earlier and quickly fled. She was afraid that if she waited any longer, she wouldn't even be able to walk. After Lin Xuejiao left, Xiao Chong carefully recalled the scene from just now and couldn't help but feel helpless. However, when he thought of Lin Xuejiao's voluptuous figure, her black-stockinged legs, her impressive bust, and her sophisticated mature woman demeanor, Xiao Chong felt that the thought that had just dissipated seemed to have re-emerged and even became stronger. Lin Xuejiao went straight to the bathroom after returning to the lounge. Half an hour later, Lin Xuejiao, lying in bed, still couldn't fall asleep. She had disturbed her boss twice today without cause, which made her feel anxious and fearful. Picking up her phone, she found Xiao Chong's QQ account. After hesitating for a long time, she decided to explain. Mr. Xiao, I really didn't mean to today. I'll definitely be more careful in the future and won't enter your room so casually. Meanwhile, Xiao Chong, after taking a shower, was eating the fruit and desserts that Lin Xuejiao had brought him to replenish his lost energy. Seeing that Xiao Chong hadn't replied, Lin Xuejiao felt her body, which she had just washed with warm water, was getting hot again, so she threw her phone on the bed and went to the bathroom. Little did she know that in the instant she threw her phone, her finger inadvertently tapped video call, and at that moment her phone was on silent mode, so there was no sound. Xiao Chong had just finished his dessert when he heard his phone ring. He picked it up. Huh? Why is she video chatting with me? Although I was puzzled, I still answered the call, but the other end of the video was completely black with nothing displayed. Xuejiao. After calling out several times without receiving a response, Xiao Chong concluded that Lin Xuejiao had accidentally clicked the video button. Just as I was about to hang up, the screen shook, and then a shapely, snow-white figure appeared on the screen, followed by Lin Xuejiao's panicked face, and then the video call was disconnected. Everything came in a hurry, and it left in a hurry too. Despite his brief visit, Xiao Chong witnessed a scene that surprised and delighted him. Now Xiao Chong was even more certain that the other party must have made the video request unintentionally. Meanwhile, inside another villa, Lin Xuejiao was already questioning her life. What was wrong with her today? How could she keep making such a basic mistake? Won't this make President Xiao think I'm seducing him? No, I have to explain this clearly. On QQ it said, Mr. Xiao, that video call just now was accidentally initiated by me. It really was a coincidence. Meanwhile, Xiao Chong, lying in bed, was replaying the scene from the video he had just watched. I guess you pressed it accidentally too. It's okay. Xiao Chong is a womanizer, especially when it comes to mature women. He is practically powerless against them. After these series of coincidences, his mind is now filled with Lin Xuejiao's charming and alluring appearance. In addition, it's 11 p.m. now, and emotional thinking is taking over. Xuejiao, your figure is so good. Xiao Chong sent Lin Xuejiao such a message, as if by some strange impulse. Meanwhile, Lin Xuejiao was also infected by Xiao Chong's bold conversation, thinking, what's the use of being good? Xiao Chong caught a hint of Lin Xuejiao's complaints about life in her words. It works. Two daring individuals, under the cover of night, engage in conversation, sensing each other's desires. Until 5 a.m., Lin Xuejiao was exhausted, and the ambiguous affair under the night sky finally came to an end. What did the two talk about? No one knows. Chapter 155, Outrageous Bargaining. The next day, Xiao Chong arrived at Lu Wei's office early in the morning, accompanied by Li Qifeng, the legal director of Qianxin Group. Two middle-aged men, both around 50 years old, also arrived together. Secretary Lu, it's been a long time. Both of them took the initiative to greet Lu Wei. Although Lu Wei was a secretary, he was the chief secretary to the leader, which, according to administrative rank, made him a ministerial-level cadre. Both the heads of state-owned enterprises had to be humble and cautious in front of Lu Wei, both for their own sake and for public reasons. Mr. Zhao, Mr. Wang, let's get acquainted. This is Xiao Chong. The three nodded and shook hands with each other, but the two CEOs were quite shocked. They never expected that the person who wanted to acquire their two companies would be a young man of about 20 years old. So the two of them couldn't help but start guessing Xiao Chong's identity. Now that all three parties are here, let's get down to business. Xiao Chong, in the information I gave you, the equity transfer price and the employee buyout compensation standard for both companies are already very clear. It just so happens that both company CEOs are present. In business, it's all about setting a price on the spot and negotiating on the spot. If you feel there's anything inappropriate, you can mention it to the two bosses. They certainly won't bully the younger ones, right? The three of them burst into laughter. It was probably the first time that a business negotiation had been discussed in the chief secretary's office. Zhao Jianhua, general manager of the 513 Aerospace Institute, and Wang Tianlai, general manager of the China Aero Engine Research Institute, are both extremely shrewd people. Before they arrived, the two had reached a consensus that since the restructuring was strongly promoted by the leader, the equity transfer price could not be much higher than the appraised value. There was also a personal consideration involved. Now that the leader's secretary has said, repay the money on the spot, to their faces, they instantly understand. And the other party is a young man around 20 years old. Could he be the descendant of a big shot? Zhao Jianhua spoke first. Yes, Xiao Qiang, apart from the buyout of employees' seniority, which has a lower limit clearly stipulated by the state that cannot be broken. The price of the equity transaction is negotiable. Wang Tianlai immediately nodded. Yes, that's what I meant too. Lu Wei nodded. These two were at least sensible. The three men fixed their gazes on Xiao Chong. We've given you the initiative in the negotiations. You can set your price, just don't make it too outrageous. Xiao Chong pondered for a moment, then muttered to himself. The Xishan Province 513 Aerospace Institute covers an area of 500 mu and has 2 helicopter engine production lines, as well as several other fixed assets. The equity is valued at 150 million yuan. The China Aero Engine Research Institute covers an area of 1,500 mu, has 5 production lines for military fighter jet engines, and several other fixed assets. The equity is valued at 600 million yuan. The buyout of employee seniority at both factories will be based on the average wage of the previous 12 months, with a one-time subsidy of 24 months' wages. The two kings nodded in unison. Yes, young people have excellent memories. Both of them were waiting for Xiao Chong to negotiate the price down, hoping that he wouldn't cut it to the bone, otherwise they would be in a difficult position. Let me share my thoughts and suggestions. The Xishan 513 Aerospace Institute is located in the Xishan Comprehensive Reform Demonstration Zone, which is a key area for Xishan's economic development. According to our research, the land transfer price in the area has reached 3 million yuan per mu, which means that the land value alone has reached 150 million yuan. In addition to fixed assets, production lines. The other three became increasingly confused. This isn't right. This doesn't sound like someone haggling over a price. Are you using your bargaining knife in the wrong direction? Amidst the three men's questioning gazes, Xiao Chong made the final decision. In conclusion, our Qiangxin Group's final acquisition offer for the Xishan Province 513 Aerospace Institute is 210 million. Similarly, for the Nan'an Aero Engine Research Institute, our final quote was 780 million. 3 leaders, do you think this is appropriate? At this moment, the three of them looked at Xiao Chong with eyes full of confusion and doubt. That's a really good price negotiation. Is this person an idiot? In an instant, the king of Zhao and his companion had many thoughts. Even Lu Wei was wondering at this moment if Xiao Chong had a fever last night and damaged his brain. But judging from his expression and demeanor, it doesn't seem like it. Xiao Chong's shrewd maneuver completely baffled the two bosses, Zhao and Wang. The two of them turned to look at Lu Wei, who was sitting in the main seat, as if asking what to do next. Xiao Qiang, are you sure your calculations are correct? Brother Lu, no problem. We have arranged for professional personnel to verify it. Upon hearing the way Xiao Chong and Lu Wei addressed each other, Zhao and Wang immediately lost their composure. Calling him Big Brother? Could he be a friend of Secretary Lu? But the two of them are so far apart in age. Lu Wei was also helpless. He had hinted at it so much, but Xiao Chong still wouldn't take the bait. He couldn't very well say something like, Xiao Chong, are you out of your mind? When you're bargaining, you don't cut off your own share. What you're saving now is what you're earning. Don't you understand such a simple principle? Mr. Zhao, Mr. Wang, now that Xiao Chong has also given you a quote, do you think Xiangxing's quote is appropriate? The two men, King Zhao and King Zhao, were utterly bewildered. How should they respond? Is it suitable or unsuitable? The reason it's suitable is that the other party's offer is essentially a premium on top of the existing asset price. So it's definitely suitable. But the problem with him is that he's essentially taking advantage of his superiors and friends. Trying to profit from this kind of exploitation is risky. Extremely risky. The two men, Zhao and Wang, looked to Lu Wei for help again, feeling troubled. Lu Wei was unaware that his words had, to some extent, misled the two CEOs' decision-making. You're the top executives of the company. Why are you staring at me like that? Whether it's suitable or not, it's your decision. Xiao Chong then spoke up. If you two feel it's not quite right, we can add some more. No need, it's fine. The price you just quoted was perfect. Please don't increase it. Now Lu Wei and Xiao Chong are speechless. Since that's a good fit, let's talk about the buyout of employee seniority. Xiao Chong, what are your thoughts? After moments thought, Xiao Chong said, we will conduct a skills assessment of the 217 employees of the 513 Aerospace Institute in Xishan Province. Those who are competent will be retained. For those whose abilities are not up to standard, a one-time subsidy of 48 months' salary will be provided, based on the average salary of the past 12 months. Furthermore, the 513 Aerospace Institute and our affiliated Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic are not far apart, so laid-off workers can work at Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic nearby. The salaries and benefits for our Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic employees are quite generous. Mr. Zhao, the general manager of the 513 Aerospace Institute, was surprised. Is Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall also owned by Mr. Xiao? I am one of the founders. Zhao Jianhua was surprised. Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall is now a well-known enterprise nationwide and a star enterprise that is a household name in Xishan Province. A 10,000 mu industrial park with such a large-scale enterprise is one of the top in the country. Xishan contributes significantly to the province's GDP, accounting for 92% of the province's GDP. What's even more impressive is that Xishan province is now almost entirely engaged in the cultivation of Chinese medicinal herbs and has signed a price-guaranteed supply and sales contract with Huazhong Chinese Medicine Hospital. Farmers' incomes increased several times over. Moreover, Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic is known for its high employee benefits, with the average salary of grassroots employees reaching 7,000 yuan, plus 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. Now, young people in Xishan are proud to enter Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic, and graduates from medical colleges across the country choose to enter Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic as their first choice. Chapter 156, $200 million worth of junk. Zhao Jianhua was overjoyed. Before coming here, his biggest worry was the buyout of employee seniority. Now, Xiao Chong had doubled the one-time seniority allowance based on the national standard. He also promised to let laid-off workers enter Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic, and he was confident that the employees would have no objections. No problem, Mr. Xiao. On behalf of all the staff of the 513 Aerospace Institute, I agree to your terms. Seeing that Director Zhao of the 513 Aerospace Institute had agreed, Xiao Chong turned his gaze to Wang Tianlai of the Aero Engine Propulsion Research Institute. Mr. Wang, we currently do not have any industrial presence in Nan'an City, so we cannot provide re-employment opportunities for our employees like Institute 513 does. However, we are willing to provide 120 months of service as a one-time compensation. Xiao Chong's extravagant gesture once again shocked the 3 people present. They really are someone who doesn't lack money. Ultimately, Zhao and Wang contacted the unions of various factories on the spot, organized the employees to vote on the spot, and obtained unanimous approval. The 3 parties immediately signed an equity transfer agreement. Since Qiangxing Industrial Manufacturing Bureau Group Company Limited has not yet completed its company registration, the equity transfer will be temporarily conducted in the name of Qiangxing Group. After the cooperation agreement was successfully signed, Xiao Chong insisted on inviting Wang, Zhao, and Lu Wei to his Iha courtyard villa. Thanks to Lao Wang and several other 5-star chefs who worked day and night for several days, they finally recreated 21 famous dishes from the Manchu Han Imperial Feast. At the dinner table, there was naturally a lively atmosphere of clinking glasses and exchanging toasts. After returning to work in the afternoon, Lu Wei immediately reported to his superior about Xiao Chong's bargaining that morning. The leader initially looked puzzled, but then burst into laughter. Lu Wei asked, "Commander, what are you laughing at? Xiao Qiang is a shrewd guy. Do you think he's stupid?" Lu Wei shook his head. Can an idiot become the top scorer in the National College entrance examination? This kid isn't willing to take advantage of the country. After hearing what the leader said, Lu Wei seemed to have figured things out. This kid would rather lose some of his own interests than let the interests of the country or the workers be harmed. Now I finally understand why he invested such a huge amount of money in the research and development of aero engines. Just as he said, he really wanted to serve his country. As the leader spoke, his words were filled with emotion. Suddenly, the leader's expression turned stern, and he shouted loudly, "With such young people in China, a prosperous and strong nation is just around the corner." Meanwhile, the first batch of 45 senior engineers from Uzbekistan have arrived at Yinjing Airport and boarded the high-speed train to Longcheng, the capital of Xishan Province. During this period, a dedicated person was in charge of their travel arrangements. In Longcheng, Yuming arranged for the regional general manager of Longcheng to provide full reception and directly check them into a 5-star hotel owned by Qiangxing Real Estate in Longcheng. They would wait until all the engineer immigrants arrived in Dragon City before deciding which ones would stay in Dragon City and which ones would go to South City based on their needs. In Ukraine, a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel, a man wearing a baseball cap, his face completely obscured, knocked on the door. After the door opened, the man looked around before entering the room. The man removed his sunglasses, mask, and baseball cap, revealing his true face. This man was none other than Akakamlev, the general manager of Madagascar Sich. "Hello, you must be Ms. Lee. You are so beautiful. What kind of business would you like to do with me?" The 2 people in the room were Li Muyao and Su Rue. Li Muyao smiled happily. "Of course, it's business that will interest Mr. Akakamlev." As she spoke, Li Muyao gave Su Rue a wink, and Su Rue immediately brought out a large black leather suitcase from the room and opened it. Akakanov watched Suri's actions with suspicion until the box was opened, at which point he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Mr. Akanrov, here is $3 million to show you our sincerity in seeking cooperation with you. Upon hearing this, Akakanrov's breathing immediately became rapid. What kind of business do you want to do with me? I need to buy some junk from you. The clever Akakanov immediately understood, and so he asked calmly, what kind of junk do you want to buy? There are 2 items in total. First, there's your company's ultra-large aircraft engine die-casting machine. As soon as Li Muyao finished speaking, Akanov's face darkened. It is important to know that there are only 5 ultra-large integrated die-casting machines used to produce aircraft engines in the world, 2 in the United States, 1 in the United Kingdom, 1 in Ukraine, and 1 in the United Kingdom. Moreover, this kind of core high-end equipment is never exported or leased. It's easy to imagine how precious this equipment is. What's the other one? Akanov asked with a livid face, while inwardly sighing. This money is hard to earn today. Li Muyao saw through the other person's expression, but he wasn't worried at all, and continued. Engine high-altitude test platform. Akakanov was speechless after hearing this, and sighed inwardly. You really know how to choose. The engine high-altitude test platform is a key piece of equipment for simulating high-altitude tests after the engine is successfully developed, and it is also controlled by these few countries. India once developed a civilian aircraft engine, but because it lacked a high-altitude testing platform, it had to transport the engine to the United States for testing. It was only because the Great Bear country was really short of money that they agreed to let India test their engines. Otherwise, even if you had money, no one would be willing to help. How is it, Mr. Akanov? Impossible. These 2 items are the lifeblood of Madagascar. We can't possibly sell them to you. Mr. Akanov, don't jump to conclusions so quickly. How do you know it's impossible if you haven't even heard our offer? Seeing Akanov's darting eyes, Li Muyao continued speaking. Your company's integrated die-casting machine and high-altitude testing platform were damaged in an explosion, but they can still be used after repairs. However, some people say that the 2 devices were blown to pieces in the explosion, rendering them unusable and only fit to be disposed of as scrap. At this point, a foreign businessman is willing to pay $200 million to buy a pile of junk. Wouldn't you say that's a great deal? Li Muyao spoke leisurely, as if telling a story. Upon hearing this, Akakanov's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, $200 million? Keep in mind that this equipment was replaced last year, costing a total of only $150 million, and it has been in use for another year. The other party actually offered $200 million. Moreover, the other party seems to have devised a very good way to cover their tracks. Akakanov knew there were risks involved. After all, the higher-ups had repeatedly warned that this kind of equipment was not allowed to be exported. But then he thought again, aren't the rules made by people? As long as the profit margin is big enough, what's so difficult about silencing them with a small amount of money? Chapter 157 Exquisite Young Woman. Akakanov shamelessly got tempted. The integrated die-casting machine and high-altitude experimental platform that were destroyed should be sold for $50 million, which should be considered an astronomical price, right? If we spend another $100 million to smooth things over, no one should care. What about the remaining $50 million? At this thought, Akakanov was overjoyed. How do you transport all that scrap metal? Those things are enormous steel behemoths. Mr. Akanov need not worry about this. We have already arranged 80 large transport vehicles, 10 cranes, 300 professional dismantling personnel, and 500 packing personnel. They can transfer these 2 large pieces of equipment onto the transport vehicle within 3 hours. Akakanov was alarmed. It turned out the other party had come prepared and was certain he would accept. How will you pay? After the equipment is dismantled and loaded onto the train, $50 million will be paid. After the equipment is inspected and accepted by the Ukrainian Railway Administration and loaded onto the train, another $50 million will be paid. The remaining $100 million will be paid after the train enters China. Akakanov expressed his understanding and nodded silently. Akakanov looked relieved once the major rules and regulations were set. He was a greedy and lecherous middle-aged man with many ways to make money, and now he had some crooked ideas. Akakanov stared at Li Muyao with lustful eyes. Mr. Li, The night is long. Why don't I invite Miss Li to go out and see the beautiful night view of our country? Li Muyao's eyes flashed with disdain and anger, while Surue's eyes were also full of ruthlessness. Fortunately, they had made preparations in advance based on the information given by Xiao Chong. She clapped her hands, and 3 stunning Ukrainian women in bikinis walked out from the inner room of the suite. When Aka Konlov saw the 3 women, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Mr. Konlov, there are still 2 hours until 10 p.m. I hope you have a good time and enjoy yourself. We've prepared everything for you. The person setting off the fireworks. I hope to see beautiful fireworks tonight at 11 p.m. Akanov was only thinking about having sex with these stunning beauties as soon as possible, so he readily agreed. No problem, Mr. Li, you can rest assured. On the same night, some are busy while others are worried. After strolling around Yinqing University hand in hand with Lu Qingyuan that evening, Xiao Chong returned to Iha Villa. If it weren't for his own plans to give Lu Qingyuan a formal courtship ceremony, Xiao Chong would have already taken things to the next level. Imagine asking a seasoned driver with 20 or 30 years of experience to practice driving theory test first. Who could stand that? Xiao Chong lay on the spacious bed, unable to sleep. Thinking back to the extremely ambiguous conversation I had with Lin Xuejiao last night when my emotions overwhelmed my reason, and the glimpse of that mature and beautiful woman I had inadvertently seen, Xiao Chong could no longer remain calm, and his mouth instantly became dry. Lin Xuejiao's condition wasn't much better at the moment. After last night, she felt her body being awakened again, and the desires deep in her heart were burning even more intensely. Suddenly, her QQ account started buzzing with activity. Upon seeing that familiar profile picture, her body trembled, and she immediately opened the chat window. I'm a little hungry. Lin Xuejiao looked excited, immediately got out of bed, put on yoga pants, then put on a long, thin-down jacket, and took her midnight snack to the villa where Xiao Chong was. Lin Xuejiao went directly into Xiao Chong's bedroom. Xiao Chong stared intently at the incredibly alluring and stunningly beautiful woman before him, recalling the intimate scene from the previous night. The infatuated young man, who had just practiced the marrow cleansing and aphrodisiac technique, and the mature woman, whose body was already fully ripe, quickly became attracted to each other. Meanwhile, inside the Madagascar Sich Company, a violent explosion suddenly erupted, the sound truly deafening. Young people don't know the value of married women and mistakenly take young girls for treasures. Xiao Chong would not make such a mistake. Soon, under Xiao Chong's guidance, Lin Xuejiao was busy moving from room to room in the villa. At this time, the vast factory area of Madagascar Sich was bustling with people and vehicles, creating a lively night scene. Hundreds of workers were divided into 2 groups, dismantling or packing in front of 2 huge pieces of equipment, creating a lively scene. At 2 a.m., the roar of heavy trucks filled the factory area as 80 trucks headed in unison toward the Ukrainian railway hub. At that moment, Akhakhanov also received a notification from the company's finance department that $50 million had been deposited into his account. Akhakhanov lay leisurely on the office sofa, feeling utterly drained and weak from the intense battle. At 3:30 a.m., all 80-plus containers were loaded onto the train. With the sound of the train whistle, the special transport train finally set sail and entered the territory of northeast China at 7:10 a.m. Akhakhanov's personal account also received the huge sum of $150 million. Just as he was about to take a nap, his phone rang urgently again. He forced himself to open his eyes. Raymond, why is this stupid American guy contacting me so early? Now that his pockets are bulging, Akalov has no interest in the meager $3 to $5 million Raymond promised. Hello? Calling so early. Don't you get any sleep? Besides, don't you know there's an old Chinese saying, disturbing someone's sleep is like killing their parents? Do I have such a deep grudge against you? Raymond was startled, finding the other man's rude tone very unsettling. Was this still the same timid and submissive Akanla from before? But at this moment, Raymond couldn't afford to dwell on such matters. What happened to your factory last night? Akanla frowned. The workers' carelessness caused the explosion. What happened? What equipment was blown up? Integrated die-casting machine and high-altitude experimental platform. What are you trying to do? If there's nothing else, I'm going to sleep. Raymond nearly had a stroke upon hearing this. It turns out that Raymond was a commercial spy sent by Lockheed Martin, a major U.S. arms manufacturer. He bribed Conliffe to suppress Madagascar, Sich, in order to drive down its stock price. Lockheed Martin, meanwhile, seized the opportunity to acquire shares of the company in the secondary market and from its major shareholders, aiming to gain control. After 6 months of operations, they have acquired a 48% stake in Madagascar Sich, and they will be able to gain control of the company in just a few more trading days. At that time, they could then restructure the board of directors and take the opportunity to privatize Madagascar Sich, turning it into a subsidiary of Lockheed Martin. Chapter 158 Mission Accomplished. But recent events have left Raymond completely bewildered. A large number of key engineers have resigned, and a massive explosion occurred last night. Lockheed Martin's strategic intent in acquiring Madagascar Sich was to gain access to these engineers and control the company's strategic R&D equipment, among which the integrated die-casting machine and high-altitude experimental platform held the highest strategic importance. When Raymond heard that these two pieces of equipment of paramount strategic importance had exploded, he was immediately thrown into a panic. What? The integrated die-casting machine and the high-altitude experimental platform exploded? How serious is it? What is the extent of the damage? Can it be repaired? Are you stupid? With such a loud explosion, do you think it wasn't serious? It's all turned into scrap metal. We sold the scrap metal while it was still hot. Raymond nearly fell over, losing his balance. What? You've already sold the scrap metal? What did you sell it to? Get it back right now. Conliffe yawned twice. The train carrying scrap metal has already arrived in China. If you want to get some, go to China yourself. That's all. I'm going to sleep now. Raymond was completely dumbfounded as he listened to the dial tone. China? Raymond, with his keen political sense, immediately realized this was no ordinary matter and promptly dialed the number of the head of the Federal Secret Service in Ukraine. Chelsea immediately sent someone to verify the whereabouts of the 45 senior engineers from Madagascar Sich. Raymond was on tenterhooks. 2 strategic pieces of equipment had disappeared, and if the 45 senior engineers also met with an accident, the shares of Madagascar Sich that the company had acquired at a cost of billions of dollars would become worthless scraps of paper. Half an hour later, Raymond nervously answered Chelsea's call, his voice trembling uncontrollably. How is it? Those 45 senior engineers took a flight to China the night before last, and Raymond's heart skipped a beat. And what? Moreover, the family members of those 45 senior engineers also went to China. If Raymond still didn't understand what was happening, then he wouldn't deserve to have been chosen by Lockheed Martin to handle the acquisition of Madagascar Sich. Chelsea, are you all incompetent? I told you to keep a close eye on those 45 players, and look what's happened. They left Ukraine the day before yesterday, and you're still completely in the dark. Although Chelsea was an agent of the Federation Special Service, he was sent to Ukraine by his superiors to fully cooperate with Raymond's work. Therefore, although he was also very angry, he dared not resist Raymond's scolding. After venting his anger, Raymond calmed down. Chelsea quickly ascertained the whereabouts of the remaining 380 mid-level engineers at Madagascar Sich. We must ensure they don't leave Uzbekistan. After hanging up the phone, Raymond paced back and forth in the room, clearly extremely agitated. He immediately dialed Akolov again. Akolov, disturbed from his sleep, yelled into the receiver, Raymond, you son without an anus. I'm telling you, I don't want your $3 million. Get the hell out of here, don't disturb my sleep. Raymond was just recovering from a shock and was about to start yelling when the other party hung up, which almost made Raymond vomit blood. Before he could even catch his breath, Chelsea called. Raymond, I have some bad news for you. Of the 380 intermediate engineers, 368, along with their families, left Ukraine last night by plane, cruise ship, and train. Their destination is China. This seemed to be the last straw that broke Raymond's back, and he vomited out a mouthful of old blood. That same afternoon, Li Miao, Su Rue, and others boarded a flight back to China. Conliffe, fast asleep, had no idea that he was about to face Lockheed Martin's relentless retaliation. Even a classic saying of Uncle Ben Sean, the person dies before the money is spent, happened to him. The situation in Ukraine did not affect Xiao Chong's peaceful sleep in the slightest. Because yesterday's battle was so intense, Lin Xuejiao didn't open her sleepy eyes until 10 a.m. Sister Xuejiao, you're awake? While Lin Xuejiao was still in a daze, Xiao Chong walked in from outside, carrying a sumptuous breakfast. Although they had been intimate the night before, Lin Xuejiao, having regained her composure, still wore an expression that betrayed her shyness. Mr. Xiaowei, Sister Xuejiao, just call me Xiao Chong when we're not around. You're already my woman. Why are you being so formal? Xiao Chong's words made Lin Xuejiao blush instantly. But I'm so much older than you. I like older sisters like you. Look how great your figure is, how smooth your skin is. Xiao Chong's undisguised and unconventional praise made Lin Xuejiao even more shy and embarrassed. She had never experienced such praise before. Lin Xuejiao wanted to say something more, but Xiao Chong interrupted her directly. Lin Xuejiao left Xiao Chong's villa after the sun was high in the sky. That evening, a train carrying 80 containers stopped at the Longtan Railway Bureau in Taisun Province. These containers were then transported by heavy trucks to the factory area of the 513 Aerospace Institute. All security personnel from the Xishan branch of Qiangxing Security Company have been stationed there to guard these hard-won junk items. An hour later, the flight from Yinjing to Longqing landed, and Li Muyao, Su Rei, Kulishenko, and others got off one after another and then checked into the Qiangxing Group's hotel. The next morning, Xiao Chong, accompanied by his assistant, drove to Longcheng, Xishan Province, along with Yang Bin. Since we've decided to give this friend a big job, we must let him be deeply involved in the company's growth from nothing to something, from weak to strong. It doesn't matter if he doesn't understand or know anything. He can learn slowly. As my closest friend, Xiao Chong, I will give you ample time to grow and learn, as well as plenty of resources. 2 kilometers away from the 513 Aerospace Institute, in the Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall Industrial Park, the 3 brothers Fu Hao, Ming Xing, and Niu Bai are inspecting the construction progress of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th phases of the project. How Nyobi suddenly said, "Hey guys, have you heard? Apparently, some rich kid bought the 513 Aerospace Institute over there, and they're going to do aero engine research and development." Dong Mingxing, idiot. That rich kid is an absolute idiot. How much money does it cost to develop an aero engine? We're all pretty rich now. None of us dare to dream of it. Fu Hao, that guy's head must have been squeezed by a door. Meanwhile, at the Longqing International Convention and Exhibition Center, where 1,000 people were preparing to hold the launch meeting for the Qiangxing Industrial Manufacturing Bureau, Xiao Chong kept sneezing, unable to stop. Chapter 159, Returning Home to Visit Relatives. According to Xiao Chong's vision, Qiangxing Industrial Manufacturing Bureau Group Company, Limited, as a wholly owned subsidiary of Qiangxing Group, will have subsidiaries for manufacturing aircraft engines, transport aircraft, special materials research and manufacturing, unmanned aerial vehicles, and new energy vehicles, as well as in the future, when conditions permit, exploring joint research and development and manufacturing of various types of military fighter jets with the state. At this point, the conditions for launching the project were met, namely the research and development and manufacturing of aero engines. The participants in the launch ceremony of the Qiangxing Industrial Manufacturing Bureau included more than 400 mid to senior level engineers from Madagascar SICH, 30 mid to senior level managers recruited by the Qiangxing Group's Human Resources Department, and 125 local engineers. For the immigration engineers who were the main participants in this conference, Qiangxing Human Resources Department thoughtfully provided them with simultaneous interpretation equipment. At the meeting, Li Miyao, the group's general manager, announced the organizational structure of Qiangxing Industrial Manufacturing Bureau, with Yang Bin appointed as president and concurrently as general manager of Qiangxing Aero Engine Corporation. Kulishenko serves as the company's vice president and chief technology officer, responsible for product development. At the same time, it was announced that the headquarters of Qiangxing Aero Engine Company Limited will be located in Xishan Longcheng, and that it will invest 5 billion yuan to expand and renovate the existing factory area. Meanwhile, the factory area in Nanning City was transformed into a strategic talent reserve base, recruiting top students from the Aviation Industry University of Nanning City, who were mentored and trained by senior engineers such as Kulishenko, thus establishing a sound and scientific talent transfer mechanism. As a newcomer to the workplace, Yang Bin was suddenly promoted to such a high position, and he was now very cautious and felt like he was walking on thin ice. When it was his turn to speak, he even stammered and was extremely nervous, but at the crucial moment, Xiao Chong came out to support him. Yang Bin is my high school classmate, and he is a freshman in college like me. I know many people have reservations about him being forced into becoming the president of the powerful Industrial Manufacturing Bureau. But I want to make it clear today that I'm willing to give him time to grow, and I'm also willing to invest resources to help him grow. I also believe that it won't be long before he develops into a high-level manager. With Xiao Chang's backing, no one dared to underestimate Yang Bin, this lovable chubby guy. Moreover, Xiao Chang hired 8 top talents from various fields such as company operations, human resource management, investment, and financing to provide consulting services for him, which was equivalent to the regent ministers in ancient times. Meanwhile, all 425 immigrant engineers have settled in the Qiangxing No. 1 courtyard in Longcheng, which is a high-end residential product line of Qiangxing real estate. After the banquet, everyone dispersed, some returning to Yanjing, others to Qiangxing No. 1 courtyard. Xiao Chang and Li Muyao stayed overnight at the hotel. The longing I've felt for you over the past few days has transformed into my full commitment. Xiao Chang only stopped his conquest after Li Muyao suffered several defeats. Li Muyao lay naked on the bed. This is what the two looked like when they finished their campaign. She was panting heavily, her forehead was soaked with sweat, and her fair body seemed to be covered with a layer of fine water droplets, giving her a holy glow. 20 minutes later, Li Muyao, having regained some energy, lazily got up, nestled in Xiao Chang's arms, and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "How come you've gotten so strong in just a few days? Was I really weak before?" Li Muyao said shyly, "No, it's because you're even stronger now. I'm almost killed by you." After saying that, she lowered her head to Xiao Chang's chest to avoid his amused gaze. "It was what you just asked for," you said. "Ugh, stop talking." After another round of passionate lovemaking, the two finally fell asleep. The next day, the two drove to Jinshi. They had been in Yanjing since the college entrance examination and had not been back to Jinshi to visit their parents for more than 4 months. At a construction site of Qiangxing Real Estate in Jinshi, Xiao Jiangwo, wearing an engineering hat, was inspecting the construction progress accompanied by engineers from the engineering department. As the weather gets colder, construction sites will be completely shut down in half a month, and he must ensure that there are no safety issues at the 15 construction sites before work stops. Ever since Yuming got promoted, I haven't had a good life. I'm stuck eating dirt on the construction site all day long. If it weren't for that damn cockroach, I'd be so much more relaxed growing vegetables at home. At this moment, Lao Zhao's driver and assistant rushed over, looking flustered. "Mr. Xiao, President Yu is in your office. Want to see you, and Mr. Xiao. Xiao Chang is also in your office." Throughout the entire Jinshi company, only Xiao Jiangwo was unaware that Xiao Chang was the real boss of Qiangxing Real Estate. Huh, why did that kid run back to Jin City? He actually dared to skip school. I'll break the bastard's 3 legs. Everyone around him broke out in a cold sweat. Wouldn't you call that insubordination? The group followed Xiao Jiangwo, looking disheveled, back to the company. As soon as Xiao Jiangwo opened his office, he saw his son Xiao Chang sitting in his general manager's seat, while President Yu Ming and a beautiful woman sat on the guest chair next to him. Old Xiao was both surprised and frightened. Although Yu Ming was his project manager at the beginning, he was very knowledgeable and intelligent, and was a top student. His promotion speed was like a rocket. He is now the president of the entire national region of Qiangxing Real Estate, while I am still a general manager. Old Xiao had a deep respect for Yu Ming. If he offended him, his son's chances of getting into Qiangxing Real Estate would be ruined. "You son of a bitch, where are you going to sit? Is that a place for you to sit? Get over here right now." After being scolded, Xiao Chang could only obediently get up and go to his father's side. Yu Ming and Li Muyao struggled to suppress their laughter as they watched Xiao Chang being lectured, yet obediently obeying. "Mr. Yu, please sit over there. Mr. Xiao, please have a seat. This is fine with me." Xiao Jiangwo was extremely puzzled by Yu Ming's usual politeness. Was it because he had once been Yu Ming's superior? Or is it that Yu Ming is a child who respects the elderly and cares for the young? Xiao Jiangwo finally sat in his general manager's seat with trepidation. "Dad, how's the general manager position at Qiangxing Real Estate in Jinshi going? Any other ideas, like doing something else?" Xiao Chang's opening remarks startled old Xiao so much that he spat out a mouthful of water, then coughed violently. At the same time, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. "You son of a bitch, you unfilial son. Your father is suffering here because he was hoping to stuff you into Qiangxing Real Estate after you graduate, isn't he? You dare say something so disastrous in front of the CEO? You want to get me fired? Xiao Chong hadn't expected his words to have such a powerful impact, so he quickly stepped forward to pat his father's back. Having calmed down, old Xiao wore a righteous and awe-inspiring expression. That damn Xiao Chong. I was born a member of Qiangxing, and I'll die a Qiangxing ghost. I can't leave Qiangxing real estate. Old Zhao's words didn't sound like he was scolding Xiao Chong. They sounded more like he was expressing his opinion to Yuming. Yuming coughed lightly. President Xiao, actually you can unleash your full potential in other positions. The position of general manager of Qiangxing Real Estate in Jin City somewhat limits the full expression of your talents. Chapter 160, The Retired Emperor or the Rich Second Generation. Upon hearing this, Lao Zhao's heart sank to the bottom. I am doomed. The president is hinting that I should leave Qiangxing Real Estate. In an instant, Xiao Zhangwo felt utterly hopeless, and his gaze towards Xiao Chong was filled with disappointment and frustration. You damn bastard. President you, don't listen to that bastard, Xiao Chong's nonsense. He's just a greenhorn student who doesn't know anything. I, Lao Xiao, am not afraid of hardship or fatigue, and I don't have any lofty ambitions. Everyone's faces were practically meme-worthy, especially Yuming, who said, President Xiao, please listen to President Zhao's opinion. At the same time, he looked to Xiao Chong for help. Xiao Chong's face showed a helpless expression. Dad, actually, Qiangxing Real Estate is my company. Upon hearing this, Lao Xiao was startled. This was utterly outrageous. In ancient times, this would be considered a plot to usurp the throne. How dare you say such disrespectful things to the CEO's face? Are you trying to make sure your dad isn't laid off soon enough? Old Xiao jumped up from his seat and was about to shut Xiao Chong up. Xiao Zhangwo, Xiao Chong shouted, startling old Xiao so much that he stopped moving. Dad, listen to me. Qiangxing Real Estate Group is all mine. You can ask Yuming. Old Xiao, of course, couldn't believe it. He was so anxious that he was ready to take off his shoehorn and use it as a tool to teach this unfilial son a lesson. Yuming could only stand up and rush forward to stop Lao Xiao. President Xiao, what Xiao? Xiao Chong said is all true. Qiangxing Real Estate Group belongs to Xiao Chong. I'm just the president in charge of management. The real boss behind the scenes is your son, Xiao Chong. Xiao Zhangwo's hand, holding the shoehorn, paused in midair. You can disbelieve your son's words, but why would the CEO lie to you? Could this bastard really be the real boss of Qiangxing Real Estate Group? Then what am I? The retired emperor? Or is he a rich second generation? Yuming. Oh no, Mr. Yu, is what you said true? You're not just trying to make me happy. Yuming spoke again, helplessly. Of course it's true. Mr. Xiao, think about it. How did I buy that 2 million yuan Mercedes back then? Xiao Zhangwo immediately recalled the scene at the time. Regarding the standard of the vehicle to be provided to the engineering manager, the finance manager kept staring at his son. When his son said, why doesn't the engineering manager deserve a luxury car worth 2 million? The finance manager actually said that this was the standard for the company's vehicle allocation. But the finance manager said he couldn't remember, son. Mr. Xiao, think about it. In the entire Jinshe branch, besides you, how does everyone else react when they see Mr. Xiao Chong? Old Xiao was silenced again by Yuming's words. Yes, his men always treated Xiao Chong with such respect. Even he, the general manager, was envious, and he always thought that those employees were only acting that way because of him. If Qiangxing really is his own son, then all those abnormal phenomena seem quite reasonable. You son of a bitch, are you really the big boss of Qiangxing Real Estate Group? I remember you said Qiangxing is the company of one of your female classmates' fathers. Have you already married into someone else's family as a child's son-in-law? The three of them were completely taken aback by Lao Zhao's wildly imaginative ideas. Dad, you have such a vivid imagination. My son and daughter, your grandchildren, will definitely only have the surname Xiao. Xiao Chong's words finally dispelled Xiao Zhangwo's doubts. So, you're a tycoon, son of a bitch. No need for Dad to arrange a job for you with a monthly salary of 4,000? Oh my, I'm so happy. Old Zhao's state of mind at this moment is probably even more excited than if he had won 5 million in the lottery. Tell Dad right now, how the hell did you post that? You son of a bitch. Xiao Chong was so embarrassed. Dad, let's discuss this when we get home. After leaving the office, Li Muyao left first, as she hadn't been home to see her parents for many days. Xiao Chong rode in his father's Volkswagen Santana back to the mountain valley where he was born and raised. The father and son remained tense throughout the journey, not uttering a single word. Zhang Guifang was overjoyed to see her son suddenly return home. Old Xiao, quickly go to the convenience store and buy some meat to treat our son. No need, I've already bought it. As he spoke, he took a large amount of ready-made food from the trunk, which he had purchased from a five-star hotel. After everything was settled, Xiao Zhangwo pulled the mother and son, who had been showing concern for each other, into the house. Seeing her wife's secretive demeanor, Zhang Guifan muttered, "Old Xiao, what's going on here?" Xiao Zhangwo turned his head to look at Xiao Chong. "Mr. Xiao, tell me, what trouble have you caused at the school?" Zhang Guifan looked at her boss as if he were crazy. "Have you lost your mind from a fever? You call your son General Manager Xiao?" Xiao Chong coughed twice, preparing to lay his cards on the table. "Mom, old Xiao really should call me President Xiao. He certainly wouldn't say that he was reborn. That would be too sensational. He could only give a brief description. To put it simply, your son, me, made a few hundred million yuan by playing the stock market in high school, then used that money to start a small company, and then made a few 100 million yuan more." Xiao Zhangwo. Zhang Guifan. That's it. Xiao Zhangwo thought his son would give a long, hour-long speech about how he made his father a second-generation rich kid. Oh no, it was supposed to be such a simple thing. Zhang Guifan immediately asked, "Son, how much money have you made?" After a moment's thought, Xiao Chong realized that, not counting the 900 billion US dollars in Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall and the 29.7 billion US dollars in his stock account, there was only 24 billion Chinese yuan in his own bank account. But how can we present this 24 billion in a way that is more easily accepted by the two elders? After thinking for a long time, he suddenly had an idea and said, "Mom, what if we consider earning 100 million as a small goal?" Before Xiao Chong could finish speaking, Zhang Guifan immediately interrupted. "Speak like a normal person. What normal person considers earning 100 million a small goal?" Xiao Chong. Forehead. After a moment's thought, he realized his mother was right. "Mom, I was just using a vivid analogy." "Okay, then continue with your analogy. When will you earn a small fortune to show your parents?" Xiao Chong said, "Dad, Mom, don't believe me? Your son now has 240 small goals." Despite being somewhat prepared, Lao Xiao was still so shocked he jumped 3 feet high. "How many?" "Two. 240 small goals." A brief silence fell over the three of them. No one spoke, except for Zhang Guifan and Xiao Zhangwo, whose mouths grew increasingly wide. Zhang Guifan, "Son, college students never lie. Are you telling the truth?" Xiao Chong, "Of course it's true." Zhang Guifan, "Really? I don't believe it either." Xiao Chong, "No normal person would believe that he earned 240 small goals in less than a year. Isn't this a huge joke?" Chapter 161, Take a Sip of Matai to calm down. Xiao Chong was speechless for a moment. "Mom and Dad, why don't you check my bank account balance?" Xiao Zhangwo and Zhang Guifan exchanged a glance. "All right then, let's take a look." Xiao Chong took out his phone and found the bank card SMS notification. "Mom, look." Zhang Guifan stepped forward and took the phone directly into her hand. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, billions, hundreds of billions. This was definitely one of the longest numbers Zhang Guifan had ever seen in her life. The only numbers longer were ID card numbers and phone numbers. Seeing his wife's strange reaction, Xiao Zhangwo leaned closer, saying, "It's so long. I am dizzy. Now you should believe me, right? Dad, could you bring me that tote bag?" Xiao Zhangwo muttered something as he carried the bag into the living room. Xiao Chong took the bag, placed it on the table, and unzipped it, revealing bright red Chinese yuan. Zhang Guifan and Xiao Zhangwo's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. "How much money must this huge bag cost?" "Mom, here's 1 million Chinese yuan for your spending money." Zhang Guifan then realized what was happening and cautiously said, as if guarding against a thief, "You child, don't you understand the principle of not flaunting your wealth?" As he spoke, he hurriedly stuffed the bag of money into the wardrobe and locked it. Xiao Chong was speechless as he looked at his mother's agile figure. He then pulled out 2 more bank cards from his pocket. "Mom and Dad, that was for you two to buy groceries, rice, oil, salt, and pocket money. I was in a rush to come back this time, so I didn't withdraw too much cash. There's 20 million in each of these 2 cards. You can use that to travel around the world. If you need more, I'll transfer more to you." Xiao Jiangwo was delighted and was about to take the bank card when Zhang Guifan snatched it away, rolling her eyes at him. You actually dare to take it? What are you going to do with 20 million? Like those rich people, keeping a mistress, or even a fourth mistress. Xiao Jiangwo was taken aback, then said with a wronged expression, Son, look at your mother's behavior. Xiao Chong was speechless for a moment. Son, this money is hard-earned. Mom will save it for you. In a few days, Mom will buy you a big house. Hey, Lao Xiao, I often hear you bragging about how great the houses at your Changshan real estate are. As the general manager, do you get any discounts when buying a house? You're even preparing a wedding house for your son in advance. Upon graduation, I immediately got married and had children. Xiao Chong felt a headache coming on. Xiao Jiangwo gave a wry smile. Sure, why not? I'd give you a set for free. Discounts are nothing. Zhang Guifan said in surprise. Old Xiao, you've upgraded your equipment today. You're quite the talker. If you can really buy one for free, you can have the head of the household for the next month and do whatever you want with it. Real. Nonsense. A woman's word is her bond. Xiao Jiangwo turned his head to his son. Mr. Xiao, please give me an answer. Is it possible? Xiao Chong watched his parents bickering and smiled helplessly. Why are you asking me about my son? I'm asking you. Son, give me an answer quickly. Your dad's standing in the family for the next month depends on your word. Yes, yes. Hey, what kind of riddles are you two playing? This old woman is short-sighted. Changshan Real Estate belongs to your son. He's the big boss. Even I, the general manager, work for your son. You want to buy a house for free? Isn't that just a matter of your son saying a word? Don't just say one house. You can have as many as you want. Zhang Guifan was completely dumbfounded, her wide eyes looking at her son. Son, is what your dad said true or false? Are all the houses owned by Changshan Real Estate yours? Xiao Chong nodded. Yes, Mom. Didn't I just say that after making money from stocks, I started a company, Changshan Real Estate? That's this. Honey, what's next month's role as the head of the household? Zhang Guifan glared at her fierce eyes. What's wrong, Lao Xiao? You really want to turn the tables and become master? You child-leeching brat. Go and prepare the food. Let's eat. My precious son is starving. Xiao Jiangwo sighed. Xiao Chong watched from the sidelines, thoroughly amused. Dad, why don't you call Uncle over too? I need to talk to you two about something later. All right, Mr. Xiao. Xiao Chong's second uncle, Xiao Weigua, has taken great care of their family since Xiao Chong can remember. Back then, when his father, Xiao Jiangwo, was working away from home, his second uncle took care of many of the dirty and tiring chores. Therefore, it's time to repay my second uncle's family. Half an hour later, Xiao Weigua swaggered into Xiao Chong's house. Seeing Xiao Chong there, he immediately launched into a loud tirade. Hey, my nephew's back. We'll have to have a good drink today. Second uncle, please sit down. Wow, what a lavish meal today. Looks like I'm getting a good deal from my nephew. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, your dad would only give me a whole peanut or shredded potatoes. Get lost, you brat. Want another beating, huh? Your brother is just that stingy. He always fights with me when I buy new clothes. Xiao Chong was deeply moved by the decades-long brotherhood between his father and second uncle. Dad, take out the mitai you left in the trunk this morning. Upon hearing that there was mitai, Xiao Weigua immediately fixed his gaze on his elder brother. Bro, you're really stingy. You have mitai, but you won't take it out, letting your brother drink cheap liquor instead. Despite being exposed in public, Xiao Jiangwo showed no embarrassment whatsoever, saying those 3 cases of mitai were for your nephew's wedding. What, 3 boxes? Xiao Weigua was completely shocked. He had never drunk mitai, but he had heard of it. It cost more than 1,000 yuan a bottle. How could ordinary people afford to drink this stuff? Brother, are you going too far? Buying 3 cases of mitai? How much did that cost? Didn't my sister-in-law make you kneel on the clothes board? Xiao Weigua directly presented 4 soul-searching questions. Seeing that his mother's face had also darkened, Xiao Chong quickly spoke up. I moved those to my dad's car. I was short on time this time, and the store only had 3 boxes left. I'll have someone deliver some back in a day or 2. You 2 brothers, drink as much as you want a day. Xiao Jiangwo and his wife remained calm. They had already achieved 240 small goals, so a bottle of mitai costing over 1,000 yuan was nothing to them. However, Xiao Weigua had no idea about his nephew's background. Brother, my nephew won the lottery? That feels like he became rich overnight. Xiao Chong. Second uncle, I called you here today to discuss something with you. Are you still dealing in agricultural products? Hey, yeah, if I didn't do this, there'd be no good work anyway. Your nephew has recently made a fortune. I want to open a supermarket in the shopping center area of Jeanshire, but I have to go to school and don't have time. I was thinking of having my dad and second uncle drive it. Would you two be willing? Opening a small shop? Your dad could manage that by himself. Why do we two brothers have to help out? It's not a small shop. It's a supermarket of around 6,000 square meters. Xiao Jiangwo was taken aback. How big? 6,000 square meters? Is that a supermarket? No, I need to quickly drink some matai to calm my nerves. Xiao Weiguo followed suit. Brother, fill my cup too. I was a little startled too. Chapter 162, Land Transfer. The two brothers were so shocked that they held their breath for half an hour, and both bottles of matai were emptied. Seeing his father and second uncle enjoying themselves, Xiao Chong couldn't bear to spoil their fun, so he didn't mention the supermarket again at the dinner table. Anyway, I plan to stay for a few days this time, so I have plenty of time. The two brothers talked about everything from when they were wearing open crotch pants until now, and it was almost as if they were drunk on their own words. Finally, the two brothers fell into a deep sleep. Taking advantage of the opportunity to help his mother tidy up, Xiao Chong said, Mom, I'm planning to renovate our house. What are you talking about? Our village is about to be completely demolished. It's said that rich people from the city want to buy all the barren mountains in our village to develop a martyrs cemetery, a public cemetery, and a crematorium. They even said they would relocate the entire village. Sai, it's a place I've lived in for decades. I'm really going to miss it. Xiao Chong clearly remembered that in his previous life, the land acquisition for the cemetery and martyr cemetery was carried out in October, and he had not heard of the whole village being demolished at that time. It seems that my transmigration and rebirth have changed the course of events in this life. After finishing his chores, Xiao Chong went out alone. In his memory, it had been a long time since he had climbed the mountains or seen the river of his hometown. This is perhaps the price of growing up, the source of childhood happiness. As people grow up, whether busy with work or leaving their hometown, means that familiar taste of home can only exist in occasional memories. It is both a sense of helplessness and a tragedy. Xiao Chong wandered aimlessly through mountain after mountain, pausing on country roads he had walked as a child, and reminiscing at places where he and his childhood friends had once caught fish. Such a beautiful village, a countryside full of memories, and you actually want to build a crematorium? A cemetery? How can the very means of feeding farmers be turned into a tool for capitalists to reap huge profits? Will Xiao Chong let them have their way? As evening approached, Xiao Chong finally returned home, looking disheveled. Oh, the Xiao family's two heroes have finally woken up. Is the taste of matai all right? The Xiao brothers were so embarrassed by the teasing from this younger generation that they turned red in the face. Good. Improvise. By the way, nephew, I remember you told your second uncle that you wanted to open a convenience store, right? Yes, a small shop of 6,000 square meters. 6,000 square meters? That must have cost a fortune. Even if you won the lottery, it probably wouldn't be enough. Seeing his younger brother's doubtful look, Xiao Jiangwo immediately shouted, Quickly tell your second uncle about those 240 small goals. But halfway through her sentence, she suddenly remembered the words her son had repeatedly told her to heed. Let others know we've made it big. But we can't let others know how far we've gone. So they stopped immediately. Xiao Weiguo looked completely bewildered. What the heck? 240 small goals. What are you talking about, bro? He didn't say much, just that Xiao Chong told us to work hard and earn 2.4 million or 24 million. Second uncle, your nephew has indeed made a sum of money. I won't say exactly how much, but it's enough to open this 6,000 square meter supermarket. After this supermarket opens, my dad will be the general manager and you'll be the deputy general manager. You will both earn 10,000 yuan a month. How about that? And then I'll give you both 5% of the shares. Xiao Jiangwo, 10,000? Dad's taking this job? No, Mr. Xiao, my brother and I are taking this job. He immediately winked at Xiao Weiguo beside him. Oh, we'll take it. Nephew, Xiao Jiangwo. What the hell, nephew? Call me General Manager Xiao. You're so lacking in awareness. Now you know why you're the Deputy General Manager. Oh, right, Mr. Xiao. What does that shareholding mean? All right, Dad. Second uncle. Why call him President Xiao? This is at home, not at work. Just call him Xiao Qiang. Second uncle, regarding those shares, let me give you an example. If the supermarket makes a profit of 1 million this year, Besides your monthly salary, you'll also receive a bonus of 50,000 yuan by the end of the year. Do you understand? Oh, I understand. All right, Mr. Xiao. Your second uncle is doing it too. When are we going to open a supermarket? Xiao Chong chuckled. Second uncle, no rush. We're opening a 6,000 square meter supermarket, not a 6 square meter convenience store. In the next couple of days, I'll send you to Yinjing for training. You'll know what to do when you come back. All right, your dad and I will do whatever you say. Just as the three were finishing their discussion, a large group of people suddenly entered the courtyard. Xiao Chong got up and saw that the leader was none other than Zhang Sanmao, the village party secretary. Xiao Jiangwo immediately went to greet him. Old Zhang, what's going on? Zhang Sanmao patted Xiao Jiangwo on the shoulder. Old Xiao, this is great news. This isn't about the village attracting investment to build a martyrs cemetery and public cemetery. It involves land transfer. Given our relationship, you have to support me, right? Look, this is the project implementation opinion solicitation form and the land transfer agreement. As he spoke, he leaned close to Xiao Jiangwo's ear and said, Old Xiao, with our relationship, I managed to get you the highest land transfer price. Your 3 mu of land is worth 50,000 yuan, while other people's land is only worth 10,000 yuan per mu. You absolutely mustn't tell anyone else. Xiao Jiangwo immediately grinned. Being extremely simple-minded, he believed that the village secretary's treatment of him showed him respect, and he couldn't refuse to meet him. So he picked up a pen and prepared to sign. Dad, wait. When Xiao Jiangwo saw his son asking him to wait, he stopped writing. Son, what's wrong? Xiao Chong stepped forward, took the opinion solicitation form and the land transfer agreement, quickly glanced through them, and shook his head with a smile. Uncle Zhang, my family's 3 mu of land is worth 50,000 yuan. Is that a very high land transfer price? Zhang Sanmao was taken aback, but immediately put on a big smile and said, Nephew, of course everyone else gets 10,000 yuan per mu. Do you think your price is high? Moreover, these land are transferred in a one-time transaction, and the villagers will not be able to enjoy the division of labor in the operation after the project is implemented. Right, Uncle Zhang? Is this what you call a project that benefits the people? This has absolutely nothing to do with the propaganda that it can lead the villagers out of poverty and into prosperity. As Xiao Chong continued his narration, Zhang Sanmao's previously smiling face lost all its smile and turned gloomy. Upon seeing this, Xiao Jiangwo immediately stepped in to smooth things over. Old Zhang, Xiao Chong was just talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. Dad, Uncle Sanmao, I'm not making this up. I don't agree with this project, I don't approve of it, and I certainly won't let you sign it. Xiao Chong spoke with righteous indignation, without the slightest hint of joking. Xiao Jiangwo was in an extremely awkward position. On one side was his son, and on the other was the village party secretary who respected him. What should he do? The scene instantly fell silent. A moment later, village secretary Zhang Sanmao, his face ashen, spoke up, Old Xiao, are you going to sign this or not? The words had lost all politeness and sounded more like an interrogation. Old Zhang, what do you think? How about we discuss this as a family and then sue you for the results tomorrow? Zhang Sanmao gave a sinister smile. Shout Jiangwo, so you can't even make decisions about your own family matters. 3 mu of land for 50,000 yuan right now. Once you miss this opportunity, you might not get another one. Think it through. Zhang Sanmao's cold words made Xiao Jiangwo feel a deep sense of unfamiliarity, which made him frown. Dad, our family doesn't lack that little bit of money like 30,000 to 50,000. His son's words brought Xiao Jiangwo back to his senses. That's right, my son has 240 small goals, and there are 40 million in the 2 bank cards at home. Why the hell am I agonizing over 30,000 or 50,000? Chapter 163 Coercion. Although Xiao Jiangwo doesn't care about the 30,000 to 50,000 yuan now, he believes that he and the village secretary have a good personal relationship, and he doesn't want to ruin their relationship. So he spoke again. Old Zhang, look at our relationship. Why don't you let my family discuss this? I'll sign it tomorrow, and you guys can go find other people to sign first. Our village has over 300 households. My signature alone won't make much difference. Zhang Sanmao smiled dismissively. Xiao Jiangwo, to be honest with you, you're right about one thing. Whether you sign or not doesn't really determine anything. Since you and your son are so ungrateful, don't blame me for being ruthless. To be honest, even if you don't sign, they'll still occupy your land. Moreover, whether I can offer you a transfer price of 10,000 yuan per mu depends on my mood. And let me make this clear to you. I have no relation to you, and we have no connection whatsoever, so don't try to make yourself look good. Too many people are trying to get close to me. Zhang Sanmao, I don't need another one. At this moment, Zhang Sanmao completely revealed his arrogant true nature, even publicly humiliating Xiao Jiangwo. Even a clay idol has some temper, let alone Xiao Jiangwo, a soldier with a fiery spirit. Zhang Sanmao, are you the village party secretary or a local tyrant? I really don't believe it. If I don't sign, you dare to take over my 3 acres of land. All right, you're not welcome in my Xiao family. Get as far away from me as possible. Not only Zhang Sanmao, but even Xiao Chong was intimidated by his father's domineering side. At this moment, a man in a suit who had come into the courtyard with Zhang Sanmao stepped forward and addressed Xiao Chong's family. I advise your family not to refuse a toast, only to suffer a forfeit. It's such a simple principle that you can't fight City Hall. Why can't you understand it? You're just farmers. Why don't you take the money and live a good life? Don't go looking for trouble. Who can guarantee you won't get into a car accident or something when you go out? It's not worth the risk, is it? Hearing that the other party was still threatening him, Xiao Jiangwo was furious. Seeing how they treated their elder brother, Xiao Weigua instantly lost his temper. What? Zhang Sanmao, you want to resort to violence? Everyone has 2 shoulders and a head. Who's afraid of who? Zhang Sanmao was furious. This family was truly impervious to reason. The man in black sneered. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll just say this. I'll have your land bulldozed tomorrow, and you won't get a single penny. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chong burst into laughter, his gaze turning cold as he looked at Zhang Sanmao's group of nearly 20 people. They really are fearless. Zhang Sanmao, you still claim to be acting in the people's best interests and leading the villagers to prosperity? You're a piece of trash, a scumbag. Okay, let's see how you manage to promote my house tomorrow. I'll just say here, your cemetery and crematorium project won't be able to take place in our village. Being insulted to his face by a junior, Zhang Sanmao was completely enraged. You Xiao family are truly hopeless. Then you all should open your eyes wide and see how your 3 acres of land will be bulldozed tomorrow. I'd better have one of you who's not afraid of death go and block the bulldozer. If one of you dies, I'll just pay you a few 100,000. Aren't you Xiao family members tough as nails? I'd like to see if the Xiao family is as tough as they are today tomorrow. Let's go. After saying this, Zhang Sanmao led a group of people away from the Xiao family. Dad, what are we going to do? These people, aren't they robbers? Zhang Guifan was so anxious she was almost in tears. Sai, what should I do? I don't know what to do either. I never thought old Zhang was this kind of person. You can never truly know a person's heart. Brother, sister-in-law, don't worry. We'll go to the fields tomorrow. I still have a can of gasoline at home. If any excavator dares to push, we'll just burn it and its crew to the ground. Xiao Chong was both moved and sighed. His second uncle was as ruthless as ever. Mom and Dad, Uncle, there's no need to go to so much trouble. Don't worry, they can't take our land, and their project won't be able to be implemented in our village. You don't need to worry about it. Eat and drink as you please. Leave the rest to me. Son, are you sure you can do it? Xiao Jiangwo asked worriedly. Dad, have you forgotten about those 240 small goals? Do you think they'll be richer than your son? Xiao Jiangwo shook his head. That solves it. Money makes the world go round. Just be prepared to see how your son deals with them tomorrow. After settling his parents and uncle in, Xiao Chong returned to his own room. I made several phone calls in a row. It's not worth getting worked up over these people. After arranging everything, Xiao Chong lay down on the wooden bed he had slept on for more than 10 years. Everything was so familiar. Around 8 p.m., the 2 Xiao brothers continued drinking heavily. There was no other way. Xiao Chong had brought back over 10,000 yuan worth of food from a 5-star hotel, and he had to finish it quickly. Second brother, is my mitai good? It has to taste good. Bro, have a drink. Then you better do a good job as the deputy general manager from now on, and your brother will definitely not treat you unfairly. Xiao Jiangwo was still under the influence of the alcohol from lunch, and after only a couple of ounces in the evening, he started acting like a general manager. No problem, brother. No, General Manager Xiao, from now on, if we brothers work together, we can achieve anything. Let's make this little shop bigger and stronger. Let's break out of Earth and head to space. Just as the 2 brothers were toasting each other, 18 identical Mercedes-Benz vans pulled up outside the Shao family's gate. The Shao family's dog barked wildly when it heard the noise. Hey, what's that noise outside? Is the dog in heat today? He's usually so quiet. Why is he barking so much today? Come on, brother, let's go out and see if that bastard Zhang Sanmao is up to something. Go, Guafin, go, get our shovels and hoes. If they dare to cause trouble, chop them down one by one, chop down two by two. Xiao Jiangwo was clearly drunk again and was acting wildly. Mom, don't listen to Dad. Maybe he's not one of Zhang Sanmao's people. Zhang Guafin, naturally, couldn't listen to the drunkard's words and followed him out the door. After everyone went outside, they saw 70 men dressed in black carrying something out of 8 vans behind them. The one leading the group was none other than Su Rue. What they were carrying were all boxes of unopened Matai liquor, including Flying Fairy, Zodiac series, and even aged Matai over 20 years old. Upon seeing Xiao Chong and his group emerge, Su Rue immediately ran over. Hello, uncles and aunts, I am Su Rue, an employee of General Manager Xiao. Hello Xiao Su, what's going on here? Xiao Jiangwo's not-so-bright brain was also stunned. Uncle, here's some drink for you. Brother Rue, let everyone move it inside. Xiao Chong made the arrangements. Then more than 70 people began to move in one after another, until most of the wedding house that Xiao Jiangwo built for his son was occupied. At this point, the Xiao brothers regained their senses and recognized what the drink was. Xiao Wei was swallowed hard. Brother, there must be over 100 cases of Matai here. Brother, Mr. Xiao, you probably won't be able to finish this anytime soon. Could you spare a few cases for your brother? Xiao Jiangwo doted on his younger brother since childhood, so how could he really be stingy with him? However, that didn't stop him from teasing his brother. Then let's hear you call me President Xiao a few more times. President Xiao, great President Xiao, dear President Xiao. Enough already, bro. All right, take 20 cases back later, come back for more after you've finished drinking them. Xiao Weiguo was instantly overwhelmed with emotion, hugging his older brother and kissing him several times, exclaiming, "You really are my brother." Chapter 164, A Bad Start, First Dirt. Xiao Su, are you all Xiao Chong's subordinates? After everyone finished their work, Xiao Jiangwo began to inquire about the background of these young people. Uncle, yes, we are Mr. Zhao's subordinates. Oh, so you're also from Qiangxing Real Estate? No, that's not it. We're from Qiangxing Security Company. Oh, how many employees does your company have? Uncle, Qiangxing Security currently has 986 employees. Oh. Xiao Jiangwo wanted to continue his probing questions, but Xiao Chong interrupted him directly. Dad, that's enough. Asking any more will involve company secrets. Xiao Jiangwo was taken aback. Am I the son, or are you the son? Are you? Xiao Chong turned to look at Xiao Weiguo. Second uncle, work hard in the future. I think you could do a great job as the supermarket general manager too. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiangwo panicked, and the effects of the alcohol he had just taken hold of him. Xiao Su, you two go ahead with your business. I won't bother you any longer. After saying that, she glanced guiltily at her son, thinking to herself, I'm doomed. I've been completely outmaneuvered by my son. Second uncle, work hard from now on. Getting promoted from deputy general manager to full-time is just a matter of a word from me. Then he glanced at his father almost imperceptibly. Xiao Jiangwo turned his head away guiltily. At least I've managed to keep my position as general manager. After the operation was completed, the 70 security personnel reflexively gathered together, lined up in 7 rows, and each stood in a military posture. Having served in the military, Xiao Jiangwo quickly recognized that familiar feeling. Brothers, thank you for making this long journey from Yanjing. Brother Rue, let's go to the city tonight and stay overnight. You can come back at 7 a.m. tomorrow. I'll treat everyone to a good meal and drinks tonight. Su Rue nodded, then said goodbye to Zhao's parents and led the team towards Jin City. On a winter morning, the sun seemed to be sleeping in. It was past 7 o'clock and the sky was still a bit gloomy. 2 excavators and 1 bulldozer were parked on a large open space in front of village Secretary Zhang Sanmao's house. Zhang Sanmao addressed the middle-aged man in a black suit who had accompanied him yesterday. Mr. Li, rest assured, today I will completely raze Xiao Jiangwo's 3 acres of land to the ground, even if it's just to make an example of him. Let's see who dares to disagree afterward. The general manager Li. that Zhang Sanmao mentioned is Li Eru, the developer of his cemetery and crematorium. He was originally a hoodlum who started out as a hoodlum. After making his fortune, he used some connections to launder his money, and his business was thriving. Recently, he secured this cemetery and crematorium project through a connection. Li Eru's face was fierce. If this had happened before, I would have broken one of his arms and one of his legs immediately. Dare to speak ill of me, Li Eru? I think he's tired of living. Although he has been exonerated, the ruthlessness in his bones cannot be concealed no matter what. Behind Li Eru stood about 100 young men with shaved heads and wearing suits. They're all sleazy and hilarious. Zhang Sanmao waved his hand and shouted, "Let's go." The 3 pieces of engineering equipment immediately roared to life. In order to thoroughly intimidate the villagers, Zhang Sanmao and his entourage deliberately made a grand entrance through the village. It displayed an extremely arrogant and domineering attitude. Just as we were about to head up the mountain, we saw 5 large road rollers parked neatly on the road. Holy crap, which bunch of blind fools parked their cars here? Damn it, I'm calling the traffic cop to give you a ticket. When the henchmen leading the way saw that the road was blocked, they started cursing. Zhang Sanmao and Li Eru got out of the car and came to the road roller blocking the road, looking at the large Changshan Group logo on the machine. It must have been done by the Xiao family. Damn it. Let's go. Let's take another route. After trying 4 different mountain paths and enduring countless mouthfuls of dust, they discovered that all the roads leading to the Xiao family's 3 acres of land were blocked by road rollers. Zhang Sanmao and Li Eru's expressions turned extremely fierce. He hissed, "Xiao Jiangwo, do you think you can stop us like this? Dig up this little hill next to the road roller for me." Li Eru was seething with anger and didn't care about anything else. At this moment, all he wanted to do was dig up the 3 acres of land belonging to the Xiao family and watch them beg for mercy with their faces covered in dust. Only in this way can his resentment at being stuck in a rut and eating dirt be relieved. The small mountain that Li Eru mentioned was no small thing at all. After all, it was a mountain. 2 excavators and a bulldozer worked hard for 3 hours before they could barely dig out a passage. More than 100 grime-covered underlings, armed with shovels, set off in a grand procession towards the Xiao family's mountain land, led by excavators and bulldozers. At this moment, Xiao Jiangwo, Xiao Weigua, Xiao Chong, Su Rui, and Yu Ming were sitting in a tent on a construction site, eating a sumptuous meal that had just been packed from a hotel. In a dozen or so Mercedes-Benz vans parked nearby, the men from Changshan Security were also eating meat heartily. Xiao Weigua, Xiao Qiang, why haven't Zhang Sanmao and the others arrived yet? I miss him so much. I just want to see how much dirt he's eaten. At that moment, the rumbling sound of an engine grew louder as it approached. Xiao Chong gave Su Rui a wink, and Su Rui immediately stood up and shouted to the brothers in the car, "Brothers, stop eating. Get ready to work." Everyone obeyed orders, put down their bowls and chopsticks, and tidied up their equipment. Then stand aside. The Mercedes that Zhang Sanmao and Li Eru were riding in quickly climbed the earthen slope and arrived at the wide flat area where Xiao Chong and his group were. If you climb another hill from where Xiao Chong and his group are, you'll reach the Xiao family's 3 acres of land. By this time, Zhang Sanmao and Li Eru were starving and parched. After getting off the vehicle, they saw that the Xiao family father and son even had a tent, and inside the tent were big fish and meat dishes and even several bottles of mitai. This completely broke their defenses, especially Li Eru. "I led my brothers to eat dirt there, and you're here drinking and eating meat like crazy? You're really not treating me, Li Eru, like a human being." At this moment, about 100 henchmen carrying shovels and hoes also came up behind Li Eru. That guy was in a truly pitiful state. His originally dark suit was now covered with a thick layer of dirt, and his hair and face were covered in dirt. He looked no better than the cement-carrying uncle. Xiao Chong and the others burst out laughing at the disheveled state of Li Eru and his gang, and happiness is contagious. Soon, Xiao Chong's group of 70 or 80 people burst into laughter. "Zhang Sanmao, Li Eru, where are you leading your henchmen to eat dirt? Are you full? If not, look at the yellow earth under your feet. It should be enough to feed you for hundreds of years." Xiao Weigua hadn't received much formal education, but his sharp words earned him applause from Xiao Chong. Chapter 165, A Complete and Utter Bastard. Since Li Eru cleaned up his act, he has become a successful man, with a group of underlings running errands for him every day, looking very powerful. He hadn't seen himself in such a disheveled state in many years, and now he was being mocked by the farmer Xiao Weigua. This made him even angrier, thinking, just because I'm not showing my teeth doesn't mean I'm some kind of pushover. Although he saw that there were many people behind the other side and knew that the other side had obviously found help, Li Eru, who had never known the meaning of backing down since his debut, didn't care. Besides, he had the advantage in numbers, so what was there to be afraid of? Xiao Lao, since you're courting death, don't blame me. Go and kill him. Kill anyone who tries to stop you. If anything goes wrong, it's my responsibility, Li Erhu. 100 or so of his men immediately raised shovels and hoes and charged toward Xiao Chong and his group. As they ran, the loose dust on Li Erhu's men swirled around, even blinding many of the underlings. Before they even got close to Xiao Chong and his group, 20 or 30 of them stopped and started rubbing their eyes. As the group of thugs charged toward the crowd, Surue made a gesture to the 70 men from Qianxing security. The first 2 rows of 20 men immediately stepped forward and blocked Xiao Chong and his group. Li Erhu's face twisted into a ferocious grin. You think 20 men can stop 120 of us with their bare hands? Wishful thinking. Zhang Sanmao chimed in with a compliment. Exactly, they're overestimating themselves. But Mr. Li, if someone gets killed, it could have unpredictable consequences for the project's success. Li Erhu grinned. What's there to be afraid of? Don't worry, I'll handle anything that happens. But seeing Zhang Sanmao's nervous expression beside him, he chuckled again. Secretary Zhang, you can't stand firm if you're not ruthless. Zhang Sanmao felt like he was being roasted over a fire, and with no other choice, he could only force a smile. While the two were having their own thoughts during their conversation, their forces had already clashed. Although Qianxing security only deployed 20 people, and they were unarmed, the battle between a group of thugs and professional special forces was still one-sided. One after another, Li Erhu's men were kicked and slapped away. After falling backward, they were basically powerless to fight and lay on the ground howling in pain. Even those who could stand up pretended not to be able to get up, lying on the ground groaning as if they were sick. This group of people bullies the weak and fear the strong. They can bully ordinary people and act tough in front of them, but when they see that the other party is tough, they all play the game of pretending to be dead. Seeing this one-sided scene, Zhang Sanmao felt a little fortunate. If Li Erhu's men had really gained the upper hand, the casualties would have been unavoidable, which would have had a terrible impact on him. Li Erhu felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the scene before him. Who the hell is this god? How can he be so good at fighting? My underlings are like kindergartners fighting an adult in front of him. They get completely thrashed. In less than 5 minutes, all 120 of their men were lying on the ground. The 20 men in black didn't even pant. They simply dusted themselves off and returned to their ranks with disgusted expressions. After the dust in the air had settled, Xiao Chong stepped forward. Li Erhu and Zhang Sanmao. Are you trying to forcibly take over my land? That's it. You guys aren't very good either. The people behind him burst into laughter in perfect unison. This made the 2 men feel somewhat embarrassed, as if they had overstated their words. Zhang Sanmao could only helplessly turn his gaze to Li Erhu beside him. Mr. Li, what should we do? If we don't make an example of him this time and let the villagers follow suit, then our project is very likely to fail. Upon hearing this, Li Erhu's face darkened considerably. He pulled out a walkie-talkie and ordered, "Go up there and forcibly demolish those 3 acres of land." The excavators and bulldozers below the slope behind received the order and started up again. Xiao Zhengwo, even if you find helpers, so what if they're good at fighting? I'll have the bulldozers bulldoze your 3 acres right now. You dare send your henchmen to block the bulldozers? Let's see if I dare run them over. Xiao Chong laughed heartily upon hearing this. Li Erhu, don't worry, I won't stop you. Let them go up there. If they can demolish my house, then you'll be truly capable. If you can't push my son away, then you're a coward. A complete and utter bastard. Seeing that the other party was still mocking him, Li Erhu was almost going berserk. He went straight to a bulldozer. Get out, I'll drive it myself. The bulldozer driver immediately gave up the driver's seat. Li Erhu felt that only by personally driving the bulldozer and completely destroying the Xiao family's land could he vent his resentment. He sat in the driver's seat, slammed on the gas pedal, and looked at the Xiao family father and son provocatively. only to see Xiao Chang's equally provocative smile. That's infuriating. Li Eru hadn't acted like this for many years. At this moment, he had completely reverted to his true nature, a thug and a hooligan, having lost all pretense of being a civilized person. He floored the accelerator, and the bulldozer, billowing thick black smoke, rushed toward the hillside, not far away. Seeing how brave the leader of the family was, the two excavators behind him also floored the accelerator and followed in his footsteps. The 200-meter mountain road was covered in an instant by the bulldozers. Looking at the 30-degree steep slope in front of him, Li Eru stepped on the gas again, and the bulldozer rushed up the hillside. But as soon as he went uphill, the scene he saw shocked Li Eru so much that he immediately slammed on the brakes. The excavator following closely behind wasn't paying attention and rear-ended it. Li Eru stared blankly at the 20 large road rollers parked in front of him. These 20 road rollers not only blocked his way, but also crushed his heart. Suddenly, all 20 road rollers started up, their engines roaring loudly. Then, all 20 road rollers simultaneously honked their horns, the loud blaring causing Li Eru to involuntarily cover his ears. Just as Li Eru was at a loss, the 20 road rollers actually began to roll over his bulldozer. Just as Li Eru was thinking, "I don't believe you dare to ram my bulldozer," the 20 road rollers were already less than 10 meters away from his bulldozer. Moreover, the resonance generated by the 20 road rollers rolling over the road surface caused the entire ground to vibrate. Li Eru panicked completely at this point, hurriedly shifting into reverse and backing up. The two henchmen behind him saw their boss suddenly reverse and quickly backed away. That's all. The more fiercely Li Eru charged forward earlier, the more pathetic his retreat became. After going downhill, due to the narrowness of the road, 3 road rollers chased after them all the way, forcing Li Eru and the others to retreat to the position where Xiao Chang and the others were before stopping. "Hey, Li Eru, what brings you back again? Aren't they going to demolish my land? You're back so soon? What a bastard." Chapter 166, Li Eru admits defeat. At this moment, Li Eru had been completely subdued and had lost all his temper, while Zhang Sanmao, standing beside him, was also looking at the Xiao family father and son with a shocked expression, lost in thought. What the hell went wrong? Xiao Chang once again adopted an aggressive demeanor and stepped forward directly. "Li Eru, I gave you a chance to take my family's land, but you're too useless. And you, Zhang Sanmao, my dad even said we were old friends, and I even called you uncle, but you have no feelings for neighbors or relatives whatsoever, only your own interests. You're utter trash." Now, Zhang Sanmao and Li Eru have suffered repeated setbacks and have lost their previous arrogant and domineering attitude. Despite being insulted and cursed by Xiao Chang, he didn't dare utter a single word. "Old Xiao, aren't you going to do anything about your son? We're old buddies, best brothers. You can't let a little misunderstanding ruin our relationship like this." It was Zhang Sanmao who spoke up. He was a master of opportunism and a shameless person. Seeing that his side was suffering repeated setbacks and could not gain any advantage, he started to curry favor. The key point is that they could say such shameless things so smoothly, and instead of reflecting on their own mistakes, they seemed to be blaming Xiao Jiangwo for being petty. This truly broadened Xiao Jiangwo's horizons. Seeing his father's troubled expression, Xiao Chang was about to speak up to help him out when Xiao Jiangwo spoke up instead. "Old Zhang, there's no misunderstanding between us, is there? Everything that happened today is entirely your own fault. Besides, it seems like there's practically no relationship between us. You." Zhang Sanmao was rendered speechless by Lao Zhao's tactic of using the opponent's own methods against him. Xiao Chang was also taken aback. It seemed that his father had finally seen the light. He was no longer bound by the neighborly relations that the other party considered worthless. "It seems that if the time is right, I can give my father some more responsibilities. Zhang Sanmao, Li Eru, I told you yesterday that you can't take my land, and this project won't be able to be implemented in our village, but you just wouldn't believe me. Li Eru, do you think our village's local produce tastes good or something?" Li Eru was now in a bit of a predicament, his small eyes darting around nervously. Suddenly he spoke up again. "Old Xiao, how about this? I'll contribute 300,000 yuan for your 3 acres of land. What do you think?" When Li Eru's threats failed, he resorted to bribery. It must be said that Li Eru's offer was absolutely attractive. In 2008, 300,000 yuan could buy a house in Jinshi outright. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiangwo was immediately tempted, but then he suddenly remembered that he still had 1 million yuan in cash at home. What can you do with 300,000? Ask my son. He'll be in charge of the Xiao family from now on. Everyone was speechless. Xiao Chong chuckled. Li Eru, see those Mercedes behind us? And those road rollers you saw today? Li Eru was completely bewildered. What do you mean? With this level of intelligence, you still dare to try your hand at business? These Mercedes and bulldozers are all assets of my subsidiary companies. Do you think my Xiao family needs your 300,000? Xiao Chong's words were like a thunderclap from a clear sky, leaving Li Eru and Zhang Sanmao completely bewildered. Just then, Li Eru's phone rang urgently. As soon as Li Eru saw the name on the phone, he cautiously answered the call. Section Chief Zhao. Hello, what instructions do you have? The person who answered the phone was Zhao Lu, the head of the housing and construction section of Jinshu City. Mr. Li, I regret to inform you that the cemetery project you were planning to undertake in Changle Village has been urgently halted by the Bureau. What? It's been stopped. Why is that? Didn't you say there weren't any major problems? Lieru Panika. He had invested a huge amount of manpower, resources, and money in this project in the early stages. If it was stopped, he would lose everything. Zhao Lu sighed on the other end of the phone. Then let me remind you, have you offended anyone recently? After thinking it over carefully, Li Eru realized that apart from having some conflicts with the Xiao family father and son, he hadn't had any contact with anyone else. Do the Xiao family father and son have that kind of power to influence the decisions of the Municipal Housing and Construction Bureau? Li Eru didn't believe it. Section Chief Zhao, is there another purpose for those 2,800 mu of mountain land in Changle Village? Yes. At the same time your project was acquired, the Housing and Construction Bureau directly approved the Cultural Tourism Development Plan submitted by Qiangxing Real Estate to transform Changle Village into Changle Town. You must know Qiangxing Real Estate, right? It's a leading real estate company headquartered in Jinshu, and it ranks first in the country in terms of total real estate development volume. Li Eru suddenly remembered that the bulldozer that had blocked the road earlier had the logo of Qiangxing Real Estate printed on it. And just now, the young man from the Xiao family said that those Mercedes and road rollers were all assets of his company. So wouldn't the young man in front of us be? Li Eru dared not think any further. He finally realized that he had truly bitten off more than he could chew this time. After hanging up the phone, Li Eru stepped forward tremblingly. Mr. Xiao? Mr. Xiao, are you the president of Qiangxing Real Estate? I'm not him, he is. As Xiao Chong spoke, he pointed to Yu Ming, who was watching the commotion behind him. Li Eru was confused again. Then who are you? I'm his boss. Li Eru. Isn't that the same thing? He couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. What kind of world is this? Do big shots just casually walk around on the street like this? And you even bumped into it yourself? Mr. Xiao. Mr. Xiao, it was I, Li Eru, who was blind and didn't recognize your greatness. I'm a scoundrel. I had a damn foul mouth. I apologize to you. Li Eru cursed himself and slapped himself repeatedly, leaving his henchman and Zhang Sanmao completely bewildered. What's wrong with the toughest guy in Jinshu? It's one thing to be ruthless to others, but why be so ruthless to yourself? Look, his face is all swollen. Ouch. His mouth is bleeding profusely. Xiao Chong just watched without stopping him, until Li Eru's face was almost completely swollen and bruised. Only then did Xiao Chong say, all right, that's enough. Your mother won't even recognize you when you get back. Li Eru, his lips swollen thicker than if stung by a bee, mumbled incoherently, Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Well, I won't bother you any longer. I'll get out of here right away. Li Eru was a ruthless and ambitious man. When faced with someone stronger than himself, he would immediately back down and cut his losses. The 100 or so people were completely evacuated in a short time. Zhang Sanmao also took advantage of the chaos and ran out by blending into the crowd. Nephew, why did you let that snobbish Zhang Sanmao go? Second uncle, him? Hitting him would be too lenient. Brother Rue, gather evidence of Zhang Sanmao's embezzlement and corruption over the years and send it to the Municipal Commission for discipline inspection. So Rui Nadif. Yu Ming, let the brothers go back. The rest of you, come with me to my house. I have some things to arrange. At that moment, a car was already parked in front of the Xiao family's house. Li Muyao entered the Xiao family home carrying several handbags. Upon hearing the clatter of leather shoes from the kitchen, Zhang Guifan immediately came out to greet them. Hello, Auntie. I'm Xiao Chang's colleague. My name is Li Miao. Chapter 167, Moving into the Villa. Zhang Guifan stared at the stunningly beautiful and youthful girl before her, her figure and appearance breathtaking. She was initially taken aback, but quickly realized what was happening. Oh, girl, are you Xiao Chang's colleague at work? Please come in quickly. You should be back soon. Look, daughter, you're coming over, but why are you bringing all this stuff? Li Miao smiled and said, Auntie, this is my first time visiting your home, so I didn't bring too much. Zhang Guifan didn't dwell on the issue too much. After welcoming Li Miao into the house, she asked, Girl, how old are you this year? Li Miao was taken aback at first, but immediately replied, Auntie, I'm 24 this year. Oh, so, young lady, do you have a boyfriend? Li Miao realized what Xiao Chang's mother meant. Annie, I haven't, I'm quite busy with work. Oh, honey, how can you not date just because you're busy? What do you think of my Xiao Chang? After Zhang Guifan finished speaking, she looked at Li Miao with anticipation. Li Miao's face flushed slightly, and she took the opportunity to smooth her hair to ease the awkwardness. Xiao Chang is quite outstanding and a very nice person. And you, just as Zhang Guifan was about to personally step in and act as matchmaker, Xiao Chang's voice rang out. Ma Miao, I'm back. Along with them came the Xiao brothers, Yu Ming, and Su Rui. With everyone's return, the small courtyard became lively once again. Mom and Dad, let's go to town together. Xiao Jiangwo, what the hell? I just got back and haven't even had a sip of water yet. And you're already going back to the city? Can't you have some awareness of respecting the elderly and caring for the young? Do you want to break your dad's old bones? At this moment, Xiao Weiguan nudged his older brother from behind and whispered, Big brother, be careful. You might lose your position as general manager. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiangwo suddenly lost his confidence and stammered, what I meant was that I'm a little thirsty. Could I have some water? At the same time, he thought to himself, I'm such a failure as a father. Zhang Guifan also asked with a puzzled look, Son, what are you going to the city for? You're so thin in this chilly weather. Xiao Chang smiled and said, Mom, aren't you afraid of the cold in winter? I'll show you a house that won't be cold in winter. Look how many of my colleagues I have. They don't even have a place to stay when they come to our house. Upon hearing that his son wanted to look at houses, Xiao Jiangwo immediately perked up. Let's go. Let's set off right away. He's figured it out now. Why should someone like him, earning only 5,000 a month, worry about his son's billions? That would just be causing trouble. Upon hearing that her son wasn't planning on squandering the money, Zhang Guifan thought, I'd better keep that 40 million safe for him. Even if he squanders all those 240 small goals someday, this 40 million will ensure he'll live a comfortable life. With their own thoughts, Zhao's parents and Xiao Chang got into a Mercedes-Benz van. After driving for 20 minutes, the vehicle arrived near the old town of Jinshi and finally stopped at a magnificent gate. The four gilded characters, Rongjin family, on the plaque in the center of the gate gleamed brightly. This villa project, built in the old town of Jinshi, is a pure detached villa project completed by Yike Real Estate in early 2008. It covers an area of 150 acres and has a total of 25 villas, with the largest single villa having an area of 800 square meters. Originally scheduled to open on May 1, 2008, the project was interrupted by the global financial crisis at the beginning of the year, and construction of the planned fully furnished villas was halted due to a tight cash flow. Yu Ming noticed the project in July, and after reporting it to Xiao Chang, he directly acquired the entire project in one go and then spent a lot of money on high-end renovations. Rongjin Shijia has now become a secluded paradise with pavilions, terraces, and lake views, and the community is breathtakingly beautiful. Moreover, this residential complex has never been sold to the public, and many wealthy businessmen have tried their best to purchase it at high prices, but have all been politely refused. Since entering this community, Zhao's parents and Xiao Weigua have been talking nonstop with their exaggerated mouths. How could a community be this beautiful? This is way too luxurious. Yu Ming led everyone to a 3-story villa of 600 square meters, which was fully equipped with all kinds of daily necessities, so that people could move in immediately upon arrival. Mr. Xiao, this room has been arranged according to your wishes. It has everything you need, from all kinds of home appliances to pots, pans, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Xiao Chong nodded in satisfaction. Mom and Dad, how about you move into this villa from now on? Zhang Guifan stared blankly at the luxurious decor and asked, Son, how much did this house cost? Xiao Chong chuckled. Mom, this isn't much money, only 3 or 4 million. Zhang Guifan felt a pang of heartache. Oh dear, this son only thinks about how to squander the family fortune. Xiao Jiangwo could no longer contain his doubts. Son, why do I see such a big community where none of the houses have been sold? You haven't been ripped off, have you? We have so many apartments in our own company. We could just live in one of them. Why do we have to spend so much money? At this moment, Yuming kindly reminded him, President Xiao, Mr. Xiao Chong has already bought the entire complex, so you won't need to pay extra for this apartment. Xiao Jiangwo. He was only in charge of the ongoing projects of Qiangxing Real Estate in Jinshe City and was unaware of Qiangxing's acquisition of Rongjin Shijia. Xiao Jiangwo was too exhausted to say anything at this point. It's your money. You can squander it however you want. Zhang Guifan said the same thing. Son, why don't you take advantage of your booming career and give your mother a few small goals? Xiao Chong was taken aback. Mom, what do you need so much money for? I'm not doing anything with it. Mom is saving it for you. If you ever fall on hard times, Mom will give you money to start over. Xiao Chong was speechless. Was this really his mother? Why was she always hoping her son would go bankrupt? On the same day, Mr. and Mrs. Xiao moved into the villa. Zhang Guifan suddenly felt that life was like a dream, and from the afternoon to the evening, she wandered around the rooms on the 3 floors. Meanwhile, Xiao Chong was discussing matters with his father, second uncle, Yu Ming, Su Rei, and Li Muyao in the sunroom on the top floor. Muyao, Yu Ming, expedite the implementation of the Chonglu Town Tourist Resort. I want to emphasize one point about this project. Its positioning must be high. Leveraging the abundant forests, green spaces, and water resources of Changle Village, this tourist resort will be developed into a comprehensive cultural and tourism complex integrating distinctive tourism, shopping, and health and wellness. Based in Xishan, it radiates to 7 surrounding provinces. Second, we must do a good job in resettling the villagers of Changle Village nearby and ensure that the villagers do not suffer losses in the land transfer process. After the completion of Changle Town, basic job opportunities will be given priority to villagers of Changle Village and their children. In addition, 20% of the profit-sharing rights of the Changle Town project can be transferred to Changle Village free of charge, so that villagers can still receive a fixed income every year even if they no longer have land. Compared to neighboring villages, the villagers of Changle Village are relatively isolated and unwilling to go out to work, so they are generally poor. Xiao Chong, who came from Changle Village, was determined to make his fellow villagers live a better life. In addition, Mu Yao and Yu Ming, we must hire the top design institute in China to design the project. If we're going to do it, we should do it the best. It won't fall behind for at least the next 20 years. Li Muyao and Yu Ming nodded solemnly. At this time, China's cultural tourism industry had not yet flourished and was still in the exploratory stage of feeling one's way forward. However, Xiao Chong, who had experience from later generations, directly used the cultural tourism of later generations as a blueprint for his design and planning. Chapter 168, If I don't worry about this soon, I'll be a grandma. After giving instructions regarding the details of Chongla Village, Xiao Chong changed the subject. Mu Yao, have the group's human resources department contact a chain supermarket operations training institution and send my dad and second uncle there to learn. I plan to first pilot the construction of a large chain supermarket in Jinshe. As the meeting was drawing to a close, Xiao Qianghua suddenly turned around and said, Second uncle, here are the keys to Villa number 2. It's 300 square meters. You can bring your aunt, Xiao Yan, and Xiao Hua to live in the city together. Xiao Weiguo was immediately flattered and moved to tears. Nephew, your second uncle thanks you. We're all family. Don't be so polite, uncle. Also, Mu Yao and Yu Ming, you two should each get a set and bring your uncle and aunt over to live with you. When we return to Jinshe, we'll be neighbors. Isn't that great? It'll be lively, and the elderly can look after each other. The two of them didn't stand on ceremony with Xiao Chong and readily accepted. Xiao Jiangwo gained a deeper understanding of his son's extravagant spending habits, as he casually gave away a villa worth millions. However, he later calculated that if he gave away 5 million yuan in one day, which is equivalent to 240 small goals, it would be enough for his son to squander for 13 years. It seems I need to hurry up and make the supermarket a success for my son, so that I can continue his business in 13 years. This closed-door meeting lasted from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. With the Xiao family moving in, the community's gourmet canteen also opened, with 2 5-star chefs personally cooking the delicious food. After everyone enjoyed a hearty meal, Yuming went back to his home in Jin City first. Su Rue, on the other hand, returned to the hotel to meet up with his brothers from Qianxing Security. Mu Yao, it's dark and the road is long, so don't go back. Just stay at my place. There are plenty of rooms anyway. Li Mu Yao was taken aback, thinking to herself, my home is 2 kilometers away? Is that far? But she quickly understood Xiao Chang's intention. Yes, Mu Yao, why don't you stay here and chat with Annie for a while? Annie really likes you. Zhang Guifen's words were very direct, almost asking, girl, would you like to be my daughter-in-law? Li Muyao glanced at Xiao Chang and smiled. Okay, auntie, then I'll stay here. Zhang Guifen was overjoyed upon hearing this, and pulled Li Muyao into the room. Xiao Chang was speechless. He just hoped his mother wouldn't chat with Li Muyao for too long, otherwise she wouldn't have the energy to talk to him anymore. Dad, I'm going upstairs now. You can watch TV. Xiao Chang played Red Alert all by himself for over an hour in the esports room on the 3rd floor, and then laid down on the bed out of sheer boredom. This bed is quite large. It should be big enough to fight 2 or 3 people, but unfortunately at this moment he can only look at it with longing. Then Xiao Chang drifted off to sleep. In his sleep, he dreamt that he was having sex with a beautiful woman. But how can this sound be so realistic? Xiao Chang was half awake and half asleep when he suddenly woke up. So, this wasn't a dream after all. The next day, the sun shone brightly on the earth, warming everything. Xiao Chang went downstairs and entered the restaurant. At this time, the community canteen staff had already delivered the delicious food to the villa. Son, where's Mu Yao? Go upstairs and call her. Don't wake her yet. She was quite tired last night. Let her sleep a little longer. For 2 or 3 consecutive days, Li Muyao would sleep in late every day at Xiao Chang's house. Zhang Guifen finally noticed something amiss. Son, why do you make our daughter Muyao work overtime every night? She can't even wake up properly in the mornings. While enjoying his meal, Xiao Chang mumbled, Mom, don't worry about work. You wouldn't understand anyway. Xiao Jiangwo, standing nearby, chimed in, exactly why do old women worry about this? Zhang Guifen immediately objected. If I don't worry about it, you'll be a grandfather and I'll be a grandmother in a few months. Puff, puff. Zhang Guifen's words completely stunned Xiao Chang and his son. What? Become a grandfather? Xiao Chang wanted to resist a little longer. Mom, what are you saying? What am I supposed to say? You make such a racket every night. No wonder the girl can't get out of bed in the morning. I said to my son, you really don't know how to cherish that girl. Also, Mom really likes Mu Yao. Why don't you 2 get your marriage certificate soon and have kids as soon as possible after graduation? 2 in 3 years, 3 in 5 years, while your parents are still able-bodied and can help take care of the kids. Xiao Chang was completely shocked. Had his mother climbed over the door and eavesdropped on him? She's only 18 years old, and she's already planning to have children? 3 children in 5 years? If you love children so much, why didn't you 2 have more children back then? You would have a younger brother or sister now, which would be so nice. Mom, let's discuss this later. You're such a child. You always change the subject whenever I try to talk to you about serious matters. And son, I've been living in this neighborhood for 4 days now, and I feel so lonely. All I see is your dad's old face all day long. You know, I've been watching him for almost 20 years. Moreover, in a couple of days, once your dad and your second uncle leave, and then you all leave too, your mom will be all alone. Back then, in the village, it was nice to chat with neighbors and wander around. Now I'm saying let's go out and stroll around the old town of Jinshe. Why don't you stay here and go with Mom? Xiao Chang understood. His mother was having trouble adjusting after suddenly moving to the city. His family was the only one living in the entire neighborhood. Xiao Weiguo is still sorting out his belongings and hasn't moved in yet. After a moment's thought, Xiao Chang suggested, how about we invite my aunts, uncles, and grandfathers over to chat with you? Zhang Guifen rolled her eyes. That's fine, but do they have nothing better to do than chat with me all day? Xiao Chang understood. All right, Mom, I'll figure out something for you to do. 3 days later, 2 buses stopped outside the gate of Rongjin Shijia. Xiao Chang's grandparents, maternal grandparents, uncles and aunts, his second uncle's family, his eldest aunt's family, his second aunt's family, his fourth aunt's family, his eldest aunt's family, his second aunt's family, his third aunt's family, and his fourth aunt's family got off the buses one by one. They were carrying large and small bags. To ease his mother's discomfort after moving to the city, Xiao Chong visited all his close relatives in Jin City. These relatives, of course, couldn't refuse the request to give him a villa for free. After quickly packing their belongings, they were all brought over by Xiao Chong. Anyway, we didn't plan to sell this apartment. We just wanted to leave it to our relatives and friends. Only now did these relatives realize that the Xiao family had become incredibly wealthy. When Zhang Guifan saw this group of close relatives move in, she was initially a little annoyed by her son's extravagance, but she quickly felt relieved and was deeply moved by his filial piety. Xiao Chong's grandparents were originally reluctant to move to the city, but when they heard that their 2 sons and 4 daughters were also there, they were happy to enjoy the family happiness of having their children and grandchildren around them. Which parent wouldn't want to see their children all the time for the rest of their life? It's just that reality doesn't allow it. Chapter 169, An Old Cow Eating Young Grass. In his previous life, Xiao Chong often lamented about one thing. Brothers and sisters who were once very close have gone their separate ways after growing up. If they live nearby, they can still meet a few times a year. If we live far apart, we might see each other once a year. As we get older, we might only see each other once every few years. Whenever he thinks of this scene, Xiao Chong is filled with emotion and even feels a strange sadness. Time is so cruel. Young people grow old and family ties fade. At this time, he would fantasize that if all his brothers, sisters, and relatives lived together, could see each other every day, and could continue and maintain their family ties as always. In his previous life, such a perfect scene could only exist in his imagination. But in this life, he has the ability to realize this perfect state. Xiao Chong has given away half of the villa for free these past few days, but he feels incredibly happy. Yuming also specially arranged for the property manager to set up a chess and card room in the community entertainment center, so that the whole family could play mahjong when they were bored in their spare time. The property manager was instructed to ensure that these members of the royal family did not get bored. So the property manager racked his brains, trying to figure out how to keep these esteemed homeowners occupied. It's almost January. Let's all go on a trip to Hainan. How long is the trip? About 20 days. Then, he finalized all the travel plans for the period from February to December of the following year. Once a month for 20 days each time. What should we do with the remaining 10 days of this month? This really gave the property manager a headache. Yuming had no choice but to buy another 20 acres of land on the east side of the residential area, level it, and let these relatives of the royal family grow vegetables when they had nothing else to do. After staying in Jin City for 15 days, Xiao Chong returned to Yanjing. New Year's Day is just around the corner, and the school is going to hold a grand welcome party for the new students. Principal Shi had already made 12 phone calls, urging Xiao Chong to return to the school, saying he wanted to discuss important matters with him. The urgency made Xiao Chong feel that if he didn't return to Yanjing, the school's welcome party wouldn't be able to take place. Inside the office of Shi Zhanbin, the president of Yanqing University. Xiao Chong, you're such a busy man these days. It's really not easy to see you. No way. As soon as Principal Shi called, I came running over like a puppy. Come on, I made over a dozen calls, and you only answered 2? Don't get so hung up on the details. All right, let's get down to business. The annual school-wide welcome party is in 3 days, and I'm planning to have you give a speech as a representative of the new students to encourage everyone. You want me to lead everyone in skipping class? Hey kid, be serious. As the most outstanding student in history and a business tycoon, you serve as a role model for everyone, a role model for life and learning. This will encourage freshmen to be more self-reliant and strive to create a competitive learning and entrepreneurial atmosphere, contributing to the economic development of our country. Xiao Chong nodded. Don't worry. Then could you allow me to improvise? That's no problem. You can decide for yourself. Just make it as sensational as possible. Yanqing University is never afraid of making a name for itself. On the contrary, it fears nothing more than remaining unknown. Xiao Chong did not inform Lu Qingyuan of his itinerary because he was planning something big. Xiao Qiang, are you still busy with things in Jinshi? The welcome party is about to start. Aren't you going? Seeing that the welcome party was about to start and Xiao Chong had not yet returned to Yanjing, Lu Qingyuan really hoped that Xiao Chang could come and watch the welcome party. Because Lu Qingyuan, as the leading lady of the school's model team, is going to participate in a catwalk show and a solo dance performance. She hopes Xiao Chang can see the most beautiful version of herself. Xiao Chang gave a wry smile and immediately replied, "Qing, it's uncertain right now, but I'll try my best to get back before the party." Looking at this ambiguous reply, Lu Qingyuan couldn't help but feel disappointed. Even looking at my favorite food, I had no appetite. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today is the grand moment of the 2008 Yenching University Freshman Welcome Party, and it is also the day that all Yenching University students look forward to the most. Although it's a festival for freshmen, many upperclassmen will also be deeply involved in today's welcome party. Qin Zhaoyue, now a junior in college, has been selected as the host of the freshman welcome party for the 3rd consecutive year. That's right, this Qin Zhaoyue is the campus belle of Yen University, whom Xiao Chang met by chance at the Weiming Lake during his first visit to Yanjing this year, and whose first kiss he even stole. Many senior students also participate in the organization of the welcome party. At 3 p.m., rehearsal for the programs submitted by various colleges began in the 5,000-seat auditorium of Yenching University. And Qin Zhaoyue met this junior, who had stolen her title as the school's #1 beauty for the first time. Junior sister Qingyuan, your solo swan dance was truly exquisite, like an angel. After tonight, I wonder how many male students at Yanda University will be unable to sleep. Backstage, Qin Zhaoyue spared no praise for Lu Qingyuan, who completely outshone her. Senior Zhaoyue, you are beautiful and charming too. You're the sexiest goddess in the eyes of all the freshmen at Yanda University. Lu Qingyuan also praised it. Haha. All I can attract now is the younger students. By the way, Qingyuan, you're so pretty. You must have a boyfriend, right? Lu Qingyuan blushed slightly, and Xiao Chang's handsome face instantly appeared in her mind. But, are we a couple? He hasn't confessed his feelings to me yet. Qin Zhaoyue was very good at reading people. Qingyuan, judging from your expression, you must have a boyfriend, right? Lu Qingyuan smiled slightly. Senior, I have a question for you. There's a boy who clearly likes you, but he's never said it out loud or made it clear. What do you think their relationship is like? Qin Zhaoyue immediately understood. It seemed this pretty junior was indeed troubled by this very question. As long as both parties have each other in their hearts, I don't think it's necessary to worry about whether the unspoken understanding has been revealed or not, nor is it necessary to care whether the other party has told you they like you. These are all things in terms of form. The most important thing is the feelings of both parties. These are just my own opinions. Lu Qingyuan nodded. And you, senior, do you have a boyfriend? Qin Zhaoyue's beautiful eyes flashed. Me? I'm single. I'm seeing if any of this year's freshmen catch my eye. I'll try to date a younger guy. Chapter 170, The Sexy Lu Qingyuan. 6 p.m. As night fell, Yenching University's welcome party grandly opened amidst great anticipation. The venue was brightly lit and bustling with activity, everyone eagerly awaiting the exciting performances to come. Qin Zhaoyue, along with 2 male and 2 female hosts, stood in the center of the stage, dressed in glamorous attire. Qin Zhaoyue, Qin Zhaoyue. The younger students in the audience had already started chanting Qin Zhaoyue's name wildly, and some boys even held up light boards with Qin Zhaoyue's name on them. Qin Zhaoyue's influence among the male students at Yenching University is evident. Qin Zhaoyue herself waved to the audience in a graceful manner and even blew a kiss. This charming and alluring gesture drew cheers from the boys in the audience. Meanwhile, next to Principal Shi Zhanbin, Xiao Chang was wearing a fitted suit and high-end leather shoes, and his hairstyle appeared to have been specially styled by a hairstylist. He appeared incredibly handsome, and coupled with the subtle sense of vicissitudes he had experienced in 2 lifetimes, his overall demeanor was exceptionally outstanding. Next to Xiao Chang were the school's other vice principals, deans of various departments, and other leaders. Xiao Chang had already recognized Qin Zhaoyue on stage. Qin Zhaoyue, dressed in an evening gown and exuding a unique charm, reminded Xiao Chang of the romantic encounter he had with his sexy senior earlier this year. He was used as a shield by his senior to deal with the harassment from the rich second-generation Zhou Kai, and he took the opportunity to not only hug his senior, but also kiss her red lips. Although Qin Zhaoyue saw the handsome boy sitting in front of the principal, Xiao Chang's appearance was very different from that of a pure high school student half a year ago, and she had only met him once. Therefore, She felt that the handsome boy looked familiar, but she couldn't remember him no matter what. After a somewhat lengthy opening speech, the formal cultural performance began. Yenching University students are not only academic superstars, but also incredibly talented and artistic in their performances. After an opening ethnic dance full of ancient charm, a series of performances followed, including love songs, energetic street dance, and a group ballet. The wonderful performance and the beautiful dancers' graceful moves drew loud cheers from the freshmen in the audience. Soon, the Yanda model team, led by Lu Qingyuan, made a grand appearance. The team consisted of 40 people, 20 men and 20 women, all of whom were considered campus beauties or hunks from their respective colleges. The appearance of the model team instantly brought the atmosphere to a climax, with both men and women screaming wildly for their favorite models. Lu Qingyuan, as the last model to appear, wore a black bikini. Her long legs, full breasts, and pure and beautiful face created a striking contrast in her appearance. Sexy, yet innocent. The atmosphere instantly became electric. The academically gifted male students in the audience had completely lost their composure and restraint, screaming wildly like madmen. At this moment, Shi Zhanbin, who was sitting next to Xiao Chong, turned his head toward Xiao Chong and whispered, "Xiao Chong, you're quite the ladies' man while cultivating immortality." Xiao Chong grinned. "Principal Wang, don't be disrespectful to your elders." As Lu Qingyuan walked the runway, her eyes kept glancing at Xiao Chong in the stands of the School of Economics and Management. Little did she know that the person she was looking for was right under her nose in the school leadership area. This is a classic case of blind spot under the lamp. After stepping off the stage, Lu Qingyuan immediately prepared for her second performance, a solo swan dance. In a corner of the stage, she nervously adjusted her dance costume, feeling somewhat disappointed because she didn't see Xiao Chong. Just then, the host, Qin Zhaoyue, gracefully walked onto the stage, trailing her long dress. Yin University, with its century-long history, has never lacked elites. But in 2008, there was a freshman who was the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination. Within 2 months of starting school, he set up a pharmaceutical company and, in just 5 months, built the company's revenue to $3 billion. This company is now a well-deserved global behemoth unicorn. Let's welcome Xiao Chong, a freshman from the class of 2008 in the Department of Economics and Management and an outstanding entrepreneurial student representative, to give us a wonderful speech. When Xiao Chong reported the progress of his business to Shi Zhanbin, he deliberately reduced the turnover to only $3 billion. If he told them it was $900 billion, Shi Zhanbin probably wouldn't believe it. As Qin Zhaoyue introduced the situation, the scene was once again abuzz. Just as she had said, Yanda University has never lacked business elites, and many of those on the current China Wealth list are graduates of Yanda University. Even so, a startup that has only been running for 5 months and has generated $3 billion in revenue from freshmen is simply too astonishing. Lu Qingyuan's heart skipped a beat. She looked towards the stage with a puzzled expression and saw a familiar figure slowly walk out from the spotlight. It was Xiao Chong, dressed in a sharp suit, with a confident smile on his face, walking towards the center of the stage. A strange emotion welled up in Lu Qingyuan's heart. She was both surprised and delighted. She hadn't expected Xiao Chong to be here, much less that he would speak in this capacity. She stared intently at Xiao Chong on the stage, as if the entire world had shrunk to just the two of them. He must have seen my beautiful and charming side just now. The surprise came not only to Lu Qingyuan, but also to the host Qin Zhaoyue. Now, she finally remembered the handsome boy sitting in front of the principal, Xiao Chong, the junior student who stole her first kiss by the shore of Weiming Lake. When the other party said he was going to inspect the food at Yenching University in advance, I thought to myself that this kid was just bragging. I never expected that he would actually be the top scorer in the country. Then she remembered that the other party had made a bet that if he got into Peking University, he would have to be his girlfriend. Qin Zhaoyue, of course, didn't take it to heart, thinking it was just a joke at the time. Looking at the handsome Xiao Chong, she was amazed at how outstanding he was. Being this junior's girlfriend wouldn't be bad. I wonder if this outstanding junior has a girlfriend? He's probably already forgotten the joking remark he made back then. Xiao Chong delivered a brief but powerful speech, sharing his entrepreneurial experience and vision for the future. I'm just setting an example for everyone today. I believe that the elites of Yinqing University can inherit the excellent entrepreneurial genes of Yinqing University, strive for excellence, and contribute their own strength to the rise of China. His voice was strong and clear, every word filled with confidence and determination. Lu Qingyuan listened with rapt attention. She had never seen Xiao Chong so dazzling. After finishing his speech, Xiao Chong did not leave the stage immediately. He said softly, "Next, I would like to use this stage to sing a song for a girl." The entire room fell silent instantly. Everyone looked at Xiao Chong with curiosity, wondering which lucky girl had won the favor of such an outstanding boy. Chapter 171 Private Concert. He smiled and looked in Lu Qingyuan's direction, then began to sing Jay Chou's Confession Balloon with deep emotion. It was already January 2009, but the song Confession Balloon had not yet been released. However, Xiao Chong invited top composers to write the score based on his a cappella performance. Then the composer was asked to complete the composition. Since acquiring the marrow cleansing and aphrodisiac skill, Xiao Chong's singing voice is comparable to, or even surpasses, that of top-tier singers. My dear, I fell in love with you from that day on. Sweetness comes so easily. My dear, I've fallen in love with you. Love diary, memories of perfume, a whole bottle of dreams, all of them with you. Stir them together. His voice was gentle and affectionate, every note filled with admiration for Lu Qingyuan. Lu Qingyuan was stunned. She hadn't expected Xiao Chong to confess his feelings to her in such a setting. Her heart was filled with surprise and emotion, and tears welled up in her eyes. After the song ended, the entire audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Xiao Chong turned and walked straight towards Lu Qingyuan. He took her hand, smiled, and said, "Qingyuan, will you be my girlfriend?" Her voice was gentle and full of affection. At this moment, all the students below the stage, upon seeing that this extraordinary entrepreneur was confessing his love to Lu Qingyuan, the #1 beauty of Yanda University, felt a pang of jealousy in their hearts. But isn't a talented man paired with a beautiful woman the perfect love story that everyone yearns for? Then, shouts erupted from the stage, "Say yes! Say yes!" Lu Qingyuan finally couldn't hold back her tears and hugged Xiao Chong tightly, as if she wanted to pour out all her emotions. At that moment, she felt incredibly happy and content. Ido. Suddenly, countless rose petals rained down from above the stage, making the entire stage incredibly romantic. Looking at this enviable scene before her, and recalling her conversation with Lu Qingyuan before the rehearsal, Qin Zhaoyue suddenly felt that Lu Qingyuan was truly blessed. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, the two slowly exited the stage. Meanwhile, the three brothers Fu Hao, Mingxing, and Niu Bai, who were watching the live broadcast through the campus network in Jinshi, were all filled with emotion. That son of a bitch Xiao Chong really showed off tonight. The school's most beautiful girl is about to be cruelly destroyed. Good cabbages have all been snatched up by shameless people. Well, the three brothers had also received an invitation from the principal, but unfortunately, they had to meet with Jin government officials the next day for a working meeting and report. Unable to refuse, he could only watch as Xiao Chong basked in glory on stage. Back to the Yinqing University welcome party. The union of the talented man and beautiful woman had indeed filled the audience with envy, but afterwards, the crowd began to whisper among themselves. That Mr. Xiao, the wealthy man, is not only rich and handsome, but he also seems to sing incredibly well, no less than those professional singers. Now that you mention it, it's true. I was so busy eating dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. As one performance ended and Qin Zhaoyue was about to announce the next act, someone in the audience suddenly shouted, "Handsome Xiao Chong, sing another song." The sound seemed to have a model, and instantly countless men and women joined the wave of shouts. The Arinzuan performers, who were preparing to go on stage behind the curtain, were extremely embarrassed. Everything was ready except for going on stage, but the audience stopped them. At this moment, Qin Zhaoyue encountered the first unexpected event in her 3-year hosting career. If she ignored it and directly announced that the Arinzuan actors would come on stage, it would obviously spoil the mood of the students. If Xiao Chong is brought back on stage, what will happen next? Just as she was struggling with this, Principal Shi Zhanbin turned on the fixed microphone on the table, turned his head, and found Xiao Chong, who was deeply in love with Lu Qingyuan, in the viewing seats of School of Economics and Management. Xiao Chong, since everyone wants to hear you sing, why don't you go up and sing a song? Lu Qingyuan looked at Xiao Chong beside her with admiration. Go ahead, I want to hear you sing too. Xiao Chong gave a helpless, bitter smile, and without any fuss or excuses, he got up, walked onto the stage, and took the microphone from Qin Zhaoyue. The moment she took the microphone, Qin Zhaoyue said in a low voice, Hey Junior, do your best. Xiao Chong paused, realizing that this sexy senior had also recognized him. He smiled slightly. The venue fell silent instantly. Since everyone is so kind, I'll sing a song you haven't heard before. The wind blows through the wheat fields. Could a sound engineer please take my phone? I have background music on my phone. The Wind Blows Through the Wheat Fields is a classic song composed in 2009 by Li Jian, a talented musician in the Chinese music scene. As the soft music began, Xiao Chong immediately entered a state of ethereal tranquility. Under the distant azure sky, golden waves of wheat surged. This song instantly transports the listener to a vast, open field where golden waves of wheat exude an enticing aroma, creating a sense of complete relaxation and tranquility. Xiao Chong's voice was no longer as crisp and lively as when he sang Confession Balloon. Instead, it had a deep quality, showing that he had a remarkable ability to handle songs with different timbres and tones. The audience, who had never heard this song before, were instantly captivated by its moving music. At this moment, Lu Qingyuan looked more like a little fangirl, staring at Xiao Chong on the stage with a big smile. The song is over. Thunderous applause erupted instantly, and even Shi Zhanbin was full of praise, thinking to himself, what a fucking all-rounder. What incredible luck Yinqing University has had this year to recruit such talent. When Xiao Chong was about to hand the microphone to Qin Zhaoyue, a boy shouted loudly, Did Xiao Chong sing well? The thousands of spectators in the stands responded in unison, Bravo. Want one more? Yes, yes, yes. The audience showed great enthusiasm, and Xiao Chong naturally didn't refuse. My two brothers who are performing a Renzuan, then I'll have to trouble you to wait a little longer. After saying that, he told the sound engineer to play Little Apple on his phone. Upon its release in 2014, this song immediately became a nationwide sensation thanks to its catchy lyrics and melody, making him a national icon. As soon as the cheerful and lively prelude began, all the audience members spontaneously stood up and swayed joyfully to the rhythm of the music. Xiao Chong's deep voice was gone, replaced by an extremely lively and agile one. He even sang and danced, fully immersing himself in the song. Then, the welcome party almost turned into Xiao Chong's private concert. The Korean version of Gangnam Style and Xiao Chong's mesmerizing dance electrified the entire audience. If it weren't for the limited space, it would probably have been a massive horse-riding dance performance with 5,000 people. The song Just Met You, with its free switching between male and female voices, led all the audience members to believe that a beautiful woman was secretly singing along, until the very end when they discovered that it was actually Xiao Chong singing both voices by himself. Chengdu, Luoshahai City, Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth, the Shepherd of Kekatahai. Encouraged by the audience's enthusiasm, Xiao Chong sang 12 original songs in one go, bringing a spiritual shock to everyone present. Finally, Xiao Chong joked, I can't sing anymore, or I'll have to charge you for concert tickets. This was just the beginning of the concert. The welcome party for the new couples was delayed by an hour. Chapter 172 Xiao Chong, the King of Schemes. At 11 p.m., the concert finally came to an end. All the audience members cheered and exclaimed that they thoroughly enjoyed the performance. That was awesome, even better than going to a concert. Many couples also had a lot of hilarious and absurd conversations. Honey, I want Romantic Balloon too. Will you sing it for me? I don't know how to do it. I've been searching online all night, but I can't find this song. Why don't you write one yourself and sing it for me? That function isn't available. Studying polymer chemistry is alright. Singing? You might as well go listen to a donkey bray. Meanwhile, the three brothers, who were stationed at Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic in Jinshi, started complaining again. Fu Hao, isn't it said that when God opens a window for someone, he will also close a window for them? I just can't see which window God closed for Xiao Chong. Dong Mingxing sighed. What's the point of closing the windows? Heaven clearly opened all of the cockroaches' windows and then forgot to close them. Niobai said, Oh my, Xiao Chong is practically a walking encyclopedia plus an all-powerful Doraemon. There's nothing he can't do. He can be elegant in the living room, skilled in the kitchen, able to fix computers, unclog toilets, and even translate 300 Tang poems for aliens. Sometimes I wonder if he secretly downloaded the entire universe's knowledge base into his head. At this moment, Xiao Chong was holding Lu Qingyuan's soft, boneless hand as they walked back to the girls' dormitory. The two held hands tightly. Lu Qingyuan's heart was pounding all night, and she was very excited. You haven't confessed your feelings to me for over a month. Were you waiting for today? So, do you like it? Lu Qingyuan nodded. I like it. Thank you, Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong, it's a bit cold. Lu Qingyuan, are you all right? Xiao Chong, cold, I'm cold. Lu Qingyuan, could it be that he caught a cold? Xiao Chong, probably not. A hug will warm you up. Lu Qingyuan. Xiao Chong didn't care whether Lu Qingyuan had reacted or not. He stopped and hugged her in his arms. This was Lu Qingyuan's first time in a relationship, and also her first time being hugged by a man, not in a friendly way, but in the way that lovers hug. Although she knew this day would come sooner or later, she didn't expect it to be so sudden. She just stood there blankly, letting Xiao Chong hold her tightly in his arms. Xiao Chong was deeply captivated by the fragrance emanating from Lu Qingyuan's hair. Lu Qingyuan, as if without any instruction, placed her hands on Xiao Chong's waist and hugged him. After a tight embrace, Xiao Chong stared intently at Li Muyao. Lu Qingyuan's rosy cheeks were exceptionally beautiful under the moonlight. Lu Qingyuan asked shyly, "Aren't you cold anymore?" "I'm not cold anymore, but I'm a little thirsty." "Huh?" Before Lu Qingyuan could even think about what those words meant, a pair of fiery lips pressed against hers. This legendary passionate kiss lasted for nearly 5 minutes. Practice makes perfect, especially when it comes to the reproductive instinct that is deeply ingrained in human genes. Lu Qingyuan was a little awkward at first, and her chewing instincts were triggered at the slightest provocation. Fortunately, Xiao Chong was a very patient teacher who endured the pain in his tongue and guided the students attentively throughout the process. The two stopped only when Lu Marin was completely weak and had difficulty breathing. Lu Qingyuan was panting heavily, her face flushed. Xiao Chong pulled Lu Qingyuan to sit on the wooden chair next to him, and Lu Qingyuan buried her head in Xiao Chong's shoulder. It took her 10 minutes to recover. From then on, Xiao Chong became a well-known star at Yenching University. The 12 new songs that Xiao Chong sang at the welcome party were edited into a single and uploaded to the school's intranet. And this post quickly went viral. His songs became popular hits, and even Universal Music China, the world's largest record label, approached Xiao Chong to sign a contract, but he declined. The other party offered a 5-year, 200 million yuan contract, plus a 20% share of the record sales profits, a price offered to top-tier singers. He was ruthlessly rejected by a college student. What a joke. With that time, wouldn't it be better for Xiao Chong to date and have sex? Why waste his precious time on a few hundred million in hard-earned money? In the following days, Xiao Chong, having tasted the sweetness of it, became a model student, accompanying Lu Qingyuan to class, meals, and self-study sessions every day. Of course, Xiao Chong would always say he was thirsty. All of Xiao Chong's businesses are currently operating normally. The stock trading department is frantically buying up shares based on the targets provided by Xiao Chong. With a principal of $29.2 billion and leverage of 10, the total capital has reached nearly $300 billion. Of this, $50 billion has already been converted into Nasdaq M shares, but a large amount of capital remains to be spent. Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall's 4th phase of construction has been fully operational, with 70% of its capacity dedicated to producing the anti-cancer drug Kangtailui. Of course, the produced medicines will be prioritized for supply to the first batch of chain pharmacies that have signed contracts in the Chinese market. After several months of perseverance, all of Huaxia's top-tier hospitals finally gave in and bowed their heads to Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall. There was no other way. Previously, income from cancer testing, treatment, and maintenance accounted for the majority of their annual income. But now, if a patient is diagnosed with cancer at a 5A hospital, they no longer look worried and terrified at the mention of cancer. Instead, they calmly go to the pharmacy near the hospital to buy Conterra. It's like buying cold medicine. Because the National Health Commission of China has been vigorously promoting the idea that cancer has been conquered through official media, such as CCTV, The perception that cancer is equivalent to a chronic disease is becoming increasingly popular due to this high-intensity publicity. Under these circumstances, these once arrogant 5A hospitals shamelessly came to Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic, obediently signed contracts, made advance payments, and then waited for Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic to deliver the goods. Meanwhile, at the powerful Industrial Manufacturing Bureau, Yang Bin was also making steady progress, and under the guidance of the regent Kuroshenko and Li Muyao, all the work was proceeding in an orderly manner. The ultra-large integrated die-casting machine and the high-altitude experimental platform have been rebuilt. Kuroshenko has already begun modifying the production line left by the 513 Space Institute, which is now capable of conducting preliminary research and development. As instructed by Xiao Chong, they should start with the engines of high-thrust transport aircraft, which is also the area where Kuroshenko is most proficient. All that's needed is to redraw the blueprints, and production can begin once the new factory is operational. The new factory, with an investment of 5 billion yuan, has already started construction despite the harsh winter and other unfavorable conditions for construction. Xiao Chong set the tone by buying time with money. By April of the following year, the prototype must complete comprehensive testing and be put into production. Meanwhile, the Aero Engine Power Talent Reserve Center in Nanning City has begun recruiting and training personnel utilizing existing equipment for teaching. Qianxing Security has already obtained a gun license. Both of Qianxing Aviation's factory sites are secured by Qianxing Security, with core equipment guarded by armed security personnel 24 hours a day. Chapter 173, Do You Have a Female Confidant? It was another weekend, and Lu Qingyuan was going home, so Xiao Chong naturally wanted to go with her. After Xiao Chong loaded 2 boxes of Ice Skin Jade Complexion Lotion and 2 boxes of Kidney Yang Kangtai pills, he set off with Lu Qingyuan. Knowing that her daughter and Xiao Chong were coming back, Feng Ruolin had already started making arrangements. After learning of Xiao Chong's formidable strength, Lu Qingtian actually became even more resistant to his daughter's relationship with Xiao Chong. Why? The more successful a man is, the more women he has around him. Lu Qingtian only has one daughter, and his money is enough for her to live a life of luxury. He certainly didn't want his daughter to share a man's love with another woman. Lu Qingtian, look at your face. It's stretched to almost the length of a shoehorn. What's wrong? You dislike Xiao Chong that much? Are you jealous that someone so young has achieved more success in their career than you? Or what? Why are you so petty? Lu Qingtian gave him an extremely aggrieved look. Who said I'm jealous that kid's business is bigger than mine? I'm doing this for my daughter's own good. Didn't you see that your daughter and Xiao Chong's relationship has already reached that point? Did you forcibly separate the two of them? Is it for my daughter's own good? It would have been better if Feng Ruolin hadn't mentioned this, but the mere mention of her daughter having that kind of relationship with that boy caused him a sudden, inexplicable pain in his heart. Long hair, short wit. I admit that the guy has indeed built a great career and is truly a talented individual. But he's so rich and so young, with skewed values but handsome looks. It's inevitable that he'll attract unwanted attention in the future. Can you guarantee that he'll stay true to his original aspirations? Are you willing to let your daughter just be one of that guy's sidekicks? Puff. After hearing her husband's reason, Feng Ruolin simply laughed. Xiao Chong's ability to attract attention shows that he is capable and charming. What capable man doesn't have a few female confidants? Lu Qingtian, dare you say you don't have any female confidants outside of your relationship? Cough, cough, cough. Lu Qingtian's heart pounded wildly. He thought to himself, could something have been discovered? That shouldn't be the case. But Lu Qingtian spoke with an air of righteous indignation. Feng Ruolin, don't slander a good person. My devotion to you is witnessed by heaven and earth. If I'm lying, may the thunder god unleash divine lightning. On me? Before Lu Qingtian could finish speaking, lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky, and a bolt of lightning even exploded nearby. The two stared blankly at the unusual astronomical phenomenon outside. Feng Ruolin stared at Lu Qingtian with a playful smile in her eyes, which sent chills down Lu Qingtian's spine. Well, I think this was definitely an accident. Feng Ruolin's expression changed, and she said with a wise but foolish look, Lu Qingtian, I'll emphasize it to you again. I've decided that Xiao Chong is my son-in-law. Like I said before, capable people deserve to have more resources. including women. When Xiao Qiang arrives, if you're still giving him the cold shoulder, then you can go find your female confidant from now on. With me, you're only fit to practice your driving test. Understand? Lu Qingtian muttered. Fine, I'll smile and that won't do. Also, I don't have a female confidant. Feng Rulin only glanced at Lu Qingtian, but her eyes revealed disbelief. At 10 a.m., Xiao Chang's luxury Santana pulled up in front of the Lu family's house. Lu Qingtian was forcibly dragged by his wife, Feng Rulin, to the door to greet his daughter and future son-in-law. Feng Rulin, oh, Xiao Chang's here. Come in quickly. You're here. Why did you bring anything? Lu Qingtian, what are you doing using that as a flagpole? Come and get your things right away. Lu Qingtian gave a wry smile and immediately scurried over to get the things. Xiao Chang, Uncle Lu, what's wrong today? You don't seem to be in a good mood. Lu Qingtian, Feng Rulin, your uncle has appendicitis. Don't worry about him. Xiao Chang looked at Lu Qingtian with a puzzled expression. Yes, I have appendicitis. Xiao Chang looked at Lu Qingtian with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Annie, this is our company's Ice Skin Jade Complexion Whitening Lotion. It hasn't officially launched yet, but its effects are extraordinary. You can try it. You'll see results in 2 to 3 days. Using it will definitely make you look as young and beautiful as a 20-year-old girl. Feng Rulin exclaimed in surprise. Really? That's wonderful. The sun was so strong this summer that I got really tanned. I need to take good care of myself now. Xiao Qiang, Annie likes him very much. Thank you so much, Xiao Qiang. Seeing how much the lady of the house favored this boy, Lu Qing was furious. It hasn't officially launched yet. Can the product really be as effective as you say? Uncle, the beauty products on the market are all tested according to the quality inspection standards for beauty products, which can only guarantee their safety. They cannot guarantee the specific effects of the makeup. Our Ice Skin Jade Whitening Lotion has passed the clinical review of the National Medical Products Administration in accordance with pharmaceutical standards. Therefore, the effects of our product are absolutely real and effective. We haven't launched it yet because our company's production capacity is already at full capacity, and we don't have any spare capacity to produce this product at the moment. Feng Rulin laughed even harder upon hearing this. Lu Qingtian, if you don't understand, don't spout nonsense. Lu Qingtian felt utterly humiliated after being scolded. He then stopped talking and took the items from Xiao Chang's hands. 2 boxes of Ice Skin Jade Complexion Lotion, which were quite heavy. Upon closer inspection, all that was given to me were 2 small boxes of something. I looked left and right, but I still couldn't see what was inside. Although he was curious, he couldn't bring himself to open it and look inside. The only time to take a look was when the items were in the dressing room, and no one was looking. Shenyang Kangtai pills? That kid's so stingy, only 2 boxes? Just as Lu Qingtian was muttering to himself, a chilling voice came from behind him. Uncle Lu, don't underestimate this medicine. 1 pill can keep you sexually satisfied for 2 months. These 2 boxes are enough for you to use for 3 years. Moreover, this medicine isn't available on the market. It's a special edition. Lu Qingtian was taken aback. Really? A special edition? Who would I possibly fool? It works wonders. Seeing Xiao Chang's lewd expression, Lu Qingtian felt another pang of pain in his heart. Wouldn't this brat bully his daughter badly? As soon as Lu Qingyuan returned, Feng Rulin pulled her into her room. Honey, how have you been lately? Any news? Is there any sign of pregnancy? Didn't Mom tell you that it's very easy to conceive during ovulation? Mom, what are you saying? Didn't I tell you last time that Xiao Chang and I haven't gone that far? Last time it was just your wishful thinking. Lu Qingyuan explained the whole story to Feng Rulin in detail again. Real? Feng Rulin said with some doubt. Real? All right, then you'd better hurry up, girl. There are very few outstanding guys like Xiao Chang. It's no exaggeration to say he's a rare gem. In this respect, you must be as shrewd as your mother. Get on the boat first, then. Mom, all right, Mom. Xiao Chang and I are hungry, let's eat. Chapter 174, Another Blow. Whenever I try to talk to you about serious matters, you always find a way to change the subject. Mom's telling you, for a woman, finding a man is the most important thing in life, much more important than your studies. If you don't find the right man, all your efforts will be in vain. Lu Qingyuan was almost driven to her wits' end by her mother's nagging, so she could only leave the room and run to the living room on her own. In the living room, Lu Qingtian and Xiao Chong were chatting casually. Soon, the Lu family's nanny prepared a table full of dishes, most of which were Shaanxi cuisine, with some Beijing flavors as well. Whether it was Feng Rulin or Lu Qingyuan, they were either putting food on Xiao Chong's plate or constantly saying, "Xiao Chong, this is delicious. You should eat more." Lu Qingtian, on the other hand, showed intense jealousy. "Xiao Chong, Annie has a question for you. When are you and Qingyuan planning to get your marriage certificate?" Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Chong was taken aback by Lu's mother's question. Auntie, I think it's a bit early. We're only freshmen." "It's not too early at all. We got our marriage certificate in our freshman year. If you don't want to have a wedding, you can wait until after graduation. Now that you've got your marriage certificate, take advantage of your 4 years of university, have 1 or 2 kids. Auntie, looking at your physique, Qingyuan having twins shouldn't be too difficult." Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Feng Rulin stared in disbelief at the 3 people coughing violently. "What's wrong with you all? Am I wrong? You should have children early. In 2 years, my legs won't be as strong as they used to be. How will I take care of your children then?" Lu Qington, Rulin, marriage and having children are processes. You can't skip steps like that. Shut up. Xiao Qiang, Annie is asking you. Is what I just said reasonable? Xiao Chong felt a chill run down his spine. His future mother-in-law was just as fierce as his own mother. "My mom made me have 2 children in 3 years and 3 in 5 years. This mother-in-law made him get married during his freshman year of college and then have twins." Xiao Chong secretly glanced at Lu Qingyuan beside him. "Annie, what you said makes sense." Upon hearing this, Feng Rulin immediately beamed with joy. Lu Qingyuan took the opportunity to wink at Xiao Chong. Lu Qingtian, standing to the side, could only sigh silently, looking angry but unable to speak out. A hearty lunch was enjoyed in this atmosphere. After dinner, Lu Qingyuan led Xiao Chong into her boudoir for a tour. The room is nearly 40 square meters. It feels very spacious. The room is decorated in a very girly style, with a slightly pink background wall, plush dolls, and various small ornaments that women love. The huge bookcase was filled with all kinds of books. There were 2 or 3 photos of Lu Qingyuan on the desk. What my mom just said was so unreliable, and you're just blindly following along and causing trouble. Lu Qingyuan complained shyly. "The auntie is so hospitable. I can't refuse her. But you can't just agree with everything she says. If I have a baby while still in college, I'll be a middle-aged woman before I even graduate. How could that be? Even if my Qingyuan becomes a mother, she'll still be a hot mom." As he spoke, Xiao Chong put his arm around Lu Qingyuan, who was sitting next to him. Then he whispered in her ear, "Qingyan, when will you let me see you in a swimsuit by yourself?" So captivating. Lu Qingyuan blushed at Xiao Chong's fiery words. "Haven't you already seen it? I want to see more." Xiao Chong, your hand. Let me scratch your back." It turned out that Xiao Chong had very appropriately slipped his hand inside Lu Qingyuan's sweater from behind. Feeling Xiao Chong's hot, large hands rubbing back and forth on her smooth back, Lu Qingyuan felt extremely uncomfortable. Her complexion became even more rosy, almost as if it were dripping with moisture. Xiao Chong inhaled the fragrance of Lu Qingyuan's hair, his hands exploring beneath her clothes. Lu Qingyuan lay trembling in Xiao Chong's arms. Suddenly, Lu Qingyuan felt the restraints on her body disappear. With a sob in her voice, she said, "Xiao Chong, no, at home. My mother will find out." Xiao Chong whispered, "I'll just experience it for a moment." Just as Xiao Chong was about to take action, the door to Lu Qingyuan's room suddenly opened, and a cheerful voice rang out. "Come and have some fruit." You guys go ahead. I didn't see anything." Then he immediately turned around and left the room. "It's all your fault, Xiao. Mom saw it." "It's all right. Auntie said we should continue." "No." This time, Lu Qingyuan decisively rejected Xiao Chong. After standing up and buttoning her clothes, she walked out the door. Xiao Chong followed behind sheepishly. Feng Rulin, who was sitting in the living room, saw that the 2 of them came out as soon as she sat down. "Hey, what are you guys doing out here?" Xiao Chong was speechless for a moment. "Auntie, that room is a bit hot." Feng Rulin knew perfectly well that her daughter was just shy, but she didn't point it out. "Xiao Qiang, don't go back to school tonight. Stay at your aunt's house for the night. Qingyuan hasn't been very talkative with either of us since she got home, and she seems quite lonely. You can keep her company." Lu Qingtian, who had been silently watching his wife's outrageous behavior, simply couldn't stand it anymore. "Honey, there's a really good movie tonight. Why don't you come with Dad?" Lu Qingyuan looked at her mother, then at her father, and said, "Okay, sure." At this moment, Feng Rulin spoke up domineeringly. "Can you understand the movies that young people watch? Stay home and watch TV with me obediently. You can't go anywhere." Looking at her mother's incredibly domineering side, and then at her father's henpecked appearance, Lu Qingyuan couldn't help but chuckle. "Xiao Qiang, go with Qingyuan to see a movie. If it gets too late after the movie, don't come back. Find a hotel to stay in. Safety is the most important thing." Lu Qingyuan was completely speechless. Was her mother worried that she wouldn't be able to get married? They won't give up until they push themselves out? Lu Qingtian thought to himself, "My daughter isn't safe with this kid around." Just as the family members were each lost in their own thoughts, Xiao Chang's cell phone rang urgently. Xiao Chang took out his phone, and his expression changed instantly. It was Jeffers, the second son of the Rothschild family, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Taking advantage of a lull in the family's argument, Xiao Chang quietly entered the courtyard house. "Dear Xiao, my friend, have you missed me lately?" Xiao Chang felt a chill. "Jeffers, I've noticed you're a bit too narcissistic. Why would I want to do something to a grown man like you? Are you about to make a move?" Jeffers was silent for a moment on the other end of the phone. "My father is critically ill, but last night, while he was lucid, he publicly declared Rivers as the first in line to succeed the Rothschild family. My father probably doesn't have many days left. Once he passes away, Rivers will immediately take over as head of the family, and then I'll have no say in anything." Xiao Chang frowned. When Jeffers said that his father only had a few days left, there was no emotional fluctuation in his words, as if his father's life or death was an insignificant matter. "So, you want to make him disappear before Rivers officially inherits the throne and takes control of the family. Is that right?" Chapter 175, Trainkin Town. "Xiao, you are so clever. Dealing with clever people always saves me a lot of trouble." Xiao Chang asked, "Jeffers, stop with the useless praise. I am Abushinesman. I prefer tangible rewards." Jeffers on the other end of the phone sighed helplessly. "Dear Xiao, you're always such a spoilsport. But don't worry, I've never forgotten my promise to you. Cyber, a U.S. company with core optical technology, and Zeiss, a German company, have completed their privatization and delisting. With your visit to Western Europe, we can directly sign the equity transfer agreement between the two companies." "How?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Chang immediately beamed with joy. "No problem. I'll set off right now. Xiao, come directly to Switzerland. Our family headquarters is here. I will contact you again after you arrive in Switzerland." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chang immediately returned to the living room. "Qingyuan, Uncle and Aunt, it seems we have to cancel our movie outing tonight. I need to go to Switzerland and Europe right away." Lu Qingtian's dejected expression vanished. "Xiao Chang, you should get back to work. Young people should prioritize their careers." Lu Qingyuan was slightly disappointed. "All right, then be careful on your journey. How long do you estimate it will take you to be back this time?" Lu Qingyuan, deeply in love, naturally didn't want to be separated from Xiao Chang for an extended period of time. If things go quickly, it will take 3 to 5 days. If things go slowly, it might take half a month. Lu Qingyuan felt extremely uncomfortable after hearing this. "All right, then be careful abroad. Don't worry, I'm being kind by not causing trouble for anyone. Bad guys will avoid me. Well then, Uncle and Aunt, I'll take my leave now. I'll go back and pack my things, then I'll be off." The three members of the Lu family saw Xiao Chang off at the door, and only returned home after he left. "Honey, Dad will take you to the movies tonight." "Dad, I'm not in the mood. Go see for yourself." "Well." On his way back to the Summer Palace Villa, Xiao Chang first called his business assistant Yang Yang and asked him to buy 14 plane tickets to Switzerland. Then he notified Su Rue, Yu Fei, and the 10 Tiger Generals to wait for him at the Summer Palace Villa. This trip also made Xiao Chang realize that as his business empire continues to expand overseas, his need to travel abroad will definitely become more and more frequent, and it's time for him to own his own private jet. So he called Li Muyao again. Since returning to Jin City last time, Li Muyao has not gone back to Yanjing with Xiao Chang, but stayed in Jin City to assist Yang Bin in advancing the preliminary work of the Qiangxing Industrial Manufacturing Bureau. "Xiao Qiang, is there something you need on the phone?" Muyao, Yang Bin must be completely confused at the Qiangxing Industrial Manufacturing Bureau. I'd appreciate it if you could help him sort things out and give him some guidance. In addition, the group's procurement center was instructed to buy me 2 private jets. I'll be traveling abroad frequently in the future, and it's quite inconvenient without a plane. Oh, I see. Do you have a preferred model? Let's buy the Gulfstream G900 passenger plane from the U.S. Okay. By the way, Xiaoqiang, you're not planning to go abroad, are you? You were right. The flight is at 7 p.m. to Switzerland. Then be careful on the road. In the Summer Palace Villa, Xiaoqiang quickly packed a few clothes, while his business assistant Yang Yang had already prepared the official seal, financial seal, and other legal documents, equity transfer agreements, and other materials for AXE Investment Company, which is registered in France. Yang Yang is 32 years old this year, but he already has a PhD in economics from Harvard University in the United States, and is also a genius who is fluent in 15 languages. Meanwhile, Su Rue, Yu Fei, and 11 others returned to the Summer Palace Villa. Everyone is taking a short break before setting off. Lin Xuejiao also knew that Xiaoqiang had returned to his villa, number 6. Since she had a relationship with Xiaoqiang a few days ago, her calm and composed state of mind has never been able to return to what it was before. In her spare time, she would often think of Xiaoqiang. Especially in the evenings, after doing yoga, she would stand in front of the full-length mirror for a while, wearing her fitted yoga clothes, gazing at her perfect figure and curvaceous body. She would always sigh. Many nights, she would recall the night she spent with Xiaoqiang, imagining his energetic appearance, and then comfort herself. Xiaoqiang brought her more than just physical relief. He filled a void in her emotional life. Although she knew there was no future for her in Xiaoqiang, it didn't stop Lin Xuejiao from seeing him as her emotional anchor. Today, Xiaoqiang finally came to Iha Courtyard Villa again. Moreover, President Li Muyao has been absent recently. Unable to control her longing for Xiaoqiang any longer, she dressed up carefully and brought a freshly squeezed juice and dessert to the villa where Xiaoqiang lived. Xiaoqiang, who had just finished showering and was about to change his clothes, pressed Lin Xuejiao against the wall and began to feel her voluptuous body. Lin Xuejiao suddenly felt a surge of heat rush to her head. This feeling is so addictive. Xiaoqiang smelled the lingering fragrance of Lin Xuejiao's fresh shower, and his masculine instincts were instantly awakened. After carrying Lin Xuejiao in a princess carry to the huge bed, he skillfully removed her clothing. Looking at that black tea bag, Xiaoqiang was completely overwhelmed and lost himself in the darkness. 2 hours later, after eating and drinking her fill, Lin Xuejiao fell into a deep sleep. Xiaoqiang, feeling refreshed, got into the car heading to the airport. 7 p.m. Xiaoqiang and his group of 14 boarded a flight from Yinjing to Switzerland. At 2 p.m. the following afternoon, Xiaoqiang and his group finally arrived at Trenken, the most famous town in Switzerland. Trenken is a picturesque town nestled at the foot of the Alps, where it's hard to tell whether you're in a painting or in reality. Therefore, it has become one of the most famous year-round tourist destinations in all of Europe. In the southeast corner of the town, Lake Brienz, with a water area of nearly 40 square kilometers, lies quietly, its clear waters rippling like a dazzling pearl embedded on the surface of the earth. In the center of the lake is a small island with an area of about 6 square kilometers. The island is roughly circular and surrounded by dense forests and clear lake water. There are few traces of modern development on the island. It's as if time has stood still and everything seems so natural and harmonious. What's even more surprising is that there isn't a single building here that exceeds 5 stories, which makes the entire island look tranquil and mysterious. In the center of the island, a magnificent manor stands prominently. It resembles an ancient castle, exuding an atmosphere of solemnity and elegance. The walls of the manor are built of solid stone, giving it a sense of stability and solidity. Above the gate is a huge bronze plaque with the words Lake Island Manor engraved on it. The characters are simple and powerful, revealing the vicissitudes of time. Upon entering the manor, you'll find a wide stone path lined with various flowers, trees, and shrubs. Following the path, you'll discover numerous exquisite pavilions and towers scattered throughout the manor. This is the headquarters of the Rothschild family, where Rivers and Jeffers' father, Mayor Rothschild, lived. Chapter 176, Secret Meeting. Mayor Rothschild, now 65, was originally a robust an energetic man who controls the Rothschild family's vast global assets of nearly $50 trillion. Although each subsidiary is managed and operated by direct or collateral relatives of the family, and 60% of the profits of each subsidiary belong to the family members who directly manage it. However, as the head of the Rothschild family, he has veto power at the shareholders' meetings of all the family subsidiaries and can intervene in the business decisions of each subsidiary according to the operational needs of the family's overall business empire. May has 2 sons and 2 daughters. Her eldest son Rivers is 35 years old. Her eldest daughter Ariana is 31 years old. Her second son Jeffers is 24 years old, and her youngest daughter Alice is only 18 years old. However, this originally happy family was shrouded in darkness a year ago when May suddenly fainted. It turns out that during a family gathering in January 2008, May suddenly fainted while giving a speech at the family meeting. Although she regained consciousness after being rescued by her personal medical team, her health continued to deteriorate. For the past 6 months, he has been bedridden and has even intermittently fallen into a coma, only kept alive by his family's relentless use of medication. Xiao Chong and his group stayed in a private villa in the town of Trainkin, which was originally intended for rent to wealthy tourists visiting the town. Living here makes you feel like a tourist to outsiders, and it won't attract the attention of anyone with ulterior motives. Jeffers, under the cover of night and dressed in black, arrived at the villa where Xiao Chong and his group were staying, accompanied by the old man Joseph. Little did Jeffers know that after he entered the villa, a person dressed in the same night clothes appeared from behind a large tree 100 meters away from the villa. He stared silently at the villa, lost in thought. Jeffers, aren't you being far too cautious? Is this really necessary in your family's stronghold? Better safe than sorry. You are my trump card for the success of this operation. I absolutely cannot let Rivers know my trump card until the very last moment. Okay, so what are your plans? Jeffers pondered for a moment. When father passes away, the family will definitely fall into a brief period of chaos. At that time, I will take the initiative to break ties with Rivers and attack him, so that the two sides will fight each other directly. At that time, you only need to help me restrain the old man in black next to Rivers. I have my own plans for the rest. Xiao Chong nodded. The plans sounded simple, but he knew without even thinking that it would inevitably turn into a bloody battle. After all, in such an enticing struggle for family leadership, only the victor takes all. Both sides will undoubtedly fight with all their might, to the death. You can explore on your own these next 2 days and enjoy the picturesque scenery of Trainkin. You might even encounter some sexy and outgoing European beauties. Just wait for my call. That's wonderful. What you've described is making me almost look forward to the fiery passion of European beauties. Dear Xiao, this is the equity transfer agreement between Cyber Corporation and Zeiss Corporation. Take a look, and if there are no problems, you can stamp it. Xiao Chong gestured to his business assistant, Yang Yang, to review it. After a careful review, Yang Yang nodded to Xiao Chong after confirming that there were no hidden clauses or other inappropriate business terms. No problem, then stamp it. After receiving a signal, Yang Yang took out the official seal of AXE Investment Company and stamped it on the equity transfer agreement. Jeffers then took out the company's seals, financial seals, and other legal document from both companies and handed them directly to Xiao Chong. Aren't you afraid that I'll just take my things and leave, leaving you with nothing? Jeffers laughed heartily. Huh. Dear Xiao, I have complete trust in your character. Moreover, the combined market capitalization of the two companies is less than 10 billion. Someone with your net worth of hundreds of billions of dollars doesn't need to ruin their reputation over a few billion. Haha, you have a great eye for people. Then I won't stand on ceremony. I will subsequently send a shareholder to the company to take over its operations. Jeffers shrugged. Do as you please. From now on, both companies belong to you. The two shook hands and hugged, looking like best buddies to anyone who didn't know them. All right, my dear Xiao. I need to hurry back to the family headquarters to avoid being noticed by other people with ulterior motives. Okay, then I'll wait for your notification. After Jeffers left, Xiao Chong and his group went straight to sleep. The 24-hour journey had left even the strongest body feeling tired. As Jeffers stepped out of the villa, a chilling, sinister smile appeared on his handsome face, hidden beneath a black cloak. But no one will ever have the chance to know. The next day, when Xiao Chong and his group woke up, it was already past 4 p.m. After having a quick bite at a restaurant next to the villa, they began to admire the beautiful winter scenery at the foot of the Alps. Despite it being winter, the town of Trenkin still attracts a steady stream of tourists because it boasts some of the best ski resorts in all of Europe. Several grown men were wandering aimlessly down the street. Because this is a global tourist destination with people from all over the world, a few Chinese people do not stand out in the bustling streets. Brother you, I haven't had time to keep an eye on the garrison regiment lately. How's the training going? Without hesitation, Yu Fei replied, the garrison is full of elites, no less than my personal guards back then. We have already taught them everything we can now. When you go back this time, you can check it out for yourself. It's many times better than when we first started training. Xiao Chong nodded in satisfaction. No problem. After this mission, we'll go back and hold a martial arts competition together. Let me see just how strong these military elites really are. By the way, brother you, have you encountered any difficulties adapting to life in this era, or any dissatisfaction with your food and drink? If so, please let me know immediately. I'll arrange for someone to make the adjustment immediately. Yu Fei replied without hesitation, there really is. Xiao Chong was taken aback. Brother you, tell me, what aspects need to be adjusted? Yu Fei said, we are not used to the wine of your time. Xiao Chong frowned. Back then, he arranged for people to send a lot of Matai, Liangye, and Fenjiu to Yu Fei and his 10 tiger generals. Each and every one of them is a top-tier Chinese liquor. Both the soy sauce aroma type and the light aroma type are available. They actually said they couldn't get used to the taste. Could it be that people in the Song dynasty really drank sweet fermented rice wine, as is rumored? If that's the case, they really wouldn't be able to handle drinking such strong, spicy liquor. Chapter 177 Ariana. Is our liquor too strong? Are the guys not used to it? Yu Fei shook his head. Your wines are either too sweet like drinking sugar water, or too spicy, making my stomach feel like it's on fire. The wine of our time was sweet, fragrant, and mellow, leaving a lingering aroma in your mouth. It could also make you drunk, but the wine of our time made you feel like you were living in a dream. The alcohol of this era is so potent that it makes life worse than death. Xiao Chong listened to Yu Fei's description with great surprise and astonishment. Is it really that amazing? At this moment, Yu Yun and Yang Zixing nodded. Commander Yu is absolutely right. This immediately piqued Xiao Chong's interest, as these people actually looked down on Maotai and Wufan, two of China's most famous liquors. How delicious must the wine have been in their era? Seeing Xiao Chong's incredulous expression, Yu Fei spoke again. Back then, the wine of the Song dynasty was sold to the western regions, the Jin dynasty, and many other countries with blue eyes and big noses. They spoke highly of the wine of the Song dynasty. Xiao Chong was even more surprised. Foreigners like to drink it too? How come its flavor appeals to such a wide audience? It's important to understand that the high regard for Maotai, Wufan, and Fenjiu in China is only true within China. When you go abroad, it's all about imported spirits. Xiao Chong fell in a deep thought. Brother Yu, when we get back to China, I'll have someone brew a new wine for you. It should taste like home. Xiao Chong, who was well-versed in water margin, immediately thought of Zhu Fu, the smiling tiger. Before joining Liangshan, Zhu Fu was the owner of a hotel outside the west gate of Yishui County, Yizhou, today's Lini, Shandong, China, making him a true self-employed individual. After that guy joined Liangshan, he also made a living by brewing wine, which allowed the brothers of Liangshan to live a carefree life of eating meat and drinking wine to their heart's content. Xiao Chong's idea was to use this superhuman time travel card to send Zhu Fu to the modern era after returning to China, since the water margin era in which Zhu Fu lived was only 20 years different from the era in which Yu Fei and others lived. The taste of the wine should not change much in 20 years. If the brewed wine is truly as miraculous as Yu Fei and his men claimed, then he plans to also set up a winery and make Zhu Fu the CEO. Domestically, it competes with Maotai, Wufan, and other famous Chinese liquors. Internationally, it tramples on Hennessy, Remy Martin XO, and other renowned foreign brands. This can be considered a comeback for individual business owners. Before we knew it, it was already past 6 p.m., and night had fallen. While passing a bar, Xiao Chong suggested going inside for a while. However, Su Rui and the others said they thought it was too noisy and returned to the villa first. Xiao Chong, on the other hand, entered the incredibly luxurious-looking bar alone. As soon as he entered the bar, Xiao Chong was instantly enveloped by an atmosphere blending the scent of alcohol with the soft strains of music. Dim lighting bathed every corner, creating an ambience that was both mysterious and comfortable. The air was filled with the aromas of various cocktails, making him involuntarily take deep breaths, wanting to inhale this pleasant feeling deep into his heart. A deep, rhythmic melody echoed in the air, seemingly touching people's hearts. People around were either sitting or standing, some talking in hushed tones, others swaying gently to the music, and everyone's face was filled with a relaxed and enjoyable expression. Xiao Chong casually found a booth, sat down, and ordered a signature cocktail from the bar. While enjoying the voluptuous dancers on stage, you can sip this strangely flavored wine. Meanwhile, in a luxuriously decorated room on the second floor of the bar, a woman who was 178 centimeters tall had a stunningly beautiful face, and a model's figure was staring at a photo on the table with a thoughtful expression. The person in the photo was none other than Xiao Chong. The woman wore a knee-length wool coat with a simple yet elegant cut. The dark color not only made her look slimmer, but also exuded a touch of understated luxury. The collar of the coat was turned up slightly, forming a warm barrier against the biting cold wind. She wore a pair of black boots, which made her already model-like figure appear even taller. The woman looked through the one-way glass in the room at the noisy and bustling scene inside the bar, and suddenly her gaze fell on Xiao Chong, who was drinking alone. Her expression shifted, and she quickly picked up the photo on the table. She looked at the man on the first floor and then at the photo in her hand. After confirming that the man sitting downstairs was the same person in the photo, a playful smile appeared on her face. Just as Xiao Chong was about to finish his glass of wine, his imagined romantic encounter didn't happen. Could it be that Chinese men aren't strong enough? Why are other single men getting surrounded by beautiful women, while I've been sitting here for over half an hour and no one has come to me? Well, it seems that the passionate nature of Western women isn't always the case. Just as Xiao Chong was about to get up and leave, he saw a tall, beautiful woman carrying 2 glasses of wine walking towards him. Moreover, as she walked, she displayed a very seductive expression. Xiao Chong was worried that he was just imagining things, so he quickly turned around to look behind him. There were no other handsome men or hunks around him. "Hey, handsome, can I buy you a drink?" The beautiful woman's voice was cool and pure, completely different from the seductive and charming one that Xiao Chong had imagined. This puzzled Xiao Chong greatly. Her smile held a captivating charm, yet her voice was utterly pure, even possessing a hint of aloofness that kept people at a distance. "Of course, your beauty is irresistible, and I have absolutely no resistance to beauties with a mature and sophisticated aura." The beautiful woman smiled and said, "Thank you for your praise." She then handed a wine glass to Xiao Chong. The two sat facing each other, neither speaking, but simply looking at each other with interest. In the end, it was the beautiful woman who was the first to speak up, asking, "Are you planning to just keep watching like this?" Xiao Chong grinned. "I'm thinking about a problem." The beautiful woman casually asked, "What's the problem? Can you tell me?" Xiao Chong was extremely candid this time, saying, "I'm thinking about how to get you into bed." The woman was taken aback, clearly not expecting the other party to be so candid that she was speechless. She could only laugh awkwardly. "Haha, little brother, you're really funny. You actually told me directly that you want to sleep with your older sister. Aren't you afraid I'll ignore you?" Xiao Chong shook his head. "If I don't tell you, how would you know I want to sleep with you? If you didn't know, wouldn't I have even less of a chance?" The beautiful woman chuckled to herself, thinking, "He really is an interesting guy. I can't find any fault with his logic. Handsome guy, you've successfully piqued my curiosity. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Arian Rothschild." Chapter 178, A Woman of Allure. "What? You're a woman from the Rothschild family?" Ariana's words almost made Xiao Chong spit out his drink. "What's wrong? Are the women of the Rothschild family really that scary?" Ariana asked slowly. "Xiao Chong, that's not necessarily true, but your Luo family is indeed quite famous." Ariana chuckled, then suddenly stared intently at Xiao Chong and said, "Or, do you have dealings with the Rothschild family?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Chong's heart skipped a beat, but as a seasoned veteran of 2 lifetimes, he naturally couldn't be intimidated by the other party. Just as Xiao Chong was about to explain something, Ariana's expression suddenly changed, and she said with a smile, "Just kidding, don't be so tense. Our family's business spans the globe, so it's normal to have dealings with family members. Seeing the other person's hesitant expression, Xiao Chong knew that the other person must have discovered something. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been staring at him like that just now. It was as if they wanted to see right through themselves. This made Xiao Chong somewhat alarmed. Every time he met Jeffers, it was like a secret rendezvous between lovers, but he never expected that someone with ulterior motives would still notice. So what is Ariana's relationship with the Jeffers? Should we ask Jeffers? Will Ariana's appearance have an uncontrollable impact on their next actions? Almost instantly, several questions flashed through Xiao Chong's mind. Since the other party is not pointing it out and is pretending to be ignorant, I will remain still and respond to all changes with constancy. So, little brother, do you still want to sleep with your sister now? Ariana was now in a languid and alluring state, capable of instantly boosting a man's hormone levels. Xiao Chong felt that he was completely controlled by the other party, so he quickly calmed himself down and broke free from the other party's framework. He stood up abruptly, sat down next to Ariana, put his arm around her voluptuous waist, and tilted his head forward, the distance between their lips seemingly only 1 centimeter. Xiao Chong could even smell the strong smell of alcohol on the other person's lips and teeth, mixed with a faint fragrance. Ariana was caught off guard by Xiao Chong's sudden action. Her heart raced, and her eyes darted away. Looking at the luscious red lips and white teeth before him, Xiao Chong pressed his lips directly against them. But it was like a dragonfly skimming the water, a fleeting touch. After finishing all this, Xiao Chong sat back down in his seat, licked his lips once, and then looked at Ariana, who was still in a daze, with a playful expression. Ariana never imagined that after spending her days playing with eagles, she would be pecked in the eye by one. As the eldest princess of the family, she was neither short of money nor leisure, and countless men fawned over her for no reason. Among them were naturally many scions of reclusive noble families, and Ariana, in dealing with this group of men she neither liked nor disliked, honed her ability to navigate through a field of men unscathed. She can appear incredibly charming and alluring, instantly igniting a man's desire, yet she maintains a distance that feels both visible and unattainable. They only care about starting fires, but not about putting them out. These wealthy young men, perhaps bound by moral constraints, or perhaps due to the Luo family's background, would naturally refrain from such an overbearing act of forcing themselves upon a woman. But Ariana forgot that Xiao Chong was not one of those nobles and royalty. He didn't care so much about whether his behavior matched his social status. You've already said something as disturbing as, "Do you still want to sleep with me?" If I don't respond, do you think I'm some kind of saint who can remain unmoved even with a woman in his lap? My sister's lips smell so good. As he spoke, Xiao Chong exaggeratedly licked his lips again, as if they were covered in some delicious food. Ariana was a little annoyed. This was her first kiss. In the past, those young masters would be overjoyed if they were lucky enough to kiss the back of her hand. And her first kiss was taken away by a random man under these circumstances. Although she was furious, she was very shrewd. After a flash of displeasure in her eyes, her face was once again filled with a charming and alluring expression. Is that enough? Your fragrance isn't just limited to your lips. After saying that, Ariana gave Xiao Chong an extremely seductive look. Ariana's words instantly made Xiao Chong tense. Her words were just too damn provocative. That's why everyone says mature women are great, wonderful, and amazing. They always know exactly what a man wants and can make you feel like you're in heaven. Xiao Chong thought to himself, I can't keep talking to this woman like this, or I might be the one who makes a fool of myself later. The women of the Luo family are too skilled. Since we can't win through arguments, let's just take action. Xiao Chong stood up again and sat down in front of Ariana, which startled her. She's good at talking big, but when it comes to real fighting, she's a bit insecure. Sister Ariana, how about we find a place and taste your lips? Xiao Chong whispered into Ariana's ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. Several streams of heat surged through Ariana's body, and the strange sensation left her feeling disoriented. Most importantly, Xiao Chong's large hands landed directly on her shapely, long thighs, and he even caressed them from time to time. This made Ariana feel like she was about to collapse. Don't want. Sister, you're giving up already? Ariana looked at the young, handsome, yet somewhat wicked boy in front of her, and felt a strange, indescribable feeling. I give up. Come to my office. I'll buy you a drink. Ariana reluctantly bowed her head in defeat, fearing that if things continued, she would truly lose control of herself. Okay, I see that my sister is weak. I'll carry you upstairs. Just as Ariana was about to refuse, she found herself lifted into the air and being carried in a princess carry. Ariana was shocked. She hadn't expected that this man, who was slightly shorter than her and didn't look like a muscular man, could lift her up by the waist so easily. Moreover, he smiled and joked with himself while going up the stairs. Just how much amazing energy is contained in his not-so-strong body. Under her guidance, Xiao Chong carried the beauty into the office and placed her steadily on the sofa. Ariana took a deep breath, and 2 minutes later she slowly stood up, took out a bottle of wine full of foreign names from the wine cabinet behind her, and poured 2 glasses. At this moment, she had regained her previous noble and elegant demeanor. After placing one of the cups on the table in front of Xiao Chong, she sat down opposite him. Little brother, how about I tell you a story? Chapter 179, Brothers Fighting. Xiao Chong was taken aback. Wasn't he called up here to taste that kind of thing? Why was he being asked to tell him a story? Or should we tell the story first, then enjoy the taste? I would like to hear more details. Ariana took a sip of her drink, and her expression suddenly turned somber. This sudden change left Xiao Chong speechless. His face had become a little too silky smooth. At this moment, Ariana parted her lips slightly and said leisurely, Once upon a time, there was a king who had 2 sons and 2 daughters. The family lived in harmony. The king loved each of his children deeply, and the 4 siblings were also very affectionate and caring towards each other. They had a happy childhood, but everything changed after the 4 children grew up. At this point, Ariana's expression took on a slightly melancholic tone. Both sons wanted to be the heir to the throne, and they fought each other openly and secretly, neither willing to give in. However, the eldest brother always considered the brotherly bond and held back, never going all out. But the second brother saw the eldest brother's repeated concessions as a sign of weakness and incompetence. This emboldened him to go even further, frantically bribing his elder brother's men. From then on, the innocent affection between the siblings was gone, and they began to say one thing and mean another. The king naturally witnessed the brothers' internal strife, but he did not intervene in time. In his eyes, sibling rivalry was also a form of training, which could cultivate the resourcefulness and decisiveness of future generations to survive in chaotic times. It was precisely because of his indulgence and recklessness that the second in command, with his cold-bloodedness and cunning, came from behind to surpass the leader in the battle between the 2, and many of the people who were originally loyal to the leader turned to the second in command. Even in this situation, the second prince did not stop. He actually planned to eliminate all uncontrollable factors that threatened his throne. When she spoke of this, Ariana's expression became even more desolate, and her heartache was palpable. Xiao Chong naturally took all of this in stride. He suppressed the raging storm in his heart and patiently listened to the other party's story. However, the second son's behavior completely crossed the king's bottom line. The king attempted to mediate, but it was too late. The second son, blinded by rage, used this to coerce the king into abdicating and installing him as the new king. Otherwise, he would kill his own brother. The king, left with no other option, wanted to use the power of the family elders to forcibly establish the eldest son as the new heir to the throne. However, his behavior completely enraged the second brother. A few days later, the king suddenly fainted at a family gathering. Although the medical team did their best to save his life, his physical condition was much worse than before. After that, he never recovered. Although there is no evidence to suggest that the second son was involved, it is obvious to everyone that the king's illness was inextricably linked to him. Only the king believed that his son could not be so cruel as to harm him. Therefore, he never used his scepter to order the council of elders to suppress the powerful second son. Now, the king's health is deteriorating, and doctors even say he will soon pass away. Don't you think this counts as reaping what you sow? After listening to Ariana's story, Xiao Chong was extremely shocked. He knew, of course, that the story she was telling was an allegory for the affairs of their Luo family. However, he couldn't completely trust what the other person said. At this critical juncture, they suddenly appeared in front of me and told me about the secrets of the Luo family. What is her true intention? Did he discover his true purpose for coming to Trankan? Or is there some other conspiracy? If Jeffers truly possessed an overwhelming advantage in the succession to the family headship, as she claimed, this contradicted the message Jeffers had conveyed to her. Jeffers paid a high price to hire me to deal with the men in black around rivers. If what Ariana said is true, then it seems unnecessary for Jeffers to go to such lengths to ask me to help him out. Was Jeffers always putting on an act in front of him? Had he never conveyed his true intentions? Even with Xiao Chong's exceptional intelligence, he couldn't immediately dispel the fog and see the light of day. Sister Ariana, why are you telling me all this? Perhaps it's just that everyone has their own destiny. By the way, if you were the king's daughter, would you side with the eldest son or the second son? Before figuring out the truth, Xiao Chong decided not to express his opinion, but instead to throw the question back to the other party and see what other tricks they had up their sleeve. Ariana was surprised that the other party would throw this most difficult question at her directly. After a bitter smile, she said, I will not take sides. Whether it is the eldest or the second eldest, they've already lost their way in the struggle for power and profit. In their eyes, there's no longer any affection or kindness. If I were the king's daughter, I would only want to find a way to save my father so that he could continue living. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chong fell in a deep thought. The sadness and despair that Ariana showed when she said those words were definitely her genuine feelings at that moment, not an expression that was deliberately put on. Have you consulted many doctors? None of them could help with your father's illness. When Ariana heard Xiao Chong so bluntly state his position, she was initially shocked. So you really do know some things about our family. Xiao Chong didn't deny it, but instead asked, what illness does your father have that no one can cure? Ariana gave a bitter smile. I don't know. We spent a fortune hiring the world's best doctors and using the most advanced equipment to diagnose my father, but they still couldn't figure out what was wrong with him. Xiao Chong scoffed. World-renowned doctors? That's an exaggeration. Why has no one ever invited me to dinner? Xiao Chong's words startled Ariana, but she quickly understood the meaning behind them and said in a tone that was a mixture of disbelief and slight surprise. Are you a doctor? A renowned traditional Chinese medicine doctor? Xiao Chong didn't answer immediately, but instead asked again, didn't you investigate me? Don't you even know what I do for a living? Ariana looked puzzled. Aren't you a college student? And you started a company that makes anti-cancer drugs. That's right. Didn't you find out that when the newly elected president of the United States, Aachen, visited China last September, he fell seriously ill and was cured by me when a group of experts were helpless? Similarly, if our company can develop anti-cancer drugs that have baffled medical experts worldwide for decades, are we really incapable of dealing with other intractable diseases? Xiao Chong's powerful confidence left Ariana stunned. Although she didn't know about his rescue of Aachen, she did know about his development of anti-cancer drugs. How could she not have thought that if he could cure cancer, he might also be able to cure other difficult diseases? Chapter 180 Top Secret Plan. Having figured everything out, Ariana's expression suddenly turned to one of immense joy. Did that mean that her father also had a glimmer of hope for survival? So he immediately stepped forward excitedly and grabbed Xiao Chong's arm. Then please help me heal my father. Xiao Chong's expression changed, and he no longer had the joking and teasing look he had before. Instead, he said in a serious tone, why should I help you heal your father? Ariana was speechless for a moment. Usually, she had an IQ of 140 and was quick-witted, but today she felt powerless when facing this young brother. Aren't you a doctor? Isn't saving lives your duty as doctors? Xiao Chong laughed heartily, his laughter containing neither mockery nor disdain. My silly sister. Should I call you a silly and innocent girl? Or should I say you're naively innocent, adorably naive? In her desperation, Ariana quickly said, I can give you money, lots and lots of money. I can earn at least $900 billion a year from just one of my cancer drugs. Do you think I'm short of money? Or the amount you're offering is even larger than this? Ariana was on the verge of tears. Then what will you do to make me agree? Just name your price. I'll grant you anything. Xiao Chong revealed a smug smile. Really? Any request is acceptable? Ariana nodded with great certainty. Then repay me with your body. What? It won't work? Ariana was clearly going through a fierce internal struggle, unaware that her fingernails had dug deep marks into her palms. After a moment, as if she had made up her mind, she nodded to Xiao Chong and said, I promise you. Xiao Chong was both surprised and surprised by the other party's decision. It seems that this stunningly beautiful woman has a very deep relationship with her father and is even willing to sleep with another man to save him. Seeing that Xiao Chong didn't say anything, she assumed that Xiao Chong had changed his mind again. So he immediately replied, "If you want, you can have it here too." Xiao Chong looked at the huge sofa, then at Ariana's alluring figure, and his mind was already filled with images of horseback riding in adult films. However, Xiao Chong quickly suppressed the thought. He wasn't a philanderer. The reason he made the request was simply to verify whether Ariana and her father, May, were really as she had just said, which would also indirectly confirm the authenticity of the story of the king that Ariana had just told him. No need for that. Besides, I haven't met your father yet, and I don't know what illness he has. Although I'm confident in my medical skills, I'm not confident enough to cure all diseases. Let's talk about it after I see your father. Seeing that the other party had agreed, Ariana beamed with joy. Then when will it be convenient for you to treat my father? I can do it now. But if, as you say, it was the second son, Jeffers, who secretly sabotaged your father's illness and bedridden state, then it's inconvenient for me to appear at your house to treat him. Ariana's intelligence returned at this moment. You're right. Jeffers invited you here, definitely not for tourism. He must have used some scheme and sacrifice to get you to work for him. Perhaps you have some special skills that could help him in a critical moment. Am I right? Xiao Chong naturally couldn't tell her everything, since they had only known each other for less than 2 hours. Although he felt deep sympathy for the tragic fate of her family's fratricide, it didn't mean that Xiao Chong was without suspicion towards her. You're trying to get information out of me? Seeing that Xiao Chong had seen through her intentions and had even angered him, Ariana immediately apologized. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked you these questions. I know you're wary of me now. Let's not talk about that now. Do you have any good ideas on how to get close to my father? Xiao Chong pondered for a moment, then asked, who can contact your father now? Ariana said, now, apart from the 4 of us siblings, only Professor Rooney and his medical team from the Royal College of Physicians of Switzerland can see my father. Professor Rooney and his medical team are being supervised by the elders of the family. Furthermore, if my siblings and I wanted to see my father, all 4 of us had to be in his bedroom at the same time. Xiao Chong was shocked, never expecting that the distrust between his brothers and sisters had escalated to such a level. This is problematic. It means that I basically have no chance of getting close to your father openly and honestly. I think so. Xiao Chong's mind raced, trying to figure out how to break out of the current predicament. Although he didn't trust Ariana, based on the information she provided, he could deduce that Jeffers had gone to such great lengths to get himself here. It certainly wasn't just to hold off the men in black in front of Rivers. Even if it is, the reasons behind it are probably not as simple as he described. If Jeffers is really as cunning and ruthless as she says, will he turn his back on me and bare his fangs after I've helped him with this? One should not have the heart to harm others, but one must not be without the heart to guard against others. Therefore, Xiao Chong must now take all the information into account and make judgments and decisions that are in his best interest. Even in the event of an emergency, they can handle it calmly. 20 minutes later, Xiao Chong suddenly slapped his thigh. I've got it. Ariana was also startled. What method? Tell me quickly. Come here. Ariana rolled her eyes at Xiao Chong, then walked up to him, straightened her skirt, and sat down. But when she sat down next to Xiao Chong, she inexplicably tensed up and became somewhat nervous. Sister, are you so afraid of me? I didn't. As Ariana spoke, she took a deep breath and puffed out her chest, making her already impressive bust even more curvaceous. Xiao Chong, who was standing next to him, was completely mesmerized. Having a child with a woman like that would probably save him a lot of money on baby formula. Looking into Xiao Chong's electrifying gaze, Ariana felt a current run through her body, a strange, even irresistible feeling rushing to her head. Then Xiao Chong leaned close to Ariana's ear again and whispered something. Xiao Chong's hot breath kept hitting her fair neck and earlobes, causing the inexperienced Ariana immense torment. It felt as if thousands of ants were crawling all over her body. The key was that she had to endure this discomfort from the depths of her soul and listen carefully to Xiao Chong's next plan. She even suspected that Xiao Chong did this on purpose. Chapter 181, The Utterly Shameless Koreans. 10 minutes later, Xiao Chong finally explained his plan to the other party in detail. Oh, Sister Ariana, do you have a fever? Or are you feeling unwell? Why are her cheeks flushed, her eyes glazed over, and her legs still trembling? Ariana, as expected of an elite member of the Rothschild family, remained mentally strong despite her extreme physical discomfort and managed to understand Xiao Chong's entire plan. Ariana glanced at Xiao Chong with a complicated expression. Was this man really only 18 years old as the information showed? How could someone come up with such a meticulous and almost flawless plan in such a short time? She couldn't do it, neither could Jeffers or Rivers. It's truly terrifying. What if one day this young man stands on the opposite side of the Rothschild family? Is it possible for a family to win solely by relying on its size advantage accumulated over hundreds of years of history? At this moment, Ariana was overwhelmed by a sudden sense of anxiety that arose deep within her. But she knew that the most important thing at the moment was to save her father, and that these things could be dealt with later. I'm fine. I just got a little tipsy. Your plan is good. I agree. But are you sure your stuff won't go wrong? If anything goes wrong, the consequences will be unimaginable. Don't worry. If something goes wrong, it won't be in my best interest. Ariana nodded, slightly relieved. Sister Ariana, it's getting late, so I need to go back and prepare my things. I'll bring them to this bar for you first thing tomorrow morning. But remember, you must never mention this to anyone under any circumstances. Ariana nodded. This is my phone number. Let me know when you're ready. Then, Sister Ariana, you'd better be prepared. After this is done, I'm going to taste your lips. This time, Ariana didn't show any shyness. Her face only flushed slightly as she met Xiao Chong's slightly provocative gaze. Okay, I definitely won't let you down. After Xiao Chong left, Ariana immediately locked the office door and went into the restroom. A few seconds later, the sound of the shower running in the bathroom began. Xiao Chong left the bar at just past 10 p.m. It's still early. After asking around, Xiao Chong finally found a traditional Chinese medicine shop, but to his utter dismay, the owner turned out to be a Korean. Waiter, please give me 1 dose of the medicine listed on this paper, according to the dosage. Also, please give me one of these tools. After the 2 waiters in the store prepared the medicine for Xiao Chong, as requested, Xiao Chong was about to leave after paying. A man with an Asian face walked out of the cubicle office and spoke in Korean. Are you Korean? Xiao Chong shook his head. So you're from Japan? Xiao Chong shook his head again. I am Chinese. The shopkeeper frowned. Chinese? I see the tools you bought for making elixirs. So, you Chinese can use medicinal herbs to make medicine now. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chong was speechless. Of course, China is the birthplace of traditional Chinese medicine. Is it strange that Chinese people know traditional Chinese medicine? The Korean man shook his head. No. Traditional Chinese medicine was created and popularized by Koreans who lived in China. After this Korean ancestor returned to Korea, traditional Chinese medicine has been passed down in Korea for thousands of years. Therefore, strictly speaking, traditional Chinese medicine belongs to our Goryeo kingdom. Our Korean Medical College was just nominated for World Heritage status this month. In March of this year, the World Heritage Committee will come to Korea for on-site evaluation and acceptance. At that time, traditional Chinese medicine will become the national treasure of Korea. This infuriated Xiao Chong. He had heard before that the Koreans were shameless. They claimed Chu Yuan was Korean and that the Dragon Boat Festival was submitted for UNESCO World Heritage status. During the acupuncture craze of those years, they claimed acupuncture originated in Korea and even submitted a UNESCO World Heritage application for acupuncture. They also claimed that Confucius and Lao Tzu were Korean. Now, they actually claimed that traditional Chinese medicine was invented and popularized by Koreans. Calling them shameless is an insult to the word. Since you claim to be the originators of traditional Chinese medicine, why didn't you, in Korea, develop an anti-cancer drug last year? That. The Korean guy was instantly rendered speechless by Xiao Chong's question. Xiao Chong was very curious about how this Korean would argue his way out of things. At this moment, the Korean man's eyes darted around. Actually, our Korean Medical College later consulted with Xiao Chong, the founder of your Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall, about his background. His ancestors for 3 generations had Korean blood. So, strictly speaking, the anti-cancer drug was also invented by us Koreans. When Xiao Chong personally witnessed the shamelessness of the Koreans, he could only utter the words, Chinese culture, after a long pause. Holy crap! Your Goryeo country is truly shameless to the extreme. Your entire country should be renamed the Shameless Country. Xiao Chong wasn't going to be polite to them. He started cursing right away. Hey, Chinese person, why are you swearing? Why are you cursing? Because you deserve it. Do you know what Xiao Chong, the founder of Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic who invented the anti-cancer drug, looks like? The Korean guy was clearly bewildered by Xiao Chong's question, completely clueless as to what he meant. Why should I care what he looks like? Open your eyes and look. The Korean was even more confused. Could there really be such a narcissistic man? Why am I looking at you? I'm not interested in men. Your grandpa is Xiao Chong, the founder of Zhonghua Xia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall, whom you call Xiao Chong. I am a pure and genuine Chinese. It has absolutely nothing to do with you Korean bastards. Now, the Koreans finally understood the intention behind the other party's actions. Seeing the Korean guy staring intently at him, he asked, "What? You don't believe me? Open YouTube and search for Huaxia TCM Clinic M Country Branch." The Korean man turned to the computer and started typing. 5 minutes later, "So what if you invent an anti-cancer drug? So you're also using our Korean traditional Chinese medicine techniques." Seeing that these Korean bastards were still trying to argue and glorify their country, Xiao Chong felt an urge to take action. But after considering the purpose of his trip, he decided to give up. The World Heritage Accreditation Body conducted the inspection in your country of Korea in March, right? The Korean was taken aback. That's right. Hopefully, you'll be there to witness it in person. Absolutely, all of us Korean doctors will go. Witness how I strip away the mask of your Goryeo kingdom. Witness how I prove that traditional Chinese medicine is a classic medical system originating from China. Well, after saying that, Xiao Chong turned around and left the Korean shop. Having heard of and witnessed the shamelessness of the Koreans in his past life, Xiao Chong was determined to teach this country, which prides itself on shamelessness, a lesson. Moreover, Korea is also the main force at the forefront of the U.S.'s efforts to squeeze China's rise. Let's start with this country. Chapter 1, 82 Meyer's Serious Illness. Xiao Chong carried 2 large bags of Chinese herbal medicine and simple equipment for making Chinese medicine pills back to the villa under the cover of night. He now holds a mixed view of Jeffers and Ariana's words, believing them half and being cautiously skeptical the other half. But the method he just suggested to Ariana will not change his interests, no matter how things ultimately turn out. There might even be unexpected surprises. Xiao Chong doesn't know how to make medicine, but there are plenty of people who do. After being possessed by 2 or 3 ancient Chinese medicine practitioners and working on it for 3 hours, a pill the size of a fingernail, radiating a crystal-clear luster, and another pill of the same size, but radiating a dark, crystal-clear luster, appeared before Xiao Chong's eyes. The following morning, Professor Rooney and his team from the Royal College of Medicine of Switzerland arrived at the palatial room of the Rothschild family patriarch, Mayer. May's 4 children were also with her. After Rooney's team performed a full-body multi-organ function test on Mayer, Rooney's brows furrowed tightly. When Rooney finished his test, his 4 children immediately surrounded him. Ariana asked with great concern, "Professor Rooney, how is my father?" Rooney shook his head. "Mr. Meyer's cardiopulmonary function has deteriorated too quickly, and his heart rate has dropped too drastically, now down to 30 beats per minute. This is the main reason why the head of the Mayer family has not been able to wake up for so long. Without a sufficient supply of blood oxygen, his brain cells will remain dormant. If his cardiopulmonary function continues to deteriorate and the oxygen content in his blood becomes too low, he will face death from cerebral hypoxia." At this moment, all 4 children looked extremely regretful and heartbroken. Ariana and her younger sister Alice were already teary-eyed and sobbing softly. Rivers and Jeffers exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with indifference and hatred. At this moment, Ariana seemed to suddenly remember something sad, and her soft sobs turned into loud wailing. "Dad, please wake up and see us. You said you still want to see Alice and me get married, and you still want to hold your little grandson. How could you do this?" As Ariana sobbed, she threw herself at May's bedside and grasped her father's hands, which were clenched tightly due to his long-bedridden state and muscle atrophy. She pressed her father's somewhat withered hands against her cheeks, as if she could feel the deep concern and love between father and daughter. At that moment, Rivers and Jeffers stepped forward simultaneously. Rivers, "Ariana, don't disturb father's rest like that." Jeffers, "Yes, What you're doing will only disturb father's consciousness and will actually hinder his recovery. Ariana wiped away her tears and snot as she stood up. Perhaps because she stood up too suddenly, she swayed for a moment, and Alice, quick-witted and agile, immediately stepped forward to support her sister. After catching her breath, Ariana spoke slowly. Father is like this because of you two. If you brothers hadn't been fighting over him, would father have gotten this strange illness? Now you're pretending to care about your father's safety? Why didn't you do this sooner? And you, Jeffers, you're really ruthless. After saying that, she glared at Jeffers again. Ariana's words were ambiguous, implying that Jeffers had no scruples in the sibling rivalry and intended to kill his brother. At the same time, it also implied that their father, Mayer, was in his current state because Jeffers poisoned his own father in a fit of rage. She warned them not to think they didn't know, as they just hadn't found direct evidence yet. Jeffers, his face ashen, remained silent. The siblings have come to visit their father, but they have little to no communication with each other. The two daughters were extremely disgusted by the life and death struggle between Jeffers and Rivers, who had become mortal enemies. Only Ariana and her sister Alice maintained their pure and simple sisterly bond. The group parted on bad terms once again. Before leaving, Ariana looked back at her father a few times with great concern before leaving his room. 10 minutes after the four left Meyer's room, Xiao Chong received a call from Jeffers. His voice was as relaxed as ever. Dear Xiao, what do you think of the beautiful snow-capped mountains in Trainkin? Ah, that's so cool. I've never seen such a beautiful snow scene. Huh, Xiao, then you absolutely mustn't go too far in the next few days. Today, my father's attending physician said that his cardiopulmonary function is almost failing, and he probably doesn't have much time left. Oh, that's such a pity. By the way, Jeffers, when are you planning to make your move? After Xiao Chong finished speaking, there was a brief silence on the other end of the phone, whether it was because he hadn't thought it through or for some other reason. A moment later, the voice on the other end of the phone rang again. I plan to make my move on the day of my father's burial. Xiao Chong frowned. On the day father died, you unleashed a massacre. Aren't you afraid of leaving a bad legacy? Jeffers' expression changed. This was a problem that had been troubling him for a long time. From the perspective of feasibility, it is easier to succeed by starting an uprising while things are in chaos. However, it is easily criticized by both direct and collateral branches of the family, which may leave hidden dangers for the future unification of the family. Xiao, do you have any good suggestions? Xiao Chong pondered for a moment. At least wait until your father is properly buried, or until the day Rivers takes office. Jeffers, but on the day he takes office, he will surely be fully prepared, and my operation will lose its element of surprise. Then let's do it a day earlier. Jeffers, on the other end of the phone, pondered for a moment, then muttered to himself, a day earlier. Xiao, I'll think about it some more. Wait for my notification. No problem. By the way, Jeffers, after I've dealt with that old man in black, will prepare to return to China. That won't do. Jeffers' tone was strange and a little flustered, which surprised Xiao Chong. Realizing his lapse in decorum, Jeffers quickly changed his tone and explained, Shaughnessy, what I meant was that you've finally come to Trainkin, and I haven't had a chance to show you any hospitality. Once I become the head of the Rothschild family, I'll definitely demonstrate the Rothschild family's tradition of hospitality. Xiao Chong laughed heartily in response. Jeffers, you're too kind. Then I won't hold back. I'll fleece you, you rich bastard. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chong's face, which had been beaming with joy, immediately turned ashen. Jeffers, you better not have any ulterior motives. I can help you rise to the top, or I can drag you down to hell. Chapter 183 Meyer's Death, Jeffers' Uprising. As night falls, the town of Trainkin slowly falls silent. However, this silence did not last long before it was completely broken. Around 10:30 p.m., when the attending physician went to check on the condition of the head of the May family, she was horrified to find that the curve on the heart rate monitor, which symbolized vital signs, had turned into a straight line. The lakeside manor became unusually busy, with a somber and oppressive atmosphere permeating the entire island. The entire town of Trainkin seemed to be affected, with cars surging towards the lakeside estate under the cover of night. At 11 p.m., the manor on the island in the lake was brightly lit, with all the rooms and streetlights turned on, illuminating the entire island as if it were daytime. Dad, why did you leave so suddenly? Dad, please open your eyes and look at us again." Ariana and Alice's two daughters were crying their eyes out. Jeffers and Rivers, their faces grim, stood in the room looking at their father's body, seemingly lost in thought. At this moment, a member of the family elders walked in and said, "My four nephews, please accept my condolences. According to our family tradition, when the head of the family passes away, in order not to make him feel lonely, a funeral will be held the next day, and all relatives will be present to say goodbye. After the burial, all the family members stayed for another day, and on the third day, a ceremony was held to mark the inauguration of the new head of the family. My dear nephews, do you have any other matters to discuss? If not, the family elders will begin to handle the affairs of the former patriarch's descendants." The four children shook their heads one after another, indicating that they had no objection. That evening, under the guidance of the family elders, Mayor Rothschild's body was placed in a coffin and laid to rest. After a busy night, the entire island appeared solemn and somber the next day. Inside the Rothschild family's vast castle, candlelight flickered, illuminating the coffin adorned with the family crest, surrounded by flowers and filled with fragrance. A portrait of Mayor hung on the wall, a testament to the family's illustrious past. Family members and guests, dressed in black suits, stood in silent reverence, the air thick with sorrow and respect for the deceased. The music, soft and gentle, like a whisper, soothes the soul. The entire scene is both a tribute to the deceased and a display of family honor and heritage. In this centuries-old castle, countless Rothschild patriarchs have been mourned and honored, but today, it is Meyer's turn. As dawn broke, family members, dressed in black and wearing family crests, escorted the coffin to the solemn church. Inside the church, a solemn and dignified atmosphere prevailed, with candlelight and flowers weaving together to create a sea of sorrow. The pastor read a prayer, his voice steady and solemn, asking for May's soul to rest in peace. Then, the coffin was slowly moved out, followed by family members and guests, who entered the family cemetery. To the strains of a melodious organ, the coffin was gently lowered into the prepared grave. People stepped forward one by one to offer a final bouquet of flowers, bidding farewell to this great patriarch. Ariana and Alice, with their eyes already red and swollen, repeatedly bowed to thank the guests and friends who saw them off. Under the setting sun, the cemetery appeared exceptionally quiet, as if even time had stood still for May's departure. The funeral was over quickly, but from that moment on, the oppressive atmosphere on the island did not fade away. On the contrary, the nameless sense of dread intensified. After the funeral, Rivers was summoned by one of the elders of the council to discuss the inauguration ceremony of the new head of the family the day after tomorrow. Jeffers watched Rivers leave with the family elders, his face expressionless and cold, but his heart was already filled with rage. "Rivers, my dear brother, enjoy your last night of life." Perhaps it was a case of heaven being jealous of talent, for after May's burial, the entire town of Trainkin was shrouded in gloom. It began to snow lightly at 5 p.m., and the snow fell heavier and heavier, turning into a heavy snowfall by 8 p.m. The entire island was immediately covered by a thick layer of snow. In the freezing cold, a dozen or so people dressed in pure black and pure white set off for the island in the middle of the lake. The following morning, the town of Trainkin was shrouded in white. Behind the island in the middle of the lake, there is a more rustic manor, where the Rothschild family elders live together. The island in the middle of the lake is divided into a front mountain and a back mountain. The front mountain occupies 3/5 of the entire island area and is home to the current head of the family, his brothers, and his children and descendants. However, due to the progress of the times, most of the younger generation live in modern cities and only return to the family residence during major holidays. The head of the family oversees the operation of all the family's businesses from this location. The back mountain is where the family elders reside. The elders are mostly the uncles of the current family head, and some are cousins of the same generation as the family head. Meanwhile, in the elders' council hall on the back mountain, the 5th and 6th elders, representing the elders' council, were reciting the family precepts to Rivers, who was about to succeed as the new head of the family, in accordance with the wishes of the previous head of the family. Suddenly, the doors to the council chamber were opened. Jeffers was the one who pushed open the door and entered. Rivers frowned as he looked at Jeffers, while the 5th elder spoke first. "Jeffers, we are reciting the family precepts to the new family. What do you need to say?" We can talk about it after we're done. Upon hearing this, Jeffers burst into laughter. The new head of the family? What makes Rivers the new head of the family? The fifth elder frowned. Your father, the former head of the family, left a will before his death, stipulating that Rivers should take over the reins of the Rothschild family. Don't you know about this? Jeffers, during the Cold War, said, Of course I know. However, at that time my father was already terminally ill and delirious. The decisions he made at that time were certainly not well thought out and did not take into account the interests of the family as a whole. What is the purpose of the Presbyterian Council? The purpose is to safeguard the family's enduring legacy and correct any deviations in a timely manner. Did you not consider these objective circumstances when carrying out my father's dying instructions? Jeffers' words left the fifth elder speechless. Jeffers, my dear brother, you are as good at sophistry as ever. After my father became bedridden, he was in a state of illness, but when his will was announced, it was when he was conscious and had the capacity to make a judgment. But you insist that father was not in his right mind at the time. The fifth elder chimed in, Rivers is right. Jeffers chuckled, but didn't continue to argue with Rivers about the topic. Rivers, fifth elder and sixth elder, according to family rules, the explanation and transmission of the family precepts before the new family head takes office are usually carried out by the first elder, second elder, and third elder. Why did it become the fifth elder and sixth elder this time? The fifth elder immediately replied, The sixth elder and I were entrusted by the three elders to explain the new family to the new family. There's also a power of attorney here. At this moment, Jeffers suddenly burst out, Nonsense! I just went to the residence of the three elders, and the room was empty. I sent people to search the entire island, but there was no trace of the three elders. I think it was you who colluded with Rivers to imprison three highly respected elders, hoping to use this opportunity to push Rivers into the position of the new family head. Chapter 184. You have 3 minutes to leave your last words. The fifth and sixth elders were immediately enraged, shouting, Jeffers, you're talking nonsense. Stop spreading rumors. Rivers was also taken aback. Jeffers, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Do you know what kind of behavior this is? You're smearing the elders' council. Jeffers scoffed. Rivers, there's an ancestral rule in the family that if a traitor appears in the family and does something like betraying one's master and ancestors for personal gain, it is forbidden. The entire clan deserves to be killed. Rivers, well-versed in Chinese classics, felt increasingly uneasy listening to Jeffers' words. Was this an attempt to emulate Emperor Zhu Di of the Ming Dynasty in a purge of the court of corrupt officials 2.0? Not only are they purging the court of corrupt officials, this seems like they're trying to kill two birds with one stone, taking them all down at once. Rivers had already considered one possibility. His brother was using the disappearance of the three elders to pin the blame on him, thus giving him a legitimate reason to retaliate. Therefore, while Jeffers was still giving his impassioned speech, Rivers seized the opportunity and ran out of the council chamber through the back door. His car was at the back door, and the old man in black was there too. As long as he got back into the car, he would be safe. After the fifth elder and the sixth elder. Good luck to you. Seeing Rivers flee in panic, Jeffers quickly shouted towards the front door. Joseph Keynes, take men and give chase. Rivers escaped through the back door. The next second, Joseph and a burly, cold-faced man in his 30s rushed in, followed by 30 uniformed, muscular men. Upon seeing the people who entered, the fifth and sixth elders exclaimed in shock. The patriarch's personal guard. They actually chose to pledge allegiance to you, Jeffers said with a smirk. Keynes called that discretion is the better part of valor. Joseph and Keynes returned again. Young master, there's a car lane leading to the front hill through the back door. Rivers has already gone far away. Jeffers remained calm. Then let's go back to the front mountain. The patriarch's personal guard has already pledged allegiance to me. With just that man in black beside him and his own guard, they can't cause any real trouble. Let's go, elders. Today I'll show you just how corrupt your elders' council is actually supporting Rivers' rise to power. I'll make everyone understand that I, Jeffers, am the most suitable successor to the family head. Outside the door, Xiao Chong stood lazily, silently watching the farce of the brothers fighting in the Luo family. Anyway, all I agreed to do was help him keep the old man in black next to Rivers in check. As for other things, just stand by and watch. Led by Jeffers, The group hurried towards the front of the mountain, covered in dust. On the way, Jeffers received a report from his scouts that Rivers and the old man in black had entered Rivers' mansion in the front of the mountain. Jeffers sneered and said to Xiao Chong, "Do you think my brother is stupid? Hiding in his own mansion, is he still a child? Hiding at home when there's danger? Ha!" Xiao Chong smiled non-committally and remained silent. But a strange feeling suddenly arose in his heart. Did Rivers really just want to hide at home to seek so-called security? Half an hour later, Jeffers and his party arrived at Rivers' mansion, looking travel-worn. Outside the Rivers' mansion, "Rivers, my dear brother, is this how you greet your younger brother? Or are you simply scared and want to cower in fear? If you don't come to welcome your younger brother in, then I'll have to go in myself." No matter how much Jeffers tried to provoke him, there was no response from inside. Jeffers, his face dark, gave Joseph and Keynes a look behind him. The two stepped forward and each kicked the two seemingly sturdy wooden doors. With two loud bangs, the two wooden doors shattered, demonstrating just how powerful the two men were. The crowd filed in. Upon entering the gate, a courtyard of 800 square meters came into view. Rivers was sitting near the house in the courtyard, with the old man in black standing next to him. Behind them, a full 100 people stood in neat rows. Seeing the situation before him, Jeffers sneered. "Rivers, is this your confidence? 100-man guard." Rivers scoffed. "Jeffers, you only have 30 members of the family's personal guard, don't you? Don't you know that the patriarch's personal guards around you were all trained by Grandpa Emilio?" He then pointed to the old man in black beside him. The old man in black was named Mirio, and no one knew his age, at least not those present. "Jeffers, of course I know. Do you think I would confront you without any preparation? The old man beside you is also your strongest fighting force, a mid-level heavenly Tao walker. In Western martial arts, combat power is ranked from low to high as follows: beginner walker, cloud walker, wind breaker, mountain master, and heavenly path walker. Each stage is further subdivided into the initial cloud realm, intermediate realm, and peak realm." Rivers' expression changed. "Could it be that you have someone who can beat Grandpa Mirio? Joseph beside you is at most a peak mountain grandmaster. And as for the family head's guard, Captain Keynes, although he is exceptionally talented, he has only just entered the initial cloud realm of the heavenly Tao walker. Where does your confidence come from?" After years of fighting, Jeffers and Rivers are well aware of the strength of their respective allies. Jeffers, too tired to argue with Rivers any longer, turned and nodded slightly to Xiao Chong, who was inconspicuous in the crowd. "Dear Xiao, I'm counting on you." Xiao Chong rubbed his sleepy eyes. He had been busy all night, and then came to support Jeffers without rest the next day. As a result, the two brothers talked for a long time, and he was getting sleepy. Xiao Chong yawned deeply. "Mirio, right? In China, we value respecting the elderly and caring for the young. I bet you're at least 90, if not 100. Go home and enjoy your retirement. Why are you still fighting and killing at your age?" The people in the courtyard were speechless for a moment, especially Jeffers. "Dude, did I spend billions to hire you to respect the elderly and care for the young? Or to talk nonsense like an old Confucian scholar? You'd better hurry up and do it." Mirio's wrinkled face revealed no expression, but his murderous eyes sent chills down one's spine. This Chinese brat actually dares to get involved in the Rothschild family's affairs. Everyone says China is full of hidden talents and powerful figures. Let me see if you're a dragon or a worm. As he spoke, he was about to pounce on Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong pushed forward. "Wait." Everyone was about to vomit blood. What kind of trick is this? But Mirio, as expected of a mid-level heavenly Tao walker, possessed a magnanimous heart. He immediately stopped, and his hoarse voice rang out again. "Kid, you have 3 minutes to say your last words." Chapter 185. The rabbit dies. The dog is cooked. Well, Grandpa Mirio's cool remark almost made Xiao Chong choke on his words. Xiao Chong thought to himself, this old man must have been a show-off when he was young. "Uncle May, forget about the will. Well, I mean, this place is too small. We can't really fight like this outside." Grandpa Mirio suddenly felt his face burning. He'd been careless. He'd misunderstood the young man, thinking he was just intimidated by his domineering aura. Fortunately, his complexion was naturally dark, so no one could tell that anything was wrong. After saying, "Okay," Mirio leaped off the 3-meter-high wall. At the same time, a booming voice rang out, "Kid, come out and face your death." Xiao Chong shook his head helplessly and sighed. "They're all decades or even hundreds of years old, with old arms and legs, and they still like to show off so much. There's clearly a way out. Why insist on jumping over the wall? Only a corner dog would jump over a wall. His voice wasn't exactly loud, but it was definitely not quiet either. Mirio, who had just jumped over the wall and was walking towards the open space, almost stumbled over upon hearing Xiao Chong's words. His withered hands clenched tightly, making a series of teeth-grinding sounds. Meanwhile, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Xiao Chong strolled out through the door that Joseph and Keynes had just kicked open. After Xiao Chong's figure disappeared into the distance. Jeffers, is this the helper you found? Jeffers also felt embarrassed. Shouldn't you be able to fly and disappear at this time? Although I know you're really strong, aren't you being a little too modest? You can complain in your heart, but you can't back down verbally. Rivers, your strongest forces have already been deployed. Do you think your personal guard can protect you? Jeffers, I believe in Mirio's abilities. He'll be back in less than a minute. So, are you sure you want to waste your time? You only have 1 minute. Jeffers didn't take Rivers' words seriously, but he wasn't going to waste any more time, so he waved to Joseph and Keynes. The two then led their men into a fight with Rivers' men. And in the huge square outside the gate, Xiao Chong and Mirio had already exchanged over 100 blows, but Mirio was becoming increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed, initially thinking he would finish the fight within half a minute and then go to support Rivers. 2 minutes have passed, and he has already used up his ultimate move, while this kid is still acting nonchalantly, even a bit carefree. This is so damn infuriating. Furthermore, Mirio couldn't discern any signs of his opponent's moves fading from his own. At the same time, he was completely unable to counter the opponent's moves, but he could also see that although Xiao Chong's moves were fierce, they lacked killing intent. It even seems like they're deliberately stalling for time. 2 minutes later, Mirio wanted to retreat back to help Rivers, but Xiao Chong was like a leech, making it impossible for him to get away. After 5 minutes of sparring with Xiao Chong, Mirio was finally pulled in for a sparring session. Xiao Chong then gave a low shout. That's enough. Then I got serious. The nonchalant Xiao Chong had already beaten Mirio to a pulp. When Xiao Chong got serious, Mirio forced himself to raise his momentum to the highest level, but he still couldn't last 50 moves against Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong kicked her in the neck, and Miriam passed out. In Rivers' yard, the battle was truly one-sided. Although Jeffers' side had fewer men, their overall individual combat capabilities were far superior to Rivers' guards. Xiao Chong was truly dismayed by this situation. It was truly incompetent of Firth to have his family's guards poached by Jeffers despite being designated as the crown prince. At this moment, Rivers looked at the one-sided situation on the field, and his biggest helper, Mirio, had not returned for so long, which finally made him show a panicked expression. The figure that entered through the door the next second was like the last straw that broke Rivers' spirit. How could it be him, Mirio? Mirio? Rivers shouted loudly towards the door. But no matter how he shouted, no one responded to him. In that instant, all of Rivers' men were knocked to the ground and rendered unable to fight. Jeffers, my job's done. I see your victory is assured, so I'll be leaving now. You can clean up the mess yourself. I'll come back next year to admire the town's beauty. After saying goodbye, Xiao Chong prepared to leave. My dear Xiao, I think you can't leave yet. A faint voice came from behind Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong paused, stopped, and turned back to look at Jeffers with a playful expression. Jeffers, what do you mean? You want to leave me here? Or are you planning to kill me too? Jeffers sneered. Xiao, what if it's the second one? Xiao Chong's amused smile deepened. Oh, you think your men are a match for me? Xiao, I know you're a great fighter, but don't you feel weak all over and unable to concentrate right now? Xiao Chong was taken aback, and then, after exerting a little effort, he found that his meridians seemed to be blocked, making it impossible to work. You drugged me. You're not too stupid. Didn't you smell a faint fragrance on the car on the way to the island in the lake? That's a toxin extracted from pure plants, specifically designed to restrict experts like you at the Heavenly Path Walker level and above. Xiao Chong looked like he was filled with regret. Why are you doing this? What benefit do you get from it? We're very good business partners. Xiao Chong, you overestimate yourself. You think you could be my friend just because you own Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall. Even if you earn $900 billion a year, so what? Do you know anything about the Rothschild family? Their assets are worth 50 trillion. Do you think I care about the little money I make selling medicine to you? It's not even enough for my allowance. I'm helping you sell medicine to lull you into a false sense of security. You really think I love you? Xiao Chang's expression was cold. So, the billions of euros you gave me before, along with 2 tech companies, were also just to lull me into a false sense of security. You're not completely stupid. Xiao Chang sighed. Your Luo family is really rich and powerful, using tens of billions of euros to lull people into a false sense of security. That's quite a generous gesture. Compared to gaining the position of head of the Rothschild family, this little bit of money is nothing. Xiao Chang. Jeffers' words left Xiao Chang speechless for a moment. But I have no grudge against you, and my existence or absence will not affect your position as the head of your Luo family. Jeffers' arrogance grew as he looked at Xiao Chang's almost pleading expression, and the favorable situation that seemed to have been settled became even more inflated. Your existence makes me restless, so only when you disappear from this world can I peacefully enjoy the glory of being the head of the Rothschild family. Chapter 186 Hades, God of War. Xiao Chang finally believed Ariana's words. Jeffers was indeed a ruthless, cold-blooded person with a narrow mind. So you're determined to kill me? Xiao Chang's words showed no panic. They sounded more like he was asking about a trivial matter. This greatly displeased Jeffers. Shaughnessy, don't worry. Considering you helped me get rid of Mirio, my biggest obstacle, I'll let you leave more easily later. Now, let me send my dear brother on his way. Having said that, Jeffers turned to Rivers with a cold, arrogant gaze. My dear brother, it's about time. Will you let me send you on your way personally, or will you do it yourself? As he spoke, he threw a sharp dagger at Rivers' feet. Rivers was no longer flustered. He simply watched the spectacle unfold before him. A classic case of the cunning rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked. After Jeffers said those words, Rivers' last shred of hope was shattered. He had originally thought that Jeffers would at least have some basic brotherly affection and a moral bottom line, but he never expected that he had overestimated himself. In Jeffers' eyes, only the position of family head mattered. Familial affection had completely vanished. The hesitation in Rivers' eyes vanished completely as his illusion shattered. Jeffers, you've been confident since you were a child, even a little blindly confident. Do you really think you've secured your position as head of the Rothschild family? You think you've already won against me? Jeffers felt a sudden shiver run down his spine as he looked at the confidence and composure in Rivers' eyes. He couldn't help but wonder, is there some factor I haven't considered? Or does Rivers still have a trump card up his sleeve? Rivers, at this point, what tricks are you trying to pull? Bring on whatever schemes you have. It's either you or me today. Joseph, Keynes, get Rivers out of here. I'll personally see my brother off. Just as the two were about to step forward, they heard Rivers shout loudly. Ares, Hades, it's your turn to get to work. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 figures shot out from the room behind Rivers. The impact shattered the wooden doors and windows, and it has to be said that the way the 2 made their entrance was incredibly impressive, leaving everyone present speechless. After the 2 men came out, another 24 people emerged from the room. One of them, clad in a deep black robe and wearing a jewel-encrusted crown, possessed a cold and stern face, his eyes seemingly capable of seeing through the cycle of life and death. He held a double-headed scepter, with ghostly serpents coiled around it, symbolizing boundless power and death. A faint aura of the underworld surrounded him, sending chills down one's spine. The other man, clad in dazzling armor that gleamed with metallic luster, his battle robes burning like fire, wielded a spear with a sharp tip that seemed capable of piercing any obstacle. His face was resolute, his eyes burning with an indomitable fighting spirit and thirst for battle, radiating an aura of fearless bravery. Jeffers looked gravely at the 2 who had suddenly appeared and the 24 people behind them, and whispered to Joseph and Keynes beside him. These 2, very strong. Before Jeffers could finish asking, Joseph and Keynes gave their answers simultaneously. Well, Jeffers was speechless. The fight hadn't even started yet, and morale was already low. At this moment, Keynes seemed to suddenly realize something terrible. You are Ares, the god of war, and Hades, the god of the underworld. At this moment, Joseph exclaimed in horror, That's right, it's them, in their dark robes and golden armor, which are the hallmarks of Hades, the god of the underworld, and Ares, the god of war. Jeffers was even more confused. Isn't this a character from Greek mythology? Joseph said in a low voice, In the mid-15th century, the whole of Europe was plunged in a widespread war. In the process, a dark force was formed, led by Zeus, the king of the gods, Hades, the god of the underworld, Poseidon, the god of the sea, Athena, the goddess of wisdom, Apollo, the god of the sun, Ares, the god of war, and Hermes, the god of wealth. They are an armed force operating outside the government, small in number but highly skilled, and possess extremely strong combat capabilities. These armed forces have accumulated a wealth of experience over hundreds of years. Legend has it that every celestial being possesses strength comparable to a mid-level celestial Taoist. Furthermore, each is protected by 12 divine guards, all of whom are powerful figures of the mountain grandmaster level or higher. They are often seen in countries and regions plagued by war, such as the Middle East and Africa. Rivers then said with a hint of sarcasm, "At least you guys have some knowledge." Then his cold gaze swept over Jeffers. "Jeffers, from beginning to end, I have been tolerant of you because we are brothers from the same father and mother. But you have taken my tolerance as weakness and have become even more unreasonable. Now they're trying to kill me. Since that's the case, then don't blame me." Just as Jeffers was about to say something, Rivers had already given the order to attack. Ares, the god of war, and Hades, the god of the underworld, charged toward Joseph and Cain's like tigers descending a mountain. Meanwhile, the 24 guards behind him charged toward the 30 family head guards behind Jeffers. The two sides are vastly different in strength. It can be described as a one-sided crushing defeat. 2 minutes in, Jeffers' patriarch's guards had all lost their fighting ability. Almost at the same moment, Joseph, who was fighting Hades, was kicked 10 meters away. His already aged body was unable to stand up immediately after such a blow. Cain's, who is relatively stronger, is only at the initial stage of the heavenly Tao Walker realm. Compared to Ares, the god of war who is about to break through to the peak of the heavenly Tao Walker realm, there is still a significant gap between them. At the 3-minute mark, Cain's was also knocked unconscious by Ares' whip kick. Jeffers looked on in disbelief at the sight of his side's complete defeat. Just minutes ago, he was full of passion, pontificating and writing eloquently, but now he found himself in the same predicament as Rivers. Can't we get this slap in the face even faster? Jeffers looked around, seeing his men either unconscious or groaning in pain. Then he turned around and saw Xiao Chong staring at him with a playful smile. Jeffers rushed to Xiao Chong, knelt down, and immediately took out a pill to give to him. "My dear Xiao, we're friends. This is the antidote. You have to save me." "Yes, friends who kick you when you've used your tools." "Well, my dear Xiao, please save me. I can give you a lot of money. You gave me enough pocket money before. I can't spend it all. You can keep that money for yourself." "Well, my dear Xiao, if you don't save me, you can't leave either. We're bound together by life and death." "Xiao Chong, I know, you might die, but I definitely won't." With that, Xiao Chong pushed away Jeffers' hand holding the antidote and walked out the door, leaving everyone dumbfounded. "Aren't you being incredibly disrespectful? If you're going to leave, shouldn't you at least say goodbye first?" Rivers gave a signal, and Ares, the god of war, leaped into the air, his powerful iron fist about to smash into Xiao Guo's back. If this hits solid, Xiao Chong will surely die. Chapter 187, The Ultimate Twist. Xiao Chong immediately sensed the force of the punch, which carried the power of certain death, and slowed down. Ares' face contorted with rage, as if he could already see his iron fist striking his opponent in the back, causing the opponent's heart to burst and blood to spurt from the mouth. But the next second, Xiao Chong turned around and threw a punch on the spot, seemingly hastily meeting Ares' iron fist containing immense power. But what happened next was completely unexpected. It should be noted that Xiao Chong had been drugged by Jeffers, which restricted his martial arts skills, and he was forced to fight hastily. However, the scene that everyone had expected, Xiao Chong being knocked away and spitting blood, did not occur. But then they saw Ares, the god of war who had launched the surprise attack, being punched and sent flying backwards. He even knocked down a number of the 24 divine guards behind him before his momentum finally dissipated. Ares struggled to sit up, coughing up a mouthful of blood. That punch just now fractured one of Ares' arms, severely damaged his heart and lungs, and reduced his terrifying combat power by 80%. Rivers stared as if he'd seen a ghost at everything that had just happened in the blink of an eye. Even Ares, the god of war, was no match for him, So what could Hades, the god of the underworld, do? Those 24 divine guards, weren't they even just there to make up the numbers? At this moment, Rivers truly panicked. Even with their strongest trump card used, this is still the result. Jeffers' mood took a dramatic turn for the worse. Just now, his own forces had been routed by the two Celestials, but now, the enemy's peak combat power couldn't even withstand a single move from Xiao Chang. He couldn't afford to think about the mind-boggling question of why Xiao Chang's fighting power had returned even though he hadn't accepted his antidote. At this point, he could only place his hopes on Xiao Chang, so he disregarded the dignity of a Rothschild family scion and went to great lengths to lick Xiao Chang's boots and try to persuade him to change his mind. But aside from receiving Xiao Chang's sarcastic remarks, he gained nothing. Rivers, don't worry. You could do whatever you want from now on. I absolutely won't interfere. I'll just stand by and watch quietly. Rivers felt that happiness had come too suddenly. To avoid any unforeseen complications, he nodded to Hades beside him, which was tantamount to issuing a kill order. At this moment, Jeffers completely broke down and hurriedly said with snot and tears streaming down his face, "Big brother, you can't kill me. I'm your own brother. I know I was wrong. I'll never compete with you for the position of family head again. Please let me go." The voice was mournful and desolate, vividly portraying the scene of the victor and the vanquished. At this moment, Hades' deep voice rang out. "Rivers, there's an old Chinese saying, if you don't kill the snake, you will suffer the consequences." Rivers, who had just been somewhat tempted, changed his expression slightly, glanced at Jeffers kneeling on the ground, sighed, and then turned his head away. Jeffers felt utterly desolate as he watched his brother make his decision. But just as Hades was about to step forward, a majestic voice rang out. "Pluto, Ares, have you considered the consequences of interfering in the internal affairs of the Rothschild family?" Almost everyone present immediately looked towards the entrance, where Ariana and Alice were pushing a wheelchair in. Sitting in the wheelchair was none other than the deceased head of the family, May. Dad? Patriarch Meyer. The people present at this moment reacted in countless ways. Some were surprised, some were delighted, and even more were filled with fear and dread. Ariana and Alice pushed May into the courtyard. May's somewhat aged, but piercing eyes swept over Jeffers and Rivers. "Aren't you surprised? Aren't you all thinking? He's already been laid to rest, so how did he end up here again?" Seeing the two of them staring at each other with wide, bewildered expressions, May continued. "Eldest son, second son, you are truly my good sons. In order to seize the throne of the family, you two brothers conspired to poison your father." By this time, Rivers' courtyard was packed with Rothschild family members, and most of the elders had also come to the courtyard, including the three elders who had been detained by Jeffers. Meyer's words immediately stirred up a huge wave of controversy. What? The two brothers want to harm the patriarch? A buzz of discussion broke out among the crowd. Xiao Chang listened quietly, knowing that the Luo family story must be very interesting. "Second brother, I know you are very capable. To be honest, I once considered making you the head of the family. But you are too ruthless. You actually harbored murderous intentions towards your own brother. This is something I cannot tolerate. So I directly announced the dying wish to establish the eldest son as the head of the family. I never imagined you would hold a grudge against your own father because of this, and even poison him." Jeffers' face was gloomy at this moment. "That's all because of your favoritism. If you had made me the head of the family from the beginning, would I have fought Rivers so fiercely? Besides, don't you enjoy our infighting? In the end, you caused all of this." Mayer sighed. "Yes, allowing you brothers to fight amongst yourselves was the biggest mistake I ever made." After her lament, May continued her story. "Fortunately, the doctor arrived in time. Your medicine didn't kill me immediately, but it did leave me bedridden. Because the medication you used was a colorless, odorless, and volatile liquid, after the doctor's examination yielded no results, I simply assumed that there was something wrong with my own body." At this point, Mayer revealed a self-deprecating expression. Then he turned his gaze to Rivers. "Eldest brother, after I made you the head of the family, you were completely driven to the dark side by the aggressive second brother. In order to prevent your brother from threatening your life, you secretly made contact with people in the Western underworld. After I warned you several times, you actually held a grudge against me, saying that I was biased towards your brother. You're even crueler. While I was fast asleep, you forced me to drink the netherworld binding liquid, leaving me conscious but unable to speak or wake up. They can only slowly wait for their organs to fail, and they will die. As soon as May finished speaking, everyone turned to Rivers with incredulous eyes. Because everyone had previously suspected that May's sudden illness was caused by Jeffers, since Jeffers was the only one with the most motive. But after May revealed the answer, it turned out that the person who almost killed him was Rivers. Ignoring the astonished and puzzled looks from the crowd, May continued, staring at Rivers. That night, you told me that the bottle of netherworld sealing liquid wouldn't kill me immediately, and that I should witness firsthand how you thwarted the second brother's conspiracy. Now I've seen it. Is this the result you wanted? A lose-lose situation? Do you consider yourself successful? Rivers suddenly abandoned his earlier timidity and said with a crazed air, "Who says I didn't succeed? I still have Hades, the god of the underworld, and the 24 guardians. So what if you come back? You're already in a wheelchair. What can you change? Ha ha! I'll kill you all, and I'll still be the head of the Rothschild family." Chapter 188 Dragon Knight Guard. Rivers had entered a state of madness. Since his past misdeeds had already been exposed, he had nothing left to hide. "Hades, you lead all 24 guards and kill them. I will immediately cash out 10% of the shares in all companies under the Rothschild family. Xiao Chong, right? As long as you don't get involved in our family affairs, I'll give you 10% of the shares once I become the head of the family. That's worth $5 trillion US. It turns out that Rivers used the sale of family assets as bait to lure the two celestial beings to the island in the middle of the lake to act as his high-level henchmen in order to seize the position of family head. Rivers had also witnessed firsthand the shocking scene of Xiao Chong defeating Ares, the god of war, in one move. Therefore, in his eyes, as long as Xiao Chong did not make a move, Hades, the king of the underworld, and the 24 guardians of the two gods of war were enough to control the entire situation. After hearing Rivers' words, May was so angry that she almost couldn't catch her breath. You unfilial son, not only do you want to kill your father and brother, but you also want to slaughter your relatives? Do you want to wipe out the Rothschild family line? You actually want to generously give away the Rothschild family's centuries-old fortune to others? You really are the world's #1 spendthrift. May, whose body was still weak, was enraged by her two sons' rebellious behavior and began to cough violently. At this point, Rivers was unwilling to explain anything further and immediately urged, "Mr. Hades, let's get started." Hades' expression hardened, his aura surged, and he burst forth in the next second. At this critical moment, another black figure shot out from behind May and collided fiercely with Hades, the god of the underworld, in an instant. The two men in black exchanged dozens of blows in the blink of an eye. The sounds of fists hitting flesh and black cloaks tearing through the air were deafening. A few breaths later, with a loud bang, the two men were sent flying backward. Hades, the god of the underworld, took 10 steps back before regaining his footing, while the black-clad man who flew out from behind May only took 7 or 8 steps back before stopping. Although the two are roughly equal in strength, there is no first place in literature, but no second place in martial arts, and Hades, the god of the underworld, is clearly slightly inferior. This was something Rivers simply couldn't accept. One man in black was enough to suppress Hades, the god of the underworld. Right now, there were 2 rows of men in black standing behind Meyer, a total of 20 men in black. The one who just repelled Hades was only one of them. After regaining his footing, Hades stared in astonishment at the man in black returning to the group, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. When did intermediate-level, heavenly Tao cultivators become so worthless? Jeffers and Rivers alike stared in shock at the group of men in black standing behind their fathers, both pondering the same question. Where the hell did these guys come from? Meyer seemed to see through their thoughts. In your eyes, the Patriarch's personal guard is probably a very strong force. Actually, that's not the case. The Rothschild family has been influential around the world for hundreds of years, with a profound history that no one can fully comprehend. The Patriarch's personal guard is merely the visible armed force. The true force that has protected this family from being divided and disintegrated by external forces for centuries is the Dragon Knight Guard behind me. Everyone was shocked. Almost everyone was hearing about the concept of the Dragon Knight Guard for the first time. The Dragon Knight Guard is only under the command of the current head of the family. Therefore, when each head of the family knows that his life is coming to an end, he will personally hand over the Dragon Knight Guard's token to his successor. The one who just made the move was merely a low to mid-ranking samurai in the squad. The crowd exclaimed in surprise again. Is this Dragon Knight guard really that powerful? Even a mid to low-ranking samurai can suppress the most powerful god in the Western Dark World? So boss, just surrender, you have no chance. May spoke the most powerful words in the gentlest tone from her wheelchair. Ha ha ha, surrender? You taught us from a young age that men of the Rothschild family must be responsible. I killed my father to sell the goods, according to family law. Seeing his boss suddenly lose all his energy, Mayer became momentarily stunned. Something flashed through his mind, and he immediately shouted, "Stop him!" Just as the Dragon Knight guard member was about to leap forward, Rivers had already plunged the blade in his hand into his own heart. Then Rivers coughed up a mouthful of blood, but his face showed endless relief and liberation, as if death was a kind of release. To Mayer, the smile on his face seemed more like a silent mockery. If he hadn't indulged his two sons in their constant fighting, would the ending have been so tragic? Seeing his son gushing blood, Mayer no longer felt hatred. He couldn't help but recall the times when he and Rivers were little, playing affectionately together, lifting him up high. But why is it like this now? May suddenly began to struggle, trying to get up from his wheelchair, while looking in Xiao Chong's direction. As he shakily stood up, he suddenly knelt down in front of Xiao Chong, pleading, "Xiao, you can bring me back to life. Please, save Rivers. Save him." Having witnessed everything, Xiao Chong saw firsthand the unpredictable nature of human nature corrupted by power and desire, and the unwavering love of parents for their children. "May, are you sure?" Seeing Xiao Chong's questioning gaze, Mayer understood the doubts in his heart, but he still nodded without hesitation. Xiao Chong approached Rivers to prevent him from stopping him from providing assistance. He knocked Rivers unconscious with a karate chop, then struck 12 acupoints around Rivers' heart. He then took out a bottle of powder from his person and sprinkled it on Rivers' wounds. Before setting off from China to guard against any unexpected events, he specially borrowed a bottle of wound medicine from Li Shizhen, which unexpectedly came in handy at this time. After Xiao Chong's actions, Rivers' mouth stopped bleeding. All right, take him back, and he should be fine after some rest. He's lucky. The blade didn't pierce his heart. He just needs some time to recover. Mayer was in tears, seemingly deeply affected by the events of the day, which aged him considerably in an instant. He arranged for the Dragon Knights to carry Rivers inside, and the family's medical team quickly joined in the treatment. Mayer looked at Ares, the god of war, and Hades, the king of the underworld, who were seriously injured by Xiao Chong, with a cold expression. "Since you have attempted to divide up the Rothschild family and set foot on my island in the middle of the lake, you should be prepared to pay any price." He then beckoned to the remaining Dragon Knight guards, break their arms and legs, and throw them off the island in the middle of the lake. His voice was low and indifferent, as if he were talking about something trivial. Chapter 189, I Want to Be Your Girlfriend. Hades, the god of the underworld, tried to struggle and engaged in a fierce battle with the members of the Dragon Knight's guard, but unfortunately, even the weakest member of the guard was stronger than him. The misfortune of having his hands and feet broken was inevitable. Ares, the god of war, was already severely injured and had no power to resist. As for the 24 divine guards of the two families, they were no match for the Dragon Knight guard. After eliminating the external enemies, May turned her gaze to her second son, Jeffers, once again. "Detain him, and we'll settle accounts with him later." May was exhausted, both physically and mentally, and no longer wanted to waste her energy on this son. Jeffers's subordinate Joseph, along with the entire household guard, were taken away and imprisoned. Half an hour later, inside the magnificent, palatial castle of Maina. "Mr. Xiao, if it weren't for your timely rescue, the consequences would have been unimaginable." It turned out that Xiao Chong had used top-grade Chinese medicinal herbs he bought from the Koreans that night to make 2 pills. Ariana placed the 2 pills into May's palm while she was crying and holding his hand. Both medicines melt when heated and penetrate the skin. One of the drugs could quickly induce a state of suspended animation in Mayer, where her heartbeat would be almost imperceptible and could not even be detected by electronic instruments. The other one, once inside the body, can maintain bodily functions and prepare for subsequent rescue efforts. This explains why, after the 4 siblings visited May together in the morning, May's heart stopped beating that evening, and she was pronounced dead. After May's burial, Xiao Chong, Yu Fei, and others sneaked into the Luo family cemetery overnight, and, under the cover of heavy snow, brought May to Xiao Chong's villa. Then, They worked through the night to diagnose Mayer, prepare medication, and administer detoxification. That's how we achieved today's incredible comeback. Xiao Chong didn't stand on ceremony. May, if you want to thank someone, thank your good daughter, Ariana. I was moved by her deep father-daughter bond, which is why I agreed to help. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother with your Rothschild family's petty affairs. May was naturally aware of this, but at this moment she still looked kindly at Ariana beside her. Mr. Xiao, after all, it was you who saved me, and I will definitely repay this kindness. Tell me, what kind of reward do you want? Mayer has a typical Jewish mindset. There's no such thing as a free lunch, and the more free something is, the more expensive it is. Xiao Chong shrugged. Really no need. Ariana has already promised me payment. Hasn't she, beautiful Ms. Ariana? Ariana never expected that the focus of attention would shift to her so quickly. Thinking of the payment she had promised Xiao Chong that night, Ariana blushed and stammered, Dad, you don't need to worry about this. I'll handle it. We're friends. Mayer glanced meaningfully at her beloved daughter with her piercing gaze. All right, I won't interfere in your young people's affairs. But Mr. Xiao, I can make you a promise. If you encounter any difficulties or problems in the future that require the Rothschild family's help, just let me know. I, Mayer, will definitely go and help out. Xiao Chong nodded. Then, thank you, Patriarch Mayer. It was just noon, and Mayer treated Xiao Chong and his group to the highest level of hospitality. Mr. Xiao, I heard from my daughter that you started a pharmaceutical company and successfully developed an anti-cancer drug, which now monopolizes the global market. Xiao Chong smiled calmly. It's nothing compared to the legendary 50 trillion assets of your Luo family. It's insignificant, utterly insignificant. Haha, to be able to build a business worth trillions at this age and still be so humble, that's quite impressive. Ariana, on behalf of your father, I'd like to offer a toast to Mr. Xiao. I hope we can get to know each other better in the future. Ariana immediately stood up, her eyes shining as she looked at Xiao Chong. Holding her wine glass, her face flushed, she approached him. Xiao Chong, let me toast you. Thank you for saving my father. As she spoke, she downed a full glass of wine in one gulp. Whether it was the alcohol or her excitement, her face was flushed, which made Xiao Chong feel intoxicated. Xiao Chong smiled slightly at the other person and poured the wine in his glass into his mouth. At this moment, May's youngest daughter, 18-year-old Alice, also picked up her wine glass and walked up to Xiao Chong, looking mischievous. Brother Xiao Chong, I also want to toast you. You're so handsome. Can I be your girlfriend? Ahem. Pfft. Xiao Chong and Ariana were both spray dry. Alice, don't be rude. Come back right now. May was speechless. This little girl was still doing whatever she wanted, as always. But what kind of occasion is this? How can you treat your family's benefactor so frivolously? Meanwhile, Ariana was thinking, if I sleep with Xiao Chong and my sister becomes his girlfriend, what would that mean? 2 women serving one husband? Just as Ariana was in a state of confusion, her sister Alice spoke up again. Dad, what's wrong? I'm 18 years old. It's normal to have a boyfriend. Anyway, I don't care. I'm determined to pursue brother Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong looked at the 3 members of the Luo family with an embarrassed expression. It has to be said that the 2 daughters of the Luo family are quite different in style. Ariana is a mature woman with a highly contrasting personality, sometimes aloof and sometimes passionate, her innocence mixed with sexiness and charm. Alice, on the other hand, has a straightforward personality and is passionate and decisive in love and hate. However, the 2 share one thing in common. They both inherited excellent genes from their families. The man is strikingly handsome, and the woman is stunningly beautiful. Like her sister Ariana, 18-year-old Alice is 177 centimeters tall, a true model's figure. Where it should grow flesh, it grows without hesitation. Where it shouldn't grow flesh, it doesn't grow an ounce more. One is a bud about to bloom, the other is beautifully ripe. The meal lasted from 1 p.m. until 3 p.m. before Xiao Chong was finally sent back to the villa by Lao Luo's men. Last night, Xiao Chong, who had been up all night trying to save May, simply went to catch up on sleep. Meanwhile, in Ariana's room at the Lake Island Manor, she recalled the scenes from the past 2 days since she met Xiao Chong, her mind filled with his image. Sometimes unrestrained and lewd, sometimes completely serious, good-looking and intelligent, with a body that, while not particularly muscular, possesses devastating power. And all of this seems to perfectly match Ariana's ideal criteria for choosing a partner. Except that he is much younger than her. Everything seems to be an arrangement of fate. However, she thought again that although she was older, she was fair-skinned and beautiful, no less so than her younger sister, and she was still a virgin. Although Xiao Chong is young, he is mature and steady in every way. Isn't it said that Chinese men are very loving towards their wives? Ariana was truly tempted. Didn't he say he wanted me to repay him with my body? Why hasn't he mentioned it again since that day? He's going back to China tomorrow. When we meet again. Thinking of this, Ariana couldn't sit still any longer and took out her phone to make a call. Chapter 190, a woman dresses up for her lover. Xiao Chong squinted as he answered the phone. Hello, Ariana, what's up? Ariana took a deep breath on the other end of the phone to calm her slightly nervous emotions. Xiao Chong, aren't you going to stay in Trankin a few more days? Xiao Chong yawned. No, I still have a lot of things to take care of in China. What? You don't want me to leave? Hearing Xiao Chong's somewhat cynical tone, Ariana would have definitely denied it in the past. But at this moment, her heart was pounding wildly. Yes, I want you to stay. After saying that, Ariana clenched her hands tightly, her heart pounding even faster. She kept thinking, was this a confession? What will he say? What if I reject him? Ariana's emotions were like a raging sea, fluctuating wildly, while Xiao Chong, as if struck by a violent blow, instantly snapped back to reality. What does it mean that you want to stay? Xiao Chong is neither a saint nor a paragon of virtue. The reason he didn't mention offering himself in return to Ariana is because he never intended to use such coercive means to obtain the beauty from the very beginning. He said that Ariana should give herself to him as a gift, but it was just a joke. He was willing to help rescue Mayer only because he saw the huge return on investment that would follow. And today, he has finally received Meyer's promise. This truly shows that a promise is worth a fortune. Although Xiao Chong is strong, he is not arrogant enough to think he is the best in the world. He will be going to make his way in the world in the future, and he will inevitably have to deal with such a prestigious family. I became wealthy too late, and my foundation is still too weak. We've gone off on a tangent. Let's get back to the main topic. Xiao Chong's brain started working at lightning speed. Sister Ariana, what do you want me to do with this? Offer myself to you. Ariana blushed even more, but still firmly replied, yes. Although her was barely audible. However, Xiao Chong's main point was that all his organs were functioning well. Upon hearing the other party's reply, he seemed to have taken a stimulant, and he jumped out of bed and started dancing around excitedly. Xiao Chong, what's wrong on your end? It's nothing, I'm just catching mice. Ariana was filled with suspicion, but didn't know what else to say. She had already made herself perfectly clear. She couldn't very well ask, Xiao Chong, I agree to repay your kindness with my body. What's your opinion? Ariana, shall we go outside? Hearing Xiao Chong's words, Ariana's expression brightened with surprise. Then let's go to the St. Moritz Hotel. It's one of my properties, and there's a presidential suite that's exclusively mine. Let's go there. Ariana's voice grew softer and softer, but the softer it became, the more Xiao Chong's mind wandered. After hanging up the phone, Ariana suppressed her excitement and a hint of anticipation. She tried on several outfits before finally choosing one that perfectly complemented her model-like figure. After applying exquisite makeup, she headed towards the St. Moritz Hotel. Xiao Chong simply washed his face and headed towards the hotel, which was only 2 kilometers away from where he was staying. When Xiao Chong arrived at the hotel lobby, he was truly impressed by the magnificence of this 7-star hotel. Upon seeing someone enter, a beautiful lobby manager immediately stepped forward and asked, Hello, sir. Are you here to check into the hotel? Although Xiao Chong's attire didn't seem to fit the hotel's target clientele at first glance, the beautiful lobby manager asked him questions with great patience and didn't show the slightest contempt. This pleased Xiao Chong greatly. Yes, I'm looking for Ariana. Upon hearing this, the lobby manager exclaimed in surprise, Are you Mr. Xiao Chong? Xiao Chong nodded. That's right. The beautiful lobby manager looked at Xiao Chong, who was somewhat handsome but showed no signs of being from a wealthy family, and couldn't hide her shock. He was the first and only man to have the privilege of entering the president's room. What kind of relationship do they have? Could it be that the CEO is having romantic feelings and is having an affair with a gigolo? But he doesn't look very strong. Can I handle a CEO who is fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged, slim-waisted, and has a large bust? Or does he have some special ability, like his tongue? Xiao Chong had no idea that this beautiful young woman was thinking such filthy things. Otherwise, he would have been so angry that he would have shown her on the spot just how magnificent her tool was. While indulging in her fantasies, the young lady didn't abandon her exceptionally high level of professionalism. Then please follow me. President Ariana has already gone upstairs. Led by the lobby manager, Xiao Chong arrived at the presidential suite. Xiao Chong rang the doorbell, and Ariana immediately went to open the door. The two looked at each other, their eyes revealing a hint of anticipation and joy. Wow, Ariana looks so sexy today. As he spoke, Xiao Chong made no attempt to conceal his gaze as he carefully observed the other person from head to toe. Xiao Chong's actions filled Ariana with joy. Perhaps this is the meaning of a woman dressing up for the one she loves. Ariana gracefully brushed a strand of hair from her forehead, making Xiao Chong's heart tremble. Come in quickly, Xiao Chong. After entering, Xiao Chong toured the room casually under Ariana's guidance and was immediately awestruck by its magnificent scale. It was like a luxury villa built on the roof of a hotel. Wow, your room is so luxurious. It's so big, doesn't your voice echo? And this bed, it's huge. Xiao Chong's attention immediately shifted to the bed. Judging by its size, this bed must be about 20 square meters. The space is really enough for 4 people to play cards together. Ariana smiled and replied, "It's all right. I come here to rest when I want to be alone." The two sat on the soft sofa in the living room, and after this simple opening, the room fell into an eerie silence. Ariana managed to suppress her racing heart and utter those ambiguous words over the phone. But now, upon seeing Xiao Chong, she no longer possessed the aura of a domineering female CEO, nor did she have the ease and comfort she felt when teasing Xiao Chong at the bar that day. At this moment, Ariana was like a beautiful flower waiting to be picked, full of anticipation yet unease. Xiao Chong couldn't stand the absolute silence. "Ariana, actually, when I said at the bar that day that I wanted you to repay me with your body, I was just joking. You should have seen from our time together these past 2 days that I'm not that kind of despicable person. I would never use mutual affection as a bargaining chip to coerce you." Chapter 191, Ariana's Heart. Ariana was taken aback. She didn't understand what Xiao Chong meant by those words. Is this a form of self-rejection? Or something else? Seeing the other person's questioning look, Xiao Chong continued. "What I mean is, if you're only going to have that kind of relationship with me to fulfill a promise you made that day, then you don't have to. I, Xiao Chong, am not attracted by beauty. No, not attracted by profit. I, Xiao Chong, am happy to help others and am charitable, which is why I helped you. Don't feel guilty." Ariana understood now and looked at Xiao Chong with a complicated expression. What a jerk. What a jerk. The delicious food is right in front of you, but you're not going to eat it? That won't do. We can't give up even the best food. Ariana took a deep breath as if she had made a decision. "Xiao Chong, I didn't give myself to you because of that promise. I really like you. I like your domineering nature, your humor, and the aura of strength you exude. I am willing to be your woman." Xiao Chong sighed inwardly. That damn aura. How many more beautiful women will be unable to resist you? After Ariana finished speaking, her face flushed with embarrassment, but this time she did not lower her head to avoid Xiao Chong's gaze. Instead, she pretended to be calm and met Xiao Chong's burning eyes directly. In an instant, sparks flew between their eyes, creating an almost irresistible attraction. Under this force, the two of them sat down together involuntarily. Xiao Chong's heart was pure, but his body betrayed him. His large hands trembled as he placed them on the other person's shoulders. When emotions run deep, everything happens naturally. To Xiao Chong's utter surprise, Ariana still managed to get first blood, which made Xiao Chong exclaim that he had struck gold. What surprised Xiao Chong even more was that Ariana actually had the potential to be a worthy opponent. Meanwhile, the beautiful manager eavesdropping outside the door. She was initially just curious whether this Chinese man could handle her CEO, but curiosity killed the cat. Xiao Chong exclaimed that he enjoyed it the whole time, saying that he had never been able to give it his all against Li Muyao or Lin Xuejiao in the past. But for the tall and strong Ariana, none of these seemed to be problems. 10 a.m. the next day. Xiao Chong's phone rang urgently. He glanced at it and saw that it was Su Rue calling. "For Su Rue, Yu Fei, and the others, apart from digging up Meyer's grave, they spent the rest of the time wandering around. Fortunately, the time wasn't too long. Otherwise, they would have been bored to death. Xiao Chong rubbed his sleepy eyes, yawned, and said, "Hey, Brother Rue, what's up?" Su Rue, on the other end of the phone, was dumbfounded. "What's wrong? Wasn't the flight at 4 p.m.? Shouldn't we be heading to the airport right now? Do you think this is your private jet? Do you expect it to stop and wait for you?" "Mr. Xiao, the plane, back to China." "Oh, that's it. You guys go back first. I'll stay a few more days. There's something I haven't finished taking care of." Suri didn't suspect anything. "Okay, let's go back first. Take care of yourself." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chong saw Ariana looking at him affectionately. It is said that when you possess a woman's body, you also possess her soul. It seems that this is indeed the case. At this moment, Ariana's eyes were filled with tenderness and affection as she looked at Xiao Chong, and her gaze never left his face, as if she was worried that he would disappear if she closed her eyes. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on your face?" Ariana nodded tenderly. "Xiao Chong, how many more days can you stay here?" Xiao Chong nodded. "How about spending another 3 days with my sister, Ariana?" Ariana was thrilled. 3 days was short, but it was better than leaving today. Seeing the love on the mature woman's face, Xiao Chong kissed her forehead. Ariana seemed to be inspired by Xiao Chong's response and began to respond enthusiastically. They stopped at noon, only when their stomachs started to rumble. After washing up and getting dressed, Ariana took Xiao Chong's arm and walked towards the hotel restaurant, where there was a VIP dining area specifically for presidential suite guests. On the way, the beautiful manager from yesterday saw her boss and that Chinese man being so affectionate, and her legs went weak again. The two were alone in a private room. Under Xiao Chong's guidance, Ariana disregarded her aristocratic image and began to wolf down her food. "How was it, darling? Wasn't this a satisfying meal?" Ariana nodded. "I never imagined I'd be eating like this one day." "Xiao Chong, I'll take you skiing in the Alps later. It's the most famous ski resort in the world, attracting countless tourists from all over the globe every year. You can ski." Xiao Chong felt immediately after asking the question that it was incredibly thoughtless. How could someone who grew up in Trainkin, a small town at the foot of the snow-capped mountains, not know how to ski? "Who do you think you're underestimating? 10 years ago, I was a Swiss national skier who won an Olympic gold medal." Xiao Chong was speechless and choked with emotion. "This is fucking ridiculous. No wonder he has such great stamina." "Okay, then you teach me later. I'm a complete newbie. I'm good at rolling on snow, but I've never tried floating on snow." Xiao Chong's words made Ariana burst into laughter. After a satisfying meal, Ariana drove Xiao Chong to the St. Moritz ski resort, one of the oldest and most famous ski destinations in the world. Ariana had her own ski equipment, which she kept in her trunk, clearly indicating she skied frequently. Once they arrived at the foot of the mountain, Ariana got Xiao Chong a ski outfit. On the ski slopes, snowflakes fluttered in the air, and sunlight occasionally pierced through the clouds, shining brightly on the glistening snow. Xiao Chong, dressed in heavy ski clothing and goggles, gripped his ski poles tightly, yet still appeared somewhat clumsy. His skis stumbled and scrambled across the snow, making frequent thump-thump sounds that drew sidelong glances for passersby. Despite his efforts to maintain balance, his body occasionally slipped out of control, tilting to the side. Ariana, on the other hand, was like a snow sprite. Her professional ski gear covered her completely, yet it couldn't conceal her graceful figure. She moved effortlessly through the ski slopes, each turn as fluid as flowing water, her skis almost skimming the ground, leaving behind perfect arcs. The two skated side by side, creating a striking contrast. However, Xiao Chong, who is known for his strong learning ability, finally learned to glide slowly before his, but was smashed into 8 pieces. However, he looked just like a penguin hopping around, which was hilarious. At this moment, on a platform not far from Xiao Chong and his companion, a person collapsed without warning, apparently suffering from some unknown illness. Top 2 Barcelona Club President. At this time, the long ski slope was in the peak season for skiing. If the fallen patient could not be moved off the slope, and if skiers upstream did not notice the fallen patient in time, it could very likely cause secondary injury to the patient. In fact, a violent impact could very well result in the patient's death. Xiao Chong and Ariana were only about 50 meters away from the person who had fallen. Normally, Xiao Chong could cover that distance in just a few seconds with a single step. But now, putting on skis is like putting shoes on a duck. It can't run or jump properly. At that moment, 5 figures were already gliding at high speed above a track. Stand by and watch someone die? That's not Xiao Chong's style. At this moment, Xiao Chong couldn't care about anything else. He spread his legs, focused his energy in his dantian, and stomped his feet. Both skateboards shattered. After cleaning up the broken boards, Xiao Chong quickly ran towards the person lying on the track. At this moment, the figures of the 5 people became clearer. Ariana skated a few times and came to the front of the track, frantically waving at the 5 people to signal them to get out of the way. The 5 people were also skilled skiers. Upon seeing Ariana, they quickly twisted their bodies and finally changed direction when they were only 10 meters away from her. After taking a deep breath, Ariana quickly went to the spot where the person was lying behind her. At this moment, Xiao Chong had already taken off the man's hat and ski goggles, revealing him to be an elderly man in his 60s. He then lifted the man up and quickly moved him to the edge of the track to prevent a collision. Based on the diagnosis just now, Xiao Chong has confirmed that the patient suffers from cardiogenic syncope, which is caused by insufficient blood supply to the brain due to heart disease triggered by strenuous exercise. This is not a serious illness. As long as it is detected in time, passive cardiopulmonary resuscitation can restore normal blood supply to the brain. However, if the golden 5-minute rescue period is missed, the patient is prone to brain death due to prolonged lack of oxygen to the brain. This patient was lucky. Xiao Chong discovered him immediately and performed CPR. 2 minutes later, the man suddenly opened his mouth, took a few deep breaths, and then slowly returned to normal. "Young man, thank you. Thank you for saving my life." As he spoke, he kept patting his chest, clearly looking like he had escaped death. "Sir, you're too kind. I just happened to see it and did it on a whim." Upon hearing this, the old man laughed heartily. What a convenient way to do it. You're very kind to save someone's life and remain so humble. Young man, what's your name? If you don't mind, could you take this old man to the coffee shop at the foot of the mountain to rest for a while? And we can have a good chat. Xiao Chong glanced at Ariana, clearly seeking her opinion. Ariana, being a daughter of a prestigious and long-established family, was also very well educated and reasonable, and naturally prioritized saving lives. "Sir, my name is Xiao Chong, and I come from China. We can take you to the foot of the mountain." 20 minutes later, the 3 arrived at a coffee shop at the foot of the snow-capped mountain. The old man took a sip of his steaming coffee. "Xiao, let me introduce myself. My name is Laporta, and I'm from the country of the bullfighters." Xiao Chong was taken aback. "Laporta? This person looks so familiar." Isn't the president of your country's Barcelona football club also named like this?" "Sir, is that Barcelona president a relative of yours?" The old man, who called himself Laporta, smiled mysteriously. Xiao, you still know about Barcelona? I am Laporta from Barcelona." Xiao Chong immediately showed an extremely surprised expression. This was too much of a coincidence. He went skiing and ended up saving the president of the internationally renowned football club Barcelona. "Oh my God, is it really Mr. Laporta? Weren't you supervising the team's training at Camp Nou, Barcelona's home training ground?" Laporta suddenly became depressed when the team was mentioned. "Mr. Laporta, why do you seem so dejected when the team is mentioned?" Laporta gave a wry smile. "Well, judging from your appearance, you must be a football enthusiast too. It won't hurt to talk to you about it. This year, Barcelona only finished 4th in the domestic Super League, which concluded last month." After speaking, Laporta looked dejected. Only 4th? How could this be?" Xiao Chong is not a die-hard football fan in the strict sense. All he knows is that Barcelona is awesome and has won several league titles. However, 2008 was actually the lowest point for this team. After the 2008 season, new head coach Ola Guardi was appointed to take over in a time of crisis. After taking office, he decisively let go of the Brazilian Ronaldinho and carried out sweeping reforms, which led to the team winning the domestic league treble in the following 3 years. Laporta shook his head helplessly. The team's star player, the Samba boy, has been ruined by alcohol and women, while the team's new Argentine football king, Messi, is unable to contribute to the team due to injuries. The team's problems are deeply entrenched and difficult to resolve. Clearly, Laporta had a lot of complaints about the team. "So what do you plan to do?" "Me? I'm old. The team's momentum has waned. This trip is to clear my head. Once I return home, I plan to sell the team. Sigh. It's just that the current global economic situation is so bad that the team can't fetch a good price. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chang's mind immediately became active. In a previous life, the performance of the Chinese men's football team was quite stable, but it steadily declined. It was even registered by the public as National Football Team Stinky Tofu. The Chinese people were heartbroken by the men's football team's performance. Xiao Chang had always been curious. How could the world's most populous country, with over 1 billion people, not have 11 men who could play football? Are Chinese men really this cowardly? He doesn't believe in this superstition. Mr. Laporta, are you saying you want to sell the club? Laporta took a sip of coffee and nodded dejectedly. This shows that the team's performance this year has deeply broken his heart. How about you sell FC Barcelona to me? Xiao Chang said this very casually, so casually. It sounded a bit like a joke. Laporta looked at Xiao Chang, who had a serious expression on his face, and his expression changed several times. Xiao, are you sure you're not joking? Xiao Chang said calmly. Do you think I'm joking? Laporta thought Xiao Chang was joking because Xiao Chang looked somewhat immature. This was a football club, not just football. Even if this year's results are less than satisfactory, it's still worth 200 or 300 million euros. Ariana, standing nearby, wasn't surprised. She wasn't interested in football matches. It was just a football club. She knew Xiao Chang had more than enough money to buy all the football clubs in the world. So she just quietly drank her coffee. Chapter 193, You'll be the president of Barcelona. Xiao, do you know how much Barcelona is worth right now? Plus 1 million euros. Do you know what 300 million euros means? Laporta spoke with great excitement. Xiao Chang sighed helplessly and asked in confusion, does my whole being exude the aura of a loser? Or do I just not have the aura of a super rich person? Xiao Chang shook his head. It seemed his demeanor still needed improvement. Dear Mr. Laporta, I know very well what 300 million euros means, but I must say, I'm not kidding. If you're sure you want to sell Barcelona, then tell me right now. My business assistant shouldn't have left Switzerland yet. Seeing Xiao Chang's extremely serious expression, Laporta had no choice but to put aside his doubts. Xiao, I don't want to sell Barcelona. If you have sufficient financial resources, we can have a proper discussion. Xiao Chang immediately took out his phone and dialed the number of his business assistant, Yang Yang. Hey, Mr. Xiao, have you changed your mind and are you going to come back to China with us? Yang Yang, if you haven't boarded the plane yet, hurry back to Train Kin. I have important business to attend to. Oh, no problem. I was just about to check in. I'll go back right away. Yang Yang obeyed his boss's arrangements without question. After a brief farewell to Su Rui and the others, he took a taxi and sped off towards the town of Trainkin. Xiao Chang hung up the phone and smiled slightly at Laporta. My business assistant will be back in Trainkin in 2 hours. We can discuss the contract terms then. Okay, let's go back to town now. I'm staying at the St. Moritz Hotel. The hotel's facilities and service are truly worthy of the name of a 7-star hotel. Xiao Chang and Ariana exchanged a glance, amazed at the coincidence. Haha. What a coincidence. We're also staying at the St. Moritz Hotel. That is indeed a great coincidence. Let's go back to the St. Moritz Hotel. Half an hour later, Laporta was invited by Xiao Chang to Ariana's luxurious presidential suite. Wow, Xiao, your presidential suite is absolutely luxurious. Compared to this room, you're a much more low-key person. Xiao Chang thought to himself, you, Laporta, aren't you indirectly saying that I lack class? Despite his inner grumbling, Xiao Chang wasn't the type to fuss over trivial matters. Mr. Laporta, this room is not mine. It belongs to Ariana. Moreover, the entire St. Moritz Hotel belongs to Ariane. Laporta froze, staring in astonishment at the elegant and beautiful Ariana beside him, thinking, oh, I see. This kid's hooked up with a rich woman. After thinking about it this way, he felt relieved. If Xiao Chang knew about this old guy's filthy thoughts, he'd probably knock him out and throw him back on the ski slope. Laporta looked at Xiao Chang with a strange expression, which confused Xiao Chang. Why was the old man's expression suddenly so ambiguous? 2 hours later, Yang Yang arrived at the St. Moritz Hotel. Old La, my assistant is here too. Shall we discuss the price? Laporta found it hard to understand Xiao Chang's intimate way of addressing him, a style common in China. Xiao, I'm only in my 60s. You're making me sound old. I'm still a beauty. A man is a boy until he dies, that's fine. I'll call you Xiao La from now on. Laporta was speechless. You should just call him Old La. The team is currently valued at 300 million euros, but considering you saved my life, I'll give you a 10% discount. So it's 270 million euros. Xiao Chong frowned. Old La, the number 9 is not good. If you can't suppress the great fortune of the emperor, you will suffer a terrible fate. Are you saying your life is worthless by defining your life at 30 million euros? Are you cursing yourself? Laporta was speechless. If you think it's too expensive, just say so. Why beat around the bush and insult me? Xiao, name your price. As long as it's not outrageous, I'll make a move. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chong exclaimed, 888. May you prosper. Let's go with an 80% discount. You prosper, and I prosper too. Xiao Chong spoke eloquently, leaving Laporta completely bewildered. Laporta finally nodded. 240 million it is. Old La, since you agree, have the team stamp the transfer contract and fax it over. No problem, let's sign it now. 20 minutes later, looking at the 200 million euros that had already arrived in his account, Laporta was beaming. It's true that a long string of numbers can bring more joy. Congratulations, Xiao. You're now the president of FC Barcelona. I hope that under your leadership, this veteran football club can regain its glory. Old La, don't worry. You'll see that day come, and I believe it won't be long. Haha, I really admire your confidence and optimism as a young man. Xiao Chong remained cheerful. Old La, let's go to Camp Nou in Barcelona in 2 days to hold a press conference and hand over our work. Once the handover is complete, the remaining 40 million euros will be paid to you immediately. No problem. Xiao, whatever you say goes. After Laporta left the room, Yang asked, Mr. Xiao, Barcelona's performance in the 2008 season was quite poor, and after the Samba players left, the team's morale was unstable. It's foreseeable that this team transfer will only make the team more uneasy. Xiao Chong nodded. It seems you still pay close attention to Barcelona. So what do you think we should do? After thinking for a moment, Yang said, I think we can make changes in 2 ways. First, promote Barcelona B team coach Oligarty to head coach of Barcelona first team. Oligarty is very good at integrating teams and can quickly gain the trust of all players. In addition, he is talented and works harder, possessing all the qualities of an excellent head coach, only lacking an opportunity. Secondly, we need to quickly build an attacking formation centered around Argentine football legend Lionel Messi. Although Messi is only 21 years old, watching his game shows he is talented, hardworking, and most importantly, has a heart that constantly strives for self-improvement. I believe he will definitely be a great player in the future. Xiao Chong listened patiently to Yang's analysis and kept nodding in approval. Yang's analysis was key to Barcelona's subsequent resurgence and their eventual treble win. It's not surprising that Xiao Chong, with his experience from 2 lifetimes, knew this, but Yang, as a fan, was able to offer such objective and pertinent advice and possess such foresight. What a talent. Xiao Chong touched his nose. Yang, I remember you're not married yet, right? Yang was taken aback, then nodded instinctively. I thought to myself, the boss is changing the subject so fast. Is he trying to set me up with someone? Are you okay with long business trips? A true man's ambition lies in all corners of the world. Okay, very good. Then you can stop being my secretary. Go to the land of bullfighting. You be the president of Barcelona. Chapter 194, An Awkward Encounter. Yang never imagined that his ambition to roam the world would take him directly from China to the bullfighting nation of Europe. Xiao Chong looked at Yang's dumbfounded expression and asked, Yang, what's with that expression? Is this some kind of Super 6+1? Whether you're willing or not, give me a straight answer. I wish. I'm willing. Yang was so excited that he was stammering. As a loyal Barcelona fan, he never imagined that one day he would become the president of Barcelona and participate in the creation of a world-class football club. Okay, so do you know why I bought Barcelona? Yang looked at his boss, who was younger than him but looked very experienced. The boss's question was obviously meant to have a deeper meaning. The owner went to great lengths to buy Barcelona, clearly not for the sake of making money. The meager profits of a football club are not enough to catch the eye of a wealthy owner. Yang cautiously guessed. Mr. Xiao, is it related to Chinese football? Xiao Chong laughed again. Yang is a genius. He figured out his intentions so quickly. Indeed, the current state of Chinese men's football is deteriorating. Of course, there are many problems, but these are all caused by objective factors. Regardless, revitalizing Chinese football is everyone's responsibility. We happen to have this ability, so let's use it to serve our country. Yang Yang was extremely agitated upon hearing his boss's words. This is understandable. Any Chinese man would be frustrated and heartbroken upon seeing the men's football team's dismal performance. If we were fortunate enough to witness the transformation of the Chinese men's national football team, that would be the wish of every football enthusiast. Mr. Xiao, please give me your instructions. I will do my best and never give up until we achieve our goal. Xiao Chong patted Yang Yang on the shoulder with satisfaction. I have a few rough ideas. First, establish Qiangxing football schools nationwide to scout talented football players aged 8 to 12. As long as they have talent and are willing to work hard, Qiangxing Group will cover all their school expenses. After a year of basic skills training and advanced learning at Huaxia Football School, the following year, they were all sent to the Barcelona Football Academy for systematic and professional training. Second, once trainees have reached a certain level, they will be rigorously selected through the path of Barcelona Football School, Barcelona B Team, Barcelona First Team. Of course, our players will accept the call-up to the Chinese national team when necessary. Thirdly, and most quickly, is establishing a strong domestic football team and naturalizing a group of top international players at their peak or promising young stars from traditional football powerhouses. We employ a world-class coaching team to provide guidance throughout the process. All expenses will be borne by my Qiangxing Group. Moreover, this action must be quick. I hope our naturalized players can appear in the Asian qualifiers for the World Cup starting in 2010. This is my general outline. In the actual execution, you can proceed according to your own plan. Yang Yang is currently full of energy and can't wait to find Ola Guardi to discuss how to start the next phase of work immediately. Yang Yang checked directly into the St. Moritz Hotel and will go to Camp Nou Stadium with Xiao Chong 2 days later. Having finished his business, Xiao Chong was in an extremely good mood. This trip to Traincan had been very fruitful. By acquiring controlling stakes in Zeiss and Cyber, they essentially gained control over two key technologies in the lithography machine field. These two companies possess an irreplaceable monopoly advantage in light source technology and high-precision optical lenses. Currently, the three major players in the world's lithography machine field, Asamai, Toshiba, Nikon, and Samsung, all use Cyber's light source technology and Zeiss's optical lenses in their lithography machines. He also gained the friendship of the head of the Rothschild family, which is priceless. Today, by sheer coincidence, they acquired the top football club Barcelona. How could Xiao Chong not be in a good mood? Xiao Chong then swept Ariana into his arms with a powerful Princess Carrie. Sister Ariana, you are truly my lucky goddess. I'm going to reward you handsomely. Ariana parted her red lips slightly and said sweetly, Darling, what will you reward me with? Seeing the alluring beauty of the mature woman in his arms with her red lips slightly parted, Xiao Chong couldn't restrain himself and went straight to her. Xiao Chong didn't leave Ariana's room after entering it. The two were forced to stop when Ariana's door was pounded on violently at noon the next day. Ariana frowned. This was the first time anyone had dared to knock on her door like this on her own turf. She put on an ice silk nightgown, the delicate touch of which felt like a second skin, gently clinging to her graceful figure and making the curves of her chest extremely eye-catching. The nightgown was just long enough to cover the top of her thighs, making her sexy hip curves extremely eye-catching. Ariana arrived at the door and looked through the peephole. She was momentarily flustered. Darling, it's my sister Alice. She must have known I was here to come looking for me. She won't give up until she gets in. What should we do? Why don't you hide? Xiao Chong was puzzled. Why hide it? I could just say you're my woman, couldn't I? Ariana felt a surge of sweetness. That won't do. My sister said she wanted to be your girlfriend the other day. If I'm like this with you now, she'll definitely think that I, as her older sister, am stealing man from her. She'll definitely hold a grudge against me. You should hide and think of another way after today. Seeing Ariana's troubled expression, Xiao Chong had no choice but to grab his clothes and go into the bedroom closet. Sister, why did it take you so long to open the door? What were you doing in your room? Ariana shook her head, feigning composure, and said, Nothing, I was just sleeping. Why is your face so red? Do you have a fever? She then touched her sister's forehead. It's not hot. Although Alice felt that her sister was acting strangely today, she was too naive to think much of it. She simply took off her thick coat and went straight into Ariana's bedroom, sprawling out on the large bed in a carefree manner. Then I stretched. "Sister, come here." Then he beckoned to Ariana with his finger. "What are you doing? Come here, I need to tell you something." Ariana, unsuspecting, went to the bedside. Suddenly, Alice stood up and lifted her sister Ariana's nightgown, which startled Ariana. "You brat, what are you doing?" Alice chuckled smugly. "Haha, I knew I was right, it's a vacuum. You still prefer to sleep naked, just like before." Chapter 195, we're playing hide and seek. "You brat, don't you know how embarrassing it is to say something like that so loudly?" Alice replied, nonchalantly. "What's there to be afraid of? It's just the two of us sisters in this room. No one can hear us if we shout." Alice didn't know there was someone in the closet next to her, but Ariana did. She was afraid that her younger sister would say something outrageous again. Xiao Chong, who was hiding in the closet next to her, was also provoked by Alice's bold words. Do women have this hobby too? Ariana didn't want to continue arguing with her sister about this topic. "Alice, what brings you here?" "Sis, do you know where Brother Xiao Chong went?" Ariana stammered. How would I know? What do you want with him?" "Huh? Alice, you don't actually want to be Xiao Chong's girlfriend, do you?" Alice's youthful and beautiful face immediately transformed into a mischievous and clever expression. "Sister, Xiao Chong and I are about the same age. There's nothing wrong with me being his girlfriend." Alice, noticing her sister's strange expression, suddenly asked, "Hey, sister, you don't like Brother Xiao Chong too, do you?" Ariana, as if her Achilles heel had been touched, looked tense. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm a full 12 years older than him." Alice looked at her sister strangely, a chill running down her spine, as if she had sensed something. "Sis, what are you nervous about? Tell me honestly, do you also like Brother Xiao Chong? I can guess even if you don't say it. What era are we living in? Love is free. Being 10 years older is nothing. Sister, look how perky your butt is, and how perky your breasts are. Her skin is so smooth, I'm so envious. If you really have feelings for him, why don't my sister and I both go with Brother Xiao Chong? That way, we won't have to be separated in the future." Ariana was stunned by her sister's outrageous words. Could such a thing even be possible? But upon closer reflection, it seemed. Inside the closet, Xiao Chong covered his mouth, barely suppressing the urge to burst out laughing. Winning over the twin sisters was the ultimate dream of countless men. How joyful he would be if he were fortunate enough to achieve it. Alice, who is both clever and intelligent, became even more certain of her guess as she watched her sister deep in thought. Then she saw her sister's phone lying on the bed, picked it up, and seeing it was Xiao Chong's number, dialed it without thinking. By the time Ariana realized what was happening and frantically tried to grab her phone back, it was too late. Suddenly, a cell phone rang in the room, playing the lyrics, "I'm gazing at the moon." Alice and Ariana both stared at the wardrobe at the same time, while Xiao Chong was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. Xiao Chong shakily pulled his phone out of his pocket, unsure whether to answer or hang up. He never imagined that the scene of many old men being caught cheating naked in his previous life would one day happen to him. "My 2 lifetimes of brilliance, Xiao Chong, have all been ruined today." Alice stared in shock at her sister, the rhythmic song still playing incessantly from the wardrobe. Ariana's face was flushed, so red it seemed like it could drip water. Although she knew Alice and Xiao Chong had no real relationship, she still felt a pang of guilt for having stolen her sister's man. Alice dashed to the wardrobe door and flung it open, while Ariana awkwardly closed her eyes. Alice, Brother Xiao Chong, what are you doing here?" Alice asked, quite surprised. Xiao Chong, clutching his shirt and trousers, looked awkwardly at Alice, whose eyes were wide with surprise. He had just quietly put on his underwear. "Haha, Alice, I was playing hide and seek with your sister. Look, your sister couldn't find me, but you found me." This was absolutely the most embarrassing moment of Xiao Chong's life. He didn't even know how he came up with such a lame explanation, and he didn't expect the clever Alice to believe his nonsense that even ghosts wouldn't believe. Alice felt her intelligence had been greatly insulted at that moment. Did playing hide and seek require taking off your clothes to catch someone? Alice's expression shifted rapidly, and no one knew what she was thinking. Suddenly, her expression changed again, and she reverted to her mischievous self. "Are you playing hide and seek? You guys go ahead and do your thing. I'm a little hungry, sis. I'll go to the hotel restaurant for some food. I'll come back to find you later." After saying that, Alice left the room with an innocent and adorable look on her face. Alice's unexpected action left Xiao, Chong, and Ariana completely baffled, and they looked at each other in bewilderment. "Come out here right now. Are you addicted to staying in the closet?" Xiao Chong gave an awkward smile, grabbed his clothes, and scurried out, then quickly started getting dressed. Once Alice stepped outside, she instantly lost her mischievous and clever demeanor, becoming expressionless and even somewhat melancholic. She stopped in a secluded corner, staring blankly down the corridor. "Sister, I've already told you that I like brother Xiao Chong, and I'm willing to be his woman with you. So why are you still hiding this from me?" After Xiao Chong finished dressing, he said, "I'll go back to my room first. Go find Alice. She's so smart. She must have discovered something." Ariana nodded helplessly. After Xiao Chong left, Ariana got dressed and went out to look for Alice. Soon she found Alice leaning against the wall in the corridor, lost in thought. "Alice, let's go back to my room. I have something to tell you." Seeing her sister so distracted, Ariana felt both guilty and heartbroken. Alice didn't reply to her sister, but simply turned and walked straight towards the room, while Ariana sighed and followed behind Alice. "Alice, ask me anything you want to know, and I'll tell you everything." Ariana's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. "When did you get together with brother Xiao Chong?" Ariana took a deep breath and sat on the sofa. "It all started when Xiao Chong and I first met." Then she told her sister Alice the whole story of how she first met Xiao Chong. Alice stared in astonishment, her mouth agape. She had no idea that her sister would make such a sacrifice to save their father. But she maintained a straight face and asked, "So you with brother Xiao Chong to fulfill a promise you made back then?" Ariana no longer intended to hide her feelings. Feelings are different from other things. There's no such thing as an older sister giving way to a younger sister. Rather than hiding from each other, it's better to be open and honest. Ariana shook her head firmly. "At first, I did agree to Xiao Chong's offer to save my father, but after spending these past few days with him, I feel that he is a strong, responsible, and exceptionally intelligent person. I like this kind of strong person." Chapter 196, Sisters United. Their strength can break gold. As soon as Ariana finished speaking, Alice immediately asked, "Sister, but I said the other day that I wanted to be brother Xiao Chong's girlfriend. You didn't say anything at the time, but then immediately did that thing with brother Xiao Chong. Didn't you cheat on me?" Ariana was both amused and exasperated by her sister Alice's bizarre thought process. "Alice, you only mentioned it briefly. Did Xiao Chong agree or not? Besides, you have neither a formal relationship nor a legal status with him. So what does that have to do with being cuckolded?" Seeing that her sister ignored her sophistry, Alice immediately changed her feigned aloofness and said with a smile, "Sister, I don't care. I like brother Xiao Chong too, and I'm determined to be his girlfriend." Ariana was speechless at her sister's sudden change of expression, but she had no intention of giving up this relationship just because Alice had joined the group. So she said helplessly, "Alice, I've always given in to you since we were little, but I can't give in to matters of the heart anymore. After all these years, I've finally met a man who has captured my heart at first sight, and I will definitely cherish this relationship that God has given me this time." After she finished speaking, she stared at Alice quietly, mentally prepared for her sister's unbridled tantrum. "But I never expected this. Sister, I don't need you to give way to me. Haven't I already told you that? We can follow brother Xiao Chong together. That way, we'll both have this relationship, and we sisters won't have to be separated anymore. From now on, if we sisters work together, our strength can break even metal." Alice's words made Ariana blush with embarrassment. Such a private matter had been spoken so carelessly, which reminded her once again of Xiao Chong's incredibly brave and valiant side just now. To be honest, Ariana was also somewhat tempted by this suggestion, since she couldn't think of any better way to perfectly resolve the current situation. "But even if I agree, what about Xiao Chong? We can't impose everything on him. Should we consult Xiao Chong?" Alice was secretly delighted to see her sister relent. "You don't need to worry about that. I'll take care of it myself. This matter will be a piece of cake. I don't believe any man in the world can resist the irresistible charm of a young and beautiful woman like me. Sister, look, my breasts are so pretty and perky. My waist is as graceful as a willow. My pig so round and perky. My legs, snow-white skin, and slender feet. Long, jade-like legs. Do you think Xiao Chang's brother could refuse? Ariana was speechless at her sister's outrageous words. All right, if Xiao Chang agrees, I have no objection. Alice cheered with joy when her sister finally spoke up. Sister, where did brother Xiao Chang go? Should I go find him? He's going to Camp New in the bullfighting kingdom tonight. Alice exclaimed in surprise. Sister, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and pack your bags. What? What else? Let's go to the bullfighting kingdom to keep brother Xiao Chang company. He must be so lonely over there. We can go and keep him company and then find a chance to take him down in one fell swoop. 8 p.m. at the Swiss International Airport. Xiao Chang, Yang, and Laporta have already started boarding the first class. Although the journey to the bullfighting kingdom is only 2.5 hours, they still chose the more comfortable first class. What's the point of making so much money otherwise? Making money is meant to improve one's life. Just as the three of them sat down, and Xiao Chang lay down to rest for a bit, two more beautifully dressed women boarded the first-class cabin. It was the Ariana sisters. At this moment, Xiao Chang had not slept well due to days of fierce fighting and urgently needed to replenish his strength, so he had already closed his eyes to rest. After a while, Xiao Chang suddenly heard someone quietly enter his rest cabin. He assumed it was a flight attendant and didn't make a sound. A little while. Brother Xiao Chang. Brother Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang was startled. This wasn't a flight attendant. He abruptly opened his eyes. Alice? What are you doing here? Alice was very pleased with Xiao Chang's surprised reaction and said with a grin, Why can't I be here? We're worried you'll be lonely over there all by yourself. So I'll go to the land of bullfighting to keep you company. Xiao Chang was taken aback. You guys? Yes, my sister's on the plane too. Well, I have important business to attend to in the land of bullfighting, not for tourism. What are you going to do with me? Alice's bright eyes darted around, and she feigned a shy look. Brother Xiao Chang, what do you want us to do for you? We'll do anything you ask. Seeing Alice's coy and shy demeanor at this moment, Xiao Chang's brain completely shut down, and he lost all ability to think. What did you and your sister discuss? Xiao Chang knew that the two sisters' simultaneous appearance here, and their suggestive remarks, meant that they had discussed something after he left the room earlier that day and reached a consensus. Otherwise, why would Alice suddenly say such a nonsensical thing to me? At this moment, Alice once again made a startling statement. My sister has agreed to both of us being your girlfriends. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Chang was shocked and stood up abruptly, exclaiming in surprise. Your sister told you? Alice nodded, looking at Xiao Chang's expression, which showed only surprise but no delight. Yes, my sister agreed. What's wrong, brother Xiao Chang? Don't you like me? Seeing Alice's pitiful appearance, Xiao Chang was speechless. What man wouldn't be moved by such a beautiful and sexy woman? Unless he's a cross-dresser. No, it's just that you two sisters, I'm a little shy. Brother Xiao Chang, how about I stay with you tonight? Let's get to know each other better and strengthen our bond. Alice, let's not meet tonight. We're on an airplane. If we make too much noise and shake the plane down, it'll be a huge loss. We can do it another time. Alice thought to herself, would that cause such a commotion? Enough to shake a plane down. But then she thought, this place isn't very soundproof either. Then let's wait until later. Brother Xiao Chang, I'll head back now. You should rest and recharge. I'm leaving now. Xiao Chang is not a saint. The reason he didn't act immediately is because he and Alice didn't know each other and their face-to-face communication didn't exceed 10 sentences. He doesn't like this kind of blatant relationship. Although men generally prioritize sex over love, Xiao Chang is no ordinary man, and he does no ordinary things. Chapter 197 Maik Xiao Xi's Embarrassment. As soon as everyone got off the plane, they checked into the hotel that Laporta had arranged in advance. As one of the parties involved in this team trade, and also having received a life-saving favor, he has no choice but to show the enthusiasm and thoughtfulness of a host. The night passed peacefully. The next day, Xiao Chang and Yang went directly to Camp New Stadium. As agreed with Laporta, they first met with the team's coaching staff and star players for a brief discussion, and then held a press conference at 11 a.m. sharp. Inside the team meeting room, Messi and Henry, the two star players, attended as player representatives. The first team's head coach had been fired by Laporta, and only the assistant coach attended. The second team's head coach, Oligardi, and a few assistant coaches were also present. Everyone was extremely curious about the two Chinese people sitting next to the team chairman. So before the meeting even started, everyone was whispering among themselves. Brother Henry, what do you think those two Chinese men are doing? Henry spread his hands and grinned. Could it be that the chef was hired from China? After all, Chinese cuisine is so delicious and has such a wide variety of dishes. Could it be that Laporta has had a change of heart and is improving our meals? Mag Xiaoxi nodded seriously. In 2009, he was not yet 20 years old and still had a bit of a childish look. Brother, I think what you said is very likely. Watch me. I'll try to get some information out of them first. As he spoke, he gave Henry a smug look. Sitting next to Messi was Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong was also a little excited to see the football superstar, but he was looking at detailed operational data of the Barcelona club and hadn't had time to chat with him yet. At this moment, Mei Xiaoxi spoke to Xiao Chong in fluent English. Hey buddy, are you Chinese? Seeing that Mei Xiaoxi had taken the initiative to chat with him, Xiao Chong put down the stack of documents he was holding and turned around. Hello, Mei Xiaoxi, iam kinese. My name is Xiao Chong. Upon hearing that the other person knew him, Messi became exceptionally excited. Aha, Xiao. Are you my fan? Xiao Chong nodded, seemingly unsure whether to agree or disagree. Aha, that's fantastic. Xiao, are you a chef? Did you come to Barcelona to improve our meals? I've heard that China has a lot of delicious food. Xiao Chong was taken aback. If it was about improving their meals, that would make sense. After he took over Barcelona, the meals were definitely better than before. With Chinese players coming to Barcelona for training, a Chinese restaurant was essential. I really did come here to improve your meals. Xiao Chong gave an ambiguous answer, which made Mei Xiaoxi a little excited. Haha, brother Xiao, I'm a bit older than you, so I'll presume to call you brother. Don't mind me. After you come to Barcelona, I'll protect you. No one will dare to bully you. If anyone bullies you, I'll get brother Henry to kick their ass, right, brother Henry? Mei Xiaoxi is a very talkative person, and at this moment she directly pulled Henry in to chat as well. Henry, being older and more mature than them, still greeted Xiao Chong with a smile. Hello, Xiao Chong. I'm Henry. Welcome to Barcelona. Don't worry, we've got your back. Even the troublemakers in the team won't bother you. Xiao Chong nodded in response with a cheerful smile. Then the three of them started chatting amongst themselves, and in less than 10 minutes they were like close friends. 20 minutes later, Laporta returned to the conference room. The conference room fell silent instantly, indicating that Laporta still held considerable sway over those present. Laporta turned on the microphone switch on the table. Good morning, fellow Barca family members. I'm here today to announce something very important. What is it? As everyone knows, Barcelona's performance this year has been extremely poor, finishing fourth in the domestic league, which is a rare occurrence in Barcelona's more than 100-year history. I've been with Barcelona for 10 years now, which isn't a long time, but it's certainly not short. As for me, I'm getting old, and I no longer have the time or energy to accompany and witness Barcelona's return to its peak. At this point, everyone understood what Laporta was about to say, and their previous ease vanished, replaced by serious expressions. So, Laporta, overcome with emotion, choked back tears and fell silent, wiping his eyes. Therefore, I have decided to sell Barcelona. Although everyone was mentally prepared, when Laporta said it himself, everyone still felt a sense of sorrow, like that of a child abandoned by his parents. The meeting room fell into a silent, cold stillness. The reason I've gathered everyone here today is to introduce Barcelona's new owner. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Xiao Chong beside him in full view of everyone. From today onwards, Barcelona will be taken over by Mr. Xiao Chong from China. Laporta's words were like a thunderclap from a clear sky, leaving the former Barcelona players present completely stunned. Especially Messi and Henry, my new buddy, whom I just started dating 10 minutes ago. They even said they'd protect them. He even asked them to make him shredded pork with sweet bean sauce, sweet and sour pork, and Sichuan hot pot. Are you kidding me? In the blink of an eye, you're your own boss? Is it really necessary to be this exciting? Mei Xiaoxi's heart was pounding to the rhythm of the most dazzling ethnic style. My heart was pounding with anxiety. I wonder if Ba Xiao will hold a grudge. What if he just blacklists me? That would be utterly ridiculous. Having seen Henry the Great many times, he wasn't so panicked. My dear Xiao, from this moment on, Barcelona is officially under your management. Let me introduce you. Xiao Chong responded to each of the coaches and athletes present, one by one. When Mei Xiaoxi was introduced, she looked at Xiao Chang's serious face and gave an extremely awkward grin that looked like a smile, but also kind of like a cry. Dear Xiao, do you think you should take this opportunity to give the whole team a pep talk about the next phase of work? Xiao Chang understood what he meant. With the league defeat, the head coach position vacant, and the team changing hands, a sense of sorrow and negativity permeated the entire team. Now was a critical moment when the team desperately needed an injection of positive energy. Xiao Chang nodded. Hello to all the coaches and players of Barca. I am very happy to be a member of Barca. FC Barcelona is a football club with an excellent heritage spanning 3 centuries. This year's league defeat was due to a variety of factors, both internal and external, and there is no need to dwell on the temporary setback. With the team changing hands, everything starts anew. Brother, I may lack other things, but I have plenty of youthful energy, and I also have no shortage of worldly money. Xiao Chang's lighthearted remarks made everyone burst into laughter, and the scene was no longer as quiet as before. Chapter 198, I want to play hide-and-seek with you too. Thanks to Xiao Chang's deliberate manipulation, the atmosphere at the scene was no longer as serious as before. He continued, when I took over Barcelona, my short-term goal was to win the 2009 Super League title and the Champions League title. Seeing everyone's worried faces, he didn't care. The team had just suffered a serious setback, and how could he possibly revive the team immediately with just a few words? I know everyone is still recovering from the loss, but it's okay. It's the team's winter break right now. Everyone can use this time to make adjustments as soon as possible. Next, I will announce my 2 decisions. Upon hearing that Xiao Chang had a major decision to announce so soon after taking office, everyone immediately perked up their ears and stared intently at him. Mei Xiaoxi, in particular, kept thinking to herself, is the new boss going to punish me right away? Ugh, I was so careless just now, so rude. At this moment, Xiao Chang spoke. First of all, although I acquired FC Barcelona, I still have a huge business empire around the world. Therefore, I appointed Yang, who is close to me, as the president of FC Barcelona to oversee the overall operation of the team. Yang then stood up, smiled, and nodded to everyone as a simple greeting. Secondly, on the way to Barcelona, Yang and I had a discussion and decided to appoint the reserve team coach Oligardi as the Barcelona first team coach. He will be fully responsible for the team's training from now on. Immediately, everyone's eyes were focused on Oladipo, who himself was extremely excited, never expecting that surprises and unexpected events would come so suddenly. Laporta was surprised, but the team was no longer his, and he couldn't be bothered to interfere with Xiao Chang's decision. Oligardi immediately stood up, his expression invigorated, and said, Mr. Xiao, Chairman Yang, thank you for your trust. I will certainly live up to your trust, and I will lead the team to achieve the goal of winning both the championships in the new season. Xiao Chang smiled and nodded at him. Okay, I believe Coach Oligardi will not let me down. Furthermore, taking advantage of the winter training window, Yang and Coach Oladipo immediately began recruitment efforts to strengthen the team's core. The two immediately nodded in agreement with Xiao Chang's arrangement. All right, that's all I want to say for today. The specific arrangements will be discussed by Yang and Coach Oladipo later. As he spoke, Xiao Chang turned to look at Mei Xiaoxi. Brother Mei, you've just recovered from your injury, so hurry up and get back into rehabilitation training. Barcelona won the title next season, and we can't do without you. Also, Chinese cuisine will definitely be a staple next season. After saying that, Xiao Chang winked at Mei Xiaoxi. Mei Xiaoxi was also infected by the unconventional nature of the new young boss and started to laugh happily. Don't worry, Xiao, we'll definitely win both championships. Xiao Chang did not participate in the subsequent press conference. Since he had decided to let Yang take control of the entire club, he might as well let go of him as soon as possible. Xiao Chang went directly to the Barcelona stadium, where the Ariana sisters had been waiting for him for a long time. Darling, was everything Alice told me last night true? After Xiao Chang approached the two sisters, he asked them the question directly. Ariana blushed slightly upon hearing this. Both sisters were in love with the same man, which was unusual, both in China and in the relatively open Europe. But since Ariana had made up her mind, she had no intention of running away any longer, so she stared at Xiao Chang's eager eyes and nodded firmly. Alice, standing nearby, immediately chimed in. Brother Xiao Chang, see, I was telling the truth. Xiao Chong didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. In this matter, I was more like a passive recipient. However, men often prioritize sex over love, so this isn't really a problem. Seeing that Xiao Chong had tacitly agreed, Alice immediately took Xiao Chong's right arm with both hands, while her sister Ariana also generously took Xiao Chong's left arm. This scene was witnessed by the players who were doing physical training on the field, and they all looked on with envy and admiration. After walking around twice, Alice suddenly said, "Brother Xiao Chong, let's go back to the hotel. I want to play hide-and-seek with you too." Xiao Chong, Ariana, Alice, I hope our first time together will be when we're both relaxed and have plenty of time. I have to catch a flight to China at 4 p.m. this afternoon, and we have our final exams early tomorrow morning. I have to go back no matter what. So let's do it next time. Alice's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, but she continued to plead, "It's only 11 o'clock. Can't we finish this quickly in an hour?" Xiao Chong was speechless. Could he really feel good about finishing this quickly? Alice, well, let me put it this way. I usually do at least 2 hours each time, and at least 2 sessions, so this time is indeed not very ample. If you don't believe me, you can ask your sister. Alice was both surprised and suspicious. Didn't the internet say that the strongest European and American men could only last for an hour? She turned to her sister, her eyes full of greeting, while Ariana blushed. "Xiao Chong, he really is strong. What he said is all true." Upon hearing this, Alice's eyes instantly lit up with golden light, and she exclaimed in her heart, "Brother Xiao Chong is truly a master in every aspect. It's a pity that I can't verify myself right now." "Okay, Brother Xiao Chong, when can we be together?" "Well, it's hard to say right now. Chinese New Year is coming up soon. They're very busy. Anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Alice nodded forlornly. In the afternoon, Xiao Chong boarded a plane to Beijing, China, while the Ariana sisters also took the plane back to Switzerland. The flight arrived at Yanjing Airport at 2:30 a.m. Yanjing time. Fortunately, Xiao Chong had fallen asleep as soon as he boarded the plane, so he did not feel sleepy at this time. "Brother Rue, thank you for coming to pick me up so late." "Mr. Xiao, you're too kind. It's nothing at all. By the way, Rue, the next key step is to establish strong security intelligence points in Europe and the United States. Next, we need to expand overseas on a large scale, and intelligence must come first." So Rui nodded seriously. 7:30 in the morning. Xiao Chong appeared right on time downstairs at Lu Qingyuan's dormitory building at Yenching University. Less than 2 minutes later, the familiar and beautiful woman appeared in Xiao Chong's sight. Lu Qingyuan's long coat swayed gently, its dark hue exuding a noble air. A turtleneck sweater underneath provided warmth without compromising her elegance. Her long, slender legs were accentuated by her skinny jeans, creating a smooth silhouette. A pair of exquisite knee-high boots completed the look, making every step she took captivating. Chapter 199, A Frustrating Entrepreneurial Life. When Xiao Chong saw Lu Qingyuan come downstairs, he immediately went to greet her. "Qingyuan, have you lost weight?" Lu Qingyuan asked in confusion. "No way. How can you tell I've lost weight?" Xiao Chong suddenly bent down and gave Lu Qingyuan a big princess carry, which made Lu Qingyuan's heart flutter. Previously, she and Xiao Chong would at most hold hands or hug, but this kind of more intimate princess carry was something they had never done before. Lu Qingyuan looked at Xiao Chong with a slightly shy expression and deep affection. During the time she was away, she often missed Xiao Chong. Although the two occasionally make international calls, it's not very convenient, and hearing each other's voices but not seeing each other only intensifies their longing. "My Qingyuan hasn't lost weight." After putting Lu Qingyuan down, Xiao Chong said with a grin. Lu Qingyuan raised an eyebrow, a sly look flashing across her face, and feigned anger, saying, "So you think I'm too fat?" Xiao Chong broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "Damn it, he dug his own grave. My Qingyuan's figure is just right, neither too fat nor too thin, exuding the graceful and charming figure of a lady." Lu Qingyuan burst out laughing. "You're quite smart. Let's go stop joking around, hurry up and eat, then we'll go to the exam hall." After saying that, Lu Qingyuan looked at Xiao Chong, whose hands were empty, and said, "I knew you didn't bring anything. Are you planning to hand in a blank paper, or what? Here, this is a pencil case for you." Xiao Chong put on a grin and said, "I knew my Qingyuan would take care of all this for me." Lu Qingyin was about to tease Xiao Chong again when she suddenly remembered something and said worriedly, Xiao Chong, you haven't even attended 10 classes this semester. How are you going to pass the exams? Xiao Chong said mysteriously, haha, don't worry. Didn't you know your man is a test genius? Back then, if I hadn't deliberately misspelled a word in the college entrance exam, I would have gotten a perfect score. When Lu Qingyuan first heard Xiao Chong mention this, she was shocked and exclaimed, really? You leniently passed the college entrance exam? Xiao Chong replied casually, of course it's true. Would I lie to you? Lu Qingyuan certainly didn't doubt the truth of the matter, but she felt it was too unbelievable. But that only represents your high school grades. Do you know how many subjects we have to take this semester? Xiao Chong nodded. Yes, I know, Gate 9. Lu Qingyuan was taken aback. Wow, you actually knew that. That's equally unexpected. She wanted to ask more, but Xiao Chong interrupted her. Qingyuan, hurry up and eat your food before you go to the exam hall. If you keep asking, you won't have time to eat. Xiao Chong never imagined that he could walk into the examination room with such a relaxed mindset, without worrying about how many points he would get. Because no matter how many points he got, none of the substitute teachers would fail him. Fu Hao, Mingxing, and the three Niu brothers shared the same mindset. As soon as Xiao Chong and Lu Qingyuan entered the examination room, they saw the three brothers fast asleep on the table. He walked over and tapped a few times on the table with the three of them, and the three of them opened their sleepy eyes. Fu Hao yawned and stretched. Hey Xiao Chong, you finally showed up? We all thought you'd been sold to Mianbei and had your kidneys cut off. The celebrities in Niu nodded in agreement. Hey you three, did you come here for the exam or to sleep? By the way, where are your pens and tape? You don't really think that just showing up at the exam hall is enough, do you? The three of them slapped their foreheads in unison. Oh dear, I was careless. I forgot I needed to bring a pen for the exam. My secretary always prepares them for me. Xiao Chong was speechless. Why don't you just call your secretary over and give you a test instead? Unexpectedly, Xiao Chong's words immediately provoked public outrage. Hey, you son of a bitch Xiao Chong, how dare you gloat? Huaxia TCM Hospital is such a big company. Do you know how many people the three of us have to deal with, how many things we have to handle, and how many meetings we have to attend every day? Xiao Chong listened to Fu Hao's criticism with a smile, then shook his head. Fu Hao looked at him with a disappointed expression. Oh my God, Xiao Chong, you're a proper general manager of Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall. You've done just fine, becoming a hands-off manager while Lu, the campus belle, is by your side. The three of us not only manage 8,000 employees across the company, but also over 10,000 distributors, pharmacies, and hospitals worldwide, as well as more than 1,000 Chinese herbal medicine companies. Last night at midnight, we just finished formulating the next phase of the global promotion strategy for the Eye Skin Jade Face Lotion, and then drove for 7 hours straight to Yanjing. Do you think it's easy for us? The celebrity classmates and Niu classmates next to him nodded in agreement. Fu Hao continued. Xiao Chong, to put it bluntly, thanks to your efforts, the three of us get up earlier than the chickens and work harder than the oxen every day. Sigh, it's all tears when I talk about it. In short, they're worse than pigs and dogs. As he listened to the three people's tragic stories, almost to the point of tears, Xiao Chong felt like he had become a ruthless exploiter. Hey guys, are you really too exhausted to keep going? The three nodded in unison. How about we clear out your shares, and you'll achieve financial freedom and start living the life of a retired rich young master. Note that after the second round of investment from Qiangxing Investment, Xiao Chong, Fu Hao, and the other three individuals each held 2% of the shares, while Qiangxing Investment Group held 92% of the shares in Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall. Should I find 3 more people to do this work? After Xiao Chong finished speaking, he stared at the three of them with a smile. The three of them were stunned. It was Niu and his brother who spoke first. Look, capitalists are capitalists, trying to play the victim and gain sympathy. Xiao Chong, brother, I can still do it. Fu Hao and Mingxing exchanged a glance when they saw that Niu Bai, who was usually the loudest, was the first to betray them. Fu Hao, tired as it may be, that's just how it is. We were born to be bricklayers. Xiao Chong, I'm going to get back to bricklaying right after my exams. Celebrity, me too. Here, 1 pen for everyone. Don't hand in a blank paper. University final exams are quite easy. You could take 1 exam in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. After the exam, Xiao Chong chatted with his three brothers for a bit before accompanying Lu Qingyuan shopping. Because of the 5-day exam, Xiao Chong, Fu Hao, and their three brothers planned to stay in the dormitory and enjoy the wonderful university life together, so they weren't in a hurry to chat and joke around. In the cold winter, the frozen lake of Shikahai is covered with a thick layer of ice. Sunlight shines on the ice surface, reflecting a dazzling light. Xiao Chong and Lu Qingyuan, dressed in thick down jackets, hats, and gloves, sat on an ice sled, ready to enjoy a pleasant time. Holding long ice sticks, they forcefully poked at the ice surface, propelling the sled forward. The ice sled sped across the ice, leaving deep tracks in its wake. Xiao Chong and Lu Qingyuan laughed and joked, enjoying the thrill of the speed. The two of them played like children, completely absorbed in the game, even to the point of forgetting themselves. Xiao Chong, how did your exam go? You didn't hand in a blank paper, did you? How could I possibly hand in a blank paper? I knew all the answers and guessed all the right ones. Don't worry. By the way, what's wrong with that old bastard Fan Jingyang lately? Has he stopped bothering you? Lu Qingyuan pouted. No, not at all. I've been following your example lately, skipping classes all the time. I don't know what I'm doing. Now that you mentioned this, something comes to mind. Ever since the welcome party, that beautiful host, Senior Qin Zhaoyue, has been coming to your class to find you. Do you know each other? After speaking, Lu Qingyuan stared intently at Xiao Chong, waiting for his answer. Chapter 200 Matai versus Sprite. Xiao Chong was shocked. What does she want with me? Lu Qingyuan shook her head. My senior didn't say, but I have a feeling you two know each other before. Xiao Chong did not shy away from the story, and instead recounted how he had come to Yinjing last April and been used as a shield by Qin Zhaoyue at the Weiming Lake. Of course, he didn't dare mention the fact that he had kissed Qin Zhaoyue. Wow, you two actually know each other? And you were even used as a shield by your senior. No wonder she came to find you. Xiao Chong, tell me, what does your senior want to talk to you about? Could it be that your senior has a crush on you? After all, you stole the show at the welcome party last time. You become the dream lover of every girl at Yanda University. Wow, really? Is it that exaggerated? Lu Qingyuan pouted. Of course it's true. You've been away from school for a day, and ever since the welcome party, every few days during breaks, pretty girls come to our classroom door and peer inside. The more outgoing girls will directly ask about you. If a girl is introverted, she'll leave if you're not there. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chong grinned like a fool. That just means your man is outstanding. Xiao Chong took the opportunity to pull Lu Qingyuan into his arms. Qingyan, call me husband. Xiao Chong's voice was like a seductive melody, exuding a strong, bewitching quality. Seeing Xiao Chong gazing at her with such affection, Lu Qingyuan was momentarily captivated. Perhaps the atmosphere was just right, for she parted her red lips slightly and whispered, husband. After she finished speaking, she felt a slight tremor in her body, whether from the cold or nervousness. Holding the beauty in his arms, Xiao Chong gazed at her red lips and white teeth, her alluring charm captivating. The beauty, perhaps knowing what was about to happen, slowly closed her eyes. Every movement of Lu Qingyuan unintentionally exuded a captivating charm, and Xiao Chong couldn't help but lean towards her red lips. At this moment, an urging voice abruptly woke the two from their pleasant mood. An elderly woman, over 80 years old, stood beside the two men, pointing to a long mat beneath them and saying, young men, please move aside. I'm going home, and this electric mat is mine. I need to take it. Xiao Chong stared at the mat under his buttocks, completely bewildered. Why the rush? The two men stood up awkwardly, and Xiao Chong picked up a cushion and handed it to the grandmother, saying, here you go. Grandma picked up the mat and strolled away, turning back after taking 5 steps. Young man and pretty young woman, excuse me for interrupting you. Please continue. The two appeared extremely embarrassed. Xiao Chong was speechless for a moment, and after this incident, Lu Qingyuan was even more ashamed. Xiao Chong, let's go back. What was supposed to be a sprint was disrupted. Xiao Chong could only sigh. Such a good opportunity. Okay, let's go back to school. After having hot pot near the school, the two reluctantly escorted Lu Qingyuan back to her dormitory. Room 301, Building 25, Yinxing University. On the table between Fu Hao, Mingxing, and Niu Bai, there was a takeout order from Heidaleo. On Fu Hao's table, there was also a bottle of 20-year-old Matai and a bottle of Sprite. The three of them are now all worth over 100 million yuan, and eating hot pot and drinking Matai every day is not a difficult thing for them. Fu Hao, with his computer on, was playing Red Alert, muttering curses under his breath. Whenever his mouth had a moment to spare, he would quickly grab a bite of hot pot and take a sip of Matai mixed with Sprite. Meanwhile, the celebrities were gathered around Hao Nyo Bai's computer desk, eating lamb rolls with sesame sauce as they watched an adult film starring Yoshizawa Akaho. The two of them would also occasionally offer their opinions and criticisms. Nyobai picked up a glass filled with Matai and Sprite. Come on, brothers, let's have a drink to celebrate that we three brothers have finally become men today. Fu Hao, damn it. Holy crap, the Kirov is here. Can't you tanks, take it down. Celebrities do hard, do it. These three brothers hadn't felt this relaxed and carefree in a long time. Playing video games? Watching adult films? Those are simply luxuries. So, after the three of them finished their exams and returned to their dorm, they looked at their incredibly familiar dorm and went straight to sleep. When they woke up at noon, they called Heidaleo to have their food delivered to their homes. Breathing in the free air and doing what they love most, the three of them felt at that moment that college life was absolutely wonderful. This is perhaps the ultimate feeling of many college graduates after entering society. While in school, they didn't cherish the happy and carefree campus life they had, but instead thought about entering society to show their skills. But once they graduate and enter society and experience its cold-bloodedness and deceit, they will miss the simple college life immensely. Xiao Chong also staggered to the bottom of the dormitory building. On the way back, Xiao Chong could clearly feel that people around him were talking about him after seeing him, and more than 50 girls even stopped him to take photos with him. After the group photo was taken, some people asked for his phone number or QQ number, but he politely declined them all. If so many people contact me in the future, I won't have to do anything. This caused Xiao Chong's journey from Lu Qingyuan's dormitory building back to his own dormitory building, which usually takes 5 minutes, to take about an hour. This was only after he saw the number of students signing autographs and taking photos was getting bigger and bigger, and he hurriedly tried to find a way to get away. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get back to his dorm in another 2 hours. As soon as Xiao Chong entered the room, he was overwhelmed by the familiar scene before him. Strangely, none of the three noticed him coming in. They were still intently staring at the computer. Helpless, Xiao Chong roared, "Room check." As soon as the sound rang out, the celebrity and Nyobai immediately panicked, frantically pressing the pause button on the movie and then minimizing the window. After completing these two crucial steps, the two then turned their heads. Holy crap. Xiao Chong, what are you yelling about? You scared the living daylights out of me. Fu Hao was much calmer. After all, the school wouldn't interfere with his gaming, but it would resolutely forbid anything that went against the school's values and principles. Fu Hao, quick, Xiao Chong, let's log on and play 2 games together. My teammates are so bad. We can't even win with China. Okay, wait a moment, I'll turn on. During a break in filming, Xiao Chong teased Nyobai and Mingxing. Whose movie are you watching now? Why are you both so agitated today? Nyobai, whose past had been exposed, chuckled sheepishly. It's all old news. Why bring it up again? Hey Xiao Chong, when are you taking us to Japan? I really miss Akaho Yoshizawa, Aoi Sora, and Maki Hojo. I've already planned out how to talk to them. Xiao Chong paused, then said soon, let's go together after the spring festival if we have the chance. Nyobai said earnestly, then it's settled. I believe you. Lord Yin won't lie to Lord Yin. Xiao Chong, stop wasting time talking to that lecherous bastard Nyobai. You're online.